upon the desolate earth, strewn with remnants of crumbled edifices. A gaunt youth wandered aimlessly. His name was Wu Xiang, an utterly ordinary orphan, save for the fact that he possessed greater strength and could run faster than his peers. With a slight struggle, the boy lifted a massive stone weighing over 100 pounds, extracting an iron pot from beneath it and inspecting it closely. Ah, splendid. This pot is of good quality with a bit of cleaning. It should appear almost new, he mused. He then turned to a nearby heap of refuse, crouching down to rummage through it, undeterred by the stench of decay. What is this? A sausage? He picked up a half-sausage wrapped in plastic, bringing it to his nose for a sniff. He had never tasted such a delicacy, having only seen it once or twice before. It smells delightful. It shouldn't be spoiled. How wasteful of the city dwellers to discard half of it, he remarked. He'll take it back for Wu Yo. She will surely appreciate it. A smile unconsciously graced his lips as he spoke to himself, and he tucked the half-sausage into his ragged pouch, sewn together with tattered cloth. Wu Xiang exhaled deeply, sitting upon a stone, propping his hands behind him as he gazed at the endless expanse of ruins before him. Whether it was the towering statues, dozens of meters high, the shattered doors adorned with ancient and mysterious patterns, or the utterly unrecognizable technological weaponry, all bore witness to the once great prosperity of this world a millennium ago, now rendered into mere echoes of a bygone era. This planet is named Noah. Once, humanity was the sole ruler of this land, but the relentless march of civilization has encountered the looming specter of extinction, with a cataclysmic event a millennium ago nearly obliterating all. The remnants of humanity have clung to the final flicker of hope, and through a millennium of propagation and evolution, the current state of affairs has emerged. Wu Xiang, however, knows little of the historical past and finds no necessity to delve into it. He resides in the periphery of the safe zone, a region that cannot be deemed excessively perilous, yet it is far from secure. The safe zone is a city established by humanity to safeguard their existence and way of life. Due to its limited expanse, not all can access its protective embrace. Those impoverished and powerless, like Wu Xiang, are forced to scrape by on the fringes. Fortunately, the surrounding areas have been purged by military forces. A rumble echoed through the air, and a brisk wind surged, disrupting Wu Xiang's contemplations. A dozen fighter jets, accompanied by numerous armored soldiers, soared majestically overhead. These were the troops of the Skyblade. Wu Xiang tilted his gaze upward, witnessing the spectacle reflected in his pale blue irises. He harbored no notions of defending his homeland. Such ideals felt impossibly distant. His sole concern was the preservation of his sister and himself in this ruthless world. Nevertheless, he held deep admiration for the soldiers who valiantly fought to protect their homeland. As tranquility returned, Wu Xiang rose, brushed off his garments, and gazed into the distance where the safe zone lay. It seems unlikely that I will ever have the opportunity to enter this world. I believe that when my mother was still alive, she longed to take me in as well. Speaking of which, I can hardly recall my mother's appearance. All that lingers in my memory is her long, chestnut hair and her pair of pale blue, crystalline eyes. Yet, her gentle essence remains indelibly imprinted deep within my soul. On the muddy path, 4-year-old Wu Xiang stumbled along. His mother's hand clasped in his was his sole source of warmth. In Wu Xiang's perception, his mother was the most beautiful person in the world. No, that is not quite right. To everyone, she was indeed the most exquisite being on this earth. She seemed like a fairy who had inadvertently fallen into the mundane world, appearing particularly out of place, causing the entire universe to pale in her presence. Mom, I've heard that other children have fathers. Do I have one too? Wu Xiang asked, raising his gaze in confusion. Of course you do, his mother replied with a gentle smile. What kind of person is he? A fleeting look of nostalgia flickered in his mother's eyes as she seemed to gather her thoughts. Your father is tall and formidable, and he is a great hero. Really? But why have I never seen him? Where has he gone? He has ventured to a faraway place to protect us from the villains. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiang felt a pang of disappointment. But how will he find us once he has defeated the villains? He will surely return, for mothers and fathers share a telepathic bond. Is that true? Little Wu Xiang inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. Indeed, more genuine than pearls, The mother gazed at Wushang with an expression of utmost sincerity. So, what is my father's name? I fear he might not recognize me when the time comes. The mother gently caressed Wushang's head. This question shall await your father to answer when you meet him. Oh. Thus, Wushang and her mother found yet another village to dwell in. Wushang had long lost count of how many times they had relocated. The war raged on incessantly, with the threat of eruption ever present. Perhaps this turmoil held little consequence for those residing within the realm of peace. Yet for those like them, outside its confines, life was a relentless struggle. With their home destroyed, they were compelled to flee. Those who could not escape had perished. The mother and child settled into their new surroundings, with the mother securing a modest sewing job to sustain their meager existence. Wushang felt content, for compared to the past, at least they could now enjoy warm meals daily. One day, a man from the village approached, seemingly negotiating with the mother. The conditions at Uncle Wang's are quite favorable. His son is of a similar age to yours and is pleased with you, not minding that you have a child. Why not consider marrying him? I will not agree to that, the mother replied, shaking her head. Alas, such ingratitude! What discontent could a widow burdened with a child possibly harbor? At his words, the mother's expression darkened, her tone turning resolute. You are unworthy to speak of my child. Furthermore, I am not a widow. Kindly leave, or my husband shall be displeased. You, humph. The individual ultimately departed in discontent, while the mother silently embraced Wushang, her expression inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Young Wushang felt a flicker of confusion. After all, what harm could there be in his mother acquiescing to the man's conditions? Surely, there could be no adverse consequences, could there? However, tranquility proved fleeting, as merely 6 months later, the enemy returned with a vengeance. Wushang was oblivious to the specifics of this foe, only aware that their arrival necessitated an immediate flight. The deafening alarm resonated even from miles away, prompting villagers to abandon their belongings in a frantic bid for survival. The mother clutched Wushang tightly, running desperately in a direction unknown, when suddenly an explosion erupted. A sturdy mast snapped under the force of the blast. Wushang was violently thrown to the ground, and before he could comprehend the unfolding chaos, he turned to see his mother trapped beneath the broken mast, blood spilling forth from her mouth. Mother! Without hesitation, Wushang dashed towards her, grasping her arm and tugging with all his might, yet his mother's body remained unyielding. What's wrong? Please get up, Wushang cried in despair. Cough, cough. I'm fine, dear. Mother is all right, she replied weakly. With that, she raised her arms, and to Wushang's astonishment, she gradually pushed the heavy mast off her back, rising once more. Wow, Mother, you're amazing. After regaining her footing, she stumbled briefly but quickly steadied herself, lifting Wushang once again and continuing their flight. Nestled in his mother's embrace, Wushang turned his head to gaze back at the place they had called home for the past 6 months, witnessing the receding glow of flames in the distance. Chapter 2. The departure of Mother in a desolate wilderness. A feeble flicker of fire danced precariously, as if it could be engulfed by the fierce winds and encroaching darkness at any moment. Wushang rubbed his stiff little hands before the fire, gazing into the pot that contained only a few wilted leaves floating in the broth. It had been a week since that fateful event, and for days they had been on the move. However, just 2 days prior, his mother had suddenly collapsed. She appeared so frail, unable to stand valiantly before Wushang as she once did. The villagers who shared their plight merely shook their heads upon witnessing the mother and son's condition, their faces etched with pity, yet they turned away without offering assistance. Now, in this unfamiliar ruin, only he and his mother remained. The howling winds raged outside, while his mother lay feverish on the makeshift bed behind him, transforming this place into their temporary refuge. The bed was strewn with hay, and the room was a mere corner formed by 2 crumbling walls, with only a tattered piece of canvas overhead, periodically emitting shrill, eerie sounds as it flapped in the wind. Cough. The sound of his mother's cough reached Wushang's ears, indicating she had awoken. It seemed her moments of consciousness were growing increasingly brief. In a flurry of urgency, Wushang scrambled to ladle out the almost clear broth from the pot and brought it to his mother. Mother, it's time to eat. Today, I found some wild vegetables, and this soup tastes delightful. Wushang spoke in a cheerful tone, despite his reddened eyes. His mother wearily opened her eyes, but could not suppress a couple of coughs, a trace of blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Mother, perhaps you will not be able to accompany me any longer. No, that cannot be. You will surely recover. Wuxiang could no longer contain his tears. His mother, with great difficulty, raised her hand to wipe away the droplets from the corners of his eyes. Listen to me, my child. Do not cry. Do you know why you are named Wuxiang? It is because your mother wishes for you to always face this world with a smile, to live on without sorrow. Do not harbor resentment towards your father, for your mother has always loved him, and he has always cherished us. Her gentle gaze remained fixed upon Wuxiang, as if she were expending her last ounce of strength to trace the contours of his tender face. At last, the hand that caressed Wuxiang's cheek fell limply, her beautiful eyes gradually closing, a single tear escaping and trailing down her ear. In the final moments of her life, an inexplicable light seemed to flicker in her eyes, yet it ultimately extinguished completely. Mother, the wild vegetable soup she had been carefully holding spilled onto the ground. Wuxiang grasped his mother's lifeless hand against his cheek, realizing that her palm no longer held the warmth it once did. Open your eyes and look at me again. I promise I will be twice as obedient from now on, and I will strive to ensure you live a happy life. I beg you not to sleep. The small Wuxiang could not fathom the concept of death, yet he understood that he might never again see his mother's tender gaze or hold her hand. Scalding tears surged forth like a river breaking its dam. Mother, do not die. Do not leave me. Save her. Who can save her? Anyone will do. I will do anything. Please come and save her. The desolate wilderness echoed with the anguished cries of a child, yet no miracle unfolded. Lightning streaked across the night sky, followed closely by the rumble of thunder. Torrential rain descended from the heavens without warning, the chilling droplets striking Wuxiang's face. The fire was extinguished by the deluge, prompting Wuxiang to turn and dash into the rain. Running wildly without purpose, he was unaware of his destination and clueless about what actions to take. Pain, an indescribable agony, constricted his breath. A protruding stone tripped Wuxiang, sending him sprawling into a mud pit, the muck choking his mouth and nostrils, yet he remained indifferent. Lying still in the mire, he saw no reason to rise. Why stand up? It seemed unnecessary. Remaining as he was felt quite sufficient. To do nothing, to think of nothing. Soon, he would reach the place where his mother resided. Time passed unnoticed as the torrential downpour subsided, and Wuxiang's consciousness began to blur. What was that sound? What did it matter? Was it the sound of crying? How could there be anyone's weeping in this desolation? Wuxiang opened his bleary eyes and staggered to his feet. His gaze appeared devoid of focus, resembling that of a mere shell of a person. Following the sound that reached his ears, he stumbled upon a stone where a baby, adorned with a peculiar necklace of blue gemstones, was wailing. Wuxiang approached the infant and gently lifted it, feeling its small form, remarkably light and tender. Remarkably, when he cradled the infant in his arms, her cries gradually ceased, giving way to a radiant smile that was utterly enchanting. She reached out with her chubby little hand to touch his mud-streaked face, and as the gentle sensation graced his skin, the dazed expression in his eyes finally regained focus. He gazed at the infant, a stranger in his embrace, his lips moving softly. Do you not have a mother either? How coincidental, for I too am without a mother. Tears streamed down his cheeks once more as he wept for the tiny being in his arms. Would you like to live with me? He asked, his voice choked with emotion. The infant merely giggled in response, her laughter a stark contrast to his sorrow. After a long while, he returned to their temporary dwelling. His mother lay there quietly, as if she were merely asleep, yet he could no longer hear her tenderly call his name, Shang. Kneeling before her, he cradled the infant. Mother, I have come back, and I bring you a daughter. He then turned to the little one in his arms, speaking softly to her. From this day forth, I shall be your brother, and you shall be my sister. My name is Wuxiang, and you shall be named Wuyo. Living joyfully without a care as we face the world together. He smiled through his grief. Come, let us take one last look at our mother. Little Wuyo gazed intently at the beautiful woman before her, seemingly sensing her brother's sorrow, and fell into a tranquil silence. After a considerable time, Wuxiang gently set his sister aside. He sought out a patch of soft earth, knelt down, and began to dig with fervor. Before long, his 10 fingers were raw, the nails filled with a mixture of dirt and blood. He seemed impervious to pain, relentlessly digging as if in a trance. Perhaps, compared to the anguish of losing his mother, this ordeal was but a trifling matter. The horizon began to blush with the first light of dawn. Meanwhile, he had excavated a pit nearly a meter deep. With great effort, he dragged his mother's lifeless body into the grave, reluctantly using his scarred hands to cover her with the cold, unfeeling earth. He lifted his sister, who lay on the ground, a faint smile gracing his lips, and little Wuyo mirrored his expression as if to respond to him. Standing before his mother's grave, he whispered, "Mother, I must leave now. I will live as you wished." As the first rays of dawn illuminated Wuxiang's face, he resolutely turned away, walking toward the boundless unknown. On this day, the world had taken my mother, yet it had bestowed upon me a sister. Chapter 3. The flames returning to the present. The evening glow appeared unusually vibrant. As if fiery plumes brushed against the sky, Wuxiang gazed at the heavens, captivated by the brilliant red hues, yet an unsettling premonition stirred within him, igniting a sense of unease. He quickened his pace, as the air became tinged with a familiar scent, elusive yet momentarily out of reach. Suddenly, Wuxiang spotted a figure sprawled on the ground. He rushed over to investigate, turning the person over. "Anyo, how could it be you?" The man, known as Anyo, bore a gaping wound in his abdomen, blood having nearly drained away, signaling his dire state. "What happened to you? Who did this? What transpired?" Wuxiang shouted in desperation. Anyo's eyes suddenly snapped open, resembling a flicker of life returning, yet his pupils were clouded and wild. "They have come." A hoarse whisper reached Wuxiang's ears, and with that, Anyo's presence faded entirely. Wuxiang gently laid Anyo down, his palm brushing over the bulging eyes. Yes, Wuxiang recalled, the acrid scent of gunpowder. Something dreadful had befallen the village. That crimson hue was not the evening glow, but rather the fierce blaze of a raging fire. Cursed be it. Wuxiang dashed frantically towards the village, questioning why. It had been ages since any conflict had erupted. How could this come without warning? Where were the alerts? Why had the Tianren's warnings not sounded? Along the way, remnants of aircraft appeared sporadically, utterly unrecognizable in their devastation. Yet Wuxiang discerned them as the Tianren fighter jets that had once soared above him. "Yo-Yo, please be safe. Wait for me. Wait for your brother." The wind howled fiercely in his ears, the thickening stench of smoke and blood overwhelming him, filling him with guilt. He had seen the Tianren forces. Why had he not anticipated this? The last attack was 3 years prior. Had he truly grown too complacent? Upon reaching the village entrance, his pupils constricted in horror. Before him lay a corpse, specifically, a Tianren soldier riddled with bloodied wounds, ultimately impaled upon a post by a spear. There was no time to linger on this. Bodies littered the ground, both villagers and soldiers alike. The dismembered corpse lay in grotesque disarray, with entrails and other viscera scattered across the ground. A solitary head dangled from the flagpole, once belonging to a vibrant and familiar individual, now reduced to mere ashes in this hellish realm of humanity. Wuxiang hastily returned home, only to find the dwelling nearly consumed by flames. "Yu, Yu," he called, but received no reply. Without a moment's hesitation, he rammed his shoulder against the burning door. "Where are you?" The searing flames scorched Wuxiang's face, and as the structure threatened to collapse, he remained oblivious to the impending doom. In a final surge of desperation, he burst forth. There was no sign of her. No bodies were present. She was nowhere to be found. Yet, Yu, with her frail legs, could hardly manage to walk unaided. Where could she possibly be? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The village elder. Wuxiang rushed to the elder's residence, where the door stood ajar, thick smoke billowing from within. On the floor, he discovered the elder, charred and bloodied. "Elder, wake up. Are you all right? Where's my sister? Have you seen her? Is that Wuxiang?" The elder murmured weakly. "Yes, it is I." Upon hearing his voice, the elder's agitation surged. "Quick, you must flee. They are coming. Everyone is dead, even the soldiers of the Heavenly Blade. It is all over. But what of my sister? Where is she?" Trembling, the elder raised a shaking hand, pointing towards a direction. "She, along with a few other children, are in the cellar." As he spoke, the elder's bloodshot eyes bulged, locking onto Wuxiang with a fervent grip on his arm. "Take them away. You must survive. I promise you." Wuxiang held back his tears, his grip on his companion's hand loosening. He immediately opened the trapdoor to the cellar, revealing 4 children huddled against the wall, including his sister. Their faces were etched with terror, too frightened to make a sound, silently weeping. "Brother!" Wuyo exclaimed in delight, stumbling to her feet and throwing herself into Wuxiang's embrace. The 12-year-old girl, though still somewhat childish, possessed a breathtakingly beautiful face and flawless skin, resembling an angel. "Shoo, do not be afraid. Your brother has returned." Wuxiang's anxious heart finally settled as he gently patted his sister's back, speaking in a soothing tone. "Yes, I know you will always find me," Wuyo replied cheerfully, releasing Wuxiang. He swiftly lifted her onto his back and turned his attention to the other 3 children. The youngest was the village chief's 10-year-old grandson. While the other 2 were a year or 2 younger than Wuxiang, he was their only hope now. Just as Wuxiang and the other children reached the doorway, the ground began to tremble. "Quick, get down. Stay silent." The vibrations grew closer, casting a shadow over them. A lizard-like creature, the size of a house, slowly approached the entrance. It was a giant lizard wyvern. Such a formidable creature was beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to confront. The giant lizard wyvern had mediocre vision, and the thick smoke swirling around would impair its sense of smell. Its massive head turned slowly, and its basketball-sized eyes fixated on the trembling children, exhaling a nauseating, putrid breath from its nostrils. A child could not resist the urge to glance upward, directly locking eyes with the colossal lizard dragon. His mouth instinctively parted in terror, poised to release a cry at any moment. Sensing the imminent danger, Wuxiang swiftly covered his mouth, stifling any sound. Time dragged on, each fleeting second feeling agonizingly prolonged. Perhaps the enormous lizard dragon had genuinely overlooked their presence, or perhaps it held no interest in the small creatures before it. After what felt like an eternity, it finally meandered away. Just as the group began to exhale in relief, a sharp crack reverberated, jolting them from their momentary reprieve. The ceiling beam above, unable to withstand the inferno's wrath, collapsed directly onto the village chief's 10-year-old grandson below. In a split second, Wuxiang lunged forward, shielding the child beneath him. While the splintering beam crashed onto his back, Wuxiang's face contorted in agony. His teeth clenched so tightly that blood oozed from his gums as he fought to suppress any sound. At last, the colossal lizard dragon receded into the distance. "Brother." Wuyo cautiously extended a hand, yearning to touch the wounds on Wuxiang's back, but hesitating in fear. Wuxiang grasped his sister's hand and shook his head. "Do not worry. I am fine. Brother is quite well." He peered out to survey the surroundings. No one was in sight. It was time to move. Wuxiang hoisted his sister onto his back and led the way, the friction against his injury causing him to gasp in pain, with the other 3 children trailing closely behind. The group navigated through the alleyways, Wuxiang taking the lead at each corner to ensure the path was clear of danger before proceeding. As they approached the village entrance, one could not help but marvel at the fortunate circumstances of their return, having encountered not a single adversary. Wuxiang cautiously peered out, only to retract immediately. Not far ahead, 3 towering creatures, over 2 meters tall, adorned with elongated tusks and clad in blue skin resembling that of wild men, ambled by, seemingly on patrol. These were the tusked giants, the servitors of those extraterrestrial beings. "Hide," Wuxiang urged as he and his sister leapt into a pile of hay, while others either dove into barrels or sought refuge in other hiding spots. The tusked giants passed by the entrance, oblivious to their presence, and for the moment, they had narrowly escaped danger. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending debris flying. An unfamiliar tusked giant appeared unexpectedly behind several of them, not one of the 3 previously encountered. Wuxiang's expression shifted to one of alarm. This spells serious trouble. Chapter 4. The tusked giant threw its head back and unleashed a deafening roar, akin to a war chariot rumbling forward. "Quick, take cover." The wall crumbled like so much tofu under the force of its charge. Its roar would surely attract other monstrous entities, and perhaps even the masterminds behind this invasion would become aware of their presence. Fleeing from such a creature was futile. It must be vanquished, Wuxiang reasoned. "Scatter. Do not cluster together." The children scrambled in all directions, utilizing hands and feet to escape. Wuxiang set his sister down and seized a sturdy pillar, striking it fiercely upon the giant's head from behind. The pillar splintered upon impact, and the giant staggered slightly, gingerly touching its head with its massive palm. It turned around, seemingly unscathed. How incredibly resilient, Wuxiang thought as he discarded the broken piece of pillar and fled. The enraged giant relentlessly pursued, swinging its fist, as large as a sandbag, down towards Wuxiang with tremendous force. Wuxiang adeptly leaped off the wall and precisely grasped the giant's ear, pulling himself onto the giant's neck with great force. He tightly wrapped his legs around the giant's neck and rained down a flurry of punches upon its head, striking the same spot repeatedly, until the giant's skull was indented from the blows. Sensing the excruciating pain radiating from its head, the giant swayed left and right, attempting to dislodge Wuxiang with its hands. But Wuxiang clung on like a stubborn adhesive, refusing to let go no matter how fiercely the giant tried. Suddenly, the giant crashed the back of its head into a wall, catching Wuxiang off guard as his back made intimate contact with the wall, shattering it and leaving him disoriented. His legs, which were wrapped around the giant's neck, loosened slightly, and he was on the verge of being thrown off. The hidden children understood that Wuxiang was their last hope. If he were to fail, they would all perish. Two slightly older boys, summoning their courage, rushed forward and each grabbed hold of one of the giant's arms, but their feeble strength was akin to mere trinkets on the giant's limbs. Nonetheless, their efforts bought Wuxiang a moment of respite. "Quick, let go!" Wuxiang shouted at the two boys, but their response was too slow. The giant forcefully flung its arm, effortlessly sending the boys flying. One landed fortuitously in a pile of hay, while the other was not so lucky, crashing against the hard stone wall, blood splattering, leaving his fate uncertain. The smallest child let out a shriek, while Wuxiang widened his eyes, covering his mouth in shock. How infuriating! The giant, filled with rage, revealed a fierce glint in its eyes. It crouched slightly, then propelled its heavy body skyward, aiming its head downwards to crash violently into the ground. If that blow connected, Wuxiang would be left severely injured, if not dead. He certainly wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Just as contact with the ground was imminent, Wuxiang released his grip with his legs, forcefully pushing off the giant's shoulder, narrowly evading disaster, while simultaneously scanning his surroundings for anything useful. With a thunderous crash, dust erupted from the impact as the giant emitted a chilling scream, its mind clouded in confusion. Before the dust could settle, a black iron rod descended from above, piercing through its throat. Roar! Roar! Wuxiang gripped the iron rod tightly, pinning the giant to the ground. Only when the giant ceased its struggles did he finally exhale in relief, collapsing onto the ground. Panting heavily, the children gathered around Wuxiang, with Wu Yu pointing at the bloodied youth. "Quick, see how he is." Wuxiang approached, squatting down, his expression darkening. "He is dead." The others' faces fell in sorrow. "Dead. Dead, he is dead." The boy who had fallen onto the pile of hay earlier, slightly injured, sat on the ground in shock, trembling and incoherent. Wuxiang turned and hoisted his sister onto his back once more, glancing back at the two. "There's no time. If you don't want to die, follow me now." With that, he charged ahead. The smallest child hurried to keep pace. "I don't want to die. Please, don't leave me behind." The boy, who had been sitting helplessly, hastily rose to pursue once more. This time, they successfully escaped the village, oblivious to the distant pair of eyes that scrutinized their every move. "Shall we chase after them, my lord?" inquired a figure clad in blue armor, distinctly unlike ordinary humans, addressing the leader with deference. "Indeed, we must pursue, but let us not hasten too swiftly," the man replied with a sinister smile. "How amusing it is that a few children managed to slay my slave. It is the struggle and resistance of prey that renders the hunt intriguing, is it not?" The members of the Skyblade were far too fragile. They perished before the game could truly begin. Yet these children have sparked a modicum of surprise within me. The subordinate behind him wore a look of apprehension. "But if the support troops of the Skyblade arrive, might it disrupt our retreat?" The leader's expression hardened. "Are you questioning my judgment?" "And no, my lord," the subordinate stammered, hastily kneeling in fear. The leader turned away, seemingly muttering to himself while offering an explanation. "Humph, the Skyblade? Merely a band of useless fools. Their reinforcements will not arrive swiftly. Even if they do, what difference will it make? These wretched human vermin are only fit to barely exist beneath the feet of us Lamerkans." With that, he led his men in pursuit of the direction taken by Wuxiang and the others. The desolate village returned to an eerie calm, with only the crackling of burning structures breaking the silence. Not long after the Lamerkans departed, a man and a woman descended from the heavens. The woman possessed a tall and statuesque figure, appearing to be in her 20s, with a cascade of fiery red hair tied into a high ponytail. She was clad in a white coat adorned with flame motifs, her golden eyes surveying the scene of the village. Following closely behind her was an elegant man with long hair. "Suyo, commence the scan," the woman instructed the man at her back. Upon receiving her command, the man pressed a button by his ear, from which a green electronic lens emerged. He surveyed the surroundings and, after a brief moment, returned to stand behind the woman. Report, Captain. No survivors detected. The entire village is left with only a few wandering monstrosities. TCH, have we arrived too late? The woman remarked with evident displeasure. The man continued to elucidate. The attack by the Limicans was sudden, and they have also enlisted nearby monsters to aid their assault. All settlements beyond the boundary have been attacked, and the stationed forces of Tianren have suffered significant losses. As the conversation unfolded, a thunderous roar echoed. The already dilapidated houses crumbled in waves as a colossal giant lizard-like pseudo-dragon burst forth. Clenched in its jaws was a fragment of a shattered human corpse. And upon spotting the two figures standing in the middle of the road, the pseudo-dragon seemed to find a source of delight, becoming animated with excitement. The man's expression turned serious as he prepared to engage, but the woman gestured for him to stand down. "Allow me," she declared, her pent-up fury seeking an outlet as this wretched beast presented itself. The red-haired woman grasped her hand, and a katana materialized from thin air. With a swift leap, she ascended, while the giant lizard-like pseudo-dragon inhaled deeply, preparing to unleash a ferocious blast of sand and stone towards the airborne woman. The surrounding trees and buildings were instantaneously reduced to fragments, and just as the focus turned to the woman, they were effortlessly cleaved in two. A flash of steel glimmered, and the massive head of the giant lizard-like dragon was severed from its body, hot blood cascading down like a waterfall, corroding the ground beneath into a pockmarked wasteland. "Let us depart." The woman calmly sheathed her blade, as if nothing had transpired, and turned to leave alongside the man beside her. Chapter 5. Fierce battle with the Limix soldiers. Wuxiang carried his sister on his back, memories flickering in his mind like fragmented shards. He recalled that day when his mother had fled, cradling him in her arms, and today he bore the weight of his sister. It felt like a cruel, unending cycle, relentless and inexorable. The group pressed on through the night until exhaustion rendered them immobile, unaware of the distance they had traversed. The moonlight was dim and murky. Glancing back, the towering flames had vanished from sight. Yet, when he closed his eyes, the horrors of the massacre loomed vividly. The despair and screams of beloved kin echoing like a haunting incantation in his ears. Fatigue weighed heavily upon them. Wuxiang scavenged for flammable materials and kindled a small fire, its flickering light illuminating their sorrowful faces, enveloping the atmosphere in a profound silence. Wuyo tore strips from his clothing to tend to Wuxiang's wounds. At last, the village chief's grandson broke the silence with a tremulous voice. "Brother Shang, do you think we can truly survive this?" Wuxiang yearned to provide immediate reassurance. He opened his mouth but hesitated. "I do not know, perhaps it is possible." A sharp crack echoed through the stillness of the environment, startling those present. Soon, a mysterious figure emerged slowly from behind a stone, accompanied by a mocking laughter. "Look what I've discovered. A few adorable little white mice." Without hesitation, Wuxiang shielded his companions behind him, straining to discern the stranger's features as he approached. The figure bore a resemblance to an ordinary human in stature, yet his facial features were markedly different. Clad in blue armor, his exposed skin was a ghastly pale, and he was devoid of hair. Wuxiang's mind began to form a conclusion. Not human, then, surely a soldier of the invaders. This was his first encounter with the invaders at such close quarters. Cold sweat trickled from his palms, and his heart raced wildly. Wuxiang steeled himself, adopting a defensive stance, yet his readiness only elicited further laughter from the foe. "Do the lowly insects dare to challenge me?" The soldier of the Limex scoffed, twisting his wrist and cracking his neck, awaiting Wuxiang's assault. "I shall not disappoint your expectations." With that, Wuxiang charged forward, throwing a punch, only to have it effortlessly dodged. The invader retaliated with a swift kick aimed at Wuxiang's head. Wuxiang crossed his arms in a futile attempt to block, only to be met with a punch that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Useless," the Limex soldier taunted. Wuxiang remained silent, scrambling to his feet to engage the enemy once more, yet within mere exchanges, he found himself once again knocked to the ground. The two opponents became entangled in fierce combat, with Wuxiang consistently at a disadvantage, repeatedly knocked down, yet seemingly oblivious to the pain, rising time and again. It was evident that the adversary relished the thrill of toying with their prey. Wuyo observed in silence, her nails digging into her palms. She loathed herself immensely, questioning why. During each of her brother's battles on her behalf, She could do nothing but watch. As time trickled by, the dynamics of the battlefield underwent a remarkable transformation. The tide turned from Wuxiang being relentlessly overwhelmed to engaging in a back-and-forth exchange, evenly matched. The Limix soldier initiated the assault, but Wuxiang remained composed, slightly tilting her head to evade the opponent's punch, countering with a strike aimed at his face. The Limix soldier was taken aback, using his free arm to deflect her blow. Seizing the opportunity, Wuxiang advanced, driving her knee forcefully into his abdomen. Staggered by the impact, the Limix soldier instinctively curled his body, only for Wuxiang to channel all her strength into a powerful punch that sent him sprawling. "Wonderful! Brother Xiang has defeated him," exclaimed the village chief's grandson, his voice filled with exhilaration from the sidelines. The slender figure of the youth stood tall, though battered and bruised, with a swollen visage and blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet exuding an indomitable spirit. "How is this possible?" The Limix soldier's expression twisted in agony, his jaw dislocated, his insides feeling as though they had been pulverized, and a numbing tremor coursed through his trembling arm. He could no longer afford to underestimate this child. There was something peculiar about him. His strength was astonishing, his agility remarkable, and his combat skills were becoming increasingly adept. Once again, Wuxiang launched an assault, and in their panic, the Limix soldiers drew forth an unfamiliar weapon, firing a shot that struck Wuxiang's calf. What? Wuxiang fell to the ground, the impacted area unexpectedly encased in a thick layer of impenetrable ice. "Brother!" Wuyo cried out in desperation. "I'm fine, don't come over," Wuxiang replied loudly. "Despicable!" The village chief's grandson seethed with indignation. "Ha! Ha ha! Do you still wish to show off?" The Limix soldier laughed maniacally, turning to the village chief's grandson. "Little brat, do you think this is a game? No. It is indeed a game, where the process is inconsequential, for the price of defeat is death." He then glanced down at the prostrate Wuxiang. "Hey, useless wretch, do you know what this is? It's called the freezing ray. Wherever it strikes, ice will form. And with just a gentle flick, boom," he exaggeratedly mimicked the action, "your leg will turn to mere fragments. And yet you will feel not a trace of pain." Wuxiang stubbornly lifted his head, struggling to rise, moving stiffly step by step towards his adversary. The Limix soldier fired again, causing Wuxiang to falter yet not halt, his left arm now encased in ice, just like his calf. As the third shot rang out, his right arm froze as well, yet he finally managed to laboriously approach his opponent. The Limix soldier looked down at Wuxiang, a twisted smile spreading across his face. "Do you know? I will freeze all your limbs, then shatter them. I shall turn you into a human puppet for my slow enjoyment." He anticipated witnessing fear and despair etched upon the face of the youth, yearning for the boy to plead for mercy, yet instead, he was met with an enigmatic smile that he could not comprehend, stirring an unsettling premonition within him. "I apologize for disappointing your expectations." Without hesitation, he shattered the encasing ice that enveloped him, swiftly seizing the youth by the neck and forcefully slamming him head first onto the unforgiving ground. In a single bound, he descended, channeling all his strength into an elbow strike aimed at the soldier's heart. "Ah!" The soldier of Limix let out a blood-curdling scream, a spray of crimson erupting high into the air, disbelief evident in his eyes. He stood tall, gazing down upon the soldier, whose breaths grew shallow and labored. How does it feel to be vanquished by a mere waste? The onlookers stood in stunned silence, still grappling with the reality of the situation. Even he, in that moment, remained uncertain, initially believing his fate was sealed. Yet, upon closer reflection, it seemed that the so-called freezing ray had little effect on him. It was precisely due to the opponent's complacency that he was able to execute a decisive blow. "Hooray! We have triumphed. Brother Xiang has emerged victorious." The village chief's young grandson cheered exuberantly. "Brother, I knew it." Wuyo wiped away the tears that had gathered at the corners of his eyes. Xiang began to rummage through the fallen Limix soldier's belongings. Besides the freezing ray, there was another weapon, presumably a gun, though he was uncertain how to operate it. After much tinkering, a blinding light flashed, and a transparent hole appeared on the stone at the gun's muzzle. "Excellent." A smile graced his lips as he meticulously stripped the armor from the soldier's body, donning each piece for himself. It felt somewhat weighty, yet manageable. "Let us depart. We cannot linger in this place." Just as the group took a few steps, a beam of light shot into the sky, exploding and illuminating the dark night as if it were day. Lowering their heads, they beheld the cruel smile of the soldier from Limix who should have perished. only to see him tilt his head and breathe his last. This is a signal flare. Wuxiang realized this with a pang of regret. Indeed, I had underestimated the situation. Chapter 6. Severely wounded, it is a signal flare. Quickly, not far away, 5 Limex soldiers, having spotted the dazzling light ascending into the heavens, immediately converged towards it. Wuxiang urged his companions to sprint forward, contemplating whether to split up for their escape. However, upon assessing the condition of his 2 companions, he dismissed that notion. Allowing them to act independently might render their survival even more precarious. Suddenly, sounds of pursuit echoed from behind. Cursed be their speed. Utilizing the cover of darkness, Wuxiang maneuvered left and right, yet their pursuers remained relentlessly close. It appeared they could not shake them off. Wuxiang surmised that their adversaries possessed means of tracking them. His suspicions were indeed correct. The Limex soldiers were equipped with biological detectors, enabling them to pinpoint the location of living beings within a certain radius. Brother, I can no longer run. I too cannot continue. Wuxiang observed his companions slowing down, a heavy weight settling in his heart. He himself was nearing exhaustion. Glancing towards the horizon, he noted that dawn was approaching. Hurry, over there, he commanded, pointing towards a rocky outcrop. They leaped inside, and Wuxiang gently set his sister down before turning to leave. Brother, where are you going? Wuyo inquired anxiously. I shall fight, of course. Wuxiang sought refuge behind a barrier, where a small aperture allowed for a keen observation of the battlefield. He inhaled deeply, gripping a firearm in each hand. How exhausting! Yet, he could not afford to relax even the slightest. Several Limex soldiers, utilizing biological sensors, detected Wuxiang and his comrade's cessation of movement. They are close. Everyone, stay vigilant. What is there to fear? Merely a few humans. The footsteps drew nearer. Wuxiang peered through the small opening and spotted 3 soldiers. Closer, just a bit more, 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters now. Without hesitation, Wuxiang squeezed the trigger. Bang! 1 soldier collapsed in response. There. The remaining 2 soldiers, realizing the threat, unleashed a barrage of gunfire towards Wuxiang, obliterating the barrier in an instant. Have I succeeded? No, not yet. Wuxiang rolled out from the cloud of smoke, wielding a gun in each hand, running and shooting as he engaged in a fierce exchange with the 2 soldiers, flames of gunfire dancing around them. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, a bullet struck Wuxiang in the back. Although protected by armor, he could not suppress a spurt of blood. How could this happen? One misstep led to another, as fire erupted from all directions toward Wuxiang. His arm and thigh were punctured, followed swiftly by a gunshot to his abdomen. The weapon slipped from his grasp, and ultimately, he could no longer withstand the pain, collapsing to his knees as blood poured uncontrollably from his mouth. With a slight turn of his head, he was startled to discover 2 soldiers behind him, yet he remained oblivious. A bitter sensation welled up within Wuxiang. Was this to be his end? You there, do not hide any longer. Come forth. A soldier shouted loudly. A few figures emerged cautiously from behind the stone wall, their faces etched with terror. Wuyo, upon witnessing her brother's grievous state, was overcome with sorrow, her tears flowing uncontrollably. She attempted to rise but fell to the ground, struggling to crawl towards Wuxiang, inch by agonizing inch. Yu. Wuxiang slowly lifted his drooping eyelids, his fingers twitching slightly, and then, to the astonishment of the Limex soldiers, he stood up, moving with excruciating slowness, leaving a trail of bloody footprints as he made his way towards Wuyo. The 4 soldiers aimed their rifles at him, shifting their positions in tandem with his movement. At last, Wuyo reached Wuxiang and buried her face in his blood-soaked embrace. The Limex soldiers grinned maliciously, encircling the 2. I never imagined we could still lose one of our own like this. Little ones, surrender. If you crawl to my feet, perhaps I might spare your lives. The air fell silent for a few seconds until a timid voice broke the stillness. Oh really? Wuxiang, Wuyo, and the village chief's grandson all turned to the speaker, who had remained mostly silent throughout their ordeal. Of course, the Limex soldier replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, the boy slowly lowered himself, crawling step by step towards the soldier who had spoken. The soldiers watched this unfolding scene with a sense of twisted amusement. Don't go, Wuxiang urged. The boy turned back, guilt written across his blood-stained face. Wuxiang, I'm sorry. I just want to live. With that, he crawled to the soldier's feet, looking up with a sycophantic smile. What a good child, the soldier said as he bent down, reaching out to pat the boy's head. Too bad there will be no reward. The soldier's fingers suddenly tightened, grasping the boy's head and lifting him up. The boy's face contorted in terror, his limbs flailing helplessly in the air. No, please no. With a resounding thud. Amidst the collective gaze of onlookers, the boy's head was crushed like a rotten watermelon by the soldier's grip. The headless body collapsed to the ground. The soldier licked the sticky blood from his hands, a look of ecstasy spreading across his face. The village chief's grandson, paralyzed by fear, sat on the ground in a state of frenzy, scrambling to escape. A gunshot rang out, and a bullet pierced through his body. Wu Shang's eyes widened in horror, yet he felt utterly powerless. He slowly moved closer, cradling the dying child in his arms. "Shang, brother, it hurts. I'm so cold," came the faint, intermittent voice. Wu Shang closed his eyes, a tear silently cascading down his cheek, as he spoke in a gentle tone. "Hush, it will soon stop hurting. Soon you won't feel cold anymore. Just hold on a little longer." Moments later, the child in his embrace departed from this world. Wu Shang laid him down and took his sister's hand. In her eyes, he saw only himself, devoid of any fear. "It's your turn now, little ones. Farewell." For soldiers aimed their rifles at them. Wu Shang threw himself over his sister, bracing for the inevitable arrival of death. Suddenly, a woman's ethereal figure appeared out of nowhere, tenderly enveloping the two siblings in her embrace, as a silent, icy mist descended upon them. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Wu Shang felt no pain. Opening his eyes in confusion, he raised his head and was astonished by the scene before him. The surrounding trees, weeds, stones, and the four soldiers poised to fire transformed into ice sculptures, their expressions forever frozen in time. As a gentle breeze swept through, these ice figures shattered, dissolving into swirling dust that vanished into the ether. A miracle had indeed occurred. In that fleeting moment, Wu Shang felt as though he were enveloped in the long-lost embrace of his mother. Perhaps it was merely an illusion. We are not dead. Dawn has arrived. And now only the two of us continue our journey." Wu Shang hoisted his sister onto his back once more, yet this time he could hardly move, progressing at an agonizingly slow pace. Hunger, fatigue, and injuries relentlessly tormented both his body and spirit, each step weighing heavily upon him, leaving deep impressions in the earth. "Brother," Wu whispered from Wu Shang's back. "Wu, do not speak." Wu Shang interrupted her. "You are my salvation, and I am your sole protector. As long as I draw breath, I shall not allow." Chapter 7. Wu's determination. In a desolate, uninhabited forest, the young boy trudged forward, his eyes vacant and his complexion pale. He was oblivious to his surroundings and his purpose. Only a singular thought propelled him onward. He must not halt. Yet, even the strongest resolve can falter when the body reaches its limits. With a thud, he collapsed, unable to rise again. "Brother." Wu tumbled from Wu Shang's back and hurried to assess his condition, clearly distressed to witness the dire state of both his body and spirit. She had already lost consciousness. Throughout her life, Wu had never witnessed her brother in such a feeble state. As she surveyed her surroundings, she found herself amidst a jungle seldom trodden by human feet. Fortunately, it seemed that no formidable monsters lurked nearby. Yet, if this continued, even in the absence of pursuers, her brother would succumb to death due to the lack of energy replenishment and medical aid. Wu felt a sense of confusion. In such dire circumstances, who could possibly assist them? Gazing at Wu Shang's cracked lips, a thought suddenly struck her. Wu procured a sharp twig, gripping it tightly in her palm. She supported Wu Shang, allowing him to rest his head upon her thigh. Closing her eyes and turning her face slightly, she fiercely drew the twig across her wrist. Vivid crimson droplets cascaded onto Wu Shang's face, and Wu couldn't suppress a muffled groan. Hastily, she pried open Wu Shang's mouth to let the blood flow in smoothly. Wu Shang sensed something entering his mouth, and instinctively, his throat began to move. "How wonderful! He can still swallow," Wu mused in surprise. As the blood continued to flow, Wu's complexion began to pale. "No, it is still insufficient." She tore a strip from her clothing to bandage her wrist, and then, with renewed resolve, inflicted another painful cut on her other wrist with the twig. A wave of dizziness swept over her, and for a fleeting moment, her mind became hazy, her eyelids growing heavier. She shook her head vigorously and slapped her face, urging herself to remain conscious. Sensing a slight increase in Wu Shang's breath, albeit minimal, brought her a modicum of comfort. "Wu, oh Wu, you cannot sleep. You must not succumb to slumber. You must urgently find a safe haven." She tightened her legs. Trembling as she stood up, Yet before she could take a step, she fell back down. Where could she possibly go in such a state? Since childhood, Wuyo had suffered from weak legs, and Wuxiang had sought the help of numerous village doctors, but they all claimed there was nothing wrong, leaving the reason for her inability to walk a mystery. In light of this, Wuxiang had crafted a wheelchair for Wuyo with his own hands, pushing her wherever he went. It was likely that the wheelchair had been reduced to ashes in the Great Fire by now. If she could not walk, then she would crawl. Wuyo lay on the ground, slowly inching forward a meter before turning back to grasp Wuxiang's arms and attempt to drag him. However, her strength was far too feeble to move her brother. She crawled back, removing the tattered armor that hung from Wuxiang. This time, she made another attempt to pull him, and at last, she could barely manage to drag him along. The fiery sun hung high in the sky, gradually slanting westward until it dipped below the horizon. Wuyo was unaware of how far she had crawled. Her arms and legs were raw and bloodied, dirt and stones clinging to her torn flesh. Sweat dripped from her forehead into her eyes, and her limbs had long succumbed to numbness. Behind them lay a long trail of blood, a mingling of her own and Wuxiang's. The tender green grass was stained with crimson, appearing both vibrant and sinister. What was that? A cave. Wuyo's heart soared with joy as she summoned the last of her strength to pull her brother in that direction. As darkness enveloped the sky, they finally managed to reach the cave. Wuyo propped Wuxiang up, arranging him into a comfortable position to lie down, while she leaned against the cave wall, gasping for breath. At that moment, a flash of red caught Wuyo's eye. The sky was somewhat overcast, and she rubbed her eyes, only to discern that a berry bush was growing not far from the cave entrance. Berries? Thank heavens! At that instant, Wuyo felt an overwhelming urge to weep with joy. She moved slightly, causing her still-healing wound to tear open once more, eliciting sharp gasps of pain. After considerable effort, she managed to crawl to the base of the berry tree, a smile blossoming on her face. Fortunately, the bush was low enough that she did not need to climb to harvest the berries. Otherwise, she would have found herself utterly at a loss. As she reached out her hand, a series of high-pitched squeaks echoed in the air. Turning her head, she spotted a pair of crimson eyes fixed intently on her from 3 meters away. It was a creature resembling a mouse, about the size of a standard dog, with an unmistakably malevolent glare. "Little mouse, could you spare me a few berries? I truly need them," Wuyo said, startled yet forcing a smile that aimed to appear as friendly as possible. However, how could such a beast truly heed her words? In an instant, it transformed into a shadow, lunging toward her. With a gasp, Wuyo instinctively raised her arm to shield herself, but the monstrous rodent sank its teeth into her arm, its massive incisors nearly piercing through her delicate flesh. In a frenzy, Wuyo's other hand grasped a dry twig, which she plunged into the creature's eye. The giant mouse emitted a heart-wrenching scream, releasing its grip as it writhed on the ground in agony before ultimately fleeing. "I'm sorry, but for my brother's sake, I had to do this." Trembling and still in shock, Wuyo raised her bloodied hand, carefully plucking the berries from the tree one by one. Before crawling back into the cave, she pried open Wuxiang's mouth and inserted a berry, then waited patiently. Seconds later, Wuyo suddenly reacted, a hint of self-mockery gracing her features. "How foolish of me! How could I forget how my brother is supposed to chew at a time like this?" Wuyo retrieved the berry from Wuxiang's mouth, holding it in her hand, and as a thought crossed her mind, her face flushed with a suspicious hue. Without hesitation, she popped the berry into her own mouth. The flavor of the berry was far from delightful, yet at that moment, it surpassed even the finest nectar. Wuyo cradled Wuxiang, transferring the chewed berry morsel into his throat. Bit by bit, in a tender ritual. As the night deepened, Wuxiang's eyelids fluttered slightly. "Who am I? Where am I?" So soft, so warm. Just as Wuxiang began to regain consciousness, a familiar voice echoed in his ears. "Brother, you're awake. This is wonderful," Wuyo exclaimed, her eyes glistening with joy, only to succumb to a sense of relief as she fainted. "Yuyo." Wuxiang rose from his sister's embrace, pulling her into his arms instead. Observing her pitiful state and the wound on her wrist, he was engulfed by profound guilt, tasting the lingering metallic and sourness in his mouth. He pondered the toll it must have taken on his sister's frail body to bring him to this place. "It's my fault. I am such a useless brother." Wuxiang tightened his grip around her, holding her fiercely. As dawn broke, Wuxiang realized it had been ages since he felt this sensation of time dragging on interminably. The person in his arms stirred slightly, and he looked down to meet Wuyo's hazy gaze. Brother. Yes, I am here. I wish to share something with you. All right, I am listening. Release me and depart swiftly. Are you out of your mind? Wushang's expression froze for a moment, only to be replaced by a surge of fury. No, I am not mad. I am completely lucid. Wuyo calmly shook her head. Impossible. Do not even think about it. With that, Wushang deliberately turned his head aside, refusing to meet Wuyo's gaze. Wuyo reached out, caressing Wushang's cheek, guiding his head back to face her. Brother, hear me out. They will inevitably come, and with me, we shall perish. If it were just you, there might still be hope. If one can survive, why must we all die together? What nonsensical reasoning is this? What I desire is for us to live together. Better to perish together than for one to survive alone. The air grew still, silence enveloping them for a long moment, until Wuyo could not help but let out a bitter smile. Truly, I find myself powerless against you. Wushang gently flicked his sister's forehead. Humph, those words should come from me. Chapter 8. Remnants of sorrow. The siblings embraced, feeling each other's heartbeat, savoring this fleeting warmth amidst a cruel world, where they served as each other's solace. Let us try once more, Wushang suddenly declared. Try what? Wuyo inquired, puzzled as she looked up. Let us attempt to get you on your feet. I cannot. It is all right. Believe in yourself. But, very well. Wuyo hesitated briefly, but ultimately acquiesced. Wushang rose and positioned himself behind Wuyo, grasping her arms. With his support, Wuyo trembled but managed to stand. Now, lift your left leg and take the first step. Wuyo, hearing her brother's words, exerted herself, yet her legs felt as if they were seized by cramps, rendering her powerless. Desperation welled up, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead, but she finally managed to move a fraction. Excellent. Raise your right leg and take the second step. Upon hearing this, Wuyo trembled as she shifted her right leg just a little. After taking those 2 steps, a sense of relief washed over her, and the tremors in her legs began to subside. Thus, Wushang supported Wuyo as they walked 10 steps together before he finally released her hand. Instantly, without his support, Wuyo wavered precariously, akin to a fragile boat on the verge of capsizing amidst tumultuous waves. Wuyo, steady yourself. Keep going. Wushang shouted from behind. No, I cannot become a burden to my brother. Fueled by this conviction, Wuyo miraculously began to move. As realization dawned upon her, she stood there in disbelief. Brother, I can walk, she exclaimed, her voice quivering with emotion, before stumbling into Wushang's embrace. He opened his arms to catch his nearly falling sister, his heart brimming with excitement. Equal to hers. Had it not been for the myriad of trials they had faced, he would have certainly celebrated by embracing and kissing every villager in joy. Wuyo, newly capable of walking yet still struggling and injured, leaned on Wushang, whose internal injuries were far more severe. Together, they supported each other as they set forth once more. What awaited them ahead? Perhaps no one knows. Dreams are sweet, and the road is long. With each step, they traversed hills, waded through valleys, and emerged from the thicket. Brother, I can't go on any longer. Then, let us take a rest. The 2 individuals found a stone upon which to rest. Brother, after traveling such a distance, have we truly escaped? Wuyo gently rested her head on Wushang's shoulder, inquiring softly. I am uncertain. Perhaps we are safe now? Wushang replied, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. No sooner had he spoken than a fierce wind swept through, and a strange figure suddenly descended from the sky. Arriving so late, you have kept me waiting for quite some time, the figure remarked. It was a Lamikian. Wushang felt a jolt of fear. His muscles tensed as he stood protectively in front of Wuyo. This individual was even taller than the Lamikian soldiers, adorned with a pair of long horns, and donned armor of a slightly different design. Wushang braced himself, sensing an overwhelming pressure he had not encountered before. Despite being battered and the odds appearing grim, he could not abandon hope, for there was someone he needed to protect behind him. The figure extended a hand, and Wushang's body moved uncontrollably, flying through the air until he was grasped by the throat, suspended aloft. Struggling, his face flushed crimson, yet the grip of the Lamikian was as unyielding as iron. You have caused the loss of several of my soldiers. I find myself compelled to take you back for a thorough dissection, the Lamikian chuckled. He raised his other hand, dark energy swirling within his palm. Do you know what this is? It is the energy of dark matter, a substance you, a mere insect, will never encounter in your lifetime. A mere touch, and you would be reduced to particles. With that, the energy in the Lamikian's hand dissipated. Rest assured, I shall not wield it against you, for that would render your demise too swift, depriving me of considerable amusement. I derive greater pleasure from witnessing scenes where individuals are obliterated by arcane energies. Wu Shang sensed an intangible force seeping from the palms of the Limic people into his very being. He could not discern its nature, yet it bore a resemblance to the energy emitted by the firearms wielded by the Limic soldiers. Wu Shang's body, unable to withstand the overwhelming onslaught of magical energy, was on the verge of rupture, contorted in agony. Before him, the Limic individual savored the expression of torment upon his face. Infuriating. So formidable. Completely unshakable. Scoundrel. Release my brother. The Limic man glanced down to see a young girl pounding on his thigh, akin to playful scratching. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as it fell upon the necklace adorning Wu Yu's neck. With a swift motion, the Limic man hurled Wu Shang aside and seized Wu Yu instead. Hey, little girl, where did you acquire that necklace? Wu Yu remained silent, flailing her legs in a futile attempt to kick the Limic man's face, but she fell short. This necklace harbored an extraordinary power previously unseen. Unexpectedly, this encounter yielded an unforeseen boon. The Limic man mused. You scoundrel, release my sister. Wu Shang, in a frenzy, charged forward, clenching his fists with all his might. The Limic man disdainfully cast a glance at Wu Shang, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying, his body transforming into a projectile that shattered boulders upon impact. Humph, too weak. Brother, let go of me, you villain. Let me go? Wu Yu gazed at the place where Wu Shang had fallen, desperately clawing at the hand of the Limic people. As they turned to leave, a sound echoed behind them, causing their expression to darken ominously. You bastard. I told you to let go of my sister. Did you not hear me? A bloodied hand emerged from the rubble, and a boy, utterly unrecognizable, crawled forth. Wu Xiang's vision blurred, every cell in his body screamed, and he felt himself rapidly disintegrating. You have successfully enraged me. I shall reduce you to dust. The Limic individual hurled Wu Yu aside, gathering dark energy in their hands. Brother, don't come over. Run. Just run. Wu Yu cried out hoarsely. Wu Xiang saw a mass of black energy hurtling toward him, death looming so near, and he shut his eyes. In that instant, a small figure surged forth with miraculous speed, darting in a particular direction. A flash of darkness passed by. There was no pain as anticipated. Wu Xiang opened his eyes, his pupils constricting in shock as he beheld his sister, arms wide open, shielding him. Wu Yu's body slumped softly into his embrace, her once vibrant eyes now vacant. Wu Xiang collapsed to the ground, cradling his sister. Brother, I fear I can no longer accompany you, Wu Yu whispered weakly. No. Please, do not leave me. Tears streamed down Wu Xiang's face, his lips trembling uncontrollably. Do not mourn my departure. This world still holds countless beautiful things awaiting your discovery. The greatest fortune of my life has been encountering you. I am overjoyed to die for you. It shall accompany you in my stead, and I will eternally reside in your heart. Wu Yu removed the necklace from her neck and placed it into Wu Shang's palm. No, I do not desire it. I only want you. Wu Shang fervently shook his head. Wu Yu gazed into Wu Shang's eyes, filled with boundless affection. She extended her now translucent hands to caress his cheek, as if tenderly stroking something of utmost importance. Brother, I love you. Farewell. Chapter 9. Salvation. Wu Shang felt an emptiness in his embrace as Wu Yu's body transformed into specks of light, drifting towards the heavens with the wind. He desperately reached out, yet could only watch helplessly as the luminous particles slipped through his fingers. The fields echoed with the boy's sorrowful wails. Wu Shang felt a lingering warmth upon his lips, yet the source of that warmth had completely vanished from this world. Clenching the necklace in his palm, his reason began to spiral into madness. Why must it always be this way? Mother has departed. Sister has left. Am I to be abandoned once more? I am left with nothing. The Limic people observed this scene, the sole witnesses to this tragedy. Though they were taken aback by the unfolding events, it mattered little. They only needed to kill the boy and retrieve the necklace. One step at a time, they advanced towards Wu Shang, energy coalescing in their hands. Wu Shang knelt upon the ground, emanating a terrifying aura of murderous intent. Raising his head to gaze at the approaching figure, the pupils of his eyes gradually faded away, and ominous black runes crept across his skin, barely discernible beneath the veil of blood. However, he was gravely injured. His collapsing body could no longer muster any strength. The Limic man raised his hand to end Wu Shang's life when suddenly, A colossal sword engulfed in terrifying flames descended from the heavens, embedding itself between the two. Just before his vision succumbed to darkness, Wuxiang caught a glimpse of a red-haired woman's silhouette. As the blazing sword dissipated, it transformed the landscape into a sea of fire, the searing heat causing the Limic man's skin to sting. He finally discerned the newcomer, a red-haired woman wielding a katana. Her visage somewhat familiar, though he struggled to place it. Was she one of the Tianren? Cautiously, he discreetly emitted a sonic signal to convey to his troops. You must be the leader of this ambush, the woman stated, directing her blade at the Limic man. Indeed, it seems you have already admired my masterpiece. He replied with a sense of pride. Now, prepare to pay the price for your creation. Without further ado, the red-haired woman lunged first, her form transforming into a fleeting shadow as she struck at the Limic man with her blade. He swiftly recoiled, yet despite his quick reflexes, blood still erupted from his chest. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his cheek, only to be evaporated by the surrounding heat. His once proud armor felt as fragile as paper against the woman's blade, the cut extending from his right rib to his left shoulder, nearly disemboweling him with a single stroke. Too swift. This human woman is terrifying, the Limic person contemplated to himself. The red-haired woman, undeterred by her failure to vanquish her foe with a single strike, pressed on with her assault. The Limic individual conjured two spheres of black energy in his hands and hurled them towards her, only for her to effortlessly sever them. Do not underestimate the Limic, he declared, as two energy blades emerged from the armor on his arms. The pair clashed instantly, engaging in a fierce melee that sparked with intensity. However, within less than half a minute, a scream pierced the air as an arm was hurled high into the sky. The Limic staggered backward, his initial arrogance evaporating. Not only was his arm severed, but the stump blazed with an unquenchable fire, inflicting him with excruciating agony. Curse it! Why has my army not yet arrived? Still waiting for your troops? The red-haired woman inquired calmly, seemingly having divined the Limic's thoughts. How could you know? The Limic gasped in shock. Because you will not see them again. Wait. The flames, the red hair, the woman. She is. The Limic finally recognized the woman's identity. But it was regrettably too late. Cataclysmic flame sword. The red-haired woman pointed a finger skyward, and as her words fell, a terrifying colossal sword of fire coalesced above the Limic's head. As the giant sword descended, the Limic stood powerless against its might, unable to even utter a cry before being reduced to ash. The battle concluded, and a man approached from a distance, leaping gracefully to stand behind the red-haired woman. Is everything taken care of? She asked without turning her head. All enemies have been thoroughly eradicated, leaving no trace behind. The scattered survivors have been handed over to the nearest Tianshan branch, the man reported in detail. Quick, see how the boy is faring, commanded the red-haired woman, pointing at the motionless Wuxiang on the ground. Upon hearing this, the man promptly approached to assess Wuxiang's condition. He noticed the boy's brow furrowing increasingly, and shook his head with a sigh. Captain, this boy is beyond saving. Over 80% of his bones are shattered, and all his organs have sustained varying degrees of injury. He is scarcely distinguishable from a corpse. I see. It is unfortunate that we arrived too late. The red-haired woman murmured, her gaze dimming slightly as she looked upon Wuxiang. She couldn't help but feel a pang of regret for this ordinary boy, raised outside the realm of Anjia and devoid of any training, who had single-handedly slain numerous Limic soldiers and held out against that small leader for so long. Such indomitable spirit and steadfastness commanded her genuine admiration. Wait, are you saying he is still alive? The red-haired woman suddenly inquired. The man nodded. It must be a miracle that this boy, in such a dire state, still clings to life. However, it is almost tantamount to being dead. Take him with us, the red-haired woman decisively ordered. The man hesitated for a moment. Captain, we cannot save him, even with the medical resources at headquarters. The probability of reviving him is less than 5%, and he likely won't hold on until then. Even if he were to survive, he would either be in a vegetative state or permanently disabled. The red-haired woman was certainly aware of this fact. Perhaps her actions were merely a form of self-comfort. To save one's soul is better than none, and one must persevere as long as possible. Furthermore, no individual who has fought valiantly should be left to rest in desolate lands. She lamented. With this sentiment expressed, the man found himself without rebuttal. He hoisted the unconscious figure of Wuxiang onto his shoulder, silently wishing that the young lad would indeed endure. Following closely behind the red-haired woman, he surveyed their surroundings, and, after a prolonged hesitation, could not suppress his voice any longer. Captain, although I have reiterated this countless times, I must remind you once more. Tianren has explicit regulations. Even in battle, one cannot recklessly set fire to the mountains. Upon hearing this, the red-haired woman chuckled sheepishly. Did I not forget the moment I acted? I shall exercise more restraint next time. Oh dear, Suyu, you are such a fuss budget. This demeanor will surely hinder your chances of finding a girlfriend. A bitter pang struck Suyu's heart as he yearned to remind the captain that the very prohibition against setting fire to the mountains was instituted specifically for her sake. Moreover, what did this have to do with romantic pursuits? Did she not also remain single? Nevertheless, he decided against voicing his thoughts, for he was merely her subordinate and ought to consider his own future. As the red-haired woman became enveloped in a surge of magical energy, two enormous fiery wings unfurled behind her. Meanwhile, the man known as Suyu activated the mechanical wings from his armor. Together, they ascended into the sky, soaring towards the distant horizon. Chapter 10. Dreams. In a hospital room at the Tianren Headquarters Medical Center, a young boy lay quietly on the bed, surrounded by various instruments, their mechanical electronic sounds rhythmically ticking away. Wuxiang felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue and drowsiness. He opened his eyes to gaze at his little sister, who was curled up in his arms, so small she seemed as fragile as a porcelain doll, easily broken with the slightest touch. At that moment, a frown marred Wuxiang's face. His sister had been crying incessantly since morning. No amount of coaxing seemed to soothe her. Was she perhaps feeling unhappy? With this thought, he lifted her gently to his face, contorting his features into a comical grimace, his mouth askew, eyes squinted, and tongue protruding. Little Wuyo paused, momentarily captivated by Wuxiang's antics. But soon her expression cracked, and she burst into loud wails. Wuxiang slapped his forehead in frustration. It appeared that his sister was not unhappy after all. But what could be the reason for her tears? If this continued, she might cry herself into distress. Suddenly, a gurgling sound echoed through the room. Wuxiang placed a hand on his empty stomach and sighed. Could it be that his sister had been crying due to hunger? How foolish of him. That must surely be the cause. He extended a finger slowly toward her mouth, and little Wuyo blinked her eyes, reaching out with her tiny hands to grasp his finger and suck on it, finally ceasing her cries. Watching her adorable expression, Wuxiang's face broke into a gentle smile. But where could he possibly find something to eat now? In this vicinity, there was not only a lack of food, but even the faintest hint of a human presence was absent. He could not bear the thought of allowing his newly acquired sister to perish from hunger. If she were to die of starvation, he would loathe himself for all eternity. The mere contemplation of such a dreadful fate sent shivers down his spine. Fear not, dear Yu, for your brother shall certainly procure sustenance for you. Thus, Wuxiang continued his journey, treading onward until the sun dipped below the horizon. His sister, nestled in his arms, had ceased her tears, not due to being satiated, but rather from sheer exhaustion after weeping without respite. His anxiety deepened with each passing moment. At that juncture, a quaint little pasture came into view. A pasture? Perhaps there might be a cow. Wuxiang dashed towards it, cradling his sister, and upon finding the surroundings deserted, he stealthily slipped into the barn. The interior was dimly lit, yet to his delight, there stood a cow. Sensing the presence of strangers, the cow exhibited slight agitation. Easy now, gentle creature, he murmured softly. We are but harmless souls, seeking only a modicum of your milk. Wuxiang, not yet taller than the cow's legs, approached cautiously, tenderly stroking the cow's belly while speaking soothingly. Perhaps the two little ones posed no threat. Or perhaps the cow found comfort in his touch. Either way, the bovine seemed unperturbed. Wuxiang crouched beneath the cow's belly, positioning his sister's tiny mouth towards the teat. Little Yu grasped the teat with her small hands, fervently attempting to suckle, yet the teat was far too large for her to extract even a drop of milk. What to do? Wuxiang furrowed his brow in distress. This was no viable solution. He shifted his stance, cradling his sister with one arm while using the other to firmly squeeze the cow's teat. A stream of milk erupted, splattering all over the face of the little girl, while Wuxiang, who had never milked a cow before, clearly lacked the necessary technique. The aggrieved cow emitted a disgruntled moo. Shortly thereafter, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside, causing Wuxiang to panic and hurriedly retreat with his sister into a corner. A middle-aged man pushed open the barn door, wielding a flashlight in his hand. Wuxiang, concealed in his hiding place, was easily discovered. Instinctively, he raised his hand to shield his eyes from the harsh light. The man initially assumed that some animal or beast had entered the barn, only to find 2 children instead, which relaxed his demeanor. "You may leave," he stated indifferently, turning to depart. "Please, save my sister," Wushang cried out as he saw the man about to leave. The man's footsteps faltered as he turned to regard the siblings behind him. Noticing the man's apparent indifference, Wushang knelt down, clutching his sister, and bowed his head to the ground. "Sir, I implore you, save my sister. She is on the verge of starvation." The man's expression shifted to one of complexity at Wushang's desperate plea, and he let out a resigned sigh. As leaves danced gracefully in the autumn breeze, Wushang sat by the hearth with his sister, the flames crackling and casting a warm glow upon his youthful face, reminding him of the long-forgotten warmth. The door creaked open, and the man returned, holding a steaming bowl of milk, which he handed to Wushang. With heartfelt gratitude, Wushang accepted the bowl. This seemingly ordinary milk represented his sole hope. Cradling his sister with one arm, while carefully feeding her with the other, he watched as little Wuyo finally succumbed to slumber after having her fill, and he gently rocked her in his embrace. The uncle placed a bowl of milk before Wushang, who looked somewhat perplexed. "What is this, uncle?" "Drink it," came the gentle reply. "No, thank you, I don't need it." Wushang hastily waved his hands in refusal, yet the persistent protest from his stomach betrayed him, causing his little face to flush with embarrassment. "You must be hungry by now. Go on, drink it, my child. If it isn't enough, there's more," the uncle said with a kind smile. At the uncle's words, Wushang took the bowl of milk, his nose tingling, and his eyes reddening as he fought to suppress the tears that threatened to spill into the bowl. He gulped the milk eagerly, accidentally choking for a moment. The uncle said nothing further, simply sitting quietly on a small stool across from the hearth, observing the brother and sister. He did not inquire about Wushang's origins, nor did he ask who his parents were. It was evident what a 4- or 5-year-old boy cradling a newborn girl must have endured. To survive in this harsh world, they would face countless challenges ahead, and all he could offer them was this small act of kindness. The uncle tended to his flock alone, with his village located less than a mile away. After staying with him for 2 days, Wushang and his sister bid him farewell and made their way to the village. There, they found several abandoned houses, and Wushang settled into one, bringing his sister along as they began a new life in this unfamiliar place. When war would arise, Wushang would migrate with the villagers to a new safe haven, and thus the cycle would continue. In a world where 2 siblings relied on one another for survival, the elder brother, Wushang, persevered through hardships to raise his younger sister. He cherished the moment when she first uttered the endearing word brother, witnessing her gradual growth and the joy that accompanied their homecomings, marked by her bright smile and the meals he had lovingly prepared. Though life was undeniably arduous, Wushang found solace in a subtle happiness, for wherever his brotherly presence lingered, there lay home. He recalled her words, "Wherever you are, brother, is my home." In playful defiance, he had once teased her by gently pinching her nose. Yet one fateful day, his sister inexplicably vanished, and despite his frantic searches, she remained elusive, driving him to the brink of despair. Just when hope seemed lost, he turned to find her standing right behind him. "Yu, where have you been?" he exclaimed joyfully, reaching out to embrace her, only to find himself passing through her ethereal form. Stunned, he watched in horror as she transformed into wisps of smoke, dissipating before his very eyes. "No, please, why is this happening? Yu." Wushang fell to his knees, crying out to the heavens, yet his pleas altered nothing. The world around him crumbled, plunging him into an abyss of desolation, where he surrendered to an endless fall, unwilling to awaken from this nightmare. Chapter 11. Recovery. In a hospital room at the headquarters of Tiandao, the body of a boy, who had lain in a coma for a month, suddenly convulsed without warning, his lips murmuring indistinctly before erupting into primal howls akin to a beast. Startled by a sudden noise, the slumbering nurse inadvertently knocked her head against the cabinet, jolting herself awake. Instinctively, she rose from her chair and retreated cautiously to the doorway, casting a wary glance towards the figure of Wushang. "Yo." Wushang abruptly opened his eyes, sitting up in bed, one hand extended as if to grasp something elusive, yet it met only emptiness. He stared vacantly at the unfamiliar room, the strange walls, his pupils failing to focus, and his outstretched hand gradually fell limp, his entire being settling into a tranquil stillness. Observing this, the nurse cautiously approached Wushang's bedside. "Hello, can you hear me?" she inquired, waving her hand before his eyes. Why no response?" It's as if he sees right through me. Tentatively, she extended a finger, prodding his cheek, only to swiftly retract it and take 2 steps back. Yet, the youth sitting on the bed remained unresponsive. Feeling a twinge of frustration, she pondered, did I forget something? I must call the doctor since the patient is awake. She dashed out of the room, her voice echoing, Doctor, doctor, the patient in room 3024 has awakened. Moments later, 2 elderly gentlemen clad in white coats entered Wu Xiang's room. Alan, how many times must I remind you? There's a call button in the room. Refrain from shouting in the corridor, one of the elderly men remarked, exasperation evident on his face as he regarded the nurse. I forgot again. She murmured, her head bowed in embarrassment as she fidgeted with her fingers. Sigh, I'll have to deduct 3 days' pay from you. Please, no? If this continues, I'll lose 15 days' wages this month. She exclaimed, visibly distressed. The elderly man sighed, reflecting on how the young nurse usually exhibited great patience and attentiveness towards her patients, yet often seemed to be muddled. The nurse, however, stood frozen against the wall, her expression one of utter despair. 2 doctors commenced their examination of the boy, gently pinching his small arms and legs, peering into his eyes, and operating various incomprehensible instruments to observe him repeatedly. Throughout the process, the boy remained remarkably compliant, displaying no reaction whatsoever. After 2 hours, the doctors arrived at a preliminary conclusion and began to confer. It was astonishing. The severity of his injuries had been so grave that recovery seemed unimaginable. One doctor marveled aloud, recalling how the boy had arrived at the facility, his breath and heartbeat absent. Had it not been for specific instructions to make every effort to save him, they would not have undertaken his case at all. However, given the current state, while the boy's body had shown signs of recovery, his brain remained unresponsive, rendering him no different from a comatose patient. The other doctor, observing the boy's vacant expression, felt a pang of regret. It was a miracle that he had survived. Rumors spoke of his entire family being slaughtered. The hope for him to awaken from this state was exceedingly slim, and the prospect of rousing him seemed nearly impossible. Let us keep him under observation for another fortnight. If there is still no improvement by then, we shall have no choice but to transfer him to a rehabilitation center, one doctor concluded. As the 2 physicians departed the ward, only the bewildered nurse, Alan, and the numb boy remained. Alan gently placed a pillow behind the boy to support him and then fetched a basin of warm water, soaking a towel, wringing it out, and tenderly wiping his face. Continuing, she unfastened the garment of Wu Xiang, revealing the well-defined musculature of the young man. His physique was not overly exaggerated, yet it appeared harmonious. His body was adorned with a multitude of scars, some of which had begun to fade, evoking the harrowing memories of past tribulations. Although this was not her first time performing such an act, Alan felt her cheeks flush slightly as she patiently wiped Wu Xiang's body clean. With the patient now awake, there was no further need for nutritional fluids. Alan prepared a bowl of thin porridge and gently spoon-fed Wu Xiang, who, much like a marionette, submitted entirely to her will throughout the process. Once all tasks were completed, Alan tidied up and settled onto a small stool beside the bed, propping her chin on her hands as she gazed up at the young man reclining against the headboard. Hello, I am Alan. What is your name? She inquired. Upon closer inspection, you are rather handsome. Ignoring me is quite impolite for a boy like you. Regardless of whether Wu Xiang absorbed her words, Alan continued to speak to herself. You wouldn't believe how heart-wrenching something I recalled is. Just the other day, I was helping someone move, and in my haste, I stumbled and fell. The pain brought tears to my eyes, and then the supervisor blamed me for being clumsy, docking 3 days' wages from my pay. Hey, with that expression, I have reason to suspect you might be mocking me, though the amount of salary holds little significance for me. The prospect of penalties undeniably dampens one's spirits. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed, and Wu Xiang has embarked on an unprecedented lifestyle of ease and comfort. Alan believes that for a patient to recover, physical activity is essential. While it may be challenging for the patient to engage in vigorous exercise, basking in the sunlight is undeniably beneficial. She assisted Wu Xiang into a wheelchair and then wheeled him down to the park below for a leisurely stroll. On the tree-lined path of the hospital, gentle rays of warm sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting a soft glow on the boy's somewhat pallid face. The young girl chatted incessantly as they walked, her topics ranging broadly from matters of the state to the whimsical joys of caring for cats and dogs. The boy listened quietly, and from a distance, the scene appeared serene and picturesque. Just as Aylin was about to return Wushang to his ward, she suddenly noticed a group approaching them. At the forefront was a striking woman, her fiery red hair tied into a high ponytail, with two long bangs cascading gracefully down to her smooth neck. Clad in a fitted black strapless top that accentuated her elegant silhouette, her flat abdomen revealed a tantalizing glimpse of her midriff, complemented by light blue shorts. A wide belt cinched her waist, and her long boots added an air of sophistication. She wore an oversized white turtleneck coat adorned with flame-shaped embroidery, her hands tucked into the pockets, exuding an aura of confidence and poise. Accompanying her were several hospital executives and external guests. The more Aylin observed, the more familiar the newcomer appeared, and as she drew nearer, realization struck her with a jolt. "You are the captain of the Xingyin team." I am your fan," Aylin exclaimed, nearly at a loss for words in her excitement. The hospital leadership, caught in an awkward moment, averted their gaze, while Xingyin remained unfazed. "Yes, it is I," Xingyin replied with a smile. "Oh, are you here to see him?" Aylin inquired, pointing at Wushang. "After all, I personally brought him here. I ought to check on his condition." Xingyin nodded. The hospital leader proceeded to inform Xingyin about Wushang's recovery status. A frown creased Xingyin's brow as she cast her gaze downward at the boy seated quietly in his wheelchair. Wushang's eyes were vacant, oblivious to the people, objects, and events around him. "Has it truly come to this?" Xingyin whispered in disappointment. She turned and walked away. Wushang slightly lifted his head, his eyes reflecting Xingyin's departing figure, red hair, trench coat, flames. A ripple stirred within the calm, stagnant depths of his gaze, as his unfocused pupils miraculously began to hone in. Chapter 12. Countless fragments of memory surged into Wushang's mind, causing him to tumble from the wheelchair, cradling his head as he knelt and released a tortured scream. Those around him were startled by his abrupt transformation. Xingyin turned back to look at Wushang, her gaze deepening with concern. Aylin, at a loss, stepped forward to assist Wushang, only to be brushed aside by him. He remembered everything. The slaughter of the villagers, the gruesome death of his sister. Why was I the one who survived? He recalled the last glimpse of the red-haired woman and the blazing heavenly sword, an indelible mark etched into his very soul. Moments later, Wushang fell silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon Xingyin in the distance. "Do not leave." The hoarse words escaped his lips. "What? Are you awake?" Xingyin stepped forward, lowering her head to gaze at Wushang. Do you wish to say something to me?" "Take me away," Wushang replied. A flicker of surprise crossed Xingyin's heart. She had not anticipated that the newly awakened Wushang would make such a request. Why? Revenge. The clear declaration resonated in everyone's ears. "I do not know who they are, and I am aware that with my capabilities, I can achieve nothing. Yet, regardless, I shall devote every remaining moment of my life to annihilating all those who have harmed my family." Wushang's tone was laden with suppressed anger and pain as he fixed his gaze upon Xingyin. Their eyes met in the air, from Wushang's eyes. Xingyin discerned neither a hint of relief from surviving nor a glimmer of desire for life. She understood that, perhaps for this young man, living was a greater torment than death itself, and revenge would be the sole purpose of his existence henceforth. However, he had only just awakened, his body not yet fully recovered, and he needed to regain his composure. "You should first recuperate. In due time, I shall consider your request." Xingyin shook her head and turned to leave. "Do not go," Wushang shouted, desperately attempting to rise. But after lying in bed for over a month, his limbs remained stiff, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. Xingyin paid no heed, continuing on her path. "I challenge you to a duel." The rustling of leaves in the wind created a hushed sound, and in an instant, the surrounding air seemed to suspend its flow. All eyes turned toward Wushang, filled with expressions of confusion, shock, and disbelief. Xingyin paused momentarily, turning around to see Wushang slowly rising to his feet, straightening his posture. "Ha ha ha. This is undoubtedly the most amusing joke I have ever heard," he exclaimed. "What did he say? Is he still half asleep?" An accompanying individual beside Xingyin did not conceal his derision. Although his words were harsh, many present deemed them to be the truth. The petite nurse, Aylin, standing behind Wushang, was utterly bewildered, unsure whether to remain silent or take some action. "Are you certain?" Xingyin inquired once more for confirmation. "Absolutely," Wushang replied, ignoring the scorn and chatter surrounding him. "What is your name?" "Wushang." "Good. I, Xingyin, accept your challenge." The crowd fell silent in astonishment. How could Xing Yan accept a challenge from a youth who had never undergone any formal training? This was entirely out of character. This, Captain Xing Yan. How could a mere waste of space like him dare to challenge you? Allow me to handle this instead. The individual who had previously mocked Wuxiang stepped forward, determined to teach him an unforgettable lesson. Victor, you are in no position to meddle in my affairs. Xing Yan coldly rebuked him. The man, referred to as Victor, found himself in a predicament, unable to advance or retreat, and could only cast an irritated glance at Wuxiang before awkwardly retreating to the sidelines. However, Wuxiang had not even glanced in his direction, leaving Victor feeling profoundly insulted. The crowd, sensing the tension, made way, leaving only Xing Yan and Wuxiang at the center. Xing Yan gestured invitingly, awaiting Wuxiang's attack. Wuxiang stretched his body, his joints creaking like a machine deprived of lubrication. He dashed forward, throwing powerful punches, employing simple and unadorned techniques that merely involved the most basic physical collisions. Xing Yan effortlessly enveloped Wuxiang's fist with her palm and, harnessing his momentum, spun around to hurl him back to his original position. After rolling several times on the ground, Wuxiang sprang back to his feet, ready to continue his assault, only to be kicked back as soon as he charged forward. Minutes passed, and the onlookers presumed Wuxiang would concede. However, the reality was quite the opposite. His body had noticeably shed its initial sluggishness, becoming increasingly agile. The two engaged in close combat, exchanging punches, kicks, and elbow strikes. Wuxiang fought desperately, yet all his moves were effortlessly countered by Xing Yan. As she became slightly more serious, she seized upon a momentary opening, delivering a sweeping kick towards his waist. Wuxiang retreated a step, exerted force through his legs, and leaped sideways, narrowly evading her strike. Xing Yan seized Wuxiang's calf as it lingered in the air, and he was taken aback, finding himself powerless against her throw. Just as his back was about to collide with the ground, he managed to brace himself with one hand and executed a backflip, sliding several meters before coming to a halt. Xing Yan inwardly marveled at Wuxiang's quick reflexes, deeming them commendable. Noticing that Wuxiang did not pause to recuperate, she braced herself as he charged at her once more. This time, instead of evading, she clenched her fist and met his attack head-on. In an astonishing display, Xing Yan remained firmly rooted while Wuxiang was sent flying, his arm trembling uncontrollably. As more and more passers-by gathered to observe, they watched as Wuxiang was sent flying, only to rise again, only to be struck down once more, and yet again he stood up. This comical scene elicited laughter from the crowd, though some struggled to contain their amusement. However, as time passed, their laughter began to fade. Large beads of sweat trickled down Wuxiang's cheeks, almost forming a line as they dripped from his chin. A trickle of blood flowed from his forehead, staining his vision, and his heavy breaths were distinctly audible as he rose once again. The onlookers could not help but ponder whether they could muster the same resilience if they were in his place, standing up time and time again. Xing Yan withdrew her leg after delivering the kick, gazing at Wuxiang, who lay motionless not far away, presumably unconscious. It was over. Her intention had been to encourage Wuxiang to retreat, while simultaneously allowing him a means to vent his frustrations. Yet, Wuxiang, fully aware he was outmatched, had chosen to challenge her nonetheless, clearly determined to prove his resolve. However, she had underestimated the young man's tenacity. Initially, she had found a twisted delight in counting how many times he had fallen, but after dozens of times, she lost track. As Xing Yan turned to leave, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the young man stirring. Caked in dirt and disheveled, Wuxiang slowly and laboriously rose to his feet once more, assuming a fighting stance amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. Xing Yan could only bury her face in her hands, rendered speechless. All right, I concede, you win," she finally declared. Upon hearing her concede, Wuxiang felt a surge of relief, his body swaying precariously as he nearly toppled over, but thankfully, Aylin was there to steady him. "What are you all doing here? Go about your business." The hospital's leaders quickly realized the situation and loudly dispersed the unrelated onlookers. Chapter 13. The Bet Xing Yan slowly approached Wuxiang, and they stood facing each other. Her tall and graceful stature made her appear slightly taller than Wuxiang. "Since it is thus, dear brother, how about we make a wager?" Xing Yan said with a cheerful smile. "A wager on what?" "In half a month, the recruitment examination for the Tianren headquarters would take place. Typically, an ordinary individual aspiring to join Tianren, especially at the headquarters, must navigate through 3 rigorous selection rounds, progressively advancing through each stage. I can use my authority to allow you to bypass the first 2 thresholds and participate in the recruitment examination in half a month. Should you succeed, I shall grant you special permission to join my team. Conversely, your future will be your own choice. What say you? Very well, it is a deal. Wushang replied after a brief contemplation. A deal it is. Victor, standing nearby, wore a displeased expression. Had he not known that Xingyan would be visiting the hospital today, he would not have orchestrated this chance encounter. The reality was that her influence within Tianren was considerable, and her looks were striking. Winning her favor could prove advantageous for his future. Yet, this woman had not spared him a single favorable glance throughout the day. After all, he was the vice district head of the 3rd military district of Tianren. Captain Xingyan, your actions may not align with the regulations, Victor deliberately remarked in a loud voice. What? Am I now devoid of the authority to approve a new recruit? Xingyan shot Victor a sidelong glance. That is not the case. Then be silent. This is none of your concern. Starflame chose to disregard him and gently patted Wushang's shoulder. Make the most of these remaining 15 days. With that, she turned and walked away. Victor watched her retreating figure, his eyes betraying a ferocious and resentful glint. You'll pay for this, you wretched woman, he hissed, casting a malevolent glance at Wushang before departing in the opposite direction. Upon exiting the hospital, a young girl suddenly appeared, affectionately linking her arm with Starflame's. My captain, why did you take so long to come out? I've nearly explored the entire vicinity. I was held up by some matters. What matters? What matters? What matters? The girl inquired, her curiosity piqued. Just as Starflame was about to respond, the girl interrupted her. Wait, don't tell me yet. Let me take a guess. Did you find yourself a boyfriend? Starflame gazed up at the sky in exasperation. Yandora, have you been too idle lately? Not at all. I won't guess anymore. You should just tell me. The girl, identified as Yandora, sensed the situation was turning grim and quickly adopted a serious demeanor to avoid repercussions. Humph, I won't say anything now. Starflame, with a haughty lift of her chin, quickened her pace. Hey, that's not fair. You can't just stop talking halfway. The scene shifted back to Wushang, who was being assisted by Alan into a wheelchair, as Alan pushed him back to the ward. Wushang leaned against the head of the bed, his gaze serene as he stared out the window, silent and lost in thought. Are you all right? Alan inquired cautiously, observing Wushang's demeanor. I'm fine, Wushang replied calmly. For Alan, the sensation of Wushang being unconscious was not particularly alarming. However, the sight of him awake instilled a twinge of fear within her. You are injured. Allow me to bandage you, she offered. All right, thank you, he replied. It's nothing. It is, after all, my duty. Wushang turned to gaze at Alan, whose youthful smile radiated kindness and sincerity. Once Alan had tended to his wounds. She observed his disheveled appearance and fetched warm water, grasping a towel with the intention of wiping his face. As her hand reached towards Wushang's visage, he, lost in thought, suddenly seized her wrist. Ah! Alan gasped, the towel slipping from her grasp and falling to the floor. Oh, I apologize. Wushang quickly realized his actions and released her. I can manage this myself. He picked up the fallen towel and began to wipe his face, while Alan stood awkwardly against the wall, the atmosphere in the room thick with palpable embarrassment. After a prolonged silence, Wushang broke the stillness. Have you been caring for me all this time? Yes, Alan nodded obediently. Although Wushang had been in a daze for several days, he still retained a vague awareness of the surrounding events. How long was I unconscious? He inquired. About a month. I believe. Yes, roughly a month, she replied. A month? How troublesome for you. Wushang expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Oh, it was no trouble at all, Alan insisted, waving her hands dismissively. What is your name? I am called Alan. And you? I am Wushang. Wushang? A rare name indeed. The night has fallen, and another day has slipped away. Wushang stands by the window, gazing quietly at the luminous moon in the sky, while Alan busies herself with tidying the room and attending to various chores. Suddenly, a change washes over his expression, as if he has recalled something important. He begins to search frantically through his belongings, only to find nothing, and then he overturns the bedding in a frenzy. What are you looking for? Alan asks with concern. Have you seen a blue necklace? Wushang turns abruptly, gripping Alan's shoulders, and, with reddened eyes, exclaims. Alan winces in pain. Let go. You're hurting me. Wushang quickly releases his hold, and Alan opens the middle drawer of the cabinet, retrieving a blue necklace and handing it to him. Wushang snatches the necklace. Clutching it tightly in his palm, his head bowed, obscuring his expression. "It must mean a great deal to you," Aylin murmurs softly. "Yes. When you arrived here, you held onto it tightly, so I took the liberty of keeping it safe, fearing it might get lost." "Thank you." As the night deepens, Wuxiang lies in bed, his gaze fixed upon the unfamiliar ceiling, unable to find tranquility. Tiandao, the most formidable organization among humanity, a once unreachable realm, now surrounds him as he awakens in its headquarters. He must grow stronger. Harnessing the power and resources of Tiandao is essential. He must succeed in the assessments, for failure is not an option. Aylin, this girl who is merely a year younger than he, is just an ordinary person, like him, an orphan. When it comes to the reason for working at Tianren, it is due to the fact that 2 years ago, she was rescued by a warrior from Tianren. Having been homeless, she fortuitously remained in the medical department of Tianren as a nurse. When Aylin inquired why Wuxiang was so determined to join Tianren, Wuxiang did not provide a clear answer. However, Xingyan, the woman who saved her, made Aylin's eyes sparkle with admiration as she referred to her as an idol. Aylin wished to learn more about Xingyan through Wuxiang. Yet due to her extensive time spent in the hospital, she was largely unaware of most matters concerning Tianren. All she knew was that Xingyan was formidable and held the position of captain. But now was not the time for such thoughts. Chapter 14. Preparation. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and Wuxiang's body had nearly fully recovered. Aylin, serving as Wuxiang's dedicated nurse during this period, had begun to grow closer to her. Speaking of this excessively vivacious girl, she exhibited a slight shyness, yet possessed an endearing familiarity that seemed contradictory. Most of the time, Aylin would chatter incessantly, as if she possessed an endless reservoir of words, while Wuxiang would quietly listen, occasionally responding. In the hospital's park, Wuxiang commenced a light jog around the small path encircling the area. Meanwhile, Aylin sat on a bench, her bored hands propping up her chin, watching Wuxiang run past her time and again. After completing several laps, Wuxiang paused and began performing pull-ups on the horizontal bar. "Wuxiang, do you know? I am particularly envious of the birds soaring in the sky, able to fly freely and unrestrained. I, too, harbor a dream of traversing the globe, alas. For one of my nature, stepping beyond the confines of comfort may lead to an untimely demise." Aylin mused to herself. "Wuxiang, are you listening?" "Yes," Wuxiang replied succinctly. "Despite my relentless efforts and labor, I find myself persistently beset by complaints, and my meager wages seem to slip further from my grasp. Alas, it is truly disheartening. What am I to do?" Do you think I speak too much?" Aylin inquired tentatively. "Not at all. You are so kind." Wuxiang remained silent. During this period in the hospital, Wuxiang encountered a myriad of individuals. Those with missing limbs, those with broken legs, the blind, and the paralyzed, as well as those who, like him before, were lost to delirium. In addition to the living, numerous corpses were carried in and out each day. They may have hailed from disparate origins, yet all were heroes who fought valiantly until the bitter end. This path is one of no return. Yet Wuxiang harbors no regrets regarding the choices that lie ahead. In the evening, the head nurse, feeling somewhat bored during her routine rounds, passed by room 3024 when she faintly discerned the sound of a man's labored breathing. She softened her footsteps, sensing something amiss, and cautiously pressed her ear to the door to discern the situation. Inside the room, Wuxiang leaned forward, bare-chested and slightly panting. Aylin's cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness as she turned her gaze away, yet her eyes could not resist the allure of Wuxiang's earnest expression. "Wuxiang, can we truly proceed with this?" the young woman asked softly. "Yes, it is entirely feasible, trust me." The calm voice of the youth instinctively brings a sense of tranquility. "All right, well, this is my first time doing something like this with a boy, so please be gentle. Fear not, I shall be steady." Outside the door, the head nurse's heart raced with alarm, feeling utterly bewildered. How could the youth of today be so impatient? They are merely children. How could this be happening? No, absolutely not. Even in a moment of urgency, such things should never occur within a hospital room. Realizing that the two inside had already commenced their actions, she could no longer delay. With a forceful shove, she flung open the door to the ward. "Everyone, stop!" The head nurse's voice escalated, only to gradually fade away. Inside the room, she found Wuxiang doing push-ups on the floor, one hand after another, while Ai Lan sat atop his back as a weight. The two turned their heads in confusion to gaze at the nurse, awaiting her explanation. "Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" Such existential questions echoed in the nurse's mind. Ah, ha ha, what splendid weather we have tonight. Please, continue. I merely came to greet you. I won't interrupt any further. The head nurse forced a stiff, exaggerated laugh before abruptly slamming the door shut and hastily departing. The youth and the girl exchanged glances, both reflecting mutual bewilderment. Who was that person? Wushang inquired. Our head nurse. Has she always been like this? Well, it might be due to those certain days that girls experience, Ailon pondered thoughtfully in response. Without wounds, he chose to disregard the recent events, immersing himself in rigorous training, while Ailin perched on his back, swaying rhythmically, akin to a roller coaster ride. Wushang, does your daily practice truly yield any benefits? Ailin inquired, gazing down at him. Upon hearing her words, Wushang momentarily halted, falling into silence before gradually responding. I am uncertain. Wushang had indeed questioned himself. Although his physical prowess had improved, the transformation he sought remained elusive. Yet, doing nothing and merely waiting was not an option he could entertain. Time slipped away quietly, and in a mere fortnight, days had vanished in the blink of an eye. In the stillness of the night, Wushang retrieved a necklace from his pocket, gently caressing it with his thumb. Nearby, Ailin slept soundly, emitting soft, endearing snores, occasionally muttering incoherent phrases from her dreams. In 2 days, the recruitment assessment at the Heavenly Blade headquarters would commence, and he was to finalize his discharge procedures from this place he had inhabited for over a month. Hey, have you missed me? A woman's voice suddenly echoed beside him, startling Wushang. He turned to see a woman leisurely seated on the windowsill. It was none other than Xingyan. What brings you here? Wushang whispered, noting Ailin's undisturbed slumber. However, Xingyan did not respond directly. Instead, she glanced at the necklace in Wushang's hand. Your necklace is quite extraordinary. Wushang's vigilance heightened at her words, and he instinctively tightened his grip on the necklace. Xingyan noticed his subtle movement, but paid it no mind. Rest assured, I have no interest in it. Had I desired it, I would have taken it long ago. She paused for a moment, her expression growing serious. However, I must offer you a piece of advice. That necklace possesses an extraordinary power, the nature of which I cannot ascertain. Yet, one cannot dismiss the possibility that someone with ill intent might covet it. It would be wise to keep it hidden from prying eyes. Thank you. Wushang adorned the necklace around her neck and tucked it discreetly beneath her garment. Follow me, Xingyan said once Wushang was prepared. Where to? You shall find out once we arrive. Oh. Wushang rose and moved to open the door. Hey, where are you going? Downstairs. Wushang turned, gazing at Xingyan in confusion. There's no need for such trouble. We can simply exit through the window. But this is the 3rd floor. If I were to leap from the window, it would surely create quite a commotion. Since you've come in the dead of night, I assume you wish to remain undiscovered, Wushang explained. No worries, just come along. With that, Xingyan instantly teleported in front of Wushang, grasped his collar, and together they leapt from the windowsill. In the split second before they landed, a flash of fire ignited, and 2 magnificent fiery wings unfurled from Xingyan's back, propelling them skyward. From a distance, Wushang appeared as a helpless chick, suspended in midair by Xingyan. Had it not been for the enveloping darkness, one would surely have discerned the pallor of Wushang's face, reminiscent of a burnt pot. Chapter 15. Absorbing the magic crystal, the blazing wings of fire danced gracefully, soaring across the clear night sky. The howling wind swept past, and Wushang glanced at the ground beneath him before lifting his gaze to the wings behind Xingyan. The enigmatic force evoked a sense of wonder, a vibrant glow reflecting in his pupils. Is this also the technology of the celestial blade? Wushang inquired. Are you asking about my wings? They seem quite different from what I have encountered before. Different, indeed. This is a manifestation of extraordinary abilities. Extraordinary abilities? Yet another phenomenon Wushang had never encountered. In simple terms, it refers to the rare potential for certain individuals to awaken unique powers. At your current stage, there is no need for you to fully comprehend its nature, Xingyan explained casually. After a brief moment, Xingyan chose a secluded spot to land, and Wushang's collar finally slipped from her grasp. Now, you can enlighten me about your purpose here, Wushang asked Xingyan. Special training. Xingyan leisurely uttered these 2 words before continuing. Regardless, you are the one I recommended for the assessment. It would be unacceptable for you to suffer an overwhelming defeat. I intended to come a few days ago, but I was occupied with a mission and only returned yesterday. Wushang did not contest Xingyan's emphasis on the gravity of losing, Yet he felt a budding curiosity and anticipation regarding the so-called special training. With a flick of her wrist, a pale purple crystal materialized in her palm. Wu Shang took it, feeling its gentle warmth, and her voice followed. From the moment of our birth, each of us possesses a trace of magical energy within our bodies. However, some individuals have the capacity to harness and absorb it, while others remain entirely oblivious to its existence. This energy serves as the vital source for our survival and empowerment in this world. With the majority of weapons and armor crafted by the Celestial Blade being powered by this very magic, what you hold in your hand is a crystal of the lowest grade. Should you succeed in absorbing it, it will affirm your ability to wield magical energy. Conversely, if you cannot absorb it, there would be no need to participate in the forthcoming assessment. Xingyan, without any preamble, directly elucidated the doubts plaguing Wu Shang. A sense of astonishment welled up within Wu Shang as he finally grasped what he had been lacking all along. How do I absorb it? He inquired. Clench it tight and attune yourself to its power, Xingyan advised. Wu Shang gazed at the crystal in his hand, his heart racing with a blend of excitement and trepidation. Success in absorption would be splendid. Failure, however, no. Failure is not an option. He cast aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, closed his eyes, and endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. As a witness to the calamity that had transpired, Xingyan could empathize with the profound determination of the youth before her. Noticing that he had begun the process, she resolved to impart some wisdom from her own experiences. Although, strictly speaking, this was a journey one must undertake alone. She recognized that the initial attempt to absorb magical crystals is undeniably challenging. Do not rush. Take your time. Allow the dormant power within you to resonate with it. I believe. Xingyan instinctively adopted a buoyant tone to reassure Wu Shang, but before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened in astonishment. Before my eyes, the magical crystal in Wu Shang's hand diminished at a pace visible to the naked eye, vanishing completely within mere breaths. Blast it! Xingyan couldn't help but exclaim in frustration. What on earth was happening? Was that it? She recalled her own initial attempt at absorption, which had taken an entire hour. Now, in less than 3 minutes, was this truly reasonable? What kind of diabolical adaptability to magical energy allowed for such an astonishing feat? It was no exaggeration to say it had shattered all human records. While high adaptability to magical energy did not necessarily equate to strength, it certainly provided a significant advantage from the very beginning. No, it was as if others had been left so far behind that they could scarcely be seen. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling realization wash over her. Perhaps the fool was none other than herself. Wu Shang opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. How wondrous! He sensed an inexplicable energy coursing through him, warm and fulfilling. In just a few fleeting moments, it felt as though his power had considerably increased. Was this the essence of magical energy? He turned to look at Xingyan, only to find her silently producing an even larger and darker magical crystal. As if declaring war, in his presence, she swiftly absorbed it, a hint of smug satisfaction gracing her features, as if she were eager for him to shower her with praise. Wu Shang furrowed his brow, slightly bewildered. What message was this woman attempting to convey? It was all rather perplexing. Xingyan anticipated that upon witnessing her remarkable speed, Wu Shang would regard her with admiration. However, his expression remained notably indifferent, devoid of the ecstatic joy that most experienced after their first successful absorption. Overwhelmed by a sense of defeat, she felt a twinge of shame for her own childishness. Never mind. What was the point in arguing with a child? Today, having neglected to consult the almanac, one ought not to venture outside. Nevertheless, let us test the changes within your physique. Xingyan, with a languid demeanor, nonchalantly directed Wu Shang to entertain himself elsewhere. Observing the fluctuations in her expressions, Wu Shang pondered the reasons behind her alternating pride and despondence. Perhaps women are indeed peculiar beings, particularly as they age. I suspect your thoughts are rather impolite, though regrettably, I lack evidence, Xingyan remarked, narrowing her eyes and fixing Wu Shang with an unfriendly gaze. Nay, you are overthinking, Wu Shang replied, startled yet maintaining an outward composure. He sought out a grand tree and focused on the flow of magical energy within him, channeling it into his arms before delivering a powerful punch. The tree, significantly thicker than an adult's waist, shuddered violently, its leaves cascading like raindrops, ultimately collapsing in a thunderous crash before Wu Shang's astonished eyes. Xingyan nodded in satisfaction. This outcome had been within her expectations. She had long discerned that Wuxiang possessed an extraordinary physique, his physical strength astonishing, indeed, surpassing that of some soldiers of the Heavenly Blade. For it was improbable that he could sustain such grievous injuries and still recuperate. Now, with the enhancement of magical energy, it was no surprise that he could fell a tree with a single blow. Returning to reality, Wuxiang clenched his fist, a rare expression of youthful delight gracing his face. If I could continuously absorb magical energy, would I not grow ever stronger? He inquired, promptly turning to Xingyan. What? Are you jesting? You impudent brat. Surely you cannot be entertaining such foolish thoughts. Xingyan retorted, her teeth gritted as she vigorously ruffled Wuxiang's hair in a tempestuous fashion. Who do you think you are? Where could one possibly find such an abundance of magic crystals for indiscriminate use? Even if one were granted such liberties, absorbing magical energy beyond the limits of one's body would inevitably lead to a complete erosion of one's being. Wuxiang struggled desperately to break free from the torment of Xingyan, casting a resentful gaze in her direction. Meanwhile, Xingyan reveled in her inner delight, feeling a sense of vindication. The sight of Wuxiang's hair, disheveled as if raked by a rooster, evoked a laugh from her, a melodious sound that resonated gently through the tranquil grove, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Wuxiang paused momentarily, compelled to acknowledge that Xingyan was indeed quite beautiful, her smile enchanting. Chapter 16. Discharged from the hospital, Xingyan laughed for quite some time, before casting a sidelong glance at Wuxiang. Noticing his peculiar expression, what was that ghastly gaze? Reminiscent of a benevolent father observing his grown daughter? In an effort to salvage her image, Xingyan promptly adopted a serious demeanor. Ahem. In any case, do not indulge in frivolous thoughts. The pressing matter at hand is to master the application of magical energy. Wuxiang nodded in agreement. By the time they returned to the hospital, it was already well past midnight. However, he felt no hint of fatigue, but rather an invigorating energy. Wuxiang sat cross-legged on the bed, directing magical energy to flow repeatedly within his body, refining every single cell. This exceedingly monotonous process had become rather addictive. Prior to her departure, Xingyan had briefed him on the specifics of the enlistment assessment. Tomorrow, he would need to check in at the examination site, where the staff would provide accommodations and meals for the participants, with the formal assessment commencing the day after. The assessment consists of two components. The first is a physical fitness examination, primarily focusing on speed, strength, and stress resistance, during which all participants are prohibited from utilizing magical powers. The second involves practical combat drills, divided into chaotic skirmishes and arena battles, wherein all available means may be employed. On the following day, accompanied by Alan, Wuxiang successfully completed the discharge formalities. The moment of departure had finally arrived. He approached the hospital entrance step by step, with only Alan accompanying him. The young girl followed closely behind, her eyes brimming with tears, revealing her profound reluctance. Are you really leaving? She asked softly. Yes, he replied. I will miss you, she confessed. With that, Alan suddenly threw herself into Wuxiang's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Wu Wuxiang, once you leave, there will be no one to talk to me anymore. Wu Wuxiang felt his body stiffen, his hand hesitating in the air for a long moment before gently stroking Alan's little head. Do not be sad. I am not departing this world. Bystanders observed the scene, whispering amongst themselves, casting glances at Wuxiang as if he were a heartless scoundrel, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. Remember to come back often, Alan said softly. Looking up at him, Wuxiang's lips twitched. It seemed rather peculiar for a recently discharged patient to be reminded by a nurse to visit frequently. Yes, he affirmed. After receiving his confirmation, Alan released him, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she recalled her earlier boldness. She took a few steps back, then ran a distance away, turning to wave vigorously as a farewell to Wuxiang. Wuxiang smiled faintly, yet his eyes inadvertently flickered with a hint of desolation as he turned and strode away. Upon exiting the medical center, his vision suddenly expanded, revealing the majestic skyscrapers that soared into the clouds. At their pinnacle, a peculiar device emanating a blue glow marked the heart of the Tianren headquarters. Occasionally, patrol drones zipped through the sky, while armored and missile vehicles were conspicuously present, with Tianren warriors clad in uniforms and wielding arcane weaponry stationed at every checkpoint. Wuxiang felt as though he had abruptly entered an entirely new realm. The entire base resembled a colossal city, and he found himself merely in a small corner of it. He had initially intended to inquire for directions and walk to the examination site, but it seemed that such a plan was no longer feasible. At that moment, a hovering train approached in the distance. Although he had never encountered a hovering train before, he could discern that it was indeed a means of transportation. Wuxiang resolved to board the train without further ado. As a few individuals gradually boarded, the train doors automatically shut, and it began to move. The passengers ahead either produced identification or scanned unfamiliar devices before a green screen. When it was Wuxiang's turn, he found himself at a loss. In Wuxiang's understanding, taking a train would undoubtedly require payment, so the actions of the passengers seemed to signify some form of fair transaction. However, he was wholly devoid of any currency or means to pay. He realized he had been rather hasty in his assumptions. What if we begin our journey with a rather unconventional start, one that involves a ride without fare? As Wuxiang stood motionless, seemingly at a loss, many around him regarded him with perplexed expressions. Just as he pondered his predicament, a young man with a cropped hairstyle rose from his seat and approached him. "Hey there, what a coincidence. We happen to be on the same bus," the young man exclaimed, casually pulling out his phone to scan the green screen. He warmly grasped Wuxiang's hand and settled beside him. Observing that there was little of interest unfolding, the onlookers soon diverted their gazes. "Thank you," Wuxiang responded sincerely. Though they were strangers, this young man had come to his aid, preserving his dignity, which spoke volumes of his character. "Ah, it's merely a trifling matter. By the way, did you forget your phone at home?" the young man inquired. "Phone? I do not possess one," Wuxiang replied candidly. The young man's face contorted in shock. "Were you perhaps robbed on your way here?" Wuxiang's expression darkened. He found himself somewhat impressed by the young man's imaginative leap. Deciding that elaborating on his situation would be overly complicated, he simply nodded in acknowledgement. Upon learning of Wuxiang's predicament, the young man displayed a sympathetic gaze and gently patted Wuxiang's shoulder in a gesture of comfort. Wuxiang, maintaining a stoic demeanor, slightly turned his head to avoid the young man's gaze. Within the vehicle, numerous passengers were engaged in discussions regarding the military entrance examinations. Wuxiang listened attentively for a while. "Do you know where the examination venue is?" he asked the young man seated beside him. "Are you also participating in the examination?" The young man responded. "Indeed. What a stroke of luck. We are both on this train, and it will take us directly there. Allow me to formally introduce myself. You may call me Guan." The youth extended his right hand towards Wuxiang. "I am Wuxiang," he replied, shaking hands with Guan. Shortly thereafter, the vehicle arrived at their destination, and the two disembarked together, making their way to the examination site. Today, they merely needed to verify their information. So the crowd was relatively sparse, and the square felt quite spacious. A few staff members were gathered in a conspicuous area, and Wuxiang and Guan joined the end of the line. In no time, it was their turn, and they smoothly received their respective name tags. "Wuxiang, what number is on your name tag?" "H302-2. I am H302-1. "Splendid. It seems we will be sharing a room tonight," Guan remarked with a smile, placing his arm around Wuxiang's shoulder. It dawned on Wuxiang that this string of numbers indicated their bed assignments, and it was quite normal for them to have received their tags in succession. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that the staff member who had issued his name tag had cast him a rather peculiar glance. Perhaps he was overthinking it. The two proceeded to their temporary dormitory, where each room contained 6 beds. Wuxiang remained rather reserved, seldom initiating conversation, while Guan was notably more loquacious, quickly befriending the other 4 individuals in their dormitory. That evening, after enjoying the complimentary meal, the group engaged in casual chatter, though Wuxiang paid little attention to the topics of their discussions. "By the way, Wuxiang, which department do you intend to join in the future?" Guan inquired. Seated on his bed. "Department?" Wuxiang pondered. He had not given it much thought, and was also unfamiliar with the various departments of Tianrun. After passing the assessment, Xingyan is likely to arrange things for himself. For now, there are no plans. "No way, my brother. The assessment is tomorrow, and you still haven't decided which department to choose?" Gun expressed his confusion. "Regardless of the department, as long as I can go to the battlefield and fight, that is sufficient," Wuxiang replied nonchalantly. Chapter 17. No entry. Upon hearing Wuxiang's words, Gun lowered his gaze and curled his lips. "I am rather different from you. I merely wish to join the city patrol team for a leisurely position, avoiding the need to leave the safe zone and merely handling trivial tasks, thus encountering minimal danger. While the benefits are quite decent, in comparison, I find your resolve far superior to mine," Gun remarked with a hint of jest. Wuxiang did not refute his words. Different individuals lead different lives with unique experiences, naturally resulting in varied thoughts, yet there are certain things that must be undertaken. While everyone else succumbed to slumber, Wuxiang remained seated on his bed, maintaining a meditative state. Thus, even without sleep throughout the night, he would not feel excessively fatigued, simultaneously refining his magical energy. Morning arrived. Splendidly, the magical energy within him had grown slightly stronger, albeit only in a minuscule manner. However, even the most magnificent skyscraper requires bricks and tiles to be built, does it not? Let us embark. After having breakfast, Wuxiang and Gun joined the thronging crowd at the square from yesterday. All participants who had checked in simply needed to present their name tags to enter the assessment venue and await the commencement. Wuxiang casually displayed his name tag to the administrator and intended to proceed, only to be unexpectedly halted by the administrator. Having passed by, Gwen was puzzled as to why Wuxiang had not followed. Turning back, he witnessed the unfolding scene. "I am sorry, but you cannot proceed," the administrator stated with a grave expression. "Why?" Wuxiang narrowed his eyes. "Because your name tag is counterfeit," the other replied mockingly. "This is what you gave me yesterday. When did I ever give you that?" Wuxiang's hand instinctively clenched as he realized why the man's gaze had seemed somewhat askew the previous day. It was clearly a trap laid out for him to fall into. "Sir, don't you remember? This is what you provided us with yesterday," Gwen ingratiatingly remarked to the staff member. The man's tone carried a subtle threat, causing Gwen to instantly retract his smile and fall silent. "Gwen, you should enter first. I will follow shortly," Wuxiang said with an unfathomable calmness. Gwen hesitated for a moment, his expression darkening, yet he ultimately chose to depart. "All right, I'll wait for you inside." Wuxiang stood still, his mind racing with thoughts. "You, move aside. Don't hinder our work." The administrator gestured for Wuxiang to leave. Yes, hurry up and get lost. I'm pressed for time," echoed a voice from the back of the queue. Wuxiang's fists tightened within his sleeves, teetering on the brink of fury. A visceral impulse to strike the man, yet he refrained from such an act. Amidst the crowd's outcry, Wuxiang stepped aside, standing silently. The administrator regarded Wuxiang with a playful expression. He was merely a low-ranking employee in the technical department, yet recently, someone in a higher position had instructed him to deal with a background-less youth named Wuxiang. Such an endeavor would not only appease his superiors, but also prove to be quite entertaining. Why not indulge? He anticipated that Wuxiang might lose his composure and act out, providing him with a valid reason to detain him under the pretext of obstructing official duties. To his surprise, the young man remained remarkably composed. As time elapsed, the line grew increasingly shorter. Wuxiang felt a sense of urgency, yet he was at a complete loss. It was evident that someone was targeting him, but upon reflection, he realized he had hardly offended anyone recently, and the number of individuals he knew within the Tianren organization was minimal. Could it be Xingyan? No, that was utterly improbable. When the last participant entered, Wuxiang found himself alone in the square. If he were delayed by even a few more minutes, he would be deemed unqualified. How infuriating. "Hello there, little brother. Are you facing some difficulties? Why not confide in your sister?" A young girl with pink hair, clad in a short skirt and black stockings, suddenly appeared beside Wuxiang, catching him completely off guard. In contrast to the uniformed individuals around, she stood out vividly, almost radiantly. "What is the matter? You wish to enter but have been stopped outside?" the girl asked playfully. Wuxiang nodded slightly. Upon receiving his response, the girl approached the staff member in charge. "Why isn't he allowed to enter? His name tag is counterfeit." "I am simply adhering to the rules," the administrator replied with a serious demeanor. "May I see your name tag?" The young girl extended her hand towards Wuxiang, who tossed her name tag with a flick. She deftly caught it, casting a fleeting glance at the tag before regarding the administrator with a knowing look. The administrator felt an inexplicable chill creep up the back of his neck. She must have surmised something, yet he reasoned she lacked any tangible evidence, and so he composed himself. Indeed, it was a forgery. A weight settled heavier in Wuxiang's heart. With a light chuckle, the girl strode confidently towards the computer designated for recording registration information. Military data was strictly off-limits to non-professionals. The administrator reached out to bar her passage. Unfazed, the girl produced a Level 3 information technology certification, affixing it to her pocket. "Is it permissible now?" she inquired. The administrator stood agape, rendered speechless by her audacity, compelled to step aside while inwardly lamenting his misfortune. How unfortunate to encounter a professional. He himself only possessed a Level 1 certification, while this woman, seemingly emerging from nowhere, flaunted a level 3. Fortunately, the computer was encrypted, and this woman might not uncover the truth. However, the disparity between aspiration and reality soon revealed itself. In less than half a minute, the girl with pink hair had compiled all of Wuxiang's information, and the data was entirely plausible. I recall that maliciously distorting factual information to create counterfeit documents carries severe penalties, doesn't it? She mused, delicately pressing her pale finger against her lips, her expression innocently disarming. The administrator swayed slightly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, nearly collapsing to the floor. The matter has been resolved. The young girl casually unwrapped a lollipop and popped it into her mouth, sauntering leisurely before the expressionless figure. Would you like one? She inquired. No, thank you, he replied, utterly astonished that she had so effortlessly alleviated his dilemma, like a timely gift of coal in the midst of a snowstorm. Well then, hurry inside, she urged. All right. As he took a few steps forward, he turned back earnestly to say, Thank you. You're welcome. With a lollipop clasped between her teeth, the girl clasped her hands behind her back and twirled in place. Little brother, make sure to give it your all. I wish you great success. Seizing the fleeting moments, he entered the venue, being the last to arrive, thus attracting the attention of an examiner seated high above. Victor's gaze hardened, and he inwardly cursed, what a useless fool. Can't even handle such a trivial matter. Recently, Star Flame had been irking him, yet he found himself powerless against that woman. A wager? Huh. I shall dictate the terms. If I cannot manage that woman, then surely I can thwart a mere boy. Thus, Victor leveraged connections to become one of the examiners for the new recruits. Star Flame wanted the boy to pass the assessment, but he was determined to ensure the lad didn't even gain entry. Chapter 18. The assessment begins within the vast hall. The first round of testing had already commenced. Before them lay an immense circular track, with participants grouped in sets of 10. As one group reached the halfway mark, the next would promptly take their place. Contestants were required to sprint a full 200 meters from the starting point to record their speed. At the halfway mark, a pressure testing board was erected, inviting participants to clench their fists and strike with all their might, documenting the force exerted. Afterward, they would walk the remaining distance to the finish line, assessing their resilience under pressure. At the starting point, halfway point, and finish line, personnel were stationed to record data meticulously. Hey, Wuxiang, I'm here. I almost thought you wouldn't make it. Gun waved at Wuxiang from a short distance. Wuxiang approached, opting not to discuss the events outside, and Gun refrained from probing further. Is it not your turn yet? Well, it will be soon, Wuxiang replied, observing the young participants on the track. The initial half seemed manageable, yet during the latter half, many bore grim expressions, their movements sluggish. Some even collapsed and could not rise again. Wuxiang expressed his confusion to Gun. Hey, don't you inquire about these basics? I can't help but suspect you hail from a primitive tribe, Gun exclaimed, exasperated. It became clear that the so-called pressure test involved additional gravitational force applied during the latter half of the track, a situation that severely tested one's endurance. Even if the first 2 sets of data were satisfactory, failure to reach the finish line within the stipulated time would result in immediate disqualification. Wuxiang noticed a small group of individuals who stood apart from their peers. What is the story with them? They are exempt from testing, Gun replied with a hint of envy in his eyes. Exempt? How so? Indeed, those who do not meet the physical standards, yet possess unique talents, are allowed to traverse the internal passage. Hey, it's my turn, Gun announced as the staff called his name. Good luck, Wuxiang encouraged. Once everyone took their positions, the signal gun fired, and the group led by Gun surged forward with wild abandon. Among them, a particularly striking individual named Viclay surged ahead, creating a significant gap as he reached the halfway mark in approximately 15 seconds. His subsequent strength test yielded an impressive result of over 700 kilograms, placing him at the pinnacle of all current participants in both categories. A throng of onlookers chanted his name, indicating his apparent fame. Viclay waved enthusiastically, reveling in the attention, while his teammates appeared rather overshadowed by his brilliance. The testing standards required completion in under 20 seconds and a strength exceeding 400 kilograms. In contrast, Gun's results were around 18 seconds and over 500 kilograms, which positioned him at an average level, not particularly remarkable, yet not disappointing either. It was evident that he bore no sense of despondency. Among the 10 participants, 2 fell short of the standards and were eliminated. leaving the remaining 8 to progress into the latter part of the gravity track. Viclay, eager to maintain his impressive facade, started off at a brisk pace, a relaxed expression adorning his face. However, Wuxiang speculated that he would soon encounter the bitter consequences of his initial exuberance. Indeed, as the race progressed, Viclay began to slow, struggling more with each step. Although he was the first to cross the finish line, he narrowly avoided being overtaken. Gun emerged as the 6th of the 8 to finish, and the last to do so, arriving at the end utterly exhausted, his calves trembling as he struggled to rise. "Congratulations," Wuxiang extended his hand. "Not too shabby, right?" Gun replied, grasping for support as he stood, gasping for breath. Indeed, the recent enlistment assessment attracted over 2,000 participants. Although the proceedings were relatively smooth, by the time it was Wuxiang's turn, dusk was approaching, making him part of the final group. Wuxiang had never undergone such a comprehensive evaluation before and was uncertain of his actual capabilities. Once prepared, the signal gun fired, and Wuxiang sprinted with all his might. Within mere seconds, the audience transitioned from indifference to sheer astonishment. When the staff announced his time, just over 12 seconds, the air fell silent for a brief moment. Was this a time that belonged in a rookie assessment? Even Wuxiang himself was taken aback by his speed. "Brother Shang is incredible. Brother Shang is formidable," Guan shouted excitedly from the crowd. Humans, it seems, possess an inherent tendency to follow suit. Upon hearing one person's exclamation, others joined in, creating a tremendous uproar. This wave of enthusiasm left Wuxiang himself bewildered. "TCH, what is so impressive about that?" "It's just running fast," Viclay muttered with a grim expression, though his voice was completely drowned out by the throng. Next came the segment involving the pressure plate. Wuxiang clenched his fists, channeling strength from his thighs, lower back, and shoulders, delivering a powerful punch. The staff felt the ground tremble slightly, and upon inspection, the force registered an astonishing 980. "Brother Shang is incredible. Brother Shang is formidable." The previous wave of excitement had not yet subsided before another erupted, resembling a fervent cult gathering. "I don't believe it. I suspect he is cheating." A sudden voice pierced through the air, and within moments, the bustling crowd fell silent. Wuxiang turned to regard the speaker, finding them somewhat familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that it was Viclay, the individual who had recently exhibited remarkable performance. High above, Victor wore an expression of intrigue. He had not anticipated Wuxiang's impressive results and was already devising ways to undermine him. Truly, it was as if the heavens conspired to provide. Thirsty, and water appeared. Weary, and a pillow was offered. How fitting that he should be his brother, seemingly favored without explicit prior arrangement. Just as he was about to fabricate a reason to disqualify Wuxiang, the chief examiner unexpectedly rose before him. Victor thought to himself, "Damn, how careless." The chief examiner stood with hands clasped behind his back, fixating his gaze upon Viclay. "This participant, please articulate your grounds for suspicion." Viclay, feeling all eyes suddenly upon him, experienced a twinge of anxiety. However, the thought that his brother was the vice examiner alleviated his concerns. How could an ordinary person possibly possess such speed and strength? He asserted, "Unless one were utilizing magical energy, I believe many present here could achieve such numbers if they employed magical amplification." Viclay declared with conviction. "Indeed, I too find it rather excessive," murmured the crowd, whispering among themselves. The chief examiner then turned his attention to Wuxiang. "Competitor Wuxiang, do you have anything to say?" Wuxiang lifted his chin slightly, standing tall, devoid of panic or hesitation. "I did not cheat." The chief examiner silently admired the young man. Regardless of his actual performance, the composure and calmness he exhibited were commendable. The chief examiner inquired of the staff present whether they had sensed any fluctuations of magical energy. Their response was a resounding negative. He then ordered a thorough inspection of the testing apparatus to confirm its integrity, which also yielded no issues. After a brief pause, silence enveloped the venue. "I hereby declare that the results for contestant Wuxiang are authentic and valid." As his words echoed, the hall erupted in applause, further amplifying Wuxiang's presence. Chapter 19. Consumed by shoes. "I refuse to accept this. Perhaps he possesses an artifact to shield against magical energy. I demand a body search." Viclay shouted vehemently. Wuxiang cast a glance at Viclay, who was undeniably irksome and particularly deserving of a reprimand. The chief examiner's expression darkened, revealing a flicker of anger. "Shall I descend and let you take my place as the examiner?" Viclay was instantly rendered speechless, casting a pleading look towards Victor for assistance. Victor, facepalming, mentally berated him as a fool. The chief examiner was well aware that Vickley was his brother. Any display of favoritism would be detrimental. Moreover, disrupting the order and questioning the examiner's decisions were grave taboos. The chief examiner refrained from punishing Vickley out of consideration for familial ties. The assessment continued. Wuxiang stepped onto the ladder segment of the gravity track, immediately feeling an overwhelming weight. Each stride demanded far more energy than his usual walking. He proceeded at a steady pace, soon finding himself trailing behind his peers. This is killing me with laughter. He moved with the sluggishness of a snail. Keep it up. If he manages to cross the finish line first this time, I shall devour his shoes. Vickley mocked with unrestrained arrogance. Yet the silence around him was palpable, rendering the moment rather awkward. As the pace of all others slowed, Wuxiang maintained his steady speed, ultimately surpassing one competitor after another, arriving at the finish line without a hint of fatigue or color in his cheeks. The wheel of fate turns. Who could escape the heavens' judgment? Vickley was horrified to find that nearly everyone around him was casting peculiar glances in his direction. He desperately wished to flee. The assessment had concluded favorably for today, and Gun rushed over to envelop Wuxiang in a grand embrace. Brother Xiang, you truly are a master of concealment. Wuxiang offered a slight smile before attempting to depart. Gun grasped him, gesturing with his eyes towards Vickley, who was attempting to sneak away. Brother Xiang, have you forgotten something? Gun smirked mischievously. Wuxiang pondered for a moment. Indeed, you are correct. Vickley felt as though he had lost all dignity today. Surely, his brother would not spare him upon his return. Make way. Clear the path. Vickley shoved through the crowd. Wuxiang and Gun approached him, and the throng parted to grant them passage, eagerly anticipating the unfolding spectacle. Finding no escape, Vickley turned to face Wuxiang directly, and it seemed as if invisible sparks ignited between their gazes. Brother Xiang, are you too embarrassed to remove your shoes? Gun carelessly removed one of his shoes and handed it to Wuxiang. Here, don't be shy. Feel free to borrow mine. Wuxiang extended his hand to receive it, instinctively tilting his head back. The crowd, wrinkling their noses in distaste, retreated 2 meters. We've exerted ourselves a bit too much today, and with the sweat. The odor is rather strong. I hope you won't take offense, Gwen explained with a smile. Wuxiang presented the shoe before Vickley. Vickley's face, already green with anger, was further assaulted by the stench of the shoe. He would rather perish than consume it. When did I ever say I would eat it? Indeed, he was merely being obstinate. We all heard you. Gwen led the chorus of mockery, and the crowd joined in with enthusiasm. You all, scoundrels! Vickley bellowed in fury. Quick-witted, Wuxiang seized the moment when Vickley's mouth gaped open and forcefully shoved the shoe inside. Taken by surprise, Vickley staggered back several steps and fell to the ground, overwhelmed by the horrific scent that assaulted his senses. He could not contain his whimpering cries, his cheeks puffed out, nearly bursting, as the entirety of the shoe's upper was almost entirely engulfed. In a panic, he grasped the shoe's collar and yanked it from his mouth, producing a loud pop, with the shoe's tip leaving a long, slimy trail from the corner of his mouth. The crowd was on the verge of tears from laughter, many rolling on the ground in hilarity. Vickley's sanity shattered. I will kill you. A surge of intense magical energy erupted from him, and he lunged menacingly towards Wuxiang. Just as Vickley's hand was about to make contact with Wuxiang's face, a soldier from Tianren, tasked with maintaining order, suddenly appeared, swiftly subduing him and pinning him to the ground. Everyone, prohibition on the use of magical energy for combat. Vickley lifted his head, his unwilling gaze fixed intently on Wuxiang, who maintained an expression of indifference. The more impassive Wuxiang appeared, the more Vickley felt it was a blatant affront to him. Wuxiang, looking down at Vickley, who was immobilized by overwhelming force, suddenly experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he were the true villain while Vickley was the valiant rebel. The crowd dispersed, and thus the matter faded into obscurity. However, for the majority, this evening provided a rather intriguing topic for conversation, while Wuxiang remained oblivious to Vickley's thoughts. Scanning the surroundings, Wuxiang retrieved the shoe belonging to Gun. Do you still want it? Gun glanced disdainfully at the damp spot on the toe and reluctantly slipped it back on. The two departed together. High above the venue, a girl with pink hair rested her chin on her hand, swinging her legs leisurely as she observed Wuxiang's retreating figure. It truly was worth coming today. Suddenly, her expression changed dramatically. Oh no, I completely forgot to record that precious moment. Wu Xiang and Gun returned to their temporary lodgings. I never would have guessed, Brother Xiang. I assumed you were a novice, yet you turned out to be quite the cunning strategist. You had me fooled for quite a while. Gun teased, draping an arm around Wu Xiang's shoulder. It was merely luck, Wu Xiang replied nonchalantly. His response was not an act of modesty. He genuinely believed this. In this round of physical assessment, the prohibition on using magical energy granted Wu Xiang a distinct advantage. However, when it comes to the aspect of magical energy, his brief exposure may not equate to the strength of Gun. Although not all of the over 2,000 participants have fully absorbed the magical energy, those capable of wielding it undoubtedly comprise the majority. For instance, today, Wu Xiang could sense that Viclay's magical energy far surpassed his own. Should a confrontation arise, the outcome remains uncertain. Yesterday, there were 6 individuals in the temporary dormitory. Yet today, only 4 remain, with the missing 2 having naturally been eliminated. The 2 who returned witnessed Wu Xiang's performance today and became increasingly enthusiastic, subtly seeking opportunities to engage him in conversation. However, noticing Wu Xiang's apparent disinterest in chatting, they wisely chose to withdraw. Gun, how old are you this year? Wu Xiang unexpectedly inquired. Huh, why do you ask that? Gun replied, I'm 19. Wu Xiang rolled his eyes. So, how is it that you at 19 so naturally and comfortably address me, a mere 16-year-old, as Brother Xiang? One might say this person excels in social interactions, possesses a strong capacity for acceptance, and understands the nuances of timing, or perhaps, one could argue he is simply audaciously shameless. Wu Xiang had long wished to voice his thoughts on the matter. Chapter 20. The behemoth of mixed scores. The following day, the second phase of the test commenced as scheduled. This time, Wu Xiang smoothly entered the venue, finally free from inexplicable obstacles. He recalled that Xingyan had urged him to triumph in the assessment, yet she had not specified what would meet her standards. Thus, he could only strive to do his utmost. Yesterday, the first phase of the physical assessment resulted in the elimination of 1/3 of the participants. As for the second phase of practical exercises, it is not a certainty that those who lose will be disqualified. Rather, it will depend on the comprehensive evaluation of their performance during the battle. After all, the purpose of Tianren is to sift through exceptional new recruits, not to incite a brutal competition where only one emerges victorious. However, the better one performs, the greater their chances of selection. Typically, various departments are unlikely to reject outstanding new soldiers. As all participants entered the arena, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The circular track from yesterday sank away, replaced by the majestic rise of an enormous platform, accompanied by the sounds of whirring gears and mechanical friction. All contestants to the stage. Boomed the voice of the chief examiner. Those who can endure for 4 hours and remain standing shall advance. The crowd exchanged glances, and within mere seconds, torrents of magical energy surged forth, gathering into an overwhelming force. The air was filled with battle cries and the thunderous roar of combat. Wu Xiang stood ready, his muscles taut, prepared to counter any surprise attack from any direction. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, he found himself without a single opponent willing to engage him. Some merely cast a glance in his direction before silently opting for other adversaries. What is happening here? Logically speaking, Wu Xiang's exaggerated performance in the first phase should have marked him as a concealed master. With so many weaker individuals present, why would they choose to confront him? The most formidable contender? Such a decision would be sheer folly. Due to the disparity in their perceptions, Wu Xiang clearly failed to grasp this nuance. However, if one can advance without exerting much effort, it is indeed a delightful occurrence. When has fortune favored one so generously? For hours passed, and fewer than 200 individuals remained standing on the arena. For the majority of that time, Wu Xiang was in an idle state, only engaging in combat during the last hour when the number of competitors dwindled and their strength increased. Most opponents merely probed each other, testing the waters without engaging in fierce clashes. Consequently, Wu Xiang managed to progress with minimal exhaustion, not even sustaining any significant injuries, advancing in a rather muddled manner. As for Gun, he sustained considerable injuries. Given his strength, it would have been challenging for him to endure until the end. Fortunately, by trailing closely behind Wu Xiang and sharing the spoils, he too achieved advancement. The participants were permitted to rest on the spot for 2 hours, awaiting the subsequent one-on-one battles. Although the second phase imposed few restrictions, it was not devoid of rules. During the combat, the use of highly destructive weapons was prohibited, This implicit regulation aimed at ensuring fairness. For instance, if one combatant wielded a wooden stick while the other brandished a grenade launcher, there would be no basis for comparison. As long as the weapons brought by the contestants adhered to the regulations, they were left undisturbed. If one lacked a weapon, they could opt for the complementary arms provided by Tianren, a fact Wuxiang had only recently learned. These weapons were diverse: swords, blades, guns, spears, an array of choices. They were not mere ordinary melee weapons, but rather specially crafted magical armaments. Wuxiang had previously engaged in fights without ever encountering such weapons, relying solely on his fists. Thus, he opted for a pair of gloves, which automatically adjusted their size to envelop the user's arms and fists when slipped on. Without hesitation, he swung his limbs, finding the overall sensation quite satisfactory. The vast arena was partitioned into numerous smaller rings, each boasting a diameter of over 20 meters. After the random allocation of opponents commenced, he found himself standing on the platform, surprisingly facing a female contender. This revelation left him somewhat astonished, for among the new recruits, the number of females constituted less than 1/20th, and those advancing were even fewer, making this a rare occurrence. "I am aware that I am not your match," his opponent declared, "but I shall give it my utmost effort." A faint twitch appeared at the corner of his mouth, as he realized he was being perceived as a formidable adversary. The aura of magical energy surged forth, and as he blinked, the female soldier astonishingly vanished. Instinctively, he raised an arm, only to have a sharp dagger plunge into the armor on his arm, producing a crisp, resonant clash. Just as he prepared to retaliate, she swiftly retreated, having missed her mark. Such remarkable speed, I nearly failed to keep pace, he mused inwardly. Her reaction time was astonishing, capable of parrying his assault. The female soldier, equally focused, understood that speed and stealth were her forte, relying on the element of surprise to secure victory in a single strike. While she might not excel in running or speed in transit, the instantaneous velocity derived from her magical energy during battle was exceptionally high. Many opponents of similar caliber had fallen to her singular, decisive blow. However, this strength also bore its drawbacks, for once an adversary emerged unscathed from her initial assault, their vigilance and defenses would significantly heighten. Indeed, the reality unfolded as Wuxiang's gaze remained fixed upon his opponent's silhouette, poised to react at the slightest movement. As the female soldier advanced, Wuxiang surged forward, only to strike nothing but air with his punch. He immediately lowered his head, narrowly avoiding a dagger that grazed his hair from behind. In a swift motion, Wuxiang spun and swung his arm. Yet the opponent deftly leapt and landed on his arm, dissipating the force before creating distance once more. The exchange continued, with the female soldier darting around, her attack sharp yet noticeably lacking in strength. Wuxiang adopted a defensive stance, keenly searching for an opening. In a fleeting moment, a sharp dagger left a gash on Wuxiang's shoulder, but simultaneously, the female soldier had to endure a punch from him. Wuxiang observed that, as time progressed, her speed appeared to diminish, suggesting a limitation in her stamina. The female soldier discreetly concealed her trembling arm, a consequence of having injured Wuxiang and subsequently receiving his retaliatory blow. The scales of victory began to tilt in Wuxiang's favor. He feigned an opening for the female soldier, who, aware of the trap, felt compelled to leap forward. Her endurance was nearing its limit, and this would be her final opportunity. It would come down to who possessed the superior skill. The dagger drew ever closer to Wuxiang's neck, the magical energy pulsating from its blade piercing his skin. "I have won," she thought. Yet, just a fraction of an inch prevented the dagger from advancing further. To her shock, Wuxiang had expertly seized her joint, rendering her completely immobile despite her desperate attempts to break free. Next time, do not employ such tactics. It is perilous should you lose control. Without a hint of emotion, Wuxiang grasped the joints of the female soldier and, with a swift motion of his arms, hurled her into the air. She landed gracefully, having already positioned herself at the foot of the stage. "I concede. You are indeed formidable," she remarked before turning to leave. Wuxiang exhaled, relieved to have secured victory in the first round. He scanned the area for Gun, and as expected, Gun had been defeated and was now receiving treatment from the medical staff in the resting area. "Do not be disheartened," Wuxiang said softly, patting Gun on the shoulder. Gun shook his head. "No, Brother Shang, I am fine. I am already satisfied to have come this far. Joining the city patrol team should not pose a problem. Now, it's your turn." Wuxiang nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. Chapter 21. Wuxiang versus Vickery. After a brief respite, the second round of the arena battles commenced. Wuxiang ascended the stage, only to be met by an unexpected opponent. Vickery, to encounter this individual so soon? Your luck has run out, kid. Let us see who can assist you this time. Vickery declared, his expression twisted with malice, his gaze at Wuxiang akin to that of a man seeking vengeance for a grave injustice. Wuxiang remained silent, preparing himself for the arduous battle ahead. Vickery wielded a single-handed sword and was the first to strike, swinging his blade downward. Wuxiang raised his arm to block, the clash of his armored limb against the sword igniting a flurry of sparks, sending invisible shockwaves that billowed his garments. With a powerful flick, he deflected the blade. But Vickery, undeterred, twisted his wrist and continued his assault, the sword crashing against the sturdy arena floor, leaving a long, etched scar in its wake. Wuxiang leaped forward, delivering a powerful kick to Vickery's chest. Vickery, having just unleashed a sword strike, instinctively raised his unarmed arm to block, yet he was forced back by the impact. Seizing the moment, Wuxiang pursued, but Vickery, retreating, flashed a sinister smile. A surge of potent magical energy enveloped him as he swung his sword in a sweeping crescent motion. Realizing the timing was amiss, Wuxiang quickly adjusted, propelling himself off the ground to evade the arc of Vickery's strike. The two combatants once again separated, positioning themselves at opposite ends of the arena. A long gash marred the fabric of Wuxiang's chest, crimson blood seeping from the wound. He glanced down, his expression tightening with focus. Vickery wielded a sword measuring 1.20 meters in length, yet the blade was enhanced by magical energy, extending its effective reach to approximately 1.50 meters. While it appeared that Wuxiang had evaded Vickery's assault, he had in fact sustained a laceration from the sword's energy. Vickery, using his unarmed hand, mockingly raised his middle finger. However, Wuxiang remained unfazed. Vickery had anticipated that even if Wuxiang did not retaliate with anger, he would at least exchange some heated words. Yet, Wuxiang's indifferent demeanor provoked a sense of frustration within Vickery, as if he had struck a pillow. Die! Vickery shouted, thrusting his sword forward, and Wuxiang stood his ground defiantly. A flurry of sword shadows cascaded down, the clash of blade and fist creating a dazzling spectacle for onlookers. The two warriors engaged in a relentless battle, neither pausing for breath through dozens of exchanges. Suddenly, Vickery's sword pierced through Wuxiang's defenses, aiming for his neck. Wuxiang tilted his head just in time, the sword energy leaving a bloody mark on his cheek, while simultaneously he landed a punch squarely on Vickery's chest. Both fighters, now wounded, retreated to catch their breath. What tremendous strength! Vickery clutched his chest, a metallic sweetness surging within him, yet he swallowed it down. It could no longer be contained. Wuxiang sensed that Vickery's magical power had intensified, and with it, his assaults became increasingly ferocious. In that moment, Wuxiang found himself utterly suppressed in the arena, relegated to a position of passive defense, devoid of any opportunity for counterattack. But was the reality truly so? In his heart, Wuxiang remained far more composed than his physical demeanor suggested. He had already discerned the intricacies of Vickery's techniques. Fight back. Ha ha ha. You wretched fool. Strike back now. Vickery cackled as he attacked. Yet in the next instant, the seemingly defenseless Wuxiang faded for defeat in Vickery's eyes. Astonishingly, seized his blade with bare hands. What? Taking advantage of Vickery's momentary astonishment, Wuxiang disarmed him and firmly grasped his wrist. Vickery felt an overwhelming force surge through him, sending his body uncontrollably soaring, tracing a perfect arc before crashing heavily onto the ground. Blood erupted from Vickery's mouth, his mind a haze as debris scattered around him, creating a deep crater in the earth. Wuxiang had no intention of releasing him so easily. He seized Vickery's arm and swung it down. Again he swung, and again he smashed it down, treating him as nothing more than a punching bag in a frenzy of strikes. Vickery coughed blood, his arm dislocated, and the bones of his body shattered beyond count. As realization dawned, Vickery resorted to self-harm, channeling all his magical energy into a violent tremor, finally breaking free from Wuxiang's grasp. As the battle reached its current juncture, the skirmishes in the other arenas had largely concluded, with the gaze of hundreds, if not thousands, fixated upon the combatants before them. Victor, the elder brother of Vickery, wore an increasingly grim expression. This confrontation was meticulously orchestrated by him, aimed at swiftly eliminating Wuxiang, ideally rendering him incapacitated. Useless, useless, useless. Victor had berated in his mind countless times. On the battlefield, Vickery trembled as he struggled to maintain his stance. You scoundrel! You scoundrel! You scoundrel! You have forced my hand. I cannot afford to lose. Vickery, in a frenzied state, completely abandoned his longsword. Tiny shards of ice materialized in his palm. His most formidable trump card, which he had not anticipated being compelled to unveil so soon. Abilities. It is an ability. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. For such powers represented an overwhelming advantage for these neophytes. Among the 2,000 participants, it was improbable that Vickery was the sole individual to awaken such powers. Yet he remained among the rare few, being the first to reveal his ability in this contest. An ability, a special skill possessed only by an exceedingly small number of individuals. Wuxiang was indeed taken aback. Vickery had kept a card close to his chest. It seemed evident that his power was related to ice. Ice. A bold hypothesis took shape in Wuxiang's mind. Pondering whether this ice ability was a stroke of fortune or misfortune for Vickery, the rare flicker of fear that crossed Wuxiang's usually impassive visage brought Vickery a sense of satisfaction. He summoned a series of ice spikes, launching them like a rain of arrows towards Wuxiang. Vickery's control over his abilities was evidently still in its infancy, as he could only conjure ice spikes at this moment. However, he believed this was more than sufficient to deal with Wuxiang. In the arena, Wuxiang frantically dodged, narrowly escaping the piercing ice spikes, desperately struggling for survival, until he was soon cornered. In a fit of desperation, Wuxiang resolved to make a final, all-out attack on Vickery. You have brought this upon yourself. I shall grant your wish. Vickery's face lit up with exhilaration as he conjured an ice spike far larger than any before and hurled it towards Wuxiang. Countless pairs of eyes were fixated on the unfolding scene, all anticipating the moment Wuxiang would be impaled. A faint smile appeared on Wuxiang's lips as he concentrated all his magical energy into his arms and gauntlets. With a single, relentless punch, he effortlessly shattered the ice spike and, maintaining his momentum, struck Vickery squarely in the face. Vickery's body flew through the air like a kite severed from its string. Crashing down over 10 meters away, his face swollen beyond recognition, blood gushing from his nose, and several of his front teeth shattered, leaving him utterly unconscious. Wuxiang retracted his fist and let out a sigh of relief. The venue fell into an eerie silence, with the sound of breath palpable in the air. Moments later, a thunderous uproar erupted, as no one had anticipated such an outcome. Damn it! Victor, high above, stood up furiously, directing his gaze towards the boy who had captured everyone's attention. This was the third time such a result had occurred, and what began as a minor irritation had now been completely ignited. He could no longer tolerate it. Chapter 22. A sudden challenge. The chief examiner cast a perplexed glance at Victor. Surely, even if his brother had faced defeat, his reaction would not be so exaggerated. As for Wuxiang, the chief examiner held a great admiration for the young man and was contemplating how to recruit him into his department. Even after Wuxiang's recent loss, he would still have passed him, especially considering the delightful surprise Wuxiang had just presented to everyone. Wuxiang, are you aware of your transgressions? Victor suddenly bellowed. May I inquire? Esteemed examiner, what crime have I committed? Wuxiang boldly met Victor's gaze, unflinching and fearless, openly inflicting grave harm upon your opponent in the competition. And you still wish to argue? In the arena, who among them did not risk life and limb, pouring forth their utmost in battle? Injuries were an inevitable part of the contest. As an examiner, can you not comprehend this simple truth at your age? The youthful voice, steadfast and unyielding, reverberated throughout the assembly. The audience largely resonated with his words, yet they dared only to whisper amongst themselves. After all, regardless of the circumstances, opposing the examiner was decidedly unwise, as one could not be certain of the repercussions or lingering resentment that might ensue. Victor, what madness has overtaken you? The chief examiner, Luo Su, shouted in a mix of anger and confusion. Luo Su, mind your own business. This scoundrel has circumvented the preliminary rounds through backdoor means, and I am merely exercising my rights as an examiner. Victor replied ambiguously. Chief Examiner Luo Su was taken aback. Backdoor dealings? Such matters could be easily investigated, and Victor had no reason to deceive him. Furthermore, Wuxiang, it has been confirmed that you leveraged connections to enter the assessment. How do you intend to defend yourself against this? I now grant you an opportunity. Defeat me. Should you succeed, you may pass the assessment. Victor proclaimed with righteous indignation. Using the back door, is that so? But how can one possibly defeat the examiner? The crowd erupted into fervent discussions upon hearing Victor's words. Wu Shang began to comprehend that, regardless of his actions or utterances, Victor was determined to brand him with a false accusation. It was evident who had previously thwarted his participation in the assessment. Victor had no intention of granting Wu Shang the opportunity for explanation. An immense surge of magical energy erupted as he leaped from above, delivering a merciless blow aimed directly at Wu Shang. Stop! Luo Su was taken aback by Victor's sudden onslaught, realizing too late that he could not intervene. The intensity of Victor's assault betrayed the true nature of the event. It was not an assessment at all, but rather a quest for blood. Below, Wu Shang crossed his arms, struggling to maintain his composure as he gazed upward. Overwhelmed by an unprecedented surge of magical energy, Victor's fist loomed larger in his vision, inescapable and unyielding. With a thunderous crash, debris exploded from the arena, a cloud of dust billowing forth, and a powerful shockwave radiated outward, forcing those in the distance to shield their eyes. Wu Shang was violently propelled by the force of the impact, rolling several times across the ground. He hastily regained his footing, only to realize that he was miraculously unharmed. As the dust settled, a familiar crimson hue caught his eye. "Xingyan!" Wu Shang exclaimed in astonishment. The spectators outside finally discerned the scene before them, horrified to discover that a strange red-haired woman had effortlessly caught Victor's fist with a single hand. Who was she? How could she possibly stand against the examiner? The crowd was bewildered, none having noticed her arrival on the stage. "Xingyan, who are you?" Victor immediately stepped back, filled with caution. Xingyan paid him no heed. Instead, turning to Wu Shang, "You should step aside. He is not an opponent you can contend with at the moment." Wu Shang nodded in acknowledgement and complied without attempting to prove his strength. "Xingyan, do you intend to be my adversary?" Victor bellowed. "Huh? Oppose you? You think you are worthy of such a challenge? You truly overestimate yourself." Xingyan retorted with a mocking smile. Victor was instantly consumed by rage at Xingyan's dismissive attitude. "Humph, don't assume I fear you." As he spoke, he enveloped himself in armor, bracing for Xingyan's potential attack. From a distance, Wu Shang observed Victor's reaction, clearly sensing his trepidation towards Xingyan, even as Victor verbally claimed indifference. "Cease this. This venue is for the new recruits assessment, not a place for your reckless antics." The chief examiner, Luo Su, attempted to mediate. Xingyan glanced up at Luo Su from his elevated position. "Hey, old Luo, you are failing miserably as a chief examiner. Even a mere deputy like Victor dares to ride on your back and make a mess. I've seen shamelessness, but never such blatant audacity. Anyone who dares to bully me shall face my wrath." Xingyan's clear voice resonated throughout the venue. For reasons unknown, upon hearing the phrase "bully me," a warm current coursed through Wu Shang's heart. Luo Su sighed, knowing from his understanding of Xingyan that he could not prevent this confrontation. He instructed others to disperse the crowd and activated the immense barrier enveloping the arena. Victor gathered every ounce of magical energy to its zenith. "Starflame, do not employ the Godslayer armor." Starflame regarded Victor with a contemptuous gaze. "Do not even mention the Godslayer armor. I could easily crush you. A cowardly wretch who preys on the weak, without even drawing my blade. Arrogance." Victor's body levitated slightly above the ground, an array of fragmented stones adhering to the surface of his battle armor, forming a layer of petrified shell. In stark contrast to Victor, fully clad in armor, Starflame remained as nonchalant as ever in his simple trench coat. "My rocks are impervious to your flames, and my martial prowess surpasses yours. Let us see how you can contend with me." With that, Victor unleashed the full force of his magical energy, activating his stone abilities. A colossal stone sphere materialized from thin air, swelling to the size of a house, with unstoppable momentum. Boom! The boulder thundered forward like an armored vehicle, while Starflame countered with an immense fireball to clash against it. The two vastly different energies converged and collided. The specially designed arena's surface was torn apart, as if besieged by a tempest, swiftly turning to dust. The enormous stone and the flames could no longer withstand each other and dissipated, producing a deafening sonic boom that reverberated even through the protective barrier, causing the audience's eardrums to ache as the entire venue trembled under the strain. The two transformed into streaks of red and brown light, engaging in a fierce collision that left onlookers bewildered, unable to keep pace with their movements. Victor's strikes were forceful and grand. each punch and kick seemingly endowed with the power to rend the heavens and shatter the earth, while Starflame moved with an ethereal grace, akin to a dancing flame butterfly. Seemingly innocuous attacks concealed a lethal threat. Rock Spire. Victor clapped his hands against the ground, causing countless jagged rock spires to erupt from beneath Xingyan's feet, posing a perilous threat should she misstep. The arena had transformed into a desolate expanse, reminiscent of a battlefield strewn with a multitude of blades. Xingyan deftly leaped and danced atop the myriad rock formations, ensuring that not a single thread of her attire was marred. Suddenly, as she hovered in midair, about to descend, she sensed a surge of energy beneath her. Victor had meticulously calculated her landing spot and was poised for action. The rock spires lunged towards her, but with a flick of her wrist, a fiery line erupted from her hand, obliterating them into fragments. Following this, 7 searing flames shot forth, weaving through the dense thicket of rock spires as if animated, all directed towards the incanting Victor. Upon witnessing this, Victor swiftly ceased his spellcasting and conjured a formidable earthen shield before him to withstand the fiery onslaught. He staggered backward for several meters as the shield shattered. Yet the residual power of the flames proved insufficient to inflict significant harm upon him. Chapter 23. The Tyranny of Victor. With a delicate tap of her toes, Xingyan elevated herself atop a towering rock spire, gazing down at Victor, who tilted his head back to meet her gaze. It was time to conclude this confrontation. Victor forcefully stomped the ground, spreading his arms wide in a gesture reminiscent of embracing the sun. The entire arena trembled in response to his movements, as all visible rock spires, debris, and dust swirled upward towards him. Amidst the fierce winds and swirling sands, Xingyan squinted her eyes. Victor, in this state, had become increasingly daunting to approach. After a brief moment, as all the stones and soil converged, molded and hardened under Victor's arcane energy, an extraordinarily magnificent scene unfolded. A newly formed ridge, towering several dozen meters high, comparable to a building, was raised above Victor's head, his exaggerated stature rendering him akin to an ancient deity. A valiant warrior cradling a mountain. An unspoken awe permeated the hearts of all present. This time, I shall see how you respond. Victor swung the massive ridge, directing its peak towards Xingyan with all his might. Her form was firmly ensnared, and before the ridge could descend, the ground around her crumbled significantly. To everyone's astonishment, Xingyan chose to confront this force barehanded. A series of thunderous roars erupted. The immense pressure, weighing thousands of tons, forced her to slide back over 100 meters. With great effort, Xingyan embedded her legs into the ground, barely managing to halt Victor's ferocious advance. Positioned atop the ridge, Victor pressed down with all his strength, his laughter echoing with exhilaration as he observed the peak nearly descending upon Xingyan's face. As the pressure on her body increased, the peak drew ever closer to her eyes. Wuxiang's heart raced fiercely, yet he held firm in his belief that Xingyan would not falter. On the battlefield, the woman, seemingly on the verge of collapse, curled her lips slightly, revealing a smile that others could not comprehend. Unbeknownst to you, whether your rocks can truly withstand my flames, she thought. Her hands emitted an eerie crimson glow, and the peak she grasped gradually turned red, the fiery hue swiftly engulfing the entire ridge like a raging inferno. Sensing impending doom, Victor hastily retreated, but in the next moment, the colossal ridge erupted violently, transforming into a cascade of debris scattering across the sky. Countless fragments of rock descended from the heavens, ablaze with flames, culminating in an awe-inspiring and resplendent deluge of terror, akin to a meteor shower. The searing rain of fire struck the ground, rendering it pockmarked and transforming it into pools of molten lava, from which steam rose only to be swiftly dissipated by the intense heat. Victor gasped for breath, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld the celestial flames. With a gentle wave of his hand, the flames commanded the molten lava to flow, coalescing into a colossal serpent of magma. The serpent flicked its forked tongue, exhaling waves of scorching heat with each breath, as if it were a living creature. Go, the flames instructed, reaching out to stroke the serpent's head and gesturing towards the still-dazed Victor. Obeying the command, the serpent writhed its lengthy body, opening its cavernous maw to strike at Victor, melting everything in its path beyond recognition. In that instant, terror seized Victor's very soul. The celestial flames, arms crossed and yawning with indifference, leisurely watched the dramatic chase unfold between man and serpent. In a moment of carelessness, Victor was overtaken and swallowed whole by the magma serpent. Even with his petrified armor shielding him, he felt a searing pain enveloping his entire being. "Petrified arm," he exclaimed, extending his arms to brace against the jaws of the molten beast, engaging in a desperate struggle. The brutal confrontation ultimately concluded with Victor achieving a Pyrrhic victory. His once proud armor lay in tatters, riddled with gaping holes, revealing skin grievously burned beneath the remnants of his protective shell. Before he could catch his breath, Xingyan's body transformed into a fleeting shadow, seizing his head and propelling his body over 100 meters, until a resounding crash echoed as they struck the defensive barrier. With her fiery wings unfurled, Xingyan soared skyward against the barrier, while Victor's face, pressed against it, sparked a dazzling array of flames. The chilling wails were extinguished by the wind. Witnesses to this scene instinctively touched their own faces, shivering at the thought of the pain, even without experiencing it firsthand. As Xingyan ascended with Victor to the pinnacle of the barrier, she abruptly dove downward. With a thunderous roar, the ground was violently cratered, embedding Victor's head into the earth, his body convulsing uncontrollably. "No. Please, let me go," Victor pleaded desperately. Yet, Xingyan's grip on his head remained unyielding. Her gaze sharpened, her palm glowing red once more. It was too late. "Stop," Luo Su shouted as he rushed forward. A muffled thud followed, accompanied by a flash of fire. Victor's body tensed abruptly, then fell limp entirely. Xingyan rose nonchalantly, dusting off her hands and regarding the hurriedly approaching Luo Su. You wouldn't kill him, would you?" Luo Su trembled with rage, pointing at Xingyan. "Oh, not at all. Just teaching him a little lesson. It's merely a minor injury. At worst, he might end up bald in the future," Xingyan replied with an air of indifference, patting her head with a smile. Luo Su gazed in disbelief at Victor's utterly charred scalp, which bore no resemblance to a head at all. A minor injury? He looks like he's been beaten beyond recognition. In the vast hall, silence reigned, as 1,000 souls gathered. Yet not a single individual could articulate the tumultuous emotions swirling within. Today, they bore witness to a battle so extraordinary that it transcended human imagination. Akin to a divine confrontation. "Shall I take the boy?" Xingyan inquired, pointing at Wushang while addressing Luo Su. "Very well, take him," Luo Su replied, gesturing dismissively. After taking a few steps, Xingyan suddenly recalled something and turned back. "Oh dear, is there anything else?" Luo Su exclaimed, his face a mask of alarm. Xingyan gestured towards the unconscious Victor on the ground. "Ensure that the expenses for the venue repairs are reimbursed by him. Don't bother asking me. I shall not provide a single coin." Luo Su, taken aback, thought how fortunate it was that Victor was unconscious. Had he been awake, he would have been infuriated. All right, you may go. Please, do hurry." "Then, farewell," Xingyan said with a cheerful wave. "No, don't say farewell. Let us never meet again," Luo Su implored. Xingyan unfurled his fiery wings and soared to Wushang's side, seizing him by the collar and lifting him into the air, vanishing from the sight of the assembly. With a sigh, Luo Su ordered his subordinates to carry Victor away for urgent medical attention. "I hereby announce that the assessment is postponed temporarily. The advancing contestants should return and await further notice." As his words echoed, the staff swiftly entered the hall, facilitating the orderly evacuation of those still in a daze. Luo Su surveyed the hall, now a mere shadow of its former self. Perhaps it would be more fitting to call it a ruin or a relic, and indeed, he had to seriously contemplate the matter of repair expenses. "I beg of you, Victor, please recover swiftly and contribute your strength to the construction of Tianren." Chapter 24. Crimson Red Wushang was uncertain of where Xingyan was taking him. He felt an abundance of inquiries swirling in his mind, yet when he opened his mouth, words eluded him. He slightly tilted his head to observe the profile of Xingyan, a woman possessing a unique blend of audacity and nonchalance, exuding confidence and strength. He recognized her formidable prowess, yet the experiences of the day still left him profoundly astounded. "How did you come here?" Wushang finally ventured to ask. "I merely came to join the fray." Upon witnessing Victor's shamelessness, I couldn't resist intervening, Xingyan replied without turning her head. "I must admit, this predicament is partly my fault. Victor and I have unresolved issues, and I never anticipated he would target you." Wushang comprehended that Xingyan's presence at the assessment venue stemmed from her concern for him, which enabled her timely intervention. "So, does this mean I passed the assessment?" Wushang inquired with a hint of trepidation. Well, why don't you take a guess? Xingyan replied with a mischievous smile. Wushang. There was indeed another pressing matter that Wushang refrained from voicing. Why? Every time she flew him. Did she insist on carrying him as if he were a mere chick? It was undeniably embarrassing. Although this was not their first encounter, the awkwardness lingered. She could easily carry him in a more dignified manner, or even better, hold him in her arms. However, he thought better of it. Considering Xingyan's terrifying combat prowess, it would be utterly foolish to risk his life over such trivialities. Enduring a little discomfort would be worthwhile. We have arrived. Xingyan arrived before a quaint villa, and Wushang was taken by surprise when she suddenly released her grip, causing him to plummet to the ground in an awkward freefall, leaving an impression in the earth. Slowly, Wushang propped himself up and emerged from the depression, casting a resentful glance at the elegantly descending Xingyan. Young man, your cultivation is still insufficient, Xingyan teased. Wushang brushed off the withered leaves from his head, relieved that he had landed on a patch of grass, sparing him from excessive pain. He surveyed his surroundings and noted a two-story building, spanning approximately 200 square meters, encircled by greenery. In this militaristic locale known as Tianren, this place appeared exceptionally unique. Where's this? He inquired. My workplace, Xingyan replied with a mysterious smile. Your workplace? Follow me. Xingyan gestured and opened the door, with Wushang closely trailing behind. Inside the living room, there were 2 women and 4 men, among whom was surprisingly a young girl. Most were clad in casual attire, either engrossed in their tasks or engaged in idle chatter. Wushang's attention was drawn to a slender, short-haired man in uniform, particularly due to the insignia on his attire, which differed somewhat from what he had seen outside. The majority of Tianren warriors bore a symbol of a crescent encircling a blade upon their chests, while the short-haired man displayed a blade engulfed in flames. Upon Xingyan's entrance, all present ceased their activities and turned their gazes toward her. Suyu, is everyone assembled? Xingyan inquired. Aside from Yendora and those on missions, everyone else at the base is present, responded a long-haired man in a robe. Xingyan nodded in acknowledgement. Seated upon the couch, a robust man clad in heavy armor rose, swinging his arms with vigor, his fists colliding with a resounding thud. Captain, have you summoned us all here because something significant is about to transpire? I can hardly contain my excitement. The burly man inquired, his voice booming. Xingyan shook his head. No, there are other matters at hand. Upon hearing this, the man's enthusiasm waned considerably, and he then noticed Wushang standing behind Xingyan. Captain, why have you brought along a little child? Is he some sort of employer? A tall, slender man in uniform with short hair interjected nonchalantly. Among those present, only Suyu displayed a flicker of surprise upon seeing Wushang, gaining a semblance of understanding regarding Xingyan's forthcoming intentions. Suddenly, the door swung open once more, and a girl with pink hair entered. Wushang turned his head, his eyes widening slightly. Is it you? Indeed, it is I, little brother. Have you missed your sister during our day apart? Weren't you that? What was it, information technician? Wushang asked, puzzled. Oh, that was merely a side job. As she spoke, the pink-haired girl flipped her identification badge, revealing a blade emblem engulfed in flames. This is my true vocation. Wushang. Excellent. Now that everyone is present, Xingyan announced as he surveyed the room. He turned his gaze toward Wushang, their eyes locking in an unusual moment of seriousness on his face. Comrade Wushang, I hereby extend a formal invitation for you to join my squad. Will you accept? With that, Xingyan extended his palm toward Wushang. Wow, Captain, you cannot be serious. The brawny man shouted, bewilderment etched across his face. What? Do you have an objection? Xingyan cast a sidelong glance at the muscular figure. And no, of course not. Haha, I have no objections. It's entirely up to you, Captain. The man quickly altered his expression, driven by an instinct for self-preservation. Wushang gazed at the outstretched hand of Xingyan, pondering if this gesture signified her acknowledgement of him. From this moment forth, would he too become a warrior who vanquishes foes with his own hands? At that moment, he felt an inexplicable void in his heart. Although he was utterly unaware of the circumstances surrounding Xingyan's team, he found himself willingly inclined. Wushang smiled and firmly clasped her hand. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Xingyan, the captain of the Crimson Blade Special Operations Team. I am Wushang, a member of the Crimson Blade Special Operations Team. Suddenly, a girl with pink short hair energetically squeezed herself between Xingyan and Wushang. Oh, it's my turn. Ahem, I am the embodiment of beauty and wisdom, the fusion of charm and strength, the soul and core of the Crimson Blade. Yandora? As she spoke, the girl, who referred to herself as Yandora, flashed a radiant smile and extended her hand toward Wushang. Wushang instinctively dismissed Yandora's lengthy introduction and reached out to shake her hand, only for her to swiftly retract it. Does the little brother want to take advantage of his older sister? Hee, I want to let you touch. Wushang. It seems I have encountered an unusual number of absurdities today. All right, enough teasing. Come, let me introduce you to everyone, Yandora declared, seizing Wushang's hand and leading him towards the others, while Xingyan smiled, granting her silent approval. Firstly, allow me to introduce this remarkable individual, our vanguard, known as Steel Wheel, who dons his battle armor even in slumber. Yandala gestured towards the heavily armored man. Hey, kid, just because the captain has permitted you to join the team does not imply my endorsement. During combat, do not hinder my efforts. Steel Wheel bellowed discontentedly at Wushang. Wushang replied, I shall do my utmost. Do not heed his words, little brother. Steel Wheel merely has a sharp tongue. He will always charge to the forefront in battle. And when danger arises, simply take refuge behind him. Yandala interjected with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. A special note, dear brother, with your striking looks, do ensure that you do not grow up to be a muscle-bound oddity like Steel Wheel. Humph. Steel Wheel retorted, you are the oddity. Your entire family is odd. Why the sudden humph? Why respond so readily? Chapter 25. New companions. Yandala led Wushang to the second individual, a tall and slender man clad in uniform. His name is Shadow, our assassin, cunning, deceitful, ruthless, and cold-blooded. In short, it is best to avoid provoking him. May you enjoy a longer life, Shadow remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Wushang without turning his head, his tone indifferent. Certainly, Wushang replied. Yandala offered her distinctive reminder once more. Little brother, remember to avoid becoming a dreary man like Shadow. Such individuals are often disdained by women. The third person was an elegant man with long hair, adorned in a flowing robe, exuding an aura of sophistication. Wushang recalled that upon entering, this gentleman was polishing his firearm. His name is Su Yu, our sharpshooter. The amiable individual, easy to get along with and agreeable in conversation, would hardly retaliate even if struck. Hey, Yandora, I would indeed retaliate, Su Yu said awkwardly. Despite his demeanor, he was, in fact, a scion of a wealthy family. It was truly perplexing why someone like him would subject himself to hardship in Tianren. Perhaps he was simply indulging in frivolity or possessed some undisclosed penchant for masochism. Could you refrain from making disparaging remarks within my earshot? Su Yu wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. From their expressions, Wushang discerned that the rapport between the two was quite amicable. You must be Wushang. It appears you have made a commendable recovery. I am delighted to welcome you as our new team member, Su Yu remarked, turning to face Wushang. Yes, hello. You seem to know me? Wushang inquired tentatively. Su Yu certainly recognized him. After all, it was he who had carried Wushang back in the first place. Xingyan leisurely opened a can of cola, sipping it with ease. At that time, I was genuinely concerned that you might fall apart at any moment, Su Yu said, half in jest. Wushang's gaze darkened momentarily, enveloped in silence. Thank you. There is no need for gratitude. Your perseverance is solely attributable to your own strength. I scarcely aided you at all. The fourth individual was an unremarkable bespectacled man, who, apart from glancing up when Xingyan entered, had been engrossed in his work at the computer. His name was Yihiko, our mechanic, a workaholic responsible for coordination, logistics, and support. Well, there's really nothing more to say about him. Is someone calling for me? Yihiko asked, scratching his head in confusion. Upon seeing Wushang, he finally reacted, promptly grasping Wushang's hand and shaking it vigorously a couple of times. Hello. Having said that, he returned to his chair, engrossed in his work. The fifth individual was a mature and intellectually alluring woman, her chestnut-hued, slightly curled hair cascading gracefully over her shoulders, with two braids framing her proud bosom. Her expression was gentle, yet marked by a hint of aloofness. Her name was Vivian, our therapist, possessing beauty that rivaled my own. She treated people and matters with an elegance and kindness that assuredly made her an ally in times of distress. Hello, it is a pleasure to meet you, Vivian said. Her palms crossed elegantly, as she politely nodded in greeting to Wushang. Hello, would you care for a cup of freshly brewed coffee? Not at the moment, thank you. Wushang felt a peculiar sense of discomfort. Amidst a group of eccentric individuals, The sudden appearance of a seemingly normal person left him feeling somewhat out of place. The final person was a girl who appeared to be just over 10 years old, standing at approximately 1 meter 40. She possessed an abundance of hair that was quite disproportionate for her age, her light golden locks styled into twin ponytails. Her head held high with an air of pride as she sat nestled in the embrace of a large plush bear. Is it truly appropriate for such a young child to be part of Tianren? Is Tianren indeed a legitimate organization? Or is she perhaps a child brought along by one of the attendees? Isn't she adorable? If you pat her head, something magical might just happen. Yendora whispered conspiratorially to Wushang. That may not be entirely appropriate. Why ever not? A gentle pat on the head is a splendid way to convey friendliness. Hello, little friend. May I inquire about your name? Wushang hesitantly extended his hand toward the young girl. In an instant, the living room fell into an eerie silence. A strange atmosphere permeating the air. At that moment, it was nearly impossible for Wushang to remain oblivious. He lifted his gaze and discovered that everyone present was regarding him with an array of complex expressions. Among them were shock, admiration, and even schadenfreude, particularly from Gang Luan, who seemed to behold him as one would a rare and formidable warrior. What transpired? The little girl remained silent, brushing aside Wushang's hand that rested upon her head. She leapt from the embrace of her teddy bear, her expression unreadable. Who are you calling little friend? A petite fist, imbued with tremendous force, struck Wushang's abdomen. The fabric of his shirt tore under the sheer power of the blow, leaving a gaping hole in its wake. The excruciating pain radiating from his belly compelled Wushang to kneel, as if his insides had been violently churned. And he could not suppress the bitter bile rising in his throat. Even the magical energy he had hastily gathered was instantly dispersed. The little girl let out a huff, striding away in a huff, unrecognizing of kinship. With great difficulty, Wushang managed to lift his head, only to be astounded to see the teddy bear glancing back and forth before scampering after the girl. Am I in such agony that I am losing my sanity? Ha ha. The exaggerated laughter of a young girl echoed in Wushang's ears. I did not intend to laugh. Believe me, I truly did not. Uffed. Unless I simply could not resist. Yendora nearly laughed to the point of tears. Aside from her, most of the others in the living room were also struggling to stifle their laughter. Even Yihiko, who had been incessantly typing away at his keyboard, paused his work, adjusted his glasses, and revealed a profound expression. Having laughed to her heart's content, Yendora patted Wushang on the back, lifting him up while entirely disregarding his ominous gaze, and calmly elucidated the situation. She introduced herself as Taiko, our puppeteer. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, Taiko's body and appearance remained stunted. Despite her youthful facade, she is, in fact, 22 years old. Her greatest disdain lies in being perceived as a child or a little friend. By the way, that large bear is named Heibao, a creation of Taiko's extraordinary abilities. Wushang's face twitched slightly. Vivian's earlier demeanor had lulled him into a false sense of security. Indeed, it was his gravest folly to regard an ostensibly normal person as such in this place. He sat on the sofa for a considerable time, gradually regaining composure and forming a preliminary understanding of the Crimson Red members. Now that you have introduced everyone to me, what is your role within the team? Wushang inquired of Yendora. Me? Oh, me? Yendora playfully pointed to herself. I simply need to be adorable. Wushang was not surprised. Rather, he had already anticipated such a response from her. Our team hasn't welcomed new members in quite some time, since everyone has the opportunity. How about we celebrate the new addition with a grand feast tonight? Xingyan proposed. Yendora, Suyu, and Gang Luan all expressed their agreement, and the others voiced no objections, swiftly solidifying the plan. Unexpectedly, Wuxiang found himself surprised by Gang Luan's agreement. However, he soon realized that Gang Luan's intention was merely to indulge in a hearty meal, indifferent to any underlying reasons. Chapter 26. A glimpse into the blade of heaven. As dusk fell, 9 individuals gathered around a dining table in the villa. They exchanged toasts and laughter, reveling in the camaraderie, though one might choose to disregard the occasional disdainful snorts from Taika. Each person had partaken in a fair share of libations, and even Wuxiang, lacking any military knowledge, sensed that this group had likely engaged in such revelries before. To his astonishment, Vivian exhibited an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Despite her seemingly demure demeanor, she remained unfazed after several glasses of strong spirits, her complexion merely flushed. Cheers! Exclaimed Xingyan, lifting his glass and downing its contents with gusto. How cunning! Captain, trying to pass off grape juice as something stronger? Yandora unflinchingly exposed his ruse. Gongluan, already quite inebriated, threw an arm around Wuxiang's shoulders, the potent scent of alcohol wafting over him. He forcibly urged Wuxiang to take a hefty swig, nearly causing him to expel the drink through his nostrils. Wuxiang decidedly disliked the acrid bite of the spirits. Hey kid, now that you've joined our team, we are family from this point on. If anyone bullies you, just mention my name, Gongluan, and I'll protect you, Gongluan declared heartily, thumping his chest. Wuxiang offered a faint smile, saying nothing in response. However, Xingyan keenly observed that Wuxiang's expression shifted to one of discomfort upon Gongluan's mention of family. She discreetly sipped her sweet grape wine, feigning that nothing had transpired. As the night deepened, the satiated group gradually dispersed. Wuxiang sat alone on the balcony of the second floor, quietly caressing the string of blue gemstone necklaces, his emotions somewhat complex. It had been a long time since he had experienced such liveliness as today. To be honest, he did not despise this feeling. Yet, amidst such an atmosphere, he could not help but feel awkward and uneasy. Though everyone was within arm's reach, they seemed utterly unattainable. Soft footsteps approached from behind, and Xingyan came to sit beside Wuxiang. What are you thinking about? She asked. Nothing much, he replied, his tone calm and unhesitating. Are you happy today? Yes, he answered simply. The two exchanged only a few brief words before falling silent, with only the cool evening breeze caressing them. After a long pause, Xingyan posed a question to Wuxiang. Why do you think humans are social creatures? Wuxiang turned to look at her, puzzled by her inquiry. She did not press for an answer but smiled patiently, awaiting his response. I don't know, Wuxiang hesitated before replying. Xingyan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, revealing her delicate earlobe. She leaned forward, wrapping her arms around her knees. In that case, may I share my perspective? Wuxiang nodded in acknowledgement. In this world, whether it is to eat, sleep, or work, we always gather together. This is not merely a habit. It is because one cannot survive alone, no matter how resilient one's will or unwavering one's beliefs. There will come a day when they succumb to the endless void of silence and confusion. Do you understand? After hearing Xingyan's words, Wuxiang merely bowed his head, lingering in silence for a long time. Let us be off. It is quite late. Come, return with me to rest, Starflame declared as she rose to her feet. After taking a few steps, she noticed that Wuxiang had not followed. She turned back, puzzled. What is the matter? Wuxiang hesitated, his footsteps faltering as he softly replied, This seems rather inappropriate. Starflame was taken aback. What seems inappropriate? Observing the slight awkwardness in Wuxiang's demeanor, she quickly grasped the situation. And a mix of amusement and exasperation washed over her as she playfully delivered a light smack to his head. You impudent child, with hardly any hair on your chin. What are you thinking? Perhaps when you can defeat me, you may ponder such things. Realizing he had misunderstood, Wuxiang awkwardly uttered an O. You dare to respond with an O? Truly, it has only been a short time, and yet you have already been led astray by Yandora. It seems I must prevent you from associating with her any further. Starflame sighed, exasperated. But Captain, I believe I have yet to receive my accommodation. Wuxiang felt compelled to remind her. That is not a concern. After all, our small team is considered an independent entity, and we do have exclusive dormitories. Everyone else has returned, so follow me. Do you not usually reside in this apartment? Wuxiang inquired. Indeed, this serves as the office for our team. However, the members do not frequent it regularly. Typically, only one or two individuals remain on duty when there are no missions, Starflame explained. I see, Wuxiang replied. So, how does it feel to experience the grandeur of our team? Indeed, it is quite magnificent, Starflame proclaimed with pride. It certainly is, quite impressive. Wuxiang responded in agreement. By the way, I happen to have some free time these days. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to formalize your arrangements. Very well, Wuxiang replied. Upon arrival, Xingyan entered the girls' dormitory on the right, while Wuxiang proceeded to the boys' dormitory on the left. Although the dormitories were modest in size, the small number of team members ensured that each had ample space, making the accommodations quite satisfactory. Lying on his bed, silence enveloped the night. The following day, Wuxiang accompanied Xingyan to the office to have an identification photo taken, where he received a uniform, a magical energy handgun, a suit of armor, and a manual for new recruits of the Tianren. The uniform's design bore a striking resemblance to that worn by standard Tianren warriors. yet it prominently displayed a blade emblem engulfed in flames on the chest. The staff member cast a meaningful glance at Wuxiang. After all, among the tens of thousands at the Tianren headquarters, only a select few bore this insignia. The magical energy handgun resembled the weapon Wuxiang had previously seized from a Limic soldier, capable of firing magical energy beams upon pulling the trigger at an enemy. The armor was the fourth generation of Tianren gear, currently the standard issue for Tianren soldiers, designed to withstand up to 3 strikes from a magical energy handgun at the same point. Wuxiang opened his identification. The front page displayed his portrait. Name, Wuxiang. Rank, C. Status, member of the Tianren Special Operations Team. Additional details included a serial number and date. What does this rank signify? Wuxiang inquired of Xingyan. The Tianren organization assigns ranks to all its members, categorized as D, C, B, A, and S. Typically, D rank consists of non-combat support and logistical personnel. C rank represents the minimum requirement for battlefield engagement. B rank qualifies one for basic duties, and A rank denotes the backbone of the Tianren's operational strength. When an individual's strength and achievements meet the corresponding criteria, they may be promoted in rank. The higher the rank, the greater the authority, and the more resources one can acquire. Wuxiang nodded in understanding. All right, you may return and familiarize yourself for now. Tomorrow, there will be a session for new recruits, covering some historical context and fundamental knowledge. While it may not hold significant value, attendance is mandatory, Xingyan reminded in a routine manner. Suddenly, her expression turned serious, as if she had something of great importance to convey. Listen carefully, Wuxiang. There are still many matters you do not comprehend. Exercise caution while you are out in the world. Wuxiang surmised that this was a warning against provoking trouble. If someone challenges you or bullies you, do not engage in futile arguments. Simply confront them directly. Do not waver. We must uphold the honor of our squad. Should anything arise, I will take responsibility. Wuxiang listened silently, yet suddenly felt that Xingyan's words were increasingly disconcerting. Do you understand? Xingyan asserted, hands on her hips, her indignation palpable. I understand. Your resolve is lacking. I understand. Very well. Wuxiang's face remained tense, feeling a mix of embarrassment and uncertainty about whether following such a leader would prove to be a blessing or a curse. Chapter 27. Introductory Lecture Upon Returning. Wuxiang opened the manual for new recruits, which contained a brief introduction to the various organizational departments. The frontline combat forces, referred to as the military department, comprised the largest number of personnel, divided into 10 military districts, each headed by a corps commander and 2 deputy corps commanders. The covert forces behind enemy lines, abbreviated as the Special Operations Unit, serve as the intelligence division of Tianren. The Urban Patrol Unit is tasked with maintaining order within the city and addressing incidents beyond the purview of local law enforcement. The Anjia Exploration Unit is responsible for surveying and cleansing areas outside of Anjia, with the aim of establishing new safe zones. The Trainee Unit serves as a hub for non-official Tianren personnel and probationers, focusing on the training of newly enlisted soldiers. The Research Department develops and manufactures the soldiers' battle armor, various magical energy weapons, aircraft, armored vehicles, missiles, and other armaments. The Mecha Division oversees the operation of drones, unmanned robots, and other artificial intelligence weaponry. The Command Center, as its name implies, is responsible for the deployment and management of operations, orchestrating the overall strategy. The Logistics Department, a non-combat division, encompasses medical services, general affairs, catering, and battlefield cleanup. Notably, the Special Operations Team of Tianren is highlighted. This unit, while comprising a minimal number of members and not constituting a formal department, functions equivalently to one. Originally part of the Special Operations Unit, it was rebranded as Crimson Red after its current leader, Xingyan, took command 6 years ago. The members of this team do not adhere to a specific role and are exclusively responsible for undertaking missions that other departments cannot resolve, characterized by high mobility and autonomy. In circumstances that are not exceptionally rare, members of Crimson Red possess the authority to decline any summons from organizations or individuals, answering solely to their commanding officer. The team leader. Having perused the preceding text, Wuxiang finally attained a clearer understanding of the profound crimson hue. However, he found himself somewhat intrigued by the means by which Xingyan managed to lead a team independently. Such feats, while easily spoken of, are nearly insurmountable in practice. Nevertheless, These considerations were not his immediate concern. Rather, the enhancement of his own strength took precedence. He devised a simple plan: physical training in the morning and the honing of magical energy in the afternoon, and thus his day unfolded. The introductory courses were offered by the apprentice department, with the headquarters manual for the Tianren recruits providing a general map that marked various locations. The following day, Wuxiang followed the map to attend the lecture. This course was held at least twice a month, and it was mandatory for all who had not yet attended to do so at least once. Upon arrival, he found a considerable number of attendees. Most of them bore uniforms devoid of any insignia on their chests, signifying their status as apprentices. Those without uniforms or who had removed their insignia were a different matter altogether. A small fraction sported a symbol of a crescent encircling a sword, indicating they were formal members of the military. Yet, it was evident that they had joined recently, for otherwise, they would not be attending the lecture. As Wuxiang made his way, he attracted numerous glances, not for his striking appearance, but rather due to the rarity of the insignia upon his chest, which was unfamiliar to all. Many whispered among themselves, speculating about his identity. Once he entered the classroom, he casually selected a seat. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with a head of graying hair and spectacles ascended to the podium. The old man scanned the room, his gaze pausing momentarily on Wuxiang, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he commenced the lecture. The first chapter commences with the history of humanity and the emergence of the Celestial Blade Organization. This realm is known as Noah, a planet vast in expanse, abundant in resources, and blessed with a temperate climate. Once, humanity stood as the sole sovereign of this land, their civilization flourishing to unprecedented heights, even embarking on explorations of extraterrestrial realms. However, a millennium ago, an alien civilization abruptly descended upon Noah. Before curiosity could take root, they unleashed a frenzied slaughter upon the inhabitants, relentlessly plundering the planet's resources. Realizing the peril they faced, humanity launched a full-scale war against these invaders. The tide of battle overwhelmingly favored the aliens, rendering humanity nearly defenseless. Even their most formidable nuclear weapons failed to detonate in the face of this alien threat. One by one, the once thriving cities fell into ruin, and as the last bastion of human civilization crumbled, the world's population, once in the billions, dwindled to fewer than 100,000, marking the imminent demise of civilization. Concurrently, the native environment of Noah underwent drastic transformations. Flora and fauna mutated, and monstrous beings began to proliferate. In this dire epoch, humanity birthed its first Esper, an individual endowed with extraordinary abilities that defied all prior human understanding. The consolidation of the alien forces granted humanity a fleeting respite. The remaining pioneers concealed themselves, struggling to survive in the shadows, preserving the last flickers of hope for the future of all humankind. Now, after a millennium, humanity has discovered the wondrous power of magical energy, learning to harness and absorb it, allowing even those who do not possess extraordinary abilities to wield exceptional strength. With the fusion of technology and magical energy, a myriad of magical weapons and combat-enhancing armors have been created, enabling humanity to evolve from a state of profound fragility to a higher echelon of existence. Empowered, humans have established over 200 sanctuaries across the globe to safeguard their lives and security, forming an organization known as the Celestial Blade, dedicated to the revival of human civilization and the reclamation of lost homelands, thus reigniting a protracted conflict against their adversaries. Presently, 3 foreign civilizations dominate the territory of Noah: the Limicans, the Eurulians, and the Chigwians, collectively occupying 2/5 of the land. In addition, the monstrous beings, including the titanic beasts, and the desolate wastelands encompass another 2/5 of Noah. Although humanity's dominion spans less than 1/5 of Noah and boasts a population of merely over 1 billion, with a standard of living that remains modest, their martial prowess has significantly surpassed that of a millennium ago. From nothing to something, from weakness to strength, the flame of resilience is passed down through generations, enduring eternally. Regardless of who you once were or what you have done, the moment you choose to join the Celestial Blade, you must relinquish all past grievances and embrace the readiness for sacrifice. For you are no longer an ordinary individual, but a hero, fighting with honor for the liberation of humanity. Therefore, hold fast to this belief. One day, we shall expel all foes, reclaim all lost homelands, and once again become the masters of this earth. with fervent passion. The elder concluded his final address and descended from the podium, marking the end of this lesson. The newcomers beneath the podium mostly appeared contemplative or emotionally stirred, which was precisely the purpose of this course. Chapter 28. The Fabricated Target. Wu Shang possessed a mere superficial understanding of history, yet this session illuminated many aspects for him. The Limerick people, he had encountered them before. Regardless of the challenges, he was determined to crush all his foes one day. Subsequent lessons delved into the spheres of influence of the three major foreign civilizations and the approximate distribution of known magical creatures. The most formidable of these creatures were classified as judgment level, wielding an almost cataclysmic power, corresponding to the S-class warriors among humans. Next were the Emperor-level creatures, aligned with A-class warriors, followed by the Commander level, which corresponded to B-class warriors. The giant lizard pseudo-dragon that Wu Shang had previously encountered belonged to the Commander level. Creatures of the same rank possessed life and strength far exceeding that of humans. For instance, to slay an Emperor-level creature required the coordinated efforts of an entire, well-equipped A-class team. As for Judgment-level creatures, only S-class warriors could barely contend with them, and attempting to defeat one without mobilizing a large-scale army was utterly impossible. Once the lecture concluded, everyone began to disperse. Wu Shang decided to head to the cafeteria for a meal. It must be said that from the experiences of the day, the insignia on his uniform seemed rather ostentatious. After some contemplation, he ultimately chose to remove it and place it in his pocket. In the cafeteria, two young men were chatting and laughing as they walked. The blonde youth on the left proudly bore the insignia of an official member of the military, basking in the envious gaze of the other young man. The young man on the right slightly lowered his head, revealing a servile smile. "Brother, you are truly remarkable. In just a few days, you've already entered the official ranks. Of course, just look at who I am. So, do you think you could possibly? Rest assured, associating with me will not bring you any disadvantages. I will mention it to my uncle. He is a B-level squad leader. And securing your official status will be a matter of no difficulty. Then I shall depend entirely on you, brother." The two young men were oblivious to their surroundings and stumbled out of the cafeteria, colliding with Wu Shang as he entered. "You idiot. Who are you? Can't you see?" The blonde-haired youth stumbled back from the impact. "My apologies," Wu Shang replied coolly, continuing his stride. The blonde youth then placed a hand on Wu Shang's shoulder. Wu Shang halted, turning slightly to look back. "Is there something you want? You think you can just walk away after bumping into me? You're underestimating the situation," the blonde youth said menacingly. Wu Shang brushed the youth's hand off his shoulder and turned to face the two directly. "What do you want?" The blonde youth, noticing Wu Shang's evident youthfulness, glanced at Wu Shang's chest, where he saw nothing, and immediately adopted a condescending demeanor. "Hey kid, has no one taught you to address someone of a higher rank as sir?" The blonde youth pointed at his own chest. "Exactly. A mere trainee dares to act so arrogantly," the other youth chimed in eagerly. Wu Shang quickly understood their perspective. They regarded him as just another trainee. However, no one had ever taught him to address others as superior, and that blonde fellow was hardly deserving of such a title. "Are you not an apprentice yourself?" Wu Shang retorted to the young man who had echoed his sentiment. "Can you compare yourself to me? I am affiliated with my elder brother. In just a few days, I shall be officially recognized." As the young man spoke, he also took the opportunity to flatter the blonde. Observing their behavior, Wu Shang silently withdrew his hand into his pocket and produced a deep crimson insignia, fastening it to his chest. The two opposite him were momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. "Ha, this is too amusing. What in the world is that thing? I have never seen anything like it. Surely he made it himself." "I concur. He does not even know how to pretend properly. Those who introduce such peculiarities must certainly be of inferior quality." Wu Shang's expression darkened instantly, his gaze lowered. Indeed, in any organization, one will inevitably encounter pests and refuse. "Apologies. I am willing to forgive your ignorance," Wu Shang spoke in a chilling tone. "What? I must have misheard. You dare to ask me to apologize? Since your brain seems to be lacking, I shall teach you a lesson," the blonde youth declared, as he swung his hand to strike Wu Shang's face. Wu Shang effortlessly seized the young man's wrist, and with a sharp crack, the blonde's face contorted in agony, emitting a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Subsequently, Wu Shang delivered a swift kick to the blonde's abdomen, sending him soaring through the air in a perfect parabolic arc, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. The blonde groaned as he struggled to rise. And just as he opened his mouth to curse, He was met with the rapid approach of a fist expanding in his field of vision. His body abruptly stiffened, caught in a moment of inertia, as Wuxiang's fist came perilously close to his eyelid, halting just in time, the chilling gust of wind from the punch ruffling his hair. Wuxiang retracted his fist and silently turned away. Indeed, the captain of the Starflame team was correct. Arguing held no significance. It was far more effective to simply overpower the opponent. Another apprentice, already rendered speechless by the unfolding events, averted his gaze in an attempt to diminish his presence, fervently hoping that Wuxiang would not notice him. Yet, as Wuxiang passed by, he did not spare him a single glance. The apprentice let out a sigh of relief, aiding the despondent yellow-haired individual as they fled in disarray. The entrance of the cafeteria bustled with people. Onlookers were never in short supply. Some regarded the commotion with indifference, while others, left wanting, witnessed the matter dissolve without resolution and dispersed accordingly. As for the regulations against fighting in public spaces, that was a concern for the personnel on duty and patrol, not for the casual bystanders. Wuxiang resumed his usual impassive demeanor, ordered a complimentary dinner, and casually selected a seat to begin his meal. "May I sit here?" a somewhat familiar voice inquired. Wuxiang looked up to find Su Yu in the cafeteria. "Yes, welcome." Su Yu, with a tray in hand, took a seat opposite Wuxiang, and the two exchanged a few brief pleasantries. Wuxiang observed that Su Yu always bore a cheerful smile, likely a reflection of his character. He was impeccably groomed, his demeanor meticulously refined, and his dining etiquette exuded elegance, radiating an air of nobility while remaining approachable. "How have you been adjusting to life these past few days?" Su Yu inquired. "Well, it's been all right," Wuxiang replied. "You should engage more with everyone. The members of our team are truly wonderful individuals. If you encounter any difficulties, I am certain they would be more than willing to assist you." Before long, as Wuxiang was nearing the end of his meal, he overheard the voice of the yellow-haired boy from earlier. "Uncle, that's him. That scoundrel who broke my arm." The boy lamented, tears streaming down his face. An unfamiliar middle-aged man, clearly incensed, approached Wuxiang after hearing the boy's accusations. "Are you the one who assaulted my nephew?" the man questioned, standing ominously behind Wuxiang. Wuxiang, seemingly oblivious, continued to eat the remnants of his meal, offering no response. The middle-aged man's fury escalated, and he lunged forward, his large hand reaching for Wuxiang without hesitation. At that moment, Su Yu, seated across from Wuxiang, discreetly revealed an identification card. Placing it upon the table, Su Yu's action caught the middle-aged man's attention. His hand trembled slightly as he glanced sideways. "Good sir, do you wish to join us for a meal?" Su Yu inquired with a smile. The man stammered in response to Su Yu's question. Officer, I wasn't." "Oh, so you were merely passing by?" The man faltered for a moment. Yes. My apologies, officer. I did not mean to disturb your meal. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." "Very well, be on your way." Su Yu did not make things difficult for him. The middle-aged man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and seeing that the yellow-haired individual was about to speak again, he quickly covered the young man's mouth and hurriedly departed. "Thank you." Wuxiang cast a glance at the retreating figures and turned to Su Yu, saying, "You're welcome." Originally, Wuxiang had gathered his magical energy, prepared for battle, but he hadn't expected the situation to be resolved so nonchalantly by Su Yu. "By the way, isn't there a regulation in Tianren that low-ranking individuals must greet high-ranking ones as officer?" Wuxiang suddenly remembered and asked. "Indeed, there is such a regulation, but it is not strictly enforced. Aside from a few who are overly vain, most do not concern themselves with such formalities. After all, if every passerby on the street had to greet an officer in such a manner, it would undoubtedly become quite burdensome," Su Yu replied thoughtfully. Wuxiang pondered for a moment and then inquired, "If this regulation is not strictly upheld, why did that man seem so fearful upon encountering you? Perhaps he has a guilty conscience, just as a student who has not completed their homework instinctively avoids the teacher's gaze," Su Yu reasoned. Wuxiang considered this and found it quite plausible. Su Yu's description was indeed apartment. The two companions left the cafeteria and returned to their quarters. The following day, shortly after rising and practicing in his room, Wuxiang heard a series of urgent knocks at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the comically oversized face of a teddy bear, which waved at him with a silly expression. The scene was inexplicably bizarre. Anyone unaware would surely think it was a prank. Wuxiang lowered his head and, as expected, a small adorable figure stood at his feet. "Taiko, The little girl was quite displeased by Wuxiang's condescending gaze. The large bear named Heibao immediately understood and lifted the girl onto its shoulder. The girl discreetly compared her height with Wuxiang's, and upon realizing she was now taller, a satisfied smile emerged on her face, hinting at a peculiar sense of rivalry. "What's this, you scoundrel? Can I come?" Wuxiang had anticipated a visit from either Gongluan or Suyu, and standing bare-armed felt somewhat inappropriate in the presence of a girl. "Wait a moment," he said, retreating to his room to find a shirt. "Humph, what is there to fear? You wouldn't even know where I was playing in the mud when I was courting someone," Taiko remarked, half in jest and half in pride. Wuxiang kindly refrained from exposing her fib. Had any man truly courted her in the past, it would have surely been a rather tumultuous affair. Taiko entered the room, surveying the simple furnishings. The space was devoid of anything beyond the essentials, a stark contrast to her own room filled with dolls. "So, did you come so early for a reason?" Wuxiang inquired. "If it weren't for the captain's orders, who would seek out a scoundrel like you?" Taiko responded, her face a mask of indignation. "Stop dawdling, follow me." With that, Heibao led Taiko outside. "Where to?" Wuxiang asked. "Do you wish to possess supernatural abilities?" Taiko turned back, a sinister smile gracing her lips as she retorted. Wuxiang felt a jolt of surprise at her words. "I do. Humph. Not everyone possesses extraordinary abilities. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you fail later, do not come to me seeking comfort." The two proceeded to the research department of Tianren, where, after verifying their identities, they entered the laboratory without hindrance. Inside, the layout was intricate, with numerous rooms filled with an array of bizarre instruments and sophisticated mechanical components that Wuxiang had never encountered before. On the production line, unfamiliar armor and weapon components were swiftly assembled under the operation of intelligent robots. Wuxiang even witnessed a group of individuals surrounding a massive, grotesquely disfigured carcass of a magical creature, conducting a dissection and analysis. Workers clad in protective suits, carrying vials of various colored reagents, moved about incessantly. "Remember, do not touch anything inside the research facility, or you shall bear the consequences," Taik cautioned sternly as she walked ahead. "Understood," Wuxiang replied with a nod. Taik guided him to the relevant area to obtain the necessary permits, and then they passed through 3 electronic gates to reach a room designated as the guidance chamber. The interior was spacious, with devices resembling space capsules placed every few meters. Numerous individuals were present, most of whom, like Wuxiang, were there for the awakening of their extraordinary abilities. This is the guiding apparatus for awakening your powers, and it can also slightly enhance the probability of a successful awakening. "When you are ready, just sit inside," Taik instructed, gesturing towards a capsule-like device. Without hesitation, Wuxiang stepped into the guidance apparatus and took his seat. "Put on the helmet to your left and press the button on the seat to your right. Now, close your eyes, empty your mind, and refrain from any thoughts as you enter a state of meditation." Without hesitation, Wuxiang complied with her instructions, and his vision was immediately enveloped in darkness. After a brief interval, a subtle sensation of weightlessness and dizziness gradually enveloped him, and his consciousness began to blur. When Wuxiang opened his eyes once more, he astonishingly found himself in a fantastical realm, where countless streams of light darted swiftly by him, emanating from the farthest reaches of the universe, destined for an infinite horizon. Akin to a cosmic tunnel, above and below him lay an expanse of emptiness, yet he felt no sensation of falling. He reached out to grasp a wisp of the flowing light, but it slipped through his fingers like a mischievous child, continuing its journey into the distance. He attempted again, but the outcome remained unchanged. In this nameless space, time seemed to lose its meaning. Perhaps hundreds or even thousands of attempts passed as Wuxiang, no matter how fervently he tried to capture and touch, left no trace behind. Fatigue began to overwhelm him, and his spirit felt as though it were being gradually siphoned away. He sensed that his time was drawing near, and what awaited him was an irreversible defeat. In the final moment, Wuxiang's vision blurred. Whether it was a trick of the light, he could not discern. But 2 faint streams of light detached themselves from the celestial downpour and flew towards him. Gritting his teeth, Wuxiang prepared to embrace them with his nearly vanishing hands. Chapter 30, Wind and Thunder. The ever-patient Taiko, feeling bored, began to twirl her fingers, eventually resorting to playing rock-paper-scissors with Heibao, seated within the device. The seemingly unresponsive Wuxiang suddenly began to tremble, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, his expression one of distress. Taiko was taken aback, unsure of how to react. Such a condition was rare for Wuxiang, suggesting that something had gone awry. However, the awakening process must remain undisturbed by outsiders. The consequences of interference could range from failure to complete awakening to permanent mental incapacitation. What to do? What to do? Taiko nervously paced back and forth on her short legs, but fortunately, after a while, Wuxiang regained his composure, allowing her to exhale in relief. At long last, Wuxiang slowly opened his eyes, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow, appearing somewhat dazed. Observing this, Taiko sighed. It seemed that the awakening had indeed failed, and he must be feeling quite disheartened. She approached him, intending to pat his head in consolation, only to find that she could not reach it and instead settled for a gentle pat on his shoulder. Don't lose heart. Failure is a natural part of the process. Perhaps there will be another opportunity in the future. Look, none of those around you have succeeded either, she said with a hint of concern, but Wuxiang remained unresponsive. Well, if it comes to that, I can simply stop calling you a bad guy, she added. Suddenly, Wuxiang's gaze sharpened, and he turned to look at Taiko. Were you just speaking to me? Taiko. Before she could respond, Wuxiang slowly raised a hand, and an unusual spark of electricity flickered in his palm. You succeeded. Taiko's eyes widened in astonishment. This was utterly unexpected, rendering her previous words moot, and she felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. How mortifying. You rascal. You rascal. You rascal. He must have done this on purpose. In her mind, Taiko fervently berated Wuxiang 1,000 times over. Wuxiang was indeed not acting intentionally. He was merely absorbed in experiencing the power of his extraordinary abilities, rendering him somewhat oblivious to the presence of others speaking to him. Oh, how blind fate can be. What kind of absurd luck allowed a scoundrel like you to awaken such powers? Taiko remarked with a defiant smirk, tilting her chin in mockery. Wuxiang chuckled helplessly, unperturbed by her taunts. He clasped his hands together and then opened them once more, transforming the previous electric sparks into a swirling wind. Taika, with her adorable eyes rubbing in disbelief, confirmed her vision. Is this dual abilities? Wuxiang smiled softly as he withdrew his hands. Indeed, I possess the powers of wind and thunder. Furthermore, after my awakening, I seem to have glimpsed a nebula adorned with 7 prominent stars. Do you have any insight into this phenomenon? Are you certain you saw 7 stars? Taika inquired incredulously. Wuxiang pondered carefully before nodding affirmatively. Taika's lips twitched, and a visible aura of defeat enveloped her as she quietly retreated to a corner, her demeanor darkening. Heibao approached, gently patting Taika's head, offering her a sliver of solace. Wuxiang, perplexed, wondered if he had inadvertently said something inappropriate. Are you all right? He asked cautiously. Don't talk to me, Taika retorted, turning away with a fierce expression. All right, I won't say a word. Having completed their tasks, the two prepared to leave the research facility. As they passed by a certain room, the door swung open at that very moment. Is that not the adorable Taiko? Would you care to join me for a moment? Upon hearing that voice, Taiko was suddenly startled, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Wuxiang turned back to see a seductive woman clad in a white lab coat, her long green curls cascading down as she leaned against the door frame, beckoning to them. In an unexpected jolt, Wuxiang stumbled, propelled forward by Taiko, who grasped his hand with all her might and dashed away. The woman watched their retreating figures with an enigmatic smile, unperturbed by their flight. Panting heavily, Taiko bent over after sprinting out of the research department, unsure whether her exhaustion stemmed from running too swiftly or from sheer fright. Why are we running? Wuxiang finally seized the opportunity to inquire. That woman is terrifying, truly terrifying. Exceedingly so. We must escape her presence at all costs, Taiko exclaimed, a tremor of fear evident in her voice. Who is she? She is none other than the head of the research department, a figure of legend. Most of the advanced facilities at Tianren have emerged from her expertise. Yet beneath her faade lies a profoundly twisted nature. Taiko inhaled deeply, a resolute expression crossing her face, as if she were ensnared in a harrowing memory. I recall when I had just joined Tianren. Due to a combination of my physique and abilities, I was unable to grow. It was then that she took an unsettling interest in me. One day, as I walked along the path, I inexplicably lost consciousness. When I awoke, I found myself on her operating table. Had it not been for the timely arrival of the captain, I would have been transformed into a living specimen preserved within a cultivation tank. Wuxiang furrowed her brow. Was there truly no one aware of her actions? Taika sighed repeatedly. Even if they knew, what could be done? Tianren required her talents, and thus they could only turn a blind eye. The two exchanged a few more words, yet reached no resolution before parting ways. In the evening, Wu Shang was familiarizing herself with the application of her extraordinary abilities, discovering a complementary relationship between magical energy and her powers. The extraordinary ability resembled a method or tool, while magical energy served as the essential force propelling all actions. By harnessing magical energy to activate her abilities, the greater the magical energy, the more formidable the extraordinary powers became. As she awakened her abilities, the growth of magical energy within her body was simultaneously stimulated. Within a mere day, Wu Shang sensed a significant enhancement in her overall capabilities. Should she encounter a creature of the same caliber as the enormous lizard pseudo-dragon once more, she now felt confident in her ability to contend with it. Opening her eyes, she detected a familiar presence approaching. Xing Yin was leisurely observing her. "Why do you always prefer to walk along the windowsill?" she inquired. "Well, it's simply more convenient," he replied. Xing Yin leaped down from the windowsill, dusting off his backside as he entered the room. The room was indeed tidy and devoid of any unpleasant odors. Far superior to the pigsty at Gang Luaness. "Tyke mentioned that you saw 7 stars during your awakening, didn't he? Xing Yin inquired casually. Wu Shang nodded. "Huh. Tyke has always been proud. This time, you nearly crushed that little girl's spirit," Xing Yin remarked, further perplexing Wu Shang. "What, then, are those 7 stars? The nebulae you observe are what we refer to as constellations, while the 7 stars above the nebulae are known as fate stars. Both constellations and fate stars exist in a realm of ethereal ambiguity. Some can perceive them, while others may spend their entire lives without glimpsing even a fragment. Initially, the 7 fate stars were all dim and unilluminated. Igniting one does not bestow immediate strength, but signifies one's eligibility to ascend to higher realms. Legend has it that when an individual ignites all 7 fate stars, they will ascend to the divine. However, such tales are best taken lightly, as no one in the annals of human history has ever achieved this feat. Perhaps it is fundamentally unattainable. Chapter 31. The Sound of Dreams. Well, now that you are acquainted with the fate stars, there is no need to dwell on them excessively, Starflame remarked casually. However, refrain from mentioning fate stars in the presence of Steel Wheel. Why is that? Wu Shang inquired. Because it is his regret. She paused. At merely 16, having just awakened your extraordinary abilities, to have glimpsed the fate stars is indeed a talent to be envied. Cherish this fortune. With that, Starflame departed through the window. Wu Shang, having familiarized himself with his powers, chose to let his thoughts drift and laid back down to sleep. In the deep of night, the silvery moonlight poured through the window, illuminating Wu Shang's tranquil visage, while the necklace upon his chest shimmered softly, unnoticed by all. Wu Shang entered a dream, one that could undoubtedly be deemed a beautiful reverie. His sister stood not far away, gazing at him with a familiar smile that bloomed on her face. Just as it once had, the subconscious of Wu Shang compelled him to forget everything, as though all that transpired in reality were merely the fabric of a nightmare. He rushed forward, embracing his sister with such fervor that it felt as if he might merge her into his very being. He could no longer bear the anguish of losing her. Wu Yo uttered not a single word, allowing Wu Shang to hold her, still the same sister who clung to her brother. Wu Shang was no warrior of celestial might. He remained the simple boy who tirelessly cared for his sister each day. Wu Yo lifted a hand, gently tracing Wu Shang's face with her fingers again and again. Immersed in bliss, Wu Shang was suddenly gripped by terror as he noticed his sister's fingers fading, the pallor spreading throughout her form. No, 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 please. A familiar dread enveloped him, and he could only watch helplessly as his sister's figure dissipated before his eyes. Brother, brother, I am right beside you. Wu Yo's ethereal voice echoed in Wu Shang's mind, jolting him awake as he sat up in bed. He stared in bewilderment for a moment, then could not suppress the urge to bow his head, covering his face with his hands as he stifled a cry of anguish, tears seeping through his fingers and falling onto the sheets. Yo, just moments ago, his sister's voice had resonated so vividly, as if it were within reach. Yet dreams must eventually yield to wakefulness. Everything was but a figment of his longing. He had striven to suppress memories of the past, yet he could not succeed. Nor could he forget, and he loathed himself for his helplessness. I am unworthy of having a family, murmured Wu Shang, her eyes ultimately reflecting only tranquility and silence. A fortnight passed quietly. Xingyin held the communication device for battle, her expression grave, as though something grave had transpired. Suddenly, Yendora leaped from behind her, wrapping her arms around Xingyin's neck, her face adorned with a knowing smile. "Oh, my captain, I've caught you red-handed." What have you discovered?" Xingyin hastily tucked away the device, feigning nonchalance. "Reading a romance novel on the battlefield communicator during work hours. Need I remind you of the identity of that individual? Nonsense. I was merely reviewing intelligence." "Oh, really? Is that so?" The president playfully pinned the girl beneath her, causing Yendora to shudder slightly and shyly close her eyes. "Is this also part of the intelligence?" Yendora teased, accentuating her jest with exaggerated gestures. All right, I concede. Is that sufficient?" Xingyin quickly covered Yendora's mouth, pleading for mercy. "However, I must tell you, reading novels is truly delightful. It can relax the mind and express one's sentiments, and it is convenient and quick, not hindering one's duties. I can send you some. How about we read together? You wish to draw me into your pit, so that I have no reason to report you later, do you?" Yendora remarked with an expression that suggested she had seen through Xingyin's intentions long ago. The two girls bickered playfully, but after a brief moment, they grew serious again. "Captain, have you noticed that Wuxiang has been acting strangely lately?" Yendora pointed towards the distant training ground, where Wuxiang relentlessly pounded the sandbags, his expression so cold it seemed as though he harbored a deep-seated vendetta against them. "What are you referring to?" Xingyin inquired, glancing in the direction Yendora indicated. This young lad rose before dawn each day, dedicating nearly all his time, save for meals, to the training grounds, returning late into the night, and rarely engaging in conversation with others. I once thought that Ing was excessively consumed by his training, yet it appears this young brother surpasses him in fervor. Will this relentless pursuit not take a toll on his body or mind? Yendora pondered with uncertainty. Xingyin contemplated for a moment before simply shaking his head. He bears an overwhelming burden. Some matters he must confront personally, and no one can assume that responsibility for him. Let us allow him his path for now. During this period, Xingyin had refrained from assigning any tasks to Wuxiang, intending for him to find some tranquility. However, the results were evidently far from satisfactory. That evening, Wuxiang could no longer contain himself. While the rest of the team had various assignments, he remained idle at the base. He approached Xingyin, seeking clarification, but Xingyin had already anticipated his intent. Just as Wuxiang was about to speak, Xingyin slid two unfamiliar items towards him. "Give these a try. See if you like them." Wuxiang picked them up, revealing a pair of black and gold arm guards. He donned the arm armor upon his arms, the dragon head design on the back exuding an extraordinary majesty, with the dragon's eyes shimmering with an enchanting light, further enhancing its awe-inspiring presence. As he clenched his fist, a formidable sense of power surged within him. This set of arm armor was undoubtedly several tiers superior to the weapon he had received during his initiation assessment. This had once been a trophy of mine, and since it was merely lying idle, I entrusted its materials to be forged into a weapon. I was uncertain of your proficiency with various weapons, having only observed your penchant for using your fists. So I thought it prudent to create this set of arm armor for you. This way, it would not hinder your transition to other weapons in the future. What do you think? Do you like it?" Xingyin spoke softly. Wuxiang lowered his gaze, revealing no discernible emotion. "Yes, I quite like it." Xingyin then presented two more items. The object on the left was a storage wristband, embedded with a storage chip capable of concealing small items within, rendering it invisible when worn on the wrist. The item on the right was a combat communicator, enabling seamless communication with others, boasting a signal strong enough to function even under the sea. "Make sure to keep these safe," she remarked, pausing to look at Wuxiang before casually adding, "There's a mission tomorrow. Yendora is still in need of a partner. If you wish to join, you should seek her out for further details." Having delivered her instructions, Xingyin rose to depart. Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Captain." "Aye." Xingyin turned back, smiling at him. "What is it? Do you have something else to say?" Wuxiang merely shook his head slightly. "No, nothing more. Thank you, my captain." Chapter 32 Departure. Wuxiang sought out Yendora to ascertain the details of their mission. Learning that they were about to embark on a covert operation to obtain classified intelligence, he felt a tinge of disappointment, having anticipated a more direct confrontation with the enemy. Nevertheless, he reminded himself that having a task at hand was indeed a positive development. Wuxiang retired early that evening, and the following morning donned his battle armor. Fully equipped with a communication device and storage bracelet, he prepared for departure and boarded the transport aircraft alongside Yendora. Amidst the roar of engines, the plane ascended into the sky. It was Wuxiang's inaugural experience aboard an aerial vehicle. He gazed out the window, watching the ground recede into the distance, and from above, the expansive base of Tianren appeared all the more magnificent. Within the cabin, apart from the pilot, only Wuxiang and Yendora occupied the space. He stole a glance at Yendora, whose relatively lightweight and agile armor accentuated her alluring figure. "Little brother, are you feeling nervous about your first mission?" Yendora inquired. "Not particularly," Wuxiang replied candidly, considering his role to be merely supportive. "Even if you are, it's perfectly fine to express it. I, as your sister, will soothe your worries with affection." She reassured him. "That's unnecessary," he countered, noting her playful demeanor. Yendora's expression shifted to one of mild exasperation at his lack of enthusiasm. "Do you know? I believe you are exceptionally suited for work in espionage. Your stoic demeanor and aloofness, combined with your few words, make it difficult to betray any secrets. Even if your identity were to be exposed, your unwavering expression would remain utterly unflappable. It's simply remarkable," she elaborated, meticulously analyzing his character before shifting the topic. "However, for young ladies, these aspects may indeed be significant detractors that must be addressed. Otherwise, one day, you may transform from a charming youth into an undesirable old bachelor. At that point, you will find yourself lamenting in desolation." "No worries," Wuxiang softly uttered, shifting her gaze to the clouds outside the window. Yendora gritted her teeth. The little rascal was quite formidable, proving to be rather challenging to handle. "Nevertheless, rest assured, for your own good, I shall eventually set you on the right path." 2 hours later, the airplane descended onto an open field, and the two disembarked, walking towards the branch of Tianren. Yendora led the way, with Wuxiang trailing behind her. "This area is on the outskirts of Luoqing's peace zone, and our mission is to obtain evidence of the illicit dealings of Luoqing's business tycoon and deliver it to the relevant client," Yendora explained as they walked. Wuxiang furrowed her brow slightly. Does Tianren's mission truly encompass such matters? She had initially believed that Tianren was solely tasked with defending against external threats. That is indeed the case. In addition to external combat, managing internal affairs within the peace zone is also a crucial responsibility of Tianren. With the strength of Tianren, it should be possible to intervene forcefully, right? Wuxiang inquired, puzzled. Yendora responded with a knowing smile, one that conveyed an air of youthful naivete. "While forceful intervention is certainly feasible, you are viewing the situation too simplistically. Tianren is a legitimate organization, not a band of brigands. Employing force without just cause would undoubtedly invite criticism and could potentially incite public outrage. Those who engage in clandestine activities are well aware of the intricacies involved. They meticulously manage their public-facing responsibilities, ensuring that even direct inquiries reveal nothing amiss. It is precisely for this reason that we, operating in the shadows, must procure evidence of their transgressions from the very source." Wuxiang contemplated her words, grasping the implications, and nodded in understanding. The two arrived at the nearest Tianren division outpost, where they verified their identities. Typically, the verification process does not disclose specific identity details of the individuals involved. It merely confirms whether one is a member of Tianren, aimed at preserving the confidentiality of their operations. "Summon your officer. I have urgent matters to convey," Yendora instructed the soldier on guard. Unfamiliar with the two, the soldier presumed they were from another division, perhaps with genuine urgency. He promptly rushed into the outpost to relay the message. After nearly 10 minutes of waiting, they were approached by a middle-aged man with a noticeable beer belly, presumably the commanding officer of the outpost. Wuxiang observed that his appearance starkly contrasted with the disciplined demeanor of most Tianren warriors, as he appeared somewhat portly. The overweight man, already displaying signs of impatience, looked down upon the two younger individuals with even greater disdain upon realizing their ages. "You, come here and attend to them." He carelessly gestured to another individual. At this moment, Yendora swiftly produced her credentials. The plump man, catching sight of her identification, widened his eyes in surprise. It was as if a drunken man had suddenly sobered up. He immediately straightened his posture and saluted. "See, Commander. My apologies." Subsequently, a forced smile of ingratiation emerged upon his face as he gestured for her to proceed. "Apologies for the earlier neglect. Please allow me to host you and extend my hospitality." "No need for that," Yendora replied coldly. Tomorrow evening, we shall attend the grand ball in the heart of the city. Prepare 2 suitable identities for us within the hour. Do you comprehend? Understood. May I inquire about your intentions, Commander? The stout man ventured hesitantly. Upon hearing this, Yendora suddenly wore a smile, albeit one that was chilling and instilled fear. I shall disclose everything to you now. Do you dare listen? The stout man immediately bowed deeply, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. I dare not. Yendora dismissed him entirely, striding away. Wuxiang had remained silent throughout, following closely behind Yendora as they entered the secured passage into the city. As they traversed the corridor, Yendora disarmed herself, her armor gradually vanishing from her body, revealing the attire she wore beneath. Must I also disarm? Wuxiang inquired. Of course. Do you not think it rather ostentatious for 2 individuals clad in armor to walk the streets? Yendora countered. Indeed, you have a point. Wuxiang proceeded to remove his armor piece by piece, stowing it in his storage bracelet, though it was not particularly cumbersome. The contrast and ease of disarmament highlighted the disparity in their armor's sophistication. The only item of note he possessed was the pair of arm guards gifted to him by Xingyan, which he could at least manage with relative ease. Yendora circled around Wuxiang, who had shed his armor, displaying a distinctly dissatisfied expression. What are you wearing? It's so outdated. Quite an eyesore. She admonished without mercy. This should not be of great significance. Wuxiang evaded her probing gaze, which was as piercing as a spotlight. In an instant, Yendora leaned in closer, one hand on her hip, while the other extended a finger in a gesture of disapproval. No, this is of utmost importance. Appropriate attire is a fundamental requirement for every infiltrator. You must understand that our upcoming roles are those of high society. If you enter dressed like a beggar, it blatantly signals that you have issues. Wuxiang mused. Have I truly sunk to the level of a beggar? Chapter 33. Shopping mall. The bustling streets were alive with the sounds of traffic and throngs of people, creating a scene of prosperity and harmony. Although separated by a mere barrier, the inside and outside appeared to be 2 entirely different realms. Paradise and hell would be an apt description. Once, Wuxiang could only gaze longingly from the outside, but now he found himself effortlessly immersed within. There was no overwhelming excitement as he had envisioned, only a lingering sense of regret. Yendora seized Wuxiang's hand, her face radiating a bright smile. Stop dawdling, come with me, she exclaimed, breaking into a light jog, compelling Wuxiang to follow her erratically through the streets. Where are we going? He inquired. You'll find out when we get there, Yendora replied cheerfully. A few elderly passers-by observed the young couple hand in hand, marveling at the vitality of today's youth. Without a trace of sorrow, Wuxiang gazed at the lively demeanor of the young girl before him, a stark contrast to the imposing military officer he had just encountered. Which of these personas truly represented her? Perhaps every individual harbors multiple facets of their identity. The 2 of them paused at a grand clothing emporium, where it was evident from the exterior that the merchandise within was of exquisite quality. What are we doing here? Wuxiang inquired, though the answer was apparent. Of course, we are here to procure you an entire ensemble. I have no money, he replied. Fear not, dear brother, for I am financially equipped, Yendora declared, taking Wuxiang's hand as they entered the store, where an attendant promptly approached to assist them. The attendant scrutinized the unusual pairing, her professionalism preventing any expression of surprise. The girl, with her pink hair, possessed striking features and an innocent beauty, her figure alluring and rare. Her taste in clothing was impeccable, both in style and material. In contrast, the dark-haired youth, though somewhat handsome, exhibited a woeful lack of fashion sense. His entire wardrobe so inexpensive that he could scarcely afford even a pair of socks from the store. Despite holding the girl's hand, his gaze remained fixated on the street outside. The attendant understood instantly, recognizing this as a quintessential tale of a wealthy young lady enamored with a penniless boy. Wuxiang could never have imagined that the attendant had, in a mere instant, conjured an entire narrative in her mind. How may I assist you today? She inquired politely. Please, help him transform from head to toe, including undergarments to outerwear, Yendora responded with grandiosity. Upon hearing this substantial request, the attendant's enthusiasm surged. The 2 women began to discuss Wuxiang's physique and appearance, deliberating on the best options for his new attire. Wuxiang found himself utterly disinterested in the proceedings, being led around aimlessly upstairs and downstairs, devoid of any enthusiasm. An hour later, he donned a fitted white t-shirt that subtly accentuated his well-defined musculature. Over this, He wore a blue zip-up jacket, exuding an air of cleanliness and sophistication, infused with an elegant grace. With his hands casually tucked into the pockets of his relaxed denim jeans, he appeared revitalized, embodying a captivating aura of melancholic charm akin to that of an attractive young man. "Wow, miss, your boyfriend is truly handsome," the sales clerk sincerely complimented. Just as Wu Xiang was about to respond, Yendora's finger pressed gently against his lips, her youthful fragrance wafting into his nostrils. It was intoxicatingly natural. She turned back to the clerk, smiling sweetly. "Select a suit for him." "Certainly," the clerk replied cheerfully. Wu Xiang, initially relieved to think it might finally be over, felt a change in his expression as he grasped Yendora's arm. "That's quite enough. Surely, we can forego the suit." "Not nearly enough. What we just chose was merely casual attire. Tomorrow, we are attending a ball, and a suit is an essential requirement, of utmost importance," Yendora reasoned with conviction, leaving Wu Xiang no choice but to release her. After a brief interval, Wu Xiang emerged in a suit, transformed into a refined gentleman, exuding the unmistakable air of high society. Yendora circled him twice, nodding in satisfaction, before instructing the clerk to wrap the clothes. Without hesitation, she discarded Wu Xiang's original outfit into the trash bin. Wu Xiang was left speechless. Having arranged everything for Wu Xiang, Yendora naturally turned her attention to her own wardrobe needs. She chose a knee-length blue dress. Admiring her reflection in the mirror, "Miss, this bra complements your figure beautifully and pairs exquisitely with the dress. Would you like to try it on?" the shop assistant suggested to Yendora. "All right, please bring it over," Yendora replied, welcoming the offer as she took the garments into the fitting room. Wu Xiang waited outside the fitting room for a while when a voice emerged from within. "Darling, could you come here for a moment?" "Darling?" The shop assistant gently tapped Wu Xiang's shoulder. "Sir, your girlfriend is calling for you." Wu Xiang was taken aback. Oh. He approached the curtain of the fitting room, only to hear Yendora's impatient voice from inside. "Why are you so slow? Just help me with this." Instinctively, Wu Xiang extended his hand, and a delicate arm reached out from behind the curtain, placing a bra into his palm. In that fleeting moment, as the curtain lifted, the sight of the girl's flawless back momentarily captivated Wu Xiang's gaze, the warmth of her body still lingering on the fabric. His hand froze mid-motion, and he felt as if he were turning to stone, nearly shattering under the weight of the moment. The shop assistant, observing Wu Xiang's awkwardness, mistook his discomfort for shyness and couldn't help but chuckle, leaving Wu Xiang unable to explain himself. Dressed and ready, Yendora emerged from the fitting room and twirled before Wu Xiang. The blue ruffled hem flared out, and she appeared like a fluttering blue butterfly, captivating his attention. "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" "Very beautiful," Wu Xiang responded, his expression remaining impassive. "Hey, although I possess a great deal of confidence in my beauty, your reaction still wounds me." "No, allow me to rephrase that. Please express yourself more vividly." Wu Xiang reluctantly managed to conjure a rather unappealing smile. "Sigh. Very well, I shall lower my expectations." Yenduola had no choice but to adjust her demands for Wu Xiang. Afterward, Yenduola selected a sun hat and a striking red and black evening gown. Once the payment was settled, the two finally departed from the mall. "We welcome your next visit." The shop assistant bowed, bidding farewell to the pair. Wu Xiang glanced at the lengthy receipt, which bore a six-figure sum, and his eyelids flickered as he sighed helplessly at the entrance of the mall. "What shall we do next?" "Let us wander aimlessly for a while," Yenduola suggested after a moment's contemplation. "Are we not to attend to serious matters? Is shopping not a serious endeavor?" "Fear not, dear sister. I am well aware of my priorities." Without allowing Wu Xiang the opportunity to retort, Yenduola stepped ahead, leaving him no choice but to follow. After a brief stroll, Yenduola turned into a shop, and Wu Xiang followed closely behind. Moments later, Wu Xiang emerged with a stoic expression, but as he stepped out, someone seized his arm. He clung desperately to the doorframe, attempting to escape, while Yenduola tugged at his arm with equal fervor, trying to pull him back inside. "Let go." Wu Xiang gritted his teeth. "Not a chance. It's merely a video game. Why do you look as if I would sell you out?" Yenduola exclaimed, indignant yet resolute. "I have no time for your foolishness." "That is a lie. You clearly have ample time." The owner of the arcade watched with growing concern, fearing that his doorframe might not withstand the strains of their antics. Chapter 34. The ball. With a flicker of her eyes, Yendora devised a plan. She embraced Wu Xiang's entire arm, her ample bosom brushing against him repeatedly. "It's rare that I don't have to work today, Won't you indulge me for a while? I beg you, I truly beg you. Can you really bear to leave me all alone? She gazed at Wushang with her large, watery eyes, her voice soft and pleading. No man could resist such a sight as Yandora presented, unless he were not truly a man. Wushang's strong frame tensed, yet he remained unmoved, turning his head to avoid Yandora's gaze while filtering out the curious stares of passers-by. I see. Yandora released her hold on Wushang, her head drooping as she spoke listlessly. Wushang exhaled a sigh of relief, but upon witnessing her dejected demeanor, he nearly reconsidered. However, he could not let himself be swayed. She was, after all, an expert in the art of performance. Could it be that your abrupt refusal stems from the desire to take me there with you? Yandora pivoted the conversation, pointing towards a shop across the street. Wushang, filled with curiosity, followed her finger to see the bold letters proclaiming Couples Pleasure Hotel, illuminated by surrounding neon lights. Wushang. In the end, Wushang succumbed to Yandora's playful pressure, numbly seating himself before the game machine. Oh dear. Why are you so inept? Hurry, hurry. Get on with it. You fool. Do I have to teach you everything step by step? She exclaimed, pushing him aside. Allow me to. As evening fell, Wushang, fatigued from a day spent accompanying Yandora, lay on the hotel bed, engulfed in contemplative doubt about life. One might argue that the day was unpleasant, yet it was not entirely so. Conversely, to claim the day was comfortable would be a stretch. It was a complex mlang of emotions, difficult to articulate. Yandora pushed open the door to the room, seated herself at the edge of the bed, and handed Wushang a document. Upon opening it, he discovered it contained pertinent information regarding himself and his family members. Yandora then spoke. My name is Lu Yao. I am 20 years old, a student at Luoqing University, the daughter of a real estate magnate, and your fiancé. You are Qin Yu, 22 years old, an entrepreneur managing your own computer company, the son of a coal industry tycoon, and my fiancé. Do you understand? Wushang nodded slightly. After addressing the matter at hand, Yandora revealed a mischievous smile. Instantly, Wushang's alertness heightened, a foreboding sensation washing over him. Darling, is it not time for bed? Wushang, upon hearing this, fell silent for a moment, then with a resolute gaze, rushed forward and embraced Yandora tightly. Yandora was taken aback, utterly unprepared for Wushang's audacity. The bed creaked incessantly, producing a series of heart-racing sounds. 3 minutes later, the door to Wushang's room swung open, and a young woman was unceremoniously tossed onto the corridor floor. The door then slammed shut with a definitive click of the lock. Yandora, rising to her feet and rubbing her posterior, wore an expression of profound grievance. This little fellow has truly grown in skill. Although it was a surprise attack, he managed to entangle her in close combat, leaving her at a slight disadvantage. Nevertheless, there will be time ahead. I refuse to believe I cannot handle you. In contrast, within the room, Wushang felt a sense of satisfaction, as if he had finally released pent-up frustration, silently reveling in the moment. A subtle smile played at the corners of his lips, and he paused in surprise upon realizing his own transformation. How peculiar! When did he become so childish? The grand ball in the heart of Luoqing proceeded as scheduled, attracting the city's elite business magnates that evening. Yandora, elegantly linked to Wushang's arm, smoothly entered the venue after presenting their invitation. The entire ballroom spanned 3 opulent floors, every brick and tile exuding resplendence, crowned by a magnificent crystal chandelier. Below, a fountain of beverages and an array of pastries adorned the setting. Inside, glasses clinked as guests mingled, each holding high-stemmed goblets, engaging in cheerful toasts and lively conversation. Qin Yu, composed, exhibited the calm demeanor of a gentleman accustomed to such affairs. Lu Yao, donned in a striking red and black evening gown, showcased her alluring figure and stunning visage, exuding a maturity that belied her youth. Radiating happiness, she linked arms with Qin Yu, for they were indeed a couple deeply in love. Yao Yao, it's been a while. How is your father these days? A friendly middle-aged stranger inquired as he approached. My father has been in good health lately. I appreciate your concern, Uncle Wang, Yandora replied politely. You must be the daughter of Boss Lu. How you have blossomed. It's astonishing how much more enchanting you have become, he remarked. Wherever you may be, you flatter me excessively. Groups of 2 or 3 occasionally greet Yandra, who responds with effortless grace. Observing this, Wushang leaned in and whispered softly in Yandra's ear. What is the story with these people? Some are our acquaintances, while others remain strangers to me, Yandra replied in a hushed tone. Strangers? Then why do they approach us? It is quite natural. Such business galas are inherently tied to interests. Even if the merchants currently have no dealings, they will at least exchange pleasantries for the sake of future opportunities. My family is engaged in real estate, which makes it essential to know most of the businessmen. Your family is in the coal trade, so you must be prepared as well. The two then separated to attend to their respective social circles. After all, Yandra had her connections through Lu Yao, and Wushang had his through Qin Yu. While Yandra conversed, she caught sight of a young man approaching Wushang, seemingly intent on discussing business matters with him. Though Yandra maintained a facade of composure, she harbored some concern about Wushang's ability to handle the situation. To her surprise, Wushang, upon opening his mouth, spoke with such authority that he left the other party momentarily stunned. Well, little one, it appears I underestimated you. Did Wushang truly comprehend the intricacies of business? Certainly not. Even he was unaware of the meaning behind his own words. He had merely memorized them from documents the previous night. As the soothing melodies began to fill the air, the ball officially commenced. Beautiful lady, may I have the honor of dancing with you? A young man extended an invitation to Yandra. Yandora's expression revealed a hint of discomfort. I apologize, sir, but I already have a dance partner. Wushang stood behind the man, placing a hand on his shoulder and gently nudging him aside. Excuse me, my friend, but you are obstructing the way. The young man's face flushed with embarrassment. In such a setting, he could not afford to lose his temper and had to resign to his misfortune. Wushang's hand rested on Yandora's slender waist as she guided him to move in rhythm with the music. As the melody concluded, the venue dimmed, and all the spotlight converged on a figure descending from the second floor. A strikingly handsome man in his 20s emerged, Zhao Ji, the organizer of the evening's ball and the sole heir of the largest commercial empire in Luoqing. Yandora leaned against Wushang's chest, their faces close enough to share breaths. The target had appeared. It was time to execute the plan. Chapter 35. The plan commences on the second floor of the ballroom. Zhao Ji wore a look of triumph, basking in the admiration of the crowd below. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the guests present tonight. I trust my identity is well known to you all, so I shall refrain from further introductions. All expenses incurred this evening will be covered by the Zhao Consortium. Now, I invite you all to indulge freely. As his words echoed through the hall, a chorus of cheers erupted, each voice echoing praises for Zhao Ji and his family enterprise. Zhao Ji, holding a tall glass aloft, sauntered through the venue, his elegant white suit and striking features captivating many innocent young women. From time to time, individuals approached him, eager to curry favor and offer flattery. A young girl inadvertently brushed past Zhao Ji, colliding with him and spilling the drink from her cup, instantly staining the front of his suit with crimson. I didn't mean to. I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry. Lu Yao stammered, retreating a couple of steps while bowing repeatedly in apology. Zhao Ji's expression darkened, ready to unleash his ire, but upon closer inspection, he found before him a delicate beauty. The girl's face bloomed like a peach blossom, framed by willow-shaped brows. With a cherry-red mouth, large expressive eyes, and a finely sculpted nose, her beauty was naturally captivating. Tears glistened at the corners of her eyes, and though clearly frightened, she bravely held back her tears. The dress she wore had also been drenched by the mishap, subtly revealing her fair, rosy skin beneath. An enticing sight that was nothing short of a rare gem. Zhao Ji had initially intended to deliver a sharp slap to the offender, but his raised hand instead grasped Lu Yao's delicate one, assisting her upright, while a gentle and amicable smile graced his face. Do not be afraid, miss. It's merely a piece of clothing, no need to be concerned. As he spoke, Zhao Ji discreetly rubbed the girl's small hand, savoring the exquisite sensation of her soft skin. Lu Yao cautiously lifted her head, her cheeks flushed from the effects of the alcohol. She wished to free herself from Zhao Ji's grasp, but hesitated, fearing his displeasure. Release her. Qin Yu stormed over, angrily swatting Zhao Ji's inappropriate hand away and shielding Lu Yao behind him. The unfolding drama between the two men and the woman immediately captured the attention of many in the ballroom, particularly due to the involvement of the illustrious Zhao Ji. How audacious it was for someone to disrupt his affairs. Fury simmered within Zhao Ji, though he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. May I inquire as to your identity, sir? Zhao Ji inquired with a demeanor of poise. I am Qin Yu, her fiancé. Qin Yu replied without hesitation. Ah, so you are young Master Qin. I merely assisted this young lady after our unintentional collision. I hope there are no misunderstandings. Is that so? Then allow me to apologize on behalf of my fiancé, to young Master Zhao. Upon saying this, Qin Yu turned to glance at the aggrieved Lu Yao, a sardonic smile escaping his lips as his anger simmered beneath the surface. Lu Yao, how disappointing you are. I leave for but a few moments. And you seem eager to seek solace in another man's embrace. Lu Yao clutched Qin Yu's garment, on the verge of tears. No, brother Yu. Witnessing her distress, Qin Yu's heart softened, and he sighed. Very well, it is my fault as well. Let us find you something more suitable to wear. Hand in hand, they navigated through the throng towards the changing area. Zhao Ji casually addressed the crowd, which soon reverted to its previous lively state. Steward. Zhao Ji called out nonchalantly after concluding his affairs. An elderly gentleman approached his side. Young master, how may I assist you? Who was that enchanting young lady? Her name is Lu Yao, the daughter of the esteemed real estate mogul, Mr. Lu of Luo City. Why have I not seen her before? It is said she is still pursuing her studies at university, and Mr. Lu seldom permits her to make public appearances. The steward sensed an air of peculiarity, but dismissed it. In 1 hour, I expect to see her in my bed. Zhao Ji licked his lips. The mere thought of Lu Yao's alluring charm, which seemed to emanate from her, compelled him to envision the scene of pinning her beneath him and reveling in the moment. This, perhaps, is not entirely appropriate. The butler, upon hearing Zhao Ji's initial inquiry, had already discerned his intentions, for he was all too familiar with the young master's peculiarities. What is inappropriate about it? That so-called boss Lu still needs to seek sustenance under the auspices of the Zhao family. If I were to take his daughter, he ought to feel honored. Zhao Ji cast a sidelong glance at the butler and spoke coldly. Indeed. Wait. And that lad named Qin Yu, regardless of his background, must be eliminated without hesitation. It has been far too long since someone dared to challenge Zhao Ji so openly. While his audacity is commendable, the repercussions may be rather grave. Understood. The butler bowed and withdrew. Meanwhile, outside the changing room, Qin Yu was feeling rather agitated, still preoccupied with recent events. He approached the wash basin, turned on the tap, and intended to splash some water on his face. As he lifted his gaze, he caught a fleeting shadow in the mirror. Who is it? He exclaimed in shock. In the next instant, a metal rod struck the back of Qin Yu's head with a heavy thud, causing his eyes to roll back before he collapsed onto the ground. Several individuals clad in security uniforms emerged from the shadows, kicking Qin Yu's fallen form. He made no effort to resist, allowing them to carry him away. Shortly after, Lu Yao, having changed her attire, exited the changing room, puzzled by the absence of Qin Yu. Suddenly, a towel was thrust over her mouth and nose from behind. Just as she began to struggle, her vision blurred, and she swiftly succumbed to unconsciousness. The ball continued in an uneventful manner, with no one noticing the absence of several individuals, or perhaps those who did simply chose to ignore it. At that moment, in an abandoned factory, a few security guards set down Qin Yu, whom they had carried all the way, and sat down exhaustedly to chat amongst themselves. I'm utterly spent. This fellow is truly heavy. Who is he anyway? I heard he is some wealthy young master. What does it matter? If he has crossed young master Zhao, isn't he courting death? Suddenly, Qin Yu, who lay on the ground, nonchalantly sat up. The guards, who had been idly chatting, paused, exchanged glances, and then broke into sinister laughter. Awake rather quickly, aren't you? After that blow, I thought you'd never regain consciousness. You know, it would have been better if you had remained asleep. You would have suffered less. It seems, however, that we must create some unforgettable memories for you before you meet your end. Qin Yu calmly rose and dusted off his clothes, revealing an inscrutable smile. Have you all finished speaking? If so, it's my turn now. In a concealed room within the Zhao Corporation building, Lu Yao awoke and sat up on the bed, her hands and feet shackled to the corners of the bed. Notably, the bed beneath her was surprisingly comfortable, adorned with a pink canopy that rivaled her own. Not far from the floor lay a weathered little whip, its surface stained with both dried and fresh blood. Assessing the furnishings within the room, Lu Yao noted that the walls were adorned with an array of toys, some of which she could not even name. Her gaze turned frigid. This Zhao Ji certainly knows how to indulge in amusement. Chapter 36. Infiltration. Having departed from the ballroom and returned to the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Ji felt invigorated. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, has everything been taken care of? Yes, young master, everything has been handled. I assure you that no one will find that brat's corpse. Excellent work. You may claim your reward later. In high spirits, Zhao Ji failed to detect the slight tremor in the security guard's voice as he eagerly proceeded towards the room where the captive beauty was held. Meanwhile, in the factory, The security guard trembled as he hung up the phone, casting a terrified glance at the youth who held his life in his hands. Brother, I have said everything you instructed me to say. Can you spare my life? In response, Wuxiang swiftly knocked the guard unconscious and vanished from the factory. A short while later, the operatives of Tianren appeared silently, removing the fallen guards from the ground without alerting anyone. Above the city, a shadow evaded all surveillance. Leaping from the rooftops, fully armed, Wuxiang's armor glimmered with a dark sheen. Thanks to the properties of the wind element, his body felt remarkably light rather than cumbersome. Each leap covered a distance of at least 10 meters. He produced a communicator. On the screen, a green dot represented his position, while a red indicated where Yandora was located. Following the instructions on the device, Wuxiang swiftly advanced towards the red dot. Before long, he arrived at the periphery of the Zhao Corporation building. Although it was ostensibly a commercial entity, the nighttime hours saw an increase rather than a decrease in patrolling personnel, with sophisticated surveillance cameras installed at every intersection. Yet, these obstacles posed little challenge to the current protagonist, Wuxiang. His greatest difficulty lay in the labyrinthine pathways that left him disoriented. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to advance in a straight line. For a direct approach is seldom misguided. He occasionally scaled high walls and concealed himself in shadows, his figure vanishing into the cloak of night. Meanwhile, Zhao, brimming with excitement, pushed open the door to his room, only to find Lu Yao curled up in a corner of the bed, her face contorted with terror. "Young Master Zhao, what are you doing here? Why am I here?" Lu Yao inquired urgently. Zhao chuckled, a laugh both audacious and unrestrained. Yet, this mirth lacked the decorum customary in public, instead infused with a hint of perversion and madness. He approached her step by step, shedding his garments. "Fear not, beautiful lady. I am merely creating an opportunity for us to engage in close proximity. No, please, stay away." Lu Yao desperately scrambled away from Zhao, but behind her loomed the wall, leaving her with no avenue of escape. "Where's Qinyu? Where is he? Qinyu?" A flicker of disdain crossed Zhao face. "That fellow is probably dead, reduced to nothing more than ashes." At his words, Lu Yao felt as though she had been struck a heavy blow, tears silently streaming down her cheeks. "No, I refuse to believe it. Brother Yu is formidable. He would never." Lu Yao glared defiantly at Zhao, who, in turn, reached out a finger to tilt her chin upward, her expression only fueling his insatiable desire. "Isn't submitting to me preferable to following that Qinyu? Rest assured, the toys in the room are merely intended for those superficial beings. Not for a rare gem like you, my dear sir. No, please. My first time has yet to be bestowed upon Brother Yu." Upon hearing that Lu Yao was still a maiden, Zhao excitement intensified. "Qinyu, oh Qinyu, you truly do not deserve to be called a man. You fail to appreciate such a splendid woman, and now it falls upon me to take your place." He seized Lu Yao's garment, tearing away a substantial portion, causing her to panic and shield her exposed beauty as she cowered on the bed. "My dear, do not hide. I shall cherish you dearly." The chains rattled incessantly as Zhao reveled in this cat-and-mouse game, ultimately relishing in the despair of the little mouse he would heartlessly devour. Just when Lu Yao was on the brink of being ravaged by the beast, her gaze sharpened, and she ceased to evade. Indeed, she sensed that everyone outside had finally departed. In the next moment, Zhao witnessed an astonishing scene he could not comprehend. The frail girl sitting on the bed rose effortlessly, shattering the chains as if they were mere wisps of smoke. "Zhao, Yin Duola then approached. Lifting Zhao chin, her smile laced with lethal allure. "Young Master Zhao, why have you stopped the revelry?" You. Before he could utter another word, Yin Duola swiftly covered his mouth, and with her other hand, she seized one of Zhao fingers, bending it at a complete 180 degrees. Ugh! Zhao eyes bulged as the agony of his fractured fingers sent cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Yin Duola had no intention of releasing him so easily. She grasped his next finger and continued to bend it further, until Zhao fingers became completely limp. Yin Duola finally rendered him unconscious. Gazing at Zhao, who lay motionless on the bed, Yin Duola expressed profound disdain, feeling that such a performance was a sheer waste of expression. She retrieved the tool she had meticulously prepared from her storage bracelet and proceeded to take imprints of Zhao fingerprints and iris information. Meanwhile, Wuxiang had been circling around and eventually found the room where Yin Duola was. He burst in, lifting the curtain on the bed, only to encounter the sight of Yin Duola's half-open attire, her delicate shoulder exposed. Wu Shang's expression shifted slightly as he averted his gaze. Are you all right? Yin Duola had initially intended to tease Wu Shang, but upon witnessing his reaction, she abandoned that notion. Are you concerned for me? Fear not. I merely exchanged a bit of allure. Such a triviality does not merit taking advantage of my sister. Though Wu Shang maintained an impassive facade, inwardly, he felt a sense of relief. What? Are you standing by the bed, lifting the curtain, hoping to see your sister change her clothes? As she spoke, Yin Duola half knelt on the bed, her fingers gliding across Wu Shang's face. He ruthlessly swatted her hand away, grasped Zhao Zi's leg, and carelessly tossed it onto the floor before drawing the curtain closed and turning his back. Behind him, a rustling sound ensued, and shortly after, Yin Duola had changed her attire and donned her battle armor. She produced a small recording device, placed it on the bed, and pressed the play button, unleashing a continuous stream of a man's heavy breathing intertwined with a woman's sultry moans. Master Zhao, you ought to be grateful to me. This way, your subordinates will tactfully withdraw and not disrupt your endeavors. Just as they reached the door, Yin Duola paused once more. What is the matter? Without hesitation, Wu Shang inquired. Wait a moment. I suddenly recall something of great significance. She returned to Zhao Zi's side and administered a mysterious pill to him. Subsequently, she forcefully parted Zhao Zi's legs and delivered a fierce kick to his groin. Under the influence of the drug, Zhao Zi succumbed to a profound unconsciousness. Yet his body involuntarily convulsed. Wu Shang seemed to hear a cacophony reminiscent of chaos, instinctively tightening his own legs. Ah, what a delightful sensation. Yendora nodded in satisfaction and proceeded to push the door open, glancing back at the bewildered Wu Shang, who remained rooted in place. Are you coming or not? Chapter 37. The underground base. Why did we not capture Zhao Zi from the outset, but instead resorted to such elaborate infiltration? Wu Shang questioned Yendora. As a pivotal member of the Zhao Consortium, his disappearance would undoubtedly raise immediate alarm, making subsequent entry exceedingly difficult. Thus, we require a plausible reason for Zhao Zi's vanishing. Yendora elucidated. I see. Where do we proceed next? Wu Shang asked. Simply follow me, Yendora replied, as her battle armor revealed a green lens, which not only possessed night vision capabilities, but could also penetrate walls. She navigated Wu Shang through patrols and surveillance, turning left and right, seemingly in search of something. How does your armor possess such an array of extraordinary features? Wu Shang casually inquired. It is quite ordinary. I am equipped with the 6th generation stealth armor of the Tianren series, which, while not exceptionally strong in defense, is replete with functionality. You, on the other hand, are merely clad in the 4th generation universal armor, which undoubtedly falls short in all aspects compared to the 6th generation. How can one acquire the 6th generation armor? It is simple. One merely needs to achieve an A rating. Wu Shang let out a soft exclamation and took a moment to comprehend. So, you are indeed an A-ranked warrior. Yendora cast a curious glance at Wu Shang. Well, everyone in the Crimson Abyss is an A rank. You must be aware of that, right? Wu Shang smiled wryly. What a peculiar case it was for a C rank to infiltrate a crowd of A ranks. The various grades of Tianren credentials do possess distinct styles. He should have realized this sooner, though he had not paid attention until now. Speaking of which, Victor also seems to be an A rank. Although he was soundly defeated by Xingyan to the point of being incapacitated, his combat prowess is undeniably formidable. The girl beside him had seemingly been grossly underestimated. Eureka! Yandora's voice snapped Wu Shang back to reality as they paused before a wall that appeared quite unremarkable. Yandora began to meticulously examine the wall, tapping and feeling along its surface. With a faint, crisp sound, a brick recessed inward, revealing a control panel hidden within. Alas, the control panel required a password for activation. Wu Shang, keep watch for me. Very well. Yandora raised an arm, from which an intricate interface emerged from her armor. Her fingers danced swiftly across the controls, as innumerable strings of numbers and characters reflected in her eyes. As Wu Shang remained vigilant in the corner, he observed a patrolling officer approaching their vicinity. They quickly concealed themselves, and the officer passed within mere meters without exhibiting any suspicion. Once the individual had moved on, they resumed their prior task. 5 minutes later, Yandora deactivated the interface and entered the control code. A concealed door in the floor opened, revealing a staircase below. Exchanging a glance, they swiftly entered and sealed the entrance behind them. Descending the staircase, they were taken aback to discover that beneath the Zhao Corporation was an unexpected realm. This was not merely a basement, It was a vast military-industrial complex spanning tens of thousands of square meters. What an impressive asset for the Zhao Consortium. Having such a facility makes any claims of innocence implausible. Proceeding cautiously, they navigated through the intricate pathways, where surveillance was denser, and the number of patrolling personnel exceeded that on the surface by more than threefold. As they advanced, Yandora suddenly halted. "What is the matter?" Wushang inquired. "We cannot proceed. There are no blind spots in the surveillance," Yandora replied, glancing back. "Can't we take a different route?" he asked. "No, according to my reconnaissance. This is the only viable path." She activated the operational interface. "There seems to be no other option. I will attempt to compromise their surveillance system. However, once they realize their surveillance has been breached, they will undoubtedly surround us." Wushang furrowed his brow at her words. "Is it not possible to directly disable the cameras?" he questioned. "That is unfeasible. We can only incapacitate one camera at most. Damaging multiple cameras would raise suspicions. Furthermore, if the act of destruction is captured by other cameras, the adversary will react immediately. In other words, as long as one of the surveillance cameras is sabotaged to create a blind spot, and the act of sabotage goes undetected, it can be accomplished, correct?" "One could say so." Yandora nodded thoughtfully. "Shall I give it a try?" "You?" Yandora cast a puzzled glance at Wushang, then broke into a smile. "Very well. Since Wushang is eager to attempt it, let him have his chance. If he fails, she would drag him through regardless." Wushang held his breath, concentrating intently, placing one palm against the wall, cautiously manipulating the voltage with his powers. An invisible current flowed along the wall towards one of the cameras. 3 seconds later, the targeted camera's lens went dark, evidently ceasing to function. Yandora's expression brightened with surprise. "Little Wushang, you have some skill. I see you in a new light." The two of them traversed through the solitary blind spot, navigating the dense area under surveillance until they reached an electronic door. Utilizing Zhao Zi's fingerprint, Yandora successfully passed the identity verification. Shortly after entering, they heard the sound of patrolling footsteps around the corner, causing them to swiftly hide. However, footsteps from another direction soon followed, trapping them in between. Whether they moved left or right, one of the patrols would inevitably discover them. Wushang concealed himself in the corner, observing stealthily, with electricity crackling in his hands, aiming for a decisive strike to eliminate one of the patrols. Although it was somewhat perilous, they had little choice. Yandora grasped Wushang's arm and shook her head, signaling him not to act. Wushang was puzzled as to why Yandora sought to prevent him, yet he chose to trust her judgment. 2 small heads peeked from the corner, rising and falling as they watched the approaching patrol. With a beguiling smile, Yandora's eyes sparkled with a pink radiance. For a brief moment, the patroller became disoriented, his instincts misleading him into believing all was well ahead, prompting him to turn back. In the astonished gaze of Wushang, the patroller pivoted and departed. Wushang glanced down at Yandora, catching the lingering brilliance in her eyes. Surely, this was no mere coincidence. Wushang inquired with certainty. "Of course, it is not a coincidence. It is my supernatural ability, psychic suggestion." "Psychic suggestion?" "Indeed, it is a rare mental ability that, as the name suggests, allows me to implant certain suggestions in the minds of others. For instance, if I suggest to someone that there is money on the ground, they will instinctively bend down to pick it up. If I imply that someone is about to be struck by a flower pot, they will reflexively shield their head. Quite fascinating, isn't it? However, the stronger the will and the greater the power of the individual, the less effective it becomes. It's rather amusing for playing tricks on people. Truly remarkable. Otherwise, how could such abilities inspire longing and fascination?" Wushang mused, yet, considering Yandora's disposition, it seemed the essence of her words culminated in the final act of trickery. "Hee, you know me best," Yandora teased, playfully sticking out her tongue. The pair traversed the second zone of the underground base, their ultimate objective now tantalizingly close at hand. Chapter 38. Success within the subterranean base of the Zhao clan building in the tranquil city of Los Angeles. A group of mechanical sentinels stood before 2 intruders. In a corner, Yandora assessed the number of mechanical soldiers, her mind calculating the odds, and turned to discuss with Wushang. "Do you see that electronic door in the distance? That is our ultimate objective." "Indeed," he replied. "However, this area is under constant surveillance by mechanical soldiers, patrolling 24 hours a day. Should they detect any intruders, an alarm will be triggered immediately. I can disable the alarm, but only for 3 minutes. Can we eliminate all the mechanical soldiers within that time frame?" "Absolutely." Wushang assured her with unwavering conviction. Let us proceed. The duo charged forth with determination. As anticipated, the mechanical sentinels activated their alarm protocols, yet no sound emerged. A torrent of firepower descended upon them. Wushang crossed his arms defensively, and countless bullets ricocheted off his armored exoskeleton, emitting a cacophony of metallic clatter and sparks. Undeterred, he surged forward, lightning coiling around his arms, and with a single, thunderous punch, he breached the mechanical soldier's chassis. In stark contrast to Wushang's brute force, Yandora's combat style exuded elegance. Grasping a slender dagger, she leapt gracefully onto the shoulder of a mechanical sentinel, her blade deftly slicing through its control hub, rendering the machine incapacitated in an instant. 3 minutes evaporated in the blink of an eye. As the final second ticked away, Wushang obliterated the last mechanical soldier's head. The area was left strewn with smoking debris, a testament to their fierce encounter. Utilizing the iris data extracted from Zhaoji, Yandora unlocked the electronic door. In the room, a drowsy attendant awakened from his slumber, his bewildered eyes blinking open. Despite the room's commendable soundproofing, one could not help but admire the quality of his sleep. For a fleeting moment, he exchanged glances with Yandora, whose gaze shimmered with intensity, only for him to drift back into a daze. She approached the main console, diligently searching for the requisite information. After successfully breaching the firewall, she retrieved her prepared USB drive to initiate data transfer. Suddenly, the air was pierced by a shrill alarm. Red lights flashing incessantly. Yandora's expression shifted slightly. Damn, they had been outmaneuvered. The alarm was triggered whenever specific data was summoned. Raising her eyes to the surveillance screen, she witnessed a throng of mechanical sentinels advancing toward their location. What had transpired? Startled awake by the cacophony, the attendant lifted his head, a fine thread of saliva connecting him to the desk. Without hesitation, Wushang delivered a swift blow, rendering him unconscious, then turned to Yandora, who was fervently manipulating the console. I'll step outside to intercept the guards. You focus on your task. Yandora hesitated momentarily. Be careful. Remember, if you cannot hold your ground, flee. Do not get injured. Understood. Wushang waved his hand without looking back and strode through the electronic door. Outside, a battalion of mechanical soldiers aimed their machine guns at him, and in an instant, flames of gunfire erupted, bullets careening wildly. Amidst the thick smoke and flickering electricity, Wushang leaped high, delivering a devastating blow to one mechanical sentinel. He darted left and right, bounding off walls, annihilating one soldier after another, yet the numbers seemed to multiply with each strike. At that moment, a robot, significantly larger than the ordinary mechanical sentinels and armed with 2 colossal war hammers for arms, arrived before the electronic gate. It swung its massive hammers, intending to forcibly breach the door. Without hesitation, Wushang cast a glance, and with a flicker of the wind trail beneath his feet, he instantaneously moved to the electronic gate, bracing himself against the onslaught. A thunderous crash resonated through the air. Wushang felt his blood surge within him. Pushed back 2 steps by the immense force of the hammer, his back colliding with the electronic door, which buckled under the impact, its special alloy yielding. With a fierce determination, he forcefully swept aside the gigantic hammer, slightly lowering his body as he clenched his fist. Arcane energy surged into his arms and gauntlets, vibrant bolts of lightning entwining around him. Channeling the full extent of his power, he unleashed a punch that collided head-on with the hammer of the sentinel once more. The overwhelming force of the impact sent the surrounding ordinary mechanical guards flying, while the Warhammer sentinel's entire arm fractured, scattering metallic shards across the ground. Just as Wushang exhaled a sigh of relief, 3 more of the Warhammer sentinels appeared, identical to the one he had just destroyed. Completion: 90, 98, 99, 100. Yandora swiftly extracted the USB drive and dashed out of the room, finding Wushang standing atop a mountain of mechanical debris. His armor visibly damaged, a trickle of blood running down his forehead. Wushang, we must go. All right. The 2 of them navigated through the underground base with reckless abandon, traversing every passable route and forcefully clearing paths where necessary. The infiltration took several hours, yet their ascent to the surface exit was accomplished in mere minutes. Hurry, they are over there. Seize the intruders. On the ground, a multitude of patrollers, security personnel, and guards surrounded the 2 individuals, with searchlights intermittently locking onto their positions. Yandora, while running, glanced back with a smile. Enjoying a game of chase, are we? Allow me to present you with a splendid surprise. She produced numerous metallic spheres, each the size of a fingernail, and tossed them into the air like scattering beans. Oh dear. One of the metallic spheres struck a patroller's head. He picked it up in confusion and examined it, noticing a rapidly flashing red dot. Boom, boom, boom. A series of thunderous explosions erupted, accompanied by screams and wails, as the entire Zhao building was engulfed in flames and chaos. Amidst the turmoil, Wuxiang and Yandora managed to escape and return to the hotel apartment where they had stayed the previous night. Once inside their room, they took a moment to rest. Yandora stretched her arms and collapsed onto the bed, turning her head to look at Wuxiang, who was leaning against the headboard. How exhilarating was tonight. Not too bad, Wuxiang replied calmly. Yandora sat up and rummaged through the medical kit, bringing it before Wuxiang. Are you injured? Wuxiang scanned Yandora's body, finding no wounds. What do you mean I'm injured? You are the one who's hurt. Yandora sighed and facepalmed. Me? Really? It's just that my stamina and magical energy have been significantly depleted. She pointed to his forehead, and upon touching it, Wuxiang noticed the blood on his hand and finally realized. Remove your armor. Oh, he removed the shattered armor from his body. And Yanduo took out a damp cloth to wipe away the blood and grime from his face. I can manage this myself, Wuxiang abruptly dodged, shifting his body aside. Yanduo's expression darkened with displeasure. Stay still and obediently sit tight for your sister. She forcibly pulled Wuxiang back, cleansing his face until it was spotless. Faced with her persistence, he ultimately succumbed to her ministrations. Yanduo then opened the medical kit, tending to Wuxiang's wounds, disinfecting and applying ointment until the bandaging was complete. The atmosphere in the room exuded a sense of depth and tranquility. Chapter 39. Return. Is there anything else we need to do? Wuxiang broke the silence that enveloped them. Yanduo shook her head. No. We simply need to submit this USB drive, and thereafter, those in authority will handle the evidence. What does this evidence contain? Huh. How would I know? Did you not sneak a glance? Of course not. I do possess a code of ethics. Yanduo waved her hand dismissively, adopting an air of righteousness. Wuxiang cast a skeptical look, clearly indicating his disbelief. All right, I admit it. I may have peaked a little during previous missions. Yanduo's voice grew softer as she conceded. However, I found that it was merely a series of mundane events. It lost its intrigue, and I eventually stopped peeking. With that, she squinted playfully and gently nudged Wuxiang with her elbow. Little Shang, if you're curious, your sister can grant you a special access. Not interested. Wuxiang rested his hands behind his head, lying on the pillow with his eyes closed, indulging in a moment of tranquility. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Yandora eagerly took Wuxiang to the supermarket, where they procured an abundance of snacks, before contentedly making their way to the Tianren division in Luoqing. The atmosphere in Luoqing had subtly shifted to one of tension. The head of the Zhao Corporation, Zhao Zi's father, was filled with fury. Many passers-by had witnessed the towering flames erupting from the Zhao building the previous night, whispering speculations about what had transpired. The two, clad in casual attire, strolled down the street, appearing to be an ordinary pair of youth, unaware that they were indeed the instigators of last night's chaos at the Zhao estate. This time, the division head who received them was different, exhibiting a demeanor of utmost respect, in stark contrast to the portly man they had encountered days prior. Sir, the plane back to headquarters is ready for you. Would you prefer to rest a while, or depart immediately? Let us depart at once, Yandora replied coolly. By the way, ensure that all subsequent matters are handled properly to avoid any complications. Understood, the head responded, bowing his head in acknowledgement. It was not until they boarded the plane that Wuxiang voiced his curiosity. Has the head of the Luoqing division changed? Whatever happened to that rotund man? Oh, that man is likely spending his time in prison now, Yandora replied. Did you have a hand in that? Indeed, Yandora began to explain. From the moment we arrived, I sensed something amiss with that man, though it was merely a suspicion. As fate would have it, just as we entered the city, he went to leak information, only to be caught red-handed by the individuals I had discreetly instructed. Upon interrogation, it was confirmed that he had been in clandestine communication with the proprietor of the Zhao Consortium. Otherwise, the hidden activities beneath the Zhao building could not have remained concealed for such an extended period. Wuxiang nodded, indicating his understanding. You are quite astute. I had not noticed your involvement in these matters. Oh, it was merely a trifling affair, he replied with a chuckle. Shortly after their departure, The Tianren division in Luoqing mobilized its warriors to encircle the Zhao building, presenting evidence provided by whistleblowers. Numerous illicit activities conducted by the Zhao consortium, including live human experimentation, human trafficking, arms smuggling, and various illegal transactions, were swiftly unveiled, leading to the collapse of the once dominant commercial titan that had terrorized Luoqing's peace for decades. 2 hours later, the aircraft touched down at the Tianren headquarters. Yendora disembarked, inhaling deeply and stretching her limbs. "Ah, back again," she sighed. Wu Xiang glanced around, noting that the headquarters appeared unchanged. As usual, they first returned to their crimson-hued office apartment, where they found only Taika, who was idly keeping watch. "Little Taika, did you miss me?" Upon seeing them return, Taika's spirits lifted, particularly at Yendora's presence. She scampered over on her short legs, circling Yendora excitedly. "Did you bring anything back?" "Oh, this. I forgot," Yendora replied, awkwardly patting her head with an apologetic smile. Taika's face visibly fell, embodying a demeanor of disinterest. "Just kidding," Yendora teased, having had her fun with Taika, and promptly retrieved an enormous bag of snacks from her storage bracelet. Tada! The super invincible luxurious exclusive edition of exquisite fruit pudding. Yendora raised a box of pudding high, while Taiko eagerly jumped to reach it. "Quick, give it to me, please. Call me Sister Yendora, and I shall grant your wish." "Sister Yendora. Oh, such a good child." Taiko scooped the pudding into her mouth, and an expression of immense satisfaction blossomed on her face. This is pure bliss." Wu Xiang, observing from the side, shook his head, thinking, "Really, isn't she just a child?" Yendora lightly touched Wu Xiang's arm, revealing an inscrutable smile, and whispered softly to him, "Young man, I possess numerous special items. Would you care to take a look?" Just as Wu Xiang was about to decline, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yendora mysteriously extracting a book titled 10 Methods to Tame the Wild Taiko in Early Humanity. "Wu Xiang, what? Not interested? Then how about this one? 10 Methods to Borrow Money from Su Yu Without Facing Rejection. Or perhaps this one. 10 Methods to Infuriate Steel Wheel While Rendering Him Helpless. What are you two up to?" Taiko inquired, puzzled. "Nothing," they replied in unison. Taiko thought, "How curious. When did these two become so in sync? Never mind, the pudding is far more important." At that moment, the apartment door swung open, revealing a figure clad in red. "Oh, you're back." Xingyan approached the snack pack and rummaged until he found a can of cola, popping the tab and taking a sip. "Hey, Captain, that's mine," Yendora protested. "Indeed, your act of taking something without the owner's consent is known as theft. So how much do I owe you?" Xingyan raised an eyebrow. 100 yuan. Uft. Is this not outright robbery? How could it be considered robbery? It is important to note that this was transported from thousands of miles away. The transportation and labor costs alone exceed this amount. The two young women bickered, yet it was clear that Xingyan would never actually pay. Afterward, Wu Xiang reported to the command center to hand over his tasks and identity information, receiving his first bonus in merit since joining the Heavenly Blade. Generally, eliminating an alien soldier or a low-level monster yields 10 merit points, while completing a B-rank mission typically awards around 100 points. Wu Xiang's merit surged from an initial 0 to 300 points, as he had participated in a quasi-A rank mission, thus earning a substantial share of merit even as an assistant. Accumulating 1,000 merit points allows for a promotion to B rank, while 10,000 points are required for an A rank. To become an A rank warrior and keep pace with his peers, he has a long journey ahead of him. Chapter 40. Visiting Ailin. Upon returning, Wu Xiang found himself at leisure once more. Recalling that he had not seen the little girl Ailin for nearly a month, he decided to pay her a visit. After all, she was his first friend in this unfamiliar place, and Wu Xiang cherished this pure bond of friendship. The medical center of the Heavenly Blade is part of the logistics department. Wu Xiang took the tram to the hospital where Ailin worked, and this time, being familiar with the situation, he thankfully avoided the awkwardness of not having money for the fare as he had on his first visit. Wu Xiang approached the front desk and inquired with the attending nurse about Ailin's whereabouts. Upon receiving the information, he successfully located her. Standing outside the ward, Wu Xiang gazed through the window. Ailin was meticulously bandaging a patient's wound. Only after finishing did she reveal a smile, straightening up to wipe the fine sweat from her brow. "Ailin," Wu Xiang softly called. The young nurse froze for a moment before shaking her head. How strange, she thought. How could she hear Wu Xiang calling her name? Perhaps the fatigue from work had induced hallucinations. "Ailin." Wu Xiang raised his voice slightly. The young nurse turned abruptly, only to find Wuxiang standing at the door, looking at her. Her eyes instantly brimmed with uncontainable joy as she dashed into his embrace. Wuxiang, instinctively fearing she might be hurt, stepped back while holding the girl. Wuxiang, what brings you here? Aylin looked up with a cheerful expression. I came to see you. I thought you might have forgotten me, Wuxiang replied, a hint of melancholy in his tone. How could I? A passing nurse observed the affectionate scene and couldn't help but smirk. Oh, Aylin, when did you get yourself a little boyfriend? He even came to the hospital to see you. At the remark, Aylin's face flushed with a suspicious pink hue, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, as she hurriedly released Wuxiang. And no, that's not it. He.S. just a good friend of mine. All right, just a friend. The nurse chuckled, playfully turning to leave. Aylin lowered her head, unable to meet Wuxiang's gaze. I did not anticipate your arrival today. Please wait a moment. I shall request leave from the head nurse. With that, she swiftly dashed away. Ah! Wuxiang raised his hand, intending to call out to her. He longed to convey to Aylin that his visit was merely to catch a glimpse of her, to spend a brief moment in conversation before departing. However, witnessing the girl's joyful and exuberant demeanor, he decided to let her be. Upon Aylin's return, the two descended the stairs together. As they walked, the girl could not contain her excitement, sharing her experiences from the past few days, while the boy interjected with a response during the pauses of her chatter. Wuxiang, let me tell you, I am no longer the person I once was. Just a few days ago, I finally graduated from an intern nurse to a full-fledged nurse. Aylin exclaimed proudly, her little nose held high as if it could dry clothes. Oh dear, I've been so absorbed in my own achievements. What about you? How have you been? I'm doing well, Wuxiang replied. Upon hearing his response, Aylin's face displayed clear dissatisfaction as she pouted. That's only 2 words. No, say it again. Wuxiang pondered for a moment, organizing his thoughts in his mind. As for me, I have become a C-level warrior of the Skyblade, joined an exceptional team, and made some new colleagues. Aylin listened, a bit perplexed. I don't quite understand, but it seems we are both doing well, right? Indeed. Upon arriving at the base of Aylin's dormitory, she instructed Wuxiang to wait downstairs while she went up to change her clothes. For half an hour, Wuxiang waited patiently. Previously, he had little understanding of the complexities involved, but through recent experiences, he had come to realize that for women, changing outfits could indeed be an exceedingly intricate affair. Yet, he pondered, why was that so? As he stood before Wuxiang once more, Lan had donned a delicate, pale yellow dress. Her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup, and her hair meticulously styled. She stepped gracefully in a pair of sandals, her glistening toes vividly distinguishable. This was the first time Wuxiang had seen Lan outside of her nurse's uniform. Her appearance was not strikingly stunning, yet it possessed a charming allure, embodying the essence of a refined beauty. Well, what do you think? Am I beautiful? She inquired. Indeed, you are lovely. Women of all ages relish compliments about their beauty, and Lan was no exception. How about we spend the day in the city? Lan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she gazed at Wuxiang. He hesitated, ultimately unable to refuse her earnest request. He retrieved his communicator, taking a considerable amount of time to muster the resolve to contact Xingyan. Hello, Captain. Are you busy at the moment? Somewhat. What's the matter? Xingyan replied, rummaging through the dormitory in search of the hiding spot for Yin Duo La's snacks while holding the communicator. Actually, I would like to request a leave to go into the city. Xingyan paused. Her actions halted as she detected the faint sound of a girl's voice through the communicator, and she could tell from the tone that the speaker was quite young. Her expression shifted subtly, giving way to a smile that she herself was unaware of, a maternal grin. Ah, you clever boy, you're truly making progress. Very well. I grant you permission. Upon hearing this, Wuxiang hesitated momentarily, initially contemplating how to articulate his reason for requesting leave, only to find that Xingyan had not even posed a question. By the time he regained his composure, the communication had already been terminated. Thus, the two set forth from the base in the morning, embarking on a journey to the nearest city, situated several dozen miles away. This city, built in proximity to the Tianren headquarters, holds significant strategic importance and is responsible for the logistical operations of the headquarters. Consequently, its population, scale, and degree of prosperity far surpass that of Luoqing. Aylin led Wuxiang to an amusement park, determined to relish every attraction. The screams of the girl and other visitors on the roller coaster were drowned out by the howling winds, while the boy remained composed, distinctly standing out amidst the chaos. Once they had exhausted themselves with the rides, Ailin urged Wuxiang to indulge in the culinary delights of a bustling food street, savoring their meal before continuing their fun. As they returned home in the evening, fortune smiled upon them, allowing them to witness a grand fireworks display. The vibrant colors of the fireworks illuminated the night sky, reflecting in Ailin's clear eyes. Wuxiang smiled gently, pondering how joyful Yu would be if she could share in the beauty of these fireworks. As they parted ways, Wuxiang escorted Ailin back to the hospital. "Thank you. I had a wonderful time today." "That is splendid. Remember to visit me at the hospital often." Ailin waved goodbye. Wuxiang shook his head in resignation, acknowledging the uniqueness of Ailin's farewell style. Upon his return, he unexpectedly encountered Xingyan, who regarded him with an oddly peculiar expression. "You're back. Did you take your little girlfriend home?" "What little girlfriend?" Wuxiang inquired, perplexed. "Today, I took a day off to accompany my young girlfriend for a day of leisure, and there's no need to keep it under wraps. Do not misunderstand. We are merely ordinary friends." Upon witnessing Wuxiang's serious demeanor, Xingyan felt a twinge of exasperation, thinking, this reckless child. Perhaps it would be better to pursue a path of humility. "These are your resources. Take them and leave swiftly," Xingyan urged impatiently. Confused by the sudden shift in Xingyan's attitude, which seemed as erratic as a roller coaster, Wuxiang felt the need to act quickly, to avert any unforeseen complications. He promptly secured the resources and made a hasty exit. Chapter 41. Enhancement of Abilities. Upon returning to his room, Wuxiang examined the resources that Xingyan had just bestowed upon him. To his astonishment, he discovered a significant amount of magic crystals, which even his composed nature could not help but revel in. He had not anticipated such generous treatment from Tian Ren. Unbeknownst to him, the allocation of resources for sea-level soldiers was quite limited, but the resources for the Crimson Red Squad were distributed solely by their captain, allowing him to receive an extraordinary quantity. Seated cross-legged on his bed, Wuxiang grasped the magic crystals, absorbing them one by one. After consuming half of the crystals, he paused, noting a remarkable enhancement in his magical energy within a brief span. While the rapid absorption of magic crystals proved effective, he understood that drawing too much energy from external sources in a short time could yield adverse effects. Suddenly, Wuxiang's body jolted, leaving him momentarily stunned. This is a breakthrough. His abilities had finally ascended to the first tier, signifying a formal entry into the realm of extraordinary powers. It is commonly accepted that the utilization of abilities can be vaguely categorized into 4 distinct levels. First level, Initiation, a rudimentary application of extraordinary abilities. Second level, Mastery, the capability to utilize abilities with greater flexibility and adaptability. Third level, Creation, the derivation and invention of unique methods and pathways suited to oneself. Fourth level, Omniverse, transcending the very limits of extraordinary abilities, influencing all things in the universe with one's own power. The most immediate manifestation of each level's enhancement is the amplification of the ability's potency, accompanied by a reduction in the consumption of magical energy. Indeed, he had recently awakened his extraordinary abilities and was still in the exploratory phase, only officially commencing his journey today. This could be regarded as an unexpected gain. The following morning, while still in slumber, Wuxiang's eyes suddenly opened wide, devoid of the usual disorientation that accompanies waking. His gaze was clear and focused. The communicator on his bedside emitted a notification sound, with its indicator light flickering gently. It was the assembly signal from the Starflame team. He quickly donned his attire and made his way to the team's office apartment. Upon entering, he found Steel Wheel, Suyu, Miyin, Shadow, Yinduola, Vivian, Tico, and all other members present. Starflame cleared his throat and began to speak. "All right, now that everyone is here, I shall announce the mission we just received this morning. A team known as Wind Dust is currently operating in the Desert Oasis region, 2,000 kilometers west of the Tianren headquarters, preparing for the establishment of a new safe zone. However, their progress has been rather troubled, and some members have begun to mysteriously vanish. We need to assist them in investigating the reasons behind these disappearances, as well as aiding in the extermination of magical creatures and conducting site surveys. Captain, is it truly necessary for all of us to be deployed for this mission? I believe my presence may not be required." Mayahiko adjusted his glasses and began to speak. Xingyan pondered for a moment before continuing. The establishment of the new realm holds paramount significance for all of humanity. Currently, our information is somewhat lacking. and the level of danger remains uncertain. As a precaution, we shall mobilize everyone, ensuring mutual support. Captain, will you be joining us this time? Gongluan inquired. Me? Naturally. I shall remain at the headquarters. If I were to do everything myself, what purpose would you all serve? The crowd fell silent. Xingyan surveyed the group and spoke with gravitas. Very well, the Tianren Special Operations Team, Crimson Red, shall depart immediately. Yes, everyone replied in unison. One by one, they boarded the aircraft, and after more than an hour of flight, they successfully arrived at their destination. As they looked out, a desolate landscape stretched before them, while beneath their feet lay the fringes of a desert, dotted with a fair amount of vegetation and a river of considerable size providing a source of water. At present, no monarch-level monsters or signs of external civilizations had been discovered, thus it was deemed suitable for consideration in the establishment of the Nuan realm. Furthermore, a crucial reason for this choice was the discovery of rare minerals essential for Tianren within the sandy terrain nearby. Establishing the realm here would greatly facilitate mineral extraction. A kilometer away, they could observe the movement of personnel and some rudimentary structures, which were likely the temporary encampment of the Wind-Dust team. Wuxiang walked with the others towards the encampment. As Suyu walked, he squinted his eyes, gazing into the distance at the scattered crimson sand dunes. He couldn't tell if it was merely an illusion, but those dunes appeared to undulate eerily for a moment. What is the matter, Suyu? Have you made a discovery? Vivian inquired softly beside him. No, it's nothing. I just feel that this place is somewhat peculiar. Upon hearing this, Vivian's expression grew more serious. To be honest, I also sense a disquieting feeling here. Perhaps it is not merely coincidental. We should inform everyone to exercise caution. Understood. The two shared their observations with the rest of the team, prompting everyone to halt their advance and deliberate over the current situation. Noticing this, Vivian clasped her hands before her chest and closed her eyes. Seeing her in such a posture, the group fell silent, waiting patiently. Wuxiang was oblivious to Vivian's actions, yet he recognized that their collective silence surely held significance. Beware, flee quickly, do not approach. Countless voices, both strong and weak, echoed in Vivian's mind. After a brief moment, she opened her eyes, her expression grave. I have received warnings from the flora and fauna, all unmistakably conveying danger. There may be threats here that we cannot perceive. Upon hearing Vivian's response, the group instinctively furrowed their brows, until Steel Wheel finally broke the silence. What are you afraid of? We are nearly all present this time. As long as it's not a judgment-level monster, I am confident we can vanquish it. Silence your vile tongue. If a trial-level monster truly arrives, we shall all flee, leaving you, a fool, to hold the rear. Yendora chided Steel Wheel. Huh, I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Steel Wheel awkwardly scratched his head. Well, there is no need for everyone to perceive the situation so grimly. Ordinary flora and fauna are the most basic creatures in this realm. Perhaps the dangers they perceive are trivial to us. In any case, we must remain vigilant. Suyu remarked thoughtfully, to which the others nodded in agreement. The team continued their journey. Wuxiang gently patted Yendora, inquiring about Vivian's peculiar behavior. Through her explanation, he grasped the circumstances. As a healer of the Crimson Red, Vivian possessed plant-based abilities, which were not inclined towards combat, but rather embodied protection and healing, an exceedingly rare trait on the battlefield. Furthermore, her powers included a remarkable attribute that allowed her to communicate with plants across dimensions, enabling her to hear their voices and acquire information that would otherwise be unattainable, serving as a unique reconnaissance method. However, it is important to note that ordinary plants do not possess complete consciousness. Thus, the information conveyed by them is often quite vague. Chapter 42. A forceful retort in the arid oasis zone. The Wind-Dust team had established their encampment. Halt. Please present your identification, commanded the soldier stationed at the entrance of the camp. We are the support troops dispatched by headquarters. Kindly summon your captain for a meeting. Suyu stepped forward to negotiate with the other party. Typically, he or Yendora would be responsible for interactions with other organizations or individuals. Please wait. A soldier stationed at the post rushed into the encampment, and shortly thereafter, a rather arrogant young man emerged, accompanied by a dozen soldiers. I am Fei Wu, the vice-captain of the Wind-Dust Squad. Who are you, and what is your purpose? The young man inquired. May I ask where your captain is? Suyu countered. The captain is currently absent from the encampment. I am fully in charge of all affairs here. Very well. Suyu handed over the relevant documents to the young man. Fei Wu glanced at them and confirmed they were indeed official correspondents from headquarters. Where's your main force? Fei Wu casually asked. They are all here, Su Yu replied. Fei Wu nodded, but as he processed this information, his expression shifted to one of disbelief and then fury. What nonsense is this? You send only 8 people to assist with matters that the Wind Dust Squad, numbering over 100, cannot manage? Is the headquarters filled with fools? Diku, displeased with Fei Wu's demeanor, retorted in a crisp, youthful voice. Hey, mind your language. Offering assistance is a favor. Do you think anyone wants to come? If you can't speak respectfully, then keep your mouth shut. Humph, just a child. I won't stoop to your level, Fei Wu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Wu Shang and the others. He then pointed to one of his companions and, with an air of entitlement, issued orders. You 8 will follow his squad and perform your duties. Stay quiet and do not cause trouble for me. Having spoken, Fei Wu turned to return to the base, only to find Wu Shang and the others standing motionless. The deep crimson hue refused to heed anyone's command. You are unworthy, Yin Duo La declared with an unwavering voice. Unafraid, Wu Shang understood that the issue could be effortlessly resolved if everyone merely revealed their status as A-class warriors, yet they silently chose not to do so. Clearly, they were incensed by this arrogant vice-captain and intended to impart a memorable lesson. Upon witnessing this, Fei Wu let out a series of cold laughs and slowly walked back. You are quite audacious. When you are in my territory, you must obey my commands. Do you wish to turn the tables and direct your captain instead? Suddenly, Gang Lun seized Fei Wu by the collar, lifting him into the air. If you dare to prattle on, do you believe I will not beat the very essence out of you? Let go, let go. Fei Wu flailed his legs and desperately tried to pry Gang Lun's fingers away, but to no avail. The members of the Dusty Squad behind him hastily drew their weapons, preparing for confrontation as conflict loomed imminent. Get lost. Gang Lun forcefully hurled Fei Wu aside, whose body soared through the air and crashed into a throng of people. Fei Wu quickly scrambled to his feet, his face nearly turning a deep shade of crimson with rage. What are you all dawdling for? Seize them at once. The 2 squad leaders beside him were taken aback by his words and hurriedly restrained Fei Wu. No, Vice Captain. We must prioritize the bigger picture. Let us await the captain's return before making any decisions. Fei Wu certainly did not wish for matters to escalate with those sent from headquarters, yet he found it impossible to swallow his pride. The members of the Wind Dust Squad stood poised and ready, while Wu Shang and his companions appeared utterly unconcerned. The stark contrast between the 2 factions was evident. With a sly smile, Yandora's expression hinted that she had devised yet another mischievous scheme. Hey, I say, that useless vice-captain. Our standoff cannot persist. Why not consider the input of a lady? Fei Wu, wary, cast a cautious glance toward the outspoken Yandora. I am Fei Wu, not useless. What do you intend to do? Very well, useless vice-captain, she replied playfully. Fei Wu, not useless. He protested. Oh, isn't it all the same? If you can defeat any one of us 8, we shall heed your command. Conversely, the same applies. Fei Wu had intended to reiterate the matter of his name, but found himself swayed by Yandora's proposition, though hesitation lingered within him. He sensed that he was no match for the heavily armored behemoth, and the thought of defeat was daunting. Perceiving Fei Wu's uncertainty, Yandora cheerfully pushed Wu Shang into the fray. Fear not. You need only to vanquish the weakest among us. Wu Shang, bewildered, found himself thrust into the center of both groups. Fei Wu scrutinized Wu Shang with suspicion. How can it be proven that he is the weakest? What if this is merely a trap to ensnare me? In a sense, the moment Fei Wu uttered those words, he had already succumbed. Neither faction dared confront their formidable opponent, and the members of the Wind Dust Squad could not help but feel disheartened by their vice-captain's predicament. Yandora reached into Wu Shang's garments and, after a brief search, produced his identification, revealing a prominent letter C that caught Fei Wu's attention. Without hesitation, Wu Shang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. This fellow, selling him without a hint of doubt. Is this proof sufficient? Surely. You wouldn't shy away from a confrontation with a mere rookie soldier, would you? Yandora provocatively remarked, stuffing the item back into Wu Shang's embrace. What is there to fear? Fei Wu's confidence surged immediately. After all, he was a seasoned B-class warrior, and dealing with a C-class newcomer should pose no challenge at all. So you placed a reassuring hand on Wu Shang's shoulder. Just do your best and avoid injury. Yandora placed her hand on Wu Xiang's other shoulder, her smile radiating warmth and healing. If you lose, I shall personally draft your resignation letter. Wuxiang. The two sides stepped back, creating space for Wuxiang and Fei Wu. Don't blame your captain for bullying you. I shall remain right here and allow you 3 strikes. Fei Wu laughed heartily, brimming with confidence as he pounded his chest. Come, aim for this spot and strike. Wuxiang maintained a composed demeanor, unfazed by Fei Wu's disdain. He quietly gathered strength in his hands. Since the opponent had made such a peculiar request, it was only fitting to oblige. The arm armor gifted to Wuxiang by Xingyan, when empowered by magical energy, significantly enhanced his strength. Currently, Wuxiang's combat approach was rather straightforward, predominantly relying on close combat. Although he possessed the powers of lightning and storm, releasing these abilities externally would greatly diminish their effectiveness. Thus, he resolved to capitalize on his strengths while avoiding weaknesses, concentrating energy in a specific part of his body, unleashing it in full force at the moment of contact with the enemy. Allow me to demonstrate my first technique. Heaven's roar. The silhouette of Wuxiang flickered, and the hardened ground was instantaneously shattered beneath his feet. An unstoppable fist struck Fei Wu's chest, unleashing a surge of accumulated lightning in that fleeting moment. Many were unable to comprehend what had transpired. They only knew that the Fei Wu, who had been laughing just a second ago, had inexplicably vanished from sight. Simultaneously, a thunderous crash resonated from behind as something collided with the walls of the encampment, becoming buried beneath the debris. In an instant, silence enveloped the scene. Chapter 43. Captain Vincent Wuxiang silently returned to his team, where Gang Lun gave him a hearty slap on the back, causing him to stagger. Well done, my boy. Quite impressive. Mian adjusted his glasses habitually. In theory, Wuxiang's strength was not significantly different from that of his opponent, but the latter had fallen victim to overconfidence. Deputy Captain. The members of the Wind Dust Squad finally regained their senses and rushed over to clear the rubble, pulling Fei Wu from beneath the debris. Careful. I've broken 2 ribs. Fei Wu whispered through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. After a brief pause, he stood up with an air of nonchalance, as if the earlier attack had been inconsequential. Of course, this demeanor belied the cold sweat on his brow and the dent in his chest armor. I can tentatively acknowledge your strength, but you lack martial ethics. A shameless sneak attack. It cannot be counted, Fei Wu declared, attempting to straighten his back and speak with conviction. Does this mean the worthless deputy captain wishes to continue the fight? Yen Duo asked with a mischievous glint in her eyes. Fei Wu was momentarily taken aback. In his current state, he had no intention of fighting. He simply wished to find a place to lie down. However, compelling him to concede face-to-face would be far more excruciating than simply eliminating him. Fei Wu cast a resentful glance at Wuxiang and the others, when suddenly an idea struck her, and she locked onto a petite figure. Indeed, I shall challenge her. The members of the Wind Dust team followed the direction of Fei Wu's finger, landing their gaze upon the sole little girl present. Although they were puzzled as to why a child would be in such a perilous situation, was it not the height of shamelessness for an adult to challenge a child? Each member of the Wind Dust team bowed their heads, wishing they could bury themselves in the ground, utterly embarrassed by this spectacle. You wish to challenge me? Taiko pointed to herself, seeking confirmation from Fei Wu. Afraid to accept? Fei Wu escalated her imposing aura to its zenith. She anticipated Taiko would display a visage of fear. Yet Taiko instead stepped forward with a beaming smile, as if she had stumbled upon some grand fortune. Oblivious to the gravity of the situation, Fei Wu took a step forward, only to be met with a resounding slap across her face, nearly dislocating her neck in the process. She stood there, stunned, casting an incredulous gaze at the squad leader beside her. Have you lost your mind? The squad leader who had struck Fei Wu was equally taken aback, fumbling for words. No, Vice Captain. I never intended to strike you. Smack. Another sharp sound echoed, finally bringing symmetry to Fei Wu's face. The one who delivered the second slap was yet another squad leader. Vice Captain, I cannot control my hand. You all, bastards. Fei Wu seethed, nearly at a loss for coherent speech. Uncontrollable? Such nonsense was hardly believable, even to a fool. 2 squad leaders swiftly brought Fei Wu down, delivering a relentless barrage of punches and kicks upon him. Do you dare to rebel? Please spare my face. The Wind Dust Squad descended into chaos, with many hesitating over whether to rush to the aid of their vice captain. Wuxiang noticed the subtle, yet intricate gestures beneath Taika's seemingly motionless exterior and exchanged a questioning glance with Yandora. Puppet technique, Yandora softly uttered. After a while, The situation gradually regained control, separating Fei Wu from the two squad leaders. Though battered and bruised, Fei Wu was no fool. The more he pondered, the more he sensed something amiss. It was peculiar that a young girl accepted his challenge while her comrades stood idle. Was it you? You're the one behind this, aren't you? Fei Wu bellowed, pointing an accusatory finger at Taika. And if it is? Taika did not intend to deny it. Upon hearing Taika's admission, Fei Wu, who had been suppressing his rage, erupted in a frenzy, nearly losing all semblance of reason. Everyone, at any cost, eliminate them. Kill them. Suddenly, Fei Wu felt a chilling sensation around his neck, which swiftly transformed into a piercing pain. A gleaming blade pressed against his throat, piercing the skin and allowing crimson droplets to trickle down. Fei Wu's body went rigid, as if plunged into an ice cavern, instantly regaining clarity. He opened his mouth, yet dared not utter a sound. Enough! We have no time for your antics. If you delay us further, you shall die. The figure of Ing intertwined with Fei Wu's, and a voice devoid of emotion echoed in his ears, reminiscent of the harbinger of death. Even Wuxiang could not discern how Ing had appeared beside Fei Wu. It was astonishingly swift, almost akin to teleportation. A throng of members from the Wind Dust Squad rushed out from their encampment, exchanging bewildered glances, unsure whether to engage in battle or refrain. Spare him! A resonant voice called from afar. The crowd turned towards the source, spotting a middle-aged man, approximately in his 30s, leading a dozen soldiers. He advanced with remarkable agility, reaching the group in mere moments. "Captain, the captain has returned," exclaimed the members of the Wind Dust Squad, their faces alight with joy. "See, Captain, help me," Fei Wu stammered, trembling as he sought assistance from the newcomer. The middle-aged man's expression darkened as he scrutinized Wuxiang and the others. Judging by their uniforms, it was evident that these individuals were likely comrades of Tianren. However, the fiery insignia they bore was unfamiliar to him, evoking a sense of vague recognition that eluded him. "You dare to bully me so brazenly?" The man spoke with an edge of hostility. Ing cast a fleeting glance at the middle-aged man before silently vanishing back to his original position, offering no reply. With the rightful authority present, the matter would be addressed by others. Fei Wu, feeling a wave of relief, collapsed onto the ground as if devoid of bones. The middle-aged man observed this with a flicker of concern in his eyes. The strength of this individual was certainly on par with his own, if not superior, while the capabilities of the others remained an enigma. "Who are you?" Su Yu inquired, addressing the middle-aged man. "Captain Vincent of the Tianren Anjia Expeditionary Force, an A-rank warrior." "And you?" "Su Yu, an A-rank warrior and member of the Crimson Red Team of the Tianren Special Operations Squad. A distinguished A-rank warrior, yet merely an ordinary member? Wait. Crimson Red, that sounds somewhat familiar. It couldn't be." Vincent's body trembled imperceptibly. Su Yu, noticing Vincent's reaction, deduced that he must have grasped something significant. "Might I inquire, esteemed colleagues of Tianren, what brings you to the encampment of my Wind Dust Squad?" Vincent inquired, his tone noticeably more respectful than before. Fei Wu, still weak in the legs and unable to rise, sensed an ominous premonition. Their captain should not be showing courtesy to these outsiders, but rather unleashing his wrath upon them. Wasn't Captain Vincent just 2 days ago requesting reinforcements from headquarters? Su Yu countered. "Are you implying that you are here too?" "Indeed, we are the reinforcements sent to assist you." Upon hearing Su Yu's affirmation, Vincent was overwhelmed with joy. "Ha! I am truly honored." Yendora, idly twirling a strand of hair, stifled a yawn and interrupted Vincent's exuberance. "However, Captain Vincent, it appears that your subordinates do not seem particularly welcoming towards us." Chapter 44. The mystery of the disappearance. Vincent's smile gradually faded. What on earth is happening? He pulled a soldier from the crowd to inquire about the recent events. In the presence of the gathered crowd, the soldier dared not conceal anything, recounting all events with utmost transparency. After understanding the full circumstances, Vincent fell silent for a moment before waving his hand. "Everyone, return to your respective posts." Upon receiving the command, the soldiers dispersed, leaving only Vincent, Fei Wu, and Wuxiang. "Fei Wu, do you have anything to deny regarding the earlier incident?" Vincent began, taking a deep breath. "Captain, I have nothing to deny," Fei Wu replied, his voice trembling. "Very well, from this day forth, I hereby revoke all your duties. You will serve as a humble soldier." "Yes," Fei Wu responded, his face ashen. Vincent then turned to face the 8 individuals clad in deep crimson, bowing deeply at a 90-degree angle. The unfortunate events that transpired are a result of my negligence as captain. On behalf of my subordinates and all the soldiers of the Wind Dust team, I extend my sincerest apologies. Suyu stepped forward to assist Vincent, stating, "Captain Vincent, there is no need for such formality. We still require collaboration to resolve the issues at hand. One should not strike a smiling face. Mercy is a virtue." Regardless of Vincent's internal thoughts, he managed to maintain a proper demeanor. Since no substantial loss had occurred, it was reasonable for all to let bygones be bygones. "Captain Vincent, shall we not be invited in to sit?" Yen Duo prompted. "Ah, indeed, I completely forgot amidst all this commotion. Please come in," Vincent exclaimed, awkwardly tapping his forehead before gesturing for them to enter. He led the way, with Wu Shang and the others following closely behind until they reached the temporary conference hall within the encampment. As the crowd settled, Captain Vincent was about to instruct his subordinates to provide hospitality when Suyu raised his hand to interrupt him. "Captain Vincent, let us forego the pleasantries for the moment. It is imperative that we first ascertain the recent developments." "Very well, since that is the case, I shall dispense with formalities," Vincent replied, promptly recounting the origin and progression of the incident. The security forces of the Anjia Division are typically divided into advance units and sweeping units. The advance unit, being fewer in number and possessing limited combat capabilities, primarily undertakes reconnaissance. Once a specific area is selected, they conduct a preliminary survey of the geography and environment, confirming that it meets the fundamental criteria for establishing security before passing the work on to the sweeping units. The Dusty Squad, part of the sweeping unit, received their deployment orders a week ago. Based on the information provided by the advance unit, this arid oasis was deemed to pose a low level of danger, and upon their arrival, they indeed found it to be so. On the first day, the soldiers established a base without encountering any obstacles. On the second day, Vincent led his team in a sweep, centering their efforts within a 5-kilometer radius from their base, during which they encountered only sporadic low-level monsters, all of which were swiftly dealt with. By the third day, the sweep had expanded to a 10-kilometer radius, and the operation continued to proceed smoothly. On the fourth day, however, as the sweep extended to a 15-kilometer radius, an unexpected incident occurred. In the evening, after completing their tasks, Vincent gathered his troops to return to base, only to discover that one of the squad leaders was missing a member from his unit. Upon inquiry, the squad leader learned that the missing soldier had merely gone to the restroom, and thus dismissed the matter without further concern or reporting it. However, when the main contingent had returned to their base, the squad leader still had not seen any sign of his subordinate, prompting a sense of unease. He hurriedly retrieved his communicator to contact the missing soldier, only to find the line completely unreachable. It is worth noting that the distance between them was no more than 15 kilometers, rendering the absence of signal implausible. It was then that the squad leader escalated the situation to Vincent, who ventured out that very night with a team to conduct a personal search, but to no avail. On the fifth day, as the sweep radius was expanded, 2 more soldiers inexplicably vanished during assembly. Vincent was compelled to alter his strategy, imposing a strict prohibition on solitary actions among the soldiers. They were to operate in groups of no fewer than 5. On the 6th day, the outcome was nothing short of horrifying, as 5 soldiers simultaneously failed to return without any prior warning. Remarkably, these 5 were members of the same unit. To avert panic, Vincent suppressed the incident, attributing the disappearances to reassignment to other duties, with only a select few in the know. He discreetly organized a search party, and although they did not return empty-handed as in the previous instances, they could only recover a fragment of clothing. Whispers began to circulate within the base, suggesting that deep within the desert lurked man-eating phantoms, mercilessly devouring anyone who trespassed upon their territory. Vincent, feeling powerless, announced a suspension of operations, commanding the majority of the soldiers to remain at the base, while he himself led a small contingent to continue the exploration. Vincent understood that the current situation had surpassed his capacity for resolution, leaving him with no choice but to await support from headquarters. Should the reinforcements prove ineffective, a declaration of retreat would become inevitable. Upon hearing Vincent's account, the group fell into a contemplative silence, each contemplating potential strategies. "Have you encountered any formidable magical creatures in the vicinity this past week?" Suyu inquired. "None," Vincent replied, shaking his head. "Only a handful of low-level magical entities. Not a single one of a commanding rank has been sighted." Could you show me the remnants of the clothing you collected? Mihiko pondered, deciding to begin with this solitary piece of evidence. Of course, but may I inquire who you are? I am Mihiko of the Crimson Red team. Mihiko received the tattered fabric from Vincent and commenced an examination with an array of sophisticated instruments, while the others awaited the results in hushed anticipation. Under the scrutiny of a high-powered microscope, traces of gnawing by magical creatures were indeed discerned upon the fabric, confirming that the soldiers' disappearances were unequivocally linked to the presence of these entities. All bite marks were fine and densely packed, indicating that the creature in question was of relatively small stature. Generally speaking, there exists a significant correlation between the strength and size of magical creatures. The more potent the creature, the larger its form. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of unique species inhabiting this area. Mihiko further immersed the fabric remnants in a specific solution, attempting to extract the creature's saliva to ascertain its species. Unfortunately, the arid desert environment and the origin of the fragments from a sand heap yielded little in the way of useful information. Integrating all research findings, Mihiko speculated that the man-eating monstrosities in the desert were likely diminutive, low-level insectoid creatures. However, this conjecture evidently conflicted with reality. How could such primitive entities possibly conceal themselves so flawlessly beneath the vigilant eyes of the soldiers, silently devouring their prey? Chapter 45. This contraption is remarkably useful. It appeared that matters had reverted to square one, ensnared in a stalemate. To uncover the truth and complete their purging efforts, mere discussions at the encampment would be utterly insufficient. They needed to conduct field investigations. Consequently, the group convened to devise a new strategy. They resolved to utilize the soldiers of the Dusty Squad as the main operational network, dividing into 8 factions. Mihiko would remain at the base, overseeing real-time surveillance and responding to unforeseen circumstances. The remaining members of the Crimson Brigade, along with Vincent, would constitute a total of 8 individuals, interlinking the entire operation. All members were to maintain constant communication, providing situation reports every 10 minutes. Should any anomalies arise, they were to converge for immediate action. Wushang, are you capable? Yendora inquired with a hint of concern. Once we disperse, if danger strikes, we may not be able to offer timely assistance. Not a problem. Wushang nodded, exhibiting no hesitation. Vincent harbored some skepticism toward the young man before him. After all, Wushang was relatively inexperienced and still quite youthful. However, considering that even his former deputy had fallen to this youth, he felt it inappropriate to voice further doubts. Thus, the plan was solidified. Vincent treated everyone to lunch, which was quite satisfactory, serving as a welcoming feast for the group. After the meal, Vincent departed to strategize and prepare for action, with formal operations set to commence the following day. In the afternoon, Yendora took Wushang out of the base, intending to familiarize him with the surroundings before the official mission. The duo journeyed to a point 20 miles from the base. While this distance might seem considerable to an ordinary person, it posed no challenge to them at present. Let us stop here. Yendora retrieved a diamond-shaped device, roughly the size of a basketball, from her storage bracelet. She unfolded its 4 corner supports and secured it to the ground. This device, known as a biological detector, is a terrestrial model capable of sensing the presence of magical creatures in the vicinity with a maximum effective radius of 5 kilometers. By adjusting the frequency, one can alter the detection range and precision. When magical entities are present within the detection area, the indicator light flickers. The stronger the presence or the greater the number of creatures, the more frequently the light will blink, also providing a general direction of their location. Wushang nodded in understanding. Yendora disassembled the biological detector into its components and handed them to him. Give it a try. Wushang took the pieces, reassembled them, and secured the device back into position on the ground. Learning in a single glance, quite impressive, Yendora praised. At that moment, the indicator light flickered subtly, prompting both to cease their conversation and focus on the newly installed biological detector. Ah, how fortuitous that prey has entered the area. Yendora swiftly dashed off. To the northwest. 60 degrees, 4,000 meters ahead. Wushang, quickly follow me. Upon hearing this, Wushang immediately took off in pursuit. A few minutes later, the 2 individuals arrived at the designated location, where they indeed spotted several magical creatures wandering nearby. The sand lizard, one of the most common low-level monsters in the desert, immediately scuttled over, baring its fangs upon seeing the 2 figures. Without hesitation, Wushang charged forward to confront it. Just as he was about to make contact with the creature, a beam of light shot past him, precisely piercing the monster's skull. The sand lizard flipped onto its back, convulsing twice before falling still. Wuxiang turned to glance at Yandora, who had deliberately struck a dashing pose, blowing air at the non-existent wound as if it were a smoking gun. This contraption was indeed far more effective than a mere fist. Wuxiang pondered, realizing she made a compelling point. He mimicked Yandora, retrieving a laser gun from his storage bracelet. Recalling the beam that had just emitted from the gun's muzzle, an idea struck him, and he promptly returned the weapon. Wuxiang attempted to channel the magical energy within his body to his fingertips and then aimed at a sand lizard. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his fingertips, striking the ground in front of the lizard and leaving a charred mark, startling the creature into halting its advance. Oh, how embarrassing. He missed. Once more, Wuxiang unleashed a bolt of lightning, which grazed the lizard's skin, narrowly missing its body without inflicting any harm. Missed again. Ha ha, ha ha. Yandora erupted into fits of laughter behind him, refraining from firing her weapon and simply awaiting Wuxiang's performance. Undeterred by his previous failures, Wuxiang continued to unleash lightning, the brilliance illuminating his increasingly darkened visage with each attempt. The sand lizard, targeted as prey, was utterly paralyzed with fear, trembling helplessly on the ground, surrounded by charred craters. I can't go on like this. The ever-laughing Yandora, surprisingly unsteady, pulled out a piece of canvas and laid it on the ground, then proceeded to roll on it, utterly disregarding her ladylike demeanor. Wuxiang endeavored to ignore Yandora, reminding himself to remain focused. At last, diligence bore fruit. The sand lizard emitted a pained shriek as a bolt of lightning pierced through its forelimb, blood gushing from the wound. Wuxiang's expression brightened, seizing the opportunity to press the attack. The lizard's wails intensified as new injuries rapidly appeared on its limbs, body, and tail. Suddenly, Yandora tapped Wuxiang's shoulder. He turned to her, puzzled by the compassion etched on her face. Little Shangsong, while I understand that demonic creatures are detestable and undeserving of pity, there is no need for you to torment it repeatedly. Go closer and grant it a swift end. Wuxiang remained silent. After a time, he effortlessly dispatched all the demonic entities. The two then retrieved the biological detector and returned to their base. During their leisurely conversation on the way, Yandora toyed with her laser gun, expressing her grievances about it. Although the laser gun was quite effective, its power was limited. It excelled against low-level demons, but had minimal impact on commanding-level creatures, often requiring numerous shots to achieve a kill. How I envy Suyu. I wish to possess a gun as formidable as his. Or even better, let him be envious of me. She then inquired, by the way, have you ever seen Suyu shoot? Particularly striking, Yandora inquired, her gaze fixed upon the little star. No, Wuxiang replied candidly. Speaking of Suyu's sniper rifle, it was indeed a treasured possession. The weapon, both in its frame and ammunition, was a specially crafted version, epitomizing the pinnacle of Tianren's firearms technology. Coupled with his metallic abilities, its lethality was nothing short of terrifying. I had previously borrowed it from Suyu several times, yet he persistently refused. Lending it for a mere trial wouldn't cost him an arm and a leg. How stingy! Yandora exclaimed, her face a mask of indignation. Before her expression shifted with a sudden thought. How about we team up, Xiaoshang, to find an opportunity to borrow Suyu's gun for our amusement? I'm not interested, Wuxiang calmly declined, casting her a knowing glance. In truth, you have already attempted to steal it, haven't you? Yandora, upon hearing this, adorably stuck out her tongue. You guessed it. However, recalling that incident makes me even more furious. That rascal Suyu actually set traps to thwart any thieves, leaving me with nothing but wasted effort. Don't you think he is a bit too idle? Wuxiang refrained from commenting on who might be too idle, silently praising Suyu in his heart for his cleverness. Suddenly, a widely circulated saying came to mind, though he couldn't recall its origin, preventing fire, theft, and Yandora. Chapter 46. The crisis beneath the sand. Early the next morning, the Wind Dust Squad, in alliance with the Crimson Red, set forth from their encampment. Wuxiang exchanged glances with Vincent, and together they proceeded towards their respective responsibilities. Upon reaching the designated location, the soldiers of the Dusty Squad commenced the deployment of detection instruments. Busily attending to their tasks, Wuxiang, with an intense focus, observed every subtle movement in his surroundings, striving to miss not a single detail. Why should a mere child, still in the throes of adolescence, lead the team? It is utterly incomprehensible. Let us refrain from further complaints. Since the higher-ups have issued their orders, we shall comply. Humph. I remain unconvinced. What of it if I voice my dissent? A hushed murmur of discontent rippled among the soldiers, which Wu Xiang, though aware, chose to disregard. After all, his duty was to execute the sweep and uncover the truth behind the disappearances. The opinions and thoughts of others were of no consequence to him. Before long, all arrangements were finalized. The team began to advance, with Wu Xiang reminding them, be mindful not to exceed a distance of 30 meters from one another, and ensure that no one strays beyond the line of sight of their companions. His voice resonated clearly, prompting immediate action from the soldiers. Initially, the group approached their tasks with diligence, yet as time passed, a palpable sense of complacency began to set in. Wu Xiang furrowed his brow slightly, but chose not to voice his discontent. After effortlessly dispatching a low-level creature, one soldier, growing impatient, sat down and carelessly tossed his weapon aside. Do you have a problem? Wu Xiang inquired, turning to face the soldier. Huh. You merely stand off to the side, barking orders while idly observing. It must be quite a leisurely position, the soldier retorted with a sarcastic tone, clearly implying more than his words conveyed. What are you trying to imply? Wu Xiang pressed. We are all Class C. What gives you the right to command us? Upon hearing the soldier's words, many in the crowd displayed subtle shifts in expression, yet all chose to remain silent. Suddenly, Wu Xiang raised his hand and unleashed a blinding bolt of lightning towards the soldier. The soldier was taken aback, never anticipating Wu Xiang would act so decisively to silence him. Terrified, he shut his eyes, yet after a considerable interval, he felt no pain. He opened his eyes once more and discovered that he was unscathed from head to toe. Letting out a sigh of relief, he assumed Wu Xiang was merely posturing and would not dare to truly harm him. As he prepared to utter a mocking retort, he noticed the peculiar gazes directed towards him. Several close friends were gesturing for him to look behind. Turning around, he beheld the lifeless body of a serpent-like creature merely 2 meters away, its head marred by a charred cavity, evidently having just perished. A chill ran down his spine, prompting a sense of dread. Such creatures excelled at camouflage and were difficult to detect without meticulous observation. A moment's inattention could cost one their life. When Wu Xiang had acted, the onlookers had been unable to intervene, genuinely believing he intended to kill the soldier, only to realize that Wu Xiang had, in fact, saved his life. Among the nearly 20 members of the Wind Dust Squad present, not a single individual had noticed the lurking creature that was so close at hand. Many faces unconsciously betrayed a sense of shame, as they had to admit that they were outmatched by this young man. Wu Xiang approached the rescued soldier and spoke slowly. I am not your superior, nor are you my soldier. I possess no authority to command you. How you think and what you say are beyond my concern. However, if your actions result in the failure of the mission and the loss for the team, I shall not show you leniency. Upon hearing Wu Xiang's words and recalling the recent events, the soldier's expression turned awkward. He scoffed softly and turned away. Wu Xiang gazed at his departing figure and casually called over someone nearby. He seems to harbor some animosity towards me. Do you know the reason? The summoned individual appeared somewhat troubled, but spoke truthfully. He has always maintained a good relationship with our vice captain, and since you injured him yesterday, leading to the vice captain's dismissal, it is likely due to that. Wu Xiang frowned slightly before responding. Have someone keep an eye on him. We cannot afford any unforeseen incidents. Understood. The morning slipped by in the blink of an eye, tranquility enveloping the surroundings, and apart from the earlier incident, nothing particularly noteworthy occurred. Wu Xiang lifted his gaze towards the sky. As time passed, the sun had begun its descent, appearing larger and rounder in the desert than in more temperate regions. Sunlight spilled over the distant sand dunes, and whether it was due to the lighting or the composition of the sand, some dunes displayed an eerie dark red hue. In the communicator, the team had just completed a round of communication, with no anomalies reported in their respective areas. As if every crisis had been a mere figment of their imagination. Suddenly, Wu Xiang's body halted. The freely flowing wind carried an unusual sound to him. All personnel, remain vigilant. Wu Xiang shouted loudly. The soldiers were taken aback, witnessing Wu Xiang inexplicably rushing in a particular direction. Something has happened. Come quickly. Wu Xiang utilized the communicator to relay a message, not pausing for a response, as he dashed forward while surveying his surroundings. At last, he came upon a nondescript patch of sand. Over 200 meters from his original position, where he discerned a human hand protruding from the earth. The hand was swiftly sinking, and in the blink of an eye, it was completely engulfed by the sand. Wuxiang leapt forward, plunging his arm into the sand to firmly grasp the recently submerged hand. Acutely aware of an unknown force beneath the surface tugging at him, he exerted considerable strength, only to feel his grip suddenly slacken. Upon closer inspection, he discovered he had only managed to pull out a bloody severed arm. What? His pupils contracted, and he immediately brought his foot down heavily upon the sandy ground. A powerful gust of wind erupted from his foot, violently dispersing the sand in waves. However, beneath the surface, apart from scattered droplets of blood, there was nothing else to be found. Without hesitation, he struck the ground again, yet the outcome remained unchanged, as if all had been a mere illusion. Wuxiang, what has transpired? The first to arrive were Su Yu and Ying, responsible for the regions adjacent to Wuxiang, standing on either side of him. Observing Wuxiang standing dazed beside a vast pit of sand, clutching a severed arm, they realized they had arrived too late. Wuxiang did not respond immediately. He discarded the severed arm, a contemplative expression flitting across his face, before raising his gaze to the two before him. Su Yu, Shadow, could you kindly inform everyone to assemble the troops and retreat to the base? I have formulated some conjectures. Su Yu understood that although Wuxiang was still young, he would never jest about significant matters. He chose to trust him without pressing for detailed explanations. The two exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Very well. Chapter 47. The encounter in the conference hall of the Wind Dust Team's base. Everyone had arrived, their expressions solemn. All troops had retreated, and during this operation, only one casualty occurred in Wuxiang's jurisdiction. The identity of the deceased soldier had been confirmed. He was precisely the individual who had clashed with Wuxiang earlier that morning. Vincent's countenance revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. While other regions remained unscathed, an issue had arisen in Wuxiang's area. What did this imply? It suggested a deficiency in Wuxiang's capabilities, and he was summoned back without a clear rationale. However, the 8 individuals on the opposing side were evidently united in their stance, leaving him unable to voice any objections. Despite it being his territory, he felt like an outsider. Wuxiang paid no heed to Vincent's demeanor, handing over the salvaged remains of his severed arm to Yahiko. Upon seeing this, Yahiko understood instinctively what needed to be done. He accepted the severed arm, inspecting it with scrutiny before utilizing equipment for analysis. The results were perplexing, as if the appendage were merely an ordinary object, devoid of its human essence. Yandora and Taiko exchanged glances, both reflecting a fleeting moment of incredulity. To claim that fear is entirely absent would be utterly implausible. They have witnessed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. However, to toy with a bloodied human hand is something they find utterly beyond their capabilities. After a brief moment, Yahiko nodded in understanding. From the various traces left behind, it was evident that both the severed limb and the tattered remnants of clothing were the work of the same malevolent entity. Upon hearing this, Wuxiang felt increasingly convinced and proceeded to articulate his conjecture regarding the unfolding events. Initially, Vincent appeared indifferent, but as Wuxiang elaborated, his expression gradually shifted, ultimately manifesting a hint of agreement. Are you suggesting that the creature which attacked us has been lurking beneath the sands? Vincent inquired. Indeed. I engaged in a brief confrontation with the entity below today, and coupled with Yahiko's analytical findings, I can assert with absolute certainty that we have identified the perpetrator. Wuxiang replied with unwavering confidence. Yet, a flicker of doubt crossed Vincent's countenance. However, if the creature concealed underground were to assault the soldiers, it would inevitably break through the surface, creating a disturbance. The attacked soldiers would instinctively cry out for help. Why then did we remain oblivious throughout? You mentioned that you only vaguely heard an exceedingly faint sound. Does this not contradict the facts? At that moment, Su Yu interjected with a smile. No, Captain Vincent. Wuxiang's conclusion does not conflict. Rather, it aligns remarkably well. The focus of the Wind Dust Squad's previous efforts has consistently been on the surface, indeed rendering the underground your blind spot. This malevolent creature stealthily lurks beneath the feet of ordinary soldiers, particularly those who are weaker, isolated, or lagging behind, launching its ambush at the most opportune moment. From the information currently at hand, it appears that the creature does not choose to burst forth from the ground. Rather, it drags its victims underground. Given its diminutive size yet remarkable strength, it is undoubtedly numerous. Soldiers instinctively call for help, but their cries are muffled beneath the sand, rendering them nearly inaudible. As Suyu articulates his insights, corroborated by Wu Shang, a sense of clarity washes over the group, illuminating previously perplexing matters. The only outstanding issue remains the identification of the creature species. Wu Shang exchanged a glance with Suyu, compelled to acknowledge that Suyu's observations remarkably aligned with his own, if not more comprehensive. In light of this, the subsequent course of action became abundantly clear. Vincent instructed his subordinates to adjust the frequencies of all biological detection devices, shifting the focus of their scans underground while narrowing the range to enhance precision. All members conserved their energy, repaired their armor, and replenished ammunition, striving to achieve optimal readiness for the impending conflict. At dawn the following day, the troop set forth once more. Upon securing the adjusted biological detection devices, they observed a notable difference. The indicator lights began to flicker rapidly, just as they had anticipated. The soldiers, witnessing this, felt a surge of excitement entwined with a hint of anxiety. Mi Yin, stationed at the base, fixated on the screen before him, where hundreds of red dots had already materialized in a matter of moments. All squads, converge towards the central position and prepare for battle. Miyako addressed the communicator, and upon receiving the message, the crowd hastily gathered. At that moment, the vast expanse of sand began to undulate ominously, swelling with numerous small mounds, creating a rather chilling spectacle. One after another, ant-like creatures, their bodies a striking red-black and roughly the size of a 5-year-old child, emerged from the earth. They were the red demon ants. Some in the crowd recognized these entities, their enigmatic facade finally unveiled. Wu Shang was somewhat perplexed. Although they had detected the signals of the red demon ants and were indeed prepared for extermination, why had these creatures suddenly surfaced on their own? Yendora elucidated his confusion. Generally speaking, monsters cannot sense the signals emitted by biological detectors. Yet there exists a rare few that are not only acutely sensitive to such signals, but may also become enraged and enter a frenzy. The red demon ants were precisely one of those rare exceptions. Hundreds of red demon ants surged forth, charging toward the soldiers. "Open fire!" Vincent bellowed, raising his hand high. The soldiers, in perfect unison, pulled the triggers of their rifles. In an instant, the battlefield erupted with flames, billowing smoke, and a torrent of lasers unleashed, raining down upon them, leaving a carpet of red demon ant carcasses in its wake. The initial phase of combat decidedly skewed in their favor. The fragile bodies of the red demon ants were effortlessly obliterated, severed limbs soaring through the air, yet they remained undaunted, with new waves of red demon ants continuously joining the fray. Ultimately, after relentless bombardments, the soldiers engaged the swarm in close combat. Steel Will led the charge, his exaggeratedly large shield leaving behind pools of red ant remains with each swing. Suyu wielded dual pistols, each shot fired with precision as if guided by his very thoughts. Ing, brandishing a pair of energy blades, moved with blinding speed, leaving no living creature in his wake. Yendora commanded several floating energy daggers, effortlessly harvesting foes at her will. Taiko perched upon the neck of Hei Bao, who transformed into a formidable black bear, cloaked in shadows. Wu Shang was enveloped in crackling lightning, rendering him untouchable to any demonic entity within several meters. Vivian flitted across the battlefield, providing protection, healing, and support to the soldiers. Although this skirmish was relatively manageable for the few, the ordinary soldiers inevitably suffered casualties, gradually succumbing to a desperate struggle. Amidst the chaos, scenes unfolded where red demon ants were mercilessly slaughtered, while some soldiers were overwhelmed and devoured by the relentless swarm. An hour later, the influx of red demon ants dwindled, signaling the nearing conclusion of the battle. Despite some losses, the victory was substantial when contrasted with the gruesome pile of red demon ant corpses that raised the ground. The soldiers expressed their joy in anticipation of triumph. However, at that moment, Mexico in the encampment gasped for breath, his eyes wide with terror, a cold sweat trickling down his neck. The screen before him was entirely consumed by a blood-red hue, nearly obscuring any flicker of human presence. Chapter 48. The tide of red demon ants on the battlefield. Wu Shang furrowed his brow, suddenly seized by a foreboding sensation. "Do you feel as if the ground is trembling?" Upon hearing Wu Shang's words, the others paused to sense their surroundings, confirming his suspicion. "What are you talking about? After all this chaos, it would be strange if the ground wasn't shaking." Steel Will exclaimed nonchalantly. "No, it's different," Suyu replied, his expression contemplative. He lifted his gaze towards the horizon, astonished to see vast expanses of crimson sand dunes advancing toward their position, and it appeared to be no mere illusion. A realization struck him, causing Su Yu to shudder involuntarily. Haha, not enough. Not nearly enough. I can still slay another 10,000. Steel Will bellowed as he crushed the red demon ants before him. No sooner had he spoken than a frantic voice erupted from the communication device. Run. Run swiftly. A tide of red demon ants is approaching. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the group shifted dramatically. They finally comprehended that those distant red dunes were, in fact, the migrating army of the red demon ants. Everything suddenly made sense. On the very first day of their arrival, Vivian had received warnings from the flora, which had hinted at the impending army of red demon ants. United by a strange understanding, they cast bewildered glances at the dazed Steel Wheel, and then, as if propelled by the wind, they fled at great speed. Steel Wheel, realizing what was happening, shivered at the sight of the overwhelming horde of red demon ants. And upon realizing he was left behind, he urgently pursued them. Wait for me, brothers. Wait for me, he cried out. Steel Wheel, don't come over here. Quickly return and hold the rear. It's your time to shine. Yendora shouted back. No, I was just joking. Steel Wheel lamented, running at the back with tears of desperation. Vincent, too, received the alarming news, his eyes nearly bulging with fury. He spat in frustration and had no choice but to command the troops to retreat urgently. Fall back. Retreat swiftly. If you wish to live, run for your lives. Just moments before, soldiers who had been effortlessly decimating the red demon ants were now fleeing in terror, lacking even the courage to glance back. However, the speed at which the red demon ant horde surged was far swifter than anyone had anticipated, the distance between both sides diminishing rapidly. Help me. A soldier, trailing at the back, was engulfed by the tide of ants, emitting a spine-chilling scream, and within less than a second, he was devoured to the last morsel by the red demon ants. As time progressed, more and more slower soldiers fell victim to the relentless swarm. Yet there remained a considerable distance to their encampment. Tears welled in Vincent's eyes. Every fading life was a subordinate and companion who had followed him, and he felt utterly helpless to save them. This cannot continue, Su Yu exclaimed, his expression grave. If we do not intervene, it seems that all the soldiers will perish here. No soldier of the Blade of Heaven should meet such a tragic and senseless end. The crimson-clad warriors exchanged glances, and in that moment, a decision was reached. Those who had been running at the forefront immediately turned back to the rear of the formation. Captain Vincent, lead your men to retreat. We will hold the rear. Su Yu shouted towards Vincent amidst the crowd. But, you all. Vincent was utterly moved upon hearing those words. What are you hesitating for? Leaving your men behind would only make them easy prey for the red demon ants. Yando scolded Vincent mercilessly. Though her words were harsh, they were undeniably the truth. Very well, take care, everyone. I thank you all, Vincent responded, promptly regrouping his troops and retreating under the cover of a few brave souls. Wuxiang, you must also hurry and follow Vincent, Yando urged Wuxiang, her expression solemn. Wuxiang paused his movements, directing his gaze towards Yendora, then sweeping over Su Yu, Steel Wheel, Shadow, Vivian, and Tico, the only remaining figures on the battlefield. Do you all share the same sentiment? Wuxiang inquired with a calm demeanor. The group averted their eyes, expressing their stance through silence. Ha. Observing their reactions, Wuxiang unexpectedly broke into a cold chuckle. The others stared at him in astonishment, having never witnessed such an unusual display from him. Placing his palm upon his chest, he forcefully tore off the fiery emblem, casting it violently into the swarm of ants. The emblem, cherished by every member of the Crimson Red, a symbol of honor and conviction, disintegrated into dust. None of you possess the right to command me any longer. From Wuxiang's gaze, the others discerned an unwavering determination. Alas, why must you go to such lengths? Su Yu sighed. If that is the case, Crimson Red, fearless and undaunted, together in life and death. Fearless and undaunted, together in life and death. Wait a moment, it's not as if we are truly facing death. Why the dramatics? Atmosphere. I'm merely enhancing the ambience. Atmosphere, you say? The group aligned themselves, fighting while retreating, striving to delay the onslaught of the red demon ants. Wuxiang wielded lightning with his hand, the electric chains interlinking amidst the dense swarm, countless corpses falling at his feet, releasing waves of charred scent. Yet, despite their efforts, no matter how many they felled, it was but a drop in the bucket against the vast horde. Once the sight of the main forces vanished, a considerable number of red demon ants had already gathered around the few remaining individuals. They intended to break free from the encirclement, yet found themselves unable to move an inch. They were compelled to huddle together, forming a circle to fend off the onslaught of the red demon ants. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was teeming with these malevolent creatures. One red demon ant stood atop another, forming towering stacks, a relentless tide surging like ocean waves. Vincent, who had led the troops back to their stronghold, immediately commanded the activation of the defensive barrier, just as he was about to venture out again for rescue. His complexion drained of color upon witnessing the horde of red demon ants nearly reaching the perimeter of their stronghold. At that moment, the group felt like a solitary leaf adrift in a vast sea, struggling against the forces of nature with their seemingly insignificant strength, barely managing to retain a small patch of ground beneath their feet. Yahiko, what are you doing? If you don't hurry, we'll be done for. Steel Will bellowed into the communicator. Hold your ground. I'm preparing to come to your aid shortly. Yahiko's voice echoed back through the device. At that moment, Suyu slammed his palm against the ground, unleashing a surge of magical energy. Metallic form. A metallic dome, large enough to shelter several people, materialized from thin air with his gesture, encasing them within its protective embrace. Before they could catch their breath, the red demon ants outside launched a frenzied assault on the protective dome, the sound of their relentless impacts resembling a torrential downpour of rain. In a matter of moments, numerous dents appeared on the surface, followed by emerging holes. Vivian closed her eyes, crossing her arms over her chest, as a soft green light radiated from her being, imparting a sense of sacred vitality. Wooden prison of 10,000 trees. Beyond the protective shield, countless trees and vines surged forth at her command, rising from the earth to envelop the precarious barrier in a seamless embrace, thus forming a double layer of defense. The two individuals tirelessly expended their magical energy, collaborating to mend their defenses, managing to maintain a fragile stalemate against the onslaught of the crimson demonic ant tide. Chapter 49. Escape within the tumult of the crimson ant swarm. Every moment felt interminably prolonged. Suyu and Vivian dared not indulge in even a moment's respite, struggling against the overwhelming pressure, while the others could only await their fate in silence. Among the group, Suyu excelled in marksmanship and specialized in assassination. Tiku was adept at manipulation, Vivian was skilled in healing, and Yandora was proficient in intelligence gathering. In contrast, Gangluan lacked any extraordinary abilities and was merely a pure body cultivator. It was evident that each individual's expertise was ill-suited to confront the current predicament. Facing such a vast multitude of crimson ants, even the mightiest would ultimately succumb without a wide-area, high-destructive attack. Upon reflection, only Wu Shang, possessing the abilities of wind and thunder, seemed to meet the criteria, yet his current capabilities were insufficient to resolve the crisis. Damn it! Even if an emperor-level monstrosity were to appear, I wouldn't flinch. Yet here I am, confronted with this abominable situation. Gangluan felt a profound sense of frustration, voicing complaints that elicited no response, yet resonated with the sentiments of the others. Meanwhile, Mian departed from the encampment, soaring in the sky with his flying apparatus, casting his gaze downward to behold the vast, dark mass of the ant tide, which sent shivers down his spine and instilled a sense of dread. He hovered above the swarm for a short while, unable to locate his companions. Hey, you all haven't perished, have you? I cannot see any of you. Mihiko called into the communicator, relieved when a response came immediately. We are all trapped beneath a tide of ants. Can't you use the locator? Pinpoint our location. Yandora replied. No, there are too many crimson ants. The interference is severe, and I cannot locate you. Then what do you propose we do? Mihiko pressed. You had better create some significant noise, something I can see at a glance. Hearing Mihiko's suggestion, the others exchanged uncertain glances. Why not lower the shield and fight our way out? Gangluan proposed. Lower the shield now? Your 200 pounds of flesh would indeed provide the crimson ants with a feast, Taiko retorted sarcastically. Just as the group found themselves at a loss, Wu Shang stepped forward. Let me give it a try. The others turned toward Wu Shang, though they were not entirely convinced. Your strength is insufficient, Ing stated, shaking her head and expressing her doubts. Wu Shang smiled faintly, not denying it. Indeed, my power is lacking, but combined with yours, it will be sufficient. The group was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the implication of Wu Shang's words. However, Yandora's expression revealed her hesitance. "Do not worry, I can withstand it," Wushang assured them. None of them were indecisive. Realizing this, they prepared to take a leap of faith. "What are you all babbling about? I don't understand." Gongluan scratched his head, confused. "You big oaf don't need to understand. Just join us in channeling energy to Wushang." "Huh. Ah." Wushang braced himself as behind him, Yandora, Tico, Gongluan, and Ning exchanged glances, each placing a palm upon his back. Instantly, Wushang felt 4 formidable surges of magical energy invade his body, the chaotic power, freed from its original master's control, rampaged within him. He let out a piercing scream towards the heavens, veins on his neck bulging, his pupils vanishing, replaced by a tempest of blue and purple lightning. A heavy aura of energy radiated around him, causing his upper armor and clothing to burst apart, while fissures began to emerge on his skin, blood oozing from these cracks, only to evaporate into a mist within moments. This was a sign that his body was nearing its breaking point. The invasive magical energy was perilously overwhelming. "Do not overexert yourself." Yandora's expression shifted drastically, and she intended to signal the others to withdraw immediately. "No, stop. Continue." Wushang rasped, struggling to speak. He forcibly merged the 4 distinct magical energies with his own, condensing them within his right palm, where a terrifying lightning orb materialized, eliciting awe at a mere glance. Now is the moment. Wushang struck the ground with force. "Break." Su Yu and Vivian, acting with swift resolve, simultaneously deactivated all defenses. Boom. A thunderous roar echoed at the heart of the ant tide. Countless red magic ants were obliterated by the storm, while the corpses at the storm's periphery were propelled hundreds of meters into the air. On the desolate expanse, a moment of brilliance illuminated the horizon, as if the wrath of the heavens had descended upon the earth. Even from a distance at the encampment, Vincent could discern the spectacle, akin to divine lightning obliterating the world. In the sky, Mexico beheld the remarkably conspicuous vacuum zone, spanning 100 meters in diameter, amidst the relentless tide of ants, and he slowly closed his jaw, nearly dislodged by the astonishment. "You wanted to create a stir, but I never anticipated such a magnitude." The individuals situated in the vacuum zone were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the sheer destructive force unleashed before them. Wushang suddenly coughed up blood, his body swaying precariously as he nearly collapsed. "Are you all right?" Yandora swiftly caught him, her voice laced with concern. "I'm fine," Wushang replied weakly, waving his hand. The crimson ant swarm experienced a brief moment of disarray under the tempest, but soon surged forward once more towards the group. "Brothers, I have arrived," rang Mexico's laughter from above. His wings unfurled majestically, releasing a flurry of miniature missiles that cascaded into the ant tide, igniting a series of explosions. He hefted a specially designed, power-packed howitzer, aiming it at the encroaching swarm, and pulled the trigger. "Here is a grand gift for you." The missiles, trailing long tails of fire, plunged into the horde, erupting with thunderous force, as searing flames and dense smoke spread outward, leaving countless remnants of the red demons scattered in the aftermath. Mexico soared above the group, directing a fleet of small drones that released specially crafted ropes. "Everyone, hold on tight." Without a moment's hesitation, the individuals below grasped the ropes firmly, ascending into the sky, while the ant swarm remained momentarily dispersed. Finally liberated from their predicament, the group, aided by Mexico and his drone, gradually soared towards their base. Below them, countless red demon ants surged like a turbulent sea. Even though they were the CRME de la CRME of the Tianren elite, they found themselves powerless against such a cataclysmic invasion. Mexico exclaimed, "You all weigh a ton. My drone can barely keep up." Gongluan retorted, "Mexico, make your little robot ascend higher. A red demon ant just bit my backside." Yandora chimed in, "Gongluan is too heavy. For the greater good, we should toss him overboard." Tycho added, "Indeed. I wholeheartedly support this proposal." Gongluan chuckled, "Actually, my backside can withstand the bites quite well." Suyu sighed, "You all, can't you be serious for once?" Wuxiang observed the group's lightheartedness amidst adversity and couldn't help but smile wryly. Perhaps it was their optimistic and fearless spirit that prevented them from being easily overwhelmed by calamity. Although he was uncertain how the situation would unfold, he was resolute in his belief that they had not yet reached a point of utter despair. Chapter 50. Meteor. As Wuxiang and the others returned to the skies above their base, they were met with a sight of utter chaos. The entire encampment was besieged by a relentless tide of ants. Damn it, Mahiko cursed, shouldering the grenade launcher and unleashing a barrage upon the perimeter of the base, effectively clearing a space amidst the chaos. Captain Vincent, quickly open the barrier and let us in. Vincent, stationed within the base, was instantly elated to see their return and promptly ordered an opening in the barrier. A few individuals seized the opportunity to enter through the opening, sealing the barrier just a heartbeat before the relentless surge of the Crimson Demon ants crashed upon them once more. Outside the barrier, the Crimson Demon ants continued their frenzied assault, and the situation remained exceedingly dire, granting the group only a fleeting moment to catch their breath. Captain Vincent, how long can this barrier sustain us? Suyu inquired. Given the current onslaught of the Crimson Demon ants, the barrier can endure for another half hour. Even though I have dispatched all available soldiers to various nodes of the outpost to supply the barrier with magical energy, it can hold out for at most an hour. Vincent replied gravely. Upon hearing this disheartening news, a heavy silence enveloped the group. They had contemplated the possibility of abandoning the outpost and fleeing. However, in light of the ant horde's speed, the odds of survival for ordinary soldiers were exceedingly slim, even if fortune favored them and they managed to escape. The nearest sanctuary, Angia, lay approximately 200 kilometers away. Should the outpost fall, the Crimson Demon ants would undoubtedly sweep through, potentially leading to a catastrophic annihilation of the city. Although Angia's barrier was significantly stronger than that of the outpost, it would still be unable to withstand such a frenzied assault from the Crimson Demon ants. Moreover, the garrison forces at Angia could not be relied upon, as this area was not a military stronghold, and the combat prowess of the defending troops was likely inferior to their own. As soon as I discovered the incident, I sent a distress signal to the captain. I am certain she will devise a solution, Mayahiko reassured the others. At his words, the group's eyes momentarily sparkled with hope, only to dim once again. Reflecting on the vast distance separating them from the headquarters, which lay thousands of miles away, uncertainty loomed over whether they could endure until reinforcements arrived. Time trickled away inexorably. An hour slipped by swiftly, and the encampment was enveloped in an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sound of the Crimson Demon ants colliding against the barrier. Compared to the initial fortitude, the barrier had undeniably weakened considerably. After another 20 minutes passed, the barrier stood precariously, marred by a web of cracks. Had they truly reached this critical juncture? Vincent withdrew all personnel from the nodes, consolidating the soldiers into a single unit. Captain, I do not wish to die, yet a soldier could no longer suppress his tears, the anticipation of death overwhelming him. Many soldiers were infected by his despair, their faces betraying hopelessness, nearly extinguishing their will to fight. In a fit of rage, Vincent struck the weeping soldier, sending him tumbling to the ground. Fool, does fear serve any purpose? Does weeping help? Who among us desires death? I tell you, fleeing will only hasten your demise. Reinforcements are imminent. Muster every ounce of strength within you to survive. Upon hearing Vincent's impassioned admonition, subtle shifts in the soldiers' expressions suggested a flicker of hope alongside their acceptance of mortality. Wu Xiang observed Vincent, who stood resolutely at the forefront of the troops, and felt a swell of admiration. Vincent truly exemplified the qualities of a competent leader, capable of making the necessary decisions in critical moments. Are you afraid? If so, I can lend you a comforting embrace, Yandora remarked gently, patting Wu Xiang's shoulder. I am fine. Wu Xiang shook his head. There was nothing left in this world that he feared. With nothing to lose, he felt no trepidation. If things turned dire, he advised himself to flee swiftly. Wu Xiang was taken aback, as he had expected Yandora to offer him counsel akin to Vincent's on how to fight to the bitter end. Yet she instead urged him to escape. Their gazes met, and Yandora smiled sweetly. Why look at me like that? It's not as if we are strangers. If it comes to it, I too would run. Wu Xiang wished to say more, but Yandora gently placed her palm over his mouth, allowing him to feel the softness of her skin against his lips. The soldiers had no means of escape. Thus, they must fight to the death. You, however, possess the ability to survive. Feudal sacrifices have never held any value, and this is the tenet of the Crimson Red. With those words, Wu Xiang slowly nodded in understanding. Suddenly, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed through the encampment, piercing the ears of every soldier. Instantly, they tensed, their bodies coiled with anticipation, eyes fixated on the direction of the barrier. All members of the Dusty Wind Squad, heed my command. Defend the encampment at all costs. Vincent bellowed at the forefront of the troops. As his voice faded, the barrier outside the encampment shattered into countless fragments, and the crimson demon ants swarmed in like a tide. Attack! The soldiers clashed fiercely with the army of crimson demon ants, and in an instant, a rain of blood fell as the battle erupted into a scene of utter carnage. Suddenly, a red meteor streaked across the sky, crashing down not far from the front of the encampment. The terrifying flames soared, engulfing the surroundings in a sea of fire, reducing countless crimson ants to mere ashes. The onlookers stood transfixed by the spectacle before them, their actions forgotten, as a scorching wave of heat rendered their eyes unable to open. As the inferno gradually subsided, they could scarcely believe their eyes upon witnessing a figure rising slowly from the heart of the blaze. Ah, what a grand scene it was! She surveyed her surroundings, letting out a soft sigh of appreciation. "Captain!" The members of the Crimson Brigade shouted in astonishment. The figure turned around, revealing her signature red hair and a serene smile. Indeed, it was Xingyan. "Alas, it seems I cannot even take a day off without causing concern," she remarked with a hint of exasperation. "All of you, retreat to a safe distance. I shall handle the situation from here." Xingyan glanced at her relatively unscathed team members and issued her command with a weary expression. The members of the Crimson Brigade obediently distanced themselves. Wuxiang also breathed a sigh of relief, initially wishing to observe further, but was unexpectedly pulled away by Yandora. Vincent, still in a daze, stood frozen until he heard someone calling his name. Turning around, he discovered it was the members of the Crimson Brigade beckoning him over. Bewildered, Vincent promptly led the remaining troops to a secure location. "That beautiful woman, is she truly your captain? Are you certain she can manage it alone?" Vincent inquired, a look of doubt crossing his face. "Captain Vincent, have you not heard? One can stand against 1,000. Yandora replied lightheartedly, a mysterious smile gracing her lips. At this moment, on the battlefield, only Xingyan stood against the enemy. She surveyed the overwhelming tide of red magic ants surging towards her and let out a soft chuckle. "It seems I have arrived just in time." Chapter 51. The fire-burning magic ants. If one were to gaze down from a great height, they would undoubtedly observe a patch of dark crimson earth writhing in a peculiar manner. In truth, it was not the ground at all, but rather a wave formed by the red magic ants. These ants were diminutive, so feeble that any human capable of wielding magic energy could easily dispatch them. However, when thousands upon thousands of red magic ants coalesce, they wield a power capable of shaking mountains and seas, instilling terror even in the hearts of formidable emperor-level magical beasts. Xingyan stood resolutely at the center of the battlefield, her figure so small that she seemed like a mere ant awaiting to be trodden upon. Her fiery red hair flowed as if stirred by an unseen wind, and the temperature around her surged dramatically, giving rise to flickering sparks. Countless sparks rapidly grew into flames, intertwining to form a net of fire. This fiery net layered and compressed, ultimately forging an imposing curtain of flames that towered 100 feet high across the land. With a gentle wave of her hand, all the flames responded as if imbued with life, rejoicing and heeding her command. The dazzling light of the fire was mesmerizing, akin to standing at the mouth of a volcano witnessing a cataclysmic eruption. The curtain of fire advanced, colliding thunderously with the oncoming tide of red magic ants. Where the flames met the swarm, an eerie hissing sound echoed, as countless red magic ants were consumed by the inferno, leaving not even ashes in their wake. Yet new waves of ants relentlessly surged forth to take their place. The two parties engaged in a relentless and devastating tug-of-war. Behind the veil of flames, the Starfire conjured a formidable blade into her grasp. With a swift motion, she positioned the sword behind her, its gleaming edge radiating a searing brilliance, an endless surge of power coiling around it. As her momentum reached its zenith, Starfire's gaze sharpened, and with a commanding voice, she swung the blade skyward. The Inferno Slash. The blade traced a crescent arc from back to front, rising from below, unleashing a terrifying blaze of fiery energy. The blade cleaved through the very fabric of space, imbued with unparalleled destructive force, rendering any obstacle to mere ashes under its searing might, obliterating all living beings in its path. As if it were the sole entity in existence, it effortlessly traversed the curtain of flames, slicing through the swarm of ants for kilometers. The colossal tide of ants was cleaved in two, leaving behind an exaggerated scorched scar upon the earth. The ant colony descended into chaos. The The red demon ants flailing about like headless flies, their fierce and death-defying nature ultimately shaken to its core. As more and more red demon ants fled in all directions, this cataclysmic swarm finally disintegrated with a resounding collapse. Starfire chose not to pursue. The extermination of such creatures was endless, and the chase would prove futile. If her intuition served her right, this horde of red demon ants was likely the largest in the Noah realm, and the losses incurred would leave the colony reeling for decades. At this moment, the soldiers behind her were filled with an indescribable awe, witnessing scenes that should not exist in their reality. Could a mere mortal truly repel a tide of ants with such singular prowess? Standing resolutely amidst the smoke of battle, Xingyan wielded her blade as if she were a divine being descending from the heavens. Are we saved? A soldier knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with joy, his tears flowing freely, and soon, more soldiers joined in the exultation of their miraculous survival. With her hands nestled in her pockets, Xingyan strolled into the encampment, every gaze upon her brimming with unparalleled reverence. As she passed by Vincent, her footsteps momentarily faltered. You are the legendary captain of the Celestial Blades Special Operations Team, correct? It is an immense honor to meet you. Vincent stammered, visibly anxious. He had heard tales of Xingyan, the legendary figure of the Celestial Blade, but today marked their first encounter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Xingyan responded, "You are in charge here, correct? Please tend to the battlefield." "Yes." Vincent snapped to attention, executing a precise military salute before leading his men away. Xingyan continued towards her teammates. Overall, aside from appearing somewhat disheveled, they seemed to be in good condition. Only Wushang bore a pale countenance, a noticeable trail of blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. And he was bare-shouldered. Was this a new form of performance art? "Captain," the others called out in turn, their excitement palpable, albeit not as extreme as Vincent's display. Xingyan nodded to each of them, and then turned her attention to Wushang. "Are you injured?" she inquired. "Yes," Wushang replied with a nod. "Why didn't you have Vivian attend to your wounds?" she pressed. "Vivian expended significant energy to protect us. I just need a moment to recuperate," Wushang explained. Vivian slowly approached Wushang and gestured for him to sit. Just as he was about to decline, he caught sight of Vivian's gentle smile. "Rest assured, my magical energy has significantly recovered." Upon hearing this, Wushang relented and settled down on the ground. Vivian gently placed her palm against Wushang's back, from which emanated a soft green glow. Wushang felt a peculiar energy permeating his body, nourishing every damaged cell. It was warm and comforting, alleviating much of his pain. How extraordinary! After a brief period, Vivian withdrew her hand, a bead of fragrant sweat trickling from her forehead. Wushang stood and stretched, indeed feeling considerably better. "Thank you," he expressed sincerely. "You're welcome," Vivian replied with a smile, before continuing with her admonition. "Due to the overwhelming magical energy you absorbed, your muscles and various organs have sustained varying degrees of damage. Although I have administered initial treatment, you will need to rest for a few days to ensure a full recovery." "Understood," Wushang nodded in agreement. Tycho, perched atop the neck of the black treasure, approached and patted Wushang's shoulder. "You did quite well this time, you rascal. From now on, I shall refrain from calling you a bad guy and instead refer to you as a commendable rascal." "A commendable rascal? What on earth is that?" The others could not help but laugh at Tycho's words. After the laughter subsided, they resumed assisting Vincent with the aftermath of the battle and various concluding tasks. According to statistics, the recent battle against the red demon ant resulted in over 50 soldiers wounded or killed, accounting for approximately 1/3 of the entire Wind Dust Squad, with many of the deceased beyond recognition. This outcome is already commendable. Had it not been for Xingyan's timely arrival, the entire army could have faced annihilation. The base was left in shambles, resembling little more than a heap of ruins. Furthermore, the mission's classification and danger assessment must be resubmitted. After wrapping up their affairs, the group bid farewell amidst the well wishes of Vincent and all members of the Wind Dust Squad. "All right, the Crimson Red of the Blade Special Operations Team sets off for home," Xingyan proclaimed to the lined-up Wushang and the others. "Yes," they chorused in unison, concluding this perilous journey. Chapter 52. Promotion of rank. Upon returning to headquarters, the group exchanged a few casual remarks before dispersing, for the recent days had indeed been exhausting, and it was time to rest. Wushang opened the door to his room, the simple furnishings unchanged as always, yet they inexplicably offered a sense of comfort and tranquility. The lone potted plant on the windowsill basked in the sunlight, its tender green leaves glistening, seemingly the only one welcoming its owner's return. Wu Xiang filled the pot with water, recalling how this plant had been thrust upon him by Yandora, who found his room too monotonous. Afterward, he reclined on his bed with his hands behind his head, his gaze fixed upon the ceiling, momentarily at a loss for activity. Well, since idleness prevailed, perhaps it was time to check on the tasks. Wu Xiang strolled into the mission hall of the command center, marking his second visit to this place. Regarding the recent support mission for the Wind Dust Squad, it can be strictly said that they have technically failed in their execution. However, in light of the series of unforeseen incidents that transpired during the mission, the headquarters has reassessed the situation and ultimately classified its difficulty as S-rank. It is noteworthy that S-rank missions are exceedingly rare, often necessitating the mobilization of substantial military forces to resolve. Therefore, despite the mission's failure, the rewards are likely to be considerable. The staff member, a young and attractive lady, meticulously verified the details of the mission several times to ensure accuracy. As she looked at the youthful boy before her, whose face still bore a certain innocence, she could not help but express her astonishment. "Is there a problem?" Wu Xiang inquired, noticing her prolonged silence. "No, not at all," the lady replied, realizing her lapse in composure, and quickly donned a friendly and amiable smile. "Congratulations, Mr. Wu Xiang. Your submitted information has been thoroughly confirmed as accurate. Considering your overall performance in this mission and the rewards from the monsters you defeated, you have earned a total of 800 merit points. Is it truly as much as 800 points?" Wu Xiang exclaimed, somewhat taken aback. "Additionally, your previously held 300 merit points combined with this 800 points have brought your total to 1100. You will automatically be promoted to a B-rank warrior. And your new identification documents are currently being prepared. Please wait a moment." "Very well," Wu Xiang nodded and settled into the sofa in the waiting area, awaiting the next steps in silence. In the service hall, a considerable volume of tasks of varying levels is processed daily, with a constant influx of individuals, predominantly youthful faces. Most of them hold a rank of C, with only a select few attaining the rank of B. After all, C-level warriors constitute the majority of the military, comprising over 80% of the total. At this moment, a slight stir arises in the hall, as clusters of young people engage in hushed conversations. He actually advanced to B-level. He looks like he might still be a minor, doesn't he? Impressive. B-level isn't anything extraordinary, didn't you hear? 800 points. That's a staggering 800 points of merit. I only receive a pitiful 50 points for each task I complete. 800 points must be like piercing the heavens. Many young warriors desire to approach Wu Xiang for a conversation, but upon witnessing his indifferent demeanor, they abandon the notion. A short while later, a staff member approaches, delivering new identification documents. "Hello, here is your ID. Please keep it safe." Wu Xiang extends his hand to receive it. "Thank you. It is my honor to serve you." Having concluded his business, Wu Xiang exited the task hall, oblivious to the pair of resentful eyes in the corner, fixated intently on his retreating figure. Vickery clenched his teeth, his expression contorted with rage, having unexpectedly encountered Wu Xiang here, stirring memories of an unforgettable humiliation. If it weren't for Wu Xiang, how could he have suffered such disgrace during the enlistment assessment, leading to significant repercussions for his entire family, forcing them to incur substantial losses? Consider the fact that he has only just begun his arduous journey in the army, while Wu Xiang has already ascended to the rank of a B-class warrior. This is utterly unforgivable. It is Wu Xiang who has usurped the glory that rightfully belongs to him. "Vickley." Sir, please do not impede our work," a staff member interjected, observing Vickley standing frozen, his expression shifting like a painter's palette. Could this individual possibly be unwell? "Oh." Vickley finally snapped back to reality, hastily completing his business before departing with urgency. Wu Xiang, in contrast, strolled leisurely along the path back to his dormitory, retrieving his newly acquired identification and glancing at it. He had anticipated that the promotion process would involve a series of formalities. However, he was pleasantly surprised by the swiftness and convenience of it, which saved him considerable trouble. Suddenly, his steps faltered imperceptibly, and he altered his course, veering onto a less frequented path. As he proceeded halfway, an unexpected figure emerged, blocking his way. "I was hesitating whether to take action, but since you've sought your own demise, don't blame me." The newcomer guffawed audaciously. Wu Xiang cast a brief glance at the individual, his expression remaining unchanged. He had deliberately chosen a secluded spot to provide the other with an opportunity. While this may appear reckless to Wuxiang, anyone easily detectable by him could hardly be deemed formidable. "Who are you?" he inquired, causing the intruder to momentarily falter, their laughter abruptly stifled, like a fishbone lodged in their throat, creating an uncomfortable sensation. "You mean to say you do not know who I am?" Wuxiang frowned upon hearing this. "Should I know who you are?" The intruder seethed with rage, their body trembling in fury. "I am Vickley. Vickley, do you hear me clearly?" "Oh," Wuxiang replied nonchalantly. Vickley was on the verge of collapse. The more indifferent Wuxiang appeared, the greater the humiliation felt by Vickley. It was deliberate. Wuxiang must be doing this on purpose. Without hesitation, Vickley unleashed an icy chain towards Wuxiang. Seemingly unresponsive, Wuxiang was ensnared by the icy tendril that bound his arm. Vickley, expecting a fierce battle, was taken aback by how easily Wuxiang fell into his trap, and elation surged within him. "Huh, fool, you didn't even try to evade. If I hadn't underestimated you back then, you would never have had a chance. And now, the outcome remains the same." With renewed confidence, Vickley launched into a frenzied mockery of Wuxiang. Wuxiang, in a desperate search through his memories, finally recalled this individual. Indeed, one must admit that this Vickley had acquired a greater array of tricks than before. However, their efficacy remained questionable. "Prepare to meet your demise," Vickley bellowed, his eyes glinting with the thrill and madness of impending revenge. He propelled himself forward, tugging at the icy chain with one hand while brandishing his sword towards Wuxiang's chest with the other. Though the icy chains appeared solid and formidable, they were, in truth, fragile and insubstantial. With a slight tremor of his arm, Wuxiang shattered the chains into harmless shards of ice. A gust of wind swirled around him, and in an instant, he vanished from Vickley's sight. Vickley, his momentum dissipating, found himself striking nothing but air, his face paling in shock as he frantically scanned for Wuxiang's whereabouts. Unbeknownst to him, Wuxiang had stealthily repositioned himself behind Vickley and delivered a powerful kick to the nape of his neck. Vickley rolled his eyes and fainted without any suspense. "Is this it?" The expression of Wuxiang revealed a hint of peculiarity. With a swift kick, Vickley was incapacitated, leaving little to be said. Chapter 53. Night Talk. Wuxiang gazed down at Vickley, whose eyes had turned white and lay motionless on the ground, and slowly shook his head before turning to leave. After taking just a few steps, he seemed to remember something and returned. He bent down, grasped one of Vickley's legs, and dragged him to the side of a nearby trash bin, unceremoniously tossing him in headfirst, leaving only his feet dangling outside. "Now that is more like it. Discarding litter is an atrocious habit. Should a passerby trip over him, it would become his fault." Wuxiang brushed off non-existent dust from his hands and made his way back to the main road. Suddenly, a wave of discomfort surged in his chest, causing him to feel somewhat unwell. He had been careless. A faint smile of bitterness crossed Wuxiang's face as he recalled Vivian's admonition from not long ago. This was a consequence of absorbing an excessive amount of magical energy. He had thought he was past it, but it seemed that even a simple movement had aggravated his injury. Fortunately, it wasn't too serious. As he approached the dormitory, Wuxiang coincidentally encountered Vivian, who was just about to head out, and casually greeted her. However, he soon found himself paying a heavy price for his actions. Vivian furrowed her brow, immediately discerning that Wuxiang's old injury had flared up. "What did you just do?" "Nothing much, just took a stroll," Wuxiang replied nonchalantly. "Oh, is that so? It seems Mr. Wuxiang's stroll must have been quite vigorous." Vivian, though smiling and exuding a friendly demeanor, instilled a rather ominous feeling. Consequently, under the watchful eyes of numerous close comrades, Wuxiang was forcibly confined to his room, forbidden from stepping outside until he had lain in bed for several days. Helpless, Wuxiang spent 2 exceptionally long days in idleness. At night, he lay on his bed, plagued by restlessness, his mind unusually alert. The scene of Xingyan commanding flames to vanquish the ant tide echoed persistently in his thoughts, refusing to be banished. If only I could possess such power. Enough of that. Wuxiang sat up, realizing that remaining inactive would only lead to stagnation. It seemed that everyone had retired for the night. Perhaps a clandestine stroll to the training grounds would go unnoticed. Quietly, he donned his clothes and gently grasped the doorknob, slowly pushing the door open. To his astonishment, he was met with the playful gaze of Xingyan. Outside the door, Xingyan stood with arms crossed, a smile dancing on his lips. It must be an illusion. How could Xingyin possibly be lurking at his doorstep in the dead of night? Wu Shang, feigning ignorance, closed the door, steadied himself, and opened it once more. Indeed, the corridor lay empty, silent, devoid of anything. He exhaled a sigh of relief, shaking his head in embarrassment at his recent hallucination. Suddenly, a warm hand gently rested on his shoulder from behind, sending a jolt through Wu Shang's body. "Young man, where do you intend to go at such a late hour?" Wu Xiang turned around stiffly, managing to force out an awkward smile. "Captain, what a coincidence. You're here too. This is your room. Isn't it just a coincidence?" Xingyin replied, following Wu Xiang's lead. Wu Xiang was momentarily at a loss for words, his mind racing to find a polite yet non-awkward way to defuse the situation. I was just thinking of stepping out to use the restroom. Would you like to come along, Captain?" The moment the words left his mouth, Wu Xiang regretted them. Had he lost his mind? What kind of foolish question was that? Upon hearing this, Xingyin's expression indeed shifted slightly, but she quickly regained her smile, which became even more radiant. "That sounds wonderful. I've grown weary of the toilet. It's perfect timing to experience the male restroom's urinals." Xingyin grasped Wu Xiang's shoulders, turning him around and nudging him forward a couple of steps. "Stop dawdling, Wu Xiang, lead the way." "Captain, what's this you? You little rascal have learned to lie." Xingyin playfully smacked Wu Xiang on the head, then casually settled herself on Wu Xiang's bed. Crossing her legs, Wu Xiang stood before her, composed yet with his head bowed, resembling a student awaiting a teacher's reprimand. The room fell silent, with neither of them daring to speak. Wu Xiang couldn't decipher Xingyin's thoughts. It seemed best to remain quiet. After a long pause, Xingyin suddenly let out a light laugh. "Humph, I knew you wouldn't be able to sit still. Knowing you as I do, 2 days is your limit. Tonight, you will surely sneak out." Wu Xiang was at a loss for how to respond, thinking it inappropriate to compliment Xingyin on her astute guess. "All right, I bear you no ill will. Come sit beside me," she said. With a change of tone, Xingyin patted the bed, inviting Wu Xiang to join her. Wu Xiang complied and took a seat obediently. "I understand your urgency, but the journey to strength is a lengthy one. It cannot be achieved overnight. Adequate rest and relaxation are equally crucial. Do you comprehend?" Xingyin spoke earnestly. "Yes," Wu Xiang nodded. "I heard you have been promoted to be rank." "Indeed. That's quite impressive, even swifter than my own advancement," she remarked. "Yes. However, I also heard that you misplaced our team emblem." Xingyin casually brought it up. Wu Xiang felt a tightening in his chest, a flicker of guilt crossing his face. "Captain, Xingyin took Wu Xiang's hand and placed a somewhat cool object into his palm. Wu Xiang looked down to find a brand new team emblem, glimmering faintly in the dim light. "Next time, be sure not to lose it again." Wu Xiang clenched the emblem tightly in his hand. "Yes, I will take good care of it." The two continued their conversation, with Wu Xiang posing numerous questions regarding training, to which Xingyin responded thoughtfully. Until now, Wu Xiang had primarily navigated his path in solitude, but Xingyin's insights proved to be immensely beneficial. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor as a burly man angrily barged into Wu Xiang's room. "Damn it, which rascal is keeping awake at this late hour too? Chat here?" Steel Wheel's eyes widened with astonishment, yet his voice dwindled into a whisper. It turns out to be the captain." Steel Wheel awkwardly chuckled while scratching his head, but then his smile abruptly faltered as a thought crossed his mind. In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman sharing the same room. Surely, the captain isn't harboring thoughts of an older bull chasing after tender grass, is he? Could he have uncovered something he shouldn't have? Surely he won't resort to silencing me. How peculiar. Why are my eyes failing me? And why can't I hear anything? With a sudden spark of inspiration, Steel Wheel feigned a clumsy search before retreating from the room, gently closing the door behind him. Star Flame and No Regret exchanged a glance, both reflecting a moment of silent understanding. All that needed to be said had been said, and as Star Flame stood to leave, a brilliant idea struck him. He turned back to No Regret and instructed, "Aren't you eager to train? If you rest for just 2 more days, I shall arrange for several instructors to conduct a specialized training session." Upon hearing this, No Regret felt a flicker of intrigue. "Very well, it's a promise." "Humph. Do not underestimate the challenge. Do not come to me in tears if you struggle to keep up. That is impossible. You are overthinking it." Chapter 54. Specialized Training, Part 1. 2 days later, having fully recovered, No Regret followed Starflame's directions to a certain location in the training grounds. He scoured the area, yet found no sign of any instructors, only to unexpectedly encounter Steel Wheel. "Stop searching. I am your instructor for today," Steel Wheel remarked, his expression somewhat peculiar as he addressed no regret. That night, after his return, he scarcely slept, torn between the desire to share his experiences and the fear of the consequences that silenced him, leaving him in a state of distress as he fidgeted and fretted. To his astonishment, the next day, Captain Xingyan personally paid him a visit, nearly causing Gongluan to soil himself in fright, convinced she had come to silence him. Just as he was about to plead for mercy, he discovered that the captain was there to entrust him with the role of a teacher for Wuxiang for a day. "Is it truly you?" Wuxiang inquired, somewhat astonished, yet seemingly indifferent to Gongluan's expression. "What is the matter? Am I not capable?" "No, that was not the case." Gongluan straightened, standing valiantly before Wuxiang. "Very well. If that is the case, let us commence our first lesson. Strength. Use your most powerful technique and strike me." Without hesitation, Wuxiang complied, fully aware that, given his current combat prowess, he was no match for Gongluan and that a direct confrontation was unlikely to inflict any harm upon her. The magical energy surged through his body, gathering and compressing in his right arm until it reached the limits of his physical capacity. With a swift motion, Wuxiang dashed forward, his elongated electrical tail trailing behind him, and delivered a powerful punch toward Gongluan. The impact was thunderous. Gongluan stood her ground, raising her arm shield to absorb the blow. A resounding crash echoed as she left a deep, 3-meter-long gouge in the ground, yet she remained unscathed. Excellent. This strike could easily fell an ordinary leader-level magical creature, but it is still insufficient. Wuxiang acknowledged Gongluan's resilience, though he had not anticipated that his strongest technique would be so effortlessly countered. Shaking his numbed arm, he declared, "Once more." Wuxiang gathered his strength anew, launching himself into the fray once more. The steel wheel was once again forced back 3 meters. On the third attempt, Wuxiang extended his preparation time slightly longer than before, amplifying his might. In contrast, as the collision loomed, the steel wheel chose not to continue his defense, instead swiftly altering his approach to engage in a direct clash with Wuxiang. An invisible wave of energy radiated from the point of their confrontation, causing the training grounds apparatus to sway perilously. Wuxiang felt an overwhelming force that he could scarcely contend with. His assault was repelled with devastating ferocity, sending him uncontrollably hurtling through the air and shattering a cluster of equipment upon impact. It took a considerable time before he managed to crawl out from the wreckage, gasping for breath, a trickle of blood staining the corner of his mouth, and his right arm trembled uncontrollably. The steel wheel was indeed a formidable practitioner of physical enhancement, standing as the strongest individual Wuxiang had encountered in pure strength. "Do you recognize your shortcomings?" the steel wheel inquired of Wuxiang. "Perhaps it is a matter of insufficient strength." Wuxiang adjusted his breathing and replied. The steel wheel nodded thoughtfully, though he simultaneously shook his head. "That is merely one aspect. Firstly, your technique possesses considerable power, which is its advantage. However, should your adversary's strength surpass yours, it becomes a lethal disadvantage. Secondly, your attack pattern is overly simplistic, reliant solely on close proximity to unleash its full potential. If an opponent adeptly exploits this and chooses to evade rather than engage, you will find yourself at a loss. If I am not mistaken, this technique must also incur a significant expenditure of energy. Your magical energy is likely dwindling, is it not?" "Indeed," Wuxiang admitted. Wuxiang nodded in acknowledgement. He could not deny that every word spoken by Gongluan held absolute truth. Currently, the total amount of his magical energy only permitted him to unleash the devastating heavenly strike thrice, and each usage imposed a significant strain on his muscles. If he were to encounter an exceptionally swift adversary who chose to evade during his charging phase, he could indeed be worn down to the point of exhaustion. Thus, what course of action should I pursue? Aware of his limitations, Wuxiang sincerely sought guidance from Gongluan. "There are 2 approaches," Gongluan replied, raising 2 fingers. "The first is to continue enhancing your strength, pushing it to its utmost limit. You possess the most ferocious lightning ability within the realm of nature, and your physique is far superior to that of an average individual. In the face of absolute power, all else is rendered futile. The second approach is to modify your combat style, adapting flexibly and utilizing your other strengths to compensate for this particular weakness. However, the second method requires personal exploration. I can only impart knowledge regarding the first. The accumulation of strength is a protracted journey, demanding relentless practice day after day, year after year. Each jab, each kick, each injury, and each recovery carries its significance. Although each increment may seem minuscule, persisting through this process will eventually yield transformative results. When your body has been tempered through countless trials and has surpassed its limits time and again, your strength will inevitably attain an unimaginable enhancement. Wu Xiang listened intently, only to find himself chuckling in disbelief at the end. What is so amusing? Is there anything erroneous in my words? The steel wheel, suddenly filled with rage, shouted at Wu Xiang. No, you teach exceedingly well, indeed. However, it feels as if these words do not belong to one like you. Wu Xiang casually made a jest. Humph. Everyone thinks I am a mere brute, but in truth, I possess far more understanding than you might imagine. I merely choose to remain low-key. The steel will couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Though most of his previous words were indeed gleaned from elsewhere, Wu Xiang was none the wiser. It did not hinder him from putting on an air of superiority. What's the matter, lad? You've only moved a couple of times and already feel defeated? A true man does not waver. Press on. The steel wheel urged Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, indifferent to such crude provocation. For he knew that no matter how much the steel wheel spoke, he too would fight to the bitter end. They exchanged a glance, and in each other's eyes, they saw a fiery determination before simultaneously charging at one another. The training ground reverberated with the sounds of their clash, the cacophony echoing endlessly. Their punches landed with palpable force, devoid of any fixed techniques, engaging in the most primal of brawls. Even when their magical energies were depleted, it mattered not. They could still grapple with sheer strength. And when strength was exhausted, they could rely on sheer willpower. The battle raged on until the sun began to set. And ultimately, all strength spent, Wu Xiang collapsed onto the ground, his eyelids growing heavier until he succumbed to unconsciousness. Phew, what a fierce lad. Wilder than a young bull. The steel wheel gasped, laughing and scolding in equal measure. Though steel wheel sustained minimal injuries, the relentless high-intensity training had taken its toll over the course of an entire day, even on someone of his caliber. The fact that Wu Xiang could endure such a grueling session exceeded his expectations. Let us go. Class is over. Steel wheel hoisted the unconscious Wu Xiang onto his shoulder and departed from the training ground. Chapter 55, Special Training, Part 2. The gentle sunlight streamed onto Wu Xiang's face, causing his eyelids to flutter as he groggily opened his eyes, immediately sensing an ache throughout his body. A glance at the clock on the wall jolted him into full awareness. It was already past 8. Oh no, he was going to be late. Wu Xiang hurriedly donned his clothes, and upon turning his head, he noticed 2 buns and a cup of soybean milk resting on the bedside table, still emanating a faint warmth. Beside them lay a note, which Wu Xiang picked up to read. The concise, neat handwriting belonged to Xingyan. You little rascal. Eat up. You're going to be late. A warmth spread through Wu Xiang's heart as he stepped outside. As he ran toward the training ground, he quickly devoured the food in his hands. In the distance, he spotted a tall, slender figure quietly awaiting him on the training field. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Shadow, possibly here to switch places. You're late, Shadow remarked coolly to Wu Xiang. Apologies, that was my fault, Wu Xiang admitted sincerely. Shadow was well aware of Wu Xiang's ordeal from the previous day, and while being late was somewhat understandable, he appreciated that Wu Xiang did not attempt to make any excuses. Although Shadow maintained a stoic exterior, he felt a sense of satisfaction within. Follow me. Having spoken, Ying turned and swiftly departed the training ground with a few leaps. Wu Xiang, upon witnessing this, hurriedly followed suit. Before long, the two had exited the headquarters and arrived at a nearby ravine. Ying had already positioned himself at the edge of the cliff, and Wu Xiang soon joined him. How proficient are you with your wind ability now? Ying inquired nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. I'm not particularly adept. My control is inferior to that of my lightning ability, Wu Xiang replied after a moment of contemplation. Jump down. Wu Xiang paused, taken aback by Ying's words, and turned to confirm if he had misheard. What's the matter, afraid? Ying met Wu Xiang's gaze. This. Wu Xiang glanced down into the ravine, which was more akin to a chasm, although he stood atop a low hill rising just over 300 meters. The cliffs on either side were separated by several dozen meters, almost forming a perpendicular stance, with the walls exceedingly smooth and devoid of any footholds. It was clear that leaping down without any safety measures would lead to either death or severe injury. Without further ado, Ying leaped from the cliff's edge. His figure flickered, each appearance several dozen meters away, and with each descent, he embedded a sturdy steel spike into the cliff face. So swift, Wuxiang marveled internally, struggling to keep pace with Ying's movements. In a mere 10 seconds, Ying had securely reached the bottom of the chasm. After a brief wait, he ascended back to the cliff's edge. Now you may jump. Having reached this point, Wuxiang found no justification to refuse. Taking a deep breath, he leaped from the cliff's edge. An intense sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as the wind whipped his hair wildly. Wuxiang summoned his extraordinary abilities, harnessing the currents of air around him to render his body as light as possible. With his first foot, he firmly planted it on a steel peg embedded in the mountainside, using it as a leverage point to propel himself downward. The second foot followed suit without issue, allowing Wuxiang to exhale in relief. However, as he advanced toward the third peg, a miscalculation in distance occurred. His expression shifted dramatically as his toes barely grazed the peg by mere centimeters. The consequence of this error was Wuxiang crashing against the rugged cliff face in a starfish position with a resounding thud. He was subsequently thrown into disarray, landing on his back, completely off balance. Ying stood at the cliff's summit, observing quietly, witnessing Wuxiang bounce between the two walls like a ping-pong ball, yet showing no inclination to offer assistance. Infuriating, he was about to plummet to the ground. Crashing down like this would surely result in his demise. Wuxiang desperately sought to regain some semblance of balance and ultimately struck the earth with a thunderous impact, creating a deep crater. It was an unsightly display. Ying appeared silently behind Wuxiang, shaking his head. Wuxiang struggled to rise from the pit, his entire body aching, and could not help but cough up a few streaks of blood. In certain respects, Wuxiang was no less formidable than Ying, for his descent had been rapid, albeit nearly entirely from a fall. The trial continues. I shall await you above. Having spoken, the figure vanished before Wuxiang. He gazed up at the sky and sighed, realizing there was no choice but to climb. The time spent ascending far exceeded that of descending. However, the journey remained steady and secure. For one endowed with the power of wind, soaring through the air posed no great challenge. If he could not conquer even a small ravine, the trial would indeed be rendered pointless. The echoes of the figure's words resonated in Wuxiang's ears as he prepared himself for a second attempt. This time proved slightly more favorable than the first, as he managed to step on 2 more steel spikes. Yet, the latter part of the descent found him tumbling and crawling, creating yet another pit at the bottom of the cliff. The figure observed Wuxiang, who repeatedly leaped down and scrambled back up, each time creating new craters at the foot of the cliff. Despite the growing number of deep depressions, it was evident that Wuxiang was making progress, and indeed, this lad was remarkably resilient. Finally, on his 8th attempt, Wuxiang ascended with utmost caution, executing every move flawlessly. If he could just land on the final steel spike, he would succeed in his descent. Suddenly, a sharp blade of magical energy whizzed past him, shattering the spikes embedded in the cliffside. In that moment, Wuxiang was engulfed in a mix of sorrow and rage, as he missed his footing and plunged headfirst into the earth. Hastily, he scrambled to his feet and looked up, only to discover that the figure had used a finger as a sword to obliterate the spikes. Moreover, with a series of swift jabs, the remaining spikes were entirely eradicated. Continue, the figure uttered calmly, returning once more to the cliff's summit. After losing the leverage of the steel nails, Wuxiang found it quite laborious to ascend. The thought of having to leap down again, well, it was a gamble worth taking. Thus, Wuxiang reverted to his initial state, executing a half-free fall. As the sun descended towards the horizon, the afternoon had swiftly passed. Wuxiang made remarkable progress, nimbly darting back and forth across the mountain face. Each time he made contact with the cliff, he would firmly adhere his feet to it, stabilizing his center of gravity before proceeding with his next move. Even when he occasionally faltered, Wuxiang remained composed, harnessing the swirling winds to momentarily suspend himself in midair. His agility and mastery of the wind's unique abilities had both seen significant enhancement. The base of the cliff was now within reach, and Wuxiang's expression brightened as he realized that he only needed one final step to flawlessly complete his descent. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind appeared without warning from behind him. Wuxiang instinctively pivoted and raised his arms to shield himself. His body was hurled like a meteor into the mountainside, crashing down to the ground, where a cascade of rubble buried him beneath. Unfazed, he landed with a stoic expression, as if he had accomplished nothing at all. From the mound of debris, a fist suddenly emerged, Wushang pushed aside the stones and crawled out. Had it not been for Wushang's remarkably resilient mindset compared to that of an ordinary person, he might have been driven to despair. Just as he was on the brink of success, unexpected setbacks would occur, often seemingly orchestrated by another. Only when one can both withstand my assault while maintaining a steady descent can they truly claim to have completed the trial. Now, you have performed admirably. Shadow began to speak to the disheveled Wushang, though the latter part of the sentence remained unvoiced. Wushang neither denied nor felt disheartened. He understood that achieving such aspirations certainly could not be accomplished in the short term. Today is over, let us depart. With that, Shadow turned and vanished from sight in mere moments. Wushang exhaled deeply, dragging his weary form back to the headquarters. Chapter 56, Special Training 3. Upon returning to the base, Wushang pondered for a moment before seeking out Vivian. Vivian glanced up as Wushang entered. Back again, I see. Indeed, Wushang nodded. Vivian, unfazed, prepared a cup of coffee and handed it to Wushang. He accepted it and took a sip, the flavor rich and aromatic. Wait, why do you say again? Vivian smiled lightly. Yesterday, it was Steel Wheel who carried you here. Wushang was taken aback. He had not been aware of that. Then I must trouble you once more. Not a problem. Vivian began to attend to Wushang's treatment, though her brow gradually furrowed. What have you been through these past couple of days? Just some simple training. Vivian seemed somewhat incredulous at Wushang's response. Your training is far too. If this continues, your body will collapse. When Steel Wheel brought you here yesterday, you were completely unconscious from exhaustion, with severe external injuries that startled even me. Today, although you are conscious, you are actually in worse condition than yesterday. Several of your organs have even suffered internal bleeding. Ordinary individuals would likely find it exceedingly difficult to even move after sustaining such injuries. Yet you managed to walk back on your own. I cannot discern whether you are simply being overly stubborn or profoundly ignorant. Wushang silently listened to Vivian's lament, surprised to learn that his condition was as dire as she described. He merely felt an overwhelming ache throughout his body. It's nothing. I've always had a robust constitution since childhood, so I should be fine. Vivian responded with a hint of confusion. Indeed, your physical condition is exceptional, and your recovery rate is astonishing, comparable to that of a formidable beast. Perhaps I am akin to an indomitable cockroach, Wushang jested, a rare display of humor. Suddenly, as if struck by a realization, Vivian's expression shifted dramatically, her tone turning grave. Wushang, be honest with me. Have you injected any illicit substances? Wushang was taken aback by the question. What do you mean by illicit substances? Why would you ask such a thing? Observing Wushang's demeanor, which did not suggest deceit, Vivian exhaled in relief. There are certain specialized drugs capable of stimulating the body and unlocking its potential. Yet they come with severe side effects. Mild cases lead to bodily deterioration, while severe cases can induce madness. It's fortunate you haven't used any. Do remember to avoid them in the future. Understood, Wushang replied affirmatively. After a brief interval, Vivian concluded the treatment. Wushang stood and moved around a bit, feeling considerably more at ease. Thank you. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Go, and make sure to rest well. Upon returning home, Wushang first consumed some food before collapsing onto his bed, falling into a deep slumber. Late at night, a figure known as Xing Yin inexplicably appeared at the bedside of Wushang. The ever-vigilant Wushang seemed to be rendered unresponsive, possibly due to fatigue. Starfire gazed at Wushang's slumbering visage, feeling a sense of relief. It appeared that only in sleep could he exhibit the demeanor befitting his youthful age. That mischievous boy, when left to his own devices, indulged in flights of fancy, necessitating a diversion for him. It was uncertain whether this was ultimately beneficial or detrimental. Starfire gently draped a blanket over Wushang, only for him to unexpectedly turn over and firmly grasp her hand. Mom, please don't go, Wushang murmured softly, a glimmer of tears forming at the corners of his eyes. A pang of emotion surged within Starfire, prompting her to halt her instinctive withdrawal, and her gaze softened unconsciously. Do not worry, my dear. I shall not leave you. I will always be by your side, she whispered tenderly into his ear, compelled by an inexplicable impulse. As if Starfire's words had a soothing effect, Wushang gradually released his grip, allowing her to finally extricate herself. Taking a couple of steps back, she placed her hand on her forehead in disbelief. Good heavens, what have I just done? How did I end up playing the role of a mother when I don't even have a boyfriend? This is absurd, by age. I should be more like an elder sister. As dawn broke, Wushang rose, feeling invigorated, his bones cracking with each movement. It was still early, and this time he would not be late. Upon arriving at the training ground, he encountered yet another familiar figure, Suyu. Wushang raised his hand in greeting. "Ah, you're here." Suyu responded warmly. "If I am not mistaken, Steel Wheel must have imparted to you the power of thunder, while Shadow has bestowed upon you the swiftness of wind." "Indeed, that is correct," Wushang affirmed. "Thus, the only wisdom I can impart to you is technique." Suyu pondered for a moment before inquiring about the issues that Wushang had encountered. Wushang displayed a contemplative expression before responding. "Every time I utilize my abilities, I have been unable to employ two powers simultaneously. I can only switch from one to another. Is this inherent to my nature, or is it a personal limitation?" As he spoke, Wushang conjured a sphere of lightning in one hand and a swirling gust of wind in the other. However, as soon as the wind vortex materialized, the lightning sphere began to destabilize, ultimately dissipating entirely. Observing this, Suyu understood and smiled gently. This is quite normal. It is a common predicament faced by those endowed with dual innate abilities. Fundamentally, your body has acclimatized to your powers, yet your mind and spirit lag behind. When you engage the first ability while attempting to wield the second, your mind unconsciously relaxes its control over the first, leading to failure. Upon hearing Suyu's explanation, Wushang experienced a moment of clarity. "How can I resolve this?" he inquired. "Ah, quite simply, the solution lies in multitasking." "Multitasking?" "Indeed." After a brief moment of contemplation, Suyu devised an effective training method for Wushang. "Very well, please arrange a set of tables and chairs, and I shall return shortly." Wushang complied, and after approximately 5 minutes, he saw Suyu return. With a cheerful demeanor, Suyu produced 2 calligraphy books and placed them on the table, followed by 2 ballpoint pens which he handed to Wushang. Without hesitation, Wushang reached out, puzzled by the connection between these exercises and his training. Now, with a pen in each hand, he began to trace the characters as instructed by Suyu. This, very well. Wushang opened the calligraphy book and started to practice, realizing that this was the first time in his life he had engaged in such an endeavor. His right hand managed reasonably well, but the characters produced by his left hand were not only crooked and distorted, but also painfully slow, a sight almost unbearable to behold. Moreover, the content of the 2 calligraphy books differed. Whenever his concentration waned even slightly, his left hand would instinctively mimic the right, producing the same incorrect characters. Within 10 minutes, beads of cold sweat had surfaced on Wushang's forehead, and a wave of frustration washed over him as he sensed a profound malice emanating from the 2 books. "Calm yourself. Do not rush. Take your time." Suyu lowered his gaze to assess Wushang's progress and then continued to encourage him. "Very well done. Keep up the good work." Wushang. Chapter 57. Special Training, Part 4. After a morning spent tracing characters, Wushang felt utterly drained. It was no exaggeration to say he would prefer to endure a beating rather than continue this task. Nonetheless, his speed and accuracy had indeed improved significantly. Suyu compared the sheets Wushang had traced, praising his efforts. "Very well, you need not continue tracing. We shall now proceed to the next phase of training." As if responding to Wushang's silent plea, Suyu initiated the next step. "Is it finally over?" "Well, there is no rush with the calligraphy. You can continue practicing in your room when you return." "Must I continue tracing when I get back?" "Of course, I will occasionally check your assignments," Suyu said with a smile to Wushang. Wushang immediately felt deflated, slumping into his chair as a sudden realization struck him. Suyu is rather terrifying. Indeed, those with squinted eyes are all monsters. Suyu extended his hands, a faint surge of magical energy emanating from his palms, and in an instant, 2 handguns materialized out of thin air. He produced a dozen flying discs and handed them to Wushang, instructing him to throw the discs in any direction he desired. Nodding in agreement, Wushang sent the discs soaring into the sky. He noted that the moment Suyu's finger pressed the trigger, his eyes transformed into piercing hawk-like sharpness, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. A series of gunshots rang out, and in less than 3 seconds, all the discs plummeted to the ground, each punctured by a pristine hole. Besides being impressive, Wushang struggled to find more adjectives to describe it. "All right, now it's your turn to try. Let us start with the simplest 2 discs." Suyu handed the handgun to Wushang, reverting to his usual cheerful expression, as if he were an entirely different person from the one who had just fired the shots. "By the way, Suyu, what is your supernatural ability?" "What else with the sudden question?" I'm merely curious about how these guns came to be. Wu Xiang examined the handgun Suyu had handed him, feeling as though it was no different from a normal firearm. My supernatural ability is metamorphosis, which can also be referred to as metal creation. When utilizing this ability, I can conjure whatever I need by expending an equivalent amount of magical energy through sheer will. Indeed, such creations can only be fashioned from metal and must remain within the limits of my comprehension. Mayahiko often remarks that it is a pity I do not pursue a career as a mechanic, yet I find little interest in scientific research. The ability to manifest thoughts into reality is truly wondrous, Wu Xiang mused. Nevertheless, those considerations are inconsequential. Let us commence. With that, Suyu hurled 2 flying discs into the sky. Wu Xiang, with a swift shot, struck one of them, but as he hurriedly attempted to aim at the other, it had already descended to the ground, and the first disc had merely grazed its edge. Do not aim at them one by one. You must strike simultaneously, treating all targets as a cohesive whole. Understood. Suyu launched 2 more discs, and Wu Xiang endeavored to comply with Suyu's instructions. Yet his body's reflexes remained instinctively erratic. The outcome was still the same. He only managed to hit one, though the precision of the struck disc had improved slightly. After several rounds, Wu Xiang succeeded for the first time in hitting both targets, albeit the second disc was only just grazed as it was about to touch the ground. The interval between the destruction of the 2 targets exceeded 2 seconds, which was unsatisfactory. Continue. Very well. Thus, disregarding the passage of time, Wu Xiang fired off hundreds of shots, ultimately achieving the simultaneous strike of both flying discs within an interval of less than 0.3 seconds, with all impacts nearing the center of the targets. Excellent. Now let us increase the difficulty. Suyu nodded approvingly and simultaneously tossed 4 flying discs into the air. Wu Xiang, having shed the initial panic, grew increasingly composed. His eyes swiftly locked onto the target as he simultaneously pressed the triggers of his weapons. After 2 rounds, all 4 targets lay shattered. Once the technique was mastered, the so-called increase in difficulty no longer posed a significant challenge. The duo trained in perfect synergy until dusk. At this moment, Wu Xiang aimed at the final 2 flying discs about to descend. If he could strike them, he would achieve the remarkable feat of hitting 8 targets. Suddenly, a shadow in his peripheral vision surged toward him. What? Fully focused, Wu Xiang was caught off guard and struck on the head, causing him to topple to the ground. His 2 shots veering off course. Rising to sit, he rubbed his reddened forehead and saw Suyu spinning a disc with his fingertips, grinning at him. Wu Xiang needed no further clarification. It was evident that Suyu had just ambushed him with the disc. In the heat of battle, one must not only seize the moment to attack, but also remain vigilant against distractions and threats from the surroundings. Without an ounce of shame for his sneak attack, Suyu recounted the incident to Wu Xiang. Indeed, I understand, Wu Xiang replied with a roll of his eyes. Suyu approached slowly and pulled Wu Xiang to his feet. Shall we review the results? Give your abilities another try. Is that possible? Wu Xiang hesitated. He extended his palm, conjuring a sphere of lightning, while with his other hand, he summoned a vortex of wind. As the vortex intensified, the lightning sphere began to destabilize. Wu Xiang strained to maintain it, struggling to prevent the sphere from dissipating. Steady. Maintain the balance of power. Suyu shouted from the side, urging him on. At last, under the diligent efforts of Wu Xiang, the 2 forces ceased their turmoil, quietly resting in his palm, like 2 mischievous children tamed at last. Had he truly succeeded? Wu Xiang himself felt a tinge of surprise. Excellent. Every beginning is fraught with challenges. Congratulations. You have surmounted the most arduous step. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. All lessons have concluded here. Return and review diligently. If time permits, the training facility is equipped for further practice. I am confident that you will excel even more. Shall we dine together? Certainly. The 2 departed in companionship, yet again experiencing a profoundly fulfilling day, albeit with a slightly arduous journey. The following day, Wu Xiang awoke as usual. Having just finished breakfast and preparing to embark on his daily training, he received a message from Xingyan. Prepare yourself. A mission is at hand. Acknowledged. A mission, indeed. A perfect opportunity to assess the fruits of my recent training. Wu Xiang closed the communication. There was little to gather, and he proceeded directly to the office apartment. He was the first to arrive, soon followed by Yandora and Gongluan, who entered in succession. The latest mission involves a merchant named Henry Reed, who has acquired a shipment of rare magic crystals and is currently hiring soldiers from the Skyblade for transport. Recent intelligence indicates that news of this shipment has leaked, and there is a high likelihood that small enemy factions may attempt to intercept and seize it during transit. Your task is to collaborate with our soldiers to safeguard the cargo and ensure the safety of Merchant Henry Reed, Wuxiang, Yendora, Gongluan. This mission will be executed by the three of you, Xingyan addressed the trio. Understood, they replied in unison. All right, let us set forth. Chapter 58, Escort Mission, a small enemy detachment. Who knows which faction we may encounter? Upon hearing these words, Wuxiang felt a tremor in his heart, but chose to remain silent. The three of them set off immediately, and after several hours, they arrived at a desolate Gobi Desert. As far as the eye could see, it was barren and uninhabited, surrounded by low mountains and hills, with only a rugged primitive path ahead. If we continue along this road, we should be able to rendezvous with the transport team in no time, Yendora remarked to Wuxiang and Gongluan. The three exchanged glances and began their trek. Alas, what bad luck! Why do I have to undertake this mission with Gongluan? Yendora lamented. If only it were Su Yu instead. He could conjure a vehicle with his abilities, saving us a great deal of effort. She couldn't help but express her disdain for Gongluan as they walked. That's not my fault, Gongluan meekly retorted, his demeanor timid. He had never garnered any favor from Yendora since the day he joined the team. Well, can't Wuxiang conjure a vehicle too? Why do you only criticize me? Yendora shot a dismissive glance at Gongluan. You, a scruffy giant, think you can compare yourself to little Wuxiang? At least he is pleasing to the eye. Walking alongside him is particularly delightful. Steel wheel. Yendora glanced at Wuxiang again, suddenly sensing something amiss compared to his usual demeanor. Little Xiangxiang. Little Xiangxiang? What's wrong? Wuxiang, realizing someone was calling him, appeared somewhat bewildered. Is something the matter? Since we set out, you seem rather distracted. No, it's nothing. Wuxiang lowered his gaze, silently quickening his pace. Yendora eyed his retreating figure with suspicion. This was unusual, very unusual. Her intuition told her that Wuxiang was concealing something, yet he was unwilling to share, and she felt it inappropriate to pry further. The trio traversed for approximately half an hour, and in the distance, they could already discern a convoy. The convoy consisted of 5 heavy-duty trucks, each laden with an abundance of cargo, meticulously covered, with the wheels sagging significantly, indicating the weight of the load. If her assumptions were correct, the trucks were transporting magic crystal ore. This ore was nearly useless to ordinary individuals, but was a crucial supply heavily consumed by the military. Dozens of workers were busily moving the cargo at the rear of the convoy, while soldiers from the Heavenly Blade stood guard, patrolling the perimeter. The three did not attempt to conceal their presence and strode directly toward the convoy. Upon noticing them, the soldiers exchanged hushed whispers before sending one to report. As the trio approached the convoy, 5 individuals emerged to greet them. All 5 were B-level warriors, forming a line and saluting. Greetings, Commander. Yendora nodded in response. You 5 are the leaders of the convoy, I presume? It seems you have already received the news. Indeed. We received instructions from our superiors early this morning and are presently pausing here to regroup, one of the 5 replied. How many of our personnel are currently in the convoy? Including the 5 of us, there are a total of 58 individuals. Have there been any signs of enemy activity prior to this? Not at all. Everything appears to be normal for the time being. Let Yendora handle the negotiations, while Wuxiang, with nothing pressing at hand, decided to explore the convoy. A rotund, greasy middle-aged man wielding a whip was overseeing the workers, urging them to labor diligently. His opulent attire and shiny leather shoes starkly contrasted with the surrounding environment, making him stand out conspicuously. The answer was evident. He must be the merchant Henry Lyd. At that moment, a ragged worker was struggling to push a heavy crate into the carriage when he suddenly lost his footing, causing the box to tumble and break a corner, spilling its contents of or onto the ground. Henry Lyd, witnessing this scene, erupted in fury and unhesitatingly lashed out with his whip, striking the worker. The unfortunate man let out a cry of anguish, while the other workers appeared utterly indifferent, continuing their work with a dispassionate focus. Useless wretch. What good are you? Can you afford to compensate for the damage to my goods? After the first strike, Henry Lyd still felt unsatisfied and raised his hand to strike again. Just as the second lash was about to descend upon the worker, his wrist was suddenly seized with great force, rendering him unable to break free regardless of his struggles. Turning to see who had grasped his wrist, he was taken aback to find it was a youth he had never encountered before. Who are you to meddle in my affairs? He retorted. He is a worker, not an animal. What gives you the right to strike him? Wu Xiang inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on the other man. Henry Reed chuckled, a laugh laced with derision for Wu Xiang's naivety and ignorance. Worker? No, no, no. In my hands, they are but beasts. I shall do as I please. Even you must heed my command. Wu Xiang's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated such a distorted proclamation. This man was in dire need of a lesson, and without hesitation, he raised his hand, intent on delivering a punishment that would be indelibly etched in the man's memory. Startled, Henry Reed instinctively shielded his face and recoiled. Having previously encountered the formidable warriors of the Skyblade Legion, who had proven ineffective against him, he was equally unprepared for Wu Xiang's sudden aggression. Wait, don't come any closer. You appear to be a soldier as well. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I shall ruin this batch of supplies before I sell them to you. Go ahead, give it a try. Henry Reed hastily threatened. Hold on, don't act impulsively. Yandora interjected, noticing the escalating situation and stepping in front of Wu Xiang. Step aside. Wu Xiang hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately addressed Yandora with a calm demeanor. Yandora, with no other choice, pulled Wu Xiang aside. Henry Reed exhaled in relief, momentarily feeling a pang of embarrassment, and shouted after the retreating figures. That woman. Keep an eye on him. If there's another incident, I swear I will. Wu Xiang suddenly turned back, his gaze devoid of emotion. Locking eyes with Henry Reed, the latter felt an icy chill envelop him, swallowing the words he had yet to utter. The worker saved by Wu Xiang merely displayed a hint of gratitude, saying little more. Wu Xiang and Yandala moved to a secluded area. Why? Wu Xiang uttered 3 words, confident that Yandala's keen intellect would grasp his meaning. Yandala sighed. Wu Xiang, most of those workers are refugees from outside the Anjia, while that merchant employs them to toil for his gain. Both parties are willing participants. There is no coercion. We truly have no right to interfere. Wu Xiang smiled, though it lacked warmth. So, those within Anjia are inherently superior, while those outside are destined to be treated as beasts. A barrier divides humanity into 2 species, a root cause of countless miseries. Is the true enemy the opposition or the heavenly blade? Chapter 59. Farewell to the Limek people. Wu Xiang, I understand your distress. You feel that protecting such scoundrels is utterly unworthy. Yet we must acknowledge that some matters inevitably require compromise. Yandala averted her gaze, unable to meet Wu Xiang's eyes, fearing the disappointment she might see reflected there. I understand. Wu Xiang lowered his gaze, his emotions unreadable, and silently turned to rejoin the caravan. 2 days passed swiftly, devoid of any significant events. Henry Lade remained as irksome as ever, though he seemed somewhat hesitant to linger in Wu Xiang's presence. Due to the challenging terrain, the 3 of them continued to escort the caravan at a steady pace. In this desolate wilderness, where solitude reigns, unexpected occurrences may arise at any moment, and the night often proves to be the most perilous time. During such hours, the convoy halts to rest and bolster its defenses, awaiting the dawn to resume its journey. 3 individuals sat together in silence, the entire convoy enveloped in stillness, without a bonfire to illuminate the surroundings. After all, in this sparsely sheltered wilderness, the glow of a fire is too conspicuous, likely to attract unwarranted trouble. This task has proven exceedingly simple, leaving me with a sense of tedium. Steel Wheel reclined casually against the ground. One should not grow complacent. The terrain nearby may not be conducive for enemy ambushes, yet it equally fails to favor our defense. Moreover, nightfall is a high-risk period. The more tranquil it seems, the more unusual it becomes. Yandala shot an admonishing glance at Steel Wheel before speaking. I will go nearby to arrange some defenses. You 2 remain here for now. On a distant hillside, a figure was intently observing the direction of the convoy, a triumphant smile gracing their features. My lord, everything is prepared. A subordinate stepped forward respectfully. Indeed. However, my lord, should we not inform the other units? The latter hesitated to ask. Inform the other units? Humph. Capturing this supply will be a significant achievement. Do you expect me to share the spoils with those wretches? No. My subordinate did not mean that. It's just, in recent decades, humanity has made considerable progress, with victories and defeats in battles against our forces. Might there be unforeseen complications? The leader merely responded with a dismissive smile. To these humble human vermin, we are but an unexpected occurrence. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, fatigue enveloped both man and beast. Half of the soldiers in the convoy rested, while the other half stood vigilant on patrol, alternating their duties. The moon shone brightly tonight, illuminating the distance, yet a cloud drifted across the sky, obscuring its light and casting a deeper shadow over the surroundings. A patrolling soldier let out a muffled groan before silently collapsing and being dragged away. Wuxiang, untroubled by sleep, sat quietly outside the tent. A faint scent of blood wafted through the gentle breeze, instantly sharpening his senses. Something was amiss. An enemy attack. Wuxiang bellowed, his voice piercing the stillness of the night. Yandora and Steel Wheel rushed to his side, and the entire camp erupted into a flurry of activity, taking up a state of heightened alert. Indeed, the soldiers quickly realized that one of their comrades was missing and soon spotted several enemy combatants who had just infiltrated their ranks. Understanding their ambush had failed, the adversaries abandoned their concealment. Shadows swarmed from all directions, with no fewer than 80 enemies present. Enjoy your fleeting moments, you insignificant ants. Remember, it is I, the great Karuto, who shall bring about your demise. The enemy leader, Karuto, proclaimed loudly, and the soldiers of Tianren responded with equal fervor, igniting a fierce exchange of fire. Fall back. Maintain your defenses, Yandora commanded, orchestrating the battle. However, an exceedingly untimely voice captured the attention of all the soldiers. What are you all doing? The enemy is attacking. Quickly, protect me. Safeguard my goods. You are all worthless. Utterly worthless. Henry Reed incessantly shouted, restlessly darting about, forcing unarmed workers to guard the cargo. What a fool. Is he shouting so loudly to ensure the enemy knows his location? Yandora was on the verge of laughter from anger. Not only was he creating chaos, but he was also disrupting the morale of the troops. He was practically a helper sent by the enemy, and yet she had no choice but to ensure his safety. I will go and rein in that fool. You two act according to the situation. With that, Yandora dodged the hail of gunfire while moving towards Henry Reed's position. Illuminated by the flashes of cannon fire, Wuxiang discerned the enemy's appearance, and in that instant, he was shaken to his core. Pale skin, a bald head. It was a Limik. Wuxiang's eyes instantly filled with blood, and an inexorable fury consumed all his reason. Wuxiang, what are you doing? Come back. Yandora suddenly heard the furious roar of steel wheels. Turning around, she saw Wuxiang recklessly charging out of the defensive line, sprinting towards the enemy. Sir, a human is charging towards us. A Limik soldier reported to Karuto. Where did this fool come from? Need I say more? Just kill him. The solitary figure amidst the battlefield stood out conspicuously, and Karuto casually replied after glancing at Wuxiang. According to his estimation, the individual who charged forth would be reduced to a mere sieve within a second. Nay, more accurately, into a puddle of mush. Yet, to his astonishment, the newcomer brazenly plunged into the throng of the Limek people amidst a hail of gunfire. Death! 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 Wuxiang emanated an aura of unparalleled ferocity, bloodlust, and madness. He seized the barrel of a Limek soldier's rifle and, in the face of the soldier's bewildered gaze, delivered a devastating punch that shattered the latter's skull. A multitude of Limek soldiers surged forward, launching a relentless assault against Wuxiang. The magical energy surrounding him surged to a boil as he raised his hand, conjuring a tangible spear of lightning, which he then thrust violently into the chest of his adversary. Gripping the lightning spear with unyielding determination, he advanced, skewering a line of foes without a single Limek soldier able to withstand his rampaging might. With a fierce roar, he raised the spear skyward and, with a powerful shake, cleaved all those impaled upon it in two. The relentless onslaught soon turned upon Wuxiang, splattering the ground with crimson droplets. Seemingly impervious to pain, he offered no defense, his body drenched in blood. With each swing of his spear, he claimed at least one Limek soldier's life. He became a lethal dart, thrusting deeply into the heart of the enemy, sowing chaos among the ranks of the Limek forces. In an instant, the once dominant Limek soldiers found their firepower suppressed by the forces of Tianren. Chapter 60, Out of Control. My lord, you must take action. That man is a reckless lunatic. If this continues, even if we kill him, our army will suffer tremendous losses. A terrified Limik soldier crawled to Karuto's feet, exclaiming in horror. Karuto, filled with rage and disbelief, had never anticipated such a turn of events. For the Tianren faction, it was evidently a prime opportunity for battle. Retreat was not an option, regardless of the odds. Charge! With a thunderous roar, Gongluan advanced with heavy footsteps, embodying a war chariot as he crushed forward. Kill! Behind him. All the soldiers of Tianren surged forth, clashing fiercely with the Limic troops in close combat. Wuxiang found himself encircled by Limic soldiers in the rear, surrounded by heaps of corpses, yet his aura remained as formidable as ever, showing no signs of weakness. Suddenly, a menacing lightsaber lunged at Wuxiang from behind, but the delirious Wuxiang remained unresponsive, destined for certain death upon impact. From a distance, Yandora witnessed this scene, her heart leaping to her throat in terror. Wuxiang. In a moment of desperation, Yandora summoned all her powers, sending a mental warning to Wuxiang. In a state of confusion, Wuxiang instinctively tilted his head just in time to evade Kuruto's lethal strike, leaving a long gash across his cheek. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Yandora sighed in relief, feeling her heart racing. Kuruto's expression was one of utter embarrassment. Despite his identity and strength, his ambush had failed. Wuxiang, now invigorated like a beast that had found its beloved prey, locked onto Kuruto's figure and charged forward. Kuroto wielded a lightsaber in each hand, clashing fiercely with Wuxiang. Their weapons met in a violent collision, revealing that Wuxiang was at a disadvantage. Suddenly, Wuxiang's lightning spear was shattered by Kuroto's lightsaber, momentarily halting his momentum. Seizing the opportunity, Kuroto launched an aggressive assault, aiming his blade directly at Wuxiang's eyes, determined to afford him no chance of escape. Acting on instinct, Wuxiang caught one of Kuroto's blades barehanded, gripping it tightly with both hands. The blade cut deep into his palms, blood trickling down his wrists. Die! Kuroto snarled, his expression twisted in a malevolent grin as he pressed the blades down further. The tips were perilously close to piercing Wuxiang's eyes and subsequently penetrating his skull. Yet, in this dire moment, Wuxiang's wide eyes betrayed no fear, only a bloodthirsty resolve. Get away! Steel Wheel charged in, crashing into Kuroto and sending him sprawling. Kuroto flew several meters, only coming to a halt after smashing into a massive boulder. Damn it! I was so close to eliminating that wretched lunatic. Such an opportunity may not arise again. The battlefield was engulfed in chaos, with soldiers from both sides fighting desperately, casualties mounting on either side, rendering it impossible to discern which faction held the upper hand. Help me! Help me! Henry Laird lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his head in panic, inadvertently colliding with the feet of a Limex soldier. The soldier, taken aback for a moment, swiftly swung his weapon down without hesitation. Ah! Henry Laird screamed, squeezing his eyes shut in terror, yet he felt no pain. As he opened his eyes once more, he beheld the lifeless form of a Limex soldier collapsing before him. A flying dagger pierced through the recently deceased soldier, returning to the grasp of Yandora. Had she not been there to shield him, this imbecile would have squandered 100 lives in his reckless endeavors. Meanwhile, Steel Wheel and the Limic commander, Kuroto, were locked in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Wuxiang moved through the battlefield like a specter, mercilessly tearing apart any Limic soldier he encountered. Like a reaper, his terrifying presence instilled fear even in the hearts of the Tianren soldiers, who instinctively recoiled from him. Realizing the tide had turned against him, Kuroto understood that continuing to clash with the humans of Tianren would only lead to mutual destruction. Reluctantly, he issued the order to retreat. By this point, the Limic soldiers had lost their initial fervor, and upon hearing the retreat command, they scattered in panic. Steel Wheel, however, clung tenaciously to Kuroto, denying him any chance of escape, determined to strip him of at least a layer of skin, even if it meant his own demise. As the Limic soldiers fled in disarray, Wuxiang, having lost his previous targets, refocused on Kuroto. With no further reservations, Kuroto unleashed a full-force strike, creating distance between himself and Steel Wheel, just as Wuxiang lunged at him from behind. Stop! Steel Wheel sensed the impending danger and bellowed. Kuroto, having anticipated this moment, smirked cruelly as he swiftly turned, driving his sword through Wuxiang's left chest. The body of Wuxiang suddenly froze in place, a flicker of consciousness returning in that moment. As his head, which had never bowed, slowly drooped, the battlefield was instantaneously enveloped in a profound silence. No, Yandora, witnessing this scene, felt her heart wrench in agony, releasing a mournful cry, tears streaming uncontrollably from her eyes. Why? Why has this happened? Ha ha, ha ha ha. He is finally dead. That accursed madman is finally dead. Kuroto laughed with immense satisfaction, as the failure of this battle was largely attributed to Wuxiang. Being able to slay him was a long-awaited release of pin-up rage. Suddenly, Kaluto's laughter faltered, as if confronted with an unbelievable sight. You missed the mark. Wuxiang slowly lifted his head, revealing a profoundly bloodthirsty smile. He seized one of Kaluto's arms with a vice-like grip. As gentle winds transformed into the sharpest of blades, tearing Kaluto's arm off at the shoulder before the astonished eyes of all. Ah! Kaluto let out a piercing scream, clutching the stump of his severed limb, wailing in despair as blood gushed uncontrollably. Demon! You are a demon. Ah! Wuxiang raised his hand to grasp the lightsaber embedded in his chest, yanking it out with force and carelessly tossing it aside. His steps staggered momentarily, yet he quickly regained his footing, indifferent to the blood gushing from his chest. Wuxiang approached Kaluto slowly, each step resonating like the sound of death echoing in Kaluto's heart. No, don't come closer. Don't come closer. Hurry, stop him. Kaluto scrambled backward, using all his limbs to retreat. The remaining soldiers of the Limerick, despite their trepidation, chose to stand resolutely before Wuxiang, shielding Karuto's retreat. Confronted by Wuxiang, drenched in blood and resembling a demon more than a devil, the palpable aura of murderous intent rendered the Limerick soldiers nearly incapable of grasping their weapons. Despair etched upon their faces, they encouraged themselves inwardly, reminding themselves that Wuxiang, too, was at the brink of exhaustion, and that a flicker of hope remained if they fought with all their might. In this moment, it seemed less like the Limerick soldiers were encircling Wuxiang, and more as if Wuxiang himself had ensnared a group of soldiers. As both sides engaged in their final clash, the steel wheel swiftly joined the fray to alleviate some of Wuxiang's burden. When the last corpse fell at Wuxiang's feet, he looked up to see that Karuto had already fled a considerable distance. Chapter 61. Conflict and alienation. All Limerick people must perish. They must all perish. Not a single one spared. Wuxiang murmured indistinctly, his steps unwavering as he resolved to pursue. Do not chase. You are gravely injured. It is futile now. Moreover, we have suffered significant losses. There may still be an ambush awaiting us. Come back with me. The steel wheel interposed himself before Wuxiang. Step aside. Wuxiang's voice was hoarse, his crimson eyes betraying no emotion. I will not. The steel wheel, taken aback by Wuxiang's terrifying demeanor, questioned whether this was still the Wuxiang he once knew. Let me through. I will not. A surge of fury ignited within Wuxiang as he swung his fist towards the steel wheel. The steel wheel was unprepared for Wuxiang to turn his aggression against him. Taking the blow squarely and stumbling back 5 or 6 steps, his chest heaving with the force of his turmoil, Wuxiang raised his fist once more. The steel wheel no longer remained passive, engaging in a fierce clash with Wuxiang. The two were momentarily pushed back by the force of their mutual strikes, retreating a few steps to stand on opposite sides. Yet Wuxiang was undeterred, launching a third punch in quick succession. Wake up! In that moment, the steel wheel unleashed his true power, delivering a forceful blow that sent Wuxiang flying. His body resembled a kite severed from its string, crashing violently against a rocky wall. He quickly rose to his feet but staggered after just 2 steps, ultimately collapsing to the ground, blood pouring from his mouth. Disobeying orders. Acting recklessly. Charging in alone. Do you have any idea how many lives your actions could endanger? You are utterly unworthy of being a warrior of the Skyblade. The steel wheel approached Wuxiang, his fury evident as he reprimanded without mercy. Wuxiang, however, paid no heed to the steel wheel's words, gazing mournfully in the direction where the Limerick forces had vanished. Releasing a heart-wrenching howl towards the heavens, the echo of his anguish reverberated across the desolate battlefield, laden with profound sorrow and rage, lingering endlessly. As dawn broke, the pale light of morning reflected on the faces of the surviving Skyblade soldiers, each wearing a complex expression. Though victorious, none dared to utter a word, unable to comprehend the motivations of the frenzied youth or what sustained him. Wuxiang, feebly pounding the ground with clenched fists, struck one blow after another, gradually creating a sizable crater, marked by a conspicuous pool of blood at its center. After what felt like an eternity, Wuxiang finally found stillness, standing motionless in place. Yendora stood anxiously beside Wuxiang, her heart a tumult of emotions, uncertain whether to feel joy or sorrow over the twists and turns of the entire ordeal. Wuxiang, you, she began, cautiously raising her hand to touch him and assess his condition. I am fine, Wuxiang replied flatly, dismissing her outstretched hand with a wave. He stood up and sought a secluded corner, leaning against a stone as he fell silent. A pang of pain struck Yandora's heart, and an involuntary frown crept upon her face. When her gaze met Wuxiang's eyes, though the crimson hue had faded and appeared normal, they felt conspicuously unfamiliar. It was as if everything had reverted to their first encounter, or perhaps even colder than before. "Sai, clear the battlefield," Yandora commanded the soldiers around her. The recent battle had claimed nearly 30 lives on the side of Tianren, with about 10 severely injured, leaving barely 20 soldiers capable of combat. The workers within the convoy, lacking fighting prowess, had suffered grievously amid the chaos, their fates largely neglected in such turmoil. Naturally, the losses for the Limic people were even more staggering, with over 60 corpses littering the battlefield. In a sense, this could be regarded as a remarkable victory against overwhelming odds. Yet, laughter was absent. For comrades who had just shared laughter moments ago now lay cold and lifeless. The remaining soldiers busied themselves, some retrieving the bodies of their fallen comrades, others tending to the wounded, and still others collecting the weapons abandoned by the enemy. Thus, the post-battle tasks proceeded in an orderly fashion. The caravan has embarked once again. Nevertheless, the mission must persist. Merchant Henry Reed, having experienced this frightful episode, has become considerably more subdued. After attending to all matters, Yandora discreetly contacted Xingyan. "Captain, during this mission, we encountered numerous challenges in Wuxiang." Following Yandora's report, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the communication. "All right, I understand." 2 days later, the caravan reached a temporary stronghold of Tianren, marking the beginning of a safe zone. Over these 2 days, no new incidents occurred, aside from a few obstructive, low-level magical creatures, rendering the experience uneventful. In a modest conference room, 6 individuals gathered around a long table: Yandora, Wuxiang, Gongluan, and 3 other B-rank warriors responsible for managing the caravan. Originally, there were 5 leaders, but 2 had tragically perished in the earlier skirmish. Yandora convened a brief meeting for the group. Notably, in these past 2 days, she observed that Wuxiang's complexion seemed to deteriorate, his face almost devoid of color. Wuxiang remained silent throughout, seemingly oblivious to the meeting's proceedings, sitting quietly in a corner with his head bowed and arms crossed. Suddenly, a commotion erupted outside the conference room, accompanied by shouts and curses. A portly man burst through the door, storming toward the table and slamming his palm down with a resounding thud. It was none other than Henry Reed, who immediately began to bellow. "Today, I went to inspect the goods. Why is it that a whole cart is missing? You incompetent fools! You cannot even safeguard my goods. What use is it to hire you? You must fully compensate for my losses, or this matter will not be resolved. No, I risk my life transporting goods for you, and I demand double compensation." The expressions of those in the conference room turned grim. It was rare to encounter such a shameless individual. "Have you finished? If so, please leave. We will respond to you once we reach our destination," Yanduo La replied coldly. "No, you must give me an answer immediately, or I will not leave," Henry Lade stubbornly insisted. "If you do not exit now, I will be compelled to take coercive measures against you," Yanduo La warned. Upon hearing this, Henry Lade laughed mockingly. "Who are you trying to scare? I will stand right here. Come and strike me if you dare. Do you soldiers now brazenly oppress ordinary civilians?" Just as Yanduo La prepared to employ her methods to deal with Henry Lade, a chilling voice suddenly echoed. "I will compensate for your losses." Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the voice, and they saw Wuxiang slowly rising from his chair. Chapter 62. Judgment. Wuxiang advanced step by step towards Henry Lade. "Do not come any closer. Just speak to me from where you are." Henry Lade felt an innate fear towards Wuxiang, instinctively retreating until he found himself cornered against the wall. "I will compensate. Your life shall suffice." Wuxiang stepped forward and firmly grasped Henry Lade's throat. Henry Lade's corpulent body was abruptly lifted by Wuxiang and pinned against the wall, his legs flailing helplessly. The atmosphere in the conference room grew increasingly tense as the 3 B-class warriors exchanged glances, uncertain whether to intervene. Steelwool chose to turn a blind eye, feigning ignorance. As Wuxiang's grip tightened, Henry Lade began to struggle for breath, an expression of dread flickering in his eyes. Regret washed over him. He lamented his presence before Wuxiang. I don't want anything. Please, I beg you, spare me." Henry Lade stammered, his face flushed crimson. "Huh. It's too late," Wuxiang replied with a cold chuckle. "Every day, countless ordinary people endure suffering in this world, while you indulge in a life of excess. shamelessly enjoying the fruits of soldiers' sacrifices. You consider yourself superior, yet you are merely a filthy pest. I shall show mercy now and send you, this ungrateful, greedy scoundrel who knows only how to exploit, to hell to atone for your sins. Yendora noticed a hint of crimson re-emerging in Wushang's gaze and immediately sensed impending doom. Wushang! No! Yendora cried out in alarm. Hearing her voice, Wushang's grip faltered momentarily as he turned to face her, his eyes darkening further. Yendora, do you wish to stop me as well? No, that's not it. Yendora endeavored to soften her tone, continuing her plea. Could you perhaps spare him for now? Please trust me. I assure you that I will provide you with a satisfactory answer later. Yendora spoke with utmost sincerity, her voice imbued with a hint of pleading. Wushang fell silent, an internal struggle brewing within him as he clenched his empty fist repeatedly. He then shifted his gaze to Henry Reed, delivering a powerful punch straight to his head. A muffled thud resonated, accompanied by a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. After what felt like an eternity, Henry Reed finally opened his eyes, only to discover that his head had not been shattered as he had anticipated. Instead, a large, transparent hole appeared in the wall right beside his ear. Wushang released his grip on Reed's neck and turned to leave without a backward glance. Henry Reed slid down the wall, collapsing onto the ground. Though uninjured, he appeared dazed and disoriented, his body twitching uncontrollably. A suspicious wet stain appeared in his pants, and an indistinct odor wafted into the nostrils of those present. The onlookers frowned, but did not bother to acknowledge the situation. After exchanging nods, they departed one by one. After the temporary stronghold was organized, the soldiers once again escorted the transport convoy, officially entering the territory of the Heavenly Blade. A day later, the convoy reunited with the troops sent to assist them. 2 days after that, the convoy entered the city and reached its final destination. The organizational structure of the Heavenly Blade consisted of a headquarters, followed by 12 major branches, and over 200 subordinate divisions. The objective of this mission was one of the 12 branches, with the highest-ranking official of that branch being the client. Thus, the mission was deemed successfully accomplished. Wushang was entering the branch of Tianren for the first time. Although it could be described as grand and magnificent, it undeniably paled in comparison to the headquarters. The branch leader personally came forth to extend a warm welcome, indicating a considerable level of importance placed on this batch of supplies. However, among the welcoming party was an unexpected presence, Xingyan. Why was she here? Henry Lade seemed to have obtained knowledge about Xingyan's identity through indirect means, and despite attempts to deter him, he launched into a litany of grievances against Wushang, accusing him of various atrocities during their journey. Indeed, as Henry Lade vividly recounted his tales, Xingyan's expression grew increasingly grim. Wushang remained silent, offering no explanations. How I discipline my team is my own affair. You lack the standing to interject, Xingyan interrupted coldly. However, Henry Lade was unwilling to relent. In the past few days, even in his dreams, he would encounter Wushang's bloodthirsty gaze, waking in a panic, feeling as though he might be killed at any moment. Now that the supplies had been successfully delivered, as the original owner of this batch, he, Henry Lade, was the greatest contributor. At such a critical juncture, Tianren would surely strive to meet his demands, even for the sake of reputation. He had to seize this final opportunity to push Wushang into the abyss, ensuring that he would never rise again. Yet, the unfolding events seemed somewhat amiss. Now, let us discuss matters concerning you. Me? What concerns could I possibly have? Henry Lade's face displayed a flicker of confusion upon hearing Xingyan's words, but then as if struck by a thought, he broke into a satisfied grin. Commander, do you mean to discuss the rewards you have for me? How very considerate of you. Well, indeed, it pertains to your commendations and penalties. Xingyan nodded indifferently. Upon investigation, it has been confirmed that you are implicated in numerous illicit transactions, covertly torturing workers, coercing women through your power, and engaging in bribery with certain officials, among other transgressions. As Xingyan meticulously enumerated the offenses that even Henry Laird himself had nearly forgotten, the color drained from his face, and his lips trembled uncontrollably. You are spewing nonsense. You slander me. I have no idea what you are talking about. I demand to see your superior. Henry Laird bellowed in a fit of hysteria. The captain has no obligation to heed your opinions. I am merely informing you, Xingyan stated, casting a glance at the Tianren warriors behind him. Take him away. 2 Tianren warriors stepped forward, escorting Henry Laird without resistance. though he flailed weakly in futile struggle. I refuse to comply. I protest. You are abusing your power. You filthy wretch. Smack. Smack. The escorting warrior decisively delivered 2 slaps to Henry Laird, silencing the vile words he was about to utter and promptly finding something to stifle his mouth. Thus, the trial concluded with remarkable swiftness. Yandora, is this truly the satisfactory resolution you promised me? Perhaps you are right. This approach is indeed more effective than my own methods. Wuxiang glanced at Yandora, then turned his gaze toward the approaching Xingyan. He opened his mouth, intending to utter something, yet inexplicably, no sound emerged. Suddenly, blood gushed uncontrollably from his lips. The scene before him grew increasingly blurred, and soon his vision succumbed entirely to darkness. Chapter 63. Healing Wuxiang collapsed, and Xingyan rushed over, catching his falling body, while Yandora and Gongluan hurriedly gathered around, discovering that Wuxiang had completely lost consciousness. Quickly, fetch Vivian. She came with me, Xingyan commanded urgently. Upon hearing this, Yandora dashed off to find Vivian, and shortly thereafter, she returned in a flurry, bringing Vivian along. Vivian, having grasped the situation during her hurried journey, wasted no time in commencing treatment for Wuxiang. As time passed slowly, the group remained silent, refraining from any disturbances. A gentle green light enveloped Wuxiang's entire form, yet no significant improvement was evident. After quite some time, Vivian finally withdrew her hands, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. How is he? Xingyan inquired. The situation is rather dire. I can only stabilize his injuries for the time being, Vivian replied, shaking her head slightly, a frown etched upon her face. His wounds are severe, and without timely treatment, he bears numerous internal and external injuries, easily amounting to dozens. The most critical is the penetrating wound located slightly above the left side of his chest. As she spoke, Vivian gently pulled aside Wuxiang's collar, revealing the grotesque wound on his chest, from which blood continued to seep intermittently. By the way, at that moment, I nearly feared Wuxiang would perish. Could it be that his heart is fortuitously situated on the right side? Yandora shuddered at the memory of that day's harrowing scene. No, there are not that many coincidences. The heart of Wuxiang, like that of any ordinary person, is situated on the left side. It is merely that the enemy's strike was slightly higher, nearly grazing the heart. Even so, had it been anyone else sustaining such an injury, it would have been sufficient for an instant demise. Vivian explained with a grave expression. I fail to comprehend why no immediate medical attention was administered at the scene. How did he manage to return, only to collapse moments ago? Hearing this, Yandora and Steel Wheel exchanged glances, their expressions varying. Soon after, a shadow of melancholy appeared in Yandora's gaze. Perhaps he merely relied on an indomitable will to force himself to remain standing. The group fell into a moment of silence. Subsequently, Xingyan promptly set off to transport Wuxiang back to the headquarters, delivering him to the hospital and urgently arranging for specialized doctors to attend to his injuries. When Alan received the news from her colleagues and witnessed the unconscious Wuxiang being wheeled out of the emergency room, she was struck as if by lightning, bursting into tears. Wuxiang, what has happened to you? You are still so young. How could this be? Sob. Please, open your eyes. I have so much more to say to you. Sob. Xingyan, exasperated by the sight of the girl whose tear ducts seemed to overflow, gently rubbed his forehead. Stop crying. He is not dead yet. If he were truly gone, he would not be taken to the hospital, but rather to the crematorium. At that moment, Alan, still sobbing, paused in confusion upon hearing Xingyan's words, her eyes reflecting bewilderment. Indeed, it appears to be the case. Upon realizing this, Alan earnestly insisted on remaining in the intensive care unit to attend to Wuxiang. Xingyan, understanding the bond between them, permitted the doctor to acquiesce. The most perilous moment had passed, and Wuxiang's condition was gradually stabilizing thanks to the concerted efforts of the medical team. Now, they merely needed to await the healing passage of time. When Wuxiang finally opened his eyes, he was greeted by a feeling that was both strange and somewhat familiar. Still in a daze from his awakening, he heard a familiar voice. Wuxiang, oh, how wonderful. You've awakened. Boo-hoo. Alan at his bedside burst into tears of joy. Alan. Wuxiang's lips were parched, and his voice came out hoarse. As he focused on the familiar girl before him, he realized he was lying in a hospital bed. Is there really nothing wrong with me? Why are you crying? The young girl, wiping her tears, replied, Humph. I was just worried that you might never wake up. How long have I been asleep? It has been 3 days since you were brought in. I see. Wuxiang murmured faintly, his expression neutral, lost in thought. Aylin observed him with an inexplicable emotion. Every time she encountered Wuxiang, he seemed subtly different. How to describe it? It was as if she could be absolutely certain that the person before her was the same individual, yet upon each meeting, he appeared to have transformed just a little. By the way, are you hungry now? Aylin inquired, remembering that Wuxiang had not eaten for several days. Not hungry. As soon as the words left her lips, a series of protests emanated from a certain part of Wuxiang's body. Wait here, I shall fetch you something to eat and return shortly. Aylin covered her mouth with a light laugh and stepped outside. Before long, a delightful aroma wafted into Wuxiang's nostrils. Given that Wuxiang had not eaten for several days, Aylin returned with a bowl of congee, enriched with a variety of nutritious ingredients. She scooped a spoonful from the bowl, puffed on it lightly, and then offered it to Wuxiang's lips. Now, open your mouth. Wuxiang shook his head. I would rather serve myself. It feels rather awkward to be attended to like this. That won't do, Aylin replied, her expression suddenly serious. You are my patient now, and I bear the responsibility to care for you. A patient need only obey. Wuxiang, unable to resist Aylin's insistence, ultimately acquiesced to her care. He glanced at the spoon presented to him, opened his mouth, and allowed Aylin to feed him. The congee was exquisitely smooth, perfectly seasoned, neither overly rich nor bland. How is it? Is it delicious? Yes, it is quite tasty, Wuxiang replied honestly. Aylin's eyes sparkled, resembling two charming crescent moons, radiating a clear smile. She once again scooped a spoonful, cooled it slightly, and fed it to Wuxiang, continuing this ritual until he had consumed every last bit of congee. If you enjoy it, I shall personally take to the kitchen next time. I assure you it will be equally delightful. 2 days later, Wuxiang was discharged from the hospital. The doctor had persistently advised Wuxiang, informing him that his body had yet to fully recover. Typically, injuries of his nature necessitate a hospital stay of no less than a month for observation. However, Wuxiang remained resolute, impervious to the physician's entreaties. As for Aylin, she too had tirelessly implored him time and again, resorting even to coaxing and capricious antics. Yet her efforts to dissuade Wuxiang from his decision to discharge himself proved futile. Frustrated, Aylin swore in that moment to cease all communication with Wuxiang, only to find herself breaking that vow within mere minutes. Wuxiang was well aware that both Aylin and the attending physician had his best interests at heart. Yet, internally, he felt far from the calmness his visage betrayed, grappling with an unrest that made it difficult for him to remain still. As his injury no longer impeded his mobility, he saw no reason to remain confined within the hospital walls. Healing could occur just as well elsewhere. Chapter 64. Punishment. Wuxiang did not bother to notify anyone of his discharge, instead returning quietly to his abode. Seated upon a chair, he lingered in contemplation, the only sound in the room being the ticking of the clock, which echoed a sense of solitude. As dusk descended, the room grew increasingly dim. Wuxiang rose and stepped outside, wandering aimlessly along a shaded path. The headquarters teemed with individuals, and one could encounter passers-by on nearly every stretch of road. Yet, most were strangers to one another, absorbed in their own affairs, seldom exchanging greetings. The cold machinery and indifferent crowd seemed to lack the warmth of human connection that one would expect in the world. After meandering for some time, he found himself unconsciously standing before an apartment building. Wuxiang paused before the familiar door in the distance, hesitating over whether to change direction. How had he arrived here? Oh, well, perhaps he should take a look. Pushing the door open, he entered the dimly lit living room, where, by chance, no one was on duty. Strangely, this absence brought him a sense of relief. Wuxiang ascended the stairs to the rooftop terrace, quietly sitting down to enjoy the cool evening breeze, gazing at the distant figures and objects within the headquarters. After an indeterminate amount of time, a distinct sound of footsteps approached from behind. Why did you leave the hospital without informing anyone? Xingyan's tone carried a hint of reproach. I've recovered sufficiently, so I returned, Wuxiang replied softly, unable to turn and confront Xingyan directly. Their brief exchange was followed by a prolonged silence, each reluctant to break the stillness. I am aware of the circumstances surrounding this mission, Xingyan finally spoke, shattering the quietude. A heaviness settled in Wuxiang's heart, yet he managed a faint laugh, imbued with a sense of loneliness and an ineffable complexity of emotions. Are you going to punish me? Speak freely. I shall accept any consequence. Wuxiang recognized the gravity of his mistake, understanding that he had, in a sense, disregarded military discipline. However, given the chance to relive that moment, he knew he might make the same choice again. This time, you were indeed in the wrong, egregiously so. Without a stern punishment, it would be impossible to maintain order, Xingyan stated with a serious expression. So it is. Wu Xiang met Xingyan's gaze, feeling a pang of discomfort at the disappointment reflected in her eyes. He never wished to let her down. Are you ready? Xingyan inquired as she slowly raised her hand towards Wu Xiang's head. With a swift motion, she flicked her fingers against his forehead, delivering a sharp yet playful hit. Ugh! Wu Xiang instinctively covered his forehead, his face momentarily displaying a rare expression of astonishment, rendering him momentarily dazed. All right, I shall let you off this time. But if it happens again, you will be expelled from the team, Xingyan proclaimed, half in jest and half as a threat. As Wu Xiang regained his composure, he lowered his head, his eyelids drooping, obscuring his expression. Captain, why? Why must it be like this? Although Xingyan often appeared carefree and unrestrained, she approached serious matters with unwavering diligence and gravity. Wu Xiang found it incomprehensible, truly. He could not fathom how she could so nonchalantly brush aside such weighty matters. The usual calmness that enveloped him dissipated, and within his light blue eyes brewed a tempest of intense emotions. He would have preferred it if Xingyan had unleashed her fury upon him, or even chastised him. Why? Because you are my cherished teammate, Xingyan revealed, her expression and tone inadvertently softening, contrasting with her usual demeanor. I understand your pain, your sorrow, and your confusion. I am well aware of your past, yet regrettably, I cannot truly empathize with it. Speak your sadness, let your tears flow. This is your home, and we are all your family. In the presence of family, there is no need for concealment, nor for evasion. One may safely unburden oneself and cease to shroud one's heart in solitude. The body of Wu Xiang trembled uncontrollably as every word, every syllable spoken by Xingyan struck violently at the most vulnerable recesses of his concealed emotions. Tears streamed down his cheeks, cascading to the ground. As Wu Xiang threw himself into Xingyan's embrace, clinging desperately to the warmth of the other's form, his head collided against Xingyan's chest, nearly causing her to stumble. Tears erupted like a river breaching its banks, while his suppressed sobs reverberated in the cool evening breeze. This was the first time since the loss of his sister that Wu Xiang allowed himself to weep so freely. Tears, a manifestation of weakness and helplessness, were despised by him. He had vowed never to shed another drop. Yet, in this moment, he found himself unable to withstand the tide. Xingyan offered a resigned smile, wrapping one arm around Wu Xiang while using her other hand to gently stroke his hair. Her delicate fingers wove through the strands of the youth's hair, one caress after another, providing an exquisite comfort that almost bordered on enchantment, bringing a long-forgotten warmth to his battered heart. From a distance, it appeared as though a caring and beautiful sister was tenderly soothing her brother, who had suffered unfairly. In a shadowy corner at the entrance of the rooftop, a figure of a girl discreetly concealed herself behind the wall, with her shoulder-length pink hair and a face that radiated both innocence and allure. Who else could it be but Yandora? She remained silent, her back pressed against the wall, quietly listening to the distant sounds of sorrow. She initially intended to offer comfort to Wu Xiang, but little did she expect that Xingyan would arrive here before her. Perhaps this turn of events was fortuitous. Honestly, what a charade of profundity, only to reveal oneself as a mere child at heart. I must hasten to record this moment. It will surely serve as delightful fodder for teasing Xiaoshang in the future. Just envisioning that scene brings a smile to my face. Yandora displayed a contented smile, brushing away a stray tear from the corner of her eye, and gently shook her head in resignation. Well, seeing you in such despair, I shall grant you clemency this time. She turned away, endeavoring to leave quietly without disturbing anyone, granting the two individuals their private space. As she descended the stairs, she unexpectedly encountered Taiko, who was on her way up. Yandora, did you hear that peculiar sound from the rooftop? Taiko inquired with curiosity. A peculiar sound? Oh, you mean that? I just went up to check. It was merely a stray kitten that wandered in from who knows where. Yandora replied nonchalantly, her heart steady. A kitten? Taiko's eyes lit up at the mention. Then we should go see it together. Oh, there's really nothing to see. That little kitten is quite the crybaby and utterly uncharming. You surely won't find it appealing. As she spoke, Yandora grasped Taiko's shoulder and turned her around. Come along. Forget about the kitten. I'll treat you to some new candies I just brought back. All right then. Taiko, somewhat skeptical, allowed herself to be led downstairs by Yandora. Chapter 65. The First Star of Fate. As the night deepened, silence enveloped the world. After the tempest of emotions, Wuxiang gradually found tranquility, remaining motionless in the embrace of peace and serenity that had long been absent. After a considerable time, Xingyin nudged the boy nestled in her arms, only to discover that his breathing had become steady. What is this? He has actually fallen asleep, treating me as a mere pillow. I never realized this little brat could be so opportunistic, she murmured softly. With a swift motion, Xingyin lifted Wuxiang and leapt from the rooftop, vanishing into the night. Since that fateful day, the members of the Crimson Clan had sensed an imperceptible change in Wuxiang. Though he appeared as taciturn as ever, there was a subtle reduction in the distance that once characterized him, replaced by a newfound vitality that contrasted sharply with his previous cold, mechanical demeanor. Some understood this shift, while others were bewildered, yet all agreed that Wuxiang's transformation was, in every conceivable way, a positive development. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, and months slipped by unnoticed. Wuxiang had fully acclimated to life within the Celestial Blade, embarking on missions alongside his comrades when duty called, and engaging in daily training during lulls. Throughout this journey, he encountered dangers, yet also reaped rewards. He was exposed to myriad experiences that had once been beyond his reach and gleaned profound insights. As for his combat prowess, Wuxiang was resolute in his dedication to not fall behind. With the resources provided by the captain, coupled with generous task rewards and diligent training, the total amount of magical energy within him has undergone a qualitative leap compared to its initial state. Moreover, in terms of his extraordinary abilities, he has successfully ascended to the second tier of mastery. His command over these abilities has become increasingly intuitive, allowing for seamless transitions and simultaneous usage of both powers. Initially, Wuxiang had contemplated acquiring a suitable weapon and had been accumulating resources for its creation. However, he gradually realized that weapons forged from condensed lightning seemed to resonate more with his essence. Although these weapons lack the strength of super weapons crafted from rare metals through intricate processes, they excel in agility and versatility. To put it another way, while Wuxiang dismisses ordinary weapons, he finds himself unable to obtain formidable ones. This realization is rather satisfactory in its own right. In recent years, humanity and external civilizations have found themselves in a strategic stalemate. Although minor skirmishes occur daily in the shadows, it appears that neither side intends to initiate a full-scale assault at this time. Wuxiang is merely a warrior, not a decision-maker, and he remains oblivious to the calculations of those above him. Yet, he is acutely aware that a comprehensive war will inevitably erupt one day. This ancient conflict can never be resolved peacefully. When that time comes, only formidable strength will ensure survival on the battlefield. On this particular day, Wuxiang did not venture out for his usual training. Instead, he sat on his bed with closed eyes, immersed in a state of meditation. As time passed, his consciousness gradually blurred, leading him into a deep state of reverie. At this moment, his body seemed to no longer belong to him, and his soul unconsciously broke free. Soaring towards the boundless beyond, like a rootless water plant, he drifted and roamed through the enigmatic river of time. The river flowed like soft stardust, gently caressing his cheek. When Wuxiang opened his eyes once more, he found himself immersed in a fantastical realm. Here, there was neither wind nor sound, no flowing water nor life. Above him, beneath him, and in every direction he could see, an infinite expanse of starry sky stretched out, with countless stars, both large and small, twinkling with their unique luminescence. Although Wuxiang had never witnessed the true nature of outer space, he imagined it bore a striking resemblance to the scene before him. As suggested by various visual materials he had encountered, he felt astonished, yet unperturbed. This was not his first visit to this place, but this time the experience appeared more vivid than the last. In the distance, 7 mysterious celestial bodies stood in irregular formation within the heavens. These celestial bodies were vast and immense, yet they appeared dim and lackluster, seemingly conjured from thin air, while also suggesting an ancient permanence. Wuxiang understood that these were his 7 fateful stars. With a mere thought, his body propelled toward the closest celestial body. The patterns on its surface were distinctly visible, as if they were within arm's reach, yet no matter how fervently he endeavored to approach, an insurmountable distance always lay between them, one far more distant than mere miles. In this realm, where the ordinary notion of time held no sway, Perhaps a day passed, perhaps a month, or even a year. Wuxiang transitioned from resolute to uncertain, and then into a state of bewilderment. He could not recall what he was doing. Only an unwavering intent propelled him instinctively forward. At last, his hand made contact with a frigid object. The dim celestial body instantly radiated an astonishing brilliance, and that icy touch seemed to transform into a gentle warmth. In that moment, all of his scattered consciousness returned. He abruptly opened his eyes and found himself still seated on his bed. Glancing at the clock mounted on the wall, he noticed that the minute hand had barely traversed 2 digits, despite the sensation that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. "Is this the fated star?" he murmured to himself. He opened his palm to inspect it, turning it over to examine the back as well. It appeared unchanged. Just moments ago, he had successfully ignited the first fated star and felt as though he had transformed from head to toe, yet he could not quite articulate how he had changed. At most, he felt invigorated. Starfire had mentioned that the changes brought by the fated star occur subtly and imperceptibly, since there were no evident manifestations that seemed entirely normal, as it would ultimately pose no detriment. With his spirits high, he tidied his appearance and decided to venture outside for a leisurely stroll. Speaking of which, he wondered if it was merely his imagination, but it seemed that the headquarters had seen an increase in personnel recently, and many individuals wore expressions of joy that were more pronounced than usual, creating an atmosphere that was both orderly and imbued with a hint of celebration. Something felt amiss. Was there some significant event about to unfold? Yet, he had received no special notifications. With a sense of perplexity, Wuxiang arrived at the Team S apartment. Before he could even step inside, he was greeted by the lively chatter emanating from within. Pushing the door ajar, he beheld Xing Yin, Yin Duo La, and Wei Wei and gathered together. Playing cards? Wuxiang's expression momentarily faltered, but soon returned to an air of calm composure. "Apologies for the intrusion," he remarked, closing the door and turning to leave. "Hey, don't go," Yin Duo La exclaimed, promptly rushing over to seize one of Wuxiang's arms, preventing his departure. "You all continue. I have matters to attend to, so I want to linger," Wuxiang replied, expressionless as he withdrew his arm. After a rather vigorous struggle and resistance, the young man ultimately found himself seated alongside the 3 girls. Wuxiang. Chapter 66. New Year. Wuxiang sat cross-legged, his body rigid, as he numbly arranged the cards in his hands. "Yin Duo La, don't be so reluctant. It's just that with 3 of us, it's difficult to form teams. Please lend a hand. Wei Wei and Mr. Wuxiang, I implore you to maintain a level-headed disposition. I am in a similar predicament. Xing Yin, a bit of relaxation can indeed aid in your cultivation. There is still much for you to learn. Yin Duo La, hey, Captain, while we jest, it is quite unfair to hide cards beneath little Shangshang's behind due to his inexperience. Xing Yin, is that so? I didn't notice. Wuxiang. The 4 continued their card games for several rounds. However, due to Wuxiang's abysmal skills and luck, anyone paired with him inevitably faced defeat, and he eventually achieved his goal of being eliminated by the other 3. "Has anything significant occurred recently?" Wuxiang casually inquired. "Is something the matter?" Xing Yin, while playing his cards, responded, "Oh, it's just that I feel the atmosphere at headquarters has shifted somewhat." "Wait, you're not aware, are you?" "Aware of what?" "In 3 days, it's New Year." Wuxiang was taken aback. Are they actually preparing for the New Year? He reminisced about the times he used to celebrate with his sister and the villagers. "I always thought Tianren did not observe any holidays. Indeed, they do not celebrate other festivals. But both the establishment anniversary of Tianren and the New Year are occasions that are always commemorated," Xing Yin elaborated. "Every year, on the anniversary of Tianren's founding, a military parade is held to bolster morale. Furthermore, no matter how resolute a warrior may be, there are times when fatigue sets in. If one remains perpetually tense, it is only a matter of time before they reach a breaking point. As for the New Year, it is specifically designed to grant people a legitimate opportunity to relax." Wuxiang nodded in understanding, yet a new concern emerged. "But if everyone is on holiday, what if the enemy seizes this time to launch a surprise attack?" "Oh, you've quickly grasped the crux of the matter," Xing Yin praised. "But do you think Tianren would truly make such a fundamental blunder?" During the New Year festivities, a significant number of personnel remain on duty and vigilant. It is to be anticipated that this segment of the workforce would harbor substantial grievances. However, in reality, none exist. As the New Year approached, the high-ranking decision-makers had granted an early holiday to the staff, allowing them to return just in time for the festivities. Employing a rotation system for work. No more games, no more games, Xingyan declared, tossing her cards into the pile. Hey, Captain, how shameful of you. You only resort to tricks when you see defeat looming, Yandora retorted with dissatisfaction. Who says I'm being dishonest? As the captain, I am swamped with responsibilities, including preparing for the New Year's banquet. I have no time to play with you all. Yandora shot her a skeptical glance, while Wei Wei maintained a polite, yet awkward smile. The three young women then rose simultaneously, their gazes landing on Wu Shang, who was attempting to sneak away. Why are you all looking at me? Haven't we stopped playing? Wu Shang innocently inquired, scratching his nose, only to be met with Yandora's mischievous grin. Young hero, please stay. We sisters could use an extra pair of hands for our outing. Wu Shang. 3 nights later, the new year officially arrived, and the skies above the headquarters of Tianren witnessed the rare spectacle of fireworks. A grand event that occurred only once a year. In the apartment's hall, everyone gathered around the dining table, holding glasses filled with drinks. As an array of delectable dishes adorned the table. Wu Shang, after the new year, you'll be 17, right? Xingyan asked. Yes, Wu Shang nodded in affirmation. In that case, let us raise our glasses to celebrate our youngest member growing another year older. Xingyan proposed, standing to make a toast. As others witnessed the scene, they all rose to their feet, clinking their glasses together, and in unison exclaimed, Cheers to a new year and to you, Wu Shang, growing another year older. Wu Shang gazed at the sincere smiles of his companions, unable to suppress a knowing smile in return. Well then, he declared, and drained his cup in one go. It's my turn. It's my turn. As the group settled back into their seats, Gongluan boldly stood up once again. Ahem. Today, I stand here to extend our congratulations to our captain on another year of life. Gongluan intentionally raised his voice, and as his words echoed, the atmosphere in the room seemed to momentarily freeze. He held his cup aloft for what felt like an eternity, only to realize that no one echoed his sentiments, which was somewhat contrary to his expectations. Lowering his gaze, he noticed that everyone, including Wu Shang, was silently fixated on their plates, as if the food before them was the epitome of culinary delight. A glance around revealed that the only response to Gongluan's toast was the enigmatic smile of Xingyan. As this stalwart figure lay face down on the floor, he found himself engulfed in existential uncertainty. Why was it that the same congratulatory words, when directed at the captain, failed to elicit a reaction? This small interlude did not dampen the spirits of the gathering in the slightest. After a few rounds of drinks, they began to engage in casual conversation. Regrettably, Avalon, Achilles, and Shufeng were too distant to join them. Otherwise, the evening would have been even more vibrant. Suyu casually mentioned this during their chatter. Wu Shang instantly caught 3 unfamiliar names in Suyu's words and turned to Yandala with a questioning look. Yandala, attuned to Wu Shang's thoughts, effortlessly deciphered his curiosity and began to explain. Avalon, Achilles, and Shuangfeng, like us, are members of the team. However, they have been on a long-term mission in a distant place since before your arrival. When they return, you will naturally meet them. I see. He had always assumed that only they were part of the Deep Crimson sect, but it turns out there are 3 more. As the banquet drew to a close, Wu Shang wandered near the balcony, inexplicably drawn to the sensation of the wind in the open air after each drink. Are you happy today? Xingyan inquired from behind him. Indeed, Wu Shang replied, meeting Xingyan's gaze for a brief moment. Their conversation felt strangely familiar, yet this time, the emotional landscape was vastly different. Xingyan, feeling nostalgic, raised her hand intending to ruffle Wu Shang's hair, only to realize that he had grown half a head taller than her since their last encounter. His physique had transformed significantly, becoming more robust than when he first joined the Tianren, and his features had become increasingly handsome. Time truly flies. Wu Shang, exasperated, swatted away Xingyan's eager hand. And for reasons unknown, perhaps due to a whimsical impulse, he unexpectedly placed his palm atop Xingyan's head and gave it a gentle rub. The sensation was delightful. And curiously, it filled him with a profound sense of accomplishment. Xingyan was momentarily stunned, wondering how their roles had reversed. For the sake of her safety, Wu Shang, sensing her surprise, quickly withdrew his hand and, without hesitation, leaped from the second-floor balcony, riding the wind to escape. You little rascal. You've got some nerve. Don't you dare run away. The star flame, having come to a realization, gazed at the swiftly departing figure of Wu Shang, feeling an amusing blend of anger and laughter. Wuxiang had run quite a distance, and only after confirming that no one was pursuing him did he gradually slow his pace. The headquarters was adorned with festive decorations, bustling with activity, creating an atmosphere that effortlessly drew one in. "Brother, Happy New Year." A voice, profoundly familiar, echoed in Wuxiang's ears. "Yu." Wuxiang's eyes widened in an instant as he frantically spun around in search of the source of the voice. Yet he ultimately failed to catch a glimpse of the figure who haunted his dreams and tore at his heart. How strange. Have I truly begun to experience auditory hallucinations? Wuxiang gazed up at the night sky, revealing a bittersweet smile. "Yu, Happy New Year." Chapter 67. The Academy of Supernatural Beings. In the fortnight following the New Year, everything remained tranquil, with the Crimson Legion mostly idling within the base. On this particular day, they received a unique commission. The request originated from a large city, Lopuskin, located to the east of the Blade headquarters, home to the Academy of Supernatural Beings. Speaking of the Academy, it is essential to note its significant stature. It operates in nearly all medium-sized cities and larger within the realm of human influence, serving as one of the two major unofficial grassroots forces apart from the Blade. The Academy of Supernatural Beings, as its name implies, is dedicated to nurturing individuals with special abilities, annually recruiting exceptionally talented youth from around the globe for systematic learning and development. Due to the probabilistic nature of ability awakening, it is not mandatory to possess awakened powers to gain admission. In fact, as long as one meets the age requirement and quality standards, they are eligible for enrollment. While admission may be straightforward, graduating is a considerably more challenging endeavor. The Academy operates on a 3-year system, and if a student has not awakened their extraordinary abilities by the 3rd semester, coupled with subpar physical capabilities, they may face expulsion. Generally speaking, only a select few manage to complete all courses and emerge as distinguished graduates. Another significant grassroots force is the Demon Hunter Association, which was initially formed spontaneously by a group of powerful individuals and has gradually expanded. Their primary function is to undertake various commissions, such as exterminating malevolent beings, ensuring the safety of residents, and investigating unusual occurrences, while the primary role of the Celestial Blade lies in confronting adversaries on the front lines. The Demon Hunter Association focuses on addressing troubles in the rear. The two factions often find their paths intersecting in many aspects. In contrast to the more structured Celestial Blade, the Demon Hunter Association boasts a more relaxed organization, attracting numerous individuals who cherish freedom and resist constraints. The power wielded by both of these grassroots factions should not be underestimated, as they frequently collaborate with the Celestial Blade. Many warriors serving the Celestial Blade have origins in one of these two organizations. In the apartment lobby, Xing Yan is recounting the details of a commission to the gathered audience. The client is the Dean of the Lopuskin Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. According to the Dean, there have been several mysterious deaths and disappearances among the students recently. The deceased were found in horrific states, seemingly having experienced some profound fright before their demise. Simultaneously, there have been numerous reports of ghost sightings in various locations within the academy, including the piano room, swimming pool, and restrooms. Prior to this, the client had previously enlisted the local Demon Hunter Association to intervene in the investigation, yet no useful information was uncovered. Consequently, they turned to our organization, Tianren, seeking assistance. They hoped we would dispatch someone to uncover the truth and resolve the issue at its roots. Xingyan pondered briefly before fixing his gaze on an individual. "Wuxiang, how about you undertake this investigation?" "Certainly," Wuxiang responded affirmatively after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, Xingyan nodded and continued. To prevent inciting panic and alerting any potential threats, the Academy's principal has refrained from disclosing the truth to the public. Numerous negative ramifications have been suppressed. The deceased and missing students have merely been explained away as having returned home for the holidays or engaged in missions. Therefore, during this investigative task, we must maintain absolute confidentiality and refrain from using our true identities. Now, which of you is willing to assist Wuxiang in this investigation? After scanning the room, Xingyan awaited a volunteer. "I will." "Me? Let me go?" Yandora exclaimed, eagerly raising her hand, her expression brimming with enthusiasm and determination. "TSK." Xingyan turned his head, feigning ignorance. "Hey, Captain, what does that TSK mean?" "You are not suitable. Choose another." "On what grounds?" "I protest." "Protest denied. If you were to go, I would be grateful if you merely refrained from attracting unnecessary attention. Hee hee, as expected of the captain, you truly understand me. However, with the presence of Xiao Shangshang, one might say she has turned over a new leaf. As Yandora spoke, a bashful expression graced her countenance. Hey, that's not a compliment, Starflame retorted, shaking her head in disbelief, her gaze shifting to the others. The group exchanged glances, all seemingly reluctant. Suyu, I recall you were a top student emerging from the Ability Academy before joining the Skyblade. What say you? Suyu offered an awkward smile. Captain, it has been many years since my graduation. I kindly ask you to spare me. Starflame then turned her attention to Steel Wheel, who immediately waved his hands in refusal, terrified. Captain, I can't possibly do it. At my age and appearance, I would only qualify as a security guard. Starflame sighed. In that case, let us decide by drawing lots. With that, she produced a box containing 5 white slips of paper and 1 yellow slip. Whoever draws the yellow slip must go, and there shall be no turning back. Let the drawing commence. The group exchanged glances, acknowledging that this was indeed the fairest method. At that moment, Yandora seized the opportunity to stealthily reach for the box, only to have her hand swatted away. Go, play somewhere else. Yandora pouted, nursing her hand. Her eyes filled with resentment as she glared at Starflame. Humph, you just enjoy bullying me. One after another, Suyu, Shadow, Yahiko, and Vivian drew their lots, each selecting a white slip. Now it was Steel Wheel's turn, and only 2 slips remained in the box. Steel Wheel instinctively swallowed hard, a trickle of cold sweat forming on his forehead. As he silently prayed, he hesitantly reached for the box. Suddenly, the apartment door swung open, interrupting his movements. A petite figure squeezed through, bashfully scratching her head. I'm so sorry, everyone. I got held up with something. Taiko noticed the slips of paper in everyone's hands and Steel Wheel's outstretched hand toward the box, her expression brightening instantly. What game are you playing? How could you not include me? Luckily, I arrived just in time. With that, Taiko dashed over and, ahead of Steel Wheel, plunged her hand into the box, rummaging through its contents until she pulled out a yellow slip of paper. Steel Wheel's eyes widened in surprise, and he exhaled a sigh of relief, collapsing onto the sofa behind him. Phew, I'm saved. What colors did you all draw? Taiko circled the group, and upon seeing that everyone else clutched white slips, her pride swelled. Yay, only I drew the yellow one. She then playfully patted Steel Wheel's knee, offering him a gesture of consolation. Don't be disheartened. Next time, I'll let you have the grand prize. In the kind-hearted Taiko's mind, it was her timely intervention that had deprived Steel Wheel of the coveted prize. Did she not notice the sorrow etched on the face of such a stalwart man? The expressions of the others varied as they exchanged glances, unsure of how to respond. Finally, Taiko turned her sparkling eyes toward Xing Yin, her face brimming with anticipation. Captain, what is the grand prize? Please hurry. Starflame's lips curled into a radiant smile as she bent down to place her hands solemnly on Tico's shoulders. Tico, you are our pride. At last, I can confidently entrust this formidable responsibility to you. At these words, Tico's expression gradually morphed into one of bewilderment. Chapter 68. The transfer student. In the early morning at the Lopuskin Academy of Supernatural Abilities, numerous young individuals either greeted one another, nibbled on their breakfast, or walked with heads down, steadily making their way to class. Bathed in the gentle morning light, the campus resonated with an atmosphere of youthful exuberance. Within the classroom of the first and second year, students whispered amongst themselves, seizing the last moments before class to engage in idle chatter. As the bell rang, a young female teacher gradually ascended to the podium. With a soft cough, the students immediately received an unspoken signal, hastily returning to their seats and settling into silence. Before we commence today's lesson, I have an important announcement to make. She paused momentarily, deliberately building suspense, before continuing. Just now, a new transfer student will be joining our class. Upon hearing the teacher's words, students began to murmur amongst themselves in hushed tones. A transfer student? How dull. If only a beauty would come and call my name. As for the boys, they can be disregarded. Look at you. Do you really think a beauty would take notice of you? Sisters, what if it's a handsome guy? What does a handsome guy have to do with you? Don't you already have a boyfriend? You simply do not comprehend. Although I cannot partake. The presence of several handsome boys in our class is undoubtedly a feast for the eyes. As the chatter in the classroom gradually subsided, the teacher nodded. Now, let us applaud to welcome our new classmate. With the sound of applause resonating, the classroom door swung open, revealing a tall young man with short black hair and striking blue eyes. Wow, he truly is a handsome lad. Some girls couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, the boys expressed their displeasure. Humph, what good is being handsome? Can it be eaten? Besides, we are quite handsome ourselves, thank you very much. You? You think you can compare with the new student? You might need a complete makeover to be salvageable. The teacher nodded at the young man as he entered. Classmate, please come forward and introduce yourself. With that, she stepped aside. The boy, upon hearing this, slowly walked to the center of the podium, his expression calm and unruffled. Hello everyone, my name is Wuxiang, and I look forward to your guidance in the days to come. After his words lingered in the air, the students waited in vain for him to continue. Is that it? How abrupt. This is precisely the demeanor of a cool, aloof male deity. Do you not understand? The teacher, noticing the silence, smiled warmly and seamlessly took over the conversation. It appears our new classmate is somewhat reticent. Let us not take advantage of that. Wuxiang, why don't you take a seat over there? She gestured toward a spot by the window in the second-to-last row. All right. Wuxiang nodded and traversed the aisle towards his seat. Once he settled into his chair, the lesson officially commenced. The first class was history, primarily focused on civilizations from a millennium ago. The teacher at the front displayed commendable dedication, despite delivering the material with passion and fervor. The somewhat listless reactions of the students suggested that their interest lay more in the teacher himself than in the subject matter. Wuxiang was not particularly knowledgeable about these topics, yet he attentively fixated on the blackboard, presenting an outward appearance of earnest engagement. In truth, this was merely a facade. While he listened, he discreetly observed the individuals and items within the classroom. There were a total of 42 students, with a slight predominance of boys over girls. He noticed that several students were secretly glancing at him. Even when some gazes were somewhat subtle, he could easily perceive them. This curiosity towards a new classmate seemed quite natural. What was peculiar, however, was the noticeably greater number of female gazes compared to those of the males. Meanwhile, in a corridor on a certain floor of the middle school building, a golden-haired girl, seemingly around 12 years of age and cradling a teddy bear, twirled in circles. Upon encountering a boy walking towards her, she promptly inquired, Hey, I'm talking to you. Where are you looking? Do you know how to get to class 3 for the first year? The boy, taken aback, looked down and was met with the sight of an exceptionally adorable and delicate little girl, instantly flooding him with a protective instinct. Little sister, are you lost? This isn't the elementary section, is it? Are you here to find your older siblings? As the words fell, the boy failed to notice the increasingly somber expression on the girl's face, even leaning down to pat her on the head. A sudden, excruciating pain surged from his abdomen, swiftly radiating throughout his entire being. The boy retched violently, his body convulsing uncontrollably as if seized by a fit, collapsing to the ground like a shrimp. His body writhing in agony. The light in his eyes gradually dimmed, his mouth agape as if attempting to articulate something, yet no sound emerged. Only saliva mingled with foam spilling forth. The girl, fuming, clenched her small fists and turned to the side, where another boy stood, utterly dumbfounded. To her astonishment, once he regained his composure, he burst into uproarious laughter. Oh, this is too rich. To think a mere child could bring him down so easily. Just look at those convulsions and the foam. Huh, quite the performance. The girl furrowed her brow and approached the second boy. Do you truly believe he is merely acting? A hint of chill resonated in her melodious voice. Isn't that the case? The boy laughed even more boisterously, one hand on his hip, the other pointing at his own stomach. Come on, little one, take a swing. Harder. If I so much as frown. Puff. Another brave soul, bold enough to confront death, fell, following in the footsteps of the previous one. The girl nonchalantly shifted her gaze towards the third individual, who was at a greater distance, and proceeded to walk towards him. It's your turn. You wouldn't happen to be unaware of Class 3, Grade 1, would you? Before she could finish her sentence, the third boy immediately bowed deeply, his head nearly buried in his own trousers, beads of cold sweat dripping to the ground. Big sister, please, over here. The girl paused momentarily, then nodded with satisfaction, following the boy who was leading the way. Goodbye, classmates. Goodbye, teacher. As the class concluded, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly transformed into a cacophony of chatter. A student behind Wuxiang lightly tapped his shoulder. Turning around, Wuxiang was met by an ordinary-looking boy, his face adorned with a cheerful smile. Hey, buddy. How does this seat feel? It's all right, Wuxiang replied, somewhat surprised that the first person to engage him in conversation was inquiring about the seating arrangement. I've been wanting to switch to your seat for ages, but unfortunately, the teacher has always been against it. Alas, it seems you're the lucky one now, the boy lamented. Is there something special about this seat? Wuxiang asked, furrowing his brow, sensing he might be onto something significant. Seriously? Haven't you heard about the back row by the window? The homeland of kings? The boy exclaimed dramatically. Wuxiang felt a strange mix of comprehension and confusion. Was he truly out of touch with the contemporary youth of the city? Chapter 69. The classroom. Hello, my name is Wang Peng, but my friends call me Da Peng. Let's get acquainted. Hello, Wuxiang responded, extending his hand to shake Wang Peng's outstretched one. Wang Peng's face broke into a mischievous grin as he gestured for Wuxiang to lean in closer. Initially reluctant to engage, Wuxiang found himself drawn in by Wang Peng's exuberance. Have you noticed? Many girls in our class are secretly watching you. Well, what of it? Hey, what does your indifferent attitude signify? It is rather hurtful, you know, Wang Peng remarked, displaying a look of exasperation towards Wuxiang. I truly envy you tall, handsome fellows. With just a hint of interest, you can effortlessly win the affection of beautiful girls. Unlike me, who struggles immensely to find even one. He discreetly gestured towards a certain direction. Wuxiang cast a brief glance, spotting 3 girls who appeared hesitant, uncertain of their intentions. They all wish to approach you for a conversation, but they seem a bit shy. I can tell at a glance. Wuxiang shook his head. You haven't summoned me merely to relay this, have you? Observing Wuxiang's unchanging expression, Wang Peng found himself engulfed in profound self-doubt. Isn't this the eternal topic among men? Could it be that Wuxiang has some sort of dysfunction in that regard? No. Wang Peng, do not confine yourself to such narrow thinking. Perhaps consider bolder possibilities. What if Wuxiang has no issues at all, but simply prefers men? Suddenly, Wang Peng's eyes widened in revelation, as if an astonishing thought interrupted his musings. What is the matter? Wuxiang inquired, his tone nonchalant. Oh my, class monitor. The class monitor is approaching you. Wuxiang turned to see a girl with a single ponytail, possessing striking features, exuding an aura of beauty and competence. Classmate Wuxiang. I am Monica, the class monitor of class 1 and 2. The teacher has requested your presence in her office, Monica stated as she approached Wuxiang's desk. All right, Wuxiang replied, rising to accompany her out of the classroom. As they walked, no conversation transpired between the two. Monica led the way, while Wuxiang maintained a respectful distance beside her. Monica discreetly observed Wuxiang from the corner of her eye, forming an initial assessment in her mind. Judging by his demeanor, he appeared to possess a certain composure. Additionally, it could not be said that he was narcissistic. He held a degree of confidence in his appearance. Wuxiang, however, displayed indifference towards both his looks and Monica's status as class monitor, neither drawing near nor distancing himself, indicating a lack of any particular sentiment. Of course, it could also suggest a possibility of Wuxiang's introverted nature. The office was situated on the same floor as the classroom, approximately 100 meters apart, so they arrived promptly. After bringing Wuxiang inside, Monica did not linger and turned to leave. Teacher, you called for me. Wuxiang addressed the young woman seated at the desk, clad in professional attire, who had just taught their class. Upon hearing his voice, she set aside her documents and greeted him with a warm smile. Hello, Wuxiang. I am Su Lily, your homeroom teacher. You may call me Teacher Su. Hello, Teacher Su, Wuxiang responded. There is a significant difference between a regular high school and our academy. Having just transitioned from a conventional high school, you may experience some challenges in adapting to this new environment. If you encounter any difficulties, please do not hesitate to inform me. Understood. Next Monday, the Academy will conduct an awakening guidance session for all enrolled students, granting each individual an opportunity. Do remember to prepare diligently. Indeed, I shall. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. You should return to your classes promptly. Very well, goodbye, teacher. With that, Wuxiang exited the office. Su Lily, witnessing this, shook her head in resignation. This child truly is rather reticent. Speaking of which, it is rather peculiar that the leadership has suddenly assigned a student to her class. Upon returning to the classroom and settling in, Wuxiang found that the second lesson was about to commence. The instructor who entered was a bespectacled gentleman, appearing to be at least in his 40s, and the subject was mathematics and physics. The content encompassed a plethora of intricate calculations and the interactions between substances, essentially topics that Wuxiang found incomprehensible. Strictly speaking, Had it not been for the execution of a mission, Wuxiang might never have set foot in a school. Previously, living on the outskirts of the Anjia realm, merely having sufficient food and clothing was a considerable achievement. The notion of attending school was utterly foreign. In that time, educational institutions simply did not exist. As for now, times have changed, and the necessity of schooling has dissipated. Throughout his life, the only literacy Wuxiang had acquired was from a few literate villagers during his childhood. Otherwise, he would have remained an absolute illiterate. Given this opportunity, he resolved to calm his mind and absorb knowledge, for it could only yield benefits. Thus, how should these three solutions be mixed and proportioned to dissolve the 28-kilogram azure crystal? Which student would like to provide an answer? The male teacher at the podium pointed to a plethora of intricate equations and inquired of the students below. One by one, they remained silent, fervently wishing not to hear their names called. After a considerable pause without any student rising to answer, the teacher, growing impatient, singled out a girl. Yimu, you shall respond to this question. Wuxiang noticed that the girl seated diagonally behind him trembled violently, then shakily stood up, her words tumbling forth in a stammer. She lowered her head, her long bangs obscuring her forehead, and the thick glasses made it difficult to discern her features. Her hands fidgeted nervously, lacking a place to rest. Speak up, have you not eaten? The teacher's frustration intensified at her demeanor, and he bellowed. I do not know. Yimu replied haltingly, her voice barely above a whisper. Her response elicited a wave of laughter, deepening her embarrassment. In the absence of anyone willing to tackle the challenge, each student was engulfed in apprehension. Yet, when a scapegoat emerged, those who felt safe would turn to cast stones. I do not know. I do not know. They would jeer. What do you expect to know? Humph. Go stand in the corner. The teacher scolded, slamming his hands on the desk. The girl offered no rebuttal, merely departing her seat to stand in the corner, silently accepting her punishment. This minor incident soon passed, garnering little attention, as such scenes had become the norm for everyone present. The teacher did not call upon any other students, proceeding directly to explain the answer. To speak frankly, Wuxiang harbored a certain disagreement with the recent events, yet it was merely a mild dissent. Having been tempered by the life and death trials of the battlefield, he regarded the trivial squabbles within the school with a degree of indifference. Moreover, such trivial matters were not within the purview of his current identity to critique. Chapter 70. A mysterious call in the imaginations of many who have not encountered it. The Academy of Supernatural Abilities is envisioned as a place where everyone wields extraordinary powers, a realm of wondrous feats and strange forces. However, the reality is far less exaggerated. The instructors are indeed individuals of capability. Yet the students in the elementary and middle divisions are too young to engage with anything related to supernatural abilities, apart from the elevated teaching standards and superior faculty. The curriculum bears little distinction from that of ordinary schools. The high school division represents the true essence of the academy, but among the first-year students, who have yet to undergo their awakening, the number of those possessing abilities is exceedingly rare, a true rarity. The various imaginings surrounding the Academy of Supernatural Abilities are likely confined to the graduating class. The institution emphasizes the comprehensive development of its students, dedicating 4 hours in the morning to theoretical lessons and another 4 in the afternoon to physical and combat training. The remaining time is at the student's discretion, with a 2-day weekend each week. Wuxiang had taken the initiative to familiarize himself with this information prior to his arrival. As class concluded and the teacher departed, a girl named Yimu quietly returned to her seat, burying her face in the desktop without uttering a word. No one approached her, and she seemed to fade into the background, as if invisible. What are you looking at, Wuxiang? Wang Peng cheerily inquired as he approached. Nothing much, Wuxiang replied. Wuxiang withdrew his gaze. Hey, where did you transfer from? A regular high school, Wuxiang replied calmly. These identity details had all been prepared in advance, and the dean had even provided a guarantee that there would be no issues. Do you live on campus or off campus? I usually stay on campus, but I go out on weekends. Which dormitory are you in? Apartment 2, room 302. Wang Peng was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly sprang up from his seat. What? He grasped Wuxiang's hands tightly and began to shake them fervently. What a coincidence. I had no idea I was chatting with my new roommate for so long. Fatty, black brother, come and meet our new roommate. Wang Peng shouted loudly. As his voice faded, a round-faced boy weighing around 200 pounds and another tall, dark-skinned boy made their way over to Wuxiang and Wang Peng. Their expressions revealed their surprise as well. standing together. Wang Peng and the two classmates formed an oddly mismatched trio. Come, Wuxiang, let me introduce you. This is Chao Run, you can just call him Fatty. And this is He Fei, you can call him Black Brother or Black Kid. Chao Run was indeed true to his name, plump and full of laughter, his eyes squinting into tiny slits when he smiled. He Fei appeared somewhat shy, speaking little, and he had a rather introverted personality. Wuxiang nodded in acknowledgement, signifying their acquaintance. Wuxiang, let us add each other as friends, and I'll include you in our dormitory group chat, Wang Peng exclaimed enthusiastically. In the depths of his heart, Wuxiang sighed softly as he retrieved his newly purchased phone, allowing the other party to scan his identification card. Almost immediately, a notification chimed, indicating a new friend request. He opened the request page and clicked to accept. Wang Peng's online moniker was Dapeng Zhanqi, with an avatar depicting a large bird soaring in the sky, its breed indiscernible, aptly matching his name. Wow! Wang Peng exclaimed suddenly, drawing the attention of others nearby. Wuxiang, who would have thought that beneath your seemingly cold exterior lies such a passionate heart? Ha ha ha, you even chose such a juvenile name like Thunder King. Wuxiang could only respond with silence. I was right, wasn't I? You are indeed the type who is skilled at disguising your true self. Wang Peng playfully patted Wuxiang on the shoulder, wearing an expression that suggested he had seen through him completely. Regarding his username, Wuxiang had no intention of providing any explanations. They would only lead to further misunderstanding. He silently accepted this humiliation. The name Thunder King was certainly not one he had chosen himself. It had been altered by Tycho, who had snatched his phone and made the change, threatening him that he could not revert it, or else she would smash his head. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but wonder how smoothly things were going on Tycho's end. Shaking his head, Wuxiang dismissed the thought as somewhat laughable. Despite her seemingly unreliable demeanor, Tycho was, after all, a seasoned and mature A-level warrior of the blade. There was no way that such a trivial matter as entering school could yield any unexpected complications. As the morning slipped away unnoticed, the time for the lunch break soon arrived. Ah, finally, school is out. Wuxiang, let us go eat together, Wang Peng exclaimed, draping his arm over Wuxiang's shoulder. At this hour, it was customary to head for a meal, and since Wang Peng had extended the invitation, Wuxiang readily agreed. Thus, the four of them made their way to the dining hall. A few individuals had intended to use the lunch break to become acquainted with the new student, Wuxiang. But upon witnessing the group, they momentarily abandoned their intentions. The afternoon was designated for physical training, and all activities were to be conducted on the playground. After lining up and completing the warm-up exercises, they commenced with a 10-kilometer run. Wuxiang maintained a steady pace, positioned comfortably in the middle of the pack, ultimately achieving a commendable result. Although the 10-kilometer run posed no challenge for him, he deemed it unnecessary to showcase his prowess, wishing to avoid drawing attention. Wang Peng and He Fei lagged slightly behind Wuxiang, arriving at the finish line drenched in sweat and gasping for breath before they could muster the energy to speak. Wuxiang, I didn't realize you were so formidable. Have you been training since childhood? Wang Peng inquired, leaning forward and resting on his knees. It's just all right, Wuxiang replied tersely, offering no further elaboration. As expected, the rotund Chao Run found himself at the bottom of the leaderboard among the boys, taking over twice the average time to cross the finish line, rendering him a mere puddle of exhaustion. In terms of physical training, the stark advantage of the boys over the girls became immediately apparent, with a significant disparity in performance. However, there were exceptions, such as class leader Monica, who achieved an admirable 4th place in the class, a remarkable feat indeed. Wuxiang was aware that every student in this academy had been confirmed to possess magical adaptability before being admitted, their physical capabilities already surpassing those of ordinary individuals. Given such rigorous training, it was entirely reasonable. However, even when compared to the most ordinary soldiers of the Tianren, they still seemed rather immature, with the majority not even as formidable as their former selves before absorbing any magical energy. After a grueling day filled with long-distance running, high jumps, long jumps, weightlifting, and numerous other demanding activities, the students often lamented their plight, eagerly awaiting the end of classes. As time progressed, the crimson evening sun cast its glow upon their weary faces, signaling the conclusion of a long day. The students trudged away like the living dead, dragging their heavy feet. Upon hearing Wang Peng and a few others calling for him to return to the dormitory, Wuxiang had just begun to make his way over when he was interrupted by the ringing of his phone in his pocket. Taking it out, He noticed an unfamiliar number. Who could be calling? He pressed the answer button, and a strange man's voice came through. Wu Xiang's brow instinctively furrowed. Chapter 71. Official critique. Hello, is this Wu Xiang? Yes, it is. May I ask if you know a child named Taiko? I know her. But may I ask who you are? I am Taiko's homeroom teacher. Oh, hello, teacher. Wu Xiang finally began to comprehend the situation, a sense of foreboding washing over him. You should have already finished classes. Hurry and come to pick her up. With that, the caller abruptly hung up, their last words laced with evident suppressed anger. Wu Xiang felt a bit bewildered, unable to deduce from the brief exchange what had transpired, ultimately surmising it could not be anything favorable. He could only greet Wang Peng and the others, asking them to return first, while he redirected himself towards the middle school department. 10 minutes later, Wu Xiang pushed open the door to the office of the first year of junior high, only to discover two individuals within, locked in a standoff. The middle-aged man seated on the left, presumably the teacher, bore an expression of clenched teeth and helplessness. On the right, perched on the windowsill, was the adorable little girl. Taiko, arms crossed and legs crossed, proudly lifting her chin. Upon noticing Wu Xiang's entrance, the middle-aged man suppressed his anger and spoke first. You must be Taiko's brother, correct? Oh, that would be me, Wu Xiang replied, momentarily taken aback. His current identity indeed aligned him with Taiko as siblings. Who said he was my brother? Are you deaf? He is this young lady's servant, Taiko exclaimed, her indignation erupting as she jumped down from the windowsill. Look at that. Is there a student who speaks to a teacher in such a manner? The teacher trembled, pointing at Taiko. I apologize, teacher. My sister has a rather unruly temperament. I hope you can forgive her. Wu Xiang awkwardly offered an apology, swiftly pulling Taiko to his side and giving her a meaningful glance. Receiving Wu Xiang's silent cue, Taiko huffed before reluctantly refraining from further outbursts. The teacher, having endured a day of torment, seized the opportunity to vent, unleashing a torrent of grievances against Taiko. Your sister is not merely unruly. I would believe she could demolish the school. Upon entering the classroom, a disagreement escalated into violence, resulting in injuries to 3 classmates. Currently, the most severely injured child remains in the infirmary, leaving me at a loss on how to explain the situation to their parents. At this point, Taika expressed her displeasure, feeling justified in her reaction due to the mockery about her height. Wu Xiang promptly tugged at Taika to prevent her from further articulating her grievances, while offering the teacher a polite yet awkward smile. Behold, even now, she shows no signs of remorse. During disciplinary discussions, she is utterly unyielding, retorting with double the words I offer. Ultimately, the only recourse I had was to contact her guardian. Strangely, Taika informed me that she had no guardian, only a servant named Wu Xiang, who could represent her in our dealings, urging me to cease my inquiries. The teacher, bewildered by the peculiar dynamics of this sibling pair, found himself at a loss for words. Examining their appearances, it was evident that their parents must possess remarkably favorable genes. Yet, their hair color, eye color, and facial features exhibited no discernible similarities, making them appear anything but siblings. Nonetheless, as an educator, he felt it was not his place to meddle in the domestic affairs of his students. With a sigh of resignation, he gestured for them to leave. I suppose you may go now, he said, his voice tinged with exasperation. My apologies, teacher. We shall take our leave now. Thank you for your patience today. Wu Xiang replied respectfully. Taiko, with an expression of reluctance, was being led away by Wu Xiang. Just as she was about to step out of the office, she heard a voice behind her. As her elder brother, you must take some responsibility. Remember to discipline her well when you return. Being young and talented is no excuse for making mistakes. Even a good child can go astray if left unchecked. Taiko paused, her small face darkening to an extreme, and her anger finally erupted beyond containment. How dare you say that? She began, but Wu Xiang, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, swiftly scooped her up and held her tightly in his embrace, covering her mouth. In Wu Xiang's arms, Taiko struggled fiercely, her little legs kicking in the air, but she could only produce muffled sounds. I will definitely discipline my sister more when I get back. Goodbye, teacher. Wu Xiang exclaimed hurriedly as he retreated. Later that evening, the sky had completely darkened, and only a few scattered figures remained on the playground. In an unnoticed corner at the edge, an unusual pairing of a young boy and a little girl could be found. Wu Xiang, with a blade of grass in his mouth, leaned against the flower bed, listening impassively to Taiko's complaints. I am so furious. I am so furious. I am so furious. Taiko ranted incessantly, her feet never ceasing their movements as she vented her frustration on the railing in front of her. The unfortunate steel bars, about the thickness of a thumb, were sturdy and intricately welded, yet they were kicked into a gaping hole by her fury. How could someone of that caliber be worthy of being my teacher? This lady can effortlessly spin and rub him 100 times with a single hand. And that despicable principal, how could he possibly assign me to the junior high division? Initially, he even contemplated placing me in the elementary division. Has his brain been kicked by a donkey? I had anticipated that we would be assigned to the same class while executing our tasks, but now, it seems we are barely in the same school. I loathe this place. I detest the school. I abhor being surrounded by a bunch of little brats. Wuxiang spat out the grass he had been chewing and glanced at Taiko, speaking softly, "Stop kicking. If you continue, this railing along with the wall behind it will soon collapse." Taiko had calmed down considerably by now, upon hearing Wuxiang's words. She finally ceased her actions and slowly moved to sit beside him by the flower bed. "Just bear with it. Once we finish our mission, we will return swiftly," Wuxiang comforted. Taiko tilted her head, gazing at Wuxiang's profile. "Hey, you rascal, do you have any plans?" Wuxiang pondered for a moment upon hearing her query. "For the next few days, let us refrain from acting impulsively and pay close attention to any suspicious behaviors among those around us. Moreover, we should not solely focus on the students. Teachers, janitors, security guards, and others are also worthy of scrutiny. Our separation does indeed have its advantages. It minimizes the risk of drawing attention and expands our observation range. Furthermore," Wuxiang paused, turning his gaze toward the distant teaching building, prompting Taiko to follow his line of sight. The teaching building in the darkness exudes an eerie and sinister atmosphere, starkly contrasting with the brightness of day. Perhaps it is time to investigate. Chapter 72. Campus Tales. It was quite late when Wuxiang accompanied Taiko back to her dormitory. Upon arrival, Taiko turned to Wuxiang and said, "You can go back now. Remember, during this time, avoid causing trouble." Wuxiang hesitated for a moment before responding, "Do I appear to be the kind of person who causes trouble? Make sure to get along well with your roommate." Got it. When did you become so nagging?" With a sigh, Wuxiang approached Taiko, looking down at her and casting a glance at the teddy bear she was holding, his expression serious. "Especially, do not secretly instruct Heibao to seek revenge in the middle of the night. Do you understand?" "How do you know?" Yes, I understand." Taiko nervously touched her small head, diverting her gaze to the side, avoiding Wuxiang's eyes like a child whose mischievous plans had been thwarted by an adult. The teddy bear in her arms mirrored her actions, appearing equally bashful. After watching Taiko ascend the stairs, Wuxiang turned to leave. On the way, there were several aspects of the mission that puzzled him, prompting him to press the miniature communicator at his ear, seeking professional insight. "Hello, is this Mahiko?" "Yes, it's me." "What is up, Wuxiang? Is the mission not going smoothly?" "No, it's fine. Do you have time to talk now?" There remain 286 programs yet to be completed, and 27 large machines remain unarmed. "Haha, I think I shall postpone further action." Wuxiang paused momentarily before continuing. "Well, I shall pose my question directly. Do ghosts and spirits truly exist?" Yahiko hesitated for a moment before providing his answer. "I apologize. The realm of biological studies is not my forte, and I find it challenging to offer you a definitive response on this matter. However, if I must answer, my response is affirmative." "How so?" "There exists a category of beings in this world that are exceptionally unique, possessing consciousness, yet lacking a physical form, composed purely of energy. I believe that ghosts and spirits may indeed be classified within this category of existence." After concluding the communication, Wuxiang pondered for a moment. Perhaps this time, he would genuinely have to confront a ghost. Upon stepping through the door of his dormitory, he was met with the collective gaze of the 3 occupants within. Particularly, Wang Peng wore an expression brimming with ambiguous amusement, leaving Wuxiang somewhat perplexed. "You're back, young Master Wuxiang?" "Yes. How do you feel?" "Not bad. Do you mind sharing the details with your brothers?" "What is there to share?" he inquired, puzzled. He glanced at his 3 eccentric roommates, their expressions a mix of envy and anticipation. Did they know something? Wang Peng stood, leaning against the windowsill, adjusting the non-existent glasses on his face, revealing a knowing smile. "Come on, confess. Who was the woman who abandoned her friends on the very first day of school to rendezvous alone?" "Rest assured, my brothers do not hold it against you. I would have made the same choice in your position." Wuxiang replied, "You are overthinking it, and promptly dismissed the conversation. Is she from our class or another? Is she beautiful? Does she have an appealing figure? Is her bosom ample? Alas, please respond to me. Wang Peng relentlessly probed for an answer, but Wu Shang seemed oblivious to his inquiries, ultimately quelling his curiosity. Wu Shang sat in his chair, momentarily at a loss for what to do, as the chatter of his roommates filled the air. Initially, they discussed the delectable cuisine available near the school, but soon the topic shifted to the attractiveness of various girls from different classes. Wu Shang shook his head inwardly, reflecting on the comfortable lives led by the students at the academy. Just as he was about to close his eyes in contemplation, he overheard a few discussing the haunting incidents on campus, instantly capturing his attention. Have you heard? There have been sightings of a fierce ghost in the teaching building, and several victims have already been reported, Wang Peng said mysteriously. That must be a fabrication. The school has publicly denied it. He Fei responded, somewhat unconvinced. No. Wang Peng shook his head. I believe it to be true. Otherwise, why would the academy issue a notice prohibiting students from entering the teaching building at night? Moreover, a friend of mine has a roommate whose girlfriend's classmate witnessed a deceased person. It was truly horrific. Stop talking. How terrifying. Chao Run exclaimed, fear evident in his voice. What is there to be afraid of? Experiencing it in person would be truly exhilarating. Wang Peng waved his hand dismissively. A certain legend suggests that our college was once a graveyard. On nights heavy with malevolence, countless vengeful spirits would roam the grounds. Moreover, who knows? We might be treading upon the remains of a skeleton right beneath us. Why are you screaming, you fatso? Wang Peng shouted in exasperation. I am just scared. Chao Run stammered. Wait a moment, let me get under the covers before you continue. Despite his evident fear, he was eager to hear more. Another tale speaks of a beautiful female student who was bullied by her peers and assaulted by a teacher. Ultimately, she took her own life in anguish, returning as a vengeful spirit to exact revenge. In addition, I have heard of many peculiar phenomena. For instance, at midnight, eerie cries can be heard from the abandoned storage room on the top floor of the teaching building. Instruments in the piano room would play themselves, and blood would drip from the ceiling of the restroom. Therefore, I have made a decision, Wang Peng proclaimed, suddenly rising to his feet. In a while, I plan to gather a group of like-minded friends to organize a midnight campus ghost hunt. Why, you can't be serious? Chao Run shouted from his cocoon of blankets. Do I appear to be joking? Wang Peng retorted. But isn't there a school rule prohibiting nighttime access to the teaching building? He Fei hesitated, interjecting at that moment. What is the issue with that? As the saying goes, rules are rigid, but humans are adaptable. In the meantime, let us gather a few more enchanting ladies. Perhaps, in their trepidation, they might find solace in our embrace. At this juncture, Wang Peng shifted his gaze towards Wu Shang. Wu Shang, will you be joining us? Upon hearing this, Wu Shang's eyes flickered momentarily. I shall decide closer to the time, he replied with a calm demeanor, leaving his thoughts shrouded in mystery. Regardless of the veracity of the rumors Wang Peng had encountered, their mere existence suggested that they were not mere fabrications. It appears prudent to investigate the teaching building at an opportune moment. Subsequently, Wu Shang disrobed and settled onto his bed, ostensibly to sleep, yet in reality, he engaged in silent meditation, subtly refining his magical energy. Thus, the first night at the academy passed in serene tranquility. Chapter 73. A helping hand. In contrast to his days at Tianren, life at the academy was both novel and mundane. Wu Shang maintained a rather low profile, having acquainted himself with most of his classmates, albeit superficially. Aside from occasional exchanges with Wang Peng and the others, he predominantly remained reticent, leading others to perceive him as aloof and difficult to approach. Wu Shang found contentment in this, as it spared him considerable trouble. As time swiftly progressed to Friday, students were filled with cheer, eagerly preparing for the weekend. Dear students, on Monday, which is just 3 days away, you will officially embark on your journey of awakening your abilities. I hope that during these next few days, you will remain diligent and cultivate a positive mindset. I wish everyone success in their awakening. Their homeroom teacher, Su Lily, earnestly reminded them. Well, the time is nearly up. Farewell, students. Goodbye, teacher. The students chimed in unison. As school concluded, the students lingered, huddling together, chattering excitedly about the powers they hoped to awaken. Wu Shang was busy tidying his belongings, preparing to depart. Wu Shang, what kind of ability do you wish to awaken? Wang Peng inquired with curiosity. It doesn't matter, Wu Shang replied casually. How can it not matter? Superpowers are a man's romance. Shouldn't you ask for my thoughts in return? Wang Peng exclaimed. Ah, forget it. I'll just tell you. I hope to awaken the ability to fly, like a true rock, so I can take people soaring through the skies. That would surely capture the hearts of many girls. At that moment, Chow Run interjected with a grin. Hee, I wish to gain the ability to eat without ever gaining weight. Look at your aspirations, Wang Peng said, feigning disdain. Before turning to Hefei. Hey Hefei, what about you? Hefei appeared somewhat bewildered. Me? Honestly, any ability would be fine as long as I can successfully awaken it. You all carry on. I'll take my leave, Wushang said, finishing his preparations and bidding farewell to the trio. Hey, aren't you coming back with us? I plan to return to my rented room for a couple of days. Oh, so you have a hidden beauty there. It makes things more convenient, Wang Peng remarked, a knowing expression crossing his face. After exiting the school gates, Wushang first sought out a large supermarket to procure some essential daily supplies, for one could never be certain how long he might reside here. It would be imprudent to possess nothing at all. Upon leaving the supermarket, he discreetly placed his items into a storage bracelet while ensuring no one was watching, and then proceeded towards his rented accommodation. Lopuskin, a city nestled by the inland sea, basked in the warm glow of the setting sun that danced upon the water's surface. As he walked along the coastal path, he gazed into the distance, where the sea shimmered with dazzling golden reflections. A gentle breeze caressed him, carrying the distinctive, briny scent of the ocean, which effortlessly lulled him into a state of relaxation and harmony with his surroundings. As he passed through an alley, faint voices of a man and a woman drifted towards him. Likely, it was just another pair of young lovers engaged in their romantic entanglements, and Wushang paid them no heed. He had grown accustomed to such sights after his recent experiences at the academy. Suddenly, a piercing scream from a woman erupted from behind him, causing Wushang to halt in his tracks after having walked a considerable distance. With a resigned sigh, he acknowledged that he could not simply turn a blind eye to this situation. In the alley, a burly man with a shaved head leaned against the wall, his muscular arms casting a menacing shadow over a petite girl who was cowering in fear. Hey, you little wench. How long has it been since you paid your protection fee? Did you think hiding in school would keep you safe? Huh, look who I've caught now, he bellowed, his face twisted in a fierce scowl. The girl, with nowhere to retreat, bowed her head and shrank into the corner, her body trembling slightly from fear, as a shopping bag filled with her recently acquired daily necessities lay discarded at her feet. I find myself devoid of funds. A voice, faint as a whisper, escapes the girl's lips. Huh, no money? What then will you purchase? She stammers. I promise to make amends next time, but could I perhaps compensate you with these items? The girl timidly proposes to the burly man. Humph. The man leans down, rummaging through the girl's shopping bag, and carelessly seizes an item, only to discover it is a pack of feminine sanitary products. His expression momentarily freezes, followed by an immediate surge of rage as he tears the bag apart. You filthy wretch, are you mocking me? He rises and delivers a resounding slap across the girl's face. Ah! The girl screams in anguish, falling to the ground, her glasses flying off her face. The man remains relentless, grasping her throat and lifting her off the ground. The poor girl struggles desperately, yet her feeble strength proves futile. Upon noticing her delicate and pitiable visage, the man's fury begins to dissipate, replaced by a flicker of surprise and a shift in thought. Oh, I never realized this little one was quite so fetching. His gaze drifts downwards, his eyes glinting with a lewd desire, though she is somewhat frail. Her figure possesses an appealing curvature, perhaps even untouched, a most unexpected delight. How about this? You entertain me for a while, and all your previous transgressions will be forgiven. No, please no. The girl trembles, her fear intensifying. Come now, let me savor your essence. Disregarding the girl's resistance, the burly man leaned in closer. As his grotesque visage approached, despair flickered in the girl's eyes, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Who could save me? Suddenly, the bald man's movements halted. No matter how forcefully he attempted to advance, he found himself immobilized. Upon closer inspection, he realized a hand was firmly placed atop his head. Damn, which reckless fool dares to interfere? Before he could discern the identity of his assailant, an overwhelming force embedded his head into the adjacent wall with a resounding thud. Expressionless, Wushang grasped the bald man's skull, extracting it from the wall only to thrust it back in again, repeating the process. Observers from outside the alley would notice the wall vibrating rhythmically. The once formidable man had now become a mere shadow of himself, his face a grotesque mash of flesh, his features unrecognizable. Wuxiang seized his shoulder and effortlessly hurled him backward. The man soared over the railing, plummeting into the sea, creating a tremendous splash. It was over. Wuxiang then turned to the girl, who sat paralyzed in the shadows, staring at him in a daze. The girl's lips moved slightly, silently uttering two indistinct words. Wuxiang. Wuxiang. Chapter 74. Returning the female classmate to the dormitory. Wuxiang's side. Upon reflection, his recent actions appeared exceedingly brutal in the eyes of an ordinary person, and it was entirely natural for her to be frightened. He cautiously approached the girl shrouded in shadows, making a concerted effort to modulate his tone to sound harmless and amiable. Do not be afraid. The one from earlier was a villain, and his fate is wholly warranted. Rest assured, I shall not harm you. As he spoke, he crouched down, extending his palm towards her. The girl stared blankly at the youth offering his hand, illuminated as he was against the light. The setting sun casting a golden halo around him, a scene that seemed to belong to the realm of dreams. Tentatively, she reached out, gingerly placing her fingers upon his palm, fearful that he might merely be a figment of her imagination. The sensation was undeniably real, contrasting sharply with the indifference he often exuded. Beneath that aloof exterior lay a warmth capable of melting the coldest of hearts. In an instant, a torrent of emotions surged within her: pain, loneliness, bitterness, confusion, hesitation, helplessness. And in that moment, a glimmer of hope and joy. An overwhelming complexity of feelings erupted uncontrollably from her fragile heart. Without a second thought, she threw herself into his embrace, weeping openly. He was momentarily taken aback, his body stiffening in surprise, and upon regaining his composure, he felt somewhat helpless. It hardly seemed appropriate to push her away at that moment. The girl soon regained her composure, realizing her breach of decorum, and quickly released him, stepping back with the demeanor of a child caught in wrongdoing. Shall we go outside? He suggested, unperturbed, as he rose to his feet. As the two emerged from the alley, Wuxiang deftly retrieved the girl's glasses, fortunate that they remained unscathed. He handed the glasses to her, and she accepted them, placing them upon her face. Thank you. Wuxiang then took a closer look at her, feeling an unsettling familiarity. Are you Yimu? His heart leaped in surprise. He had not anticipated that the person he had just rescued was her. Yimu, often overshadowed in class, had not crossed paths with him before, which explained why he had not recognized her immediately. Yes, it is I. Yimu trembled slightly upon hearing Wuxiang's words, her voice barely above a whisper. She cast her gaze downward, unable to meet his eyes, and an inexplicable silence enveloped them. Your clothing. Wuxiang awkwardly interjected. Clothing? Yimu was momentarily confused until she suddenly realized her disheveled attire, revealing her pink bra and exposing more than she intended. Her face flushed crimson, akin to the hue of spilled blood, and she swiftly turned away to adjust herself. Wuxiang glanced around at the scattered belongings strewn about, picking up a new shopping bag and bending down to gather the items one by one. When Yimu finally turned back, having composed herself, she found Wuxiang returning her belongings, neatly collected. She was momentarily taken aback, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she reached out to accept them. Thank you. She had never imagined that she would experience such tenderness. Once more, a brief silence fell between them. Allow me to escort you home. Wuxiang spoke up, noting that the day was growing late and the sun had already set. Moreover, considering that a girl had just endured such an ordeal, it would be unreasonable not to extend some courtesy, given that they were classmates. But, is it truly acceptable? Yimu found herself reluctant to burden Wuxiang further, yet instinctively voiced her concerns, her heart fluttering with anxiety. Of course it is, Wuxiang replied with a gentle smile. Thus, they walked side by side in the direction of the school. Along the way, Wuxiang inquired about the reasons behind Yimu's mistreatment, but she hesitated, unable to articulate her thoughts clearly. Observing her struggle, Wuxiang chose not to press further, though he understood intuitively. Sometimes, a person may bully another without any particular reason, simply deriving pleasure from the act of tormenting others. Conversely, the reasons for someone's perpetual victimization can be equally straightforward. They may simply be perceived as easy prey. Look, isn't that Wuxiang over there? And he's walking with Yimu. Monica exclaimed in surprise to her friend while they strolled together, turning to follow her friend's gaze. She indeed spotted Wuxiang and Yimu. I never would have imagined that Wuxiang is attracted to this type. her friend remarked, shaking her head with a tone of regret. Don't speak carelessly. What if that's not the case, and they misunderstand? Monica shot a glance at her friend, her expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and intrigue as she observed Wuxiang and Yi Mu's figures. Wuxiang escorted Yi Mu to the entrance of her dormitory. As they were about to part ways, he hesitated for a moment before offering a piece of advice. Yi Mu, be strong. Life will inevitably present opportunities for change. Yes, I will remember that, Yi Mu replied earnestly, nodding her head. After bidding farewell, Wuxiang turned and left once he saw her enter the door. Unbeknownst to him, the young girl had been quietly hiding behind the door, watching his retreating figure until it disappeared from her sight. A rare glimmer of yearning and affection flickered in Yi Mu's eyes, but as if recalling something, that light quickly dimmed. Indeed, how could someone as inadequate as she stand alongside him? Upon returning to his rented apartment, Wuxiang found that he had stayed out much longer than originally intended due to the earlier encounter. He retrieved his keys and opened the door, only to find Taiko lounging on the sofa in a lovely dress, her delicate feet bare, resembling a little caterpillar, while leisurely watching a television program. She was also indulging in potato chips. You lazy bum, hurry up and make dinner. I'm starving, Taiko exclaimed without lifting her head upon hearing the door open. All right, Wuxiang replied casually, then proceeded to open the refrigerator, placing the newly purchased groceries inside. Taiko sat up, leaped off the sofa, and scampered over to his feet to see if there was anything delicious to her liking. Suddenly, her little nose twitched, and she circled around Wuxiang, her gaze sharpening. So that's why you returned so late. You were out chasing girls behind my back. Taiko pointed at Wuxiang's nose, expressing her dissatisfaction. Wuxiang cast a peculiar glance at Taiko and gently ruffled her small head. What absurd thoughts were swirling in her mind? Taiko swatted Wuxiang's mischievous hand away, stepping back to assume a combative stance. Do not attempt to deny it. I can already detect the scent of a girl on you. Furthermore, who granted you permission to touch my head? Have you become so infatuated lately that you think I can no longer wield a blade? Wuxiang turned and entered the kitchen, choosing to ignore her. When dealing with Taiko, it was best to disregard her. After a while, she would settle down on her own. Sure enough, as Wuxiang busied herself with tasks, Taiko turned her head away awkwardly and threatened in a mock-fierce tone. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall let you off this time. But if dinner is not to my liking, I will inform the captain of your secret dalliances. Chapter 75, An Awkward Glimpse Before Long. Wuxiang set a plate of braised pork and 2 ordinary side dishes on the table. Is this it? It hardly seemed more appetizing than the fare at the cafeteria. Taiko cast a disdainful glance at the meal laid before her. It had been a long time since she last cooked, and her culinary skills may have waned. Wuxiang remarked nonchalantly. Taiko picked up her chopsticks, skeptically lifting a piece of braised pork to her lips, and immediately squinted her eyes, enveloped in a wave of bliss. This is simply, utterly inedible. Consequently, with a face full of disdain, Taiko devoured 3 large bowls of rice, only setting down her bowl and chopsticks when her small belly was visibly rounded, a reluctant expression crossing her face. Burp. I can no longer eat. Wuxiang smiled silently as he tidied up their belongings. In the days when they lived in the village, cooking was an essential skill for everyone. However, after entering Tianren, the need to prepare meals for oneself vanished. After dinner, the two settled on the sofa to watch a variety show together. Taiko occasionally emitted peals of laughter, reminiscent of silver bells, while Wuxiang quietly kept her company. The scene was harmonious and beautiful, resembling that of genuine siblings. As the program concluded, Wuxiang spoke. Let us tidy up, we must be on our way. I've been ready for a while, Taiko replied. She switched off the television, dashed into her bedroom, and emerged with a box, from which she retrieved 2 black garments, one large and one small. What are these? Night attire. Essential for sneaking around and mischief. Taiko replied with utmost seriousness. Moreover, this is not ordinary nightwear. The fabric is specially crafted, capable of concealing one's presence and even evading most scanning devices, including infrared. Is that so? Very well, Wuxiang responded, following Taiko's lead. They each donned their outfits, and Taiko styled her long hair into a bun, looking quite the part. After extinguishing the lights and securing the door, they set off. Before long, they reached the outskirts of the school, effortlessly leaping over a wall exceeding 3 meters in height to enter the campus. Wuxiang navigated the surroundings with ease, silently evading all areas under surveillance. After all, Being spotted by security would be quite troublesome to explain. Certainly, given the capabilities of the two individuals, it was unlikely they would be discovered by the security personnel. As they proceeded midway, they abruptly halted, exchanging a knowing glance before stealthily retreating into a nearby thicket. Soon, a furtive figure materialized within their line of sight, presumably a student from the academy. The individual, seemingly anxious, glanced furtively to the left and right, and upon confirming the absence of onlookers, ambled contentedly towards the park. Who is he, and why is he here at this hour? Tycho inquired, concealed within the foliage. I recognize him. He is a student from my neighboring class. Wuxiang replied softly. Moreover, he is one of my suspects. It is quite fortuitous to encounter him here. It serves two purposes. Let us follow him and discern his intentions. With that, the two set off, trailing the dubious student at a leisurely pace. The individual made his way to a secluded grove within the park, where he finally came to a halt, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety, as if anticipating someone. Wuxiang and Tycho found a concealed spot nearby to observe the unfolding situation with patience. After approximately 5 minutes, a sound emerged from the darkness, and a woman stepped into view. She donned the academy's student uniform, yet her face was adorned with an exceedingly alluring makeup. Upon seeing her, the man's countenance brightened, and he hurriedly approached her. My dear, you have finally arrived, he exclaimed, unabashedly grasping the woman's voluptuous figure. Displeased, the woman playfully chided, her voice a tantalizing whisper that sent shivers down the spine of Tycho, who was hidden away, nearly overwhelmed by goosebumps. You are truly wicked, inviting someone to such a place late at night. Why? Is this not suitable? The man raised an eyebrow in retort. Well, it's not that it isn't suitable, but why not just go to a hotel outside the school? The man wrapped an arm around the woman's shoulder, chuckling lewdly. Darling, you just don't understand. A hotel lacks the thrill of a secluded grove. Tycho, concealed in the shadows, felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She had anticipated uncovering some clue, yet instead, she stumbled upon such a scene. Humph, men are indeed no good. She cast a disapproving glance at Wuxiang beside her, inexplicably uttering, men are nothing but trouble. Wuxiang frowned, pondering how this related to him. Meanwhile, glancing back at the couple, it was evident the woman was swayed, yet still hesitant. But what if someone sees us? The man waved his hand dismissively. No worries. You must know that rumors are swirling about ghosts haunting the school at night. In the pitch darkness, no one will come. With a flirtatious glance, the woman smiled mischievously. What if a ghost truly comes knocking at your door? The man lifted her chin, pressing a kiss upon her lips. Then I shall deal with the ghost just as I would with you, my little enchantress, consuming it entirely. With that, they transformed into lustful beasts, fervently tearing at each other's garments, oblivious to the two pairs of eyes, one tall, one short, watching them from the shadows. Without hesitation, Wuxiang swiftly placed his palm over Tycho's eyes, shielding them from sight. Children should not look, he asserted. Tycho, eager to pry his hand away, found herself unsuccessful in her attempts. You are the child. You cannot look either, she retorted, ultimately surrendering her struggle. Instead, she stretched her small hands upward, first grazing Wuxiang's chin before locating his eyes, which she promptly covered as well. The two gradually lowered their heads and turned away, diverting their gaze from the couple engaged in their fervent encounter. An awkward silence enveloped them. Behind, the man's heavy breaths intertwined with the woman's ecstatic cries, resonating distinctly in the stillness of the surroundings. Tycho's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she cast a furtive glance at Wuxiang, only to find him remarkably unfazed. You bad fellow. Do you not care or feel curious at all? She stammered. Curious about what? He inquired. About that, she faltered, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Oh well. She sighed. Observing Wuxiang's indifferent demeanor, Tycho felt a wave of defeat wash over her. It seemed she had unwittingly lost in the game of composure. After all, Wuxiang was a vigorous 17-year-old youth, naturally inclined to curiosity regarding such matters. Yet, it remained merely curiosity. He found himself perplexed as to why a man and woman, stripped of their garments and entwined in a chaotic embrace, would produce such peculiar sounds. Chapter 76. The eerie classroom building. Since there is nothing else to do, shall we perhaps sneak away? Tycho timidly suggested. Yes, that sounds reasonable, Wuxiang agreed with a nod. The two individuals stealthily departed, akin to thieves, continuing towards their original destination without disturbing the oblivious couple nestled in the small grove. Upon arriving at the entrance of the teaching building, They peered inside, only to be met with an abyss of darkness enveloping the hall. As they gently pushed open the grand door, an eerie gust of wind suddenly swept past, stirring a strand of hair belonging to Wuxiang. Furrowing his brow, he noted that all the doors and windows within the building were securely shut from such a sealed environment. Where could this wind possibly originate? He retrieved a pocket watch from his belongings, which, despite its outward appearance, was in truth a specialized magnetic field sensing device. The moment they stepped inside, the watch, previously unresponsive and with its hands pointed straight ahead, began to oscillate abruptly with a 30-degree sway. Something peculiar lurked here. Let us proceed with caution. With that, Wuxiang took the lead, advancing boldly. Tycho, glancing around at the indistinct and shadowy surroundings, felt an inexplicable chill creep over her, causing her to shudder before hastily following suit. The dark gem that had been perched on her shoulder returned to its usual form, assuming the role of their rear guard. The two walked in a single file down the desolate corridor, and although they deliberately muted their footsteps, an inexplicable sensation made their steps echo disproportionately loud. Tycho, are you a bit frightened? Wuxiang inquired casually. How could that possibly be? There is nothing in this world that could intimidate me, Tycho retorted, attempting to sound resolute. Then why are you clutching onto the hem of my garment? Upon hearing this, Tycho quickly released her grip, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. I wasn't he. Don't go wrongfully accusing the innocent. Wuxiang pressed onward, choosing not to dwell on the matter with her any longer. As expected, after a brief moment, Tyke's small hand instinctively reached out again, yet he remained silent. Where shall we head for our first destination, you rascal? Wuxiang pondered for a moment. Let us first visit the restroom. With their objective determined, the pair ambled a short distance before arriving at the entrance of a restroom. The instant they stepped inside, the hands of Wuxiang's pocket watch began to swing with greater amplitude, quickening their pace, causing a more serious expression to settle upon his face. The instrument likely did not deceive. The magnetic field here was evidently more peculiar. Could it be that the rumors he had heard about Wang Peng were indeed true? The two began to inspect the restroom, but aside from a faint odor of urine, nothing seemed amiss. Suddenly, an unusual sound stirred their alertness, and they instinctively turned their gazes toward the same stall. Tyke swallowed nervously, while Wuxiang raised a hand to shield her, cautiously and quietly advancing toward the stall. An invisible force coiled within his palm, ready to confront any unforeseen circumstance. Upon reaching a sufficient distance, he abruptly flung open the small door of the stall, only to find it entirely empty. Furrowing his brow, Wuxiang proceeded to examine each stall within the restroom, discovering no remarkable anomalies. Thus, with no further need to linger in the restroom, the duo ultimately turned and departed. However, just as they stepped out of the restroom, the ceiling began to eerily turn crimson, with countless viscous droplets of blood cascading down the walls, swiftly transforming the floor into a horrifying pool of crimson. Such a hellish scene could scarcely be surpassed. Wuxiang cast a glance at his pocket watch, which resumed its previous oscillation of 30 degrees after their exit, rendering it utterly incomprehensible. Where shall we go next? Tycho inquired, tilting her head. Let us proceed to the piano room. The group ascended the stairs and arrived at the door of the piano room. Grasping the doorknob, they twisted it open and entered, Wuxiang having resolved to disregard the pocket watch's peculiarities. The piano room was expansive, immaculately maintained, with 5 grand pianos quietly arranged in the center. Due to the limited number of students desiring to learn music, the academy had merely provided these pianos in a token gesture. Wuxiang raised his hand, gently gliding his fingers across a row of keys. He could neither play the piano nor comprehend the sheet music displayed before him. He simply found the sensation of the keys pleasing to the touch, albeit somewhat chilling. The indoor temperature was quite agreeable. After a thorough exploration yielded no valuable findings, the two were compelled to depart. In the corridor, mirrors were placed at intervals along the walls. Heibao, tasked with trailing behind, curiously examined the various objects within the school. As they passed a particular mirror, Heibao was astonished to see Wuxiang's reflection, despite him having just walked by. Puzzled, Heibao gazed upwards. How could Wuxiang's image appear in the mirror when he was clearly walking ahead? At that moment, the figure of Wuxiang in the mirror turned to lock eyes with Heibao, a grotesquely twisted smile adorning his face. Wu. Heibao, startled, felt a shiver run through his body, rendering him incapable of looking any longer. As he hurriedly scrambled to keep pace with the group. Heibao, what are you doing? You nearly knocked me over. Tycho exclaimed with dissatisfaction. Huff. Heibao whimpered in protest. What? You say you were scared to death? Huh. You truly have a fragile constitution. However, as the group continued on their way, the piano keys in the music room began to move rhythmically on their own, as if an invisible hand pressed upon them, producing a haunting melody that resonated with the darkness. Wuxiang, accompanied by Tycho, made their way to the top floor and came to a halt before a door at the end of the corridor. This door appeared quite dilapidated, crafted from wood, and seemed especially out of place compared to the other doors in the building. An old, rusty padlock hung heavily from it. This is the school's abandoned storeroom, and it is our final destination for the night. If all remains as it is, we are likely to return empty-handed, Wuxiang remarked with a calm demeanor. Tycho nodded. Having lost much of her initial fear, she found herself torn between a desire to witness something extraordinary and a hope that nothing would be revealed. Her emotions were indeed complex. Is it possible to open this without damaging the lock? No problem. Although I do not possess the exceptional lock-picking skills of Yandora, this ordinary lock can be easily opened with the right tools, she replied confidently. Having said that, Tycho retrieved a tool from her storage bracelet and began to fiddle with the door lock. In less than half a minute, accompanied by a faint crack, the lock was effortlessly disengaged. Witnessing this, Wuxiang immediately extended his hand, poised to push open the final barrier. Just at that moment, an eerie wailing, rumored to be the haunting cry, erupted from the storage room, shattering the long-standing silence. Chapter 77. The unexpected Wuxiang's movement paused for an instant. Yet instead of retreating, he surged forward, forcefully pushing the door open. A ghostly white figure collided into their line of sight, startling Tycho into a scream as she clenched her small fist and sent it flying. The white apparition shattered into pieces, limbs and fragments scattering across the floor. Wuxiang rushed forward to investigate, only to discover that it was merely a mannequin draped in white cloth, devoid of any supernatural essence. As for the so-called ghostly cries, Wuxiang turned his gaze toward the window of the storage room, where he noticed a shattered pane of glass, creating an opening the size of a fist. The external wind rushed through the gap, producing a series of intermittent, sharp, and piercing sounds. The storage room was cluttered with an assortment of disarrayed items, floor tiles, metal racks, tarpaulins, discarded chairs, and old computers, exactly the chaotic state one would expect from a storage area. Wuxiang promptly gathered materials and blocked the window's opening, silencing the mischievous wind. What a letdown, just a bunch of ordinary junk, Tycho remarked, exhaling in relief yet unable to suppress her disappointment. Wuxiang did not relax as a result. On the contrary, he was entirely focused, scanning every inch of the room in a bid to miss not a single detail. Tycho finally noticed Wuxiang's unusual behavior, which made her more serious and vigilant. Was something amiss? After a considerable pause, Wuxiang replied to her, No, not at all. It's just, this room gives me an exceedingly uncomfortable feeling, though I cannot quite articulate why. As he pulled out his pocket watch, he was astonished to find that the hands were oscillating violently at 180 degrees. Could it truly be mere coincidence? The two of them joined forces in their search, turning the entire storage room upside down, yet they found nothing of value. Ultimately, they had no choice but to leave, securing the storage room with a new lock. Time passed, and suddenly a white figure materialized in the storage room. The apparition was elusive, at times tangible, at others ethereal. She strolled leisurely to the window, raising her hand to tear apart the gap Wuxiang had just sealed. The fierce wind rushed in once again, howling like a banshee. A faint glow filtered through the window, revealing long, sleek black hair and half of a pale, smooth cheek. Her thin lips curled into a mysteriously eerie smile. The two departed from the teaching building, intending to return home. As they reflected on the events of the night, the strangeness of it all deepened in their minds, yet they could not untangle a clear thread of understanding. As they passed by a concealed grove, Wuxiang instinctively glanced in a certain direction. A faint silhouette lay motionless on the grass, seemingly in slumber. Tycho followed Wuxiang's gaze and, after a brief glance, quickly turned her head away, spitting in annoyance. Indeed, a wretched man. He had yet to return at such a late hour. No, something felt amiss. Wuxiang dashed forward without hesitation, making no effort to conceal his actions. He reached the man's side, crouched down, and turned him over. The man, like a marionette, showed no sign of resistance. As the scene unfolded before him, Wuxiang's eyes deepened with an unsettling ripple. What had transpired? Tycho approached and inquired. He is dead, Wushang replied as he stood. Dead. Taiko, perplexed, leaned closer to Wushang, her astonishment rendering her speechless. Before her lay a figure emaciated and desiccated, its skin a hard, ashen hue clinging to bones, with facial features deeply sunken, resembling a long-dead corpse. Had she not seen him just moments ago, Taiko would have found it impossible to connect the lifeless body before her with the man she had just encountered. The corpse had grown cold in mere moments. All the blood had withered away. Its expression was contorted, filled with terror and malice, suggesting it had endured something profoundly horrific before its demise. He must have perished at the hands of an inhuman entity, Wushang asserted with conviction. Taiko's face paled slightly. She had witnessed countless dead and numerous corpses. Yet such a bizarre and terrifying death was unprecedented for her. By the way, what had become of that woman? Why is only this man's corpse present here? Were they not together? At this point, a rare expression of embarrassment surfaced on Wushang's face. Among the two individuals, only one had perished, and there were no evident traces left by the deceased. It was clear that we had underestimated the situation. That woman undoubtedly posed a significant threat. Upon hearing Wushang's explanation, Taiko suddenly grasped the severity of the matter, her indignation palpable. Not only had they toiled fruitlessly throughout the night, but they had also been toyed with by the adversary. She was certain that the woman had not discovered their presence, yet this did not alter the grim reality that a murder had occurred right beneath their noses. We must remove the corpse. If security or other students witness this, we will be in dire trouble, Wushang sighed. Heibao, carry the body away. Taiko glanced at Heibao, urging it to act swiftly with a look. Heibao hesitated, visibly reluctant, primarily due to the ghastly state of the corpse. Fear gripped it, yet compelled by its master's command. It reluctantly hoisted the lifeless body onto its shoulder and followed the two as they exited the school. In light of this incident, the duo had no choice but to amend their original plan and sought out the dean through special channels for an urgent meeting that night. The dean, an elderly man with graying hair, appeared to be in his 60s. Upon receiving the urgent message from Wushang and Taiko, he immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and clandestinely convened with them that night. The two presented the body to the dean and recounted the events leading up to this tragedy. The dean listened intently, refraining from interjecting, only letting out a sigh at the conclusion of their account. After all, this is not the first occurrence. There have been several similar cases in the past. Alas, I shall take charge of the aftermath. I kindly implore you to assist the Academy in navigating this unprecedented crisis as swiftly as possible. Though he felt a twinge of disappointment, he did not cast blame upon the two. After all, they were the aides he had summoned from Tianren, and they represented his best option. The parties engaged in extensive discussions regarding the various current issues. To facilitate the investigation, before departing, Wushang requested the records of past cases along with pertinent information about the deceased from the dean. The dean, without a trace of hesitation, promptly handed over the requested materials. With hearts that were not entirely serene, Wushang and Taiko made their way back, reflecting on the plethora of unexpected events that had transpired that night. Upon their return to the rented apartment, dawn had already begun to break. I'm going to sleep. Please do not disturb me until noon. Taiko yawned as she entered her bedroom. Wushang also retired to another room, shedding his clothes and settling into bed for some much-needed rest. Chapter 78. Daily life during the holiday. The sun hung high in the sky, the weather splendid, heralding the delightful weekend for most students. Wushang opened his eyes and glanced at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock, and even on a weekend, such languor was unwarranted. He rose from his bed, intending to use the restroom first, followed by a wash-up, and then he would prepare lunch. As he casually pulled open the bathroom door, he was met with the sight of Taiko, resting her chin on her hand, her sleepy eyes barely open, perched on the toilet with her delicate legs swinging. The two exchanged glances, each momentarily caught in a stillness as if the air itself had ceased to flow around them. Ah, you. Taiko's eyes widened in shock as she emitted a piercing scream. She hastily seized an object and hurled it fiercely at Wushang's face. The unknown item rapidly enlarged in Wushang's vision. He instinctively raised his hand to catch it securely, then immediately turned and exited, closing the bathroom door behind him. Taiko, covering her face, felt utterly mortified. How could you not knock? Wushang sighed against the bathroom door from the outside. Then why didn't you lock the door? Taiko was momentarily speechless, as she typically resided alone in her own room at headquarters, rarely needing to lock the door while using the restroom. How embarrassing. She refused to admit it was her oversight. What did you see just now? In any case, whatever it is, forget it. Otherwise. All right, I saw nothing. Wuxiang replied obediently. What could there possibly be for a child who hasn't matured yet? Their awkward conversation came to an abrupt halt. Sitting on the toilet, Taiko still felt a surge of anger with no outlet, and resolved to teach Wuxiang an unforgettable lesson upon her exit. In a huff, she reached for the toilet paper, feeling around for what seemed like an eternity, yet found nothing. Turning her head, she discovered the spot where the toilet paper had been was now completely bare. Wait, could it be that the item she had just thrown was the toilet paper? Taiko thought. What to do? Life feels meaningless. I wish I were dead. Her mind plunged into a fierce internal struggle, forced to make a difficult choice between dignity and survival. Ultimately, she surrendered, feeling like a salt-dried fish that had lost its dreams. Wuxiang, are you there? I am. Well, could you please bring in the toilet paper? Taiko said, her face flushed with embarrassment. Oh, sure, Wuxiang responded, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over him. To avoid further distressing Taiko, he gentlemanly opened the door just a crack and slipped the toilet paper through. Taiko observed the toilet paper placed at the threshold, a considerable distance away, and wondered how on earth she was to retrieve it. Was she to leap from the toilet unceremoniously? Resigned, she decided to take a bold step. Could you just bring it in directly? But you must close your eyes. Taiko softly reiterated her request. Upon hearing this, Wuxiang complied without hesitation, shutting his eyes before opening the door and extending the roll of toilet paper toward her. Taiko reached out to take it and hastily urged him to leave. Wuxiang settled onto the sofa in the living room, waiting for a while, yet Taiko did not emerge, causing him to feel puzzled. He approached the door and knocked. Hey, are you not done yet? Well, I am, but what's the matter? Wuxiang inquired urgently. My legs have gone numb. I can't stand up. If one listened closely, they could detect a hint of grievance in Taiko's voice. Wuxiang, at a loss for words, yanked the door open, startling Taiko, who was squatting on the floor. What do you think you're doing? Without a moment's hesitation, Wuxiang leaned down, slipping one arm under her armpit and the other beneath her knees, lifting her effortlessly. Taiko lay in Wuxiang's embrace, her gaze inadvertently meeting his profound eyes, and she instantly felt a surge of embarrassment, her hands fervently covering her face. After emerging from the bathroom, Wuxiang gently placed Taiko onto her bed. In an instant, she pulled the quilt around herself, leaving no gap exposed. How humiliating. She had never experienced such a profound embarrassment in her life. Meanwhile, Heibao, lying on the floor, blinked in confusion, turning over in bewilderment. What were the master and Wuxiang up to? Never mind, it was none of its concern. It would simply return to slumber. As the clock approached 1 in the afternoon, Wuxiang set the meal on the table, and only then did they partake in their first meal of the day. Taiko appeared severely impacted, looking listless and seemingly reluctant to meet Wuxiang's gaze. After the meal, she sat on the sofa, distractedly watching television, while Wuxiang retrieved the documents he had acquired from the director the previous night, meticulously organizing and comparing the information. The deceased varied in gender and identity, and the circumstances of their demise were intricate and diverse. In summary, it was challenging to discern any commonalities in the actions of the perpetrator. It was impossible to determine whether the killings were random acts of violence or if they stemmed from a calculated vendetta. At that moment, a sudden notification chimed from Wuxiang's phone. Upon checking, he discovered it was a video call from Wang Peng. After a brief moment of hesitation, he pressed the answer button. The screen shifted to reveal the 3 rascals from the dormitory crowded in front of the camera. Is there something you need? Wuxiang inquired calmly. Hey, can't we call just for the sake of it? We're just bored and wanted to see what you were up to. Wang Peng casually replied, and both Chao Run and He Fei nodded in agreement. Who is it? Taika, curious about the situation, leaned in and inquired. My roommate. As Taika's face appeared on the screen, Wuxiang noticed that the camera on the other end had suddenly frozen, displaying a completely motionless image. Strange, is it stuck? Just as Wuxiang contemplated ending the call, an eerie cacophony of wails erupted from his phone. Wow, wow, wow. Such a tender, sweet voice. Such an adorable and charming face. Where did this little angel come from? Wuxiang, no wonder you rushed back home as soon as the holidays begin. We regarded you as a brother, yet it turns out you are this kind of person. Pervert. Lilicon. Beast. You don't even spare such a young child. Why don't you let me take a turn? Taika, witnessing the exaggerated reactions on the other side of the screen, felt a chill run down her spine. Your roommates shouldn't be sick, right? I'm not sure. Wang Peng shouted loudly, urging Wuxiang to move his face away and not to hinder their trio from replenishing their adorable energy. What are you all thinking? This is my sister, Wuxiang explained. Upon hearing this, the three on the other side displayed expressions of disbelief. Wuxiang, even if you're lying, could you at least show some sincerity? Just look at how little resemblance you two have as siblings. I am her half-brother, Wuxiang stated. I am his half-sister, Taika added. Please, next time, could you kindly rehearse the lines beforehand? Chapter 79. The awakening ceremony commences after considerable effort. I finally managed to see off Wang Peng and his companions. I must admit, the antics of these amusing roommates lightened my previously heavy heart considerably. Well, I shall do my utmost and take things one step at a time. Though your roommates may be eccentric, they certainly possess a certain charm. Revitalized, Tico rolled about on the sofa in laughter. Speaking of which, I haven't inquired about how you've been faring in the dormitory. Me? Is that what you mean? Tico pointed to herself, then stood on the sofa, striking a pose with her hands on her hips and chin held high. I'm proud to tell you that I am the reigning queen of the dormitory. Though I have no desire to assume such a role, perhaps my capabilities dictate otherwise. Upon hearing this, I smiled in silence. What's wrong? You don't believe me? Tico leaned forward, her face close to mine, questioning me intently. No, I do believe you, I replied, shaking my head as I reached out to pat Tico's head, causing her previously amassed confidence to wane instantly. Stop petting my head. I must admit, the sensation was truly delightful, I mused inwardly. Suddenly, a peculiar thought crossed my mind. I recalled the first time I had touched Tico's head, nearly facing her wrath. Yet now, I could do so with such abandon, even if it often provoked her irritation. Thus, could this be regarded as a remarkable advancement? The 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye, and Monday arrived. This day held great significance for the entire Lopuskin Academy of Supernatural Abilities. The academy, typically closed to outsiders, made an exception today, welcoming throngs of visitors eager to witness the students' awakening of their powers. For ordinary citizens, the existence of those endowed with abilities seemed a distant reality, and such a rare opportunity to observe was not to be missed. In the first and second year classes, with half an hour remaining before the commencement of lessons, nearly all students had already gathered. Even those who typically arrived just in time were present well ahead of schedule. A sentiment echoed across other classes as well. When Wuxiang entered the classroom, he felt a momentary surprise. Usually punctual, today he was the last to arrive. The atmosphere among his classmates was charged with excitement, anticipation, and anxiety. Some were even in tears before the ceremony had commenced. The air was thick with tension, akin to the fervor of preparing for battle. Wuxiang could empathize, recalling his own awakening experience, which had been no less intense than theirs. With just 5 minutes remaining before the class began, the homeroom teacher, Su Lily, stepped into the classroom, met by the eager gazes of the students. Hello, everyone. In 5 minutes, the awakening ceremony will commence. Please follow me closely and proceed in an orderly fashion to the designated location. She scanned the room, took a deep breath, and continued, before we begin, I have some important reminders for you all, so please listen attentively. I understand that for each student entering the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities, possessing a formidable power is indeed of paramount importance. However, life is often replete with circumstances that cannot be compelled, and one's desires do not necessarily dictate outcomes. Therefore, the instructor hopes that everyone approaches the impending awakening with a tranquil heart. Even if the abilities one acquires diverge significantly from expectations or appear utterly useless, one should not be disheartened. Every power possesses intrinsic value when developed with ingenuity. Should the awakening prove unsuccessful, there is no need for despair, as each semester offers another chance. Even if success eludes one until graduation, there is no cause for sorrow. Rather, such circumstances may allow one to redirect all energies towards the application and breakthrough of magical prowess. The audience below exchanged glances, their initial nervousness now transformed into an urge to leap from the heights. Even if one's magical adaptability is low or physical constitution is lacking, there remains the potential to stop. Sister Lily, please cease your exhortations. If you continue, no one will dare to awaken. A student could no longer contain himself and called out. Su Lily, not much older than her students and relatively new to teaching, was leading her class in their first awakening. Upon the studentess' reminder, She realized that her well-meaning words had inadvertently caused distress, and she sheepishly stuck out her tongue. Her adorable expression caused quite a stir among the young men below. Alas, with such a beautiful homeroom teacher, even failure seems worthwhile. Well then, it is getting late. Everyone, please follow me. With those words, Sue Lily took the lead and exited the classroom, followed in a single file by the students. The entire first-year cohort stirred to life, hundreds of students emerging from the teaching building under the guidance of their respective teachers, making their way to the academy's sports field. Scattered throughout the field were peculiar large machines, known as the awakening guidance devices, each assigned to a different class. The stands were packed with a sea of spectators, including many parents of the students. In the depths of his mind, Wuxiang contemplated how he should approach his own awakening when his turn arrived. Statistically, those who experience failure during awakening would undoubtedly form the overwhelming majority. As a member of this group of failures, he found solace in the anonymity it afforded him. It allowed for discreet action and spared him from unwarranted attention, which was advantageous. However, if he inadvertently revealed his abilities later on, it could lead to inexplicable troubles. Given this, it would be wiser to feign a successful awakening. Upon the high platform of the sports field, the rarely seen dean made a grand appearance, adhering to tradition by delivering a series of inspiring speeches, recounting the academy's recent developments and achievements, all part of the obligatory proceedings that the students endured with mild annoyance. Without further ado, I trust that all present have come prepared for this moment. I hereby declare the commencement of this year's freshman awakening ceremony. Approximately 15 minutes later, as the director's voice came to a close, the students below began to exhibit fervent anticipation. The order of awakening was determined by student registration numbers, with each individual afforded only a single opportunity. Regardless of success or failure, the process would continue with the next student. Class instructors diligently explained the usage of the awakening device and the precautions to be taken during the awakening process, and nearly all the students listened with utmost seriousness. So, does everyone understand? Yes. Subsequently, each class sent forth a student to take their seat in the awakening apparatus, and the first round of awakenings commenced. Chapter 80. Peculiar Abilities. The awakening ceremony was in full swing, and Wuxiang turned his gaze toward the awakening guiding device ahead. As he understood, the equipment possessed by the Ability Academy was inferior to that of the Tianren organization, and even upon graduation, the number of capable students would not exceed 30%. However, this success rate was still considerably higher than that of Tianren, as the device merely served a guiding and assisting role. The true determinant of success lay within the individual. There were indeed instances of individuals achieving spontaneous awakening without the aid of any external apparatus. The students admitted to the academy were inherently gifted youths, while, in contrast, many of those who joined Tianren did so out of desperation. The disparity in qualifications between the two groups was evident, making such circumstances entirely understandable. 10 minutes later, the first group descended, and disappointment was etched on nearly every face. Curiously, none of the 10 classes had a single student who successfully awakened their abilities. Although there would be future opportunities, everyone understood that the initial awakening was the most crucial, boasting the highest success rate. A failure meant that they had already severed half of their future prospects. It's all right, don't lose heart. I believe you will surely succeed next time. Sue Lily comforted the first student by gently patting his shoulder. Subsequently, the second group ascended. This time, Class 2 remained uneventful. Yet 2 individuals from other classes emerged as successful, capable individuals. Look, that is my son. My son, someone in the audience exclaimed, standing up and pointing at the successful students, their excitement palpable. Wonderful. My daughter is now a capable individual too. Thank you, teachers. Thank you, school. Thank you, mom and dad. And thank you, grandparents, for your blessings. The exuberance of the spectators was indeed understandable. What parent wouldn't wish for their child to be the center of attention? The successful male student acquired the ability of body hardening, while the female student gained the power to manipulate water, both commendable abilities. The leaders on the podium finally appeared somewhat relieved. Such events were intended to showcase the institution's strength, and having no successful candidates after 2 rounds would have been quite embarrassing. Soon, after 6 consecutive rounds, other classes began to reveal capable individuals, while Class 2 remained notably silent. Under the scrutinizing gazes of other teachers and leaders, Sue Lily, the homeroom teacher, felt an undeniable sense of awkwardness. The seventh student to take the stage, a boy named Ho, who was rather diminutive at a height of 1.60 meters, often played the clown in class. If memory serves correctly, his surname was Ho, which led his classmates to affectionately nickname him Monkey. When the seventh round concluded, Monkey opened his eyes from the apparatus and, noticing the indifferent expressions of his peers, wore a rather proud smile. "Sister Lily, I did it." "What? No way. The first one to succeed in our class is actually him?" Monkey's declaration stirred a ripple of excitement, and incredulous looks spread across the faces of his classmates. "Is that true? What is your ability? Please show the teacher." Sue Lily exclaimed with delight. With the fervent encouragement of his classmates, Monkey declared, "Since everyone is so eager, I shall humbly demonstrate my talent." He then struck a pose, adopting an air of profundity, and took a deep breath. Ha-tch. A glob of phlegm was expelled from his mouth, soaring through the air. The crowd. "What just happened? Hokuin, could you please explain your ability to everyone?" Sue Lily, as the homeroom teacher, could only manage a polite yet awkward smile. Upon hearing this, Monkey bashfully scratched his head. "Teacher, my ability is quite simple. Within a certain range, I can spit phlegm wherever I desire, disregarding all obstacles." The audience was left utterly astounded. "You, how disgusting. Teacher, did you not once assert that every ability, once developed, possesses its intrinsic value? Therefore, how should one utilize such abilities?" Faced with the inquiries of the students, Sue Lily found herself utterly bewildered. This she too was at a loss. Who could possibly enlighten her on how to respond? A pair of keen little eyes belonging to a monkey swiftly scanned the audience, and upon spotting a familiar figure, his face lit up with joy as he waved enthusiastically. "Father, did you see that?" In the audience, a middle-aged man hastily lowered his head, fearful of being recognized. It seemed his grand persona had already become a relic of the past, and he pondered whether he should, while still youthful, return home and have another child with his wife. Wuxiang couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Such abilities were indeed rare. Next, Wang Peng. Among the crowd, Wang Peng's heart raced upon hearing his name. "Brothers, it's my turn." "Yes, good luck," Wuxiang offered his encouragement. With a resolute stride, Wang Peng embarked on his path of awakening. Alas, the miracle did not transpire. He was no chosen one, and failure was inevitable. Fortunately, his disposition remained upbeat. Despite Wuxiang and his other two roommates' attempts to console him, he quickly returned to his usual cheerful self. The event progressed, and the morning slipped by in the blink of an eye, with approximately half of the awakenings completed. Throughout this process, some reveled in joy while others wallowed in despair. And there were even instances where students with fragile mental fortitude succumbed to despair on the spot. In the class of Wuxiang, two new successes emerged, albeit with rather impractical abilities. Next up was Chao Run. Upon hearing his name, he hastily stuffed all the snacks in his hands into his mouth and swept past with a heavy demeanor. "Do you think the chubby guy might awaken an ability that makes him slimmer?" Wang Peng jested nonchalantly. "Why is no one laughing? Is it not amusing?" "It feels a bit chilly," He remarked, shivering slightly. As time elapsed, Chao Run opened his eyes and stepped out of the device, his entire being seemingly transformed from what it once was. "Teacher, I did it," he exclaimed, flashing a wide grin that nearly obscured his small eyes. "No way. Could I have actually predicted this?" Wang Peng muttered with a hint of frustration. "Congratulations, Chao Run. Please showcase your ability for everyone," Sue Lily, who had mentally prepared herself, prompted. "All right," Chao Run bellowed, spreading his legs apart and striking a pose as if to demonstrate immense power. The onlookers were instinctively drawn to him, sensing that something extraordinary was about to unfold. With that, he concentrated all the meager magical energy within him, ultimately channeling it towards his head. A student in the crowd rubbed his eyes in disbelief. "Strange, did I just see that? Does it look like his head is getting bigger?" "No, dude, you're not mistaken. His head is genuinely enlarging." Chapter 81. The ritual in progress in the astonished gaze of the crowd. Chao Run's head swelled to the size of a classroom door. His once rotund body appeared diminutive in comparison, creating a rather absurd spectacle. "Teacher, my ability allows me to expand my head," Chao Run explained in a deep, resonant voice, his mouth agape. As he spoke, the weight of his head caused his steps to become unsteady, his entire body swaying precariously. Ultimately, a resounding thud echoed through the air as Chao Run fell forward, his forehead meeting the ground in a rather intimate embrace. Many in the vicinity shut their eyes in fright. Feeling the ground tremble beneath them, an audible gasp of pain was heard. Upon reopening their eyes, they beheld the ground around Chao Run, cracking like a spider's web, radiating out from his head. Chao Run, are you all right? Ms. Su Lily, the homeroom teacher, hurried over to assess the situation. Struggling on the ground, Chao Run attempted to roll over, but failed miserably. Teacher, I'm fine, he managed to stammer. Ms. Su Lily sighed in relief. Then quickly revert back to your original size. All right. Chao Run took a deep breath, concentrating intently, his face turning a vivid shade of crimson, resembling a massive red balloon. After a considerable pause, he exclaimed, Teacher, I am still unpracticed with my powers. It seems I cannot revert back. Miss Su Lily was utterly exasperated by this point. The commotion had already spread to other classes, eliciting uncontrollable laughter from many. With no other recourse, Ms. Su Lily had to summon staff to bring a van to transport Chao Run away. Upon disembarking, four robust staff members were momentarily taken aback by the scene before them, only to stifle their laughter as they regained composure. Despite their utmost efforts to lift Chao Run into the vehicle, they found him utterly unyielding on the ground. Su Lily sighed and facepalmed in exasperation. Harnessing her abilities, she levitated Chao Run's body, thus facilitating his transport. The onlooking classmates exchanged glances, bemused and amused. The awakening of supernatural powers is characterized by an inherent randomness, exhibiting a myriad of forms and classifications. Common types include elemental, psychic, domain, enhancement, and supernatural abilities. In a certain sense, the capability of a monkey to spit can be categorized under supernatural powers, while the ability of a heavier individual to enlarge his head falls within the realm of physical enhancement. Previously, Wu Shang had regarded elemental powers, such as the manipulation of water and fire, as relatively ordinary, lacking the peculiarities of psychic abilities and the immediate effectiveness of supernatural powers. It was only today that he realized the folly of his assumptions. Although elemental powers may seem weaker initially, their potential for subsequent development is significant. Reflecting on this, Wu Shang could not help but feel fortunate. Next was Charles. As the name was spoken, a strikingly handsome young man emerged from the crowd, flamboyantly tossing his hair. Wu Shang had little personal interaction with him, yet he was well aware of Charles's reputation. He consistently ranked at the top of his class, was known for his ostentatious behavior, and was perpetually surrounded by admirers. Wang Peng rolled his eyes in response, making a dismissive sound. Wu Shang glanced at Wang Peng and casually inquired, "Why do you seem somewhat displeased with him?" "Not at all. He is, after all, the second son of the Davis family, endowed with both power and influence. How could we, mere commoners, dare to feel otherwise?" Wang Peng retorted sarcastically. "In my opinion, such individuals are merely pretentious, and in this day and age, they still pride themselves on being aristocrats." At this, Wu Shang understood and chose not to say more. "Teacher, I believe I need not awaken any further. Let the next student take the stage," Charles suddenly interjected. Why?" Charles smirked. I was merely waiting for your cue. The reason is quite simple. I have already completed my awakening." He opened his palm, and a small flame flickered to life from his hand. It was indeed a fire ability. When had he awakened? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Wu Shang turned his head slightly to observe Charles, the flames leaving a profound impression on him. However, if the star flame could be likened to an erupting volcano, then Charles's flame was merely akin to a lighter, the kind that is not windproof. Look, I told you I was right. He's just showing off." Wang Peng whispered discontentedly to Wu Shang. Charles reveled in the attention of the crowd, both acquaintances and strangers alike casting him complex glances, envy, admiration, jealousy, or perhaps frustration, yet they were powerless to act. Even Monica, the fiancée Charles had predetermined for himself, was no exception, which filled him with immense satisfaction. As his gaze shifted towards Wu Xiang, an involuntary frown creased his brow. Wu Xiang's demeanor was disconcertingly bland, as if he were oblivious to the world around him, which led Charles to question the very existence of his abilities. In Charles's eyes, Wu Xiang was merely putting on an act, maintaining a facade of indifference to mask the astonishment that lay within. Shouldn't the weak revere the strong? The weak ought to prostrate themselves at the feet of the powerful. "Wu Xiang, you seem a tad displeased," Charles quipped with a mocking tone. Wu Xiang was taken aback for a moment, surprised that this unfamiliar classmate had singled him out, and then feigned indifference. "Oh, congratulations." A chill ran through Charles's heart, though his face betrayed none of it. "Then I shall wish you, Wu Xiang, the fortune of acquiring a remarkable ability." The following rounds returned to a semblance of calm until Monica was called upon. She took a deep breath, suppressing her anxiety as she stepped forward into the apparatus. As the class leader, failure was not an option. Indeed, Monica did not disappoint, successfully awakening to the power of flight. The homeroom teacher, Sue Lily, was nearly moved to tears, exclaiming, "Finally, we have a normal person among us." With ethereal wings unfurling from her back, Monica began to ascend as her feet gradually lifted from the ground. Initially, she swayed precariously, nearly losing her balance. But soon she steadied herself and adapted. Elated, Monica soared around the stadium, taking a moment to wave at her parents seated in the audience. A couple in the audience smiled and nodded at her, and judging by their appearance and attire, it seemed that Monica hailed from a respectable background. Wang Peng gazed enviously at Monica soaring through the sky, his expression one of utter admiration, which prompted the nearby Wu Shang to shake his head in resignation. "Congratulations, Monica. I genuinely feel happy for you," Charles remarked, his charming smile emerging as soon as Monica touched down. However, the elation Monica had just experienced from acquiring her abilities was momentarily dampened. She was not particularly inclined to engage with Charles. Nevertheless, surrounded by so many people, she could not afford to embarrass him in front of the crowd, so she politely responded, "Thank you." Chapter 82. The Realm of Negativity. As afternoon arrived, though the lunch hour had passed and many were left with empty stomachs, both students and spectators remained fervently enthusiastic. Those awaiting their turn were as restless as ants on a hot skillet, eagerly wishing for time to hasten. "Next, He-Fei. I'm going." He-Fei nodded to Wu Shang and Wang Peng before stepping forward. Before long, students from other classes in the same round began to finish one after another. Yet He-Fei showed no signs of movement. Suddenly, He-Fei, seated within the apparatus, began to tremble violently, his expression one of excruciating pain, startling those outside. With a sudden jolt, he opened his eyes wide and let out a primal roar. In an instant, his body swelled dramatically, his upper garments tearing apart. As a dozen sharp, glistening bone spikes erupted from within, resembling a monstrous humanoid creature born of fear. "He-Fei, are you all right?" Sue Lily inquired with concern. Noting his terrifying appearance, He-Fei snapped back to reality, dazedly raising his hand to touch the exposed bone spikes, a smile unexpectedly gracing his face. "Teacher, I feel splendid. Better than ever before." Unsurprisingly, He-Fei's extraordinary ability stirred a wave of excitement among the students. His capacity to manifest hardened bone spikes from his body evidently fell under the category of physical enhancement, proving remarkably advantageous in combat. Next, Yimu. A timid girl stepped forth from the crowd, her eyes behind glasses betraying trepidation and unease, which eased slightly upon receiving an encouraging glance from the homeroom teacher. As time passed, Imo Shang felt an inexplicable irritation creeping in, which he managed to dispel by steadying his mind, observing the reactions of those around him. A flicker of unease crossed his gaze. "Something is amiss. Weren't you boasting quite loudly just moments ago? How did you end up failing your awakening? Huh? You speak as if you succeeded. Do you wish to fight? That dress is hideous. How dare you wear it in public? Oh, so you were the one bad-mouthing me all along. Hey, when will you repay the money you owe me? Hurry up, always pushing for that, as if your life depended on it." A murmur of unrest rippled through the crowd, as several students, who typically appeared to share a close camaraderie, revealed their unsightly and disdainful visages towards one another. Some even resorted to tearing at each other in public, until the class teacher, Sue Lily, hurried over to forcibly quell the farce. As this round drew to a close, Yimu emerged from the apparatus, sensing an intangible energy dissipating around her. Most of the students' emotions returned to normal, and they felt an acute sense of embarrassment upon reflecting on their recent behavior. "How did it go, Yimu?" Sue Lily inquired. "Teacher, I believe I have succeeded," Yimu replied, her voice hesitant and filled with remorse. "That's splendid. What kind of ability do you possess?" With her head bowed, Yimu spoke with uncertainty and guilt. "It is the ability to infect surrounding beings with negative emotions." The students below erupted in astonishment. "What? So it was her doing? How is it fair that even a waste like her can awaken successfully? Bah, even if she has awakened, the ability she obtained is so ominous." "Silence," Sue Lily commanded, halting the various murmurs below. She then gently patted Yimu's head. "Do not worry. You have done exceptionally well. You may return now." Wu Shang observed the reactions of the crowd, convinced that they were not under the influence of Yimu's extraordinary ability. What they displayed at that moment was their most authentic selves. Yimu's social connections were decidedly lacking. She seemed to be the only one who had successfully awakened, yet received no blessings. Ironically, the most vocal detractors were her own roommates. Perhaps out of compassion, Wushang slowly approached the isolated young girl within the crowd. "What's wrong? Are you unhappy?" And no. Yimu was taken aback, retreating a couple of steps with her head bowed, nervously twisting her fingers. "Your ability is a rare and formidable domain-type power," Wushang sincerely complimented. Upon hearing this, the girl lifted her small face in disbelief, staring blankly at Wushang, a flicker of unusual light shimmering in her eyes. "Do you really think so?" "Indeed." Wushang nodded affirmatively. Thus, after everyone had completed their turn, it was finally Wushang's moment to step up. He entered the device and began the procedure as per the usual protocol, subsequently closing his eyes and feigning a state of deep concentration. During the awakening process, he meticulously controlled the interference from external forces, ensuring no one noticed his covert actions. After silently gauging the passage of time, he slowly opened his eyes, rising with a hint of confusion, his expression remaining neutral as he exited the apparatus. "Wushang, what was the outcome?" Su Lily inquired with concern. Despite having known him for merely a week, she had developed a fondness for this taciturn yet handsome and obedient student. Before Wushang could respond, Charles below suddenly burst into laughter. "Teacher, please refrain from teasing Wushang. Can't you see that his expression is rather grim? As for classmate Wushang, do not lose heart, for there will be opportunities next semester. The prestige of our second class shall be upheld by me." At this juncture, Charles abruptly faltered in his speech. Noticing Wushang slowly unfurling his palm, azure and violet sparks dancing in his palm, Wushang cast a seemingly casual glance at Charles, his lips parting slightly. "I beg your pardon. Charles, what were you about to say?" Charles struggled to maintain his characteristic smile, his expression twitching uncontrollably. "Oh, I meant to say that it is up to you and me to uphold the prestige of our second class." The crowd. Unsurprisingly, Wushang's revealed abilities garnered considerable attention. On the surface, lightning and fire are the two most destructive powers, attracting the admiration of countless young individuals. This student shows promise. Although his voltage control is currently somewhat lacking, with proper development, he is likely to achieve remarkable success. The supervising officials nodded in satisfaction. As the awakening of the last student from other classes concluded, this grand awakening ceremony came to a close. With Wushang, our second class boasted a total of 8 individuals with abilities, a pleasing achievement indeed. The homeroom teacher, Su Lily, wore an expression of excitement and joy. If it were not for her professional attire, she could easily be mistaken for an ordinary female student. Hear me, everyone. To celebrate the successful conclusion of today's event, and to cheer on those who will succeed next time, I have decided to treat all of you to a grand dinner tonight. Upon her words, the students of the second class erupted in jubilant cheers. Sister Lily is formidable. Sister Lily is magnanimous. Sister Lily is truly remarkable. Sister Lily, will you marry me? Go away. What bizarre nonsense has intruded here? Yet, upon uttering those words, Su Lily immediately regretted it. Caught up in the moment, she had become overly proud. After all, that was more than 40 individuals. Surely, this feast would consume half a month's salary. Alas, as a teacher, she must set an example for her students and cannot go back on her word. Even if she has to subsist on meager rations next month, she must see it through. Chapter 83. The Persuader, Wang Peng in a renowned hotel. The entire class of sophomore year 1 was engaged in lively banter, their laughter ringing through the air. Their homeroom teacher, Su Lily, cast a glance at her dwindling wallet, tears silently welling up in her heart. At the banquet table, the rotund Chow, wrapped in a thick bandage, was returned, his smug grin unwavering throughout. Wang Peng, feeling dejected, took a hearty swig, intermittently pouring out his woes. "Now, here we are, just 4 of us in our dormitory, 3 of whom are capable, while I alone have failed to awaken. Listen to me, I am but a foolish fool." Suddenly, Wang Peng seemed to have an epiphany, his gaze sharpening as he fixed it upon Wushang. "Wushang, if I recall correctly, your online alias is Lightning Sovereign, is it not?" Caught off guard by the unexpected probing, Wushang innocently nodded. "Be honest with me. Did you ever seek out a fortune teller in the past?" Wushang was momentarily taken aback. "Fortune teller? What on earth is that?" Wang Peng, noticing Wushang's reaction, became even more convinced. "I was right all along. It must have been the master who informed you to adopt the name of the thunder god, thus awakening your lightning abilities. Ah, indeed, indeed. Wushang hurriedly replied, secretly admiring Wang Peng, who had managed to navigate the conversation so skillfully when he himself had not yet formulated a suitable response. Wang Peng sighed, reclining in his chair, holding his wine glass with a visage of profound weariness. Alas, I too sought out the master and chose the name Great Peng Spreading Wings. Why then have I not ascended to the heavens? As the banquet approached its conclusion, Charles unexpectedly offered to cover the entire expense of the evening. Wushang noticed that Teacher Su was visibly tempted by this proposition, yet for reasons unknown, she ultimately declined with tears in her eyes. After a sumptuous feast, the group returned to their respective quarters, each burdened with their own thoughts, marking the end of a tense day. In the days that followed, tranquility resumed. Following the selection process of the awakening ceremony, adjustments were made to the curriculum for both the empowered individuals and the ordinary students. Essentially, the difficulty of the practical training sessions in the afternoon for the empowered would be significantly heightened, though for Wushang, it remained a mere trifle. Naturally, there were students who consistently failed to meet the standards, such as Yi Mu, whose physical attributes were abysmally lacking, even prior to her awakening. She had consistently ranked at the bottom of her class. Nevertheless, Wushang observed that she had never once voiced a complaint. Additionally, there would be targeted training tailored to the unique abilities of each empowered individual. For instance, let us consider Wushang as an example. Initially, the mentor instructed him to electrify mice, gradually escalating the tasks to include cats and dogs, culminating in the current challenge of confronting a wild boar. As for the mission, there has been little tangible progress. Ever since the unfortunate demise of an individual that fateful night, tranquility has reigned. However, aside from these matters, there are certain perplexities that trouble Wushang. Ever since he revealed his electrical prowess, an increasing number of female classmates have been casting him enigmatic glances. Each day upon entering the classroom, he finds his desk adorned with an array of inexplicable items, predominantly snacks or small gifts. On one occasion, a pink envelope appeared, embellished with a heart design. Out of curiosity, Wushang opened it to discover an invitation to meet beneath the large tree in the park after school, suggesting that an important matter awaited discussion, signed by an anonymous sender. Naturally, Wushang did not honor the invitation. Nonetheless, in the ensuing days, fresh letters continued to surface, which he chose to disregard entirely. Whenever Wang Peng, seated behind him, witnessed Wushang casually discarding the letters into the trash, his eyes would inevitably redden, as if he bore a deep-seated grudge against Wushang akin to a vendetta. "Are you all right?" Wushang inquired hesitantly. "Brother, I've come to realize that you are an unyielding, ultimate blockhead," Wang Peng retorted through gritted teeth, brimming with indignation. On this particular day, Wang Peng, shrouded in mystery, busied himself during the break, fervently persuading numerous classmates for reasons unknown. Almost everyone who heard his words visibly changed their expressions, hastily waving their hands in refusal. Wang Peng, undeterred, selected a new target and leaned his elbow on her desk, tossing his hair in what he deemed a suave gesture. "Xia, the beautiful lady, would you be interested in joining my little team?" Xia, amused by Wang Peng's antics, inquired with curiosity, "Your team? What is it for?" Wang Peng, feeling a twinge of nervousness, glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention before whispering, "It's for ghost hunting." "Ghost hunting? How thrilling." Xia's eyes sparkled at the suggestion. Observing her keen interest, Wang Peng felt confident that this venture would indeed be successful. He knew Xia to be a fun-loving girl, and his assumptions were proving correct. "Should keep your voice down. We mustn't let anyone else hear." "Oh, right." Xia nodded eagerly. "So, where do you plan to hunt ghosts? Is there any doubt?" "Of course, it's the teaching building at midnight. But isn't there a ban from the academy that prohibits us from being there at night?" "Ah, I had no idea our dear Xia was such a stickler for rules. Besides, our team is filled with experts. We shall vanquish any foe that dares to cross our path. What do you say, will you join us?" Wang Peng extended his invitation with determination. "Well, I personally would love to go, but it depends on whether my good sister agrees." Xia replied shyly, simultaneously casting a glance behind Wang Peng. "Your good sister?" As he turned, he was met with the dark scowl of Monica, causing him to stiffen instantly. "Ah, how fortuitous, class monitor, that you two have come to engage in conversation. Indeed, it is quite serendipitous," Monica remarked with a hint of indifference. "Well then, You two sisters may continue to nurture your bond. I shall take my leave for now." With that, she turned to depart. "Hold on," Wang Peng faltered, hesitatingly turning back. "Class monitor, may I inquire if you have any further instructions?" Monica crossed her arms and let out a derisive snort. "Wang Peng, you have truly outdone yourself. Brazenly flouting school regulations. Do divulge your accomplices, and I might consider a lenient punishment for you." Wang Peng's face darkened, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. Casting a glance at Xia, he noticed her merely gesturing a sense of helplessness. In light of this, he thought, why not take a bold step? "Class monitor, why not join our little team?" As soon as the words left his lips, he sensed her fury teetering on the brink of eruption. Quick on his feet, he added, "Wushang will be joining us as well." Monica was momentarily taken aback, an unusual glimmer flashing in her eyes, and she seemed to calm herself, pondering something. After a brief pause, she left him with a parting remark as she turned away, "I too shall be there." Chapter 84. The formation of the Spirit Exploration Squad. Did she truly agree so readily? Wang Peng was momentarily stunned, feeling an air of unreality, soon followed by a sense of resignation. "My friend, I apologize. Your name has proven to be quite advantageous. Even the class monitor cannot resist its allure." Xia, too, found Monica's decision hard to believe, surprised that her close friend would exhibit such unexpected behavior. The two individuals exchanged knowing glances, both revealing a smirk indicative of a cunning scheme come to fruition, and in unison, they extended their hands for a triumphant slap. Hooray! The following evening, the rotund Chow stealthily approached Wang Peng, whispering conspiratorially, "Hey, Big Peng, how's it going? Rest assured, my friend, two heavyweight beauties are joining us. It's guaranteed to be a success." They both lowered their heads, erupting into a fit of lewd laughter. Meanwhile, the introspective Wushang, lost in contemplation, furrowed his brow in perplexity upon noticing the other three packing their bags. "What are you all planning to do?" Upon hearing Wushang's inquiry, Wang Peng felt a pang of guilt but mustered the courage to respond. "Wushang, don't just sit there. Hurry and pack your things. We are departing shortly." "Departing? Where to?" Wushang inquired, initially calm, but his expression shifted to one of shock as the realization dawned upon him. "What did you say?" Wang Peng recoiled slightly, having refrained from informing Wushang beforehand out of fear that he would object. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Wushang continued, "I will not be going, and you three are not permitted to join either." Upon hearing the first part of Wushang's statement, Wang Peng felt a tinge of disappointment but accepted it. However, the latter part made him restless. "If you choose not to go, that's your decision, but why can't we go?" "No means no." Without any further explanation, Wang Peng, feeling unsettled by Wushang's aloof demeanor, irritably turned to leave. "Humph, my legs belong to me. Why should you have any say?" Just as he was about to step out of the door, a hand intercepted him, crackling with blue and purple lightning. Wushang cast a fleeting glance at Wang Peng. "I wouldn't mind stunning you and tossing you back onto the bed if you fail to awaken by tomorrow. I could also assist you in requesting a leave from Teacher Sue." A sudden image of a wild boar, charred and tender from an electric shock, flashed in Wang Peng's mind, causing him to shudder involuntarily. You are merely using your abilities to bully me without restraint." "Indeed," Wushang acknowledged, nodding in agreement. Wang Peng. Behind him, Chao Run and He Fei exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. You are so wicked," Wang Peng stammered, trembling with indignation as he pointed at Wushang, only to suddenly shift to a sycophantic smile. "Ugh." Chao Run and He Fei simultaneously turned away, retching violently. "Brother Shang, could you perhaps show some mercy and let me off this time?" "Brother Shang, I can take care of your foot bath for a week. No, for half a month. If that would appease you." "Brother Shang." Despite Wang Peng's persistent pleas and every tactic he could muster, Wushang remained unmoved. "Have you finished? If so, please return," Wushang stated, his tone devoid of emotion. Wang Peng felt intensely frustrated. In all his life, he had never encountered anyone as impervious to persuasion as Wushang. He rolled his eyes, seemingly struck by a thought, his expression contorted with difficulty. "Brother Shang, it's not that I am unwilling to go back, it's just that." "Just what?" "We had arranged to meet Monica and Xia in front of the teaching building, and I had informed Monica that you would also be present. They should have arrived by now, and if we do not join them soon, they may head to the teaching building without us." Upon hearing this, Wushang furrowed his brow and glanced at the other two. "Is that so?" Chao Run and He Fei, having received Wang Peng's subtle cue, nodded vigorously. Wu Shang pressed his hand to his forehead, genuinely troubled. It seemed these individuals were intent on creating trouble for him. Sigh. Very well. Let us proceed. Wu Shang rose and spoke. Brother Shang? You agree? Wang Peng exclaimed with delight. Then, don't you need to gather your things? We can wait a bit longer. No need. Let us go? All right. It must be said that Wang Peng had likely prepared for this moment long in advance, leading the four of them stealthily out of the dormitory, skillfully avoiding patrolling security guards, and taking a seldom-used path straight to the teaching building. In the distance, two graceful figures could be seen. Monica looked up, and upon confirming Wu Shang's presence in the group, a flicker of joy passed through her eyes, though her expression remained composed. Xia, who had been waiting impatiently, was about to step forward to greet them when she sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. Wu Shang approached the two women with an air of coldness, casting a glance at Xia before fixing his gaze on Monica. What are you doing here? The two women were momentarily stunned by Wu Shang's imposing demeanor, unable to articulate a coherent response. Monica. Why yes. Monica stammered, startled. Wang Peng. Though he may be foolish, it is perplexing that you, as the class monitor, would indulge in his antics. Wang Peng. Brother Shang, you be silent. Wang Peng, understood. Xia cautiously shifted her steps, striving to minimize her presence, leaving only Monica under the shadow of Wu Shang's wrath. With her head bowed, Monica felt an inexplicable sense of grievance and softly murmured, I came because Wang Peng mentioned you would be here. Wang Peng gaped, utterly astonished that the usually assertive class monitor could be chastised by Wu Shang like a timid quail. Xia, casting ambiguous glances, secretly mused that there might be something brewing between the two. What does it matter to you whether I come or not? Besides, wouldn't you seek confirmation from me? Wu Shang sighed. Now hurry back. Monica, confronted by the varied gazes of those around her, suddenly realized that she had no valid reason to fear Wu Shang, and thus raised her head defiantly. Humph. Who do you think you are to command me? Xia, Wang Peng, Chao Run, He Fei, let us depart. If he wishes to return, let him do so alone. With that, Monica strode away with determination towards the teaching building. Xia, exasperated, gestured to the others before hastily following. Wu Shang remained rooted in place, his emotions tangled as he watched the two women retreat. Observing this, Wang Peng quickly sought to ease the tension. Brother Shang, since we have gone through the trouble of coming, why not take a look around? Yes, yes. Brother Shang, let us go and see. Chao Run and He Fei echoed in agreement. Ultimately, Wu Shang had no choice but to concede. After all, he could not truly disregard the well-being of the others. Without his vigilant oversight, unforeseen incidents could arise. Perhaps tomorrow, Wang Peng's name would grace the pages of the Academy's newspaper. Contemplating this, Wu Shang's gaze sharpened. Although no conclusive findings emerged during his previous visit with Taik, he would not naively assume that everything within the teaching building was as it should be. Unbeknownst to Wang Peng, who remained blissfully unaware of Wu Shang's concerns, he exuberantly shouted slogans. Excellent. The Spirit Exploration Team is officially formed. Let us proceed. Chapter 85. A second exploration of the Midnight Teaching Building. The group arrived at the entrance of the teaching building. Gazing into the pitch-black interior where not even a hand could be seen, an unsettling feeling began to creep in. Perhaps we should reconsider entering, Xia tentatively suggested, her earlier enthusiasm waning. What are we afraid of? We've come this far. We cannot turn back now, Wang Peng declared, confidently stepping forward to push open the door. A sudden, fierce gust of cold wind swept through, causing him to shiver involuntarily. See, there's nothing to worry about, Wang Peng stammered, his teeth chattering. As the group traversed the eerie, silent corridor, Wang Peng led the way with a flashlight, flanked by two girls in the middle, while Wu Shang lingered at the rear. Stealthily, Wu Shang took out his pocket watch to check the time, his eyes darkening with contemplation. The fluctuations of the pointer were more intense than during the last visit. Could it be hinting at something? Suddenly, the flashlight flickered several times before extinguishing completely, plunging everyone into darkness. Ah! Xia screamed, tightly clutching Monica's arm and burying her head in Monica's embrace. Monica herself was startled, but gently stroked Xia's head in a comforting manner. At this moment, He Fei's expression was darker than the night itself, and he gritted his teeth as he spoke. Let go, fatty. No, hey go, I'm scared. Then why not hug Wu Shang? I would like to, but I'm too afraid. Wang Peng, exasperated, threw the flashlight to the ground, pressing it repeatedly to no avail. Hey go, fatty. Take out your spare flashlights. Oh, all right. He Fei and Xiao Run retrieved their respective flashlights from their backpacks, yet oddly enough, they too could not be turned on. They had thoroughly checked them before departure, and the batteries were new, making the current situation all the more perplexing. Just as the atmosphere grew heavy with despair, Wang Peng broke the tension with a laugh. It's all right, having no flashlight might actually enhance the atmosphere, don't you think? Well, I suppose. Xiao weakly inquired. Where do we go next? To the restroom, came the reply. The group made their way to the restroom, where Wuxiang had already entered for the second time. He Fei noticed that Xiao Run seemed a bit overly excited and couldn't help but ask, Fatty, what's going on with you? In a rare opportunity to enter the women's restroom without hesitation, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Everyone, let's split up and investigate. Report any findings immediately, was the directive given. Each person set about their tasks with focused intent. Without warning, Wuxiang casually opened a small door, only to be met with a chilling sight that made his pupils constrict. From the depths of the pit emerged a shadowy figure, its hair disheveled and wet, lunging towards him with clawed hands. To his dismay, Wuxiang realized he had unwittingly stumbled upon something sinister. With a swift kick, he embedded the creature into the wall, then swiftly clasped his hand to seal its mouth, preventing any sound from escaping. The creature's decayed visage betrayed a flicker of fear. It had been eons since it had ventured forth, merely seeking to instill terror. Were today's students truly so ruthless? Not only did they deliver a beating, but they also silenced the wretched spirit. With a series of calculated kicks, Wuxiang shoved the ghoul back into its pit, drawing the attention of his companions. They turned in unison to inquire, Wuxiang, what are you doing? Xia asked with a hint of confusion. I encountered a large cockroach, and I've dealt with it. Wuxiang replied nonchalantly. The others, though skeptical, could find no fault in his explanation. Only Monica remained motionless, her gaze fixed on Wuxiang with a vacant intensity, resembling a statue. Hey, even if you have a crush, there's no need to stare so intently, Xia remarked, poking Monica with her finger. Finally roused from her reverie, Monica ignored Xia's teasing, her hand instinctively pressed against her chest, still shaken. Are you all right? No, nothing. Just moments ago, she vaguely perceived a terrifying, unknown shadow emerging as Wuxiang opened the door. The group, having exited the restroom without any particular discoveries, meandered once more along the corridor. This time, Heath led the way, while Wang Peng retrieved his camera, intermittently capturing photographs. Perhaps driven by a peculiar sense of mischief, Xiao Run engaged in a game of rock-paper-scissors with the mirror in the hallway. He presented rock, and the mirror mirrored his move. He offered scissors, and once again, the reflection matched. Just as he contemplated ceasing this monotonous endeavor, the mirror unexpectedly revealed scissors twice in succession, triumphing over his paper. Xiao Run instantly felt disgruntled and began to argue with the mirror, ultimately losing 3 consecutive rounds. I refuse to believe this. Wang Peng, observing Xiao Run's animated gestures towards the mirror, appeared somewhat perplexed. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and catch up with us. Wait for me a moment. Just let me win one round, and I will join you immediately. As Xiao Run's words echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the group. Xia trembled, her lips quivering as she softly inquired. Xiao Run, with whom are you playing? Why, with the mirror, of course. I have no idea what sort of cheating tactics it employs, but it has caused me to lose 5 or 6 times in a row. Xiao Run replied without a moment's hesitation. The instant those words escaped his lips, he fell into stunned realization. Indeed, he was playing against a mirror. Upon this realization, an icy chill surged from his soles to the crown of his head. Xiao Run's eyes widened in terror as he glanced back at the mirror, only to discover his reflection wearing an exceedingly malevolent grin. He raised his hands to grasp his own head, forcefully twisting it around once before locking eyes with Xiao Run again. His entire neck contorted into an exaggerated, twisted shape, dark blood gushing from his orifices. Wuxiang's expression shifted dramatically, and he promptly pressed one palm against the wall, channeling an invisible force at astonishing speed. In the next moment, the eerie mirror shattered into countless fragments, scattering in all directions. Xiao Run collapsed heavily onto the ground, resembling a madman, his mouth emitting continuous cries of despair, causing those around him to recoil in fear. Only Wuxiang, with a grim countenance, advanced directly toward him, with resounding slaps. 3 sharp strikes landed forcefully across Xiao Run's face, leaning down, raising his hand, and striking in one fluid motion. The stunned Xiao Run regained his senses, gasping for breath. the echoes of his bones shattering still reverberating in his ears. He dazedly lifted his gaze to meet Wu Xiang, who was mere inches away, his eyes involuntarily moistening, his voice tinged with a sob. Chao Run instinctively attempted to cling to Wu Xiang's leg for consolation, but as Wu Xiang took a step back, he stumbled and fell. Brother Xiang, I just... What about you? Wu Xiang interjected sharply, furrowing his brow and interrupting his words. What are you flailing about in front of a shattered mirror for? Have you become so anxious that you are hallucinating? Your courage is utterly lacking. Don't go looking for trouble. Hurry up and follow me. Chastised to the point of confusion, Chao Run momentarily forgot what he intended to say, and upon seeing Wu Xiang turn to leave, he scrambled to his feet, hastily following behind. Chapter 86. A dismal spirit-seeking experience. A group of individuals traversed the dimly lit corridor of the academic building, their initial excitement long since dissipated. Although Wu Xiang had attributed their unsettling visions to sheer nervousness, disbelief lingered among them. Monica shuddered at the memory of Chao Run's recent behavior and cautiously inched closer to Wu Xiang, finding some solace in his composed demeanor. At the forefront, He Fei felt a sudden tug at the hem of his garment. Stop messing around. He casually swatted it away. Yet, almost immediately, the hand grasped his clothing once more, and he impatiently brushed it off again. When the hand seized him a third time, He Fei could endure no longer and spun around, shouting, "Wang Peng, are you done yet?" Wang Peng, who was busy capturing photographs with his camera, paused in confusion, staring blankly at He Fei. "Igu, what is wrong with you?" He Fei's mouth hung open in disbelief for a moment, realizing he had mistakenly accused Wang Peng. Yet he hesitantly inquired, "You weren't just pulling at me from behind, were you? What? Do you think I'm insane? Why would I pull at you for no reason?" Upon receiving Wang Peng's unequivocal response, He Fei felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard. The others, noticing his peculiar behavior, began to piece together that he had likely encountered something inexplicable, and they gathered around him. Trembling, He Fei gradually removed his outer garment, and in the feeble glow of the corridor, he beheld a pitch-black handprint on the hem. Instantly, everyone's faces drained of color. "A ghost!" Chao Run screamed, abruptly turning and sprinting away in terror. The others were suddenly stirred into action, like wild horses galloping uncontrollably down the expansive hallway. The only one remaining stationary, Wu Xiang, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, having not felt so speechless in a long time. There was no choice. What else could he do but follow? Leading the charge, Chao Run frantically flung open a door and dashed inside, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath. The others followed suit, and Wang Peng, who was the last to enter, cleverly secured the door behind them. Before they could catch their breath, a sudden, urgent knocking resounded from outside. The group's hearts leapt into their throats, trembling as they huddled together. Where was Wu Xiang? Why was he missing? Monica, unable to spot Wu Xiang, cried out in desperation. Brother Xiang didn't catch up. He must have been devoured by a monster. Chao Run lamented, voicing his sorrow. "Open the door. It's me." Wu Xiang's voice called from the other side, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. Monica was instantly elated, rushing to unlock the door. "Stop!" Wang Peng interjected, blocking her path with a grave expression. He shook his head at her. "It's likely a trap set by a monster mimicking Wu Xiang's voice. We must not be deceived." Just as Monica was filled with confusion at Wang Peng's explanation, he glanced back at the others, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to assume the weight of responsibility, slowly approaching the door. Chao Run, He Fei, and Xia were moved to the brink of tears, witnessing in Wang Peng the qualities of a true hero. "Listen, outside the door. Speak. Who are you?" Wang Peng, suppressing the fear within, spoke up. "I shall repeat myself. Open the door." His voice bore a hint of anger. "No, unless you can prove your identity." Before Wang Peng could finish his words, a door suddenly swung open, swiftly enlarging in his view, violently striking his cheek and sending his body flying a considerable distance away. Wu Xiang stepped into the room, glancing at the pianos nearby, a faint frown crossing his face. He hadn't expected these individuals to inadvertently stumble into the piano room. Upon confirming Wu Xiang's presence, Monica's face lit up with joy, as if she had found her anchor. Meanwhile, the other three awkwardly diverted their gazes, the momentary emotion they had felt dissipating entirely. Wang Peng. Wu Xiang's eyes scanned the room and noticed someone was missing, prompting him to inquire. At his words, Chao Run and He Fei simultaneously pointed in a direction. Wu Xiang approached, kicked the door open, and found Wang Peng sprawled on the floor, foam at the mouth and blood gushing from his nose. The piano room was spacious, with a view of the playground visible through the windows. In such a bright and open environment, the tension and unease within the group gradually eased, allowing them to indulge in small curiosities. Wang Peng, whose nosebleed had ceased, glared at Wu Shang with resentment, but Wu Shang pretended not to notice. Should we still proceed to the next destination? Upon hearing Wang Peng's words, everyone froze, and for a long moment, no one responded. Perhaps we should just call it a day. It's too frightening. Xia hesitantly replied. The crowd exchanged glances, silently acquiescing. In light of this, let us take a photograph here to commemorate the moment before we depart. Agreed. Thus, Wang Peng set up the camera and adjusted the timer, while the others arranged themselves in a line. Just then, a bloodied handprint appeared on the window behind them, unnoticed and silent. Wu Shang caught a fleeting glimpse, quietly gathering his strength. A fierce gust of wind swept in from outside, and before the owner of the hand could reveal themselves, the wind whisked it away into the sky. Even the screams were drowned out by the howling wind. Xiao Run instinctively recoiled, his small eyes darting around in terror. Did any of you hear something strange? No, you're just imagining things, aren't you? Wang Peng teased. Stay still, it's about to begin. Oh, okay. In the next moment, the camera's flash flickered, accompanied by a click, completing the shot. As the group stood outside the teaching building, inhaling the fresh air, a sensation akin to being reborn washed over them, the oppressive atmosphere finally dissipating. While it could be said in general terms that they had not encountered any tangible ghostly apparitions, they had certainly experienced their fair share of bizarre and uncanny occurrences. Monica instinctively glanced at Wu Shang, her intuition suggesting that he was concealing something from them. Phew, we're finally out. Xia stretched, relieved. Humph. They say the teaching building is terrifying at midnight. I find it rather underwhelming. Wang Peng feigned nonchalance, attempting to appear impressive, only to earn a chorus of eye rolls from the others. As he strolled along, he perused the photographs captured that evening with his camera, and upon reaching the final group picture, a satisfied smile illuminated his face. It is worth noting that within this device lay precious assets he would boast about in the future. Wang Peng beamed radiantly, yet as his smile lingered, it began to gradually solidify. You all, come here for a moment. Upon hearing this, the crowd gathered around Wang Peng. He magnified a particular area of their group photo, revealing a horrifying blood-red handprint imprinted on the window they had turned their backs to. A sharp intake of breath filled the air as the previously relaxed atmosphere became tense once more, the sound of swallowed breaths echoing distinctly. Did any of you notice whether this handprint was there before, or did it appear after we arrived? Who knows? Wu Shang remained silent, observing the varied reactions of the group with keen interest, his expression calm and seemingly oblivious. Chapter 87. Girlfriend. The group split into two factions as they returned. And to avert any unforeseen incidents, Wu Shang escorted the two girls back before heading to his own dormitory. The following day, as class time approached, Wu Shang rose at his usual hour to wash up, only to find the other three exhibiting little activity. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that Wang Peng and Xiao Run had inexplicably developed low fevers, while He Fei, though slightly better, appeared equally feeble. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Shang concluded that the three had likely been affected by some negative energy the previous night, but he deemed the situation manageable. I'm off. You three should rest in the dormitory today. Shanggu, remember to bring me lunch when you return at noon, Wang Peng's muffled voice echoed. Add one for me as well. Sure. Wu Shang responded affirmatively before stepping out. As usual, the homeroom teacher, Su Lily, entered the classroom. That morning, prior to class, she had received a phone call from classmate Monica, who mentioned that she and classmate Xia would be taking a day off. Such an occurrence was indeed rare. Upon reaching the podium, Su Lily counted and found 5 empty seats, leaving her quite perplexed. Her gaze swept across the room and landed on Wu Shang, sitting by the window at the back. Wu Shang, why are your roommates absent from class today? She inquired. They all had fevers this morning and couldn't make it. He replied nonchalantly. How? Coincidental, Su Lily remarked, somewhat speechless. Indeed, the three of them were unusually spirited last night, drinking cold water with the windows open and dancing until the early hours, which likely led to them catching a chill. Wu Shang answered without a hint of change in his expression. Su Lily sensed something was amiss, but restrained her inner doubts. I see. Please remind them to maintain self-discipline and moderation as students when you return. Understood. The morning passed in the blink of an eye. After school, Wuxiang did not head directly to the cafeteria. Instead, he strolled alone along the park's path. He pressed the communicator, and soon, Taiko's lively voice came through. "Hello, rascal. What brings you to seek my attention at this hour? Is it a convenient time?" Upon hearing this, Taiko immediately understood that Wuxiang had something important to discuss and stepped away from the crowd to find a quiet spot. Subsequently, Wuxiang and Ti narrated the experiences and changes they witnessed the previous night. Initially, the two had speculated that the supernatural entities concealed within the academy were merely one or two, perhaps three at most. However, it has become evident that the reality is vastly different. In the midnight lecture hall, the eerie magnetic field has inexplicably intensified, rendering the situation far more intricate than they had imagined. Remaining passive is not a viable solution, I believe. We must seize the moment and take the initiative. While this is indeed true, the question remains, how exactly do we take action? It is truly perplexing. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wuxiang noticed that his three roommates were still languishing in bed. He placed the meals he had packed on each of their respective desks and then sat down on a chair, his gaze lost in thought as he stared at the ceiling. The recent task had proven unexpectedly time-consuming, laborious, and complicated. He regretted having so readily agreed to the captain's request. Suddenly, the sound of an incoming video call jolted Wuxiang back to reality. He retrieved his phone, which displayed a call from someone named Pink Fairy. Frowning slightly, he realized he had no recollection of such a contact in his address book. Pressing the answer button, he was greeted by a girl with pink hair who playfully winked at the screen. Wuxiang paused for a moment before coolly responding. "Is there something you need?" "Oh. How cold. Can't I call you if there's nothing going on?" Well, little Xiang, have you missed me in the past 2 weeks?" "No." The soft and adorable voice of a young girl echoed through the dormitory room, causing three heads to perk up instantly, as if receiving a specific signal. After all, she had been missing you so desperately that she could hardly bear it, resorting to this method to alleviate her longing and melancholy. Wuxiang rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Yandora, what on earth are you doing? And what is with your outfit?" Upon hearing this, the girl smiled sweetly, taking 2 steps back to twirl in front of the camera. "How do I look? I dressed up especially for you." Yandora was clad in a school uniform. Her ample figure accentuated enticingly. Below, she wore a black short skirt, complemented by her flawless, slender legs wrapped in white stockings. As the skirt swayed, a glimpse of exquisite skin peeked through the gap between the skirt and the stockings. Her innocent yet alluring face radiated a captivating smile, making her resemble a perfectly ripened cherry, tempting one to take a bite. Wuxiang opened his mouth, but found it difficult to ignore the three heads beside him. Wang Peng and the others gazed at the screen with dazed expressions, utterly entranced, nearly drooling in their enchantment. "What's wrong? Feeling better now? Go eat your meals." Wuxiang spoke coldly. Wang Peng snapped back to reality, his expression a complex mixture of envy, jealousy, resentment, longing, and helplessness as he stared at Wuxiang. "Brother Shang, I finally understand why you can remain indifferent to all the advances from other girls. With such an extraordinary girlfriend at home, who would bother with those ordinary girls? She is not. Hello, everyone. I am the girlfriend of Xiao Shangshang," Yandora eagerly announced before Wuxiang could utter a word. "Sister-in-law, hello?" The three exclaimed with cheerful smiles. "You must be Xiao Shangshang's roommates. How adorable. I look forward to your guidance in the future," she said, tilting her head playfully and winking cutely. Wang Peng felt a rush of blood to his face, unable to control a sudden nosebleed. As for Chao Run and He Fei, their reactions were hardly any better than Wang Peng's. Sister-in-law, please let me explain. It's not what you think. My nose is injured from last night." Don't worry, I understand," Yandora replied softly. Wuxiang slapped his forehead in realization, finally understanding why Xingyan had opposed Yandora's involvement in the mission. If she could exert such influence even through a screen, what chaos would ensue once she entered the campus? However, the carefree interaction between Yandora and Wang Peng left Wuxiang with an inexplicable discomfort. "Sister-in-law, are you a student of this school as well?" "No. I wear this uniform to prevent my dear Xiao Shangshang from growing tired of me and finding me lacking, so I must change my style to capture his attention," Yandora replied with a hint of melancholy in her tone, her expression turning dim, exuding a heart-wrenching charm. Wuxiang's mouth twitched in disbelief, and upon turning his head, he found Wang Peng, Chao Run, and He Fei gazing at him with predatory eyes. "Yandora, present. Enough. This is pointless. It seems that little Xiang does not favor the style of student girls. What about a nurse's outfit? A teacher's attire? Or perhaps a sailor's suit? Observing the boy's stern demeanor, the girl delicately pressed her slender, jade-like finger against her moist lips, her cheeks flushed, revealing a trace of bashful embarrassment. Or could it be that you actually prefer the sight of someone devoid of clothing? Wuxiang. Oh, little one. Just wait until I have you firmly in my grasp. Chapter 88. The intricate tangle of campus emotions. Oh my goodness. Wang Peng and his companions surrounded Wuxiang, emitting exaggerated, bizarre cries. Wuxiang abruptly pressed the hang-up button on his phone. However, to his astonishment, it bore no response. Yandora smirked, triumphantly spreading her hands. Give it up, young man. Don't even attempt it. I have already hacked into the control system of your device. You cannot hang up. Wuxiang's expression turned awkward, and suddenly struck by inspiration, he shoved the phone beneath the blanket. Upon seeing the screen on the other side plunge into darkness, Yandora grew somewhat anxious. Hey, don't do that. How heartless. Could you please let me out? I have so much more to say to you. Speaking of which, during my absence, how have you been getting along with the adorable Taiko? You haven't done anything strange with her, have you? Alas, it seems I misplaced my trust. Little Xiang, do remember to avoid any troublesome romances while you are out. When you return, I shall personally ensure you are well taken care of. After a considerable amount of time with no response, Yandora finally hung up the phone, and Wuxiang breathed a sigh of relief. In this recent confrontation with Yandora, I suffered yet another defeat, losing my composure entirely. It seems my prowess remains insufficient. Turning around, I noticed Wang Peng and his companions regarding me with ambiguous, coy expressions, which inexplicably stirred a desire to retaliate. A glint of cold light flashed in Wuxiang's eyes. What? Are you not heading to dinner? Are you waiting for me to personally feed you? No. Brother Xiang, we are leaving right now. We are leaving. The trio hastily exclaimed, their survival instincts kicking in. A few days later, after recuperating from their ailments, all members of the Spirit Exploration team returned to class. However, Wang Peng couldn't shake off the feeling that his classmates were regarding him oddly, particularly that rascal monkey, who had shared some utterly nonsensical remarks, suggesting he should be included on their next outing to a nightclub. What nonsense was that? During one class break, the class monitor, Monica, suddenly stood up with a grave expression, striding purposefully in a determined direction. Her unusual behavior caught the attention of her classmates, whose gazes followed her steps, ultimately landing on a handsome young man seated by the window. It appeared she was intent on confronting someone. Perhaps someone had failed to submit their homework? Hey, aren't you all from the kindergarten class? You could dare to speculate a bit bolder. Wuxiang glanced up at Monica, his demeanor as indifferent as ever, as though the beautiful class monitor was no different from any other student. Is there something you need? Monica slammed her hands down on Wuxiang's desk, the force startling Wang Peng in the back row. Taking a deep breath to gather her thoughts, she opened her mouth wide, preparing to speak. Classmate Wuxiang, I hold feelings for you. The clear confession resonated throughout the classroom, plunging it into an immediate silence. Following this, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Almost the entire class joined in with cheers and exclamations. Oh, how thrilling! A real-life pursuit of the aloof male deity by the beautiful class flower. Accept her. Accept her. Wuxiang was taken aback by the sudden confession, his gaze lowering slightly. Just as he was about to speak, he was abruptly interrupted by Monica. Wuxiang, please don't be hasty in your refusal. This is not a whimsical decision. I have contemplated it for a considerable time. Monica's eyes reflected unwavering seriousness, and the surrounding classmates instinctively quieted down. I understand that you may not harbor any feelings for me at present, but I shall not waver. Thus, I like you, not as a request, but as a declaration. One day, I will have you willingly become my boyfriend. Wuxiang. With that, Monica elegantly turned and departed, leaving behind a striking silhouette. Of course, one might overlook the fine sheen of sweat on her forehead and the slightly awkward rhythm of her steps. Wow, the class leader is so impressive. I'm in awe. I wish to experience such a confession myself one day. I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life for it. Wuxiang's emotions were rather complex. It seemed he had not managed to utter a single word throughout, completely sidelined as events unfolded, making it difficult to articulate his current feelings. Seated in the last row, Yimu subtly lifted her head, peering at Wuxiang through the gaps of her bangs, casting a glance towards Monica's seat, her expression increasingly somber. If only she could muster the same courage as Monica. Yet, what difference would it make to voice her feelings? In terms of beauty, capability, and family background, she found herself lacking in comparison. Perhaps they truly were better suited standing together. For her, merely having the chance to observe him from a distance each day was sufficient. Upon Monica's return to her seat, she was met with Charles' exceedingly grim countenance. "Monica, have you lost your mind?" Charles exclaimed. "It is you who appears to have gone mad." Monica retorted without hesitation. "You are my fiancée. How could you engage in such scandalous behavior?" "Nonsense. Let's be clear. From the very beginning, we have had no relationship whatsoever." Monica's audacious words left Charles momentarily stunned. Technically, they indeed had no substantial connection at present. But what of it? "You should understand that once I return to persuade my family to propose, your parents will most likely acquiesce to this union. Consequently, upon our graduation, it will be only natural for us to hold a wedding and become husband and wife," Charles sneered. "Are you threatening me?" Monica grasped the reality of his assertions. Yet she refused to be passive. The atmosphere in the classroom grew increasingly tense. No one anticipated such a convoluted turn of events, leaving many either silent or whispering amongst themselves. As Charles averted his gaze from Monica, he slowly approached Wuxiang. Monica hastily attempted to intervene, yet was firmly held back by Xia, who shook her head in disapproval. Wuxiang remained unfazed, seated comfortably at his desk, exhibiting no signs of tension, as if the previous conversation had eluded his ears entirely. Charles paused before Wuxiang's desk, a cold smile gracing his lips as a mocking tone escaped him. "Wuxiang, if you are indeed a wise individual, you should be aware of the course of action you ought to take next." Indifferently, Wuxiang gazed out the window, not even granting Charles a glance. "Oh, it seems I am not quite clear. Perhaps Charles could enlighten me on what to do?" "Splendid. Truly splendid. It has been ages since a fool dared to provoke me in such a manner." The feigned smile on Charles's face gradually faded, his body thrumming with the power of magic. Meanwhile, Wuxiang audaciously yawned, appearing utterly oblivious to the brewing tension. The rest of the class held their breath, the potential for conflict palpable in the air. Just then, the class bell rang, and the homeroom teacher, Su Lily, hurriedly entered the classroom. Charles squinted slightly, the energy he had been gathering dissipating quietly. "Consider yourself fortunate," he remarked before turning back to his seat. Su Lily scratched her head, instantly sensing that the atmosphere in the classroom was unusual, certain that something significant had transpired moments ago. "How curious. How very curious. Oh no, I almost forgot the important matter. Attention, everyone. I have an urgent announcement to make," she declared, suppressing her curiosity as she prepared to address the class. "As students of the Academy of Abilities, you are undoubtedly aware of our institution's ongoing collaboration with the Tianren military. I trust that no further explanation is required regarding the nature of Tianren. Just moments ago, we received internal communication from the city patrol team stationed in Lopskin, indicating that a considerable number of low-level magical creatures have inexplicably invaded the Eastern District, necessitating immediate extermination. Consequently, the Academy has decided to initiate an urgent trial. All first-year students possessing abilities will promptly depart, organized into teams by class, to their designated locations for the eradication of these creatures. Upon arrival, warriors from Tianren will rendezvous with you to provide guidance on how to proceed. After the trial concludes, the Academy will evaluate each of you based on the quantity of magical creatures you have slain and your overall performance, offering substantial rewards in return." Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression unconsciously crossed Wuxiang's face. As a warrior of Tianren, he found it ironic that he was sent to the Academy of Abilities as a student, only to be dispatched back to Tianren in that very capacity, tasked with assisting in the extermination efforts. It was a series of interconnected events, akin to a nested doll. Charles, Monica, Chao Run, Hefei, Ho Kuan, Wang Lu, Bai Ting, Yimu, Wuxiang stepped forward. Upon hearing their names, the individuals rose to their feet. "Do you all understand what I just explained?" Among them, apart from Charles, Monica, Hefei, and Wuxiang, the others displayed a reluctance that was evident on their faces. Take Chao, for instance. At this stage, their abilities were virtually non-existent, rendering their participation merely a token effort, burdensome and unrewarding. However, few understood that the trials mandated by the Academy were compulsory, leaving them no room for refusal. A chorus of agreement echoed, yet the morale remained notably low. Su Lily, somewhat resigned to the situation, had anticipated this outcome. Very well. Our class will be led by Class President Monica. We shall set off immediately after our preparations are complete. Yes. Observing the dismal spirit, she smiled gently to reassure them. Do not be so disheartened. Lift your spirits. The teachers hold great expectations for you all. Half an hour later, they departed from the school, with students from other classes gradually commencing their own journeys. As they traveled, thoughts varied among the group. Chaorun, He Fei, and Ho Kuan, with an air of arrogance, gravitated towards Wuxiang in search of support. Wang Lu and Bai Ting appeared utterly bewildered and uncertain. Monica was deeply engaged in contemplating the potential challenges ahead and their solutions. Meanwhile, Yimu found herself engulfed in profound anxiety and unease, as the sudden onset of the trial left her feeling utterly unmoored. Are you very anxious? Wuxiang's voice interrupted her thoughts, prompting Yimu to startle slightly before nodding in response. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Just treat it as a special extracurricular activity. The girl glanced discreetly at the boy's profile, though his tone was neutral and his expression not particularly gentle. She found a strange sense of comfort and ease in his presence. At that moment, Charles abruptly lunged forward, unexpectedly striking Wuxiang's back with a palm imbued with searing flames, clearly intending to hold nothing back. Be careful. Monica suddenly let out a piercing scream, but it was nearly too late. Yimu turned her head, and a flash of crimson rapidly expanded within her pupils. Instinctively, she opened her arms, placing her fragile form in front of Wuxiang. In a split second, Wuxiang executed an astonishing spin, pulling Yimu into his embrace, while simultaneously striking out against Charles. Fire and lightning collided, producing dazzling sparks, and after a deafening crack, the two were forced apart, sliding several meters away from each other. How infuriating! Such immense strength. Charles's expression darkened. He had anticipated that with a single strike, he would not only incapacitate Wuxiang, but also teach him a lesson, intending to have his family smooth things over later, which would merely result in him being accused of bullying. Yet now, with his ambush thwarted, not only would he inadvertently bolster Wuxiang's influence, but he would also be perceived as a foolish provocateur who had failed miserably. Charles. The others, regaining their senses, swiftly encircled him. In any context, a person who might turn against their teammates was a perilous presence. What has gotten into everyone? Why this tension? Charles feigned a light-hearted smile, feigning confusion as he spoke. You still have the audacity to ask, are you unaware of your own actions? Monica shouted in fury. Oh, are you referring to my earlier exchange with classmate Wuxiang? It was merely a misunderstanding. We were merely engaging in a friendly spar. After all, this trial is no trivial matter, and understanding the capabilities of one's teammates is of utmost importance. Charles stood with his arms behind his back, occasionally trembling slightly, yet outwardly appeared composed. At this moment, I felt somewhat reassured about the capabilities of my classmate, Wuxiang. Monica was nearly amused to the point of laughter. She had encountered shamelessness before, but never to such an extent. Nevertheless, for the sake of the greater good, she found herself momentarily at a loss for how to deal with him. Charles, we truly will not take any action against you at present. However, do bear in mind that not everyone is a fool. Should there be a next time, do not blame me for reporting your misdeeds to the teachers and authorities, and rest assured that we will resort to extreme measures if necessary. With that, Monica led the way in dispersing, choosing to ignore him thereafter. Charles smiled silently, though the mirth did not reach his eyes. Wuxiang maintained his usual demeanor, yet a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his gaze. The incessant buzzing of a fly by his ear was indeed irksome, making it difficult to remain indifferent. It must be said, it had been a close call. He had nearly lost control and could have fatally struck Charles with a single blow. Wuxiang glanced down at the girl in his arms, furrowing his brow. Are you all right? I'm fine, Yimu replied, a wave of fear washing over her as she realized how close she had come to death moments ago, now that she was aware of being cradled in Wuxiang's embrace. Her embarrassment eclipsed her earlier terror, her cheeks flushing rapidly, as if they might emit steam. Hastily, she extricated herself from his hold and stood rigidly at attention, resembling a schoolchild caught in wrongdoing. Wuxiang, recalling Yimu's reckless actions, felt a surge of anger. Did she truly comprehend the peril of that situation? If she were to withstand that blow with her physical prowess, her life would likely be in grave danger. However, considering that the girl before him was unaware of the truth and her intentions were rooted in a desire to protect him, Wuxiang found himself unable to voice the reprimands that were on the tip of his tongue. Instead, he gently lifted his hand to stroke her head. Remember to take care of yourself next time. Do not act so recklessly. Yimu instinctively shrank her neck, but upon sensing the warmth of his palm above her, she looked up in a daze, her pupils reflecting Wuxiang's silhouette. Let us proceed. Chapter 90. The Academy Trial Before Long. The group arrived at the eastern district of Lopuskin. From the outside, it was evident that the entire eastern district had been cordoned off with warning lines, secured by armed guards patrolling at intervals. After confirming their identities, the group was granted passage and continued towards the designated trial location. Eventually, they reached a camp where approximately 20 soldiers were diligently engaged in their tasks. Though they were curious about the students who had come to assist, they did not allow their curiosity to impede their duties. The discipline displayed was markedly different from that of the students. The group exchanged glances, standing awkwardly outside the camp, unsure of how to proceed. Fortunately, this awkwardness did not linger for long, as a young man, seemingly around 20, emerged from the camp, approaching them with a warm and friendly smile. Greetings. This is the temporary base of the 7th Patrol Squad of the Tiandran in Lopuskin City. You must be the students dispatched by the Academy of Abilities for support, he inquired. Monica nodded and stepped forward to engage in conversation with him. Greetings, comrades. We are students from the first-year second class of the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities. In accordance with the directives of the Academy, we shall accompany your team on the forthcoming mission. May I inquire what tasks we should undertake at this moment? Wuxiang silently listened to the conversation between the two, suddenly feeling that the voice of the newcomer was somewhat familiar. As he raised his gaze, he was indeed taken aback to encounter an unexpected presence. The young man conversed with Monica while observing the others, and when their eyes met, he momentarily froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Is there a problem? Monica inquired, noticing the sudden peculiar expression on the young man's face. And no, it's nothing, he stammered, quickly correcting himself, a smile attempting to mask his embarrassment. Please follow me. With that, the young man turned and led the way. The group trailed behind him into the camp, where they were brought to a modest room for temporary accommodation. Please wait here. Tasks and equipment will be distributed shortly. I must excuse myself for a moment, he said before departing, leaving the somewhat anxious group in the room. After a while, Wuxiang rose to his feet, preparing to exit. Wuxiang, what are you planning to do? Monica asked, noticing his movement. I'm just going to the restroom. Oh, be careful not to wander off and cause any trouble. Remember to return quickly, Monica advised. Understood, Wuxiang replied, stepping out. He approached the young man who had just guided them, tapping him gently on the shoulder from behind. Gun, it's been a while, Wuxiang greeted with a faint smile. Since their initial enlistment assessment, they had not had the opportunity to meet again. The young man turned around, visibly delighted. Wuxiang, I knew it was you, he exclaimed, enveloping Wuxiang in a warm embrace. After a moment, he released Wuxiang and playfully shoved him with both hands, only to stumble himself, which elicited a hearty laugh from Gun. Goodness, when did you decide to become a student? Couldn't stand the heavenly blade any longer? Wuxiang shook his head, signaling Gun to lower his voice, then replied. The situation is a bit complex, and I cannot elaborate. For now, just regard me as an ordinary student. Gun nodded in understanding, showing discretion by refraining from further inquiries. By the way, I haven't congratulated you on achieving your aspirations. Indeed, Gun reflected with a hint of nostalgia. After the assessment, I was assigned here to the city patrol team, and 6 months later, I secured a permanent position. Lopuskin can barely be considered a headquarters close to the city, with minimal troubles, low danger, and excellent pay and benefits. Veteran soldiers can even indulge in leisurely strolls as long as they do not hinder their normal duties. The only downside is the lack of advancement opportunities, but isn't that precisely what I desired? Although Wuxiang might not be the most conversational companion, he proved to be an exceptional listener. Each individual harbors distinct aspirations. Despite the differing paths they choose, he could empathize with Gun's sentiments. After settling down, I also took the opportunity to bring my parents from their original city to this place. If circumstances permit in the future, I intend to establish a home here. As I spoke, a look of yearning appeared on Gun's face, revealing his satisfaction with his current situation. Truly, I have been monopolizing the conversation. What about you? How have you been faring? Wuxiang pondered briefly, ultimately encapsulating his past in the understated phrase, not bad. As expected of you. Always so economical with words. Gun teased, just as he did in the past. In the room, Charles grew increasingly impatient. How dare these wretched soldiers leave me waiting here? The crowd reacted with varied expressions. Charles, if one day you manage to venture beyond the Angia and carve out a career for yourself, perhaps your words would not be met with such disdain. Monica's tone was harsh. She had grown weary of indulging Charles with pleasantries. The door swung open, and just as Charles was about to erupt, he fell silent. Wuxiang had just stepped inside when Gun, accompanied by 2 soldiers, entered with mission directives and equipment for everyone. Classmate, I wonder if your academy conducts shooting training regularly? Gun inquired. Yes, we do, but most of us are not particularly skilled, Monica replied candidly. I see, at least having some foundational knowledge is a good start. A heavy box was placed on the ground. This is the standard weaponry of the Heavenly Blade soldiers. I will guide you through its features. With that, everyone followed Gun outside, where he improvised and set up a target. He then extracted the firearm he wore, swiftly disassembling, reassembling, charging, and loading it in a seamless motion. Taking his position 30 meters away, he promptly squeezed the trigger. A beam of magical energy erupted from the muzzle, piercing the target and creating a clear hole the size of a bowl. He did not specifically aim for the bullseye. Firstly, because in large-scale combat, merely hitting the target suffices, rendering precise aim unnecessary. Secondly, he wished to avoid undermining the confidence of the students. Turning to face the crowd, Gun declared, "All right. Now it's your turn to give it a shot. Don't worry if you miss. Just do your best. And do take special care not to point the muzzle at your companions. The team will soon advance, and I will notify you when it's time." As Gun and the 2 other soldiers departed, Chao Run, He Fei, and Ho Kuan instantly unleashed their excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they rushed towards the weapons crate. How many men can resist the allure of firearms? It is worth noting that the occasional shooting training at the academy utilized only less lethal props, but this time, they were all genuine weapons. Suddenly, the trial seemed far less of a loss. Chapter 91, Shooting Practice. How cool. Ho Kuan solemnly lifted a firearm from the crate, cradling it above his head as if it were a treasured possession. Look at this sheen, this pattern, this weight. I absolutely love it. As he spoke, he hugged it tightly, rubbing his face against it. Charles observed his antics, a flicker of disdain and contempt crossing his eyes. It's merely the most ordinary magical firearm. What a naive country bumpkin. Ho Kuan raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by Charles's sarcasm. So what? If you're so capable, then don't use it. Do you think I, the young master, would have any need for such worthless trinkets? As he spoke, flames ignited in the palm of Charles's hand. This is all I need. Very well. Very well. You're the greatest. Everything you say is right. Ho Kuan shrugged dismissively, offering a perfunctory compliment. He then turned his attention away from Charles, eagerly experimenting with the new weapon. Charles understood the underlying mockery in the other's words, nearly choking on his frustration. One by one, the others began to test the magical firearms. While the results were less than satisfactory, possessing such devices was undoubtedly preferable to being barehanded. Wuxiang casually fired a few shots, merely going through the motions. In truth, he had little need for such instruments, either in the past or present. Meanwhile, Yimu's hands trembled uncontrollably around the gun, her nerves preventing her from pulling the trigger. At that moment, a large hand enveloped her small one, halting her trembling. Startled, Yimu looked up to find it was Wuxiang. Don't get distracted. Focus and breathe deeply. His serious voice resonated in her ears. Wuxiang steadied her arm from behind, guiding her actions in accordance with his own. Slow your breathing, steady your hand, and hold the gun firmly. Identify your target. Align your dominant eye with the weapon, and ensure the sight, reticle, and target are in a straight line. Yimu moved like a marionette, allowing Wuxiang to orchestrate her every move. Her back pressed firmly against Wuxiang's solid chest, feeling the warmth radiating from him. Her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her in a state of disarray. She scarcely absorbed any of the instructions. Now shoot. Startled, Yimu instinctively squeezed the trigger. A beam of light burst forth from the barrel, striking the distant target with precision. Astonished by the outcome, Yimu momentarily stood in disbelief. She understood that while she had pulled the trigger, the success of hitting the target was entirely attributed to Wuxiang's expert aim. All right, continue practicing as I have taught you. With that, Wuxiang released his hold on her, stepping back to stand behind her. As she felt the comforting warmth recede, a sense of loss washed over the girl. In truth, Wuxiang's earnest, hands-on instruction in shooting stemmed not from a desire for her to slay numerous foes in battle, but from a concern that she might tremble in fear and inadvertently harm her teammates. Meanwhile, Monica watched the two with envy, her face etched with deep sorrow. Perhaps this moment presented a splendid opportunity for her to foster a closer connection with Wuxiang. With this thought, Monica had a sudden inspiration and began to mimic Yi Mu's trembling hands. She shook and shook until her wrists ached. Yet Wuxiang remained as still as a statue, rooted in place. Frustrated, Monica could no longer contain herself and spoke up. Hey, Wuxiang, why do you only teach Yi Mu when she trembles? As I tremble, you seem entirely indifferent. Upon hearing Monica mention her name, Yi Mu hurriedly lowered her head to diminish her presence. Conversely, Wuxiang merely cast a fleeting glance at Monica after her words, then silently turned away, adopting an air of having heard and seen nothing. Infuriating, Monica was incensed by Wuxiang's disregard, her frustration causing her to practically stomp her feet, only to coincidentally notice Chao Run staring at her with a peculiar expression. Chao Fatty, what do you mean by that? Can I say it? Chao Run cautiously inquired. Speak. After receiving an affirmative assurance, Chao Run bit his lip and hesitated no longer. Class monitor, I have long wanted to tell you that your gesture resembles not merely a tremor, but rather an epileptic seizure. Monica, the forces of Tianren stationed in various sectors of the East District began their advance once more. The group, hastily preparing, set out alongside the warriors of Tianren. As the reception officer for Team 7, Gun walked while disseminating pertinent information to the others. The invading creatures in the city were the blood-eyed stench rats, small in size and timid by nature, with rather weak combat abilities. However, their sheer numbers posed a considerable threat. Recent reports suggest that this colony of blood-eyed stench rats likely stumbled upon a flaw in the boundary of Anjia, subsequently infiltrating the city through the sewer system. Fortunately, due to the timely discovery, there have been no significant casualties. Our forces are currently employing a strategy of expulsion and encirclement against the monsters, having forcibly sealed off the sewer system in the Eastern District. Once the creatures are driven to a specific location, we shall concentrate all our might to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Upon reaching a fork in the road, the 7th squad instinctively divided into two groups. Classmates, the path on the far right is entrusted to you. Is there any issue? None whatsoever, Monica replied with a resolute nod. Gun observed the youthful faces of the students before him, feeling a twinge of unease as he offered his counsel. While the eradication of the monsters is undeniably vital, ensuring one's own safety is equally paramount. Should you encounter an insurmountable situation, do not act recklessly. Retreat immediately and await support. Moreover, despite the urgent evacuation of ordinary residents from the Eastern District following the incident, a few individuals may still remain unaccounted for. If you come across any stranded residents, please ensure their safety and escort them to a secure location. At his words, Monica's expression grew even more solemn as she acknowledged each piece of advice. Suddenly, Gun found himself stifling a laugh, realizing the absurdity of his concerns. What peril could there be with Wuxiang accompanying them? His worries were indeed unwarranted. In fact, during their initial assessments for enlistment, Wuxiang had already outperformed him significantly, and he was undoubtedly even more formidable now. It was likely that if any trouble arose within their squad, Wuxiang's group would remain unscathed. Were it not for his duty, Gun would have preferred to accompany Wuxiang instead. The three groups then parted ways, each entering their designated paths. In the first and second classes of the first year, a group led by the most formidable individuals, Charles and Wuxiang, advanced at the forefront. Monica followed closely behind, while the others, armed and vigilant, scanned their surroundings with acute awareness. Before long, a shadow that should not have existed in the city emerged within their line of sight. Chapter 92. The blood-red-eye mouse ahead, a rat, approximately 1 meter in length, rummaged for food by the roadside. Its fur was a grim shade of grayish-black, but the most striking feature was the large, crimson eye that loomed ominously atop its head. This was undeniably their target, the blood-red-eye mouse. A flame surged from Charles's palm, swiftly engulfing the rat in a fiery blaze. The creature emitted a harrowing scream as the flames seared its flesh, causing it to thrash in agony. The fire soon extinguished, leaving behind a charred, lifeless carcass. Humph, nothing more than that, Charles remarked with a disdainful smirk. No sooner had he spoken than a rustling sound echoed from the shadows of trash bins, drainage pipes, and storefronts lining the street. One after another, blood-red-eye mice began to emerge from every nook and cranny, their bloodthirsty gazes fixed upon the group, the crimson gleam in their singular eyes betraying their ferocity. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 30 of them. Let the battle commence. Without hesitation, Monica pulled the trigger, igniting the first shot of the conflict. Charles and Wushang flanked her, wielding flames and lightning in a coordinated assault against the horde of mice. He Fei roared fiercely as he transformed into his battle form, his physique expanding dramatically as razor-sharp bone spurs erupted from his body. As the foul rat lunged towards him, He Fei swiftly unleashed a punch, the bone spurs on his arm effortlessly piercing through the creature's flesh, rendering it impaled. The others maintained a defensive line, wielding firearms to engage in ranged combat against the swarm of rats. Occasionally, a cunning magic-eyed rat would evade their shots and charge towards the group. As the distance diminished, Ho Kuan fired his weapon repeatedly, only to miss 3 consecutive shots in disarray. In a moment of panic, he instinctively stepped back, only to trip and fall to the ground, perilously close to being clawed in the face by the magic-eyed rat. In that critical moment, a thick, viscous gob of phlegm was expelled, landing squarely on the rat's singular eye. The creature let out a piercing shriek, plummeting to the ground and struggling desperately to wipe away the obstruction with its diminutive forepaws. In the next instant, a barrage of gunfire erupted, transforming the rat into a mere sieve. Huh? Who said my abilities were useless? Step forward. Ho Kuan cackled triumphantly. Wow. Monkey, you're incredible. Stay humble, stay humble. And you, fatty, aren't too shabby yourself? Are you two simpletons engaging in a mutual admiration society? Get back to firing. The battle raged on with fervor, the streets echoing with the relentless sound of gunfire, a veritable rain of blood cascading through the air. Overall, the group maintained a distinct advantage in their skirmish against the magic-eyed rats. Suddenly, a small boy, no older than 5, stumbled into view from around the corner. Mommy, Mommy, where are you? Don't you want your baby anymore? The boy was clearly lost from his family, unable to reach the evacuation in time, wandering about in tears searching for his mother. The expressions of the crowd shifted to alarm, silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation, particularly at such a critical juncture to encounter a child. As anticipated, 3 vicious demon-eyed rats swiftly targeted the boy and pounced upon him with ferocity. The boy, having never witnessed such a scene, stood frozen in shock, not knowing to evade or escape. The distance was too great. Rescue was impossible. The onlookers could already envision the boy being torn to shreds. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure cast aside their weapon and broke through the defensive line, racing toward the young boy. Just in time, they shielded him with their body, exposing their back unreservedly to the claws of the demon-eyed rats. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. It was Yi Mu. Danger! Monica exclaimed in alarm. Yi Mu tightly embraced the boy, sheltering him with her own body, closing her eyes and steeling herself for whatever fate awaited them. At that moment, a blinding flash of lightning illuminated the battlefield. Trembling, Yi Mu waited in vain for the anticipated pain to arrive. Confused, she opened her eyes, her vision slightly blurred, and saw 3 lifeless bodies of the demon-eyed rats at her feet. As she lifted her gaze, she beheld a broad, upright silhouette. It was Wushang. Yi Mu was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of profound relief washed over her. As the tension in her body dissipated, she felt herself weaken, losing the courage she had summoned in the act of saving the boy. Are you all right? Wushang inquired. Yes, Yi Mu replied with a slight nod. On the other side, Charles casually dispatched a grotesque rat with a magic eye before shifting his gaze to Yi Mu, who was cradling the boy. Unreservedly, he uttered a disdainful remark, "Tch, an obstructive waste." Upon hearing Charles's words, Yi Mu felt a wave of shame wash over him, and he lowered his head, his expression dimming. Wushang furrowed his brow and reached out to pull Yi Mu up. Do not let it bother you. Let us return swiftly. Yi Mu nodded, retreating with the boy back to the safety of the group. As the battle drew near its conclusion, the remaining grotesque rats began to flee towards the inner city. Observing this, Charles let out a hearty laugh and charged forward in pursuit. Charles, come back, Monica called out anxiously. Ignoring her, Charles showed no intention of halting his pace. To him, this was a rare opportunity to garner prestige. The Academy's rewards were secondary. The presence of his classmates only served to hinder his performance. He preferred to claim the glory for himself without anyone trailing behind. Before long, Charles's figure vanished at the end of the street. That scoundrel! That damn scoundrel! Monica seethed, nearly biting her silver teeth in frustration. Their mission was merely to drive the creatures away, and at this point, they had essentially accomplished that goal. Yet, Charles disregarded the orders and recklessly pursued, creating unnecessary trouble. The group exchanged glances, awaiting Monica's decision. With a sigh, she conceded that, regardless of her reluctance, Charles was still their classmate. As the class leader, she could not turn a blind eye. Deflated, she said, "Let us also pursue him." "Class leader, what about that child?" Ho Kuan inquired, gesturing towards the boy in Yimu's arms. The boy cast a fearful glance at the crowd, and upon noticing their unwavering stares, he instinctively buried his small face into Yimu's embrace like a startled rabbit. "Class monitor, allow me to take over," volunteered Bai Ting, the third girl in the group. "You all proceed ahead. I will stay here to watch over him." In truth, Wu Shang had intended to suggest that Yimu remain in place to care for the child, yet he did not anticipate Bai Ting would take the initiative, likely seizing this opportunity to rest under the guise of duty. "Very well," Monica acquiesced with a nod. Immediately, Bai Ting smiled and beckoned to the little boy. "Come here. Little brother, would you? Go on. Yi Jie will return shortly. Let Bai Jie hold you for a while, shall we?" Yimu gently patted the boy's head as she spoke softly. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, the boy finally crawled out of Yimu's arms and nestled into Bai Ting's embrace, nuzzling against her. Seemingly aware that this new hold was not as comforting as the previous one, a hint of reluctance appeared on the boy's small face. Several men exchanged glances, each harboring emotions that only men could comprehend. Chao Run remarked, "To be honest, I suddenly feel an overwhelming urge to strike that child." Ho Kuan added, "Count me in. I share your sentiments." Wang Lu exclaimed, "Release that child. Let me take him." He Fei interjected, "You're not acting right." Chapter 93. Entangled in the siege, the group pursued their quarry through the alleys, where they encountered scattered corpses of the blighted magic-eyed rats, evidently the handiwork of Charles. At last, they located Charles's figure before a colossal chemical factory. As Monica was about to call out to Charles, she saw him rushing alone into the factory. "Damn it!" The others quickly followed him to the entrance, peering into the darkness within, where visibility was obscured. "Everyone, be cautious," Monica advised, and then led the way inside. As Wuxiang stepped through the factory's entrance, his footsteps faltered imperceptibly, unnoticed by the others. The interior of the factory was vast, covering over 10,000 square meters. Fortunately, its layout was not overly complex, allowing them to quickly trace Charles's whereabouts. Upon seeing the group follow him, Charles displayed an irritable demeanor and spoke curtly. "I have been tracking and discovered that numerous demon-eyed rats have fled into this factory. This must undoubtedly be a hiding place for these creatures. Your arrival raises my suspicions that you intend to reap the benefits without any effort." The others were rendered speechless. It was astonishing how Charles could concoct such convoluted narratives from a simple situation. There is a saying that those with a corrupt heart can only project their own filth onto others. One could only hope that an unforeseen event would impart a lasting lesson on him. Monica couldn't help but engage in a heated argument with Charles. Just as they became embroiled in their dispute, an eerie red light suddenly illuminated the darkness, capturing everyone's attention. Soon, one red light multiplied into 2, then 3, then 10, and eventually blossomed into hundreds. Were such neon lights customary in a chemical factory? If we were to liken it to neon lights, would it not seem somewhat too dim? The anxious crowd gradually succumbed to a dreadful suspicion. Their feet seemed rooted to the ground, paralyzed with fear. The two individuals embroiled in argument finally sensed something amiss. Charles involuntarily felt a surge of bile rise within him, struggling to swallow. Trembling, he raised an arm, from which a flickering flame emerged. By the dim glow of the fire, shadowy figures loomed densely in the darkness, each red light symbolizing a blood-red eye. A cacophony of hissing sounds echoed throughout the factory, sending shivers down their spines. In the next moment, hundreds of cursed rat-like creatures surged toward them from all directions. "What are you standing there for? Run!" A voice rang out, though its owner remained unrecognized, prompting the crowd to muster every ounce of strength and dash towards the factory's exit. Charles was not mistaken. This indeed was a lair of the cursed rat-like creatures, and they were of a kind that was utterly insatiable. The group fired indiscriminately in the direction of their escape, even with eyes shut, certain to hit their mark. Wuxiang and Charles held the rear, fending off the pursuing monsters, as the group was gradually compressed into a circular formation, fiercely pushing through the swarm of rats. The distance that would normally take but a moment to traverse now felt insurmountably arduous. As time wore on, the group bore various injuries, their clothes stained with blood, and one unfortunate soul had a significant chunk of flesh bitten from his calf. As ammunition and stamina dwindled to their last remnants, they finally broke free from the encirclement. The factory's entrance now within reach. The sunlight streaming in illuminated Charles's face, revealing a mix of terror and a cruel smile. Wushang, do not blame me. Seizing the moment when no one was paying attention, Charles gathered the last vestiges of his strength and struck Wushang's unguarded chest. Wushang was sent soaring as if struck by a heavy blow, landing amidst the throngs of rats behind him. He had been contemplating how to extricate himself from the group without seeming overly deliberate. Indeed, his dear classmate Charles had thoughtfully presented him with a grand gift, allowing him to act in accordance with the circumstances. However, since he had accepted this gift, it was only polite to reciprocate. Thus, let us play together. Just as Charles reveled in the success of his plan, an inexplicable and formidable force suddenly gripped him from behind. No, help, save me. Confounded by the turn of events, Charles struggled with all his might, but resistance was futile as he was inexorably drawn back, helplessly watching the exit recede further away. The others turned at the sound, their expressions shifting dramatically. They witnessed Wushang and Charles being engulfed by the swarm of rats. Don't mind us. We can still hold on. Quickly, find the warriors of the Heavenly Blade and return to save us. Wushang shouted to the group. Monica, unwilling to surrender, activated her powers with great effort, attempting to pull Wushang back. Yet, things did not unfold as she had hoped. The liquefied gas cylinders stored within the factory erupted violently, likely influenced by the residual chaos of the prior battle. A series of intense explosions ensued, unleashing shockwaves that violently hurled everyone standing at the entrance of the factory. In the blink of an eye, the enormous structure began to collapse like fragile building blocks, engulfed in flames that lit up the sky. Wushang and Charles, along with hundreds of the monstrous eye of magic rats, were sealed within the inferno. After a brief moment, Yimu, coughing violently, struggled to rise from the ground. Upon raising her gaze, her eyes widened in horror at the devastating scene before her, as if a vital thread within her had snapped. Wushang! She cried out in despair, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. She stumbled to the ruins, kneeling beside the debris, desperately attempting to lift the stones and metal fragments. Her hands becoming bloodied and raw, yet she felt no pain. It can't be. It can't be. He is so powerful, so strong. He must be all right, she murmured to herself, as if entranced. As the others regained their senses, they slowly rose, staring blankly at the wreckage, never having anticipated such a grim outcome. The air was filled with faint rustling sounds as a few scattered eye of magic rats approached, further darkening their expressions. Though their numbers were few, the remaining individuals were far too weakened to engage in combat. Recklessly fighting was clearly an unwise choice. We must retreat. Monica spoke weakly, her once fiery eyes now clouded with sorrow and reluctance. But the class leader, can we truly abandon her? What else can we do? Before anyone could finish their thought, Monica sharply interrupted. We are utterly powerless. We must hasten to find someone to return for rescue. There may yet be a glimmer of hope. Chapter 94. An urgent incident. With a sigh, Monica observed Yimu, who was relentlessly digging through the mountain of rubble with her bare hands, feeling a wave of melancholy and uncertainty wash over her. Yimu, please, relinquish your efforts. Monica gently placed her hand on Yimu's shoulder, hoping to halt her futile endeavor. Get away. Yimu, behaving uncharacteristically, forcefully shrugged off Monica's hand, her expression terrifying, her eyes filled with a deadly glare, even more fearsome than the surrounding blood-eyed vermin. An invisible and eerie energy emanated from her, radiating outward, causing those affected to experience excruciating headaches and a disorienting loss of composure. The encroaching blood-eyed vermin grew increasingly frenzied, their crimson singular eyes shrouded in a shadowy hue. One vermin suddenly lunged, blinding another in a fit of rage. It was swiftly met with a third, which viciously snapped its neck. Such chaos was no mere coincidence. Nearly all the nearby blood-eyed vermin began to turn against one another, engaging in a savage frenzy. In the midst of this turmoil, only Yimu remained oblivious to the surrounding carnage, seemingly impervious to pain as she continued to excavate the debris, blood dripping from her fingertips and staining the shattered stones. Hurry! He, knock Yimu unconscious and take her away. Monica knelt on the ground, clutching her head in anguish. Her teeth gritted as she spoke with great difficulty. Upon hearing her words, He mustered the strength to rise and slowly approached Yimu. As the distance between them diminished, an eerie pressure intensified, causing blood to trickle from the corners of Hefei's eyes and nostrils. A powerful chop struck the back of Yimu's neck. Instantly, her body trembled, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed limply. With her unconsciousness, the peculiar energy field enveloping the vicinity gradually dissipated. The crowd felt an immense relief, gasping for air, their gazes toward Yimu transforming into a look of bewilderment. They could scarcely fathom that this seemingly inconspicuous classmate could unleash such terrifying power. "Quickly, let us go," Monica exclaimed, regaining her composure. He cradled the unconscious Yimu, hoisting her onto his back as the group hastily retreated along their original path. Inside the inferno of the burning chemical plant, Charles, besieged by countless demon blood mice, found himself in a state of utter despair, his face etched with hopelessness. Even if he managed to escape the onslaught of the demon blood mice, he would still be trapped within the plant, unable to find even a glimmer of hope for survival. A profound sorrow enveloped Charles's heart, and tears streamed down his face as he lamented his foolish decision to pursue this perilous course. Was it not better to live an ordinary life? Soon, succumbing to excessive blood loss and grave injuries, compounded by the suffocating smoke and flames, Charles ultimately lost consciousness, just moments away from being mercilessly torn apart by the oncoming horde of demon blood mice. A brilliant flash of lightning burst forth in an instant. Wuxiang, with a hand raised, surveyed the disfigured Charles before him, nodding in satisfaction. Indeed, it was just right, a perfect balance with only a breath remaining. It seemed he was still too kind-hearted, unable to bear the sight of his close companion enduring suffering. Turning to survey the raging inferno surrounding him and the hesitant demonic-eyed rat before him, Wuxiang let out a soft, resigned chuckle. Though he had successfully extricated himself, the scene was rather grand in its chaos. However, it posed no significant issue. At that moment, the communicator, which had been unusually silent of late, suddenly flickered to life. Wuxiang retrieved the device, his gaze deepening as he observed the rapidly blinking indicator. The communicators carried by each member of Tianren served not only for contact, but also for sending and receiving various signals. When an individual transmitted a specific signal on the public frequency, everyone within a certain radius would be able to receive it. The pattern and frequency of the blinking light now indicated a plea for help. It appeared that Gun and the others were likely in a predicament beyond their capacity to resolve. Wuxiang murmured to himself, shifting his focus to the demonic-eyed rat not far away, his eyes igniting with an ominous blue-violet electric glow. In that case, it was imperative to act swiftly. A tempestuous thunderstorm manifested, forming a magnificent and brilliant web of electricity that spread outwards from Wuxiang. Any demonic-eyed rat that came into contact with it could not even emit a cry, as they were all reduced to ashes. Minutes later, the already burning chemical factory erupted once more in a violent explosion, sending steel and concrete soaring dozens of meters into the air. At the center of the facility, an exaggerated crater was left behind, from which a vague shadow seemed to soar into the heavens. Wuxiang casually discarded Charles's lifeless body onto a safe patch of ground before hastening toward a specific direction. As he progressed, he summoned his armor, a magnificent ensemble imbued with technology and power that enveloped him instantaneously, augmenting his formidable presence. The reason Wuxiang donned his armor so promptly was primarily due to the conspicuousness of fighting in a school uniform, which hindered his movements in various respects. Moreover, his armor had now been upgraded to the 5th generation, significantly enhancing both its defensive capabilities and combat prowess compared to the previous 4th generation. Meanwhile, a group of individuals who had retreated to safety bore expressions of profound sorrow, resembling defeated soldiers fleeing from battle. Monica looked up and suddenly spotted a team from another class passing by, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. "Classmates, please wait," she exclaimed loudly. The team, taken aback by her call, halted in confusion, uncertain of her intentions. "We encountered some unforeseen circumstances. A companion is trapped, and we hope you can assist in the rescue," Monica explained rapidly. The leader of the opposing team, upon hearing her words, displayed a clear reluctance. To be frank, their class had already completed the current trial task, and was temporarily free to withdraw. Upon learning that a companion was trapped, he instinctively sensed that the situation was not straightforward. Preferring to avoid unnecessary complications, he replied, "I'm sorry, classmate. Our team has tasks to attend to and cannot afford to be delayed. You should seek assistance from the warriors of Tianren." Monica nodded in disappointment, fully aware that the other party was merely making excuses to evade responsibility. However, she could not force anyone to assist against their will. Just then, a squad of celestial blades rushed past the crowd. Momentarily stunned, Monica quickly spread her wings and took flight in pursuit. Comrades, please wait. We have companions in peril. We request assistance." She landed and opened her arms to block the path of the advancing squad. "Step aside. Do not hinder the celestial blades in the execution of their duties," barked a soldier from within the ranks. "How can you refuse? Are you truly willing to stand by and do nothing while lives are at stake?" Monica was taken aback by such a response, her eyes brimming with tears. "I apologize, but due to an urgent situation, we are unable to spare any personnel," replied the soldier, his expression grave. With that, the squad parted, sweeping past Monica on either side. Frozen in place, her arms slowly fell limply to her sides. She stared blankly in the direction the squad had departed, gritting her teeth in resignation as she followed them. Abandoning all hope. Chapter 95. Timely rescue in a certain area of the eastern district of Lopuskin. Hundreds of blighted eyes rodents were relentlessly assaulting the celestial blade warriors stationed at the center, leaving them little room to breathe. Gun's expression was grim. Although 3 of their squads had gathered here, they were not without the means to confront the horde. The primary concern, however, was that not far off, a rodent king of the same size as a small automobile loomed menacingly, the very leader of the invading blighted eyes rodent swarm. The only formidable adversary encountered happened to be them. One cannot discern whether to deem this circumstance fortunate or unfortunate. A distress signal has already been dispatched, yet it remains uncertain whether they can endure until that moment. The Rat King refrained from taking action, lazily remaining in place while emitting a series of squeaks, merely orchestrating the assault of his offspring, seemingly relishing the role of a spectator. Nevertheless, the mere presence of the Rat King instilled an unimaginable pressure upon the group. After all, a commander-level monster could only be vanquished by several powerful B-rank warriors banding together. It was far beyond the capabilities of these ordinary C-rank soldiers. Gun's armor lay in tatters, having suffered severe damage, rendering it almost defenseless. Blood trickled down his forehead, seeping into his eyes, blurring his vision. After dispatching the grotesque eye rat before him with a single shot, he glanced around, noting the rapidly dwindling number of his comrades still standing to fight. Perhaps due to recent events, Gun inexplicably recalled Wuxiang, wondering if Wuxiang was also making his way here. He speculated that Wuxiang had likely attained the strength of a B-rank warrior by now, possessing some measure of capability to contend with commander-level monsters. Yet, what difference would it make? A bitter smile crept upon Gun's lips. It was hardly conceivable that Wuxiang alone could defeat the commander-level Rat King. And even if a miracle were to occur, it seemed unlikely that he would live to witness it. As time wore on, the besieged group ultimately reached a point of utter exhaustion, their magical energy entirely depleted. Gwen's fingers slackened, causing the weapon to slip from his grasp. It was utterly inconceivable. Just moments ago, he had been engaged in discussions about splendid plans for the future, and now he was on the brink of becoming a martyr. The relentless, bloodthirsty demon-eyed rats surged forth like grotesque fiends, each one seemingly eager to drink their blood and feast upon their flesh. They lunged forward, and yet they had done their utmost. A whisper of wind cut through the air. A faint exclamation echoed in their ears. Countless invisible strands of wind suddenly enveloped those who had surrendered in despair, wrapping them in a perfect cocoon. A demon-eyed rat, caught mid-air within the wind's embrace, could not comprehend the unfolding events. It beheld its own body tumbling to the ground, its claws, even its innards. After a disorienting whirl, its vision succumbed to darkness. The wind strands were extraordinarily sharp, and in an instant, all the advancing demon-eyed rats were severed into neat, varying-sized pieces. Scalding blood splattered across the faces of the stunned onlookers, and then they beheld a figure clad in armor descending from the heavens. The figure slightly turned to reveal half of a youth's stern countenance. "Wuxiang," Gwen exclaimed in a near ecstasy. "Indeed," Wuxiang replied, shifting his gaze toward a colossal demon-eyed rat not far away. Its fur bore no distinction from that of ordinary demon-eyed rats, save for each hair standing erect like hardened steel needles, while its basin-sized, crimson single eye exuded an even more terrifying aura, revealing a pair of massive fangs protruding ominously. The Rat King observed Wu Shang with a keen eye, acutely aware that this newcomer, who had slaughtered many of its offspring, possessed an overwhelming aura far beyond that of the ordinary humans it had previously toyed with. Wu Shang, the very name belonged to the Rat King of the Blood-Eye Mice. It was this creature that had led its horde through the sewers into the city. Gun hastily explained from behind, cautioning, "It is a commanding-level demon. Be extremely careful, do not." Before he could finish, the onlookers were astonished to see the Rat King suddenly begin to furiously dig into the earth. Was it attempting to escape? The Rat King was an exceedingly cautious creature, adhering to the principle of evasion. If it did not possess 100% certainty of success, it would opt for retreat as the best course of action. Wu Shang found himself momentarily taken aback, having never encountered a creature so timid. Just as the Rat King's form was about to vanish from sight, Wu Shang's figure shimmered, and, in an instant, he surged forward, clasping the Rat King's plump tail that was still protruding above ground. He anchored himself firmly, his feet sinking over an inch into the earth, channeling immense strength into his arms, and with a powerful shout, he unleashed a torrent of dirt and stone. The Rat King was forcibly uprooted and hurled several meters away. As it crashed to the ground, the Rat King swiftly flipped itself upright, emitting a series of frantic squeaks, while the surrounding blood-eye mice converged upon Wu Shang. He remained unfazed, for these lesser demons posed no threat to him unless they amassed in numbers akin to the red ants. A mere stomp from him would send a multitude flying. Realizing its efforts were futile and escape was impossible, the Rat King finally engaged Wu Shang in a direct confrontation. Its physique may appear cumbersome, yet it possesses remarkable agility. The surrounding edifices seem as fragile as tofu, effortlessly cleaved and shattered by its razor-sharp claws. Wu Shang deftly evades the Mouse King's assault with a leap, swiftly redirecting its formidable foot downward. The ground is left with a colossal crater. Yet the Mouse King is nowhere to be seen. A fierce wind rushes from behind, prompting Wu Shang to rapidly conjure a long spear imbued with lightning, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the Mouse King. The clash of the two figures, one large and one small, unfolds in a dizzying flurry of strikes, producing a cacophony of sparks and explosive sounds. The warriors on the periphery can only watch helplessly. Their intervention would only serve to complicate this high-stakes battle. Encouragingly, as the conflict progresses, the Mouse King becomes increasingly bloodied, with tufts of fur stained crimson and even a portion of its tail severed. Wu Shang holds an undeniable advantage, and victory is merely a matter of time. Suddenly, cornered and desperate, the Mouse King opens its gaping maw and lunges at Wu Shang. With a deft motion, Wu Shang counters the bite with the spear, effortlessly blocking the Mouse King's jaws. To Wu Shang's astonishment, the Mouse King intensifies its assault, its biting force increasing rather than diminishing. It endures the piercing of its upper jaw by the spear, clenching its massive fangs tightly onto Wu Shang's arm. A spine-chilling sound reverberates, for those fangs are the most formidable and resilient part of the blood-eyed rodent king. Even the armor they take pride in would be pierced as easily as paper. Moreover, the king of mice's mouth harbored the venom of corpses, and upon witnessing this scene, the crowd could not help but change their expressions drastically, their hearts rising to their throats. Chapter 96. A forceful kill. The long spear, condensed from lightning, dissipated, yet the expression on Wu Shang's face remained devoid of pain. Despite having his arm bitten, calmly, he raised his other free arm, and a violent surge of magical energy erupted forth like a tangible force, distorting the very air around him. He then clenched his fist and struck heavily upon the enormous canine of the monstrous rat. A thunderous sound akin to a bell reverberated through the crowd, causing them to sway and their eardrums to ache. The corpulent body of the king of mice shot forth like a cannonball, traversing the street and crashing through several buildings before finally halting. Upon examining Wu Shang's arm, not a single trace of blood or even a minuscule bite mark remained. He could not help but marvel at the exceptional quality of the armor bestowed upon him by Xingyan. After a considerable time, the king of mice trembled as it crawled out from the ruins, its so-called indestructible fangs now riddled with spiderweb-like cracks, accompanied by the sound of cracking. The fangs shattered inch by inch, fragments scattering across the ground. The king of mice emitted a heart-wrenching shriek, its indescribable agony causing it to roll about wildly, devastating the surrounding shops, vehicles, equipment, and greenery. It must come to an end. Wu Shang's gaze sharpened, and he leaped into the air, his right arm shimmering with resplendent lightning. With a thunderous roar, his fist surged skyward, piercing the wind as it struck the single eye atop the king of mice's head. In a fleeting moment, the rat king convulsed violently, desperately clawing at the surrounding ground, only to suddenly stiffen and collapse entirely. A gaping, charred hole marred its head, revealing a stark contrast of blackness. The arriving celestial blade troops stood in stunned silence, initially anticipating a fierce battle, only to find themselves mere spectators in a theatrical spectacle. Confusion reigned in their minds. Which commander possessed such formidable combat prowess? Why did they seem so unfamiliar? With both hands, Wu Shang hoisted the Rat King's lifeless body above his head and cast it onto an open expanse, proclaiming loudly, "The Rat King is dead. Immediately eliminate the remaining demonic creatures. Leave none alive." The soldiers, roused from their astonishment by his commanding voice, quickly organized themselves to pursue the fleeing demonic-eyed vermin. When Monica arrived at the scene alongside the Celestial Blade Squad, she witnessed a valiant warrior striking down the Rat King with a surge of thunderous might. The radiant flashes of lightning reflected in her pupils, leaving her momentarily dazed. Never before had Monica encountered such overwhelming power. Even the most ferocious of creatures appeared feeble in its presence, suggesting that even the instructors at the Academy of Extraordinary Abilities would find it challenging to rival such strength. Having long existed within the sheltered confines of the Academy, they had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg that was the world beyond. "Greetings, Commander. We are profoundly grateful for your timely intervention." A number of rescued soldiers, supporting one another, approached Wu Shang with heartfelt expressions of gratitude, mustering the strength to stand tall and perform a precise military salute. As they drew closer and beheld the youthful visage of Wu Shang, they were momentarily taken aback, their gazes brimming with admiration that deepened significantly. Guwen's expression was akin to that of someone suffering from constipation. He desperately wished to exclaim, "Look, this is my comrade. We hail from the same origin." Alas, under Wu Shang's subtle cue, he had to suppress his impulse, which left him feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. Wu Shang nodded to the crowd, preparing to turn away, when suddenly he heard a familiar call from a distance that halted his steps. "Commander! Commander! Please wait!" Monica shouted, sprinting with all her might, fearing that a moment's delay would lead to a missed opportunity. With a flicker of thought, Wu Shang activated the facial concealment feature of his armor and turned to face the approaching figure. At that moment, Monica leaned heavily on her knees, gasping for breath, her sweat-soaked hair clinging to her grimy face. Her typically pristine attire was now a wrinkled mess, her eyes reflecting a profound sense of despair and defeat. She appeared far more disheveled than he had anticipated, a far cry from her usual composed demeanor. "Classmate, is there something amiss?" Wu Shang inquired, his voice altered by a voice modulator, speaking in a calm tone. "Do not question the existence of such a device. It is merely a quirk of Yendora." Once Monica regained her composure, she looked up at the unfamiliar officer of the Heavenly Blade with a momentary flicker of surprise. Had he been wearing a mask just now? Nevertheless, she dismissed the thought as irrelevant. "Commander, may I ask if you have a moment? My classmate is trapped, and their fate hangs in the balance. Please, I implore you to save them. If they have perished, please at least bring back their bodies." Monica implored with profound sincerity, her voice imbued with a palpable sense of helplessness and desolation as she uttered the final words. Wu Shang remained silent for a few moments, then adopted a formal tone and inquired, "What are your classmates' names? What do they look like? Where are they trapped?" Monica managed a strained smile. The inquiry indicated at least a willingness to assist. "His name is Wu Shang. He has short black hair and blue eyes. He is tall and handsome. The location is a large chemical factory to the northwest." "Is he the only one?" "There are two, but the other one is not significant." "I see." Wu Shang feigned contemplation, seemingly reminiscing. "When I arrived, I happened to pass by the chemical factory and rescued two students. They should be your classmates." "Really? Is that true?" Monica exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy, disbelief urging her to ask hastily. "Indeed. And how are they now? Based on your description, the student named Wu Shang is in relatively good condition, but the other student is severely injured." "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. He is all right." Monica appeared to lose all her composure in an instant, her ears filtering out the latter part of the information, and she knelt on the ground, overwhelmed with relief as tears of joy streamed down her face. Class leader, is this truly okay? Wu Xiang felt a twinge of embarrassment and inexplicably began to sympathize with Charles. Monica's classmate has been relocated to a secure area. He should return to seek you all in due time. If there are no further matters, I shall take my leave. Thank you, thank you. Monica stood and bowed solemnly to her benefactor. However, as she lowered her head, her small nose twitched imperceptibly, as if it had caught a whiff of something unusual. The other party nodded indifferently and turned away, swiftly disappearing from her sight. A gentle breeze caressed the air as the sun sank below the horizon. Monica remained rooted in place for a considerable time, a hint of suspicion etched on her face, as she felt an inexplicable familiarity with the figure and silhouette of that person. Could it be that they had crossed paths before? Chapter 97. The conclusion of trials. After departing from the battlefield, Wu Xiang took a circuitous route to seek out his companions. He had discreetly placed miniature trackers on several classmates, thus easily determining their locations. However, would it not be rather inappropriate to return so brazenly? After all, he had been ensnared with a multitude of demonic-eyed, bloodthirsty rats in a burning chemical plant, and emerging without a scratch seemed rather implausible. Perhaps he could casually inflict a wound upon his arm or leg, or even bash his head against something. Perhaps that would be unwise. He was merely tasked with a mission at the academy, not an undercover operative infiltrating enemy territory. There was no need to subject himself to such indignity. Suddenly, two stray, lagging demonic-eyed rats entered his line of sight, and upon recognizing Wu Xiang, they turned tail and fled. This is rather fortuitous. Two invisible blades of wind were casually unleashed, and without any forewarning. The heads of two demonic-eyed, bloodthirsty mice fell to the ground, the severed edges smooth and clean. The headless corpses, propelled by inertia, rolled a considerable distance. Wu Xiang approached the bodies, slowly crouching down. He removed his school uniform jacket and tossed it into the pool of blood to soak, then smeared his palm with the crimson liquid and applied it to his face, followed by a handful of dirt for good measure. Soon, the reflective wall of the nearby building cast the image of a tragic youth, drenched in blood and covered in grime. Indeed, he looked rather intimidating, Wu Xiang mused to himself. Speaking of which, had he forgotten something? Touching his chin, he fell into a moment of contemplation. Charles. He had neglected to retrieve Charles. Surely he and T already succumbed by now. Without delay, Wu Xiang pulled out his communicator and sent a location to Gun, pleading for assistance in bringing Charles back. Gun, without further inquiry, promptly agreed. At that moment, a group from Class 12 of the first year sat despondently on the steps of a square. Each of them appeared haggard, their eyes devoid of any fighting spirit. The sky was dim, their hearts hollow, uncertain of their destination or what actions to take. Students and hurried warriors occasionally passed by, yet no one acknowledged their plight. Suddenly, Chao Run stood up, gathering the scattered refuse and debris around him into a pile. He then produced a lighter and ignited the heap. Fatty, what on earth are you doing? He Fei inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. Brother He, can't you tell? I'm bidding farewell to Brother Xiang, Chao Run replied. Despite the circumstances, the presence of this fire provides a glimmer of clarity for Brother Xiang as he navigates his path. Unable to find paper money for the moment, Chao Run lamented. We'll just have to make do for now. By the way, have any of you seen where the class monitor went? Ho Kuan inquired, approaching and sitting on the ground, casually tossing a piece of foam board into the flames. Perhaps she's preparing a coffin for Brother Xiang. After all, she once held affection for him. At this, Chao Run couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Silence enveloped the group once more, save for the crackling of the fire. As time passed, the flames grew fiercer, casting a crimson glow upon the faces of the three men, each marked by despondency and confusion. Sighing heavily, Chao Run retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, took one, and glanced at He Fei and Ho Kuan. Hey, black brother, monkey, would you care for one? In unison, the three men pinched their cigarettes between their fingers and held them to the fire to ignite, subsequently inhaling deeply and exhaling clouds of smoke. Are you not going to offer me one? A soft voice suddenly pierced the air, startling the trio. Oh, of course, Chao Run replied instinctively, reaching into his pocket. As he lifted his gaze, he was met with the bloodied figure of a familiar face standing across the fire. His expression froze, eyes widening in sheer terror. Ghost! 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 Chao Run shrieked in a pitch that cracked, stumbling backward in fright, the cigarette he clutched inadvertently dropping into his collar, searing him and eliciting a pained yelp. As for the performances of He Fei and Ho Kuan, they were not significantly superior to his. They scrambled in panic, hands and feet flailing. "Shang, brother Shang, how did you claw your way back from hell? No, you wouldn't be here to claim our lives, would you? Could you spare my brothers just this once? We are, after all, honoring you with a fire in your memory." Chao Run pleaded in terror, laboriously inching backward. Each step of the bloodied figure before him felt as if it crushed his very heart. "So, this bonfire is for me?" "Yes, indeed." "Then I must sincerely thank you." Wu Shang's lips curled into a smile, his ghastly visage, smeared with blood and grime, cast an eerie yet captivating aura in the flickering light of the flames. Thus, Chao Run found himself most honorably subjected to a lifelong, unforgettable beating. He did not spare He Fei and Ho Kuan either, bestowing upon each a precious panda. Of course, the onlookers were not completely oblivious. They quickly grasped the astonishing reality that Wu Shang was still alive. Although it was hard to believe, it was ultimately a cause for celebration. The previously heavy atmosphere began to lighten. Shortly thereafter, Wu Shang encountered Yi Mu, who was unconscious and being cared for by Bai Ting. He was unaware of the events that had transpired and inquired among the crowd, but their explanations were a cacophony of confusion. Although Yi Mu had been knocked unconscious by He Fei, logically, she should have awakened by now. Wu Shang approached to investigate. Yi Mu lay there peacefully, appearing as if she were merely asleep, leaving him unable to discern the truth. He could only speculate that she might have suffered some psychological trauma. After a while, Monica returned with the injured members of Team 7 to find everyone. Her gaze immediately fixed on the bloodied figure sitting among them. Overcome with emotion, she hastened towards him. But as she drew near, uncertainty caused her to halt, and she spoke cautiously. "Are you all right?" Wu Shang coughed weakly, covering his mouth. "I'm fine. Sorry to worry you." Upon hearing this, Monica wore a weary yet relieved smile. That's good. After the two groups reunited, they proceeded to the temporary camp of Team 7 to rest. Gun was taken aback by Wu Shang's current state, his mouth twitching as he silently berated him in his thoughts. As for the warriors who were unfamiliar with Wu Shang, they were completely oblivious to the fact that he was the one who had just saved them from the clutches of the Rat King. Following the defeat of the Rat King, the students from the Academy of Abilities, along with all 12 teams of the Tianren City's patrol, mobilized to conduct a thorough blockade and hunt down the remaining and fleeing blood-eyed rats. Finally, 2 days later, they eradicated every last one of the blood-eyed rats and simultaneously discovered and repaired a breach in the barrier of Anjia. Thus, this sudden urban defense battle concluded triumphantly with minimal peril. Chapter 98. Sketch's days slipped by in a blur. Wu Shang rested his chin on one hand, propping his arm on the desk, quietly gazing out at the scenery beyond the window. After the trials concluded, each team from Tianren would grade the corresponding classes in the academy that had assisted them. In the 7th squad, it was Gun who was responsible for the scoring, and without hesitation, he awarded the highest accolades. Consequently, the group was subsequently granted a substantial amount of credits along with a generous bonus, leaving one to ponder whether this could be deemed favoritism. Recently, Charles's seat has become vacant. He was rushed to emergency care and narrowly escaped with his life, but he is likely to remain bedridden for several months. After 2 days of unconsciousness, Yi Mu awakened normally, without any lingering effects. Fatty Chow clung to Wang Peng, regaling him with extravagant tales of his valor during the trials, describing how he single-handedly turned the tide, much to Wang Peng's annoyance, leading him to roll his eyes in exasperation. Life settled into a leisurely routine once more, yet the tasks at hand made little progress. In the last row, a young girl sat with her head bowed, exuding an air of mystery, as if she were secretly engaged in some mischievous endeavor. Clutching a paintbrush, she gazed towards the window, momentarily lost in a reverie that blurred the lines between reality and fantasy. Suddenly, she withdrew her gaze, focusing intently on the canvas before her, dabbing and stroking with fervor, pouring her most genuine emotions and aspirations into every stroke. As time passed, the figure on the canvas gradually took shape, revealing the likeness of a youth. The boy, bathed in sunlight, rested his chin on his hand, gazing out the window, showcasing a half-turned, austere profile that evoked a sense of intimacy, as if he were both near enough to touch, yet distant enough to transcend the mortal realm. As the warm scenery melded into the composition, The entire tableau exuded an air of tranquility, serenity, and beauty. The young girl furrowed her brow, seemingly dissatisfied with her creation, as if the images conjured by her hand could never attain the realm her heart yearned for. Once more, she lifted her gaze to secretly observe a specific direction, seeking inspiration, and could not help but smile gently. How delightful it is! As long as she could quietly gaze upon him, she would find immense contentment. Yimu, what are you doing? A girl suddenly approached, her expression tinged with curiosity. Nothing. Nothing at all. Yimu gasped, hastily leaning over her desk to conceal her sketches, fearful of revealing even the slightest glimpse. The girl, noticing this, became increasingly intrigued, circling Yimu several times, but still unable to catch a glimpse. She boldly attempted to pry her way in for a closer look, only to be thwarted by Yimu's steadfast grip. Gradually, the girl's patience waned. What could be so secretive that you dare not show anyone? Have you stolen something from someone? She exclaimed, feigning surprise and raising her voice, instantly drawing the attention of several classmates. I haven't, Yimu replied urgently, feeling profoundly wronged in that moment. Curious eyes turned toward the two, glimmering with interest, silently pondering the unfolding drama. It is worth noting that the girl who had called out was none other than one of Yimu's roommates. Well then, why don't you reveal it for everyone to see? The girl, relentless and thoroughly enjoying the attention, reveled in the opportunity to belittle the timid Yimu. Just as Yimu found himself at a loss, Wushang silently rose from his seat and approached the duo, positioning himself before the girl, casting a condescending gaze upon her. Upon noticing Wushang's advance, the girl's cheeks flushed slightly, her heart racing uncontrollably. Wushang, I apologize for disturbing you. I never anticipated that Yimu would act in such a leave. The coldness of his voice pierced through the air, rendering her pale and rigid. The words she had yet to finish were swallowed in fear, leaving her utterly humiliated. Wushang's formidable presence nearly stifled her, compelling her to retreat in silence, not daring to utter a word. He then cast a glance at the still cowering Yimu, sighed softly, and returned to his seat without uttering a single word. Only after Wushang had turned did Yimu dare to lift his gaze towards his retreating figure, feeling a poignant sense of melancholy, a twinge of discomfort gripping his heart. He must be disappointed in me. After school that afternoon, Yimu, clutching some books and sketches, walked alone on his way back to the dormitory. As he turned a corner, three figures suddenly appeared before him, causing him to instinctively take a step back in fright. The trio were his roommates, and their presence here was evidently not a mere coincidence. They had likely been waiting for him, with unfriendly smiles adorning their faces. They circled around Yimu, scrutinizing him as if he were some curious artifact. A sense of unease washed over Yimu, leaving him in a state of indecision, uncertain whether to stay or flee. I said, Yimu, why are you so out of place? We are all roommates in the same dormitory. Yet you never join us for meals or after school. Do you look down upon us sisters? Faced with the sudden onslaught of several girls, Yimu was at a loss. One girl, seizing the opportunity, abruptly reached into her bosom. Yimu was taken aback, and by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. The drawing she had been concealing was snatched away. Let me see what you've been hiding all this time, the girl exclaimed, examining the artwork closely. Upon recognizing the subject of the drawing, she paused momentarily, her smile transforming into a more peculiar expression, her eyes betraying disdain and envy as she gazed at Yimu. Oh, isn't this classmate Wushang? TSK, quite a remarkable piece. Who would have thought that our Yimu, despite being nothing, harbors such beautiful thoughts? Just because someone glances at her a few times, she believes she has a chance? There are always some misguided souls clinging to unrealistic fantasies. The three girls exchanged glances while passing the drawing among themselves, erupting into fits of laughter and mockery. Give it back. Yimu trembled uncontrollably, feeling like a defenseless little lamb stripped bare, exposed to all the malicious gazes. She desperately tried to reclaim her drawing, but the trio toyed with her like a cat with a mouse. This artwork looks splendid. Why not just give it to me? One of the girls remarked, relishing the sight of Yimu's near-tearful desperation. Give it back. As Yimu, realizing that her attempts to reclaim her artwork were futile, let out a furious roar. A glint of ferocity flashed in her eyes. With a forceful shove, she sent one of the girls sprawling. The girl, momentarily taken aback, quickly transformed her expression into one of rage, rising to her feet and delivering a resounding slap to Yimu's face. Ah! Yimu cried out in agony. clutching her face as she collapsed to the ground. You only want your artwork back, right? Fine. I shall return it to you at once. With a sharp tearing sound, the artwork was ripped in two, further disintegrating into a multitude of fragments. The girl flung her arm, scattering the pieces like snowflakes cascading down upon Yimu's head. Chapter 99. The Classroom Spectacle. Ugh. What a buzzkill. Three girls spat disdainfully before striding away. With her head bowed, Yimu knelt on the cold floor, engulfed by an intense chill that penetrated to her very bones. Tears streamed from her eyes, filling the frames of her spectacles and blurring her vision. She lifted her arm to wipe away her tears, trembling as she gingerly picked up a shard and carefully affixed it to her drawing board, followed by a second piece. Then a third. After finishing her meal, Wuxiang was on her way back to the dormitory when she spotted Yimu hunched over, seemingly engrossed in some task. Approaching closer, she noticed a fragment of paper lying at her feet. Picking it up, Wuxiang examined the piece, which appeared to be a remnant of the artwork that had just been torn apart, though she could not discern the content from this single fragment. The graceful lines and exquisite colors suggested that the artist had poured considerable effort into their creation. Where has it gone? Where could it possibly have drifted off to? Yimu murmured softly, meticulously searching every inch of the ground around her. Is this what you were looking for? A familiar voice echoed in her ears, and suddenly a hand reached out before her, several pieces of paper resting quietly in the palm of the newcomer. Thank you. Yimu paused momentarily before accepting the papers, cherishing them with great care. Are these pieces of paper very important to you? Yes, they are exceedingly important. Yimu nodded, her voice soft yet surprisingly firm. Is that so? For a moment, silence enveloped them, and Wuxiang soon noticed the swelling on Yimu's cheek, hesitatingly breaking the quiet. Your face. Upon hearing this, Yimu was startled and quickly covered her cheek with her hand. No, it's nothing. With that, she fled as though escaping. Wuxiang gazed at Yimu's gradually disappearing figure, frowning as he surmised that she had been bullied once more. Despite being an ability wielder, she was often tormented by a group of powerless individuals. Sigh. How should one put it? This predicament is partly due to her personality and the nature of her abilities. At this stage, Yimu's powers lack direct offensive capability and are quite unstable. As for her future path, that remains to be seen. Upon returning to the dormitory, her three roommates were engrossed in a video game. Brother Shang, please help us out. We're short one player. Hurry and join us. Wang Peng eagerly called out. No, you all carry on. Wuxiang replied indifferently. Wang Peng, unwilling to concede defeat, resolved to make one last effort. Yet, regardless of his persistent entreaties, Wuxiang remained impervious, leaving him in a state of discontent. Alas! Brother Shang, I truly do not comprehend. You claim to remain sequestered within your abode, eschewing games and romance. What, pray tell, is the purpose of such existence? Wuxiang, unperturbed, refrained from addressing his query. Each individual possesses a unique way of life, rendering simplistic judgments of right and wrong rather challenging. One can only hope that, years hence, when this group departs from the academy, they may still retain the mindset they possess today. The following day, Yimu rose early. Today was her turn to supervise the classroom, and she was paired with her classmate Wuxiang, which delighted her. She glanced at the other three beds in the dormitory, only to find them empty. This sparked her curiosity. Typically, her roommates would still be asleep at this hour, as they were accustomed to arriving at class just in time. Why were they collectively absent so early today? It was rather unusual. Nevertheless, she deemed it inconsequential. The whereabouts of her three roommates held little relevance for her. After freshening up and applying a light touch of makeup, she departed. As she made her way to the teaching building, the warm morning light streamed through the windows, casting a serene and refreshing atmosphere in the corridor. From a distance, she observed the classroom door still closed, indicating that Wuxiang had not yet arrived. She was determined to make a good impression. Gently, she pushed open the classroom door, only to be met with an overwhelming and acrid stench that caused her to wrinkle her brow in distaste. As she stepped inside, she turned her gaze and was confronted with a scene of unparalleled horror. Yimu instinctively let out a piercing scream. Her small face instantly drained of color as she fled the door in a frenzy. As Wuxiang arrived outside the classroom, he was met with the jarring cry resonating from within, just as Yimu collided into him. Yimu, what has happened? Wuxiang inquired urgently. The classroom. Blood. Heads. Yimu stammered, nearly incoherent, burying her face tightly in Wuxiang's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. Wushang gently stroked her head in an attempt to soothe her, hoping she would release her grip to assess the situation, but he found himself unable to do so. Reluctantly, he cradled Yi Mu and inched into the classroom. Upon witnessing the scene inside, even someone as composed as Wushang found himself at a loss for words. 3 bloody female heads were methodically placed upon the desks, their expressions contorted as if they had endured something unimaginably horrific in life. Thick, crimson blood pooled across the surface, dripping rhythmically from the table's edge, each drop resonating like the sound of death, imbued with an indescribable chill. How could this happen? Their homeroom teacher, Su Lily, was strolling down the corridor, having left a document on the lectern the previous day, intending to retrieve it. Upon reaching the classroom door, she was met with the sight of Wushang and Yi Mu locked in an embrace, her face betraying a hint of embarrassment. Ahem. Young individuals should be mindful of their surroundings even when engaged in romance. I hope I am not intruding, Su Lily remarked as she stepped into the classroom. However, upon casting a casual glance at the scene within, her smile instantly froze, and the words she intended to utter were swallowed back. Witnessing this, Wushang sensed the impending crisis and swiftly covered Su Lily's mouth with both hands. MMM. Su Lily's eyes widened to their fullest extent, instinctively struggling against him. Listen, remain calm. Do not make a sound for now. If you understand, nod your head, Wushang whispered gravely in her ear. The number of people arriving at the school was steadily increasing, and should she cry out, it would likely attract everyone around, leading to immense panic and chaos. After a considerable pause, Su Lily finally grasped the gravity of the situation and slowly nodded. Wushang then released his grip on her mouth. Wushang, what should we do now? This was the first time Su Lily, as a teacher, had encountered such an incident. Leaving her utterly bewildered and at a loss for what to do, Wushang contemplated briefly, surveying the two of them. It seemed that he was their only hope at this moment. Teacher, let us keep this matter confidential. Do not let anyone know except for the dean. You both must immediately prepare rags, cleaning agents, and disinfectants. Ensure that the classroom is restored to its original state before class begins. Su Lily obediently nodded, trembling as she pointed towards the 3 heads not far away. All right, but what shall we do about that? Wushang sighed, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor. Do not concern yourselves. I shall handle that matter. Chapter 100. A web of suspicion. 3 disembodied heads rolled their eyes. Their long, unkempt hair stained a dark red with blood, their expressions twisted in a grotesque display of malice and resentment, instilling a sense of dread. Without hesitation, Wushang waved his hand, encapsulating them within his storage ring. Though it was somewhat repulsive, it was the only course of action available at the moment. When Su Lily returned with supplies, she discovered the 3 heads had vanished, their whereabouts concealed by Wushang, and she wisely refrained from probing further. The fewer individuals privy to certain matters, the better. It not only aids in confidentiality, but also alleviates anxiety. Yi Mu, remain and assist me in the cleanup. Teacher, please stand guard at the entrance and prevent any classmates from entering, Wushang instructed calmly. The 2 promptly complied, viewing Wushang as their steadfast leader. Yi Mu, silent, poured the cleaning solution into the bucket and prepared the cloth, yet her gaze trembled as she hesitated to approach the blood-soaked table. Wushang, discerning her trepidation and fear, deftly took the cloth from her hands and spoke. Allow me to handle this. You prepare a fresh cloth and then spray the disinfectant around the classroom to mask the stench of blood. With that, he unflinchingly immersed the cloth into the pool of blood, diligently scrubbing the surface. Afterward, he applied the cleaning solution once more, ensuring that no trace of the crimson stain remained. The ensuing silence enveloped the 2 as they hastened to fulfill their respective tasks. Yi Mu seemed unable to control her gaze, frequently drifting towards the glaring red, lost in her thoughts. Outside the door, Su Lily stood rigidly, her expression as stiff as that of a primary school student, nervously rubbing her palms together, almost as if the words guilty conscience were emblazoned across her face. Good morning, Lily. A student entering the classroom greeted her with a smile. Haha, you all too. Good morning, she stammered. Lily, why do you look like someone stepped on your tail today? The student lightheartedly attempted to ease the awkward atmosphere and made a move to push the door open. Wait, you can't go in. Su Lily's expression shifted abruptly as she hurriedly spread her arms to block him. What's going on? The bewildered student was taken aback, his demeanor becoming somewhat disordered. And nothing. We're just doing a thorough cleaning in the classroom today, so please wait outside for a moment. It will be done shortly. Su Lily explained, her eyes darting away. I see. The student twitched his lips, accepting her odd behavior as that of a relative being a bit eccentric. As time passed, the classroom gradually returned to its usual state, the only anomaly being the several large buckets of blood-red liquid remaining before them. Wuxiang pondered for a moment, emptied all the paint he used for the bulletin board into the buckets, grabbed a mop, swirled it around vigorously, and then carelessly tossed both the mop and the buckets into the corner. As more and more students gathered outside, creating a ruckus, Su Lily grew increasingly anxious. Finally, Wuxiang nonchalantly opened the door. The students filed in, and thus, the day's lessons officially commenced. Su Lily, burdened with a complex and anxious heart, managed to complete her first class, albeit with several instances of misstatements and lapses in concentration. Fortunately, aside from a few individuals, most students did not pay much attention to the three who had mysteriously vanished. Days swiftly passed, and yet another holiday arrived. Wuxiang found himself increasingly troubled, as he needed to pursue the truth while also tending to Yi Mu's emotional state to prevent further complications. The three deceased were indeed Yi Mu's roommates, and curiously, no trace of their bodies had been discovered, as if they had completely evaporated from existence. Who, one might wonder, could execute such an inconspicuous act? As for Yi Mu, Wuxiang had not refrained from inquiring. According to her account, her roommates were present before she fell asleep, yet upon waking, they had vanished without a trace. And she had not heard any unusual sounds during the night. If Yi Mu was truthful, did the three slip away under the cover of darkness? Or were they forcibly abducted? If abduction was the case, why was Yi Mu the only one left behind? Moreover, there was another detail that piqued Wuxiang's curiosity. The day Yi Mu had rushed from the classroom and collided into his embrace, he noticed a faint trace of blood on the hem of her school uniform. While it might be considered normal for such a situation to result in a bloodstain, the troubling aspect was that the blood appeared to be dried. However, Wuxiang quickly dismissed his implausible speculations. Regardless of the circumstances, he was certain that she could not possess the ability to achieve such a feat after the incident. The homeroom teacher Su Lily resolved to assist Yi Mu in changing her dormitory. Despite Yi Mu's evident fear and deteriorating mental state, she inexplicably refused the offer, insisting she could manage alone. The number of students around her dwindled, as Wuxiang ambled aimlessly through the corridors of the academic building, a bag slung over his shoulder. With a flick of his fingers beneath his sleeve, a miniature camera, no larger than a soybean, silently embedded itself into a discreet crevice within the wall. There was no choice. Undertaking some action was preferable to inaction. He would cast a broad net, hoping for a stroke of luck with this physical approach. It struck him that since arriving at the academy, his cultural knowledge had scarcely advanced, yet he had acquired a plethora of peculiar skills. After securing the camera, Wuxiang furrowed his brow and, with a sidelong glance, noticed a corner of fabric peeking from around the corner behind him. Sensing his intention to turn, the fabric immediately withdrew, inadvertently revealing a strand of hair. Once Wuxiang had departed, a shadowy figure stealthily emerged, approaching the spot where he had just lingered. She meticulously surveyed her surroundings, scrutinizing every detail, yet seemingly failing to uncover the answers she sought, a look of confusion passing over her face as she murmured to herself. How strange, there appears to be nothing here. Could it be that I am overthinking this? Yet he does not strike me as the type to wander aimlessly. A passing student observed her, bent over with her backside in the air, focused intently on the ground, occasionally tapping the floor, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Fellow student? What are you doing? The unexpected greeting startled her, causing her to scramble to her feet, responding in a stiff tone. And no, it's nothing. I just accidentally dropped a coin while reaching into my pocket. I'm just looking for it. Oh, do you need help? No, it's fine. Thank you. I've already found it. Goodbye. With that, she averted her gaze from the other's expression and hurriedly fled, striding away in a panic. It had been ages since she encountered such an awkward situation. She felt that any further delay would lead to her utter embarrassment. Fortunately, it was someone she didn't know. If it had been an acquaintance, perhaps transferring schools should be considered. Chapter 101. Exposure with a Heavy Heart. Wuxiang exited the school gate, making his way back to his rented room. Suddenly, he halted, letting out a resigned sigh. How long do you intend to follow me? His cold words echoed in the air, yet no response came for what felt like an eternity, as if he were merely engaging in paranoid self-talk. A faint spark of electricity flickered nearby. Ah! A girl exclaimed, abruptly leaping out from a corner. Wu Xiang turned to gaze at her. Class monitor, what a coincidence. Monica stood frozen for a moment before her surprise turned into indignation. Why you? Can't you be a bit gentler with girls? Wu Xiang disregarded her dissatisfaction and directly inquired. Why are you following me? Monica, caught off guard, forced a sheepish smile. Who, me? I'm not following you. I'm just passing by. Don't feign ignorance. We both know the truth. This is pointless. All right, I must confess, I have been tracking my boyfriend. I am not your boyfriend. That's fine. I think of you as such. Monica, with her hands behind her back and her ponytail swaying gently, strolled leisurely towards Wu Xiang. Speaking of which, you seem to have grown quite close to classmate Yimu recently. Aren't you going to explain that to me, your girlfriend? What I do is none of your concern. Oh, is that so? As she spoke, Monica suddenly leaned in, her petite nose pressing against Wu Xiang's chest, taking a deep sniff. Wu Xiang instinctively took 2 steps back, noticing her expression gradually morph into something peculiar. Unsure of Monica's intentions, he chose to disregard her and turned to leave. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a clear voice echoed from behind him. Should I address you as classmate Wu Xiang, or should I refer to you as commander? Wu Xiang halted, turning back to glance at her with an impassive expression, coolly responding, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Monica smiled slyly, her eyes sparkling with triumph, as if she had stumbled upon a new discovery. You may not be aware, but I possess a unique gift since childhood, the ability to discern the sense of different individuals through subtle nuances. Initially, I had merely harbored a sliver of doubt, but I have just confirmed it completely. In summary, dear Wu Xiang, your disguise has been unveiled. Monica observed Wu Xiang's expression with unwavering intensity, eagerly anticipating the imagined transformation that would manifest upon his typically stoic visage, envisioning the delightfully unexpected shock that would surely ensue. Just as her eyes began to tire from the prolonged fixation, she was taken aback to find Wu Xiang's figure had inexplicably vanished. In the next instant, a dizzying sensation enveloped her, and upon regaining her bearings, she discovered herself pulled into a secluded alleyway. Wu Xiang cornered Monica against the wall, his hand crashing down with a resounding thud, casting her into shadow and leaving her with no avenue of escape. Monica's heart raced fervently. She had been wall-pinned, and it was none other than Wu Xiang. Had the wall beside her not been shattered by his forceful strike, she would have felt an even greater thrill. Class monitor, you are indeed astute. I am, as you surmised, quite astonished, Wu Xiang remarked, his gaze fixed upon Monica, his tone betraying no hint of emotion. Thank you for the compliment. Monica replied cautiously, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. Thus, you must be aware that the clever often do not live long. Knowing too much can lead to a swift demise. As he spoke, Wu Xiang's expression darkened, a chilling smile emerging, while a potent surge of magical energy coursed through his palm. Monica's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily paralyzed. She had surmised the beginning, miscalculated the unfolding, yet failed to foresee the conclusion. No, I refuse to believe you are a mindless killer. At these words, a flicker of reluctance flashed in Wu Xiang's eyes. I must confess, I harbor a profound aversion to the senseless slaughter of the innocent. However, I am left with no alternative, as it is you who has compelled me to this. A fleeting moment of hesitation flickered across Wu Xiang's countenance, while Monica, clinging desperately to hope, hastily implored, wait, just a moment. I believe we can still negotiate. Shouldn't the customary procedure involve you first threatening me into silence, followed by my presenting conditions, and only then, should negotiations falter, resorting to silencing me permanently? The power within Wu Xiang's palm intensified, his lips parting slightly. I apologize, but I am pressed for time. With that, he struck down with a single hand. A flash of lightning illuminated the alley, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Monica curled up, shielding her head with her arms, her eyes tightly shut, awaiting a torment that never arrived. Could it be that her demise was so swift that she felt nothing in its wake? Gradually, she pried open her eyelids just enough to sneak a glance, only to discover that Wu Xiang had vanished without a trace. She exclaimed, rushing out of the alley and scanning the vicinity with urgency, soon spotting Wu Xiang in the distance, having already retreated far from her. A moment of realization washed over her, and her face flushed crimson as anger coursed through her, causing her to tremble as though she might explode on the spot. Wu Xiang, you insufferable scoundrel, you utter fool, you imbecile, you deceiver. Could you not have moved a tad slower? Wait for me, wait for me. With that, Monica hastily set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, in the rented apartment, Taiko, reclining on the sofa with her head propped upon her hand, heard the sound of keys turning in the lock. "Ah, welcome home," she yawned, lazily lifting her gaze to glance idly at the door. At first, the sight of Wuxiang did not elicit much concern, but upon noticing the unfamiliar beautiful girl following closely behind, my eyes widened in astonishment. Upon entering, Monica first swept her gaze across the room's decor, but upon spotting Taiko, her eyes fixated on her, unable to look away. The gazes of Taiko and Monica intertwined. The former's expression was filled with suspicion, while the latter radiated delight. How adorably charming!" Monica exclaimed, her face displaying an infatuated expression akin to a famished wolf discovering a delectable prey, and she lunged forward. Taiko, startled, stepped back nimbly, evading Monica's advance. "What a perverted woman! Keep your distance from me." Monica, undeterred by the retort, turned to Wuxiang with sparkling eyes and inquired, "Is this your sister? Is this your sister?" Wuxiang had yet to fully remove his shoes, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Yes, I suppose." "No, you are lying." Monica's gaze flickered between the two like a searchlight. "Even a fool could discern that you two are not siblings. She must either be a neighbor's child or a little girl you have illicitly confined for nefarious purposes." "Wuxiang, I cannot believe you are such a person." Monica scolded Wuxiang vehemently, to which he simply responded with a direct and swift slap. After a brief period, the commotion subsided. Monica sat primly in one corner of the sofa, while Taiko, maintaining a vigilant demeanor, positioned herself over 3 meters away on the opposite side. Wuxiang sighed, pondering whether his class monitor had been swapped at some point. Chapter 102. A visit. Wuxiang boiled a kettle of water and, having prepared the tea, personally poured a cup for Monica. After all, she was a guest, and it was only courteous to extend this gesture. Monica expressed her gratitude and accepted the cup, savoring the tea with an air of sophistication that finally revealed her genteel upbringing. In a moment of intrigue, Taiko stealthily pulled Wuxiang aside, lowering her voice to inquire, "Hey, what is the story with this woman?" A hint of helplessness crossed Wuxiang's face. "She insisted on coming along, and there's no way to send her away." "You haven't done anything to her, have you?" "What could I possibly do to her?" "Well, you know, that thing." "What thing?" "Oh, you already know?" Wuxiang had intended to inform Taiko about the revelation of his identity, but he was taken aback by her perceptiveness. She had guessed it without him saying a word. Taiko paused, her cheeks rapidly flushing crimson, her eyes wide with disbelief, momentarily causing her to stammer, "Why you? You really? With her? How could that be?" Wuxiang was surprised by Taiko's intense reaction, feeling a twinge of guilt. "Sigh. I never anticipated being pushed to this extent by her." "So you were indeed coerced? What about her? Was it her first time?" "Coerced? First time?" Such peculiar inquiries. However, if it had not been for his own carelessness, he wouldn't have allowed Monica to uncover his identity, and now, she was the only one privy to it. If one must speak of being coerced, it might be fair to say that the first time was indeed not without merit, and thus Wuxiang nodded slightly. "Well, perhaps." Taiko's eyes widened even further. "So, how do you plan to face her in the future? From what I understand, she is not one to act recklessly. A mere warning should suffice." "How can that possibly suffice? Do you realize how significant this matter is? It requires full accountability." This. Surely you wouldn't go so far as to kill her over such a trivial issue, would you?" Upon hearing this, Taiko momentarily lost her focus, a chill surging through her, rendering her speechless for quite some time. How terrifying! How could this man casually utter such horrifying words? Wuxiang furrowed his brow, suddenly noticing the unfamiliar and distant look in Taiko's eyes, which even seemed to carry a hint of perversion. "Even if you were the one coerced, as a man, the pleasure derived from it was still yours, was it not?" Pleasure? What is there to feel pleasure about? I am decidedly not pleased at the moment." The two became flushed and began to argue, nearly escalating to blows. "After bullying a girl, you still contemplate murder to silence her. You finish your business and deny all responsibility. Shameless, scoundrel, perverted murderer. What are you saying? I cannot comprehend it all." Pretending to be oblivious, are we? If you possessed even a shred of humanity, you would treat her properly and give her a title." "A title? What nonsense is that? Utterly unreasonable. I should truly be thankful she is a woman. If a man had discovered my identity, would I then be obliged to engage with him as well?" Confronted with Wuxiang's sardonic remarks, Taiko was about to retort when she suddenly froze. Wait, have you been speaking solely about your identities? What else could it be? Did you not deduce this long ago? The atmosphere swiftly plummeted to freezing point, and the two were ensnared in an oppressive silence. Wuxiang narrowed her eyes, gazing at Taiko with an unfriendly demeanor. Taiko, confess honestly, what were you just contemplating? And nothing. I absolutely did not think of anything indecent between you and her. Upon uttering this, Taiko hastily covered her mouth and attempted to flee, but was seized by the ankle and yanked back just a moment too late. Well, why is your mind so corrupt, despite your lack of growth? Enraged, Wuxiang pressed Taiko into her embrace, vigorously rubbing her. Let go of me, you scoundrel. Taiko struggled desperately to break free, dashing towards the bedroom at full speed. Wuxiang rose to pursue, only to find her feet ensnared by Taiko's puppet strings, causing her to stumble and fall. She watched helplessly as Taiko entered the bedroom and locked the door behind her. Just as Taiko leaned against the door, believing she had finally escaped, Wuxiang forcibly twisted the doorknob from the outside and burst in. I have retreated to my stronghold. According to the rules, you should no longer pursue. You are violating the code of conduct. Huh? Who still adheres to such notions in this day and age? A sudden cacophony erupted in the bedroom, resonating clearly throughout the floors above and below. Monica felt a twinge of curiosity regarding the private conversation between Wuxiang and Taiko. Yet out of basic courtesy, she refrained from eavesdropping. Initially, the two appeared rather secretive, seemingly engaged in a discussion of great importance. Soon, however, their cheeks flushed crimson, as if on the verge of a quarrel. But it wasn't long before they reconciled, playfully tugging and frolicking together. Sigh. The bond between those siblings is truly commendable, Monica mused. Unlike her, the solitary child of the household, lacking any siblings with whom to engage in playful antics. Her distant relatives were hardly close, rendering them almost non-existent in her life. Her gaze casually swept the room, and suddenly she spotted a large pink teddy bear perched at the edge of the sofa. Unable to resist, she reached out and squeezed it. Wow, how utterly adorable. So plush and soft. Monica adjusted herself into a comfortable position, leaning against the bear, her eyes instinctively closing in bliss. Unbeknownst to her, the teddy bear quivered ever so slightly, but it went unnoticed. Ah, I'm doomed. I'm doomed. Black Treasure exclaimed internally. Though being leaned upon by a beautiful young lady was quite pleasant, the predicament was that its back was unbearably itchy, yet it dared not move or scratch. Master, save the bear's life. 10 minutes later, Wuxiang emerged from the bedroom with disheveled hair, his shirt in tatters, his expression as blank as a canvas. Heading to the kitchen to prepare a meal, Taiko followed closely behind, her face a mask of indignation as she clutched her backside, on the verge of tears. In the end, the outcome could be deemed a mutual defeat. Monica? Is the playful banter between siblings truly this intense? A quiet chuckle escaped as I realized I had witnessed an unfamiliar side of Wuxiang today. After some time, Monica successfully managed to join us for dinner. And with her very first taste of the dish, she was utterly captivated by Wuxiang's culinary skills. This is remarkably exquisite. It rivals even the finest offerings of upscale restaurants. Of course, consider yourself fortunate this time, Taiko retorted, her chin lifted defiantly. Wuxiang shot her a bemused glance, wondering why she felt so proud when it was not her handiwork. Taiko immediately shot back a challenging look. What is wrong with that? After dinner, the trio engaged in casual conversation. Yet even as Wuxiang finished washing the dishes, Monica showed no inclination to depart. Instead, as dusk settled in, she appeared increasingly enthusiastic, seemingly determined to stay longer. Wuxiang participated in the dialogue with half-hearted responses, while internally devising a discreet strategy to encourage Monica to leave. If verbal persuasion proved ineffective, perhaps a logical approach would suffice. Chapter 103. Unexpected gains. Wuxiang glanced out the window. The sky had completely darkened. Class monitor, it's getting late. Aren't you heading home? Monica waved her hand dismissively. No rush. I've already informed my family. It's perfectly fine if I return a bit later. How about I simply stay the night at your place and head back tomorrow? Wuxiang remained silent, her expression impassive as she fixed her gaze on Monica. Under the weight of Wuxiang's stare, Monica grew increasingly uncomfortable, ultimately conceding with a hint of resentment. All right, I understand. I will head back now. Please. Wuxiang rose and gestured invitingly. Monica donned her clothing and shoes, standing at the door, turning back to offer a smile. Aren't you going to see me off? Very well, Wu Shang conceded, finding no trouble in escorting her. They descended the stairs together, strolling side by side along the broad street. The night felt considerably more desolate than the day, with long stretches of time passing without encountering a single passerby. Their conversation was sparse, a silent progression amidst the tranquility surrounding them, both human and material. As the clouds in the sky parted, the silvery moonlight illuminated the earth, stretching their shadows long. You seem to be preoccupied. Monica gently broke the silence. It's nothing, Wu Shang replied, his gaze unwavering and tone indifferent. You appear to have a penchant for responding with those two words. Perhaps. Once again, they lapsed into silence, and after a considerable pause, Monica hesitated before speaking again. Would you mind conversing with me? Anything at all. I just wish to hear your voice. At her words, Wu Shang lowered his eyes and, after a long moment, casually inquired, Are you acquainted with a student named Ledengsi? Ledengsi? Oh, you mean the one in the senior year? Monica responded, momentarily taken aback by the mention of this individual. Do you know him? Not exactly. I merely have some knowledge of him since Charles often mingles with their group. I see. You seem rather intrigued by him. In response to Monica's retort, Wu Shang appeared unfazed, yet internally he felt a twinge of surprise. Ledengsi was indeed the name of the deceased he had encountered outside the teaching building, albeit only briefly. Monica sensed an unusual undertone. She knew that Wu Shang was not one to meddle in others' affairs, suggesting that certain undisclosed secrets must have transpired. She chose not to confront him directly, instead feigning ignorance as she continued. Ledengsi is not a virtuous individual. You should steer clear of their circle to avoid being led astray. It seemed peculiar that she hadn't seen that bothersome group in quite some time. Perhaps they had been sent home by the school for some misdeed. Previously, Charles often associated with them, indulging in smoking, drinking, gambling, and even pursuing women. However, Charles's familiarity with Ledengsi and his cohorts was largely due to Muirs. Muirs? Wu Shang murmured, suddenly seizing upon the unfamiliar name. Indeed, it was Muirs, the eldest son of the Davis family and Charles's older brother. Haven't you heard of him? He is one of the prominent figures in the senior class. No, Wu Shang replied candidly, shaking his head. That makes sense. Considering your usual disinterest in matters beyond your immediate surroundings, Monica remarked with a smirk. As for Muirs, he is no saint. Externally polished and presentable, he is, in fact, a key player in the underground circles of the academy. In summary, he is a far more nefarious character than Charles, a consummate hypocrite. With whispers suggesting that his hands may have been stained with blood, the moonlight washes over the scene, and a gentle breeze stirs. The girl's melodious voice weaves a tale intermittently, while the boy listens, occasionally interjecting a word. Unbeknownst to them, they find themselves halted before the grand entrance of an opulent estate. I've arrived home. Want to you come in for a while? Monica invites with a smile. No, I must be on my way, Wu Shang replies, shaking his head, and without further ado, he turns to depart. Wu Shang, Monica instinctively calls out. He pauses, glancing back, awaiting her next words. No, it's nothing, goodbye. Goodbye? Monica gazes intently at Wu Shang's retreating figure, lost in thought, until he vanishes completely from her sight. A gentle breeze lifts the strands of hair at her forehead, bringing a slight chill. She instinctively tightens her clothing but does not immediately enter. Instead, she silently sits on the flower bed at the entrance. With her head bowed, a bittersweet smile inadvertently graces her lips. It seems she has engaged in a myriad of peculiar activities throughout the day, akin to a fool. Somewhere along the way, she found herself drawn to that utterly unlikable boy, gradually attempting to bridge the chasm between them. Yet, as their interactions deepened, she became increasingly aware that they appeared to inhabit two wholly distinct worlds, with his position remaining perpetually out of her reach. No matter how high she might stretch on tiptoe, Monica harbored a profound premonition that her time in the same classroom with him was dwindling. She resolved to live freely, believing that such a choice would leave her with few regrets. Thus, she implored for forgiveness for her slight impulsiveness. At that moment, the grand gate of the estate creaked open, revealing an elderly man with hair as white as snow, his murky gaze fixating on Monica's solitary figure. His aged voice resonated. Miss, when did you return? Why are you outside instead of coming in? It would be unfortunate if you caught a chill. The master and mistress would be quite worried. Steward, I am perfectly fine, Monica replied, offering the old man a gentle smile, her tone lighthearted. I merely wish to enjoy a moment of solitude in the breeze. The elderly man sighed, and, without uttering another word, turned back to fetch her a shawl and cushion. Meanwhile, after leaving, Wuxiang quickened his pace, striding swiftly until he returned to his rented apartment in mere minutes. Upon entering, he found Taika, her arms crossed and a teasing tone in her voice. "Oh, if it isn't the busy Mr. Wuxiang. You actually decided to come back. I thought you had taken that girl to a hotel." Wuxiang's expression turned serious. Disregarding her jibe, "Taika, immediately retrieve all the information we have compiled thus far. I need to review it again." He sensed that several names he had heard from Monica that evening might serve as the key to unraveling long-standing mysteries within the academy. Upon hearing Wuxiang's words, Taika's demeanor shifted, realizing that a significant discovery was at hand, and she promptly joined him in action. Chapter 104. Mirrors. The eyes of the unscathed swiftly traversed the vast sea of information, encompassing the identities, backgrounds, interpersonal relations, and life experiences of numerous victims. Among these details, some proved useful while others were rendered insignificant. In summary, the data was rather chaotic. If previously this disarray had appeared bewildering to the unscathed, a newfound inspiration from Monica allowed for a pursuit along a specific trajectory, revealing what seemed to be an invisible thread weaving together a multitude of seemingly unrelated pieces of information. Over 40% of the deceased shared a commonality. Each had, to varying extents, connections to the individual known as Muirs. In simpler terms, they were students who had frequently associated with him. Thus, it appeared that the numerous apparitions congregating within the academic building might have been driven by a meticulously orchestrated act of deliberate revenge. Yet, what of the remaining 60% of the victims? Were they casualties of the perpetrator's attempt to obscure the truth, or did ulterior motives lie beneath? How did these incomprehensible entities come into existence? Were they birthed by nature or summoned by human will? The unscathed rubbed his aching head, feeling a sudden pang of nostalgia for Pandora. With her intelligence, she would undoubtedly unravel the mystery with greater ease than he could. Nevertheless, Muirs remained a figure shrouded in suspicion. He was either the mastermind behind the enigma or the intended target of the assailant. As midnight approached, only one household outside the building remained illuminated. At long last, the unscathed had sifted through the myriad of students in the academy, identifying 3 individuals, including Muirs. According to his assessment, these 3 individuals are highly likely to become the next targets of the murderer, particularly Muirs, who requires special attention. Without hesitation, Wuxiang logged into the academy's intranet using the permissions previously granted by the principal, retrieving all available information regarding Muirs. From the photograph, he bore a striking resemblance to Charles, albeit appearing slightly more mature. Aside from basic details and his abilities, an extensive portion of the document was dedicated to the accolades he had received. On the surface, he seemed to embody the qualities of an exemplary youth. Indeed, the most clandestine matters are often revealed through whispers and rumors. For the time being, this was all he could manage. Closing the computer, he turned to glance beside him. Taiko had begun to emit soft snores. Her small head tilted as she leaned against Heibao, lost in slumber. It seemed she was dreaming of something delectable, as she occasionally smacked her lips. A delicate thread of saliva glistening at the corners of her mouth, connecting to Heibao's fluffy belly, creating a damp patch on the floor. Wuxiang's gaze softened at the sight. He gently took a tissue to wipe her mouth, then carefully lifted her, placing her on the bed in the bedroom and covering her with a blanket. After closing the door and turning off the lights in the living room, he returned to his own room. On the weekend, Taiko sat on the windowsill, hugging her knees, each hand clutching a doll adorned with labels resembling herself and Wuxiang. With a casual toss, her small fingers danced, and the 2 dolls sprang to life, landing gracefully on either side of the floor. The Taiko doll struck first, her body transforming into a fleeting shadow as she delivered a powerful punch to the chin of the Wuxiang doll. Caught off guard, Wuxiang was sent flying, and before he could regain his composure, Taiko seized his legs, executing a high-speed, 1,080-degree spin that propelled him skyward. Taiko leaped up, gaining the upper hand, and delivered a fierce elbow strike to Wuxiang's abdomen, followed by a dazzling flurry of kicks that rained down upon the descending Wuxiang. Ultimately, Wuxiang crashed helplessly to the ground, struggling a few times before failing to rise again, concluding the bout with a dismal defeat. Heibao watched in wide-eyed astonishment, realizing the battle had ended, and promptly joined in applause. How dull! Taiko discarded the doll and scampered barefoot into Wuxiang's bedroom, only to find him seated on the bed, eyes closed in meditation. Wushang opened his eyes and cast a calm glance at Taiko, his lips parting slightly. Is there something you need? Boredom has led me to seek your company, she replied. Wushang nodded in understanding before suddenly asking, I forgot to inquire. How is the surveillance arrangement outside the teaching building coming along? Huh? Are you questioning my capabilities? I assure you, I leave no blind spots. Well done, now go play. Wushang responded. All right. Taiko bounced out of the bedroom, but abruptly paused, sensing something amiss. Hey, you rascal. Don't change the subject. Wushang, having just closed his eyes, opened them once more, a hint of exasperation flickering in his gaze. What do you wish for? Help me think of something interesting to do. Oh, is it not common to see children playing in the community below? I recall the last time I witnessed you enjoying their company quite thoroughly. Who enjoyed it? How could I, Miss Ben, possibly find common ground with such immature children of that age? Well, the play facilities on the rooftop of the nearby commercial building appear to be quite intriguing. You could certainly partake in those activities. But, at this juncture, Taiko suddenly hesitated, as if grappling with something unspeakable. What is it? Are you short on funds? Wushang furrowed his brow, inquiring with curiosity. No, it's not that. It's those foolish staff members who insist that I can only enter under the supervision of a parent. Wushang. After a prolonged silence, Wushang sighed. In that case, a stroll outside would be quite agreeable. Hooray! Taiko exclaimed, leaping with joy, as Wushang donned his attire and prepared to depart. He caught a glimpse of 2 dolls strewn across the living room floor, particularly one that bore his name. Strangely, the doll's posture was exceedingly contorted, resembling something that had just endured a fierce beating. What is that? Upon noticing, Taiko approached and kicked the doll beneath the cabinet, speaking somewhat sheepishly. Let us not concern ourselves with those trivial matters. It's far more important to head out. With that, she hurriedly pushed Wushang out the door. Outside, the sunlight was splendid and the scenery delightful. The bustling streets were filled with the unique vibrancy of the crowd. A deep breath of fresh air invigorated the spirit, bringing an undeniable sense of refreshment. Wushang guided Taiko smoothly to the amusement facilities on the top floor of the commercial building. Coincidentally, they encountered several of Taiko's classmates who were also there to enjoy themselves. Initially, he harbored concerns that Taiko's awkward disposition might lead to unforeseen incidents. However, he soon set aside his worries as he observed her blend seamlessly into laughter and merriment with her peers. When Taiko turned around, she inadvertently met Wushang's paternal gaze, prompting her to quickly suppress her smile. Taiko, is that your brother? No, he is my family's servant. Wow, your family's servant is rather handsome. Some older siblings, accompanying their younger brothers and sisters, approached Wushang for conversation, to which he could only respond politely, albeit with a hint of awkwardness. Thus, a mundane yet fulfilling day unfolded. As evening descended, after an afternoon of enjoyment, a content Taiko began to undress in preparation for bed. Just then, an abrupt and jarring alarm pierced the air. Wushang swiftly activated the surveillance system and spotted a suspicious figure on the screen. A target has appeared near the Academy's teaching building. Initiate action. What on earth? These forgetful fools. Do they have a penchant for courting danger? Taiko grumbled, hastily redressing herself before stepping out with Wushang. Chapter 105. A scene replayed. The two dashed forth at a rapid pace, swiftly entering the Academy grounds within mere minutes. Utilizing the prearranged real-time surveillance, they easily located the target's silhouette and maintained a distance that was neither too close nor too far. Suddenly, the man came to a halt, glancing furtively around him, occasionally shivering inexplicably. Only after confirming that no one was nearby did he hasten towards a specific direction. Wushang and Taiko exchanged a silent glance, both feeling an uncanny sense of familiarity with the scene. As expected, the man eventually stopped near a small grove, beginning the anxious wait. The same time, the same location. But this time, a different protagonist. Hey, do you men have a particular fondness for places like this grove? Taiko whispered with an unusual expression. Wushang was momentarily at a loss for words, so he chose to feign ignorance. After a brief interval, a seductive woman appeared, sauntering gracefully into view. Wushang's gaze sharpened. Although this woman did not resemble the one he had encountered previously, the subtle aura she exuded unmistakably identified her as the same individual. Taiko clenched her small fist, filled with indignation at the memory of having been toyed with last time. Hey, are we going through the motions or getting straight to the point? Wushang couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her remark. Well, let us stick to the process. The man's expression brightened upon seeing the woman arrive as expected, and he hurriedly approached her. You finally made it." The woman smiled alluringly, casting a bewitching glance. Her voice melodious like a nightingale. "What's wrong? Couldn't he wait even a moment longer? And no, it's south just this place." "Oh, is it that this location lacks the thrill you seek? You are truly wicked," the woman remarked, her body undulating like a serpent as she pressed closer to the man. Her restless, delicate hands began to explore a certain area beneath him. However, something seemed to transpire, and she suddenly froze for a moment. The man's expression betrayed a hint of embarrassment, rendering him somewhat awkward. "You see, I have always harbored a fear of darkness since childhood, and this place feels rather eerie, which frightens me. I can't seem to maintain my composure. I have already booked a luxurious hotel outside. Let us depart swiftly. I assure you, it will be far more comfortable than this unsettling place." With that, the man grasped the woman's hand and pulled her in the direction of the exit. "All right, I shall follow your lead," the woman acquiesced, a fleeting glimmer of something unusual flickering in her eyes. The man, engrossed in his own excitement and walking slightly ahead, remained oblivious to the fact that the woman's hair was gradually lengthening behind him, her eyes shimmering with a sinister red glow, and her smooth skin was slowly peeling away to reveal a grotesque, decayed visage. "Why have your hands suddenly turned so cold and stiff?" The man, sensing an unsettling change in the grip of her hand, involuntarily shivered and turned to glance back. That fleeting look nearly sent him into a panic. The woman, now revealing her true form, swiftly seized the man's neck, her mouth gaping wide like a cavern. Her jaw had unhinged, separating to an extent unimaginable for a human. With only a few grotesque sinews connecting the two halves, an utterly horrifying sight. The man, equally wide-eyed and mouth agape, desperately attempted to cry for help. Yet no sound emerged. It seemed as though some intangible force was swiftly siphoning away his very essence. At that moment, a spear forged from lightning hurtled through the air, piercing the ghostly woman's chest and brutally pinning her to a sturdy tree. Freed from his restraints, the man collapsed limply to the ground, losing consciousness. A piercing scream erupted from the ghost as her chest, impaled by the lightning spear, began to decay and disintegrate, causing her unimaginable anguish. After a fierce struggle, during which she even resorted to tearing away a significant portion of her own flesh, the ghost finally managed to detach from the tree. However, before she could catch her breath, 2 chains of lightning swiftly coiled around her wrists, hoisting her up once more. "Speak. Who are you?" Wuxiang demanded, standing before the ghost with a face devoid of emotion. "Ugh." The ghost did not respond, her only utterances a series of chilling shrieks. Her crimson eyes reflected nothing but bloodlust and madness, devoid of any trace of rationality, starkly contrasting her earlier vitality. Tiku grimaced in disgust, voicing her thoughts. "Strange. She seems to lack a complete consciousness. How could this be?" Upon hearing this, Wuxiang's gaze deepened with intrigue. The tempestuous lightning in his palms surged and, after a moment of hesitation, he unleashed it upon the ghost. The withered form of the ghost rapidly disintegrated under the onslaught of lightning, transforming into mere ashes. Her haunting cries extinguished in the process. "Is it over?" Tycho tentatively inquired, her tone laced with uncertainty. "Perhaps, not at all," Wuxiang replied, his mood somewhat complex. "Everything has gone too smoothly, almost to the point of being surreal. If that elusive figure lurking in the shadows could be so easily vanquished, then what could possibly account for the numerous tragedies they have caused?" Wuxiang speculated. "I suspect that the recently slain female ghost was merely a bait and a ruse thrown our way." Tycho, feeling agitated, stamped her foot and looked up at Wuxiang. "What now, you rogue? Let us return and deliberate then," Wuxiang replied as he approached the fallen man to assess the situation. Fortunately, due to their timely intervention, the man had not sustained any substantial injuries, likely only experiencing a brief period of disorientation. "Hey, stop pretending to be asleep. Get up and get to work," Tycho commanded, giving a gentle pat to the plush bear that had been resting on her shoulder. The bear, with a reluctant expression, climbed up and reverted to its normal form, hefting the man over its shoulder and resignedly shouldering the burden of labor. At least this time it wasn't a corpse. It was a slight improvement over the last encounter. "Where shall we dispose of him?" Tycho asked. "Let us just leave him at the entrance of the boys' dormitory." "How generous of us. This fool deserves to endure a bit more suffering," Wuxiang remarked as they completed their task and prepared to head home. However, Just as they exited the academy, they noticed a faint flicker of firelight near the gate, exchanging puzzled glances that hinted at their shared curiosity. Who, at such an hour, is awake to ignite a fire? And for what purpose? The two individuals altered their course, silently approaching the direction of the flickering light. Chapter 106. Secrets. Two shadows, one large and one small, flitted by, undisturbed by the tranquility of the night. As they drew nearer, a forlorn figure gradually came into view. Who is that? Do you recognize him? Tycho whispered, glancing upwards. He is a gatekeeper from the academy. I have encountered him a few times, Wuxiang replied, as they concealed themselves a short distance behind the man, observing in silence. The man, clad in a security uniform, appeared to be in his 40s, gaunt and with skin that was sallow and cracked. His expression was a mix of confusion and fear. He huddled by the fire, intermittently tossing paper money into the flames while murmuring to himself, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please, do not seek me out again. It was I who was the fool. I was confused. I was bewitched. Since I am the only one here to honor your memory, please let me go. Exchanging glances, Wuxiang and Tycho found the scene peculiar. What is he doing? Tycho inquired, puzzled. He is likely paying tribute to the deceased, Wuxiang responded with certainty. Although the methods of honoring the departed vary across regions, the practice of burning paper money remains a common custom. Still, it feels rather suspicious. Perhaps we should apprehend him and interrogate him? Tycho suggested. If we were to do so, I fear we might not extract anything of value. Wuxiang pondered for a moment, shifting his gaze between the security guard, Tycho, and himself. An ingenious idea suddenly sparking in his mind. He leaned in to whisper to Tycho. Initially, she seemed indifferent, but soon her large, expressive eyes began to sparkle with excitement, revealing a hint of impatience. A sudden gust of wind swept through, diminishing the already feeble flames of the fire pit. The security guard's heart sank as he hurriedly shielded the fire from the wind with his body, firmly pressing down on the paper money scattered on the ground to prevent it from being whisked away. Fortunately, the wind soon subsided, allowing the fire to continue burning steadily, its warm glow casting a flickering light on the guard's weary face. Just as he let out a sigh of relief, the fire unexpectedly extinguished, plunging the surroundings into an impenetrable darkness. The security guard let out a startled cry, collapsing onto the ground, even toppling backward in fright. Is it you? You have returned, haven't you? In the alley, only the man's intermittent growls and heavy breathing could be heard, nothing else breaking the silence. After a long while, the guard slumped against a wall, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, and muttered to himself, Phew. Really, there are no ghosts in this world. I am merely scaring myself. Oh, are you certain of that? A cold, ethereal voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Who is it? The guard trembled uncontrollably. Did you not wish to meet me? Hence, I have come. No, you are not her. I am indeed not her, but what does it matter? Play your tricks. Come forth. The security guard hastily seized the baton beside him, flailing it wildly at the empty air before him in a frenzied manner. Abandon all hope, insignificant mortal. You shall never behold my true form. The voice echoed once more, indiscernible in its origin, like a spell that lingered relentlessly in the guard's mind. Who are you? After all, who am I? If memory serves correctly, you mere mortals delight in referring to me as the Grim Reaper. Ha 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 ha. The guard let out a few forced laughs, striving to maintain his composure. The Grim Reaper? Do you think I am easily frightened? Very well. There are always some audacious insects who dare to challenge my authority, so kneel before me. As soon as the words left its mouth, the guard's expression shifted drastically, his knees involuntarily crashing to the ground with such force that it caused him to grimace in pain. In the shadows, unnoticed by anyone, Tiku was seen moving her fingers deftly. A look of disbelief flashed across the guard's terrified eyes as his hand, completely beyond his control, rose to deliver a resounding slap to his own face. His hands began to alternate in a macabre dance, each strike following the last in a punishing rhythm against his mouth. Spare my life, Great one. I believe, please, spare me, The guard pleaded desperately while continuing to strike himself. This bizarre and incredible force shattered his psychological defenses entirely, leaving him no choice but to believe. The voice ceased to regard him until his cheeks were swollen and blood trickled from the corners of his mouth, finally bringing the torment to an end. The security guard lowered his head, his entire being enveloped in a haze, and it took him a considerable time to regain his composure. He attempted to rise, only to find that his legs remained beyond his control. Master, are you still there? A cold scoff reverberated, causing the guard to tremble uncontrollably. I traversed the mortal realm and have heard your prayers, discovering your soul tainted and the hour of your demise drawing near. It seems that matters have come to this. Upon hearing this, the guard's expression shifted dramatically, as if a sudden realization struck him. With tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, "No, please. Master, I beg you, save me. I am innocent." Innocent? Is that truly the case? The guard's face displayed hesitation, clearly wavering as his heart wrestled with inner turmoil. Confess the truth at once. Why, yes. The guard, frightened, prostrated himself, fearing for his life, and thus dared not conceal anything further. An old, forgotten tale began to unfold from his lips. I have served as a security guard at the academy for nearly a decade, and that incident occurred around this time last year. It was a night when I was on duty, idly smoking in the surveillance room. Then, I inadvertently witnessed 3 male students bullying a female student through the monitors. Those 3 boys appeared to be from affluent families, and I dared not provoke them. At that moment, my blood boiled with indignation, and I could not restrain myself from intervening. Later, after those male students had departed, I mustered the courage to approach, only to find the young female student in tatters, her gaze vacant, and blood seeping from below. To be honest, at my age of nearly 40, having never married, it was the first time I had encountered such a young and beautiful student at such proximity, and in that moment, my mind was clouded with desire, leading me to. "So you took advantage of her." A disembodied voice scolded harshly at that moment. No, I would never dare." The security guard trembled with fear, hastily explaining. "I merely coerced her into." Well, after I finished, I felt an overwhelming sense of regret, yet out of fear of being implicated and losing my job, I dared not report the incident and left immediately. To my shock, after I departed, she crawled to the rooftop of the teaching building and leaped to her death, leaving no chance for survival. To this day, I cannot erase the horrific image of blood and flesh splattered across the walls and floor. Chapter 107. The school festival. What was the name of the girl who committed suicide? The Reaper inquired coldly of the security guard. This. The guard visibly faltered at the question. What? Do you not know? Or cannot speak? No, I truly do not know, my lord. That day coincided with the college's celebration, but most students were not in the vicinity of the teaching building. The incident sent shockwaves through the school administration, even before dawn. Professionals arrived to swiftly clear away the remains and the bloodstains. A select few, who happened to be in the know, received substantial hush money, while those who declined the bribes gradually vanished without a trace. The surrounding atmosphere descended into an eerie silence, with neither party daring to continue their conversation for some time. The security guard, drenched in cold sweat, felt increasingly anxious. "Sir, I have been plagued by nightmares lately, each one featuring a long-haired woman in white, facing away from me. I know it is her. She has certainly returned. In just a few days, it will be the anniversary of her passing, which is why I have been burning paper money in hopes of seeking her forgiveness. What should I do?" After uttering these words, the guard anxiously awaited a response, each passing second amplifying his torment. A solution? Quite simple. He could end his own life to apologize to her. The mysterious voice resonated once more, yet its chilling content sent a shiver down the guard's spine, causing his eyes to widen in horror. You must be joking. Surely you jest?" he exclaimed. "How absurd. Take care of yourself." A furious shout echoed through the alley, dissipating into the wind, while the bewildered guard's desperate pleas went unanswered by any specter of death. Wu Shang and Ti Ku walked home, their spirits weighed down by the gravity of the situation, while Ti Ku's youthful face revealed a rare expression of contemplation. Is the description of that security guard credible? It seems unlikely to be false. Should we seek confirmation from the headmaster? Upon hearing this, Wu Shang narrowed his eyes, a flicker of intrigue crossing his features. There's no need. Such a scandal, shrouded in darkness, would hardly be known to the headmaster. Why? Well, that makes sense. Tycho instinctively inquired about the rationale, but quickly grasped the essence of the matter. After a moment of silence, she shifted the topic. Assuming everything the guard claimed was true, could it be that this academy, reminiscent of tales often portrayed in films, has a vengeful spirit of a deceased girl seeking retribution against those who wronged her in life? Tycho half-joked, only to dismiss her own words almost immediately. Never mind, I was just speaking whimsically. In reality, such absurd and dramatic plots are hardly ever encountered. Wu Shang cast a serious glance at Tycho and replied earnestly, "Your conjecture is not without merit. In fact, the likelihood may be quite substantial." As the weekend came to a close, vibrant students returned to their classes. This harmonious scene starkly contrasted with the hidden darkness beneath, resembling two entirely opposing worlds. This Friday marks the commencement of the Academy's annual festival. How have preparations been progressing for everyone? Su Lily, standing at the podium, smiled and addressed the crowd. "Sister Lily, just wait and see. I assure you our class will dazzle everyone. Indeed, let the esteemed villagers, the young and old, and the charming ladies witness who truly stands as the most dazzling figure within the Academy." Su Lily nodded slightly. "Excellent. The spirit is commendable. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all the students for their enthusiastic participation. Additionally, a grand chorus is indispensable for every event, and our class must not fall behind. We shall allocate time each day for practice. Monica, please compile the list of everyone's performances and report back to me once it's organized." "Certainly, teacher." Once Su Lily departed, the classroom erupted in a flurry of chatter, with students whispering to one another about the upcoming school festival. Wang Peng, brimming with enthusiasm, patted Wu Shang on the shoulder. "Brother Shang, our dorm intends to create a skit. Here's the script. Take a look and choose a role." Wu Shang quietly gazed at the freshly printed pages being offered, but refrained from taking them. "No, I'll sit this one out." "Brother Shang, don't. Please reconsider. You all rehearse well. I shall cheer for you from the audience." "Ah, fine. It's a rare occasion to be inspired by you, the great iceberg." After classes ended at noon, Wu Shang did not follow his usual route, but instead chose a different direction. His eyes scanned the crowd rapidly, soon locking onto a specific figure. However, this person differed from his expectations, appearing less spirited than the rumors suggested. Instead, they seemed rather anxious and suspicious. Mures walked with his head down, his demeanor somber. Lost in thoughts unknown, a fellow student caught up with him and patted his shoulder, startling him so much that he instinctively recoiled several meters back. Hey, what is wrong with you? Your reaction is a bit excessive, isn't it?" "And no, it's nothing," Mures replied, somewhat awkwardly aware of his indiscretion. "Listen, buddy, I recently got my hands on some great stuff. Want to hang out?" Just as Mures was about to agree, his expression shifted subtly. "Forget it. I have things to attend to. I'll be leaving now." The student watched Mures hurriedly retreat, shaking his head in confusion and muttering under his breath. Wu Shang, walking beside Mures, maintained an impassive demeanor as they brushed past each other, appearing as just another ordinary passerby. With a flick of his fingers from beneath his sleeve, a nearly imperceptible mysterious object was discreetly shot onto the back of Mures' neck. After they parted ways, Mures instinctively touched his neck, feeling an inexplicable itch, albeit fleeting. Upon inspecting his hand, he found nothing there. "How strange. Are there mosquitoes at this time of year? Perhaps I'm overthinking it," Mures mused to himself, promptly dismissing the trivial incident. Unbeknownst to him, the object embedded in his neck was an advanced miniature tracking device developed by Tianren. Once it adhered to the skin, it would immediately conceal itself beneath the dermis upon activation, making it exceedingly difficult to detect even during a shower if one was unaware. This device was designed for prolonged tracking and real-time monitoring of a target. Wu Shang, of course, possessed no such peculiar gadgets and was entirely unaware of their manufacture. However, due to the demands of the task, some technical support was provided by Yahiko, which was recently transmitted through a special channel belonging to Tianxin. Now, let us observe how events unfold. Chapter 108. The celebration begins. Days swiftly passed, and the academy buzzed with an air of excitement as the school festival approached. In addition to their regular classes, students devoted a significant portion of their time to the preparation and rehearsal of various activities, momentarily setting aside their usual training. In contrast to the bustling schedules of most, Wu Shang, who had no performances to participate in nor any club duties to fulfill, found himself enjoying a rare tranquility. On Friday, the long-anticipated school festival finally arrived. In the evening, nearly all the students, teachers, and administrators gathered in the academy's sports field and auditorium to partake in the festivities. The school gates swung wide open, welcoming a multitude of food stalls that transformed the campus into a renowned culinary street, where an array of delectable dishes dazzled the senses and tempted the palate with their rich aromas, wafting for miles around. The throngs of ordinary citizens flowed in continuously, creating a scene reminiscent of a bustling sea of humanity, where joy and merriment permeated every corner. Amidst the crowd, one could occasionally spot some strikingly beautiful female students dressed in maid costumes, engaging in welcoming duties, eliciting a flurry of emotions in certain Na'vi young men who found themselves utterly captivated. Under the night sky, the academy appeared even more vibrant, illuminated by a kaleidoscope of neon lights that rendered the scene almost as bright as day. Nevertheless, amidst this vibrant spectacle, there existed a peculiar shadowed area that, if one were to gaze down from above, would undoubtedly evoke a sense of dissonance. The entire academy is neither particularly large nor small, yet the sole area shrouded in darkness is the location of the teaching building. Whenever someone attempts to approach, they are swiftly deterred by the patrolling guards in the vicinity. Traditionally, the site for the celebration has been situated far from the teaching building, but such an explicit prohibition is indeed unprecedented. Nevertheless, who really cares? Most individuals appear indifferent and lack the inclination to congregate near the teaching building. At this moment, revelry and indulgence take precedence, and curiosity can be postponed. To be candid, Wuxiang finds himself somewhat ill at ease in this bustling atmosphere. It is not that he dislikes it, but rather that the sensation is difficult to articulate. Moreover, when such a multitude gathers, the likelihood of unforeseen incidents increases, necessitating vigilance. Amidst the crowd, he also spots Tycho. It is only natural for the middle school department to partake in the festivities, and their brief exchange of glances leads them to silently part ways. According to the event's itinerary, the principal and several leaders will first make a symbolic appearance, followed by a collective rendition of the school anthem by the students. Subsequently, individual performances will take place, culminating in a segment showcasing the abilities of outstanding student representatives. Those with tasks must promptly take the stage when their time comes, while those without can either watch the performances or meander about. All right, classmates, it is time for us to take the stage. Let us all follow the teacher's rhythm. Su Lily instructs from the front, guiding the choir as everyone orderly ascends to their respective positions, and harmonious voices soon fill the air. Wuxiang slightly parts his lips, feigning participation in the act. Overall, the singing was quite commendable. Once they descended from the stage, it was time for them to enjoy their leisure. Some were fervently preparing for their performances, others hurried towards the food festival, while a few sought to take this opportunity to deepen their connections with their admired idols. Yimu gazed upwards, lost in thought as she observed the performers on stage, their laughter and joy resonating in the air, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of anticipation and longing. "How have you been lately?" Wuxiang inquired as he approached her. "Well, I'm doing fine," Yimu replied. Turning to look at Wuxiang's profile, her hands unconsciously intertwined. "What were you just thinking about? You seemed rather entranced." "Oh, it's nothing. I just think everyone is really impressive." "Did you not apply to participate in any performances?" "No. I don't possess any notable talents," Yimu said, her tone tinged with a hint of melancholy as she shook her head. "I see." Wuxiang lifted his gaze towards the stage. Being a leisurely spectator is quite enjoyable as well. The two stood side by side, quietly watching the performance, their shadows elongated by the flickering neon lights, creating a serene and peaceful scene. "Hey, Shanggu, what are you doing here, quietly flirting?" Wang Peng suddenly appeared with a cheeky grin. Wuxiang chose to ignore him. This scoundrel was the type to take liberties, and the best response was to act as if he were invisible. However, Yimu couldn't help but blush at Wang Peng's brazen teasing. "Well then, I won't delay you two any longer. It's time for my performance. Go ahead. And don't mess it up," Wuxiang casually remarked. After Wang Peng departed, Yimu hesitantly spoke up. I need to visit the restroom. Is it easy to find? Do you need me to accompany you?" "No, it's fine. I can manage on my own." "All right, be careful." "Okay." Yimu nodded and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, it was time for the performance by Wang Peng and his companions. Due to the absence of Wuxiang, who had not joined the group, they had intentionally recruited a new member to fulfill the original script designed for four. Wang Peng portrayed a beautiful heiress. Chao Run played the servant. Ho Kuan assumed the role of the villain, and He Fei depicted the brooding hero. As Wang Peng donned his gauzy attire and gracefully stepped onto the stage, the audience momentarily fell silent. He even threw a flirtatious wink at the spectators below, deliberately feigning an exaggeratedly coy demeanor, which elicited a chorus of applause and laughter. Wuxiang could not help but be taken aback. Was it true that Wang Peng was indeed impressive? "Wuxiang, Aren't Wang Peng and the others your roommates? That's quite remarkable. Actually, I haven't been very familiar with them. Oh, is that so? The skit presented a rather cliché narrative, a straightforward tale of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. Nevertheless, thanks to the humorous and witty dialogue, along with the extravagant and exaggerated performances, their outrageous costumes managed to win the audience's enthusiastic acclaim. The celebration continued, with each act more entertaining than the last. Hey, our handsome Wushang, why are you watching the show all alone? Wushang turned to see that the person greeting him was Xia, accompanied by Monica. Soon, the two of us will take the stage to perform a duet. And I hope you will enjoy it, Monica said with a smile as she stepped forward. Wushang nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Yes, I will listen attentively. In that case, let us express our gratitude in advance for your generous support, young Master Wushang, Xia joked lightly, linking arms with Monica as they departed to prepare. However, no sooner had they left than an urgent voice crackled through Wushang's communicator. Hello? Hello? There's been an incident. Are you there? Please respond. Wushang's expression shifted, and he quickly replied, It's me. What has happened? On the other end, Taika took a deep breath, swallowing the piece of meat that had yet to be chewed, and spoke gravely. Just now, the lamb was a bit tough. No, I misspoke. The tracking signal you placed on Muir's has suddenly vanished. Chapter 109. The fog is gone. Wushang's heart sank in an instant, a sense of foreboding washing over him. Where was the last known location of the signal? Let me check. Taika replied as she examined the signal receiver. It's in the direction of the teaching building. Moreover, it appears that several other suspected targets have also gone missing. The teaching building? Again with the teaching building. Without hesitation, Wushang commanded, Let us move immediately. We'll regroup at the entrance of the teaching building. Having said that, he turned swiftly and departed. Understood, Taika responded without delay. As Monica stepped onto the stage, filled with anticipation, she caught sight of Wushang's retreating figure. The once sparkling eyes could not help but dim slightly. To claim there was no disappointment would be disingenuous. Nearby, Xia noticed her change and promptly whispered a reminder, Don't dawdle. It's about to begin. Mm. In the audience, Su Lily clapped enthusiastically, her excitement betraying her role as a teacher, resembling more a fervent fan. After all, it was a performance by her own students, and her support was unwavering. She casually turned her head to survey her surroundings, hoping to see who else was similarly invested in the class's endeavors, only to catch a glimpse of Wushang hastily departing, which sparked a wave of curiosity within her. Why did Wushang seem so anxious? Had something gone awry? At that moment, the stage was graced with a melodious song, reminiscent of a gently flowing stream, which drew Su Lily's attention back. Wushang sprinted forward, pausing momentarily as he passed the security room. He glanced through the window, peering into the darkness within, unable to discern any details. Yet, it was palpable that the absence of visibility did not equate to the absence of life. Rather, the security guard on duty had met an untimely end, the very same individual who had burned paper in the alley that fateful night. Pressing on, he reached the perimeter of the academy, where two conspicuous bodies of patrolling guards lay lifeless on the ground, their throats slit in a single, merciless strike. Wushang's expression was as somber as water. The unfolding events appeared even graver than he had anticipated. Just as he arrived at the entrance of the teaching building, hurried footsteps echoed from another direction. The newcomer was Taiko. You noticed it on your way here, didn't you? Yes. The two individuals simultaneously directed their gazes towards the teaching building, where Wushang promptly stepped forward and forcefully pushed open the door. An unprecedented, fierce gust of sinister wind rushed forth, nearly stinging their faces with its intensity, accompanied by a dangerously enigmatic aura that surged violently. Something was amiss, profoundly so. Wushang sensed that the entirety of the truth might soon be unveiled this night. As he stepped inside, a heavy sense of oppression enveloped his mind, refusing to dissipate. He retrieved a long-unused pocket watch, its hands spinning wildly, revealing that the magnetic field within the teaching building was in a severely distorted state. A mist pervaded the visible space, imparting not only darkness but also a hazy, grayish ambience. Wushang waved his hand, and a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the mist momentarily, only for it to return almost instantaneously. After a moment's contemplation, Wushang cautioned, This mist is peculiar. Exercise caution. Taiko nodded in response and queried, Should we split up now? After a brief moment of consideration, Wushang concluded, This time is different. There may be unknown dangers lurking. For safety's sake, it is best not to separate. Very well, I will heed your counsel. The two began to advance, with Wushang leading the way and Tycho following closely behind. Gradually engulfed by the mist, the corridor was eerily silent, devoid of any sound apart from the echo of their footsteps. The mist was not particularly dense, yet it seemed as if an inexplicable force obscured their vision, rendering everything blurred and indistinct. Wushang felt a small hand grasping the hem of his garment from behind. He shook his head silently. This little one always clung to his clothing in fear without uttering a word. Perhaps it was best to grant her some dignity and avoid exposing her state. As he continued down the corridor, an unsettling dissonance grew increasingly palpable, causing him to instinctively furrow his brow. "Tycho, please let go of my hand," he said, but the small hand gripping his garment remained motionless. "Tycho." He turned and glanced down, his eyes darkening as he beheld an unfamiliar child clutching his hem. "Brother, come play with me." The child looked up, revealing a ghastly visage with hollow, darkened eye sockets, where purplish veins were starkly visible and blood seeped continuously, dripping to the ground. The sound of manic laughter echoed endlessly through the seemingly infinite corridor, like a sinister melody piercing the air. Suddenly, the child opened his mouth wide and lunged at his neck. Unfazed, he swiftly seized the child's head with one hand, exerting pressure until, without mercy, he crushed it entirely. The headless body crumpled to the floor, vanishing into nothingness. "Tycho, can you hear me?" He called out loudly to the sides, but the surroundings remained eerily silent, devoid of any response. When had they become separated? He realized he had not sensed anything amiss. The communicator. He quickly dialed Tycho's frequency. But after a prolonged silence, all he could hear was a crackling static, indicating a clear loss of signal. Damn it! If only he had held her hand directly from the start. As Wushang was lost in contemplation, a sudden sound of slicing wind erupted from behind him. Instantly, he reacted, turning to cross his arms in defense. A massive, heavy ship anchor struck him directly, the force propelling him through the air and crashing him against several walls. The sound of heavy footsteps followed, and through the mist, a tall, dark silhouette gradually emerged. As it drew nearer, Wushang could discern that the figure was a grotesque monster, with a greenish face adorned with jagged teeth and a body draped in slimy, dark green skin. Its exaggerated, corpulent form weighed no less than 500 pounds, and it dragged a thick chain, the end of which was tethered to the anchor. Yet, the most unsettling aspect was the gaping wound on the creature's abdomen, resembling a bucket's mouth, teeming with writhing, repugnant maggots. Wushang pushed aside the debris, rose to his feet, and brushed off the dust, fixing his gaze upon the monster. The creature emanated a formidable aura, approaching the caliber of a lord-level beast, making it the most powerful entity he had encountered in the teaching building thus far, though it was not insurmountable. With a deafening roar, the monster unleashed its heavy chain, creating a shower of sparks as it scraped against the ground. Swinging the anchor in a furious arc, walls, doors, and windows crumbled like tofu under the onslaught, and the anchor tore through the air, hurtling toward Wushang once more. Chapter 110. Lost. Wushang slightly sidestepped to evade the anchor's assault and swiftly retaliated with a bolt of lightning. The monster, not to be outdone, yanked the chain to block the attack, causing the lightning to veer off course and strike the ceiling instead. A fierce exchange ensued, the air vibrating with the sounds of their conflict. Logically speaking, such extensive destruction would be hard to overlook. Yet, from the exterior of the teaching building, there appears to be an eerie calm. The space is contorted, intertwined, and separated under the influence of a bizarre magnetic field. At this moment, the teaching building is akin to two disparate realms compared to its usual state. The creature's movements are grand and forceful, each strike infused with explosive power. Wushang, light as a swallow, deftly evades the onslaught and, through meticulous observation, retaliates at opportune moments. In a fleeting instant, he seizes an opening in the creature's attack. Executing a swift hand strike, a crescent-shaped blade of wind slices through, severing half of the creature's head. Surprisingly, the beast remains unfazed, its assault undiminished and powerful, leaving Wushang momentarily at a disadvantage. It seems that the vitality of the undead is remarkably resilient, defying conventional standards of measurement. After several probing encounters, Wushang gradually discerned the creature's nature. As the anchor once again lunged toward him, expanding rapidly in his vision, he chose not to evade this time. Instead, He assumed a stance, arms outstretched, bracing himself for a direct confrontation. The thunderous impact reverberated. Wuxiang's feet skidded across the ground for several meters before he finally steadied himself. The creature, witnessing this, erupted in fury, feeling profoundly insulted, and roared in an attempt to reclaim its weapon. The heavy chains grew taut, leading to a stalemate between the two. At that moment, a gaping wound on the creature's belly opened, unleashing a swarm of repulsive maggots that crawled towards Wuxiang. Wuxiang's feet met the ground, and the explosive surge of magical energy rippled outward, obliterating the writhing maggots entirely. Having completed this task, he gradually extended one hand, the raw, tempestuous power of thunder escalating within his palm. A brilliant beam of thunderous laser erupted forth. The creature arched its belly, the gaping wound upon it resembling an abyss that consumed all the thunder, as though every substance drawn into it would be utterly digested. Wuxiang did not cease his actions. Instead, he relentlessly amplified the output of energy. The creature's expression transformed from initial calmness to sheer agony, desperately wishing to halt, but finding itself utterly unable. Ugh! Ah! A radiant glow began to emanate from its lower back, surpassing its threshold of endurance, and was subsequently pierced through by the might of thunder. The chains it clutched fell away, and the creature staggered before collapsing to the ground with a thunderous crash. Phew! Wuxiang lowered his hand and exhaled softly. Sensing the absence of any nearby foes, he turned and departed. The main teaching building, though substantial in size, with the east-west corridor extending over 200 meters, could be traversed by an ordinary person at full speed in just over 20 seconds. However, Wuxiang meandered, expending considerable effort to locate the staircase he was so familiar with. Ascending to the next floor, he meticulously searched, finding neither Tycho nor encountering any further apparitions. Thus, he ascended 5 or 6 floors, thoroughly inspecting each level, and to his astonishment, there was no sign of any anomalies wherever he went. This is amiss. In such circumstances, an eerie calmness is the most peculiar of all. Wuxiang returned to the stairway and gazed at the floor sign, where a large number 2 was prominently displayed. How is this possible? Wuxiang was inwardly astonished, realizing he was most likely ensnared in some kind of illusion, one that seamlessly blended with the surrounding environment, making it difficult to discern reality from deception. He exerted a slight force, crushing a tile beneath his foot, and then ascended the staircase to the next level. Indeed, the shattered tile and the imposing number 2 were once again vividly before his eyes. He attempted to descend once more, only to encounter the same result. This is troublesome. What should I do now? Wuxiang found himself at a loss for a viable solution. The normal human senses could no longer be trusted and might even deceive him further. Thus, he resolved to let instinct govern his movements. Wuxiang closed his eyes and stood still for an extended period, resembling a statue. After an indeterminate duration, he gradually began to move forward aimlessly. Faint cries for help reached his ears, initially perceived as mere hallucinations, yet as time passed, the sounds became increasingly distinct. Wuxiang paused, as if suddenly grasping a crucial realization, then swiftly took 3 steps forward, bent slightly, and leaped. With a dull thud, his head smashed through the ceiling, propelling him into the upper level. Upon opening his eyes, he saw not far ahead a student, drenched in blood, crying out in desperation, besieged by malevolent spirits, perilously close to doom. "Classmate, help me." The student is, in fact, not weak. Otherwise, he would not have persevered until now. Upon witnessing the appearance of Wuxiang, he urgently called for help with a hoarse voice, and in his desperate gaze, a renewed yearning for survival ignited. He was bewildered as to how he had wandered into this place, and by the time he regained his senses, he found himself trapped within the teaching building, unable to find an exit. Subsequently, he encountered a multitude of malevolent spirits, which, without hesitation, launched a frenzied pursuit. He fought valiantly until his magical energy was utterly depleted. Alas, one of the wraiths seized the opportunity while the student was momentarily distracted, viciously tearing a substantial chunk of flesh from his thigh. The student fell to his knees, clutching his leg, unable to suppress his cries of anguish, while the wraith savored the flesh before him, chewing with evident delight. In an instant, a flash of lightning erupted, obliterating the wraith's head into a grotesque mess. Wuxiang narrowed his eyes, faintly recognizing the injured student as one of the missing individuals, and swiftly intervened to rescue him. The wraiths, momentarily thrown into disarray by the loss of one of their own, quickly regrouped and menaced the two once more. Wuxiang conjured a chain of lightning and expertly flung it forth. The chain, as if endowed with sentience, skillfully navigated through the bodies of the wraiths, binding them all together. With a resounding explosion, the chain detonated like a burning fuse, disintegrating into fragments that unleashed a force powerful enough to annihilate all the wraiths. The student behind him widened his eyes in astonishment, momentarily forgetting his pain and fear, utterly flabbergasted. Is this how formidable the juniors have become in these times? Wuxiang, with an expressionless demeanor, retracted his hand and slightly turned his head to glance at the student slumped on the ground, inquiring, "Can you still move?" Upon hearing the question, the student's face instantly contorted with agony, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he responded with great difficulty, I fear I cannot. My injuries are far too severe." "Oh, then may you seek your own fortune," Wuxiang replied, turning away without hesitation. There were matters yet to be concluded, and he could not afford to squander precious time. The student, momentarily taken aback, grew frantic. "Wait, don't leave me." He struggled to rise. Gasping in pain, yet unwilling to show any sign of weakness, his unsteady steps trailing after Wuxiang's departing figure. Chapter 111. The mysterious shadow. As Wuxiang proceeded forward, he remained vigilant, observing the peculiarities around him, while the rescued student doggedly followed in his wake. "Senior, what is your name? I truly appreciate your help just now. This place is utterly terrifying. We must hasten our escape. Are those truly ghosts? How unfortunate I am to encounter such horrors. Where are we headed now? Could you enlighten me?" The student incessantly prattled on, seeking solace in the sound of conversation amidst the oppressive atmosphere. "Senior, you." "Silence." Wuxiang shot him a sidelong glance, his voice icy. The student recoiled, akin to a mouse encountering a cat, instantly falling mute. The pair continued onward, cautiously alert to the potential dangers lurking within the shadows. At a certain fork in the road, Wuxiang paused, contemplating which direction to take next. At that moment, a peculiar sound wafted to him on the flowing breeze, something akin to heavy panting, perhaps the anguished moans of suffering. Wuxiang closed his eyes, attuning himself to the sensation, and then turned to face the leftward path. "Something is amiss," he murmured softly, and then he set off at a brisk pace. "Wait for me. Please wait." The students trailing behind him shouted as they hurriedly scrambled to keep up. Meanwhile, in a classroom, a severely injured male student huddled beneath a desk, desperately attempting to control his breath and suppress his trembling body, striving to minimize his presence. Not long ago, he too had been besieged by a horde of malevolent spirits, narrowly escaping death, and had stumbled into this classroom in a panic, clinging to life. The sound of faint, scattered footsteps echoed in the corridor, and he pressed his hand firmly over his mouth, terrified to make a sound. After what felt like an eternity, just as he began to relax, believing the danger had passed, a rusted blade suddenly pierced through the tabletop, grazing his cheek and embedding itself in his shoulder. Ack! The blade was wrenched free with force, and in an instant, blood spurted forth. The student let out a scream, scrambling away from beneath the desk, only to look up and see a creature wielding a scythe cleave the table in two with another strike. "No, don't come any closer." He attempted to rise and flee, but his legs betrayed him, refusing to respond. Instead, he could only retreat frantically, clutching his wounded shoulder. The monster approached with a sinister grin, swiftly cornering the student against the wall, leaving him no avenue for escape. The scythe was raised high, then swung down with lethal intent. The student's eyes widened in terror as the blade loomed larger within his pupils, the chilling breath of death enveloping him. In the next moment, however, the scythe came to an abrupt halt, mere inches from his eyes. Countless invisible strands of wind pierced through the creature, transforming it into a colander, as torrents of cold, dark blood splattered across the student's face. The expression on the monster's visage froze entirely before it collapsed heavily, revealing the figure of the rescuer behind it. "Am I saved?" The student gaped in disbelief, and as realization dawned upon him, the joy of surviving overwhelmed him, prompting an outpouring of tears. Meanwhile, the first rescued student caught up, and upon recognizing one another, they were momentarily struck dumb. It's you. It's you." They exclaimed in unison, clearly familiar with each other, yet astonished to reunite under such dire circumstances. "Brother." The two men, unable to contain their emotions, rushed into each other's arms, weeping openly as they shared their innermost feelings. "Wuxiang." The exploration of the teaching building had evolved from one individual to two, and now had expanded to three. The additional two burdensome companions were indeed a challenge to manage. Well, since they serve little purpose, perhaps it would be better to eliminate them, sparing them further suffering and torment. With this thought, Wu Shang glanced at the two, unconsciously revealing a glimmer of murderous intent. The two individuals embraced, suddenly stiffening, inexplicably gripped by an icy chill, though the reason eluded them. Wu Shang approached the pair with deliberate steps, but then felt a jolt of realization. No, this was not right. While these two were hardly paragons of virtue, they had not committed any heinous acts. Why was such a thought surfacing in my mind? He gently rubbed his forehead, attempting to dispel the errant notions clouding his thoughts. This sensation felt oddly familiar, yet he could not recall its origin. Never mind, I should first find a way to escort these two out. Perhaps I could forcibly carve a passage. Come on, if you wish to live, follow me. Wu Shang spoke to them in a calm tone, and without waiting for their response, he turned and exited the classroom. However, just as he stepped through the doorway, an overwhelming sense of impending doom surged within him. His body instinctively reacted faster than his thoughts. Wu Shang instinctively leaned back, as an indistinct object grazed perilously close to his neck. He raised his hand to touch the spot, feeling a warm dampness, intermingled with a lingering chill. That was close. I nearly had my throat cut. Wu Shang immediately fixed his gaze on the assailant, his expression grave, for the threat it posed exceeded any he had previously encountered. Before him loomed a vague, shadowy figure, difficult to discern. The shadow, realizing its initial attack had failed, leapt into the air, extending two arms resembling human limbs that transformed into scythe-like shapes. Swiftly descending upon Wu Shang, he sidestepped just in time, as the wall behind him was cleaved through with a precise, smooth incision, devoid of any resistance. Lightning-like flashes erupted from the fingertips, yet the shadow was equally agile, deftly evading and even deflecting all the bolts of energy. The two adversaries engaged in close combat, their forms intertwining as they clashed, igniting a flurry of sparks that rendered their movements nearly indecipherable. The battle reached a fever pitch, tension palpable in the air. Wu Shang remained composed in the face of his opponent's onslaught. Though he was still holding back, he sensed that his foe was merely probing his defenses. In a sudden shift, the shadow launched a direct assault, grappling with Wu Shang in a stalemate. At that moment, two apparitions sprang forth from the mist behind him, lunging towards Wu Shang's back. A sense of peril loomed. Accompanied by a woman's sharp exclamation, a heavy doorboard hurtled through the air, slamming the two apparitions against the wall. Wu Shang deflected the shadow's attack and turned to find Su Lily had intervened with her powers. "Teacher, what are you doing here?" he exclaimed. Su Lily, still in a state of bewilderment, was grappling with confusion, her mind swirling with countless questions. "I saw you leave in such a hurry and thought you were in trouble. So I followed you. But upon entering, I lost my way. Wu Shang, could you please explain what is happening here?" As the two conversed, the shadow retreated, merging into the mist. "There is no time for explanations. Protect yourself, and if possible, take them with you," Wu Shang urged, grabbing two students trembling in a corner and tossing them to Su Lily. With that, he immediately set off in pursuit of the vanishing shadow. "Hey, wait!" Su Lily's countenance darkened, and before she could utter another word, she vanished without a trace, leaving an overwhelming sense of injustice and frustration akin to being an innocent bystander forced into action. Chapter 112. Why you? A mysterious shadow darted through the corridors of the academic building, elusive and unpredictable, moving with an almost imperceptible silence. Wu Shang followed closely, resolutely refusing to let it escape. However, the thick, enigmatic fog seemed like a natural shield tailored for the shadow, significantly complicating the pursuit. An uncontrollable surge of agitation welled up within Wu Shang, intensifying with the passage of time. He vigorously shook his head to regain his composure, managing to suppress the turmoil just barely. Evidently, in terms of sheer speed, Wu Shang surpassed the shadow, and the distance between them gradually diminished. After an indeterminate chase, he finally entered an effective range for an attack and decisively launched a swift strike. The shadow abruptly pivoted and unleashed a fierce and chilling gust, forcing Wu Shang to retreat. For a moment, he was momentarily blinded, and by the time he reopened his eyes, the shadow had vanished from sight. As he was retreating, he suddenly felt a collision against his back. It was behind him. Wu Shang's arm tensed as he swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch. Unexpectedly, The forceful blow met only empty air, and instead, he found himself struck hard in the abdomen by the unseen foe. Wuxiang inhaled sharply, clutching his stomach as he slid several meters across the ground. Ignoring the pain, he immediately sprang back to his feet, ready to confront the opponent once more. Through the mist, a small silhouette approached him rapidly, clearly intent on pursuing its advantage. As the distance closed significantly, Wuxiang could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Tico!" Tico's petite face mirrored a similar expression of unexpected surprise. "Wuxiang!" The two, suspended in midair, clumsily withdrew their fists, but due to the momentum of their bodies, they collided with a resounding thud, tumbling to the ground in an undignified manner. "Ouch!" Tico struggled to push Wuxiang off her, rubbing her arms and legs in annoyance. She exclaimed, "What are you doing here? You startled me." Wuxiang grimaced, using his palms to support himself as he sat up. Gazing at Tico, he retorted, "That is precisely what I was about to say. Moreover, aside from the current predicament, Wuxiang never imagined he would suffer a considerable setback in a fistfight due to his height. Naturally, such thoughts were best kept from Tico's ears. At that moment, He Bao, with its endearing clumsiness, scratched its head and approached to assist the two, affirming its presence. "Tico, did you happen to see a formidable shadow?" Wuxiang inquired about the mysterious figure, elaborating on its characteristics. "No, shortly after I entered, He Bao and I got lost, encountering only some peculiar minions, which we dispatched effortlessly," Tico replied, shaking her head. As the two conversed, the surrounding mist suddenly began to swirl autonomously, forming a vortex centered around them. Wuxiang and Tico immediately heightened their vigilance, readying themselves for battle as they stood back to back. A sinister and eerie laughter echoed around the two, its source indiscernible, leaving them unable to ascertain whether it belonged to a male or female. At that moment, a mysterious shadow appeared before them with an air of undeniable authority. "Is that what you have been speaking of?" Tico inquired, raising a delicate finger towards the shadow. "Indeed," Wuxiang replied gravely, nodding in affirmation. From the mist, several jet-black spikes shot forth, aimed directly at them. Magical energies surged around the pair, allowing them to fend off the impending assault. Tico immediately crossed her arms, her fingers deftly flicking as invisible puppet threads pierced through the obstruction, reaching out towards the shadow. The shadow seemed oblivious, easily ensnared by the attack. However, Wuxiang noticed that Tico's expression had suddenly darkened. "What troubles you?" he asked. "Curse it. My puppetry has proven utterly ineffective against this entity, which is both corporeal and ethereal." The shadow emitted a soft chuckle, effortlessly snapping the puppet threads with a mere shake before lunging at the two. Wuxiang and Tico exchanged a glance and charged forward to confront the threat. In an instant, they were engulfed in a fierce struggle, the outcome uncertain. The shadow was formidable, and with the advantage of its surroundings, it held its ground against the two assailants. As the battle progressed, they discovered another alarming reality. The shadow exhibited remarkable resistance to physical attacks. Each punch and kick, even when landing, seemed to have little effect, with only the accompanying magical energy registering against its formidable presence, while their physical strength was rendered almost inconsequential. The myriad factors converging together have considerably restricted Tico's means of attack, rendering the situation exceedingly frustrating. The duo, in perfect synchrony, altered their offensive strategy. Wuxiang assumed the role of the primary attacker, while Tico provided support and maintained the front line. Whenever the shadow engaged Wuxiang in a pivotal moment, Tico and He Bao intervened from the sidelines, disrupting the shadow's rhythm. The shadow found itself momentarily overwhelmed, causing a shift in the tide of battle. He Bao, emulating a gorilla, pounded its chest and charged towards the shadow like a formidable war chariot. Although the shadow evaded its impact, in the fleeting moment of their passing, a small adorable creature was forcefully hurled from He Bao's embrace. Tico's fierce little fist struck its target with pinpoint accuracy, compelling the shadow to retreat. Meanwhile, Wuxiang had already positioned himself, unleashing a powerful thunderous light explosion that struck the shadow decisively. Had they succeeded? Tico inquired anxiously. Perhaps not yet. The energy in Wuxiang's hands remained concentrated, fixated on the location where the shadow had fallen. Gradually, the inky mist enveloping the fallen shadow began to dissipate, revealing smooth skin and flowing hair beneath. As the darkness vanished entirely, a delicate and curvaceous young woman emerged into their view. She cleared her throat, rising leisurely, and finally unveiled her true visage to the two. Upon recognizing the familiar face, Wushang's pupils constricted, and the power he had been cultivating momentarily waned, betraying his astonishment and disbelief. Yimu, why is it you? Without realizing it, Wushang exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, everything made sense now. The inexplicable surge of violent emotions upon entering the teaching building was precisely the ability of Yimu. Although he had harbored suspicions during previous incidents, the revelation of the truth still felt somewhat surreal. Yimu chuckled softly at his words, seemingly unwilling to explain or deny anything. Her eyes glowed a fierce red, and a beguiling smile, never before seen, graced her face, beautiful yet deadly. Her luscious red lips parted as she spoke. Hee. Are you surprised? It's been a while, hasn't it, Wushang? Chapter 113. The truth. Seeing this, Taika couldn't help but pause, her little head turning left and right in curiosity. She then tugged at Wushang's sleeve and inquired, Hey, she can't be someone you know, can she? Wushang did not respond to Taika's question. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Yimu and then shook his head, affirmatively stating, No, you are not her. Yimu raised an eyebrow, a look of intrigue flickering across her face. Oh, are you certain? What leads you to believe that I am not Yimu? Wushang's expression remained cold, and he offered no explanation, yet his silence spoke volumes. Yimu chuckled lightly, deciding to no longer conceal the truth. I must admit, your intuition is quite sharp. I am indeed not Yimu. Allow me to reintroduce myself. My name is Yi Shi, Yimu's elder sister. Upon hearing this, Wushang's expression shifted, astonishment flooding his heart. He had even contemplated the possibility of Yimu suffering from a rare case of dissociative identity disorder, yet he had never anticipated such an outcome. Upon witnessing Wushang's reaction, Yimu understood immediately and casually waved his hand. It appears that Yimu has never mentioned me to you, alas. How truly disheartening. Yet, one must consider, what is there to speak of regarding a sister who has been deceased for nearly a year? Deceased? A year? Wushang and Tiku instantly seized upon the pivotal words in each other's dialogue, pondering for a moment before locking eyes, silently confirming a shared conclusion. You are the girl who committed suicide by jumping off a building a year ago. Yi Shi nodded, openly acknowledging the truth. Oh, how surprising it is that there are still people who remember me. One must admit, you have concealed yourself quite thoroughly, Wushang remarked coldly. To each their own. When it comes to secrecy, Wushang is no less adept. Wushang could not deny Yi Shi's sarcasm, but quietly gathered strength. Now that the essentials are understood, the remaining grievances and entanglements can only be resolved after subduing the opponent. Yi Shi, unfazed and seemingly indifferent, tidied her hair and clothes, and once finished, snapped her fingers. Well then, our light-hearted conversation comes to a close. I have pressing matters to attend to, so let my dear companions keep you two entertained. As her words fell, a multitude of apparitions surged forth from the mist, numbering at least in the dozens, and they continued to multiply. Meanwhile, the spirit occupying Yimu's body, Yi Shi, once again vanished into the fog. Don't go, Wushang shouted, hastily pursuing, only to be forcibly detained by the apparitions. Proceed without me. I shall manage things here alongside Heibao, Taiko asserted, stepping forward to fend off the specter while addressing Wushang. However, enough of this indecisiveness. Are you questioning my capabilities? Heibao interjected with a huff. Leave it to us. Wushang nodded in agreement, shedding any hesitation as he turned to pursue the direction in which Yi Shi had departed. The celebration continued unabated, its fervor and splendor unaffected by the unfolding events within the academic building. Standing atop the rooftop, Yimu gazed into the distance at the flickering neon lights, a smirk of derision crossing her features. She then pivoted to face the individual behind her, her eyes now brimming with murderous intent and icy resolve. Mules was taken aback, his heart racing as he instinctively recoiled, blusteringly demanding, Who are you? What do you want with me? Upon hearing this, Yimu's expression morphed into an even more pronounced sneer. Oh, you fail to recognize me? Why would I know you? Ah, indeed. But now, what do you think? As her words lingered in the air, Yimu's features subtly transformed. While reminiscent of her original visage, they bore distinct differences upon closer inspection. This metamorphosis was vividly reflected in Mule's eyes, transitioning from confusion to astonishment, ultimately culminating in sheer terror. Overwhelmed, Mules collapsed to the ground, scrambling desperately to escape. That face was all too familiar, surfacing countless times in his dreams. No, it cannot be. She is long dead. Who are you, conjuring illusions here? Yishi's figure flickered, and in an instant, she lunged forward, gripping Muir's throat with an iron grasp. Indeed, I have long since met my demise, yet I remain unwilling to accept it. Thus, I have returned to seek you out. Are you pleased? Muir's face reddened as he struggled to utter a few words through clenched teeth. Please, spare me. At that time, I had no choice. I truly did not anticipate. It is too late. Once upon a time, you deceived me repeatedly with your sweet words, but alas, you shall not have another opportunity. With a muffled thud, Muir's body trembled, and he incredulously lowered his gaze. To his horror, he beheld Yishi's fingers deeply embedded in his chest. A flash of crimson glimmered in her eyes as she yanked Muir's heart from his chest. Muir's eyes were bloodshot, nearly bursting from their sockets, and he could faintly see his heart pulsating in Yishi's palm. As Yishi gazed at the blood-soaked, vibrant heart in her hand, she couldn't help but frown slightly, clearly unsatisfied. This is not right. I have heard that the hearts of vile beasts, steeped in sin, are pitch black. Why does your heart still appear red? Is it possible that my method was flawed? She curiously toyed with the heart in her grasp, seemingly speaking to herself while also seeking Muir's opinion. Muir's lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to utter more, yet could only manage a few disjointed syllables, all vitality and strength swiftly departing from him. Yishi paid little heed to his response. With a smile, she clenched her fingers and crushed his heart, the scalding blood and shattered flesh splattering across her enchanting visage. Then, with a sudden and fierce gasp, she drew forth from Muir a substance invisible to the naked eye. Even in his dying moments, Muir could not help but feel a soul-rending agony, his features contorting to their utmost, his entire being rapidly withering as that unknown energy was extracted. Meanwhile, Wuxiang ran while glancing at the pocket watch in his hand. It must be said, this contraption was finally proving its worth. As he drew closer to Yishi, the hands of the watch spun ever faster. This allowed him to ascertain her approximate location. Upon reaching the rooftop, he faced a familiar yet unfamiliar silhouette. The evening breeze gently stirred her hair, and at her feet lay a corpse, utterly unrecognizable as human, with blood intermittently dripping from its outstretched fingertips. Chapter 114. The buried sin that was Muir, wasn't it? You killed him? Wuxiang asked in a calm tone, neither accusatory nor complimentary, merely seeking confirmation. Indeed, I killed him. But he deserved to die. All those connected to him deserved the same fate. Yishi suddenly turned around, her voice a tempest of fury, her once delicate visage now contorted with malice and resentment. Yet, in the blink of an eye, she reverted to her previous charming demeanor. Speaking of which, you are a classmate of my younger sister, and I am a year your senior. If you don't mind, I shall address you as Junior Wuxiang. So, Junior Wuxiang, would you be interested in hearing the tale of your senior? Upon hearing this, Wuxiang lowered his gaze, silently observing her without uttering a word. Yishi chuckled softly, interpreting his silence as acquiescence, and thus began to weave her narrative with fervor and emotion. I still recall a time when I was an innocent and naive girl, brimming with dreams and expectations for life. It was a stroke of fortune that led me to this academy, which felt like a new world unfolding before me, liberating me from the stagnant waters of my previous existence. Yet I could not escape the feelings of confusion and helplessness. It was under such circumstances that Muirs entered my life. He was cultured and courteous, possessing a striking appearance. His lineage and talents were exemplary, rendering him an unattainable figure in my eyes. Initially, our interactions were brief and fleeting, but it wasn't long before he began to pursue me, and his seniority naturally afforded me considerable care. Gradually, I found myself ensnared by his gentleness, and we swiftly solidified our bond. In those moments, I naively believed that I had been favored by destiny, transformed into a fortunate darling. However, the bliss was fleeting. Soon after, I discovered I was with child. The moment I confirmed this truth, a whirlwind of emotions enveloped my heart. Happiness, surprise, confusion, and hesitation. I caressed my abdomen, yearning to share this news with him. That day, during last year's school festival, I had arranged a private meeting with Muirs in the academic building. However, when the time arrived, he was not alone. Alongside him was not only his close friend, but also a beautiful noblewoman, affectionately entwined with his arm. It was only at that moment that I realized he was betrothed, perfectly matched with her, while I was merely a fleeting amusement to him. His fiancée, upon discovering my connection with Muirs, approached me with fury, delivering 3 sharp slaps and hurling the most humiliating insults. Muirs stood by, coldly indifferent, showing no intention to intervene. Clinging to a flicker of hope, I desperately revealed the existence of the child within me, hoping to sway his heart. Upon hearing my words, Mears was momentarily taken aback. His expression transformed into one of sheer ferocity, a visage I had never encountered before. He hastily explained to the woman how I had shamelessly tried to seduce him, asserting that we were hardly acquainted and that he had no idea whose illegitimate child I bore. To further validate his claims, he resorted to violence, mercilessly striking me and forcefully terminating our child. Wu Xiang listened intently to Yeshi's narration, and even though her account consisted of mere fragments, the overwhelming resentment she harbored was unmistakable. In the span of just a few fleeting minutes, I first lost my beloved, and then my child. The most absurd part of it all was that these events stemmed solely from my own unreciprocated affections. A sorrowful smile of despair flickered across Yeshi's face, her body trembling slightly in response to the memories. I lay weakly on the ground, clutching my abdomen, while Mears, without a hint of pity, turned his back on me, playfully bantering with his fiancée. Interestingly, 3 of his companions later returned stealthily, but their intentions were malevolent, driven by primal desires. They descended to unspeakable acts against me in my vulnerable state. The more I resisted, the more exhilarated and stimulated they became. Furthermore, there was that cowardly, repugnant security guard, who only dared to emerge after they had departed, coercing me into unspeakable acts at this point. Yeshi paused, taking a deep breath as if to steady her emotions. Eventually, in a state of utter despair, I climbed to the rooftop of the academic building, choosing to end my life. Despite my insignificance, I longed to stain the smiles of others with my blood. Yet, in a miraculous turn of events, just at that critical moment before death, I awakened a rare psychic ability, resulting in my consciousness refusing to dissipate even after my demise. Regrettably, although I could see and hear, I remained powerless, merely drifting like a wraith within the corridors of the academic building. I was unwilling to accept this fate. Why should I be the only one to lose everything while they continue to revel in their carefree existence? This state of affairs persisted until several months ago, when the arrival of new students at the academy finally heralded a change. I beheld a figure, an existence that filled me with uncontainable joy. Yimu, my beloved sister, became the perfect vessel through which I could find solace. At this point, the atmosphere grew heavy with silence. The situation had become painfully clear, yet it only intensified the weight of despair. Thus, you utilized Yimu's body to facilitate your quest for vengeance? Wu Xiang inquired, closing his eyes momentarily before reopening them, his emotions a tangle of complexity. Indeed, how could I possibly let such a rare opportunity slip away? I replied, therefore, that heartless scoundrel, that noblewoman, those 3 brutes, and that loathsome security guard, all met their demise, and they departed this world quite peacefully. Wu Xiang found it difficult to reproach Yishi for her actions, as the nature of vengeance eludes simple moral judgment. But what of the numerous unrelated victims? How do you justify their tragic ends? Justify? Yimu laughed derisively at Wu Xiang's inquiry. Is there truly a need for justification? It was merely a matter of chance encounters that led to their untimely deaths, conveniently augmenting my strength in the process. What is there to make such a fuss about? After all, as the saying goes, do you count the number of ants you crush beneath your feet as you walk? Or perhaps one should harbor a sense of gratitude towards the chickens, ducks, cattle, and sheep that are consumed daily? As Wu Xiang gazed at Yishi's radiant smile, he found himself smiling in return. What do you think? Surely, you too, my dear junior, find wisdom in these words, Yishi teased playfully. Indeed, it cannot be denied that your plight is truly tragic and pitiable. As Wu Xiang chuckled, his smile gradually lost its warmth. However, once one transforms from a victim into a perpetrator, one no longer deserves any sympathy. Chapter 115. The Fierce Battle on the Rooftop. Sympathy? Do you believe I require sympathy? I now possess the power to dictate their lives and deaths at will. Yishi's expression shifted, and she shouted in anger. Wu Xiang regarded her intently, pondering that perhaps Yishi herself was unaware that her exaggerated reaction revealed a sensitive wound. Speaking of which, my dear junior, it seems there is no direct conflict or contradiction between us. Yishi suddenly changed her tone, articulating this peculiar thought. What do you mean? Wu Xiang inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. It's quite simple. In other words, why must we engage in a life and death struggle? Yishi remarked, as she slowly approached Wu Xiang, pacing around him to scrutinize him closely. Wu Shang discreetly heightened his vigilance, his peripheral vision tracking her movements. I must admit, my sister has discerning taste. In terms of appearance, character, and ability, you truly qualify as a man worthy of trust. At this moment, with the scenery so splendid, if you so desire, I would not mind indulging in a moment of joy with you right here on this rooftop. To understand, my sister possesses both an exquisite figure and a lovely visage. And considering she remains untouched by the world, you would undoubtedly find no disadvantage in pursuing her. With that said, Yishi brazenly unbuttoned her garment, revealing a generous expanse of allure, and even took the initiative to lift Wu Shang's chin with a teasing finger. What do you think? Wu Shang's gaze sharpened, his aura intensifying as he forcefully pushed Yishi back several paces. Enough. Cease using Yimu's body for such repugnant acts. Yishi quickly regained her balance, momentarily taken aback. Repugnant? Could it be that a man would find such matters distasteful? What nonsense. Humph. You spurn my goodwill. Do you truly think I fear you? As her words fell, a flurry of dark, sharp projectiles surged towards Wu Shang. With a mere thought, he summoned a violent tempest that shattered the projectiles, then brandished his thunder spear, pointing it menacingly at her. Words are futile. Vacate Yimu's body. A glint of crimson flickered in Yishi's eyes as her arms morphed into ghostly claws, slicing through the air towards Wu Shang. He thrust his spear forward, shattering the ground beneath him as he charged. In an instant, they collided, unleashing a tempestuous flurry of strikes. Their forms blurred in a dizzying dance. Flashes of lightning entwined with shadows visible from afar. Yishi crossed her arms, launching a fierce downward strike at Wu Shang, her claws leaving dark trails through the air. Wu Shang stepped back, countering with his spear while delivering a powerful kick aimed at her waist. Yishi leapt gracefully, soaring behind Wu Shang, aiming for his nape. But he ducked just in time, spinning around to deliver a heavy horizontal sweep in retaliation. The crisp sound of collision resonated, allowing both parties to create distance between themselves, once again confronting each other. The abyss. With a gentle admonition from Yishi, the ground beneath their feet suddenly transformed into a soft, yielding surface. Wu Shang lowered his gaze, observing that the entirety of his surroundings had morphed into a quagmire, reminiscent of a sludge-filled swamp. As he tentatively attempted to shift his footing, he perceived a slight delay in his movements. One after another, dark monstrosities appeared as if emerging from the depths of hell, howling and struggling to crawl forth, laden with an air of hatred and resentment. Upon detecting the scent of the living soul present, they frantically surged toward Wu Shang's position. As for Yishi, her form dissolved into a pool of black water, merging seamlessly with the abyss. Wu Shang wielded his long spear, piercing the chest of one creature with ease, annihilating it in an instant. Yet, the other beasts, witnessing a similar fate, charged forward with reckless abandon, utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. The spear forged from lightning was wielded with utmost fervor. Each slash, sweep, thrust, and cut claimed at least one creature's life. Yet the number of fiends showed no sign of diminishing. In a moment of negligence, two monsters suddenly emerged from the mire below, clinging tightly to his legs. Alarmed, the surrounding creatures seized the opportunity, all converging upon him, some grasping at his arms, others ensnaring his waist, then opening their jaws to bite. Wu Shang unleashed the magical energy within him, enveloping his body, which thwarted the monster's attempts to rend him apart. However, inevitably, his form was visibly dragged downward by the relentless pull of the creatures. What lies beneath remains a mystery to all. However, it is evident that a complete descent would undoubtedly lead to significant troubles, with the possibility of perishing in the depths. An overwhelming and ferocious power erupted, momentarily holding its ground against a multitude of monstrous beings, gradually extracting itself from the fray. The dark abyss rippled ominously as a pool of black mud coalesced into a humanoid form behind Wu Shang, a manifestation of Yishi's intent to bolster him further. Sensing the impending danger from behind, Wu Shang let out a thunderous roar, his body trembling violently. "Release me." In a critical moment, he finally broke free from his restraints, narrowly evading the grasp of the ghostly claw. A spray of crimson erupted, blood trickling down his cheek. Yishi, with a look of regret, shook her head. Such a rare opportunity had slipped away. She then extended her tongue, delicately licking the blood from her fingertip, savoring it with an expression of enjoyment. What a delightful flavor it was. Wu Shang frowned, feeling a chilling energy seeping from his wound, Nonetheless, it was a mere inconvenience, and he casually brushed it aside. Faced with the renewed assault from Yi Shi and the horde of monsters, Wuxiang extended his palm, channeling energy into a small sphere of lightning, which pulsed with immense power. Recognizing the peril, Yi Shi immediately submerged herself into the dark waters. Meanwhile, Wuxiang flipped his palm, slamming the lightning sphere into the ground. Explode! A blinding flash of lightning erupted with a deafening roar, annihilating all the monsters in an instant, even forcing Yi Shi, who was deep within the black abyss, to be violently expelled from its depths. Without a trace of sorrow, Wuxiang exhaled softly, casting his gaze upon the kneeling Yi Shi not far away. He could distinctly sense that her vitality had diminished significantly compared to before. Blood trickled from the corner of Yi Shi's mouth, yet she gradually rose to her feet, lifting her head to bestow a radiant smile upon Wuxiang. Observing this, an ominous premonition surged within him. Suddenly, countless dark, vengeful spirits erupted around her, swirling in a haunting dance, accompanied by heart-wrenching wails and despairing cries that chilled the soul. The vengeful spirits were drawn back into Yi Shi, causing the cacophony to vanish in an instant. In a fleeting moment, she restored herself to her former state, her injuries completely erased. Wuxiang's expression grew gravely serious, as the current circumstances were evidently beyond his imagination. Yi Shi smiled with delight, clearly pleased by Wuxiang's reaction, and spoke, "I concede, your lightning is indeed formidable. However, regrettably, its power still falls just short. You may be capable of defeating me, but you shall never extinguish my life. Once this night passes and the sun rises tomorrow, I will fully absorb all the vengeful spirits and truly resurrect. At that time, you shall be entirely at my mercy." Chapter 116. Thunderstorm in the clear night sky. A few dark clouds drifted by, and the air was thick with humidity, as raindrops began to descend from the heavens, landing softly upon the faces of the onlookers. Is it going to rain? They wondered. Let it not pour too heavily, or the celebration will come to an abrupt halt. The students were lost in their thoughts. Some felt they had yet to indulge enough. Others wished to return home early, while some expressed indifference, murmuring amongst themselves in small clusters. At this very moment, atop the rooftop of the teaching building, an unnoticed confrontation unfolds. Yi Shi smiles faintly and speaks, "Junior Wuxiang, continuing to linger here serves no purpose. I shall take my leave first. Do not worry, we shall meet again soon." With that, she turns and leaps downwards. "Don't go," Wuxiang exclaims, following her without hesitation as they both plunge from the towering height. The scenery blurs past him like a fleeting slideshow. His body descends at an alarming speed, the fierce wind whipping through his hair. Despite the rapid fall, Wuxiang's expression remains inscrutable, revealing no trace of panic. He stands firm against the wind, gliding gracefully as if defying gravity itself. Yi Shi lands gracefully on the playground in front of the teaching building and swiftly makes her way toward the gathering crowd. Suddenly, a thunderous spear whizzes through the air, embedding itself fiercely into the ground before her. As Yi Shi attempts to evade it, a commanding voice calls out from behind, 9 strikes of thunder punishment." With that, 8 additional thunderous spears tear through the air, encircling Yi Shi in an imposing formation. Wuxiang, with his hands clasped together, channels his will, causing the 9 thunderous spears to intertwine into an unyielding cage of lightning. Yi Shi's expression darkens as she reaches out to touch the spear before her, only to recoil as her skin is seared upon contact, a wave of paralysis coursing through her. "Junior Wuxiang, what are you doing? Are you attempting to force your sister?" Wuxiang remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Yi Shi continued, "Hey, give it up. You cannot possibly kill me. What purpose does it serve to keep me trapped like this? Once your time is up, I can go wherever I please. Are you truly certain that I cannot end your life?" Wuxiang replied with a calm exhale, slowly raising his gaze towards the heavens. Yi Shi, puzzled, followed suit. Above them, the dark clouds thickened ominously, flashes of lightning intermittently illuminating the night sky, while the once gentle drizzle transformed into torrential raindrops that pelted their faces. Wuxiang extended a hand high above his head, his pupils gradually vanishing, replaced by pure electric brilliance, and his demeanor shifted dramatically. Where he had once exhibited calm restraint, he now resembled an unsheathed divine weapon, exuding an unparalleled sharpness, as if intent on piercing the very heavens. Amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning overhead, the wind howled ferociously, and the rain intensified. heralding the approach of a colossal thunderstorm. As time progressed, the storm clouds blanketed the sky, and a terrifying bolt of lightning, brimming with cataclysmic power, tore through the atmosphere. Plummeting from thousands of meters above, it converged with a mighty crash into Wuxiang's palm, an unending force. The entire firmament seemed poised to collapse, as the lightning connecting the heavens and earth appeared as the singular, eternal phenomenon of existence. Heavens! What is that? Whether students, teachers, workers, common folk, or beggars on the street, even those already lost in slumber, the entire city, without exception, gazed upwards in horror at the descending lightning. Their faces betrayed an utterly uncontrollable terror, as the magnitude of the irrevocable natural disaster rendered them acutely aware of their own insignificance. Particularly at the location of the celebration, proximity to the lightning only exacerbated the chaos among the crowd. The aged visage of the dean was momentarily shadowed by concern as he gazed toward the direction of the descending lightning. Seemingly struck by a thought, he immediately raised his voice to command, "Everyone, evacuate at once. No student or teacher is permitted to approach the teaching building." The dazzling brilliance of the electric light illuminated the impassive face of Wuxiang, every pore distinctly visible, as he reached an unprecedented zenith. Yishi's expression shifted dramatically. The earlier mockery and composure evaporated, replaced by an involuntary flicker of fear in her eyes. Ignoring the searing pain of her confinement, she began to struggle desperately. She could unmistakably sense that the lightning summoned by Wuxiang possessed the power to obliterate her entirely. "What do you intend to do? I apologize to you. I repent. I beg you, do not proceed like this." Wuxiang regarded Yishi with indifference, remaining silent as the surrounding thunder grew increasingly violent. Observing Wuxiang's unyielding demeanor and realizing her life was in peril, Yishi suddenly cried out in a hoarse voice, "If I perish, Yi Mu will perish alongside me. Ha ha, come on, kill me, quickly, in my life. Then your hands will be stained with the blood of the innocent. You and I are no different." Yishi laughed maniacally, her words laced with a subtle incitement to unrest. Without a trace, Wuxiang's body trembled ever so slightly, and the lightning resting upon his palms surged with a restless energy, even rebounding upon him, causing a trickle of blood to escape from the corner of his mouth. As he witnessed the cage growing increasingly fragile, Yishi struggled with unwavering determination to escape, yet Wuxiang hesitated to act, ensnared in a profound dilemma. "Wuxiang, please do not let go." The gentle, serene voice reached Wuxiang's ears. He paused momentarily, then gazed blankly at the speaker. "Is that you, Yimu?" "Yes, it is I," Yimu replied, nodding, her enchanting smile meeting Wuxiang's gaze. Her eyes sparkled with clarity, devoid of the previous timidity and evasiveness, as if she were merely an ordinary girl, untouched by the complexities of the world. "Are you all right?" Wuxiang inquired tentatively. "No, my time is running short. It is only due to my sister's emotional upheaval moments ago that my consciousness managed to temporarily seize control of the body. Then, how can I assist you? Please, in my life." Yimu's gaze darkened, yet she spoke with unwavering conviction, enunciating each word with gravity. Wuxiang was momentarily taken aback, his lips parting slightly. "No, I cannot." "Wuxiang, listen to me. My sister did not deceive you. If we can endure until dawn, when the sun rises tomorrow, she will be able to assimilate all the vengeful spirits, transforming into a being akin to the undead, possessing power comparable to that of an emperor-level monstrosity. And on the surface, she will appear no different from an ordinary person. In the protracted abyss of despair and darkness, the sister's once boundless kindness and reason had been entirely extinguished. Should she be truly resurrected, it would unleash an incalculable calamity. Chapter 117, The Choice. Surely there must be another way. Wuxiang spoke with a tinge of bitterness. "Perhaps," Yimu replied, lowering her gaze, her emotions a tumultuous blend. "However, this is our final opportunity. Do you know, Wuxiang, that I am not entirely oblivious to the actions of my sister? I can sense them, albeit faintly. I have been in anguish, consumed by fear and guilt. I do not know how to confront all of this. I am not innocent. On the contrary, my hands are stained with the blood of the innocent. I am merely a wretched perpetrator." Upon uttering these words, Yimu seemed to unburden herself, revealing a faint smile of relief. "It is not your fault." Wuxiang felt a sudden constriction in his chest, his mouth agape as he struggled to articulate a response. Yet, The established truth cannot be altered. They ultimately perished by my hand. Yimu let out a bitter laugh, her body trembling slightly. Proceed, Wushang. I can barely hold on any longer. If anyone is to bring this to an end, I hope that person can be you. Wushang bowed his head, raindrops cascading along his hair and cheeks, obscuring his expression. I understand. As the words fell, the terrifying thunder surged to its zenith once more, unleashing a merciless force that viciously lashed out at everything in its vicinity, rending the earth with grotesque and horrific wounds, a pure aura of annihilation enveloping all. Wow, wretch, what are you doing? Are you trying to kill me? Yi Shi, having regained control of her body, screamed in sheer terror, disbelief coursing through her voice. Sister, please stop. Do not continue down this misguided path. This time, I am here with you. You shall not be alone. Yimu spoke in a calm and gentle tone, offering solace. They shared the same body, their expressions fluctuating wildly, evidently engaged in a fierce struggle for dominance. If you wish to die, then perish alone. Who needs your company? Do not drag me into your demise. I loathe this. I refuse to accept it. I am not at fault. Yi Shi fought desperately, the brilliance of the thunder spear dimming, the entire cage becoming riddled with web-like cracks. Wushang suddenly lifted his head, fixing a gaze upon the opponent. His eyes sparking with electricity, veins bulging in his arms, and ultimately he struck down with a forceful hand. Divine retribution, accompanied by a soul-shattering roar. The thunderous wrath erupted with cataclysmic force, inevitably striking Yimu's body. A piercing scream echoed throughout the campus, illuminating the surroundings with blinding white light. As radiant as day, dense black mist and countless vengeful souls streamed forth from Yimu's body, only to be swiftly obliterated by the lightning, reduced to nothingness in an instant. Moments later, the world succumbed once again to darkness, and the storm clouds above the city dispersed as well. Yimu lowered her head, kneeling silently on the ground, her eyes devoid of vitality, her expression a blend of confusion, acceptance, and liberation. Wushang approached her with an impassive demeanor, then knelt before her on one knee. If one did not observe closely, it would be difficult to notice the subtle tremor in his hands. With great difficulty, Yimu lifted her head and offered Wushang a faint smile, one that was pure and untainted. Wushang, may I ask you for a small favor? Speak. Could you kiss me? All right. Wushang gently wrapped his arms around Yimu, drawing her into his embrace, and pressed a kiss upon her forehead. Her body felt so light, as if it bore no weight at all. Yimu smiled again, radiating joy, though her gaze held a trace of reluctance and yearning. Thank you. Thank you for appearing in my life. I truly feel incredibly fortunate at her words. Wushang felt a sharp ache in his heart, and a fleeting crack appeared on his expression, reminiscent of a time when another girl had uttered nearly identical sentiments to him. Yimu's form began to grow translucent, revealing the scenery behind her. Gradually, her body lifted from the ground, drifting toward the vast, dark night sky. Wushang slowly rose to his feet, his gaze following her ascent. Wushang, I have heard that the souls of kind and pure-hearted individuals are white. Now that I can no longer see, could you tell me what color my soul appears to be? White, an immaculate, and pure white. Wushang met Yimu's gaze, his expression earnest and affirming as he spoke softly. Is that true? Indeed. How splendid it is. The luminous specks of light dance in the air, scattering in all directions, while a faint echo of voices lingers in the breeze, belonging to those who have already vanished. The rain has ceased, and Wushang stands like a statue, motionless, with the necklace hidden beneath his clothing glimmering softly. Time passes without notice until familiar voices call from behind. Hey, you dastard. This young lady has returned. Taiko, with her short legs, rushes over with excitement, only to suddenly sense something amiss about Wushang, as if he is enveloped in an inexplicable, oppressive aura. Instinctively, her footsteps and voice soften. Just now. The ghosts and fog in the teaching building have dissipated. Wushang remains silent, seemingly unresponsive, until after a long pause. He breaks the silence in a tone devoid of joy or sorrow. Yi Shi is dead. Yimu is also dead. I acted with my own hands. Observing Wushang's demeanor, Taiko's small face contorts with uncertainty, unsure how to offer comfort, ultimately resorting to a dry response. Your choice was correct. Yes, I know. The conversation halts, and the air once again sinks into a profound silence. Taiko stands quietly behind Wushang. Her peripheral vision catches a glimpse of something glimmering in the soil not far away. Curiosity piqued, she approaches, kneeling to uncover the earth, and upon revealing the object below, she gasps in astonishment. Wuxiang, look quickly, she exclaims, immediately presenting the object before him. As Wuxiang reached out to accept the peculiar half-luminous, half-dim diamond-shaped crystal that Tycho had offered, he could feel a gentle warmth emanating from it. What is this? He inquired. This is a crystallization of life, typically formed only after the demise of a select few powerful magical creatures. It is exceedingly rare and precious. You should absorb it quickly. It will undoubtedly be of immense benefit to you, Tycho hurriedly explained. Wuxiang gazed quietly at the crystal nestled in his palm, momentarily lost in thought, with obscure emotions swirling deep within his eyes. Gradually, he closed his hand, channeling a gentle force into the crystal. Instead of being absorbed, the crystal became enveloped in a radiant glow, gradually disintegrating. You actually... Tycho's expression shifted to one of alarm as he attempted to dissuade him. But after much hesitation, he ultimately chose silence. No, let it depart with her. Chapter 118. The aftermath. In the dead of night, the dean returned home, his face etched with fatigue, and no one knew the source of his worries. As he slowly opened the door, he was met by a silhouette as sharp as a knife in the darkened living room. He paused momentarily, then quickly regained his composure, speaking in a hushed tone. You have come. The figure turned, revealing eyes sharper than those of a hawk, and upon closer inspection, it was Wuxiang. For reasons unknown, the dean refrained from turning on the lights. Instead, he carefully prepared a pot of tea in the darkness, pouring a cup and sliding it towards Wuxiang. The steam wafted upward, creating a striking contrast to the chill that enveloped the room. Wuxiang did not reach for the cup. At last, he uttered his first words. The task has been accomplished. The dean nodded in acknowledgement. Well, you have worked hard. Suddenly, Wuxiang posed a seemingly irrelevant question. Do you know about the incident involving a female student who committed suicide a year ago? I am aware, but the details remain unclear to me. Is it really unclear, or do you simply not wish to comprehend? The dean, a formidable figure in his own right, found himself at a loss for words in the face of Wuxiang's probing and mockery. Perhaps it was a sense of guilt or unease, or perhaps something else entirely. Those unaware of the context might struggle to grasp their exchange, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between the two. The Lopuscan Morning News reported that our city experienced an unprecedented superstorm last night, accompanied by intense lightning. The extent of the damage and casualties is still under investigation. The large screens in the streets incessantly broadcast updates about the storm, and passers-by predominantly engage in discussions surrounding the event. Wuxiang, the instigator of the chaos, shifted his gaze from the screen and wandered aimlessly, accompanied silently by a young woman. His complexion appeared unnaturally pale, clearly suffering from significant injuries. For the power of the thunder was immense, capable of harming both enemies and oneself. Teacher, feel free to ask any questions directly, Wuxiang said suddenly. Su Lily, one of the few witnesses to the events of the previous day, appeared conflicted and hesitant, her mind teeming with questions yet unsure of where to begin. Classmate Wuxiang, you are not truly a transfer student, are you? I apologize. I have been deceiving you all along. Would you mind revealing your true identity to the teacher? I am a member of the Special Operations Team from the Tianren headquarters, tasked with investigating the supernatural occurrences at the Academy of Abilities. Upon hearing Wuxiang's response, Su Lily's eyes flickered with astonishment, and she nodded in understanding. Will you continue to stay at the academy? Probably not. My mission is complete, and I should be departing soon. I see. Then, regarding the belongings of classmate Yimu left in the dormitory, how should we handle that? Also, should I report this matter to the school? Yes, report it. Just handle it normally. Actually, never mind. I will take care of it. Since Su Lily had previously informed the dormitory supervisor, Wuxiang was able to enter the girls' dormitory without hindrance. This was his first visit, and likely his only one. As he opened the door to Yimu's room, he was met with an empty sight, revealing only a solitary bed. The quilt was neatly folded, and the surfaces of the cabinet and desk were devoid of dust, adorned with minimal furnishings. Aside from a few daily necessities, there was scarcely anything else, and even the cosmetics were pitifully few compared to those of other girls. Wuxiang silently seated himself on a chair, remaining motionless for an extended period. After an indeterminate amount of time, he began to meticulously pack Yimu's belongings, carefully placing them into a prepared box. When he opened the drawer, he discovered a beautifully crafted picture frame. With a sense of bewilderment, He picked it up and examined it, instantly feeling a stiffness envelop him, his hands trembling ever so slightly. The frame encased a painting, marred by a web of cracks that indicated severe damage. Yet, each fragment had been meticulously reassembled, leaving no trace of a gap, a testament to the immense effort its owner had exerted. The youthful figure bathed in sunlight within the painting was none other than himself. Unmistakably. Is it truly that significant to you? Wu Shang seemed to inquire, or perhaps he was merely musing to himself, his eyes swirling with inscrutable emotions. To Wu Shang, Yi Mu, and indeed everyone within the academy ought to have been mere fleeting figures in the tapestry of his life, their paths intersecting briefly before fading into oblivion. Her existence, so fleeting and devoid of brilliance, ultimately left an indelible mark on Wu Shang's heart. He found himself pondering the reasons behind this connection, feeling a profound sense of regret for her. After meticulously gathering all of Yi Mu's belongings, Wu Shang chose to retain only the framed picture as he finally stepped out the door. Through the exclusive intelligence channels of the Tianren, Wu Shang swiftly acquired all the information he sought. Yi Mu's family circumstances were dire. She and her sister had relied solely on their mother. Their father had been incarcerated due to his misdeeds when the sisters were mere children. A year prior, their mother had descended into madness upon hearing the news of Yi Shi's death, her mental state fluctuating between stability and turmoil. While still at the academy, Yi Mu would seize any opportunity to work, sending every earned penny back home to support her family. Wu Xiang meandered to the outskirts of the city of Lopuskin, where his eyes were met only by a few dilapidated earthen and tiled houses. For quite some time, he encountered not a single soul, a stark contrast to the bustling city center. Following the markers on the map, he paused outside a small courtyard's fence, peering inside to see an elderly woman, her face lined with wrinkles and her hair streaked with gray, seemingly in her 50s or 60s, tending to the vegetables in the garden. Upon noticing Wu Xiang standing at the fence, the woman rose and scrutinized him for a considerable time before concluding that she did not recognize him. "Who are you?" she inquired. Wu Xiang offered a gentle smile and replied, "Hello, Annie. I am a classmate of Yi Mu, just stopping by to see you." At the mention of Yi Mu, the woman's face lit up with joy, and without a hint of doubt, she beckoned him inside. "Child, have you been waiting long? Do come in." With that, she opened the gate and warmly ushered Wu Xiang into her humble abode. The door was somewhat low, requiring him to bow his head slightly to enter. Inside, the furnishings were simple and worn. There was a table, a wardrobe, and 3 stools, with a noticeable gap on the table's surface and the paint on the wardrobe nearly completely chipped away. Just as Wu Xiang settled onto one of the stools, it seemed to groan under the weight it was not meant to bear, emitting a creaking lament. Chapter 119. The Journey Home. Annie, your home is rather humble and seldom visited. I apologize for the intrusion, Yi Mu's mother said, a touch of embarrassment in her voice. By the way, let me go fetch a watermelon for you. Please wait. Dear aunt. No, that's unnecessary. As Wu Shang began to speak, he saw the other party immediately rush out the door. Shortly after, Yi Mu's mother returned, cradling a large watermelon in her arms, and began to slice it with her own hands. It was apparent that she rarely indulged in such treats herself, yet she exhibited no reluctance in serving Wu Shang. Wu Shang reached out to accept a piece of watermelon, savoring the sweet flavor that filled his mouth. Young man, what is your relationship with our dear Yi Mu? Yi Mu's mother inquired tentatively. We are very close friends. Ah, friends, that is delightful. Aunt, Yi Mu has recently been occupied with matters and has been dispatched by the academy to a distant location. She may not be able to return to see you for quite some time, so she entrusted me with bringing her belongings back. Oh, I see. A hint of disappointment crossed Yi Mu's mother's face upon hearing this. By the way, Aunt, I was unsure of your preferences, so I picked up some fruits on my way here. I hope you will enjoy them, Wu Shang continued. Yi Mu's mother looked up and was taken aback by the sight of a large bag filled with unfamiliar fresh fruits, her expression shifting to one of alarm. Child, what are you doing? This is too much, truly. She hurriedly waved her hands in refusal, but her gaze towards Wu Shang grew increasingly approving, as if she were a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law. Wu Shang felt somewhat awkward under her scrutinizing gaze, and it took considerable effort to finally persuade her to accept the fruits, perhaps due to the loneliness of living alone for an extended period. Yi Mu's mother happily and naturally engaged Wu Shang in casual conversation. Good child, since you and Xiaomu are classmates, have you ever seen Xiaoxi at school? Yes, I have. Senior Yi, she is doing quite well now. Upon hearing this, Wuxiang felt a stir in his heart, though his expression remained composed. That's good, that's good. It has been quite a while. Having grown accustomed to the wildness outside, she doesn't even think to return and check on her mother. Alas! In truth, I am not particularly worried about Xiaoxi. Rather, it is Xiaomu who has always been shy, reluctant to speak, and lacking in charm. I wish she could be as cheerful as her sister someday. I will have to trouble you to look after Xiaomu in the future. Certainly. Wuxiang nodded, ensuring that Yimu's mother noticed nothing amiss. In the following 2 days, Wuxiang employed various means and cunning tricks to settle Yimu's mother at the local Tianren sanatorium. He refrained from appearing actively, choosing instead to observe from the shadows. Once I depart, I will rely on you to take care of the elderly lady. Wuxiang turned solemnly to his companion, Gun. Rest assured, I will handle it without fail. Gun confidently patted his chest in assurance. Although he did not grasp the significance of Wuxiang's actions, he believed there must be a rationale behind them. Well then, farewell. Until we meet again. After the academy reopened, Monica often gazed absent-mindedly at the second-to-last seat by the window, for it was now forever vacant. Has this day finally arrived? On the other side, Wuxiang quietly returned to the dormitory to pack his belongings. After a brief organization, he intended to leave, only to find Wang Peng and his companions seemingly waiting for him at the door. The encounter was tinged with an odd atmosphere. Wuxiang maintained a stoic expression while Wang Peng and his friends wore complex looks. Are you really leaving, Shangge? Yes. I have withdrawn from school and plan to transfer to another institution, Wuxiang replied calmly, fabricating a lie. At this point, is it appropriate to deceive us with such a reason? Wang Peng said with a bitter smile. Have you all figured it out? Wuxiang asked, slightly taken aback. Wang Peng shook his head. Not at all. We lack that kind of insight. However, although we may not be exceptionally bright, we are not fools either. From the very first day we met, I sensed that you were different from us, that you did not belong to the same circle. Or perhaps your standing exceeds ours by a considerable margin. At this juncture, Wang Peng shifted his tone, flashing a radiant smile. In any case, if you choose not to share, we won't press you. As we part ways, I wish you a brilliant future. Perhaps one day, we will walk the same path. And when that time comes, I hope you will offer us your guidance. Ha ha ha. Chao Run interjected. Deprung, your sentimental display is quite nauseating. He Fei added, indeed. Wang Peng retorted, oh, come on. Can't you let me finish this charade? Fine, I will be waiting for you. Wuxiang nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently embracing farewell with the 3 individuals before resolutely turning away. Just as he stepped beyond the school gates, a familiar voice resonated behind him. Are you leaving? Monica's tone was laced with an indescribable sorrow. She was uncertain why she lingered there, drawn solely by instinct, and fortunately, she had waited. Yes. Wuxiang paused momentarily, but did not turn around. Will we have the chance to meet again? Probably not. Monica's heart sank. Despite harboring a multitude of words she wished to convey, they ultimately coalesced into a simple goodbye. Goodbye. With that, the figure who occupied her thoughts vanished into the distance, never once glancing back at her, and thus, the awakening of her first love faded into oblivion. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes, splattering onto the ground as she pressed her hands tightly over her mouth, striving to contain her distress. Monica, what is the matter? Who has wronged you? Sia, fortuitously passing by, witnessed this scene and hurried over, anxious to provide comfort. Monica collapsed into Sia's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably, remaining silent despite Sia's probing questions. Upon returning to his rented apartment, Wuxiang found Taiko had already packed her belongings and awaited him. Have all subsequent matters been resolved? She inquired. Yes, Wuxiang replied with a slight nod. Are you all right? I'm fine. After a brief exchange between the two, they embarked on a tram back to headquarters, carrying only a few belongings. As the train set in motion, Wuxiang leaned against the cabin wall, resting his chin on his hand, quietly gazing out the window. The buildings, tall and short, swiftly receded from his sight. It was finally time to depart. Yet his state of mind was markedly different from when he had arrived. His journey, which lasted nearly 2 months, had become the longest mission he had undertaken. Reflecting on the experiences, he realized that countless unforeseen events had transpired, and life was inevitably filled with regrets and helplessness. The immutable facts of the past could not be altered, and all he could do now was to exert his utmost effort with his own hands to forge a brighter future. Chapter 120. Frontline news at the Tianren headquarters. Humanity's most formidable bastion in this chaotic era continued to function as usual, observing the soaring warplanes, the heavy artillery, and the towering shields. Wushang felt a blend of strangeness and familiarity. After briefly reporting on his mission, he entrusted the remaining tasks to Taiko and returned to his residence. Gently pushing open the door, he found his room immaculate despite his absence for 2 months, and a faint fragrance lingered in the air. Surely, only Yandora would do such a thing, Wushang mused. He opened his suitcase, spent a few minutes tidying up, and took out a framed photo, staring at it for several seconds before placing it delicately on his bedside table. How tranquil it is. A bit of quietude is rather pleasant. Wushang then laid down on the bed, fully clothed, resting his hands behind his head as he closed his eyes in contemplation. Time seemed to stretch endlessly until suddenly, the sound of a door creaking open broke the silence. Clang. Mr. Wushang, the delightful service package you ordered has arrived. Please sign for it promptly. The familiar voice echoed, making it nearly impossible for Wushang to remain oblivious to the identity of the visitor, even with his eyes closed. Today, Yandora presented her usual ensemble of a short skirt paired with black stockings, a butterfly bow adorning her head, and a lavender headband fluttering in the breeze. Her face was perpetually graced with a playful yet cunning smile, which, despite her penchant for concocting troublesome ideas, endeared her to those around her. Wushang recalled a time he had inquired why Yandora chose to join the Crimson Red. Her answer had been quite unexpected. It was merely because, by associating with Xingyan, she could forego wearing a uniform during work hours. One could not help but admire how the captain set such an exemplary precedent for everyone. Hey, it's been so long since we last met. I bet you've been unable to stop thinking about me, she teased, her tone light. Perhaps just a little, Wushang replied, opening his eyes with a calm demeanor. Something is amiss. My little Wushang could never be this honest, Yandora exclaimed, covering her mouth in mock surprise. Speaking of which, could it be that I have become even more beautiful than before? But I've always been stunning. Could it be that the long separation has allowed you to finally recognize your true feelings and decide to confess everything? How delightful, how delightful. Wait, how did you come to possess the key to my room? Wushang finally managed to ask, a sense of urgency in his voice. Hee. Yandora playfully stuck out her tongue, feigning innocence. Was this task completed smoothly? The young girl swiftly altered her tactics, adopting a serious demeanor. It was fairly well, the boy replied, aware of the hidden calculations in her mind, yet he chose not to pursue the matter further, simply indulging her with his words. Without hesitation, Yandora perched herself on Wushang's bed. Wushang, unable to do anything about it, shifted slightly to create space for her. Her gaze wandered to the nightstand, landing on a severely damaged picture frame, which elicited a flicker of surprise within her, though she chose to remain silent about it. You seem a bit downcast, she remarked. Not at all. If I were unhappy, I would need to go out for a stroll. Come on, let us go. No, I've just returned and need to rest. If you're itching to cause trouble, choose someone else, Wushang replied, turning his back to Yandora to convey his firm intention of staying in. In that case, how about I sing you a song? Yandora tilted her head and suggested. When Wushang did not respond, she took his silence as acquiescence and began to hum softly to herself. The enchanting melody gradually drifted into Wushang's ears, reminiscent of a gentle stream flowing through the mountains or the caress of a spring breeze across the fields. Initially, he paid little attention, but as time passed, he found himself enveloped in a sense of tranquility and profound serenity. Wushang's consciousness unwittingly surrendered to the soothing tones, calming the turmoil within him to the point of nearly drifting into a slumber. After a long while, Wushang opened his eyes, his gaze clear, and then his lips moved slightly. You just secretly used your ability on me, didn't you? Nonsense. It is merely the enchanting melody of a song that possesses the miraculous power to heal the heart. Thank you. You're welcome. Accompanying my sister on an outing will suffice as a token of gratitude. No. Hey, do you realize what your behavior is called? It's called freeloading. And that is a most disgraceful act. What is there to see at the base? What do you mean? There is nothing. With a beautiful girl like me by your side, where is better than staying at home? Yandora tugged at Wushang's pant leg, pulling with all her might, while Wushang clung desperately to the headboard, refusing to rise. With a sudden, tearing sound, Wushang's pants met an unfortunate fate as they were ripped apart. Wushang. Outside the door, Suyu, who had arrived at some unknown moment, awkwardly scratched his head. I apologize for interrupting you too. Am I arriving at an inopportune time? On an unremarkable little path, two men and a woman strolled leisurely. Wu Shang sighed in resignation. All his struggles had ultimately proven futile. He raised his eyes to scan the passing crowd, sensing an inexplicable shift in the atmosphere at headquarters, which seemed tinged with an air of solemnity. Su Yu, has anything significant transpired at headquarters recently? Oh, you sensed it? Quite perceptive, aren't you? Hey, why aren't you asking me? Why aren't you asking me? Yendora interjected, positioning herself between the two. Su Yu, please continue. Wu Shang casually brushed Yendua's head aside. Indeed, a significant event had just transpired, but not at the headquarters. Rather, it occurred at the front lines. The front lines? Wu Shang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Precisely. Recently, our frontline troops have engaged in multiple skirmishes with the enemy, resulting in an increasingly tense situation, with the possibility of large-scale warfare looming. However, the specifics remain unclear. Su Yu reflected for a moment before continuing. Yet, this is not an opportune moment to initiate war. Although the strength of Tianren has notably grown over the years, rendering it formidable against any faction, engaging simultaneously with 3 enemy forces would be exceedingly ambitious. We still require time to amass our strength. As for the 3 external civilizations, fortunately, they have never been united. Rather, they harbor mutual distrust and are reluctant to bear losses by taking the lead, which has contributed to the current state of equilibrium. The unpredictability of worldly affairs makes it impossible to foresee what may follow. Should the worst occur and a total war ensue, none of us can remain aloof. Thus, it is prudent to prepare in advance. Su Yu's tone carried an unusual hint of melancholy. Wu Shang nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. Regardless, he had long been ready to confront the specter of war. Chapter 121. A distinguished visitor. After meandering aimlessly for a while, the trio eventually found little amusement and retreated to the office apartment. In the hall, only Mi Yin was diligently engaged in his duties. The 3 chose to settle casually onto the sofa, opting not to disturb him, deliberately ignoring his presence. Little Xiang, I have come across a most astonishing secret. Would you care to hear it? Said Yendora with an air of mystery. Wu Xiang remained silent, offering her a gesture that implied she should proceed at her leisure. Yendora then cleared her throat and began to narrate with great flair. It is said that nearly a decade ago, a mysterious human powerhouse emerged in the world of Noah. He possessed strength nearly on par with the divine, infiltrating the realms of the 3 great extraterrestrial civilizations alone, and ultimately emerging unscathed. With a mere wave of his hand, he could effortlessly annihilate millions of foes. The 3 alien civilizations employed every means at their disposal, yet could not contend with him. In a single night, they suffered devastating losses and could do nothing but allow him to depart. Wu Xiang, upon hearing this, fell into deep contemplation. Could such a terrifying existence truly be real? It felt as if she were listening to a tale woven from fantasy. Nonetheless, it is worth noting that no one has ever laid eyes upon the true visage of this enigmatic figure, nor is there any concrete record of his existence. His appearances and disappearances occurred without warning, leaving the question of his authenticity shrouded in doubt. Curiously, during that period, the enemies indeed exhibited a remarkable despondency, a mystery that remains unsolved to this day. Su Yu interjected to add, at that time. Just then, the apartment door swung open, and Xingyan entered, looking utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the sofa without a hint of decorum. I've been so busy lately. All sorts of chaotic matters keep finding their way to me. Do I appear to have so much leisure time? Honestly. As she spoke, her peripheral vision caught sight of several of her teammates nodding earnestly in unison. Hey, do you have something to say? Upon hearing this, the 3 individuals immediately felt a shiver run down their spines. No. It's just that my neck feels a bit sore from sitting for too long, Su Yu replied with an awkward smile. Xingyan cast a knowing glance at the others, and then her gaze shifted to Wu Shang. Oh, you're back. Wu Shang nodded. With a beaming smile, Xingyan stood up and approached Wu Shang, suddenly extending her hand to ruffle his hair playfully. Refreshing. This truly alleviates stress. Wu Shang, displeased, swatted Xingyan's hand away, but she persistently placed it back, delighting in their playful exchange. Yenduo La watched with immense amusement, her eyes sparkling with eagerness to join in. The sound of the door opening resonated once more, causing the group to instinctively glance toward the entrance, only to be met by an unfamiliar figure. The individual turned around, revealing a face as sharp as a chiseled blade. appearing to be a robust middle-aged man in his 40s. Wu Shang immediately noticed that, apart from Xing Yan, the others seemed to tense up slightly upon the man's arrival, suggesting that his identity was undoubtedly significant. "Hey, old man, you've got the wrong door, haven't you?" Xing Yan remarked, casting a disdainful look at the approaching middle-aged man, her eyes resembling those of a disinterested fish. "This is the core area of the Deep Crimson office. No loiterers allowed. If you're here for a free meal, please exit to the left. For business matters, kindly proceed to the right. Thank you for your patronage. We wish you a pleasant departure." "You rascal. How disrespectful." "It's not, old man. You should call me teacher," the man retorted with a broad grin. Upon hearing this, Xing Yan curled her lip in disdain. "Not a chance. You've only taught me for a few days. Once a teacher, always a father. Even if only for a day, I am still your teacher." "Humph, how shameless." "Oh, how amusing. Remember when you were constantly causing trouble? Who was it that consistently cleaned up after you?" The middle-aged man and Xing Yan bantered back and forth like two unruly children. The others exchanged glances, silently enjoying the spectacle. "Bringing up those trivial matters from the past again, I am truly at a loss for words. I know you only come to me with ulterior motives. If you have something to say, speak quickly, but let me make it clear, I may not acquiesce." It seemed that fearing the revelation of past embarrassments, Xing Yan reluctantly conceded. The middle-aged man wore a triumphant smile, relishing the rare moment of having the upper hand over Xing Yan. Wu Shang gently nudged Yan Duo-La with his knee, prompting her to glance over with curiosity. "Who is this person?" Wu Shang inquired softly. "The commander of Tianren and the Supreme Legion leader." "Zuolong," Yan Duo-La replied in hushed tones. "What?" A look of astonishment flickered in Wu Shang's eyes, as he had never anticipated that this middle-aged man before him was none other than the legendary leader of Tianren. In terms of power and status, few could rival the authority held by the leader of Tianren. Years have swiftly passed, and you have blossomed into a young woman. Do you remember when? If you continue to prattle on, I shall throw you out." Without hesitation, Xing Yan unsheathed his weapon, the cold glint of the blade reflecting upon Zuolong's face. Upon witnessing this, Zuolong instantly adopted a serious demeanor, finding a comfortable position to sit upright, and then began to speak. "You have heard about the events at the front lines, haven't you?" "Indeed, I have heard some whispers." Xing Yan nodded slightly. "I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with the recent conflict between the Tianren and Limerick forces. I wonder what your thoughts are on it." "It is indeed rather peculiar, though I cannot pinpoint exactly what it is. Given my position, it is rather difficult for me to withdraw from the matter. So after much contemplation, I've decided to send you and your team to the front lines." Zoran inquired gravely of Xing Yan. "Spare me, please. You know very well that while I excel in combat, I am utterly unfit for commanding large-scale operations." Xing Yan rolled her eyes and outright declined. "That is not a concern." Zoran waved his hand dismissively. "The commanders of the 4th and 6th Legions of Tianren and their respective troops are at the front. There is no need to worry about command. Then what do you require of me? To merely spectate?" "No." Zoran shook his head. "We need a formidable general to oversee the situation, and you are currently the best candidate." Upon hearing this, Xing Yan's expression turned contemplative, and after a brief pause, she responded to Zoran. "The captain of this team agrees to the proposal." "That is splendid. I knew you would not let your mentor down. But there is one condition." Go ahead. Triple the salary, no negotiations," Xing Yan stated, a charming smile gracing her lips. "And this applies to all members of our team." "Very well, I accept your terms." Zoran acquiesced readily, though a flicker of pain crossed his face. One can only continuously console oneself in silence, reminding that we are all warriors of the heavenly blade, all comrades. The allocation of resources shall not be in vain. Not in vain. Not in vain at all. Then let us wish for a pleasant collaboration. Xing Yan rose, a harmless and innocent smile blossoming on his face, earnestly extending a hand towards Xiaolong. A delightful cooperation indeed. Xiaolong's lips twitched, but ultimately he extended his hand, meeting Xing Yan's in a firm grasp. "I would like to take this moment to apologize to everyone. The past few days have been overwhelmingly busy, with numerous matters converging all at once, and I anticipate that I may not find respite until at least the day after tomorrow. During this period, updates may not be guaranteed, and I hope for your understanding." Chapter 122. The eve of departure. Having discussed serious matters, Xiaolong swiftly turned his attention to the others in the hall, his gaze finally resting on Wu Shang for a moment. An unfamiliar face, When did you recruit a new team member? What? Is that not acceptable? The elated Xing Yin casually replied. Your criteria for selection have always been stringent. It is indeed a rarity to have a newcomer join the ranks. Quite so. One need only consider the caliber of our existing members. Each could easily stand as a commander. Zhao Long chuckled, unfazed by Xing Yan's embellishments, and then stood up, slowly approaching Wu Shang. Upon noticing this, Wu Shang immediately stood up, a bit uneasy, even with his disposition. He could not help but feel a twinge of nervousness upon realizing he stood before the supreme leader of the Heavenly Blade. Zhao Long, standing before Wu Shang, kindly placed a hand on his shoulder, smiling as he spoke. Indeed, one can tell you are a spirited and vigorous young man. The character and mindset exhibited are remarkably composed, truly commendable. Wu Shang stood silently, uncertain of what to say or how to express himself in such a moment, but fortunately, Zalong seemed indifferent to these nuances. Young man, what is your name? Zalong inquired further. Wu Shang, have you considered developing under my command? The salary is generous. The benefits are excellent, and the prospects for advancement are promising. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang could only muster a polite, yet somewhat awkward smile. Hey, you old geezer, are you daring to poach someone in my presence? Are you testing my patience? Xing Yin suddenly emerged, exuding an air of menace. My apologies. My apologies. It's just a professional habit. A slip of the tongue. Zalong, feeling a wave of embarrassment, hurriedly waved his hands in a gesture of appeasement, momentarily forgetting this little tempest. If everything is settled, you should leave quickly and not delay our team from attending to serious matters. All right, all right. Wu Shang watched Zalong's departing figure, his gaze sharpening. The leader of the Tianren, despite appearing ordinary in his demeanor, exuded an overwhelming pressure akin to an unfathomable abyss. His strength was indeed beyond comprehension. Just as Zalong gently pushed open the door and set one foot outside, he suddenly heard Xing Yan's jubilant voice from behind. Salaries are in. Tonight, we celebrate, gathering all team members. We shall not return until we are thoroughly inebriated. Zalong's previously steady stride faltered abruptly, nearly causing him to stumble. And without turning back, he nonchalantly closed the door behind him. Wu Xiang observed everything keenly, unable to suppress a slight smile at the corner of his lips, pondering whether he had perhaps overthought the situation. While it could not be said that gatherings occurred every 3 days or larger assemblies every 5 days in an exaggerated manner, the sight of the lavish spread before him inevitably stirred a sense of internal discontent. Was it truly appropriate to indulge in such extravagance? Did other departments of Tianren engage in similar revelries? Might it be considered a tad excessive? Before long, those who were absent were called in one by one. Some were unaware of Wu Xiang's return and greeted him as they entered. The group then settled at the table, resuming the familiar routine of their previous banquets. Ing remained largely silent throughout, quietly raising his glass in unison with others. Mayahiko, resembling a carefree fish, occasionally interjected, so you maintained a cheerful demeanor, impeccably poised. Xingyin enjoyed the privilege of being a connoisseur of fine wines. Vivian exuded grace and propriety, though her demeanor could shift subtly after indulging too much. As for the true focal point of the atmosphere at the table, it invariably fell upon Gongluan, Yandora, and Timo, who never failed to generate moments of bemusement. It is worth mentioning that Timo was actually drinking juice, despite her repeated protests. The mere thought of an adorable little girl engaging in heavy drinking tugged at everyone's conscience. Wu Xiang gazed at the diverse array of peculiar individuals before him, his comrades, his new family. It was unclear who first shifted the topic of conversation to focus on Wu Xiang. Unscathed, do share with us, during your 2-month sojourn, you must have encountered quite a number of young and charming ladies at the academy. Did any indescribable incidents occur? Steel Wheel inquired, his breath reeking of alcohol, his face adorned with a lewd grin. The others, equally intrigued, turned their gazes towards him. Unscathed, taken aback by the question, hesitated, his mouth opening and closing as he struggled to find the right words. Taika, aware of the underlying situation, subtly exchanged glances with the group, her expression shifting slightly. The others, catching on, felt a sense of understanding. Though still puzzled, they recognized that now was not the opportune moment for further inquiries. Ahem. What is there to discuss about the trivial matters at school? Come, let us seize this opportunity to converse about our forthcoming tasks. Starflame interjected, artfully redirecting the conversation. Steel Wheel appeared bewildered, scratching his head in confusion. What is happening? I clearly saw the captain was the most excited just moments ago. Suddenly, his words were cut short as his head became unceremoniously lodged in a bowl of rice, silencing him completely. "Oh dear, my hand slipped," Starflame remarked with a beaming smile, feigning innocence like a naive maiden. "Now, does anyone have any questions regarding our work?" "None," the group replied in unison. "Excellent. Let us continue to drink and dance." As the liquor flowed and the atmosphere thickened with merriment, a sense of inebriation began to envelop everyone. And Skade's gaze casually roamed the surroundings, and he caught sight of a burly man vigorously gnawing on a chicken leg. Initially mistaking him for Steel Wheel, he quickly reassessed, his eyes widening in astonishment. A delicate, polished hand gracefully placed a fragrant chicken wing into the bowl before the burly man, accompanied by a gentle voice. "Here, eat slowly. Don't choke." "All right." The man nodded as he indulged in his meal. The wine jug was lifted once more, filling the cup to the brim. "Another drink, to soothe my throat and clear my insides." "Excellent." The man raised his cup with exuberance and downed it in one go. As he abruptly set the cup down, he met the gaze of Xing Yan, whose eyes sparkled with a teasing smile. "So how does it taste?" It's fragrant." "No, it's not fragrant." The smile on Xiaolong's face froze, as his mind raced with thoughts on how to alleviate the current awkwardness. Primarily, he felt unjustly treated today. Enduring the moment seemed preferable. Yet the more he pondered, the more agitated he became. It felt utterly wrong to miss out on a hearty meal. Besides, it was the intoxicating aroma of the wine that had stirred his appetite. But could he voice such sentiments? He could not. "Well, allow me to explain," he began. "Actually, the cafeteria inexplicably closed early today, and I just came here to grab a bite. I recall you have dedicated delivery staff. He is visiting his elderly mother today, leaving me to fend for myself." Xing Yin found Xiaolong's response both amusing and exasperating. Yet she chose not to press him further. After all, it was indeed quite challenging for her mentor in such a position to act freely. The others present merely pretended not to witness the scene. After all, not only had the captain tacitly approved, but opposing this would also mean reporting the highest commander of the Tianren Legion, an act reserved only for those with a death wish or a desire to resign. Zolong smiled faintly, managing to preserve a semblance of dignity, albeit only just a hint of it. Chapter 123, Arrival at the Battlefield. After a night of well-deserved rest, everyone returned to their respective quarters, ready for the day ahead. There were no grandiose speeches nor fervent farewells. Wushang and the others followed Xing Yan aboard the fighter jet, with Suyu at the helm, piloting them towards the frontline battlefield. With a resounding roar, the aircraft soared into the sky, departing from the headquarters and rapidly ascending, finally gliding smoothly above the clouds at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Within the cabin, the team engaged in various activities, exchanging occasional laughter and banter, seemingly devoid of any pressing tension. However, it was to be expected. They were a special operations unit, not a suicide squad. The outcome of the battle was still uncertain, and excessive anxiety would only serve to create unnecessary pressure. Maintaining a calm demeanor was, in fact, more commendable. Hours swiftly passed as the fighter jet streaked across the vast sky, drawing near to the frontline base of the Tianren army. Suyu began the descent, navigating through the clouds. The voice of an intelligence officer from the Tianren forces echoed through the communicator, and Suyu briefly established contact with him. Shortly thereafter, several fighter jets approached to provide support. Wushang gazed out the window, his view expanding magnificently. As they descended, the landscape below became increasingly vivid. Towering, sturdy iron walls loomed high, forming a resilient skeleton. A multitude of dark figures surged continuously, resembling the very lifeblood of the fortress. The entire stronghold appeared as a colossal giant, standing tall and commanding, as if breathing life into the mountains and rivers. The Heavenly Blade consists of 10 legions, each comprising between 50,000 to 100,000 soldiers. Among them, 2 legions are stationed at the headquarters, safeguarding the base, while the remaining 8 are deployed at various strategic military strongholds. At this moment, this once desolate wilderness is home to at least several 100,000 soldiers from the Heavenly Blade, creating an atmosphere of ironclad determination that even the flowers and grasses by the roadside seem too frightened to raise their heads. This is the first time Wushang has witnessed such a grand scale of military mobilization, especially from an aerial vantage point, and an indescribable sense of shock permeates his gaze. In the conference room of the command center, General Kalindo of the 4th Legion, General Badar of the 6th Legion, and their respective aides are all present. They have been engaged in a stalemate with the enemy for over half a month, and with recent unforeseen developments, their discussions have yielded no fruitful outcomes, leaving them at an impasse, their faces etched with frustration. Are we going to fight or not? One exclaims, exasperated. Let us wait and see, another suggests. Wait. Our 2 legions, numbering over 100,000, are here wasting resources daily. How much manpower, material, and financial resources are we losing? I'm truly fed up with this. And what can we do? War is no trifling matter. Every action has far-reaching consequences. We must tread carefully, another replies. I understand that. But can't I at least vent my frustrations? Feel free, comes the response. By the way, didn't T headquarters send word yesterday about a potential reinforcement? Who do you think it will be? Reinforcement. An intriguing notion, but I cannot even begin to guess. I suspect it could be from the 1st Army or the 2nd Army, perhaps even the 8th Army's Lanyu. Who can say for certain? Hee. Allow me to be blunt. You may be indulging in fanciful thoughts. Just as the two were engaged in their discourse, a soldier approached with news that the personnel dispatched from headquarters were soon to arrive. No need for speculation now. Let us go and witness this together. Kula Duo stood up and was the first to exit the conference room. Well, that seems agreeable. Beidou offered a resigned smile and followed suit. The two arrived at the landing area and awaited a short while when the roar of engines grew louder, culminating in the smooth descent of a fighter jet not far from where they stood. The fierce gusts of air sent their hair swirling back, yet their bodies remained steadfast. As the cabin opened, a striking flash of red caught their attention. Hey, Kula Duo, Beidou, long time no see. Xing Yin greeted them with an unreserved enthusiasm. Kula Duo's formerly stern demeanor began to fracture, as unwelcome memories surged forth in his mind. Beidou, scratching his nose, felt no personal discomfort. Rather, he felt honored to possess knowledge of Kula Duo's troubled past. Setting aside subjective views, it must be acknowledged that this newcomer was indeed a formidable ally. In typical circumstances, the vast militarized organization known as Tianren has predominantly male members, with females never exceeding 10%, a fact that remains indisputable. Thus, the female members are held in exceedingly high regard, both in terms of treatment and popularity, particularly those who are exceptionally talented and youthful in appearance, inevitably becoming the objects of admiration. Take, for instance, the sole female commander of the top 10 legions, Lanyu, who attracts countless men each year, all vying for a mere smile from her. However, within the realm of Xing Yin, the situation is somewhat different. Initially, many harbored fantasies of winning her affection, yet Xing Yan's unconventional demeanor instilled trepidation in many, both familiar and unfamiliar. Her notorious reputation for lawlessness had long since spread among the upper echelons of Tianren. Overall, the relationship between Kalindo, Badar, and Xing Yin is neither particularly good nor bad. However, it is undeniable that, in comparison to Xing Yan's radiant smile, the expressions of the two men appeared somewhat strained. Without undue difficulty or turmoil, the group clad in deep crimson was ushered into the command center at the front line. Kalindo, Badar, and Xing Yin took their seats at the center of the conference room, surrounded by Wu Shang and various aides, while soldiers stood guard outside, with patrols occasionally passing by. Hey, Kalindo, why do you look a bit displeased? Xing Yin teased, her tone lighthearted. What do you think? Kalindo replied, his face elongated with discontent. Captain Xing Yin, since it's you who has arrived, let us dispense with pleasantries and proceed directly to the matter at hand, Badar remarked, his demeanor polished and composed, while discreetly nudging Kalindo beneath the table. That suits me perfectly. Engaging in discussions with intelligent individuals is invariably refreshing, as it eliminates much of the superfluous dialogue. Xing Yin, upon hearing this, expressed his agreement. The meeting commenced formally, with Kalindo and Badar sequentially sharing detailed intelligence gathered over recent times. According to their accounts, soldiers from Tianren and Limerick have clashed no less than 10 times over the past fortnight, averaging nearly daily skirmishes, with both sides incurring losses and gains. The reasons behind these disputes often appear perplexing, and the outcomes frequently lack clarity, leaving one with the impression that the Limerick forces are intentionally seeking provocation. Curiously, however, it seems that they harbor no intentions of declaring war. Coupled with Tianren's steadfast commitment to a strategy that values peace, this has led to the current stalemate. Chapter 124. Captives. The meeting progressed in an orderly fashion, and the mention of a particular incident captured the attention of everyone present. Just 2 days prior, a contingent of approximately 30 soldiers encountered an ambush by a Limerick unit comprising 100 troops during an outing, although they swiftly relayed the message back to their base. By the time reinforcements arrived, the battle had already concluded. The aftermath was grim, revealing the bodies of 8 of our soldiers, while the remaining members were entirely unaccounted for, leaving their fates uncertain. It is speculated that these individuals were taken captive, falling into the hands of the enemy. Shortly thereafter, our main forces fortuitously encountered a small Limerick unit while on a mission. The commanding officer, acting decisively, ordered a blockade and encirclement against the enemy, ultimately capturing a considerable number of Limerick prisoners who are now detained in a temporary prison at the garrison. Upon hearing Badar's account, a peculiar expression flickered across the faces of all present. Although both Tianrin and Limerick forces have been active lately, with frequent minor skirmishes, the coincidence of soldiers being captured by one another seemed too fortuitous, as if everything had been preordained. While there is currently no evidence to suggest the presence of a traitor within our ranks, the possibility cannot be entirely dismissed. How then do we explain the Limerick prisoners captured by us? Could it be that there are spies from Tianrin embedded within the Limerick ranks? Are both sides colluding to ensnare each other, employing various tactics? Or are the Limerick prisoners merely a ruse, a deceptive ploy to bewilder Tianrin? Yet, to capture over 20 of our soldiers, would the cost not be excessively high? Their true objective must surely extend beyond this. While all speculations may simply be unfounded conjecture, the experiences of Kurundo and Badar, honed over a lifetime in warfare, teach us never to underestimate our adversaries and to seize every useful clue. For these are hard-earned lessons born from countless misfortunes. The immediate priority is to devise a means to rescue our soldiers and determine how to deal with the captured Limerick individuals. Xingyin interjected, striking at the heart of the matter. Indeed, it holds merit, yet the specifics of execution present a formidable challenge. Kalangda's countenance darkened as he nodded slightly. A direct assault was evidently out of the question, and the risks associated with a covert rescue were incalculable. In light of the current circumstances, perhaps it would be prudent to consider a hostage exchange. Badal interjected with a proposal that bore merit, though the assembly remained silent. It was apparent that they largely concurred with this suggestion. However, the practical execution would ultimately depend on the stance of the Limerick people regarding the matter. Badal, would you mind leading me to see the captured prisoners? Xingyin inquired. Not at all. Please follow me, Badal replied, nodding before rising to guide them. The group meandered until they arrived at the exterior of the makeshift prison. Although hastily erected, the structure was constructed with quality materials and meticulous engineering, ensuring remarkable sturdiness. Moreover, it was under constant surveillance by designated personnel, maintaining an unwavering watch around the clock. It would not be an exaggeration to say that not even a fly could enter or exit undetected. Commander, the guard saluted, calling out loudly. Open the door. Kalangdu commanded with a nod. Badal then gestured for Xingyin to proceed. Wushang, Yendora, accompany me inside, Xingyin instructed the two. Wushang squinted slightly at the words and silently followed behind Yendora as they entered, while the others remained outside, awaiting their return. The trio entered the prison, traversing a dimly lit corridor, ultimately halting before a formidable iron door. Through the narrow window of the iron gate, one could observe dozens of Limerick soldiers idly standing, sitting, or lying about, exhibiting little of the tension and unease one might expect from captives. Suddenly, an ominous aura of murderous intent erupted without warning. The air around them seemed to cease its flow. Kurundo and Badal were startled, as if facing a formidable foe, instinctively gripping their weapons, their eyes narrowing in vigilant focus on a particular individual. Upon witnessing this, Yendora's expression shifted, and she swiftly tugged at Wushang's sleeve, intertwining her fingers with his, a faint pink glow flickering in her gaze. Sensing the warmth radiating from their clasped hands, Wushang regained his composure, inhaling deeply to suppress the violent urges that surged within him. His eyes dimmed slightly as he murmured an apology. He then turned slowly to regard the girl beside him, who was looking back at him with a gentle smile. Xingyin nodded discreetly, pleased with Wushang's behavior this time, and subsequently offered Kurundo and Badal an apologetic glance. I apologize. My young team member can be a bit concerning at times. I appreciate your understanding. Kurundo and Badal exchanged glances, relinquishing their combative stance and choosing not to blame her, granting Xingyin a measure of grace. Moreover, The blood debts owed by the invaders were countless. In their youth, had they not also shared similarities with the boy before them? Tell me, when shall we finally be able to leave? I feel as though I have nearly exhausted my patience. It should be imminent. I surmise that the lowly humans dare not provoke us, for they cannot withstand the wrath of the Limik people. I eagerly anticipate the expression on their faces when they respectfully return us. Suddenly, the prison door swung open, and all the Limik soldiers instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance, where a beautiful girl with fiery red hair strolled in unaccompanied, casually closing the door behind her. Oh, what a lovely young lady has graced us. TSK, how clever of them to send a woman to appease us and plead for forgiveness. Though humans are pitifully weak, I must admit that the quality of their women is commendable. But why is it just her? Surely, she cannot withstand our ferocity. Everyone, take it easy. Such exquisite meat is a rare find. We must not end her life too swiftly. Brothers who go first, temper your strength. Those who follow, do not rush. The Limik soldiers erupted in boisterous laughter, speaking in a somewhat rudimentary human tongue. They laughed, and the woman joined in, seemingly unfazed by their vulgarity, as if she had been rendered speechless by fear. At that moment, a brawny Limik soldier, eager to seize the opportunity, leered as he reached out his claw towards the girl's ample bosom. Unfazed, she effortlessly seized his wrist, applying a slight pressure that crushed his bone, producing a sound that was both sickening and chilling. The soldier's features contorted in agony as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his wrist and wailing in despair, rolling and struggling. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, all suppressed their smiles, their gazes towards Xingyan shifting, growing increasingly fierce and cruel. After all this time, it turned out he was indeed a formidable adversary. No matter, we shall break her limbs, and then we can play with her at our leisure. With that, they lunged at her like ravenous wolves. The cell soon echoed with horrifying cries of anguish, relentless and piercing, audible even through the thick walls and iron doors of the corridor. Chapter 125. The so-called strong. As the cell door swung open once more, Xingyan rolled her neck and rubbed her wrist, stepping out with an air of nonchalance. Inside, a heap of Limek soldiers lay twisted and contorted, forming a small mountain of bodies. Did you find anything? Badar inquired, stepping forward. Nothing of significance, Xingyan replied, dismissing him with a wave of her hand. Her demeanor remained unabashedly arrogant, as was her customary style. It must be said that the Limek people possess a remarkably distinct personality, from their leaders to their soldiers. Regardless of their actual capabilities, their bravado is always palpable. To put it simply, they are the type who are lost in their own arrogance, weeping only in the face of death. If they were to exhibit the awareness befitting prisoners, that would indeed raise concerns. Over the past 2 days, I arranged for someone fluent in Limek to covertly monitor their conversations, yet regrettably, no valuable intelligence was gleaned. It seems likely now that their capture was indeed a mere accident, Badar remarked solemnly. Starflame, there's no other option. We shall proceed with the original plan to exchange hostages with the other party. We can discuss the remaining matters later. What are your thoughts? Kalangdu, I concur. Badar, very well. I shall dispatch someone to gauge the attitude of the Limikans. Thank you for your efforts. You're welcome. The group then exited the prison, dispersing to attend to their respective tasks. Badar did not forget to arrange accommodations for the Crimson Red delegation. Wushang casually strolled away. He exchanged a few words with Yandora before departing alone into the throng. He slowed his pace, wandering through the territory of the Heavenly Blade, where armed soldiers were ubiquitous, either standing guard or patrolling, occasionally joined by tanks and armored vehicles. Individuals like him, idly meandering, were a rarity. His uniform, adorned with a distinctive emblem, piqued the curiosity of many, yet, out of discipline and politeness, no one approached him uninvited. Naturally, Wushang was mindful of boundaries, aware of which areas were permissible and which were not. Ascending to a higher vantage point, he gazed into the distance, where a long, dark silhouette lay across the desolate landscape, undoubtedly the frontline forces of the Limikans. After wandering for a considerable time, Wushang found a relatively elevated spot to sit, quietly enjoying the breeze while fixating on the distant horizon. After an indeterminate period, the communicator by his ear crackled to life with Su Yu's voice. Wushang, are you there? Yes, I am. Come back. The captain is summoning us. All right. Once the group had gathered, Xingyan promptly addressed the matter of the hostage exchange with the Limik people. According to intelligence gathered by the Tianren scouts, The Limik had consented to reciprocally exchange their captives. However, the location for the exchange remained a contentious issue. Naturally, Tianrin could not place their trust in the Limik, and the Limik harbored similar doubts about Tianrin. After extensive negotiations, they ultimately settled on a spacious border area at the junction of their territories, a decision intended to minimize the risk of ambushes from either side, thus rendering the arrangement more equitable. The time was designated for 10 o'clock in the morning, 2 days hence, with strict limitations imposed on the number of participants from both parties. Xingyan keenly observed that Wuxiang appeared hesitant to voice his thoughts, so after the meeting concluded, she called him aside. The sun slowly dipped below the horizon, casting an increasingly somber twilight. They walked in silence for a considerable while, seemingly reluctant to disturb the evening's tranquility. Upon reaching a certain point, Xingyan knelt and effortlessly leaped atop the high fortress walls, nonchalantly taking a seat. "Come, sit here." She patted the spot beside her, beckoning Wuxiang. He looked up at Xingyan, hesitated briefly, then gracefully ascended to join her. "You rascal, if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why the hesitation with me? You really haven't learned a thing about our team's style of operation. Don't tell anyone you were brought into the team by me. It's quite embarrassing," Xingyan remarked with a light-hearted tone, laced with playful sarcasm. "Captain, I wish to apply to participate in the operation the day after tomorrow." "Ah, is that all? I expected it to be a matter of greater significance. However, please provide a compelling reason to persuade me." For a moment, Wuxiang found himself at a loss for words, eventually managing to utter a mere 2 syllables. "None. Try a little harder. Make an effort to concoct a reason, even if it requires some struggle." "All right. How about this? Call me Sister Xingyan, and perhaps I shall grant your request out of sheer delight." Upon hearing this, Wuxiang's expression grew awkward, finding it difficult to articulate. To be honest, he had never addressed anyone as older brother or older sister in his entire life. Xingyan found his discomfort amusing and shook her head in mild disbelief. Just as she assumed Wuxiang would ultimately refrain from uttering the words and intended to let him off the hook, he unexpectedly spoke in a remarkably awkward tone. "Sister Xingyan." Xingyan was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, a wave of goosebumps surged through her. The 4 seemingly ordinary words, when spoken by Wuxiang, took on a strangely eerie quality. "Goodness, this lad has truly thrown caution to the wind. What should I say now to appear composed? It seems as though asking you to call me sister might be akin to sentencing you to death." It sounded worse than a wailing ghost. "Yet, I, your captain, shall acquiesce to your request." Xingyan managed an awkward smile. "Really?" Wuxiang inquired, his expression laced with skepticism. "Indeed, to deceive you would be the act of a puppy. However, we must establish some terms before proceeding." Xingyan suddenly shifted the conversation. "What is it? If you can manage to control your emotions at that time, then well and good. However, if you once again succumb to your wild impulses, resulting in failure, I shall find a box to stuff you into and ship you back to headquarters. What do you think?" "Good." Wuxiang nodded earnestly. The two exchanged glances for a considerable time, a mysterious resonance lingering between them. Xingyan instinctively raised a hand to ruffle Wuxiang's hair, only to have it promptly swatted away by the displeased youth. "Wuxiang, listen to what I have to say next. A true warrior must learn to conceal their emotions. Mastering the art of disguise is an essential lesson on the path to strength. While you are still in your formative years, with wings unspread and claws unsharpened, do not dwell on thoughts of vengeance. Instead, focus on safeguarding yourself. When you have truly matured, it will be time to strike your enemies with lethal precision. The road ahead is long and arduous. I have no doubt that the future you will not disappoint me. I believe you will excel, and I eagerly await that day." Xingyan gently swayed her slender, straight legs, gazing up at the star-studded night sky as she softly spoke. A few strands of her silky hair danced in the evening breeze, brushing against Wuxiang's face, offering a slight tickle and a hint of an elusive fragrance. In short, it was quite reassuring. Chapter 126. Negotiation. 2 days slipped by in a quiet, yet slightly anxious anticipation. Around 9 o'clock the following morning, Xingyan, accompanied by Su Yu, Wuxiang, and Yanduola, set forth from their encampment, flanked by Badar and his 2 aides, along with several dozen soldiers tasked with escorting the captured Limek people. They proceeded swiftly towards a predetermined location. Kalindo remained behind, responsible for managing the rear in case of emergencies and overseeing the daily command of the troops. From a distance, The desolate expanse of the wasteland was stirred by swirling dust, as all the Tianren soldiers marched in unison, their demeanor resolute and their gaze fixed ahead, devoid of any whispering or chatter. The Limek captives, on the other hand, bore the marks of their capture, their faces bruised and swollen, occasionally emitting muffled sounds of distress. Their former bravado now extinguished. The mere sight of the crimson-haired woman leading the group instilled a palpable fear within them, causing them to tremble uncontrollably. The adage that beauty often conceals danger resonated profoundly with their current predicament. As the clock approached 10, the Tianren contingent successfully reached the designated site, where an equally sized force of Limek soldiers arrived in due course. Upon their encounter, both sides halted approximately 30 meters apart, adopting a wary stance, enveloped in a heavy, unspoken silence. Wuxiang clenched his fists beneath his sleeves, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing in the tense air. His entire being was taut with suppressed energy, his lowered gaze shimmering with a cruel, bloodthirsty glint. Yet, he remained still, providing a sense of reassurance to Su Yu and Yenduola, who finally felt a measure of relief. Please, save us. These humans show no honor in battle. They are mercilessly abusing the captives. A captive from the Limek, tears streaming down his face, cried out. You worthless scoundrels! How could the proud Limek lower their heads? The leader of the Limek, upon hearing this, visibly darkened in countenance, his pride momentarily compromised, and he promptly shouted for silence. Meanwhile, the state of the Tianren soldiers, escorted by the Limek, was even more tragic. Blood flowed incessantly from fresh wounds on several of them. Commander, I am so sorry. We have let you down, one Tianren soldier said, his face stained with blood and marked by tears, unable to meet the gaze of Badar, who stood before him. This is not your fault. Do not worry. The Tianren will never abandon you, Badar reassured the captured soldiers, his heart stirred by the scene before him. After this brief exchange, the leaders of both sides locked eyes, scrutinizing one another. In truth, this was their first formal meeting. Prior to this, they had only known of each other's names. Hearing that Badar, the commander of the 6th Legion of Tianren, was known for his prudent and conservative approach, the Limek leader was taken aback. So, today I witnessed someone daring to treat me in such a manner? I now seriously doubt the sincerity of Tianren's willingness to exchange hostages, the Limek leader asserted, his voice commanding. Sincerity is hardly the term. This can only be regarded as a small token of goodwill from Tianren to your side, General Luijizi interjected. And there is no need for you to be modest, considering your actions have been equally, if not more egregious. Badar smiled lightly, yet the underlying tension was unmistakable. Both parties exuded their own formidable presence, and an invisible rivalry unfolded, resulting in an intense standoff that remained intractable. Through the sunlight, one could faintly perceive the air shimmering with rippling waves between them, creating a visually striking disorientation. At that moment, a third powerful aura abruptly intervened, disrupting the delicate equilibrium between the two. Luiji's expression shifted, and he was compelled to take a step back as his aura became chaotic. He instinctively squinted, directing his gaze towards the red-haired human woman beside Badar, initially dismissing her as an inconsequential figure. However, upon closer inspection, he realized that her stance was on par with Badar's, indicating her identity was certainly not trivial. What does your excellency mean by this? Oh, it means nothing. Xingyi replied nonchalantly, crossing her arms. Luiji lingered on Xingyi for a considerable time, seemingly piecing things together before breaking into a smile. Indeed, I misjudged you earlier. You must be the illustrious Xingyi, known as the Scorching Truth, the Reaper of Calamity. Oh, you know of me? It appears I have gained quite a reputation. Xingyi raised an eyebrow at this revelation. Indeed, many among us, including myself, have been quite interested in Miss Xingyi and have longed to witness your prowess firsthand. However, personally speaking, I prefer capturing alive rather than killing. Having grand ambitions is commendable, but it is indeed a fault to dwell on fanciful thoughts all day long. Shall we engage in a spar? I am always willing to oblige. Upon hearing the crude taunts from Xingyan, the expression of General Luiji's gradually darkened, yet he refrained from acting rashly. After all, his ascent to the esteemed position of general was not something that could be easily provoked by mere words. General Luiji's, I believe we may have overlooked some important matters. Badar interjected. Indeed, it is paramount that we focus on the pressing issues at hand. In response to this, Luiji's broke into a hearty smile. resembling an old friend reuniting after many years. Shall we agree to release the captives? Very well, that is acceptable. With that, the two reached a consensus, and Luigi's and Badar nodded to their respective subordinates. Upon receiving the command, their men promptly untied the bindings of the hostages they held. The wounded soldiers of Tianrin and the captured Limic soldiers began to drag their weary bodies away from the ranks, slowly making their way toward their own camp. Just as everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, a sudden gunshot shattered the silence, and chaos erupted. A Limic captive looked down in disbelief at the gaping wound in his chest, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Before he could process the situation, his body collapsed heavily to the ground, lifeless. The shooter was unexpectedly one of the soldiers accompanying Tianrin. Xingyan's expression changed dramatically. He was utterly taken aback and had no time to intervene. Who the hell authorized you to fire? Badar erupted in fury, his voice nearly hoarse from the intensity of his roar. Meanwhile, the soldier who had fired the shot wore a twisted smile, his eyes reflecting madness and cruelty. Incessantly muttering the words "die, die, let them all die," a display devoid of reason. The scene descended into a deathly silence, only to be shattered moments later by an explosion of tension. Chapter 127, Declaration of War. Despicable humans, utterly devoid of integrity. Charge. Annihilate them. Lu Weiji's proclaimed loudly. Kill. The first of the Limic captives fell, igniting a fierce conflict that erupted violently, plunging the arena into utter chaos as both sides engaged in an uncontrollable exchange of fire. The situation spiraled completely out of control, with the first victims being those soldiers in the center, defenseless and without arms. Wuxiang vaguely recalled seeing them mere moments ago, battered and bruised, their faces adorned with smiles of survival, and yet in an instant, their blood had stained the battlefield crimson. He vividly witnessed a soldier, tears streaming down his face as he faced Badar, dragging his broken body to sink his teeth into the throat of a Limic. In a brief span, all hostages perished, whether Limic or Tianrin warriors alike. The combatants clashed violently, screams of slaughter echoing, blood spraying everywhere. There was no semblance of order or strategy, resembling a primal battle among beasts. Reptile, die. A Limic soldier, seeing Wuxiang lost in thought, leapt upon him with a terrifying and savage laugh, emerging from behind. Wuxiang swiftly and composedly turned, delivering a powerful strike that sent his adversary hurtling several dozen meters away, almost instantaneously reducing him to a mangled mass. The times have changed. These ordinary Limic soldiers have unknowingly ceased to be his match. Meanwhile, Liajizi relentlessly targeted Xingyan, the two of them forming a solitary battleground away from the crowd. Perhaps due to his confidence in Xingyan's prowess, Badar chose not to engage, instead striving to maintain stability in the situation. It was evident that Liajizi's assault was exceptionally fierce, each move infused with unparalleled strength, the residual force scattering debris and preventing ordinary individuals from approaching. However, as time elapsed, his offensive began to be gradually suppressed by Xingyan, his expression increasingly revealing his distress. While trading blows, Xingyan pondered internally, weighing the pros and cons. Should she conceal her strength and feign weakness, or unleash her full power in hopes of capturing an opponent of higher rank? Yet, Liajizi proved to be more cunning than she anticipated, cautious and astute. He retreated to the ranks of Limic troops behind him after a fierce exchange, refraining from launching another assault. Humph. Does he truly believe I came with only this few fighters? With a grand gesture, Liajizi summoned a force of at least several thousand Limic soldiers that materialized behind him. A formidable wave surged forth, advancing rapidly. Ha! Since you're here, don't even think about leaving, stay with me. Wuxiang felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that the situation had become considerably more troublesome. Thousands stood in such close proximity, yet he remained utterly oblivious to their presence. By what means had the opposing force concealed such a vast army? Those present today were likely facing dire consequences, and it remained uncertain how many would ultimately survive to retreat. Just as unrest stirred among the Tianrin forces, Beidel stepped forward. Levigis, did you truly believe you were the only one prepared? As his words fell, Wuxiang felt the ground beneath him tremble once more with a distinct vibration. Turning to gaze behind him, his eyes widened in astonishment. Ah, this! Good heavens! There, not far behind, thousands of Tianrin soldiers materialized, standing in perfect formation and ready for battle. Meanwhile, Su Yu and Yandora maintained their composure, as if they had anticipated this development. Wuxiang, momentarily taken aback, suddenly realized the naivety of his earlier assumptions. This initially inconsequential negotiation had now escalated to an entirely new level. Confronted with the restless army of the Limmerkins, Xingyan's gaze turned icy as it swept across the battlefield. He unfurled his fiery wings and soared into the sky, raising his blade to deliver a decisive strike. A fierce scar of flame, hundreds of meters long, was left upon the earth where the two armies met. Cross this line, and you shall perish. His chilling proclamation reverberated across the battlefield, instilling dread in all who heard it, causing them to falter in their resolve. Leviges tilted his head slightly, fixating his gaze on Xingyan, feeling a surge of irritation at such a stance, as a dangerous glimmer flickered in his narrowed eyes. Humans, is this your explanation to us? Explanation? The Tianren owe you no explanations. Xingyan's response was clear and resounding. Huh. Ha ha ha. Excellent. Courage is commendable. On behalf of the illustrious Limmic race, I hereby declare war on humanity. The moment these words echoed, a palpable stir arose among both the Limmic and human factions. For the cataclysmic upheaval that would follow was beyond the imagination of most. Xingyan gazed down upon Luigi's, with flames flickering in his eyes, before parting his lips. I, representing humanity and the blade of heaven, accept your challenge. The Limmic forces retreated. After both sides had revealed their hidden cards, combat had yet to commence. However, with the impending total war looming, the question of whether this battle would continue had become trivial. Cherish your final moments of happiness, for soon there shall be no opportunity to converse with me in such a manner. Luigi's cast a disdainful glance over the blade of heaven, then turned and departed with a flourish. Bodiger slowly approached Xingyan, his expression fraught with hesitation, words unspoken. Bodiger, I know what you wish to express, Xingyan remarked, observing the retreating Limmic army. Yet, this war is not one we can choose to engage in or abstain from at will. The blade of heaven, or rather, humanity, can no longer evade it. Bodiger, upon hearing these words, revealed a wry smile. Indeed, you are correct. I have been overly naive. With that, he silently withdrew, immediately attending to the pressing matters at hand. Count the numbers, clear the battlefield. A battalion of soldiers swiftly emerged in orderly fashion, removing the bodies of the fallen and the scattered weapons from the field. All units, heed the command, return to camp. A procession of thousands moved steadily towards their encampment, the front and rear of the line exchanging places. What is little Shangshang pondering? Yan Duola gently patted Wuxiang's shoulder. It's nothing. Wuxiang shook his head, genuinely unsure of his own thoughts, his emotions in a state of disarray. Rest assured, should any trouble arise, I shall protect you without hesitation. Do not be shy. Simply hide behind my broad shoulders. Are you certain you can protect me? Well, perhaps we could switch roles. I would not mind if little Shangshang were to protect me. As Wuxiang continued forward in silence, it seemed that just as Yan Duola believed he would not speak again, she faintly heard him utter a positive word. What did you just say? It's nothing. No, I heard you. Repeat it. Truly, it was nothing. After the procession returned to the encampment, news of the imminent war against the Limmic people spread rapidly, altering the atmosphere of the fortress in an instant. As preparations for battle commenced in earnest. Chapter 128. Pre-war preparations. The following day, at the frontline encampment on the border with the Limmic people, the expressions of Xingyan, Kalundo, and Badar were grim. Where is that soldier who disobeyed orders and fired his weapon yesterday? He is dead. Dead. Yes, he was killed in the skirmish, his body unrecognizable. Whose subordinate was he? Yours or his? Neither of us. He was originally part of the stationed frontline troops. So how did you two conduct your selection? How could you dare to bring someone without properly verifying their background? He was not included in the list of accompanying personnel. Do you mean the originally designated escort has been replaced? It is my fault for not noticing it in time. So what is his true identity? There have been no issues uncovered regarding his background, nor has he ever had enmity with the Limmerkins. Can there truly be no problems? I wonder. Could he be a spy bribed by the Limmerkins? Currently, we cannot dismiss this possibility, but various signs suggest that this does not align with the typical actions of the Limmerkins. Exercise caution. It is difficult to ascertain that he is the only problematic individual. Alas, he has indeed presented us with a considerable dilemma. After a fruitless discussion, the three ultimately ceased the topic and dispersed. Xingyan then returned to her temporary residence, leaning back in her chair and silently gazing at the ceiling. After a considerable time, she yawned and slowly addressed the communicator. "So you please come here." Shortly thereafter, a knock echoed from outside the room. "Come in." Upon hearing Xingyan's instruction, Suyu pushed the door open. "Captain, you called for me." "Yes. Please prepare a report to send back to headquarters." "Any specific requirements?" "Just narrate the circumstances truthfully." In the command room on the highest floor of the Tianren headquarters central building, Zilong stood alone, hands clasped behind him, gazing silently out the window at the scenery below. His profound eyes seemed to encompass all, making it difficult to discern the true thoughts within. Since he assumed the position of leader of the Skyblade over 30 years ago, he has neither achieved remarkable accomplishments nor committed significant blunders, yet. No one could fathom the immense pressure he has endured. Despite his youthful naivety, countless trials have honed his skills, rendering him astute and polished. At that moment, the red light on the electronic door at the entrance of the command room began to flash, indicating that someone outside was undergoing identity verification. Seconds later, the electronic door slid open, and a staff member entered briskly. The individual swiftly approached Zoran and respectfully presented a document with both hands. "Leader, there is a report specifically addressed to you." "Who sent it?" Zoran inquired without turning, his tone nonchalant. "It is from Captain Xingyan of the Crimson Squad." "Xingyan? That troublesome girl." A report delivered so formally can only spell trouble, Zoran mused as he turned to accept the document. "You're dismissed." "Yes." Zoran opened the file and scanned the text with rapid precision. Although his expression remained composed, a weight settled deeper in his heart. After what felt like an eternity, he closed the document and sighed quietly. He had initially planned to find an opportunity to gradually retire and savor his twilight years. It appeared that such a prospect was now far from attainable. War was finally on the horizon. Based on his previous experiences, such conflicts rarely concluded within 3 to 5 years. Indeed, they could extend to 10 or even 20 years, with casualties beyond reckoning. The greatest concern was not the Limik people, as they could hardly afford to gamble everything in a mutually destructive confrontation with the Skyblade. Fear lingers that the Uru and Chigue people may take advantage of the situation, adding to our misfortunes. Such factors must be taken into serious consideration. Nevertheless, the current situation of Tianren has changed dramatically. The outcome remains uncertain. While Zilong pondered, the door to the command room swung open once more, and a man with a touch of white in his hair sauntered in. "Ah, it's old Luo. What brings you here?" Zilong turned and smiled. "Been quite busy and rather troubled lately. Thought I might find a moment of respite here." Luo Su replied as he adeptly found a seat. "Troubled, you say? Rest assured. Soon there will be matters that will trouble you even more." "Oh, how so?" Luo Su inquired, raising an eyebrow in curiosity. "Take a look for yourself," Zilong said, settling across from Luo Su and extending a file toward him. Luo Su accepted it, albeit perplexed, and began to peruse its contents. As anticipated, his expression grew increasingly grave, and upon closing the file, he fell into a prolonged silence. "What are your thoughts?" Zilong probed. "You were right. In comparison to this, the previous matters seem trivial." "I sincerely appreciate it," Luo Su responded, his tone laced with irony. Thus, the two sat in silence, each burdened with their own thoughts. The older they grew, the more they grasped the brutal reality of war. "Since we're in a somber mood, how about we indulge a bit?" "I've stashed away some supplies," Zilong suggested abruptly. "Is that wise?" "Besides, we don't even have glasses," Luo Su remarked, a hint of discomfort crossing his face. "Then, shall we drink directly from the bottle?" "Well, that is an option," Luo Su conceded. "You old rogue, what are you pretending for? I know you all too well." Zorong laughed heartily, remarking, "Do you have any sense of shame? It is merely by chance that I encountered you today. Who knows what mischief you might conjure when left to your own devices." Luo Su, unwilling to be outdone, retorted with a hint of sarcasm. "To be frank, when I am alone, I conduct myself with utmost propriety. You needn't doubt that." "Oh, and why is that?" "Perhaps it stems from a sense of guilt for not having anyone by my side." Before long, the news of the imminent full-scale war declared by the Tameliks spread rapidly, causing a significant uproar. The Tianren Command issued a new directive, mandating all units, departments, and legions to elevate their readiness to the highest state of alert. All personnel fit for combat were to remain on standby at any given moment. Simultaneously, personnel stationed abroad were summoned back to headquarters, with all non-combat-related tasks suspended, striving to consolidate all forces without any conspicuous deficiencies. The 12 major branches were also required to gather their troops and prepare for immediate assistance. Over 200 divisions, large and small, were tasked with fortifying the defensive perimeter, ensuring the safety of ordinary citizens, preparing shelters, and facilitating the migration of border populations inward. Within less than a day, hundreds of directives, varying in complexity, were issued in rapid succession. The colossal machinery of Tianren began to operate with seemingly unceasing momentum, gradually revealing the true extent of its formidable power. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the supply of equipment and resources for the 4th and 6th Legions had been duly arranged, awaiting their deployment to confront the enemy. The dim horizon reflects the blood-red remnants of the setting sun, and the fade of peace is shattered, heralding the onset of war. Chapter 129, The First Battle Approaches. On the desolate earth, an army of tens of thousands marches swiftly, unabashedly advancing into the territory of the Celestial Blade, raising clouds of dust. The soldiers wear expressions of triumph, as if victory is as effortless as plucking it from a pocket. Report, Commander. The vanguard of the Limic people is already 100 kilometers from our outpost. A messenger sprinted into the frontline command center, delivering the news loudly. They are quite swift, mused Badal, stroking his chin. Gather 20,000 soldiers. We shall meet them outside the fortress. Karundo commanded decisively to his aide, without a moment's hesitation. The aide, obeying the order, promptly departed to mobilize the troops. Before long, the fortress gates swung wide open, and a multitude of fully armed soldiers surged forth like an unstoppable tide. Maintain formation. Advance 5 kilometers due south. Karundo led the charge, his resonant voice, amplified by magical energies, reached every soldier's ears. Starfire stood at ease, arms crossed, gazing down at the unfolding scene from the fortress's high walls. Captain, shall we not join them? Wu Xiang inquired, approaching Starfire with a hint of curiosity. Not yet. The time is not right, Starfire replied, waving his hand dismissively. There are certain matters that may elude your understanding. Generally, in the interest of maintaining balance, high-level combatants refrain from engaging in large-scale warfare unless the situation becomes one of life and death. This unwritten rule is widely acknowledged. Upon hearing this, Wu Xiang nodded in a manner that suggested partial comprehension. As time passed, the horizon in the distance became a bustling sea of figures, with tens of thousands of silhouettes coming into view. The armies finally converged, and the commanders, Luigi's and Kalundo, exchanged glances from their respective fronts. An oppressive atmosphere of impending violence hanging heavily in the air. Where are Xingyan and Badar? Are they too frightened to show themselves? Luigi's proclaimed, lifting his chin and calling out loudly. Enough with the idle chatter. If we are to fight, then let us do so. There is no point in standing here merely exchanging empty words. Kalundo's response was straightforward and brusque, devoid of any intention to engage in lengthy discourse. This unexpected retort caused Luigi's to swallow the carefully prepared remarks he had rehearsed in his mind. Yet, after a brief moment, he regained his composure and smiled again. Before we officially commence our battle, why not add some flair? Let us have a contest of skill here on the battlefield. With that, Luigi slightly turned his head, casting a glance over his shoulder. A robust young Limic soldier, having received the cue, promptly stepped forward to stand at the center of the battlefield. This is a soldier in his early 20s under my command. His strength is adequate, but I wonder who Commander Kalundo intends to send forth to face him? Upon hearing this, Kalundo did not dismiss the proposition. Instead, he turned his gaze towards his own subordinates, asking, who among you is willing to engage in battle? Several aides exchanged glances, hesitating in their decision. To speak frankly, each of them possessed the confidence to defeat the Limic warrior on the field. Yet the opposing commander had emphasized the phrase in their early 20s. Should they, given their own ages, take to the battlefield, they would unwittingly find themselves at a disadvantage. Even a victory would lack glory, and a potential defeat would undoubtedly inflict a severe blow to their morale. Commander, I am willing to take the field. At that moment, a young B-class warrior, appearing to be in his early 20s, stepped forward voluntarily. Very well, proceed with caution, Karundo nodded at him, his tone solemn as he offered his counsel. From the heights of the fortress, Wu Xiang observed this scene from a distance, once again engulfed in perplexity. What is happening? He inquired. In response to Wu Xiang's question, Xingyan patiently elucidated. In ancient times among humans, we referred to this ritual as a challenge. Aside from ambushes and other exceptional circumstances, In a direct confrontation where both sides are evenly matched, it was customary to send forth a champion for a pre-battle contest. The victorious side would significantly bolster their troops' fighting spirit. Although this is, in strict terms, merely a psychological effect, practical experience demonstrates that morale can influence at least 20% of a military's combat capability. As the two conversed, the battle on the field was poised to erupt. The Limic warriors' armored arms revealed 2 cannon tubes, which, after a brief charge, unleashed a series of dark energy orbs. Upon impact, these orbs did not explode like conventional shells. Instead, they dissipated silently without a trace. The armor on the shoulder of the Celestial Blade Warrior was inadvertently grazed by a burst of energy, and in the next instant, the outer shell of the armor bizarrely began to melt away, revealing a gaping hole the size of a bowl. He tilted his head to inspect the exposed fabric beneath his armor and inwardly cursed his misfortune. Were it not for the protection of the armor, he would have likely lost an arm at the very onset of the battle, prompting him to exercise even greater caution. With a swift motion, he sprang into action, his figure flickering as he darted through the dense barrage of artillery fire, rapidly closing the distance to the position of the Lymexians. Speed was his advantage, after all. His unique ability was a remarkable enhancement of velocity, allowing him to unleash a burst of speed that was double his natural pace. The Lymexians, positioned like artillery emplacements, unleashed energy blasts with reckless abandon, yet all were deftly evaded by the Celestial Blade Warrior. In the briefest moment, just as the Lymexians blinked, the warrior's figure vanished from sight. Realizing the sudden shift, the Lymexians reacted promptly, leaping back with a powerful push from the ground. Meanwhile, the Celestial Blade Warrior descended from above, his dual laser daggers plunging deeply into the very ground where the Lymexians had stood. With his initial strike missing its mark, the warrior showed no signs of hesitation, relentlessly pursuing the Lymexians. At long last, the two engaged in close combat. A fierce struggle ensued. It became evident that in the realm of hand-to-hand combat, the Celestial Blade Warrior held the upper hand, forcing the Lymexians into a defensive position. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, fully aware of the immense threat posed by their dark energy cannons. His objective was to deny them any opportunity to aim. As the battle raged on, the Lymexians gradually began to exhibit signs of defeat. At a critical juncture, they shockingly chose to abandon the fight and retreated in disarray. The Blade Warriors, upon witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a surge of exhilaration and immediately pressed the advantage, thrusting their dual laser daggers violently towards the back of the Lymexians. Sensing the futility of escape, just a heartbeat before the impending strike, a Lymecan pivoted with sudden resolve, aiming the barrel of their weapon directly at the chest of the Blade Warrior. Time was running out. The Blade Warrior bellowed, possessing unwavering confidence that he would eliminate his foe before the shot could be fired. However, his weapon abruptly halted before the Lymecan's visage, as if ensnared by an invisible force. A cruel, sinister, and triumphant smile spread across the Lymecan's face, as he flicked his crimson tongue across his lips. Such a nimble little mouse. Had I not feigned a weakness, capturing you would have been impossible. In that moment, the cannon on the Lymecan's arm emitted not a projectile, but a razor-sharp spike, which pierced through the chest of the Blade Warrior. The young warrior's eyes became bloodshot, and his weapon slipped from his grasp as the spike protruded from his back, stained red with his blood. He opened his mouth as if to utter something. Yet no sound emerged, and he collapsed heavily onto the battlefield. Chapter 130. Consecutive defeats. As the tides of battle shifted dramatically, the Lymecan forces erupted in thunderous cheers and shouts, while the Blade Warriors were engulfed in disarray. For the majority of the Blade Warriors, this outcome was undeniably unforeseen and even difficult to accept. Ha 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 ha. Useless. Has the Blade Army no one left? The Lymecans erupted into raucous laughter, mocking the fallen. Is this what you dare send to their doom? Who among you can stand against me? You? Or perhaps you? He pointed a finger at the members of the Tianrin one by one, ultimately aiming the cannon at Corando in the center. How utterly arrogant. He dares to challenge the commander. Quick, someone go and take him down. The group of deputy officers under Corando turned red with anger, their fury palpable, wishing they could immediately tear the Lamite people apart. Ah, Commander Corando, please do not take offense. This soldier of mine is inexperienced and tends to act a bit rashly. I apologize on his behalf. Of course, if Commander Corando finds himself without anyone available and wishes to take the field personally, that would not be out of the question. At this moment, Luigi's interjected, engaging in a mock apology that veiled his sarcasm and humiliation. How infuriating. Commander, let me take him down. Step aside. Let me handle this. Get out of my way. I'm coming. Be quiet. Kurando bellowed, his eyes wide with fury as he quelled the chaos and disputes among his officers. He then slowly extended his palm, magical energy swirling within, a force pulling the fallen bodies back. Bring them back, and give them a proper burial. He raised his hand to gently close the eyes of the deceased, handing the body over to one of his aides. The deputy officers looked at Kurando's grim expression, shame washing over their faces, their demeanor awkward. Despite their habitual self-proclamation as exceptional warriors, they now resembled a band of street thugs, much to the amusement of their adversaries. At that moment, a young man stepped forward once more. Captain, allow me to take this on. Kalunduo regarded the young man before him with a furrowed brow, his tone tinged with hesitation. Do you possess confidence? The young man, however, shook his head in response. No, yet. One lives in this world primarily to uphold one's dignity. The heaven's blade shall not be insulted. He spoke with unwavering determination, his earnestness resonating with those around him. Preposterous. Acting on impulse, Kalunduo bellowed, his expression fierce. The young man trembled momentarily under the intensity of the reprimand, but quickly regained his composure. Standing tall and meeting Kalunduo's gaze with resolute defiance, the oppressive atmosphere silenced the onlookers. Ultimately, Kalunduo acquiesced to the young man's request. Go forth. Act within your capabilities, do not overreach. If you find yourself unable to continue, return at once. Yes, Captain. The young man promptly ventured onto the battlefield, confronting the relentless provocations of the Limicans, his chest ablaze with unexpressed fury. Yet, he did not allow his anger to cloud his judgment. Instead, he opted for a remarkably measured approach. While the Limicans launched a fierce assault, the young man focused on defense, occasionally launching counterattacks. In truth, his prowess paled in comparison to that of the first combatant, and his offensive capabilities were not particularly sharp. However, his strength lay in his defense and endurance. As long as he could prolong the confrontation and wear down his opponents, the prospect of turning the tide remained within reach. As time surged forth, the offensive of the Limicans grew increasingly fierce, evidently aware of the young man's intentions. Each bombardment sent tremors coursing through his body, and after enduring several assaults, the overwhelming pressure caused blood to seep from his mouth and nose. He was on the brink of defeat. It was merely a matter of time before he succumbed. Observing the battlefield, Wuxiang suddenly spoke. What? Do you wish to step in for him and play the hero? Huh. In the novels I've read, the protagonists always make their entrance at such moments. Xingyan retorted with a sidelong glance. Captain, I go ahead. I haven tea, said you couldn't tea. All right. The Limicans of considerable status and power are adept at harnessing dark energy, which possesses the unique ability to absorb and dissolve other forms of energy. Be mindful, he cautioned. Understood. The battle raged on, relentless. Even the most meticulous strategies have their flaws, and no defense is impervious to breaches. The young man's left arm fell victim to an insidious dark mist that swiftly crept upwards. With a steely resolve in his eyes, he made a decisive choice and, despite the agony, severed a substantial portion of his flesh to halt the encroachment of the malevolent energy. Kulong, positioned at the forefront of the army, observed this scene with a calm demeanor, though turmoil roiled within him. He had never been a particularly composed individual. His tranquility was but a fade for others. Accustomed to the cycles of life and death, he could remain indifferent to the passage of life, but could not condone needless sacrifice. He pondered silently, having arrived at a resolution. In this confrontation with Luvigus, he had suffered defeat. Should the situation prove dire, he would, even at the cost of violating protocol, intervene to rescue him. Moreover, what rules can one discuss with those despicable Ramekins? As the injuries intensified, the young warrior found himself in a precarious situation. Die, you vermin! At a critical moment, a Ramekin seized the opportunity to breach his defenses, the ominous muzzle aimed squarely at his face. Death was imminent. Just as Kalendo leaned forward, preparing to intervene, a flash of lightning surged forth, neutralizing the Ramekin's attack. Kalendo was momentarily stunned. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was the reticent youth from Starflame who had intervened, though he had forgotten the boy's name. Casting a glance towards a concealed direction, he noticed Starflame nodding from a distance, and said nothing further. The boy leapt forward, positioning himself between the Ramekin and the young warrior of the Celestial Blade. Now, I shall be your opponent, Wuxiang declared coldly, fixing his gaze upon the Remican. How interesting, another fool who fears not death. The Remican scoffed, his expression dripping with contempt. Brother, I leave him to you. The weary youth gazed weakly at Wuxiang's silhouette before succumbing to unconsciousness. Wuxiang silently vowed to honor his words. The Remican army erupted in thunderous cheers and jeers, their exhilaration palpable, while their victorious warriors appeared utterly intoxicated by triumph. The battle commenced. In an instant, Wuxiang unleashed an astonishing aura of murderous intent. If previously he had resembled a still pond, now he was the very embodiment of raging thunder. He harbored no delusions of an easy victory. After all, the enemy had won 2 consecutive battles, had they not? Surely, they were considerably fatigued? The adversary seeks to achieve the impossible, does he? Quite impressive. Since he is so audacious, let us ensure he retains his life. Chapter 131. Polar Reversal. The Limmaker let out a ferocious roar as a colossal jet of pitch-black energy projectiles surged forth. With a flicker of lightning in his palm, Wuxiang unleashed a tangible bolt that collided head-on with the energy sphere. The ground erupted with a thunderous boom, leaving a charred crater in its wake. Die, die, die. The Limmaker bellowed, relentless and unyielding. Without a moment's respite, the cannons on his arms surged to maximum power, unleashing a deluge of dark energy projectiles in a merciless carpet bombardment. Unfazed, Wuxiang calmly raised his hand and hurled a concentrated sphere of lightning. As it soared through the air, the sphere detonated, fracturing into countless slender threads of lightning that deftly obliterated every energy projectile in its path. In an instant, debris erupted, and a cloud of dust obscured the battlefield, rendering the scene indistinct. Narrowing his eyes, Wuxiang suddenly perceived a flickering black materializing within his line of sight. A dark spike cleaved through the air, hurtling towards his face with alarming speed. It came to an abrupt halt, mere inches from his eyes. With a surge of strength, Wuxiang crushed the spike, simultaneously reaching out towards the Limmaker's wrist from an oblique angle. What? The Limmaker gasped in astonishment, as he found himself ensnared before he could execute his ambush. Just as he attempted to break free, an overwhelming force surged through him, lifting his feet off the ground. Wuxiang swung the Limmaker's body in a wide arc before smashing him violently against the uneven, hard terrain. The Limmac person let out a piercing scream, blood gushing from his mouth and nose, while his arm dislocated in an instant. Wuxiang followed up with a swift kick to the Limmac's face, sending him spinning through the air for several rotations before he tumbled helplessly to the ground, rolling over 10 meters before finally coming to a stop. The surrounding environment fell into an eerie silence. The Tianren army and the Limmac army at the forefront were left in astonished disbelief, their mouths agape, one side filled with joy, the other with terror. Coughing, the Limmac struggled to rise, spitting out several bloodied teeth, the intense humiliation nearly driving him to madness. Yet, upon witnessing Wuxiang's murderous intent, the overwhelming aura of death extinguished any thoughts of rising to continue the fight. In a moment of clarity, the Limmac made a decisive choice. In a desperate bid to impede Wuxiang's advance, he discarded his armor and activated a self-destruct sequence, sprinting back towards the Limmac forces. Humph. I shan't play with you any longer, farewell. He laughed maniacally. However, just as he was mere meters away from his army, his laughter abruptly ceased, his feet frozen in disbelief. The Limmac looked down in utter shock to find a spear, crackling with lightning, protruding from his chest. Explode, Wuxiang commanded, his fingers closing around the hilt of the thunder spear. In the next moment, the spear's brilliance intensified, suddenly erupting in a violent explosion. The Limmac had no time to scream before his body was shattered into countless pieces. Blood and flesh flew through the air, splattering the faces of several nearby Limmac soldiers. The battle has come to an end. Wuxiang stood calmly in the center of the battlefield, devoid of excitement or joy, as well as provocation or sarcasm, merely using his actions to convey his stance. What a remarkable lad, murmured Kulun, his expression peculiar. Huh, Captain, what did you just say? A lieutenant, regaining his composure, inquired with confusion. Get out of the way, don't block the light. All right. Meanwhile, Rivigis scrutinized Wuxiang on the field. Despite having lost a subordinate, he appeared rather unconcerned. However, those who dared to offend his authority would inevitably pay the price. Rivigis signaled with his gaze, summoning a second Limmac to join the fray. Unlike the average Limmac, This one was significantly larger than Wuxiang, exuding immense strength. With fists that moved like a tempest, he charged forward like a tank in full sprint, thundering towards Wuxiang. In a contest of physical prowess, Wuxiang had seldom backed down from anyone, boldly confronting him head-on. A flurry of fists rained down upon his opponent. The sound of flesh meeting flesh resonating in the air, akin to a relentless hammer pounding against eardrums, leaving spectators parched. The two fists, one large and one small, collided heavily, the recoil forcing them apart. An electromagnetic force field. Once stabilized, Wuxiang unleashed a wave of electromagnetic energy that quietly radiated from beneath him. The massive Limik, caught off guard, immediately felt a tingling sensation throughout his body, his movements becoming sluggish. Without hesitation, Wuxiang swung his arm in a sweeping motion, hurling 5 thunder spears into the fray. These spears were not intended for direct assault. Rather, they were thrust into the limbs of the Limik people, intertwining and thereby restraining their movements. Subsequently, amidst the bewildered gazes of onlookers, he pointed a single finger skyward. "This contraption cannot hold me," roared the Limik warrior, his formidable strength causing the 5 thunder spears to tremble precariously on the brink of collapse. Lightning strike. With a thunderous crack, the spears shattered, and the Limik warrior immediately broke free. Yet, simultaneously, an unforeseen bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking him squarely on the forehead. The blinding white light rendered all unable to see, and mere moments later, as the brilliance faded, the crowd turned to witness a charred, unrecognizable mass plummeting to the ground. The nature of this object was all too evident. From a state of equilibrium to the abrupt conclusion of battle, all transpired in the blink of an eye. Wuxiang exhaled softly, making slight adjustments. Utilizing the tempestuous weather, he could harness the forces of nature to execute the immensely powerful technique known as divine retribution. This lightning strike was a derivative of that technique, considered a diminished version. In terms of potency, it could not compare to its original form. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with the adversary before him. "How swift," murmured a soldier of the Heavenly Blade, his lips parched. In an instant, the entire Heavenly Blade army erupted in a thunderous chorus of cheers and encouragement. This dramatic reversal of fate served as a blatant mockery of the Limik forces. "Incompetent fools." Luigi spat, particularly unable to maintain his feigned smile when confronted with Kurundo's enigmatic gaze. His gaze shifted towards his subordinates, who were usually boastful and full of bravado, now exchanging glances and attempting to diminish their presence. Just as Luigi's was on the verge of erupting in anger once more, a particularly confident Limik stepped forward boldly. "My lord, I am utterly certain I can eliminate that human reptile." "Are you certain? You know the consequences of deceiving me." "Indeed. I pledge my honor as a member of the Limik tribe." Upon hearing this, Luigi smiled in appreciation. "Excellent. This is the spirit that our great Limik tribe should embody. Go and bring me the human's head. I shall personally grant you a territory." The Limik who volunteered for the task was instantly elated, while those around him cast envious glances in his direction. "Yes, I shall not disappoint your expectations." Chapter 132. Blood Battle. The third Limik strode onto the scene with his head held high, exuding confidence. Wuxiang found it hard to comprehend the source of his bravado, as he perceived the individual before him to be riddled with flaws and utterly vulnerable. The Limik brandished a colossal sword exceeding 2 meters in length, his physique somewhat portly, and his armor distinct from that of the previous Limik. He pounded his chest and provocatively addressed Wuxiang. "Reptile, come. Strike me here. If I so much as dodge, I will concede defeat." At this, a peculiar glint flickered in Wuxiang's eyes. He was always more than willing to oblige such unique requests. With a powerful surge of lightning, he unleashed a devastating strike aimed directly at the Limik's chest. The Limik person deliberately puffed out his chest, displaying no signs of distress. Instead, he wore an expression of sheer enjoyment. Remarkably, the lightning that struck him seemed to have no effect, as if it had completely dissipated. Upon witnessing this, Wuxiang narrowed his eyes slightly. "Insulation material, perhaps." "Ha. Come on. Continue. This is armor crafted from a special alloy. Without the lightning, what are you worth?" The Limik person laughed maniacally, gesturing disdainfully at Wuxiang. Wuxiang remained silent, which the Limik person interpreted as a reaction to his overwhelming power. "You have your chance, and if you don't strike, then I shall claim your head." The Limik person roared, raising his broad sword and charging at Wuxiang. Wuxiang lowered his body, muscles tensed. and propelled himself forward like a cheetah. In a fleeting moment, their figures intersected and then froze. What transpired? Why did they both remain still? Moments later, Wuxiang straightened up, casually flicking away a droplet of blood from his fingertips, revealing a crack in his chest armor. Meanwhile, the Limik person remained motionless, his expression entirely frozen. As his broad sword shattered in his grasp, a straight line of blood appeared beneath his neck, and suddenly, his head became dislocated, rolling down from his neck with a sickening thud. Blood ceased to flow for an instant before erupting forth like a river breaching its banks, uncontrollable and overwhelming. This visually striking scene plunged the entire arena into silence. Wuxiang, Wuxiang, Wuxiang. After an indeterminate amount of time, a young girl's voice suddenly broke the stillness from somewhere within the crowd. The soldiers, their minds filled with confusion, could not help but join in the chant. The slogan spread from 1 to 10, then to 100, the voices rising from a whisper to a thunderous crescendo, gradually coalescing into a tidal wave of fervor. Upon hearing his name, Wuxiang paused momentarily, turning to gaze at the Tianren army behind him. For the first time, he perceived a shared excitement, eagerness, and exhilaration in the eyes of millions, all emanating from him. Wuxiang's heart raced, overwhelmed by an indescribable emotion. Meanwhile, Liyiji's expression twisted into a fierce grimace, his gaze toward Wuxiang brimming with murderous intent. Once again, he had misjudged. This youth was a rare dual ability wielder. In that fleeting moment, Wuxiang had utilized the wind blade to sever the head of a Limik man. Advance, the entire army. Liyiji's bellowed, casting aside all hesitation. Countless Limik warriors surged past him, a relentless tide rushing toward the Tianren forces. Kill! Slaughter the bastards opposite. Kurundo howled, his voice raw with fury as he unhesitatingly issued the command to engage. The two armies charged forth with all their might, colliding like colossal meat grinders, the battle cries reverberating and nearly shattering the clouds above. With a swift thought, Wuxiang propelled himself backwards, the ground where he had stood erupting into a massive crater. Several formidable Limik warriors converged upon him, launching a coordinated assault. Wuxiang deftly sidestepped the first man's punch, then bent low to evade the sweep of the second's leg, swiftly leaping to dodge the laser fired by the third, and finally, suspended in midair, he met the fourth with a palm strike. Four Limikins exchanged glances, and in an instant, they unleashed their full energy, forcibly restraining Wuxiang's movements. At that moment, a fifth figure suddenly appeared, his face twisted in a menacing grimace as he leapt towards Wuxiang's back with malicious intent. Die! As the crisis loomed, the fifth Limikin, suspended in midair, abruptly altered his course, flipping upside down and plummeting headfirst towards the ground, propelled by inertia, his face sliding along the earth until he came to rest at Wuxiang's feet. Wuxiang remained silent. A voice crackled through his communicator. Wuxiang, be cautious. Thanks, he replied. Just as Wuxiang prepared to counterattack, a shadow darted past him with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, a Limikin soldier suddenly clutched his throat in agony, collapsing to the ground and dying instantaneously. Wuxiang turned to seeing materialize silently beside him. Little Shangs, do not fear. Your sister is here to save you. Humph. Those despicable fiends, flaunting their power without inviting me along. What was I going to say? Several voices chimed in, as Yandora, Taiko, and Gongluan rushed forth. Wuxiang's gaze swept over the familiar faces, a barely perceptible smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He then conjured an exaggeratedly large lightning cleaver, resolutely charging into the throngs of Limikins. Amidst the battlefield, blood splattered and smoke filled the air. A Limikin soldier, wildly firing a heavy machine gun with reckless abandon, was in a frenzied state. Suddenly, a soldier from the Heavenly Blade appeared, tackling him to the ground and mercilessly decimating the Limikin's head with his broken blade. Before the soldiers of the Sky Blade could rise, a sharp blade pierced through one's chest, shattering his heart. The triumphant Limik soldier, who had just slain a Sky Blade warrior, was swiftly met with a fatal blow to the head. Chaos and bloodshed were almost ubiquitous. Beidel stood atop the fortress walls, his gaze icy as he surveyed the Limik forces. He raised his hand and then brought it down decisively. Fire! As the command echoed, the rocket artillery, already calibrated for range and angle, unleashed a volley. Fiery rockets, trailing long tails like meteors, plummeted into the rear of the Limik army, with violent explosions sending countless dismembered bodies and fragments of armor soaring dozens of meters high, creating terrifying voids wherever they landed. The Limerick forces responded fiercely, immediately deploying their artillery and sending a substantial aerial force into the fray. The pilots on standby for the Sky Blades swiftly took to the skies, engaging in intense aerial combat with their adversaries. A shell unfortunate enough to fall near Wuxiang caused a change in his expression. Caught off guard during the battle, he was violently propelled dozens of meters away by the shockwave of the explosion. Covered in blood and dirt, Wuxiang scrambled to his feet, disregarding his injuries as he rejoined the carnage. Chapter 133. A triumphant first battle in every visible and invisible corner of the battlefield. Vibrant lives were extinguished with each passing moment. The sanguine remnants of the setting sun could not pierce the shroud of death. The brutal conflict raged from day into evening, with the Sky Blade side reinforcing their ranks multiple times, while the Limerick forces, unable to withstand the pressure, began a substantial retreat. With a heavy sigh, Wuxiang crushed the neck of the last Limerick warrior before him, his armor tattered and drenched in blood. Staring at the multitude of corpses that sprawled across his field of vision, he felt a momentary daze. We have triumphed. The jubilant shouts of soldiers echoed from all directions, many embracing one another in a fervent expression of their elation. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern the subtle undertones of weeping and lamentation interwoven with the celebratory atmosphere. Kalangdu sighed, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. As the commanding officer, he had refrained from engaging directly in the fray, which birthed a peculiar thought in him. He was merely a mascot, his sole purpose to stand firm amidst the chaos. How utterly uninspiring it was to be a commander. Clear the battlefield, tend to the wounded. The rest of you, return to the fortress in an orderly fashion. With the issuance of these commands, the logistics team advanced into the battlefield, while squads of medics emerged from the fortress to carry the injured on stretchers. Some were missing an arm, others a leg. Some bore the scars of grievous injuries, their bodies reduced to mere halves. The remaining soldiers, still capable of movement, returned to the fortress under the guidance of their respective officers. How badly are you hurt? Is it serious? A young girl dashed through the crowd, reaching Wuxiang's side. With a sense of urgency, she squeezed his arm, then his thigh, and finally caressed his cheek, her concern palpable. Seeing that he appeared relatively unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief. Wuxiang replied softly, brushing away Yandora's hand from his face. I am fine. Indeed. It was quite chaotic just now. I could hardly find you. Remember to stay close to me from now on, okay? Yandora teased, her vibrant presence contrasting sharply with Wuxiang's dismal appearance, leaving one to ponder whether her agility was exceptional or if she was merely coasting through. Let us proceed, Yandora said, effortlessly taking Wuxiang's hand, unperturbed by the bloodstains upon him. All right, Wuxiang replied, feeling a gentle warmth akin to jade emanating from her touch, and he followed her closely. As night fell, the fortress was alive with activity. The soldiers, who had fought valiantly throughout the day, were utterly exhausted and famished, settling down on the training grounds to eat. A group clad in deep crimson gathered together, appearing relatively unscathed. A small campfire crackled in their midst, casting a warm glow upon their faces, slightly alleviating the chill of the evening breeze. Kalindo and Beidel were seemingly engaged in a discussion regarding military affairs and battle conditions. Due to their proximity, Wuxiang could clearly overhear their exchange. Have the statistics been compiled? What is the casualty count for our forces? The officer relayed the newly gathered data to the two leaders. Today we suffered over 3,000 fatalities, with more than 12,000 injured, both lightly and severely. And the Limerick forces? Their casualties are approximately 20% higher than ours. Very well, that is enough for now. You may rest, came the response. After the officer departed, Beidel gazed up at the sky, uttering a somber remark. The losses are indeed grievous. Kolundo gently patted Beidel's shoulder. Do not dwell on your worries. Today can certainly be regarded as a significant victory. Indeed, he replied. Wuxiang, upon hearing this, withdrew his thoughts and found himself pondering, murmuring softly, twofold, perhaps. What troubles you, Wuxiang? You appear somewhat perplexed. Suyu inquired with a smile. Is this battle truly a resounding victory? Wuxiang contemplated for a moment before speaking. It feels more akin to a mutual defeat. The group exchanged glances, surprised by Wuxiang's sudden reflection. Eventually, it was Suyu who took the initiative to elucidate the matter. Wuxiang, there are aspects you might not fully grasp. Presently, the soldiers of Tianren, in terms of physical prowess and equipment, are ultimately inferior to those of the Limericans. Hence, Each of our victories inevitably demands a greater sacrifice. Although it is a harsh reality, it remains the truth. Today, our morale was exceptionally high, coupled with the advantage of our home ground, which fortuitously resulted in enemy casualties exceeding ours by 20%. This indeed qualifies as a rare and significant triumph. Wuxiang nodded in understanding. The group resumed their casual banter, though they wondered where Xing Yin had wandered off to. Nevertheless, they were not overly concerned, knowing she would not stray far. By the way, where has our great hero disappeared to? Today's thrashing of the Limericans was exhilarating. I have no idea. He vanished as soon as he returned. Does anyone know him? Which unit does he belong to? Brothers, do not linger idly. Let us search together. The soldiers' voices erupted into a chorus of discussions, swiftly rallying a considerable number of individuals. I see it. Over there. A fiery-haired maiden suddenly darted forth, pointing in a specific direction while exclaiming loudly. The contemplative Wuxiang was jolted from his reverie, a shiver running down his spine, as if pierced by 1,000 needles. Unable to resist, he turned to gaze behind him, only to be met by countless pairs of emerald eyes, fixated upon him like a predator eyeing its prey. What is happening? Several burly men stepped forward, effortlessly hoisting Wuxiang's arms as if he were a mere chick, leading him away. Wuxiang, bewildered, cast a pleading glance toward his companions. The crimson-clad crowd continued their idle chatter. Seemingly oblivious to the commotion, even Gongluan took a moment to excavate a nostril. Wuxiang was forcibly ushered into the throng, where the soldiers cheered and clamored, tossing him high into the air, catching him, and then tossing him again, one exhilarating throw after another. Dazed, Wuxiang felt as though he were on a roller coaster. The soldiers on the periphery, unable to join in, applauded heartily. Yet, amidst the tossing, the soldiers suddenly felt a lightness in their grasp. To their astonishment, they realized they had somehow lost their hold on him. Each soldier exchanged confused glances, their faces a mixture of bewilderment and disbelief. Wuxiang found himself utterly overwhelmed by the spectacle, and, in desperation, he made a hasty retreat, bowing his head and pushing through the crowd with all his might. Just as he squeezed his way out, a hand clapped down on his shoulder, startling him. "Hero, how do you feel?" Xing Yin inquired with a playful grin. "Thanks to you. I feel absolutely splendid," Wuxiang replied, his eyelids drooping, revealing a pair of lifeless, fish-like eyes. "It appears you harbor some dissatisfaction towards me, do you not?" "No. You are merely overthinking." Wuxiang, with an expressionless visage, silently chastised himself, never having anticipated that he too would find himself in such a compromising position. For now, he must endure the inability to fight back. Chapter 134. The evolution of warfare. 2 days swiftly elapsed, and yet another shipment of supplies arrived punctually at headquarters, invigorating the soldiers at the Tianren front. The Limik people returned with renewed vigor, amassing an army of 100,000, and this time, Generals Lu Weijis and Shi Miuxi were both present. It was evident that the Limik had resolved upon a certain determination. They were intent on securing something substantial in the forthcoming battle. In stark contrast to their previous approach, the Limik employed a blitzkrieg strategy. Once the battle commenced, there was no preliminary skirmish. The Limik aimed to shatter the defense by striking at critical points. The entire army advanced in a vertical formation, effortlessly piercing through the Tianren front line, plunging deep into the heart of the Tianren forces. The ensuing carnage was extraordinarily brutal, disregarding both losses and resources. As if possessed by madness, any Limik soldier daring to retreat was ruthlessly slain by Lu Weijis and Shi Miuxi. It must be said, the Limik's reckless assault proved remarkably effective, catching Tianren off guard as they advanced relentlessly to the very gates of the fortress. One after another, Limik soldiers, equipped with specialized tools, scaled the towering iron walls of the fortress, resembling geckos, and swiftly approached the summit. Should the fortress portal truly fall and be seized by the enemy, the consequences would be dire. The soldiers of the Heavenly Blade, witnessing this, hastened to provide assistance, while those stationed atop the city walls fought valiantly to maintain their ground. At that moment, Wuxiang caught sight of a familiar figure who had inexplicably appeared on the battlements. Mayahiko, unfazed, adjusted his glasses, and with a sudden surge, hundreds of unmanned drones emerged, sweeping away the Limik soldiers clinging to the walls in a single wave. Following this, a batch of smaller robots leaped into the crowd, without hesitation activating their self-destruct mechanisms, causing chaos as Limik soldiers were thrown into disarray. Ruvigis, with a composed demeanor, quietly amassed his strength, preparing to launch an assault against the defenders on the walls. However, just as he made his move, a sharp and searing blade of light sliced through the air, forcefully pushing him back. Damn, it's that wretched woman again. Ruvigis spat, his gaze falling upon the hovering star flame, who seemed to have been waiting for this moment. Simultaneously, two other formidable presences locked onto him. Unmistakably the formidable Kalindo and Badal. Ruvigis exchanged a glance with Asimius, hesitating slightly. Ultimately, the two Limic generals refrained from acting impulsively, choosing instead to observe the unfolding situation. After all, the odds of 2 against 3 were not in their favor, and the true extent of Starflame's prowess left Ruvigis uncertain. Although the Limic forces quickly regained their footing, the failed breach of the fortress battlements left them in a precarious position. The situation shifted rapidly, as the Heavenly Blade forces seamlessly encircled them, effectively splitting the Limic army into two distinct factions, one large and one small. The soldiers of the Blade of Heaven on the periphery withdrew their lines to focus on defense, while those within relentlessly pursued the Limicans trapped before the fortress gates. The battle raged on for several hours, with an air of tension, yet ultimately devoid of any dire consequences. The Limicans were once again repelled, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the ranks of the Blade of Heaven, from commanders to foot soldiers alike. Thus, the Blade of Heaven celebrated 2 consecutive victories, invigorating the morale of their forces. However, in the ensuing days, as the Limicans gradually reinforced their numbers, the situation of the war began to take a turn for the bleak. Over the span of a fortnight, the Limicans amassed an impressive contingent of up to 200,000 troops, surpassing the combined strength of the Blade of Heaven's frontline forces. Consequently, Kalindo and Badar resolved to cease their sorties from the city, opting instead to fortify their defenses, leading to a tense stalemate with the enemy. On this particular day, Xingyan ascended the battlements to gaze into the distance. His vision clearly captured the ominous mass of Limicans stationed in the riverine area several dozen kilometers away. Maintaining a precarious distance from the fortress, more than half a month had elapsed, and the iron walls of the fortress bore countless grotesque scars. Perhaps the Limicans had finally come to realize that breaching the fortress was far more formidable than they had initially anticipated. Following the early large-scale skirmishes, the conflict devolved into minor disturbances. Nonetheless, the Blade of Heaven had to tread carefully to avoid ambushes, leaving the soldiers somewhat weary. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. Without needing to turn, Xingyan discerned the identity of the newcomer and casually remarked, "What brings you here? Do you also enjoy the view?" Wu Shang, without uttering a word, silently approached the edge of the wall, casting a glance down at the ground below, which had long since become pockmarked and strewn with debris. After a considerable pause, adhering to the commendable principle of seeking knowledge through inquiry, he suddenly turned to Xingyan. "Captain, there is something I do not comprehend. Feel free to ask. It's not often one encounters a captain as warm-hearted as I." Xingyan replied with a raised eyebrow and a smile. "Why is it that the Limic people always approach the fortress by crawling rather than flying over? Despite the wall's towering height, it seems traversable. You, my young friend, are completely unaware," Xingyan said, observing Wushang's earnest desire to learn, which he did not refute. "This wall is not merely formidable. It is far more complex than you imagine. In fact, the interior of the wall is replete with numerous signal interference devices that emit a unique frequency capable of incapacitating flying apparatus. Of course, while high-altitude flight could evade such interference, our Air Force is certainly not inept. Thus, the Limic people are not unwilling to fly over. Rather, they are incapable of doing so. If they truly wish to breach the fortress and infiltrate our territory, they must diligently ascend from below." Wushang nodded, finally grasping the intricacies involved. With nothing better to do, Xingyan took the opportunity to enlighten him further. Just as their conversation unfolded, the alarm within the fortress blared, and a battalion of Tianren soldiers swiftly ascended the wall, their gazes fixed upon the direction of the Limic army. They soon spotted a small Limic leader accompanied by over 1,000 troops, boldly challenging them. "Listen here, you cowardly insect. If you possess any courage, come forth and face me in a decisive battle." What nonsense is this Heaven-S Blade? Merely a gathering of timid wretches, cowering away in their shells, afraid to emerge. Ha ha ha, the leader of the Limic people brazenly taunted from below the city, his demeanor exuding arrogance. His chosen position was quite strategic, lying just beyond the range of the firearms wielded by the Heaven-S Blade soldiers. The soldiers atop the wall were nearly driven to the brink of fury, gritting their teeth in frustration. However, without orders from above, they were constrained from acting recklessly, leaving them in a state of profound vexation. After a considerable time had elapsed, seeing that Heaven-S Blade remained unresponsive to his provocations, the Limik leader eventually swaggered away. This incident had evidently occurred more than once in recent times. Xing Yan and Wu Shang subsequently withdrew their gazes, neither expressing much regarding the matter. After a while, a soldier approached the two and spoke up. "Captain Xing Yan, Commander Beidel has instructed me to inform you that a meeting is to be held at the command center." "Understood," Xing Yan nodded, and thus he descended from the wall accompanied by Wu Shang. Chapter 135. Infiltration and Reconnaissance. Before long, within the frontline command center, a gathering of individuals clad in deep crimson, alongside Karundo and Beidel's respective confidants, assembled. With Xing Yan taking his seat, the meeting officially commenced. Beidel began. "You all must be aware of the recent movements of the Limik people." Karundo replied, "Indeed, it's difficult not to be." Xing Yan added, "To be frank, I find the actions of the Limik people somewhat perplexing." Beidel inquired, "What do you mean?" Starflame, "What could the Limik forces be intending by remaining entrenched outside the fortress? They are fully aware that our rear is abundantly supplied. Prolonging this standoff serves them no purpose. While it is indeed bothersome, in the long run, it could be more advantageous for our troops." Karundo, "That does strike me as peculiar. Initially, the battles were fiercely contested, but as time went on, the thunderous noise was not matched by the intensity of the rain, suggesting a fade of strength." Badar, "Could it be that the Limik are concocting a new scheme?" Karundo, "Who can say? Those scoundrels are always plotting something sinister." Starflame, "It's hard to discern. Our intelligence remains exceedingly limited." Badar, "So, do you believe our forces should continue to observe or take action?" Karundo, "Let us take action. I can no longer tolerate this." Starflame, "I too advocate for action, or perhaps we could put it to a vote among all present." From the inexplicable onset of the war to its gradual escalation, every step of this journey has been laced with oddities, as if an unseen hand is manipulating events without our awareness. The Heavenly Blade has consistently found itself in a reactive stance, and this sense of confusion is undeniably oppressive. The meeting concluded with a majority in favor of taking action, leading to an audacious decision to hastily form a reconnaissance team to infiltrate the enemy and gather intelligence. The members of the reconnaissance team were swiftly determined, with Wu Shang naturally becoming one of them. After all, the existence of the Crimson Red was to undertake tasks beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals, and this operation was no exception. Wu Shang was paired with Yandora, while Suyu was teamed with Taiko, Steel Wheel with Shadow, and the two aides of Kalunduo formed one group, along with the two aides of Badar. In total, 10 individuals were divided into 5 groups, each poised to infiltrate the enemy from 5 distinct directions, endeavoring to relay any gathered intelligence back to the base by any means necessary. In the early hours of the following day, the reconnaissance team secretly departed from their station. Before their departure, Mihiko worked tirelessly to produce a batch of special chips, distributing them among the team while meticulously explaining their usage. Embedding these devices within their armor would provide a degree of shielding against the detection signals of the Limerickans. However, this served merely as a basic safeguard. Should the enemy successfully lock onto them, it would be futile. Ultimately, their survival rested in their own hands. At this moment, Xing Yan stepped forward, a hint of concern in her demeanor as she cautioned, "Be careful and prioritize your safety. If you sense something amiss, do not hesitate to retreat immediately. Preserving your lives is of utmost importance. Should you find yourselves in dire straits, I will come to your aid." The group nodded in understanding and resolutely set forth on their mission. They advanced without obstruction until they reached a point 10 miles from the Limerican encampment, where the 5 teams diverged according to their predetermined paths. Wu Shang and Yandora slipped into the shadows, swiftly approaching their objective without causing the slightest disturbance. After enduring a prolonged period of joint missions, their synergy had become remarkably seamless. It is unclear whether their concealment was particularly adept, but upon reaching the periphery of the Limik camp, the duo encountered no obstacles throughout their approach. From a distance, one could observe Limik soldiers patrolling various points around the camp. Although the defenses appeared quite stringent, they posed no challenge for the pair. Crouched behind a cover, only their keen eyes glimmered in the darkness. Upon careful observation, they noted a brief interval of approximately several seconds occurring every half hour during which the Limerick soldiers would cease their patrols. After confirming this pattern through several shifts, they seized the opportunity presented by the lull to stealthily infiltrate the Limerick camp, swiftly seeking new cover to conceal themselves. However, at that moment, Wuxiang could not suppress a frown. A mere recollection was sufficient to realize that everything had proceeded too smoothly, so smoothly that it aroused suspicion that they might have fallen into an enemy trap. The surrounding area was eerily quiet, an unsettling contrast to the presence of a garrison of 200,000 troops. Even during nighttime rest hours, such silence was wholly unexpected. Exchanging glances with Yandora, Wuxiang discerned that she too harbored the same doubts in her eyes. Heightened vigilance ensued as they refrained from acting impulsively, opting instead to quietly monitor their surroundings. After an extended period, the camp remained eerily tranquil, with only a sparse few Limerick soldiers moving about. A soldier of the Remex yawned as he lifted the tent flap, his demeanor languid as he passed by the two individuals just a few meters away, completely oblivious to their presence. Such a lackadaisical attitude left the two in a state of perplexity. Yandora, deep in thought, retrieved her portable viewing device and donned it. Wuxiang noticed her expression growing increasingly peculiar. There was no one inside the tent. What? The two hastily relocated to another vantage point and were astonished to discover that most of the tents were indeed devoid of occupants. It was hard to believe. They fell into silence, their minds swirling with countless questions, and even Yandora found herself at a loss for an explanation. Given the circumstances, it would be more prudent to capture someone to ascertain the truth, as it might yield valuable insights. After a brief discussion, they swiftly resolved to commence their search for a target. Shortly thereafter, two Remex soldiers gradually entered their line of sight. In the darkness, a faint pink light flickered in Yandora's eyes as the soldiers, scratching their heads, suddenly seemed to lose their way. In the instant they vanished into the shadows, Wuxiang struck with lightning speed, subduing them and binding them tightly from head to toe. By the time the two soldiers regained their senses, they found themselves utterly immobilized, with only their eyes able to dart about in confusion. The entire encounter transpired in silence, as if nothing had ever occurred. Speak. What plans do you Remex have? Where have the missing soldiers from the tents gone? What are you left behind in the camp doing? Answer my questions honestly. I do not wish to hear any irrelevant remarks, or else you shall perish. With a menacing grip, Wuxiang tightened his hold on the throat of one of the Limerick soldiers, exuding an aura of lethal intent. Chapter 136. The initial signs of transformation. After delivering his threat, Wuxiang slightly loosened his grip, just enough to allow the soldier to manage a few words. Yet, the soldier appeared oblivious to the dire situation he was in, maintaining his rebellious demeanor. Damn you, Crawl. Crack. The chilling sound of bones shattering resonated in the ears of those present. Blood erupted from the soldier's mouth and nose, and he was discarded like refuse. His head twisted at an unnatural angle, evidently lifeless. Wuxiang nonchalantly wiped the blood from his hand and shifted his gaze toward another Limerick soldier. The second soldier, witnessing the gruesome scene, felt his mind freeze in shock. How utterly brutal. Is there no protocol for interrogations these days? At least try some intimidation and inducement. We could pretend to resist symbolically, and in the end, we could reach a mutually beneficial resolution, could we not? I beg you, please, do not kill me. I will tell you everything I know. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he trembled uncontrollably, seizing the opportunity to plead desperately. Continue, Wuxiang coldly commanded, uttering just 2 words. However, I truly do not know where the army has gone. As the words fell, I could see Wuxiang's murderous intent intensifying, prompting the Limerick soldier to hastily continue. Wait a moment. I possess knowledge of other matters. I am still of use. But you must guarantee my safety. Wuxiang regarded him intently, contemplating for a considerable time before finally responding with a nonchalant hum. The Limerick soldier remained uneasy, eager to negotiate further. Yet, knowing that his life was firmly in another's grasp, he felt powerless. When did your army depart, and where did they go? Approximately a week ago. They began to withdraw in batches daily. As for their destination, I am merely an ordinary soldier, truly unqualified to know. How many individuals remain at the camp? And when is the next batch scheduled to leave? Roughly over 2,000 are still here. The last group has just departed, and we have been ordered to remain. What are those left behind instructed to do, and for how long? The higher-ups have tasked us with devising ways to attract the attention of the heavenly blade, prolonging the delay as much as possible. Wu Shang fell silent for a moment, subtly signaling to Yendora. Yendora slightly shook her head, indicating that the man was likely not lying. Watching Wu Shang's departing figure, the Limerick soldier secretly exhaled in relief. Human beings are indeed a rather foolish species, so easily bound by their promises. At that moment, the soldier from Limerick suddenly felt a chilling sensation glide beneath his neck, followed by an overwhelming sense of suffocation. With great difficulty, he turned his head towards the pink-haired girl beside him, his lips moving silently as he struggled to utter a sound. "Do not look at me like that. I did promise not to kill you, but I have not made any such promise." Yendora smiled sweetly, her fingers toying with a gleaming dagger. After disposing of the body, the duo repeated the process and captured another Limerick soldier for interrogation, obtaining information that proved strikingly similar. This conclusion only deepened the gravity of their situation. Prior to their departure, fearing detection by the enemy, everyone had muted their communications. Now, however, they could no longer afford to be so cautious. Wu Shang and Yendora activated their communications, which were soon answered, confirming that the 5 groups were indeed safe. After all, the camp appeared formidable from the outside, yet in reality, the threats to them had nearly dissipated. Following a brief exchange of intelligence, the group became acutely aware of the seriousness of the situation and promptly resolved to terminate their mission and return to the fortress. The reports brought back by the reconnaissance team detonated like a bomb, creating a tremendous stir among the high-ranking officials of the 2 legions. No one had anticipated such a turn of events. The room was filled with a cacophony of voices as everyone debated fervently, as if a pot had been set to boil. "Immediately relay this information back to headquarters," Xingyan commanded, fully aware that the current circumstances had surpassed their control and addressing the staff responsible for transmitting the message with urgency. The intelligence officer's fingers flew swiftly over the computer keyboard. Initially, he managed to maintain a semblance of composure, but as time wore on, sweat began to pour down his face. "What is happening?" Badar frowned and inquired. "Report, Commander. We are unable to establish information connectivity with headquarters." The officer stammered. "Let us give it a try." Mayahiko and Yendora immediately took over the intelligence officer's duties. Under their collaborative efforts, the screen was inundated with a barrage of incomprehensible dialogue boxes. However, the situation did not improve. Their faces grew increasingly grave. Minutes later, the screen erupted with a myriad of colorful garbled text, and the mainframe began to emit a noxious smoke. Mayahiko and Yendora straightened their backs and simultaneously ceased their actions. The information network of Tianren had completely collapsed. The weight of the announcement resonated in the ears of those present, solidifying the already tense atmosphere of the conference room. The predicament escalated beyond mere misfortune. "What?" Kurundo exclaimed, leaping from his chair and slamming his hand down upon the steel table, reducing it to a crumpled heap. Xingyan, too, pressed her hand to her forehead, revealing an unusual display of agitation. After a moment, she spoke softly. "I think it is now almost certain that there is a traitor within Tianren." "Impossible. What benefit could a traitor possibly gain? Why would anyone betray us?" Kurundo instinctively expressed his vehement skepticism without further contemplation. The others exchanged glances, silence enveloping them as uncertainty loomed over their faces. Throughout history, there have indeed been instances of individuals surrendering to foreign races, and even a considerable number of such cases. However, these individuals did not receive the benevolence they anticipated from their new masters. Rather, they met a far more tragic fate, being ruthlessly slaughtered and tormented once their utility had waned. The traitors forged their own coffins with their blood, purchasing a harrowing lesson. This, in turn, indirectly fostered an unprecedented unity among humanity, alongside an everlasting, irreconcilable enmity with the alien races. Xingyan's piercing gaze swept across the assembly, capturing the expressions of all present. No, there exists a singular possibility. They would still choose betrayal, without any incentive. Upon hearing this, Badar appeared contemplative. Suddenly his expression sharpened, as if a realization dawned upon him. "Are you implying that?" Kalindo, bewildered, observed the silent exchange between Xingyan and Badar, his anxiety palpable. "What is it? Please, speak up." Xingyan closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. When he opened them again, his demeanor exuded an even more formidable intensity. Indeed, the answer was the zealots of Hellenir. Chapter 137. The Helleneer cult, as a particular term was uttered, the previously boisterous conference room fell into a profound silence. Wuxiang, perplexed, had never before encountered the seemingly taboo entity known as the Helleneer zealots. Observing the reactions of others, some astonished, others bewildered, it was evident that he was not the sole one lacking understanding of the underlying context. However, it appeared that Xingyan had no intention of elucidating further for the group. As dawn broke, the camp of the Limic people operated as usual, seemingly no different from any other day. A young leader of the Limic lifted the tent flap, stretched lazily, yawned, and emerged with an expression of impatience. It was time for the routine affairs, leading a few individuals to present themselves before Tianren, then returning to indulge in drink and cards. Allowing the day to pass in such a manner, he had grown accustomed to this rhythm. A soldier approached, his demeanor slightly anxious. "My lord, you are awake." What is it?" "It appears that a few individuals are missing from our camp this morning." "Very well, I understand. Should we not search for them?" "No need. It has become quite normal to have fewer people lately. Do not bother me with such trivial matters again." The young leader's patience was waning, his tone increasingly brusque. However, the soldier appeared troubled. "Begone." "Yes, yes." After dismissing the soldier, the young leader set forth with over 1,000 men from the camp. As he gazed upon the towering human fortress in the distance, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of his mouth. Initially, he had been too intimidated to act boastfully in front of the vast army, his legs trembling at first. However, after several days of emerging unscathed, his courage had gradually swelled. Upon nearing the fortress gates, the young leader confidently raised his proud head. Inside, his words faltered, and his body suddenly shivered slightly, leaving him momentarily speechless. How peculiar! Why was there no response? The soldiers exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the situation. "My lord, master." After calling out several times, the young leader remained unresponsive. A brave soldier of the Limicus cautiously approached the young leader, taking tiny steps, and peered in. In an instant, he was struck with terror. "A master is dead." There, on the young leader's forehead, lay a ghastly blood hole, the source of a relentless stream of crimson cascading down his cheek, his expression frozen in the moment of his curse. A gentle breeze swept by, and his body fell rigidly to the ground. On the city wall, Suyu took out a soft handkerchief to wipe his beloved firearm. "This is no longer our concern. Let us depart." Wuxiang and Yandora nodded in agreement, and the three descended from the battlements. Immediately, a deafening roar of battle erupted as a horde of Tianren soldiers surged from the fortress, mercilessly slaughtering the Limicus troops with savage ferocity. In the face of overwhelming numbers, the fight was utterly one-sided. Once all had been vanquished, the army pressed onward, relentlessly charging toward the Limicus encampment. On their return journey, Wuxiang finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. "Yandora, do you know what the followers of Helena are truly about?" Upon hearing this, Yandora's gaze sharpened. Even the typically frivolous demeanor she exhibited in her daily life transformed into one of solemnity. As they walked, she began to elucidate for Wuxiang. Helena is the name of a cult, as well as a fabricated deity, symbolizing destruction. We refer to the adherents of this cult as fanatics, though they prefer to call themselves devotees of the divine. Destruction signifies rebirth, a doctrine upheld by the cult. To elaborate, it implies that when all things are annihilated, all sins will cease, and the world shall revert to its origins. Only through death can one attain the shores of redemption. Is it truly conceivable that anyone would subscribe to such notions? Wuxiang finds himself perplexed by this astonishing assertion. Indeed, it seems utterly incredulous, does it not? Yet, astonishingly, there are many who do believe, and their numbers are considerable. The cult has existed for several centuries, with its bishop proclaiming himself as the messenger of the god of destruction. Centuries ago, he fervently disseminated his doctrines, attracting an ever-growing following, leading to the rapid expansion of the cult, which eventually posed a grave threat to humanity's very existence. The Tianren, after numerous attempts to suppress it, incurred significant costs before finally dismantling the cult's influence. Nevertheless, the cult, insidious and resilient, though severely wounded, was not entirely obliterated. Instead, under the bishop's guidance, it chose to lie dormant, retreating into the shadows to recuperate. Even to this day, the cult continues to operate in the unseen realms, and more astonishingly, no one has ever laid eyes on the true visage of that enigmatic bishop. Wuxiang, lost in contemplation, finds himself grappling with many unresolved questions. However, Given the Tianrin's absolute leadership among humanity, it should not be overly difficult to eradicate the cult's members, should it? Yet, Yendora slowly shook her head. You underestimate the fervent followers of Helenir. In truth, the cultists are indistinguishable from ordinary individuals in their daily lives. The passers-by you brush shoulders with, the companions you share daily life with, and the intimate partner by your side may have already become members of a cult without your slightest awareness. However, when the day arrives that they reveal their true selves to you, it will inevitably herald an unimaginable catastrophe. Wuxiang furrowed his brow, feeling a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. Rumors suggest that the clergy of the Hellenial cult constantly surveil every corner of the world, meticulously selecting individuals from the vast sea of humanity to cultivate into devoted followers, conducting initiation ceremonies for them. Once an ordinary person has undergone the rite of initiation, they are deemed a true devotee of the faith. According to decades of research by Tianrin, the initiation ceremony of the Hellenial cult likely possesses a peculiar and unsettling power, capable of amplifying the malevolent thoughts within individuals to an infinite degree, even giving rise to a second persona that is entirely distinct from their original character. Wuxiang could not help but lament. He had previously never heard anyone mention such matters, nor had he encountered them. Yendora rolled her eyes at him. It is entirely normal to have never encountered such things. If you had, it would already be too late. Even within the ranks of Tianrin, the fervent followers of Hellenial are a deeply taboo subject, and the fewer who are aware, the better. Wuxiang's pupils constricted as a realization struck him. So, the soldier who suddenly opened fire on the day of negotiations. Yendora nodded in affirmation. Indeed, it now appears that he was most likely a devotee, without a doubt. With all that needed to be said now expressed, the two fell into a moment of silence. Observing the somber expression on Wuxiang's face, Yendora gently patted his shoulder and flashed a cheerful smile. Fear not, my friend, even if the sky were to fall, there are still tall ones to bear the weight. We merely need to focus on our own duties. Wuxiang nodded, glancing at the girl beside him, who was significantly shorter than he. He added, You are indeed not very tall. Little Shangs, you have turned wicked. I no longer like you. Chapter 138. Encountering an attack on the return journey. Upon their return, Wuxiang, Yendora, and Suyu found that Xingyan had made a decision that seemed sudden yet was entirely reasonable. They would set forth immediately back to headquarters. It appeared that something had likely gone awry at the headquarters. Even if nothing had yet transpired, it was only a matter of time, as no one had been dispatched to their aid thus far. The 1st and 2nd Legions were preoccupied with guarding and monitoring the approaches of the Uru and Chigwe peoples, leaving them unable to assist. The 4th and 6th Legions were stationed there, yet the presence of the Limic army was conspicuously absent. Although the headquarters possessed the most elite combat forces of the Tianrin, they had been continuously reinforcing various battlefronts in recent times, rendering their defenses precarious. Should a crisis arise, it was uncertain whether they could withstand the onslaught. If the rear were to fall, their steadfastness on the front lines would become utterly meaningless, making the need for a rescue operation urgent. Before long, the fighter jets prepared for their return to headquarters. Suyu took his place in the cockpit, while the others, dressed in deep crimson, boarded the aircraft one by one. Karundo and Badar came to bid farewell, and before departing, Xingyan turned back to solemnly address the two. I shall take my leave first, entrusting everything here to you. Badal nodded and reassured, Rest assured, once we have addressed matters on this end, we will promptly mobilize our forces and advance towards the headquarters at full speed. In truth, Kalendo and Badal yearned to accompany Xingyan and the others back to the headquarters. However, their responsibilities in commanding and coordinating the troops on the front line rendered them unable to depart, leaving them with no choice but to forego that desire. The resounding roar of the colossal engines echoed as fighter jets expelled intense blue flames from their tails, swiftly ascending and entering a state of full-speed flight after a brief acceleration. In the blink of an eye, they vanished beyond the horizon. Under the command of Tianrin, there exist 10 legions, with the 1st and 2nd Legions boasting the greatest combat strength, while the 3rd Legion follows closely. And the 4th through 10th Legions possess relatively similar capabilities. At this moment, within the encampment of the 3rd Legion, a seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man sat quietly in a chair, shrouded in shadows that obscured his expression, making it easy to overlook his presence altogether. This man was Silram, the commander of the 3rd Legion and one of the most senior members of Tianrin. A knock sounded at the door, and an aide entered, saluting. "Commander, you summon me?" Silram remained motionless in the shadows, softly affirming with a quiet hum, then continued, "I shall be away for 2 days. There are some crucial matters I cannot address personally. I need you to temporarily oversee the troop deployment. Can you manage that?" "I shall not disappoint your trust, Commander," the aide responded, his demeanor growing more serious and focused upon hearing these words. "Very well. After my departure, you shall take my token and command the troops to retreat 200 miles for encampment. Until my return, do not concern yourselves with any occurrences. Remain motionless. Do you understand?" The adjutant, taken aback by such an unusual command, momentarily displayed a hint of hesitation on his countenance. "What? Are you questioning me? Or the strategy of commanders along?" Silrig's tone betrayed a note of displeasure as he spoke coldly. "I would not dare." The adjutant, recognizing the gravity of the situation, promptly knelt on one knee, bowing his head. Silence enveloped the room, lingering until the adjutant began to perspire profusely. Finally, Silrig's voice broke the stillness. "You may go." "Yes." The adjutant responded, rising and carefully closing the door behind him. Silrig remained quietly seated for a spell, but at some unknown moment, his figure vanished without a trace. Unnoticed by anyone, he stealthily departed from the 3rd Legion's encampment, making his way towards the headquarters. Upon reaching the periphery of the Tianren headquarters, he gazed upon the towering skyscraper at its center, an enigmatic glint flickering in his eyes. In the vast expanse of the sky, a fighter jet sped by. The occupants within the cabin wore expressions of stoicism, conserving their energy for the impending tasks. Suddenly, several red dots appeared on the radar screen. "Captain, there are 8 unidentified flying objects rapidly approaching our position," Suyu alerted. "Are they our forces?" Xing Yin inquired with a furrowed brow. "Uncertain," came the reply. Suyu shook his head and attempted to establish communication, yet received no response from the other party. Suddenly, a laser shot towards him with alarming speed. His squinting eyes widened in an instant, and he swiftly pulled the control stick to its limit, narrowly evading the deadly beam as the cockpit spun chaotically. There was no need for speculation. It was undoubtedly an enemy attack. As the distance closed, the adversary's visage finally came into sharp focus. It was none other than the standard fighter jets of the Limerick. How could the Limerick appear in the airspace of Tianren? The onlookers were utterly perplexed. The situation seemed graver than they had initially surmised. Without hesitation, Suyu pressed the missile launch button on the control stick. The missile soared forth, striking its target with precision and obliterating 2 enemy aircraft in a single encounter. He then sharply turned the nose of the aircraft, retracted the wings, and dove downward. Suyu's expression was one of unwavering focus as he deftly maneuvered the fighter against the enemy, while the others remained silent, acutely aware that they could offer no assistance in such a dire moment. A barrage of lasers and bullets whizzed past the aircraft, and amidst the chaos, 2 more Limerick jets plummeted from the sky. However, their own aircraft had sustained considerable damage, resulting in a less stable flight. Could they defeat them? Absolutely. Just as the aerial battle raged on, a Limerick ground unit had successfully positioned surface-to-air missiles at their designated location. The Tianren's pests were indeed formidable. Having caused the loss of several of their aircraft, they were hitting their targets with alarming accuracy. A Limerick officer shouted vehemently at his subordinates. "Sir, the target has been successfully locked. Shall we proceed with the launch?" Launch. With a resounding roar, the missile ascended into the heavens, trailing a long tail of fire as it hurtled towards the lone Skyblade fighter. As the crimson-clad onlookers anticipated imminent victory, a piercing alarm blared from within the cockpit. "Warning! The airframe has been locked on." "Warning! The airframe has been locked on." The pilot, Suyu, was struck with a sudden pallor, frantically accelerating the aircraft in a desperate maneuver to evade the incoming missile. Yet, the missile's velocity proved to be superior, compounded by the relentless pursuit of the Limerick forces, ultimately sealing his fate. In an instant, flames erupted from the right wing, accompanied by a disorienting sense of weightlessness within the cockpit. Thick plumes of black smoke billowed as the aircraft careened from the sky, crashing to the ground with a violent explosion. From a distance, it became evident that not a single soul had managed to escape via parachute. Chapter 139, Divided Actions. Haha. Splendid. The Limerick officer bellowed with exhilaration. "Come, let us inspect the site. Leave no survivors." With that, the Limerick troops swiftly mobilized towards the location of the downed fighter. As they approached, a thick cloud of smoke engulfed the area, the wreckage of the aircraft consumed entirely by roaring flames. You, and you, go and investigate, commanded the officer, casually gesturing to two soldiers. Sir, is that truly necessary? The blaze is so intense, they are surely reduced to ashes, one soldier hesitantly replied, his steps faltering with evident reluctance. At that moment, a graceful figure emerged faintly amidst the flames. Look, it seems someone is approaching. Xingyin advanced with a poised gait, and with each step she took, wisps of white smoke would rise from the scorched ground beneath her feet, her eyes shimmering with an icy demeanor that starkly contrasted the searing heat surrounding her. But what was that? Suddenly, the flames behind Xingyin surged wildly, as if infused with life, coalescing into a colossal figure towering several dozen meters high. The giant opened its eyes and raised a massive hand, poised to strike down upon the Limik people with tremendous force. The Limik soldiers finally comprehended the nature of the formidable entity that had descended upon them from the skies. Yet alas, there was no remedy for regret to be found in this world. The air was filled with the sounds of anguished screams and wails. A Limik officer attempted to resist, but in an instant, he was reduced to ashes. Before long, the entire troop was mercilessly slaughtered. As the last soul fell, the fiery giant dissipated into the ether. Is everyone all right? Xingyin glanced back at her slowly approaching companions. We're fine, they replied, their appearances somewhat disheveled but otherwise unscathed. Vivian flicked a green orb of light from her fingertips, which then transformed into countless sparkling motes that cascaded down upon them, restoring them to their former state with remarkable swiftness. Suyu, can you still establish contact with Beidou? Xingyin inquired. The distance is not too great. It should be feasible. Suyu replied after a brief moment of contemplation. Understood. Inform him and Correndo to put aside all affairs at hand and march at full speed, returning to headquarters with utmost urgency, regardless of the cost. Indeed, the situation has deteriorated significantly. The Limerick forces have crossed their defensive lines, appearing unannounced in the heart of Tianren. A decisive battle for the survival of humanity looms ahead. As communications were established, Suyu briefed Correndo and Badar on the situation. Upon grasping the gravity of the circumstances, both men responded without hesitation. Once the instructions were conveyed, magnificent wings of flame unfurled behind Xingyin. Captain, what are you doing? I shall proceed ahead. You must find a way to hasten your return to headquarters, Xingyin declared before soaring into the sky, his speed rivaling that of a fighter jet, soon vanishing into the horizon. Those left behind exchanged glances, speechless and bewildered. How are we going to return now? After a considerable pause, Ing broke the silence, asking the others. Suyu, quickly use your abilities to conjure another fighter jet, Yandala suggested with a spark of inspiration. You truly overestimate me. Even if I drained all my magical energy, I could not replicate a craft large enough to accommodate us all, Suyu replied, a hint of embarrassment tugging at his lips. Perhaps we should consult Mexico, he added. Me? You mean me? Mexico pointed to himself, then shook his head. I only brought my own craft and a spare. The micro-drones are too slow, they won't suffice. How about we run back? As soon as the words left his lips, Ganluan was met with a chorus of incredulous stares, causing his voice to diminish involuntarily. Forget I said anything. Just when the crowd was at a loss, Mayahiko seemed to have an epiphany and stepped forward once more. He pressed several buttons on the armor of his arm, and with a sweeping gesture towards the empty space, a brand new motorcycle materialized before them. Its elegant, streamlined design featured a sleek, glossy black body adorned with the deep crimson insignia of the Qihong team, exuding an air of undeniable flair. Cough, cough. Everyone, please listen to me. Mayahiko adjusted his glasses with an enigmatic expression. This is my latest creation, soon to be launched as the exclusive vehicle for the Qihong team. I have dubbed it the War Steed. The vehicle was crafted from a high-energy fusion metal, boasting exceptional durability against impacts and outstanding defensive capabilities. It could effortlessly reach an average speed of 500 kilometers per hour, equipped with an advanced nitrogen acceleration system that allowed for brief levitation, and was armed with a full array of laser weaponry. Additionally, during leisure moments, one could enjoy music or watch movies. The rear seat could even be reclined for a comfortable nap, making it an indispensable tool for military campaigns, leisurely travels, and covert escapades. All right. Just tell us how many you have now, Yandala interjected, unable to contain herself any longer, interrupting Mayahiko's self-indulgent monologue. 6. though a few are still under construction, he replied, producing the remaining vehicles in one go. Suyu, is that acceptable? Yandala directed her gaze towards Suyu. Suyu immediately understood the situation, approaching the vehicle and placing his palm against its surface to initiate the replication process. In no time, he successfully created 2 more copies. Although these duplicates exhibited some imperfections and lacked certain functionalities compared to the original, they would suffice for the time being. The group exchanged glances and promptly mounted their vehicles, ready to embark on their journey. At that moment, a furious voice suddenly erupted. Who on earth designed this ridiculous contraption? Is it deliberately targeting me? It was evident that Taika struggled to grasp the handlebars. Despite her efforts to straighten her chubby little legs, she simply could not reach the footrests, falling notably short. Mihiko quietly lowered his head, attempting to minimize his presence. With a couple of affectionate calls, Black Treasure gently lifted Taika down, then gracefully mounted the vehicle, giving the group an affirmative gesture, indicating it was safe for Taika to sit in front of him. Something feels off, but never mind. It will have to do. Perched atop the battle steed, Wushang slightly twisted the throttle, feeling the powerful vibrations resonate from the engine. Hey, little Shang, do you know how to ride? Yendora approached with a friendly demeanor. Not particularly, but I should manage, Wushang replied, his attention focused on the vehicle, nodding gently. You need to do it like this, and then. Yendora demonstrated a dazzling array of maneuvers. All right, you're all set for the journey. Oh, thank you. You're welcome. Why are you wearing a mask? Oh, just a personal preference. Wushang began to twist the throttle once more. To his astonishment, his body, in the next instant, spiraled out of control, dancing wildly as both he and the vehicle shot forth like a cannonball, stirring up a whirlwind of dust, leaving only the smirking Yendora behind. The onlookers, witnessing this spectacle, could only shake their heads in resignation and followed suit, continuing their journey. Chapter 140. The leader of the Dark Division within the grand edifice of the Tianren headquarters, a tall, slender man strode briskly, exuding an air of chilling intensity that compelled those nearby to instinctively retreat. He appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, possessing striking features. Yet his countenance bore little expression, with a single conspicuous white strand woven through his otherwise black hair. The intelligence sector of Tianren, known for its covert operations, referred to as the Special Forces or Dark Division, was under the command of this enigmatic figure, the Supreme Chief of the Dark Division. At that moment, a staff member noticed his approach and hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Lord Giji, please hold on. A meeting is currently in session. Prior notification is required for entry. Stand aside, Giji replied curtly, his gaze unwavering, instilling fear in the staff member who dared not make another move. With successful identification, the doors swung open. The senior executives of Tianren in the conference room collectively turned their attention towards the entrance, their expressions shifting with varying degrees of surprise. Giji, what brings you here? Zalong inquired, rising in confusion. Chief, Giji acknowledged, then fell silent. Zalong understood the unspoken message and cleared his throat slightly. I apologize, but the meeting is hereby adjourned. Everyone, please return to your duties. I shall notify you of the rescheduled time. Upon hearing these words, the assembly dispersed, though discontent brewed within, it was not overtly expressed. After all, the leader of the Dark Division, Guei, wielded substantial power and was notorious for his ruthless methods. His reputation, while not exactly infamous, was certainly formidable among the upper echelons of Tianren. Offending him would yield no favorable outcome. Once everyone had departed, ensuring no eavesdroppers lingered, Guei finally spoke. The U.S. forces have infiltrated our territory and are alarmingly close to our headquarters. What? Zalon exclaimed, taken aback. Is this situation verified? Indeed, Guei replied. My subordinates have just reported this. Zalon's expression darkened, transforming into one of grave concern. He trusted that Guei would not deceive him. How could this be? Just a few days ago, Ming Xingyin relayed that everything was fine, and the branches across various regions reported no incidents. Guei stood silently, resembling a statue, listening impassively to Zalon's ramblings. Something felt amiss. Zalon seemed to have an epiphany and immediately contacted the technical department through his private communication line, demanding an immediate investigation into all messages received by headquarters in the past 3 days. If any anomalies were discovered, he insisted they be reported without delay. The personnel in the technical department, initially baffled, soon uncovered shocking revelations. To their astonishment, they found that a significant portion of the messages from the last 3 days had been fabricated. Over 60% of the Tianren information network had been compromised, infiltrated without anyone's knowledge. The relevant personnel experienced a sudden and severe cramp in his calf, causing him to collapse onto the floor. Given the gravity of the situation, had he followed the standard approval process, it would have been reasonable to expect him to face dire consequences. A staff member discreetly exited the scene, unnoticed amidst the chaos. Upon learning of the circumstances, Zoran unleashed his fury, striking the wall of the conference room with such force that it created a significant breach. The walls, constructed from specialized materials and techniques, could withstand missile strikes for a time, underscoring the intensity of his wrath. Moments later, Zoran regained his composure and spoke in a grave tone. It was evident that a traitor had infiltrated the headquarters, someone of considerable rank, who was providing cover for the attacks by the Limicans. Indeed, I share the same sentiment, Gigi acknowledged with a nod. I entrust this matter to you. Understood. As Gigi turned to leave, Zoran called out to him once more. Remember not to stray too far from the headquarters. I have an ominous premonition. I understand. Meanwhile, Xingyan was racing towards the headquarters, her unease intensifying with each passing moment. During her journey, she had encountered several roaming Limican troops, and numerous Tianren branches had come under assault, yet the headquarters remained unresponsive. Under normal circumstances, she would have swiftly eradicated the enemies without hesitation. However, time was of the essence, and reaching the headquarters quickly was paramount for ensuring greater security. Suddenly, a profound sense of crisis enveloped her. Xingyan swiftly pivoted, narrowly evading a sudden onslaught of dark energy. Upon closer inspection, she discerned 2 familiar figures emerging not far from her. Elwages and Asimius stood side by side, a playful smile gracing their lips. Captain of the Star Flame, I trust you are well. In such haste, where might you be headed? Why not indulge in a little game with us? A dangerous glint flickered in the eyes of the Star Flame captain. You seek death. The air crackled with tension as battle loomed, and both sides erupted into a ferocious clash, the overwhelming energy radiating in all directions. Meanwhile, the members of the squad found their progress significantly aided by the presence of the battlefield steed. However, their situation was far from optimistic, as they had encountered numerous corpses of the Celestial Blade warriors along the way, and had faced a total of 6 ambushes from the Limic forces. They were currently in the midst of the 6th breakout attempt. Fire! Fire! Annihilate them! Shouted the Limic officer, waving his flag desperately. But his voice was soon drowned out by the cacophony of cannon fire. Explosions erupted in rapid succession, creating a near impenetrable wall of destruction. The airborne debris transforming the air into a dry, murky haze akin to a sandstorm. At that moment, 8 black motorcycles burst forth from the smoke-laden battlefield, remarkably unscathed. Suyu set the vehicle to autopilot, swiftly loading his sniper rifle, and with one eye squinted, he took aim from a considerable distance, eliminating the Limic commander with a single shot. The enemy was overwhelming in number. A direct confrontation would be unwise. Our current formation makes us an obvious target, hampering our escape. Dispersing is the most effective strategy. What say you? Agreed. The crowd was not composed of indecisive individuals. Once they had made their decision, they immediately drove off in different directions, effectively diverting the attacks of the Limic soldiers. Wushang crouched low, resembling a crouching tiger, acutely attuned to the flow of the wind. With this awareness, he could precisely predict the landing points of enemy shells and evade them accordingly. Aside from an initial mishap caused by a certain and scrupulous girl, he had now mastered the art of controlling the vehicle with finesse. Before long, Wushang successfully broke through the encirclement and accelerated wildly, leaving his pursuers far behind. Time passed at a steady pace as he traversed countless mountains and rivers, fortunate to encounter no obstacles along the way. He estimated that he would reach headquarters in about 4 to 5 hours, allowing a sigh of relief to escape his lips. He wondered how the others and Xingyan were faring, though he suspected there was no need for his concern. As he approached a critical juncture, Wushang slowed his speed. To his dismay, he found nearly 1,000 Limic soldiers stationed ahead, which posed a significant dilemma. Fortunately, they had yet to notice his presence. From a distance, he could see a throng of Limic soldiers seemingly engaged in an assault on 2 Tianren warriors. Although the 2 appeared to be in a precarious situation, they seemed to be managing quite well. This was fortuitous, as it spared him the trouble of intervening while providing an opportunity to slip past them, achieving multiple objectives at once. However, just as Wuxiang was about to escape unscathed, the two besieged warriors caught sight of him from afar and suddenly called out in unison, "Hey, hey, over there, buddy, lend us a hand. Give us a lift." As anticipated, in the next moment, the attention of all the Limik people was irresistibly drawn to Wuxiang. Wuxiang paused for a moment, his expression fracturing bit by bit, and his heart experienced a fleeting collapse. What the hell? Chapter 141, The Odd Duo. Where did these two extraordinary fools emerge from? Surely, they must be toxic. With no time to ponder further, a dense barrage of gunfire descended upon him. Wuxiang executed a sharp turn, gripping the brakes tightly, and maneuvered the vehicle sideways, utilizing inertia to glide along the ground, producing a cascade of sparks, completing a stunning drift. He narrowly evaded the first wave of fire from the Limik forces. Seizing a brief lull in the enemy's assault, he lifted the front of the vehicle and soared into the air, like a wild stallion breaking free, plunging straight into the throng of people. The car's horsepower surged to its maximum, and the jet canister expelled a searing blue flame as both man and vehicle began to recklessly charge through the crowd, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake, which was swiftly whisked away by the fierce wind pressure. From a vantage point above, Limik soldiers were sent flying like scattered beans, while others fired indiscriminately in a futile attempt to intercept Wuxiang, only to inadvertently injure or kill their own comrades, plunging the entire Limik battalion into chaos. As the vehicle passed by the trapped pair, they seized the opportunity to throw out steel cables, securing them tightly to the rear of the car. Wuxiang sped ahead, while the two behind swayed with the momentum. He crashed forward, and they fired from behind. For a moment, their coordination was remarkably harmonious. As the moment approached, one of the individuals tightened the steel cable and casually threw himself onto the motorcycle's rear seat, wrapping his arm around Wuxiang's waist with an air of familiarity. The second person promptly followed suit. Fortunately, the vehicle was spacious enough, otherwise, it would have been quite a tight fit. "Let go," Wuxiang said with a tone that brooked no argument while driving. The two seemed oblivious to his words, continuing to laugh unabashedly. "Hey, brother, what is your surname? I believe our encounter must be fated. I cannot express my gratitude adequately. This time, I owe it all to you. Where did you purchase this motorcycle? It's quite impressive. Do share where you got it. Perhaps one day we brothers can acquire one too." "Shut up." Wuxiang's forehead twitched with suppressed anger. These two were incessant, buzzing in his mind like two bothersome flies. "Hey, speed up. Go faster. Something's chasing us." As Wuxiang hesitated, contemplating whether to unceremoniously eject these two imbeciles, a shell unexpectedly locked onto them, rapidly closing in. "This is bad. We can't evade it." Wuxiang had no choice but to activate the energy barrier and brace for impact. With a thunderous roar, the vehicle rolled through the air, and the two passengers cried out in alarm. After a tumultuous landing, Wuxiang managed to maintain his balance, ultimately departing amidst the anguished and enraged gazes of the Limik people. Time passed as they rode, the speed gradually diminishing until Wuxiang halted by the roadside. "Hey, why have we stopped? Keep going." The two brothers inquired nonchalantly. "There's been a bit of a malfunction." Without hesitation, Wuxiang casually remarked and then got out of the vehicle to investigate, but unfortunately, he could not identify the problem. "Repairs? We excel in that," the two brothers eagerly offered. "If you trust us, allow us to assist you." Upon witnessing their enthusiasm, the brothers immediately volunteered. "No, your immediate disappearance would be the greatest assistance to me," Wuxiang coldly declined, finally taking a moment to observe the two siblings. It must be said that their appearance was quite peculiar. They bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, unmistakably twin brothers. However, the individual on the left had a left arm and the left side of his head that were entirely mechanical, as did the right arm and right side of the head of the brother on the right. Wuxiang had never encountered such an oddity before. The brothers were likewise scrutinizing Wuxiang, and their faces registered clear astonishment upon noticing the emblem on his chest. "Hey, buddy, that chest emblem is rather unique. Which unit does it belong to?" Wuxiang chose to ignore their inquiries. "By the way, brother, don't we have a similar emblem?" "Indeed, it appears we do," the elder replied. As they spoke, both brothers simultaneously retrieved an emblem and affixed it to their chests. Upon closer inspection, the design of the emblems was identical to the one adorning Wuxiang. Wuxiang sighed. "Let us officially introduce ourselves. I am Avalon, a member of the Crimson Blade Special Operations Team. And I am Achilles, his younger brother, also a member of the Crimson Blade Special Operations Team. The two began to introduce themselves, extending their hands toward Wuxiang. Upon hearing the names of the two individuals, Wuxiang finally unearthed their identities from the recesses of his memory, and his emotions became exceedingly intricate. He extended his hand and exchanged a brief handshake with each of them. The Red Dawn Special Operations Team member, Wuxiang. Indeed, it seemed that there was not a single ordinary person within the squad. His former companions were already quite eccentric, and now, with the addition of two more chatterboxes. Could it be that the criteria for joining the Red Dawn required a touch of peculiarity? And what, then, was the reason for my own inclusion in the team? Wuxiang found himself in a rare moment of self-doubt. So, you are Wuxiang. What a pleasure to meet you. I never anticipated encountering new team members in such a desolate place. Although your looks may fall slightly short compared to us, they are still adequate. Wuxiang paid little heed to their self-indulgent banter and inquired, "How did you both end up there just now?" Avalon replied, "You may have heard that we were dispatched to a distant location for a mission." Achilles added, "Recently, the headquarters has been recalling personnel, so we returned." They waved their hands in mild exasperation. Wuxiang nodded slightly in understanding. "Now, you can trust us, right? When it comes to mechanical repairs, we are indeed professionals." After a moment's hesitation, Wuxiang ultimately chose to concede, for he was undeniably inept when it came to machinery. Despite agreeing to their assistance, he felt a growing unease, primarily due to the seemingly unreliable nature of the two. Avalon and Achilles exchanged a glance and promptly set to work on the repairs. First, they meticulously disassembled each component of the vehicle for inspection, subsequently unfurling a vibrant array of wires for connection, presenting a rather impressive facade. Meanwhile, Wuxiang remained quietly on the sidelines, taking the opportunity to recuperate. "Hey, Wuxiang, why the silence again? Let us keep the spirits high. After all, idleness begets idleness. So let us engage in some chatter." Indeed. Aren't you at all curious about us? We are quite intrigued by you." The two brothers, clearly restless by nature, busied themselves with repairs while devising various ways to engage Wuxiang in conversation. "Not interested," Wuxiang replied coolly. His curiosity about the duo was genuine, but remained merely that, curiosity. If given the choice, he would prefer to keep a distance from them. Chapter 142. The traitor emerges. Time passed unmeasured until Avalon and Achilles directed beams of laser from their mechanical eyes to weld the fractured parts, and at last, the vehicle was restored. "It's done. I assure you it's faster and more formidable than before." Wuxiang, though skeptical, took a seat in the vehicle, while the brothers hurriedly climbed onto the back, anxious not to be left behind. The engine roared to life, emitting a rhythmic growl. As they increased the power supply, the vehicle did not advance. Instead, it vibrated violently in place. In the next instant, with a sudden explosion, the three found themselves seated on the ground. The once intact vehicle now reduced to a heap of disassembled parts. Wuxiang, bewildered, grasped the handlebars, the sole remaining intact piece of the vehicle. "Aha! Truly, our skills are sound. We merely encounter the occasional minor mishap." "Ah yes, indeed. The issue is not significant." The two brothers awkwardly offered their explanations, feigning nonchalance as they whistled. "An occasional mishap? It should rather be deemed an occasional success." With a sullen expression, Wuxiang rose to his feet, the veins on his arms bulging prominently. Under the terrified gaze of the two brothers, he transformed the handlebars into a solid iron ball and, with a swift motion, cast it at their feet, leaving a deep crater in the ground beside them. "Ahem. I estimate that we are not far from the headquarters. Let us disregard any vehicular concerns and simply run back. It will serve as a good opportunity for physical exercise." "Indeed, that is a splendid plan." Wuxiang sighed, dismissing the two with a glance before turning away, vanishing into the wind. Avalon and Achilles exchanged awkward glances, waved their hands dismissively, and hurriedly followed suit. At the headquarters of the Heavenly Blade, all was tranquil, devoid of any extraordinary occurrences. The commander of the 3rd Legion, Synopsis, ambled through the corridors of the command center, seemingly intending to head toward the control room. Along the way, he received occasional greetings, to which he responded with a slight nod. Upon passing the identity verification, the doors to the control room swung open. Luo Su turned back in confusion, and upon recognizing the visitor, a look of surprise crossed his face. "Synopsis, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the base at this hour?" "Zorong summoned me back," mentioning a secret plan that required my execution. With nothing pressing on my agenda, I thought I would wander around your territory, Xylem casually replied. Luo Su nodded, accepting the explanation without doubt. As long as you aren't abandoning your post. Huh, do I appear to be that sort of person? The relationship between the two individuals was not particularly intimate. Yet having known each other for over 30 years, they engaged in casual conversation. Alas, the war has begun anew. We, a band of old comrades, are remnants of the last conflict, and it remains uncertain how many of us will survive this time. Though I now find myself idly seated in the office, the progression of warfare inevitably leads to the battlefield once more. I wonder if my weary bones will still be able to wield a blade then. Luo Su sighed, his expression tinged with nostalgia. Rest assured, that day will not come. Silrum placed a comforting hand on Luo Su's shoulder. That is not to say. Before he could finish, Luo Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Silrum. You, old Luo, at your age, retirement should be the path forward. Don't you agree? The honest demeanor on Silrum's face vanished, replaced by a cruel smile as he twisted the knife buried in Luo Su's lower back. Blood trickled from the corner of Luo Su's mouth, and his breathing grew labored. Why? There are no reasons to speak of. Silrum forced the injured Luo Su to press his hand against the central control console. Authorization successful. With the sound of an electronic confirmation, Luo Su was unceremoniously flung aside like refused by Silrum, who then began to manipulate the controls with haste. As he pressed a particular button, the energy barrier that had long enveloped the headquarters of Tianren began to slowly dissipate. How do we deactivate the blue light barrier? You're asking me? How would I know? It's likely that those in charge are conducting some sort of drill or performance test. In any case, it has nothing to do with us. Indeed, that makes sense. Outside, a multitude of people gazes upwards in bewilderment. After completing these actions, Silrum revealed a satisfied smile before delivering a powerful blow that shattered the central control console into fragments. At that moment, a piercing sound erupted, and upon closer inspection, it was found that Luo Su had struggled to secretly trigger the alarm. Seeing this, Silrum immediately lunged toward Luo Su. However, the ground beneath Luo Su suddenly cracked open and then swiftly closed again, causing Silrum to miss his target. It matters not. Silrum rose, unfazed, as his objective had already been achieved. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. A group of security personnel burst through the control room doors upon hearing the alarm, only to find Silrum standing there, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Silrum, we are unsure of your... Oh, it's just that I accidentally triggered the alarm. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. The security team exhaled in relief, realizing that it was merely a false alarm. After all, how could there possibly be an enemy attack at headquarters? Yet, just as they relaxed, a wave of lethal magical energy surged towards them. In the command room of the building, Zaylon, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly heard a series of fragmented sounds. Silrum has betrayed. Lao Luo, what has happened to you? Zalong's expression changed dramatically as he called out loudly, but alas, there was no response from the other side. Suddenly looking up, he noticed that the blue barrier in the sky had vanished. Damn it, what on earth does he intend to do? Zalong immediately set off, only to collide with Victor, who was leading a small team for an unknown purpose. Victor, what brings you here? Zalong demanded sharply. Commander, I have something of utmost importance to report. Victor instinctively trembled and replied with his head bowed. Zalong brusquely shoved Victor aside and strode forward, prompting Victor to hastily follow with his men. Speak. What is it? Report to the Supreme Commander. As the Vice Commander of the 3rd Legion, I have reason to suspect that our commander, Silrum, may be engaging in treasonous activities. I have come to warn you. Oh, are you certain? Yes, absolutely. As Zalong continued walking, a look of doubt crossed his face, as if he were deep in thought. At that moment, his body suddenly trembled, his steps halted, and he turned his stiff neck to glance back. Behind him, Victor gripped his knife tightly, his face finally revealing a triumphant glee as if a scheme had succeeded. Is that all? What nonsense about being the Supreme Commander? It's nothing more than that. Chapter 143. Zalong strikes. Zalong maintained a stoic expression, his gaze calm, as Victor's men surrounded him closely. Faced with Zalong's long-standing aura of authority, Victor felt a flicker of fear, but as he bolstered his own resolve, he soon regained his bravado. Hey, you old geezer, what are you staring at? Behave yourself, Zalong suddenly inquired. Benefits? Victor scoffed with a derisive smile. I have toiled tirelessly for the blade of heaven over the years, yet what has it bestowed upon me? Rather than continue serving the blade, I would be better off collaborating with the Limerickans. Then the position of Supreme Commander would be mine. Upon hearing this, Zorong nodded in reluctant agreement, then shifted the conversation. Listen, young man, here is a piece of friendly advice. Remember to eat more. With a physique as frail as yours, you won't have the strength to wield a knife effectively. You need to exert yourself more. It must penetrate deeply into my being. What? Victor was momentarily stunned, quickly realizing Zorong was referring to the knife in his hand, and subsequently felt a surge of anger. You old fool, you're courting death. The handle of the knife creaked as he gripped it tightly, exerting all his strength to drive it into Zorong's lower back. To his horror, he discovered that no matter how hard he tried, the blade remained utterly motionless. It was as if his muscle had ensnared the edge. What manner of creature is this? Zorong spat disdainfully on the ground and, with a swift motion, sent Victor crashing against the wall with a resounding slap. The traitorous soldiers, witnessing this, rushed forward but were forcefully pinned to the ground by an unseen power, unable to even twitch a finger. Victor, disoriented and reeling, felt the world spin around him. And before he could regain his senses, Zorong seized him by the scalp, lifting him once more and shaking his head in disappointment. Alas, I had thought you could at least be considered a formidable opponent, only to discover you are merely a fool led astray by Silrum. Humph, what a waste of emotion. At that moment, the vigilant guards, finally alerted to the anomaly, arrived tardily. They carelessly confined him in a random location, awaiting my leisure to deal with him later. Zalon casually tossed Victor at the feet of the captain of the guards, and after issuing his orders, he swiftly turned and departed. As he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly collided with a familiar figure, none other than Silrum. The atmosphere around them instantaneously grew taut. Why? Zalon halted, his voice low and probing. Heh, what a coincidence you, like old Luo before his demise, have posed the same inquiry, Silrum replied, a ghastly smile creeping across his face. Zalon fixed his gaze upon Silrum's eyes for several seconds. Then, comprehending the situation, he spoke with conviction. Heretical devotee of Helenir, do not speak so harshly. If possible, I would prefer you to refer to me as a disciple of the divine cult, Silrum unabashedly acknowledged, waving his hand dismissively. Zalon, I recognize your unwavering faith. You are not easily swayed. Thus, I shall not endeavor to persuade you, for that would only tarnish the glory of my deity. Cherish this moment before you, for it is, after all, your final day in service. Allow me to witness the extent of your current capabilities. With that, Silrum raised an arm, which instantly appeared as if cast from gold. As you wish. Zalon let out a low growl, raising an arm enveloped in a hazy, earthy glow. In the next moment, two formidable fists collided with a thunderous impact. The piercing sound of the explosion radiated from the epicenter of their clash, shattering the glass of all nearby structures into dust. Moments later, a massive breach suddenly appeared in a section of the headquarters building. The commotion drew the attention of the onlookers, who witnessed a figure being flung from the opening. Silrum struggled to rise, violently expelling a mouthful of blood. Zalong leaped down from the breach, landing nearby before him. That individual seemed to be the commander of the 3rd Legion. Why was he engaged in battle with the leader? Keep your voices down. This could escalate into something serious. Silrum paid no heed to the murmurs surrounding him, casually wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression betraying no sign of despondency. Cough, cough. It seems you were indeed no match for me. However, the one who shall continue this performance with you is not I. I shall take my leave for now. May we meet again by chance. As Silrum prepared to escape, Zalong remained rooted in place, showing no signs of movement. Suddenly, a spear pierced through Silrum's waist with ferocity. Ah! Silrum shrieked, pinned mercilessly to the hard ground by the weapon. He howled in agony, yanking the spear from his body, laboriously turning over to gaze at the sky, and in doing so, he recognized his assailant. Gigi, it turns out to be you. I intentionally left an opening to lure you away, yet I did not expect you to return so swiftly. With a mere gesture, Guei summoned back his weapon, expressionless and silent, blocking the escape route of Si Ramj. The pitch-black, double-pointed spear bore no intricate designs. Mirroring its master, beneath a plain exterior lay a lethal sharpness. Si Ramj, you have been defeated, Zoran remarked, his eyelids lowered slightly. I have been defeated? Si Ramj, lying on the ground, shook his head in denial. Ha 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 ha. His laughter grew increasingly deranged, sending chills down one's spine. Zoran, you are exceedingly naive. Prepare yourself to receive the grand gift I bestow upon you, upon Tianrun, and upon humanity. Today marks the arrival of annihilation. As Rum's words echoed, strange ripples began to appear in the sky above the Tianrun headquarters. Alarm. Severe spatial fluctuations detected. Alarm. Severe spatial fluctuations detected. What is happening? Zoran abruptly lifted his gaze to the heavens, his expression darkening to an extreme. A silent panic swiftly spread throughout the Tianrun headquarters. Wuxiang hurried tirelessly, a deep sense of unease brewing within him. Finally, upon catching a distant glimpse of the Tianrun headquarters' clear outline, he felt a slight relaxation, his pace slowing. However, at that moment, the sky suddenly tore open with a terrifying gash, as if rent by some sharp instrument. Wuxiang's pupils contracted, and he rubbed his eyes vigorously, ensuring he was not mistaken. The rift widened, looming like an apocalypse, suffocating in its presence. Avalon and Achilles finally caught up, trembling at the sight of the distant horizon, their faces displaying a terror and disbelief that surpassed even that of Wuxiang. A colossal warship gradually emerged from the breach, casting a shadow over the land. Chapter 144. The onset of battle soon. The full visage of the warship was unveiled to the astonished onlookers, stretching several thousand meters in length, resembling an ancient and fearsome beast, nearly enveloping the entire headquarters of Tianrun in darkness. Accompanying it were dozens of battleships, providing escort. People gazed vacantly at the sky, as if rendered speechless by fear. Was this spatial jumping? Concealed. Zoran screamed with all his might. In the next moment, countless plasma cannons at the ship's base unleashed a barrage. A myriad of dazzling lights rapidly magnified in the eyes of the spectators, and the world seemed to freeze. Explosions, bloodshed, death, and devastation. All these scenes instantaneously replaced the previously tranquil surroundings. Amidst the multitude of wails and shrieks, a maniacal laughter stood out starkly. Silram was obliterated in the inferno, departing without regrets toward his demise. As the gunfire subsided, the once thriving Tianrun headquarters lay in ruins, with nearly 80 to 90% of its structures devastated, including the towering headquarters building that had stood for centuries, now collapsing with a thunderous crash. In the face of this crisis, Zoran erected a rocky barrier, barely managing to shield the few soldiers by his side. In less than a minute, Tianrun had suffered casualties exceeding 10,000 in this unexpected bombardment. Even the resolute Zoran felt his eyes redden upon witnessing this harrowing scene. Before the colossal battleship, a magnificent throne materialized, upon which sat a figure of formidable presence, the current ruler of the Limac, Augustus. Flanking him were the esteemed lords of the East and West, renowned for their unmatched prowess among the Limac. Beneath them sat a cadre of Limac's distinguished generals. The individual in the seat raised his hand with a languid gesture, and a throng of Limac soldiers surged forth from the battleship, trampling over small aircraft in a relentless onslaught that resembled a swarm of locusts. Zoran lifted his gaze to meet Augustus's distant stare, his eyes ablaze with unbridled fury and determination. He then raised his hand skyward. Battle! The soldiers of the Skyblade, upon hearing that soul-stirring roar, emerged from their cover, some pushing aside the bodies of their fallen comrades, others brandishing rifles or drawing knives. Instead of succumbing to fear, their bloodlust surged, fueled by rage and hatred as they charged into the fray against the invading Limac forces. The aerial annihilation units were deployed, the ground armored divisions mobilized, the drone mech battalions surged forth. With each swift command from Zoran, hundreds of warplanes of various sizes ascended into the sky, while countless tanks and armored vehicles rolled into the battlefield, fully armed drones cutting through the enemy ranks. Not only the headquarters, but all military bases and defense outposts within a 100-mile radius were activated. Missile launchers, rocket artillery, howitzers, laser cannons, and plasma guns all turned their wrath upon the Limac fleet in the skies, unleashing a tempest of fire and destruction. Amidst the relentless barrage of artillery and the incessant rain of bullets, every corner within sight suffers repeated devastation. The living forces of the heavenly blade still endure, and the outcome of this war remains uncertain. Upon returning, Wuxiang is met with this chaotic tableau. Devoid of time for contemplation or hesitation, he immediately plunges into the fray. If the enemy exhibits madness, then he shall surpass their frenzy. Just as Wuxiang, drenched in blood, is consumed by the battle. He suddenly catches a glimpse of a girl in the distance. The once pristine white of her nurse's uniform is now saturated with blood, and she wanders aimlessly, lost amidst the gunfire. It is Alan. Wuxiang's expression shifts dramatically as he swiftly ends the life of the Limerick soldier in his grasp and charges towards the girl with all his might. Alan stumbles, paralyzed by fear, uncertain of her next move. A shell hurtles directly towards her. She lifts her small face in a daze, fully aware that her life is teetering on the brink of conclusion. The thunderous roar echoes. When Alan next opens her eyes, she finds a body lying atop her own. Upon recognizing the figure, the girl is overtaken by emotion and clings desperately to him. Wuxiang, Wuxiang, how can it be you? Is it because I am dying that I can see you again? Wuxiang's heart pounds violently within his chest, barely making it in time. Why didn't you stay in the hospital like a good girl? What are you doing here? Oh, the hospital is no more, and everyone has vanished. I clawed my way out, utterly lost as to where to go. At that moment, a Limex soldier aimed his gun at Wuxiang. Wuxiang propped himself up and, with a swift flick of lightning, struck the soldier down. It was then that Alan noticed the grotesque wound on Wuxiang's back, a cruel reminder of the bullets he had withstood, and she gasped in shock, instinctively wishing to tend to his injury. You're hurt, she exclaimed. It's nothing. Wuxiang dismissed her concern with a wave of his hand, effortlessly lifting Alan into his arms while simultaneously fending off attacks from all directions, rapidly advancing towards a specific location. Alan clung tightly to Wuxiang's neck, burying her face in his embrace. They eventually reached a makeshift shelter, where a scant few non-combatants huddled in the corners. This place offered a semblance of safety. If Tianren triumphed, all within the shelter would be spared, but should they fail, death awaited them all. Yet, in that moment, there was no better refuge to be found. Once Wuxiang set Alan down, he turned and left without hesitation. Alan, in a panic, lunged forward to grasp his ankle. Trembling as she pleaded, Wuxiang, promise me you won't die, please, don't die, okay? Wuxiang remained silent, not even glancing back, and easily shook off Alan's small hand. Upon exiting, he sealed the door behind him and positioned a heavy stone wall as a barricade. From within, the heart-wrenching cries of the girl echoed faintly. Wuxiang returned to the fray, or rather, any place where someone stood became a battlefield. Amidst the chaos, he spotted familiar faces, Suyu, Yandora, and others. The members of the squad began to converge one by one, standing shoulder to shoulder in battle. In the sky, the Eastern Lord, flanking Agabus, stirred restlessly before finally charging toward Zoran with an unwavering intent to capture him, leaving no opportunity for the heavenly blade to retaliate. However, as the target drew near, both adversaries were abruptly repelled by a formidable beam of gunfire and a glimmering blade. A red-haired maiden and a dark-haired youth suddenly materialized, steadfastly positioned on either side of Zoran, none other than Xingyan and Giji. My apologies, old man, for my delayed return, Xingyan calmly announced, though her gaze, directed at the distant Eastern Lord of the Limerick, brimmed with murderous intent. She revealed a crimson-hued, enigmatic crystal, pulsating with an indescribable, terrifying power. At last, we have arrived at this juncture. Cataclysmic Knight, Flame Emperor, armament engaged. With Xingyan's invocation, an emotionless electronic voice resonated from a concealed chamber deep within the headquarters of the Heavenly Blade. 7th Generation Heavenly Blade Endgame. God-slaying armor, Cataclysmic Knight, Flame Emperor, restrictions lifted. Transmission commencing. Simultaneously, Xingyan's long hair unfurled, and an unprecedented armor began to materialize around her. Silver-white battle boots, fiery orange armor, and a black cloak billowed in the wind, while 6 razor-sharp steel wings unfurled dramatically. The blade in her hand transformed into a colossal flame-imbued sword, standing with an air of defiance. Xingyan emanated an aura of destruction that seemed to incinerate the very fabric of space while exuding a breathtaking beauty. Following closely was Giji, who clutched another jet-black crystal in his palm. In the depths of night, the dark knight of the underworld, clad in the 7th Generation Celestial Blade's doomsday-type god-slaying armor, emerges as the constraints are lifted and transmission begins. In an instant, a suit of pitch-black armor envelopes the figure of Giji, with dark energy pulsating through the intricate patterns on its surface, akin to a sovereign awakening beneath the shroud of night, bringing an equal stillness to all things in existence. One stands to the left, the other to the right, both unyielding as they confront the approaching leaders of the Limic people, showcasing a power that transcends the mortal realm. The very atmosphere of the battlefield seems to dim, as unparalleled fervor ignites within the eyes of the celestial blade soldiers. It is the illustrious captain of the Crimson Star Flame, and the esteemed Lord Gigi of the Dark Division, the strongest S-rank warrior of humanity. Could this be the fabled god-slaying armor? Annihilate those wretched Limic scoundrels. Let the might of the celestial blade resound. Let the might of the celestial blade resound. Countless voices, diverse yet united, rise in a tidal wave of fervent cries. Wuxiang gazes in awe at the silhouette of Starflame, his eyes momentarily entranced. This was the first time he had witnessed her donning the battle armor. The god-slaying armor, crafted from the core of divine machinery by the celestial blade, is the ultimate weapon, significantly enhancing the user's capabilities. Yet, it demands an extraordinary level of physical prowess from the wearer, imposing immense bodily strain during its use. When the captain dons this formidable armor, it signifies the arrival of a moment where life and death hang in the balance. Suyu, standing beside Wuxiang, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The battle in the sky was poised to erupt. As the entities of Silence and Starfire faced off against the eastern and western lords of the Limic people, Starfire casually flung two round, enigmatic objects, which the western lord effortlessly obliterated with a single strike. A moment of confusion flickered across the western lord's face, quickly replaced by a dismissive expression. Is that all? Observing this, Starfire's lips curled into a playful smile. Is it truly acceptable to so ruthlessly shatter the heads of one's kin? What? The Western Lord gasped, finally realizing what he had just destroyed. Humph, those two worthless fools are of no consequence. Seizing the fleeting moment of the Western Lord's distraction, Starfire swiftly swung his blade downward. The Western Lord immediately reacted, raising his arm to block the attack, but was violently sent flying hundreds of meters away. During his retreat, he secretly conjured two dark orbs, which intertwined in midair, appearing to absorb the very space they traversed, magnifying rapidly in Starfire's sight. The colossal blade in Starfire's hands expanded to several dozen meters in length, as he gripped the hilt tightly, unleashing a cataclysmic force that cleaved down upon the two orbs. In an instant, the skies darkened, and a terrifying shockwave of energy radiated outward in all directions. Within a kilometer, both Limic warriors and soldiers of the Blade of Heaven were swept away, powerless to resist the force, while those at a distance stumbled and fell. The two orbs ultimately detonated with a thunderous roar, and at that moment, the Western Lord suddenly appeared above Starfire, his palm glowing with ominous energy as he descended with great force. Starfire's body plummeted swiftly, and the Western Lord pursued relentlessly. As the figure of Starflame approached the ground, it executed a swift turn, with the steel wings behind it transforming into 6 streaks of light that shot toward the face of the Western Lord, who was but a breath away. The Western Lord performed an aerial somersault, narrowly evading the initial assault, only to be ensnared by the relentless barrage of subsequent slicing attacks. Starflame surged skyward once more, raising the flaming sword aloft and sweeping it in a grand arc. The lava river, the torrential blaze, akin to an endless blade of light or a surging river, stained half of the sky crimson, ominously cascading towards the Western Lord below. The Western Lord's expression shifted as he forcefully repelled the steel wings of Starflame and unleashed countless streams of dark energy from his palms to counter the descending river. The Thousand Fiends' dark feathers. The two immensely powerful forces collided, intertwined, and ultimately annihilated one another. Both Starflame and the Western Lord were thrust back over 1,000 meters, momentarily evenly matched, neither yielding an inch. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gigi and the Eastern Lord were similarly locked in a fierce battle. Though their clash was far less grand than that of Starflame, it was fraught with hidden peril. 12 daggers emanating dark energy hovered around the Eastern Lord, perpetually revolving in a seamless blend of offense and defense, striking with lethal stealth. He could distinctly sense that Gigi's abilities and armor were also intertwined with dark energy, and his gaze towards Gigi betrayed an unmistakable greed. The Eastern Lord believed that if he could seize the mysterious black crystal possessed by Gigi for his own use, it would undoubtedly elevate his power to new heights. The figure of Guei flickered with ethereal grace, exuding a calm demeanor in the face of his adversaries. With each deft thrust of his spear, he deftly intercepted the flying daggers hurled by the Eastern Lord, the speed of his movements nearly imperceptible, leaving only the resounding clash of metal echoing in the air. His spear technique was nothing short of exquisite. Every motion and pause seemed meticulously calculated, devoid of any superfluous gestures. Suddenly, Guiji's form vanished into thin air, causing the Eastern Lord's daggers to lose their intended target. In that instant, a flash of black brilliance surged forth, and blood erupted from the Eastern Lord's chest. Startled, he realized that despite his instinct to defend himself, he had still fallen victim to Guiji's strike. In contrast to himself, this human resembled a lone wolf lurking in the shadows. Fortunately, the wound was not deep, and its impact was minimal. However, the revealed Guiji found himself ensnared within the Eastern Lord's array of blades, and the contest between them had become more evenly matched. Observing that the Eastern Lord was unlikely to secure victory in the short term, the commanders of the Limic people exchanged glances and lunged toward Zoran. An ancient adage among humans states that to capture a thief, one must first seize the king. The so-called supreme commander of the Heavenly Blade appeared far from formidable. And with so many powerful allies joining forces, even Zoran, no matter how strong, would inevitably be subdued. At that moment, an icy blue water arrow pierced the cheek of one Limic general, launched by a tall woman with flowing aquamarine hair. This was Lanyu, the commander of the 8th Legion. Simultaneously, the commanders of the 5th, 7th, 9th, and 10th Legions stepped forward, each intercepting an opponent in their own right. At last, 3 Lamician generals finally stood before Zoran. Chapter 146, Adversity. Hey, human. Finally, no one is here to protect you. Are you afraid? If so, feel free to scream. They mocked, their laughter echoing ominously. The 3 Lamician generals encircled Zoran from different angles, their menacing grins revealing their intent as they advanced cautiously. Despite their disdainful words, their careful movements betrayed a lingering wariness. After all, a leader of any stature must possess considerable skill, no matter how unremarkable they may seem. Zoran stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of calmness, his face betraying no hint of panic. A brownish-yellow crystal materialized in the palm of his hand. 8 Desolation Knight, Yen Huang, armored. Upon uttering these words, the heavy armor enveloped Zoran in an instant, and 2 semicircular discs resembling wheels began to rotate slowly behind him. His already imposing stature appeared even more formidable, standing alone like a towering mountain, exuding an unparalleled sense of pressure. One of the Lamician generals, no longer hesitating, launched the first attack towards Zoran. Zoran raised an arm, gathering strength briefly before delivering a powerful strike. What seemed like an unremarkable punch caused the Lamician's expression to shift dramatically. The violent gust from his fist tore through the earth, crushing everything in its path and leaving a gruesome chasm that stretched for hundreds of meters. Blood gushed from the Lamician's body as he was propelled like a cannonball, his fate uncertain. Such an exaggeration. Upon witnessing the scene, the 2 commanding generals of the Limerak were struck with profound terror, instigating thoughts of retreat. However, they dared not show any signs of faltering. Among the Limerak, emotions were disregarded, reasons questioned not, only victories and defeats mattered. Should they choose to withdraw now, upon their return, the wrath of Agabas would undoubtedly befall them. Thus, they altered their strategy, raising their arms to rally a multitude of Limerak soldiers to surge towards Zalon, while they themselves mingled within, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. A throng of Limerak soldiers encircled Zalon, their weapons ablaze with fiery tongues, unleashing a relentless barrage of artillery upon him. Yet, Zalon stood unwavering at the epicenter of the enemy forces, impervious to the onslaught. Each attack felt but a mere tickle upon his skin, the cacophony of clanging sounds echoing. Yet not a scratch marred his flesh. Suddenly, Zalon raised his hand towards the heavens, fingers curled as if grasping an unseen force, and then he forcefully yanked downward. Descend at once. Like dumplings plummeting from the sky, countless Limerak soldiers crashed to the ground, as though an invisible behemoth had firmly crushed their spines, rendering them utterly immobile despite their frantic struggles. Although the 2 generals did not exhibit the same abject fear as the common soldiers, their legs felt as heavy as lead, movement becoming exceedingly arduous. Was this gravity? Zalon, indifferent to the musings of the Limerak, slowly lifted a leg and then stomped down with tremendous force. The earth trembled. The solid ground erupted with a web-like pattern of fissures, as if it had been mercilessly trampled by a meteor countless times. large sections collapsing into the abyss. A terrifying wave of seismic energy radiated from Zalon's point of impact, sweeping outward in all directions, sending the enemy forces hurtling through the air, shattered under its might. Even the two formidable Rimic generals were not exempt from the repercussions of Zoran's assault, suffering grievous injuries that left them bloodied and dazed. The disparity between the two factions was unmistakably vast. The high-ranking combatants of the Rimic were effectively restrained by the formidable warriors of Tianren, resulting in a stalemate. However, the situation on the battlefield was dire. The clashes were brutal and relentless, exacting a heavy toll on the Tianren forces. Since the onset of the conflict, the relentless bombardment had not ceased for a moment, with munitions amassed in quantities sufficient to reshape the very landscape. Yet, the outer layer of the Rimic's flagship was fortified by an impenetrable energy barrier, rendering the Tianren's artillery ineffective, merely producing rippling waves upon impact without breaching its defenses. Conversely, the Rimic fleet unleashed a merciless barrage upon the Tianren, inflicting severe losses. This ebb and flow of power only widened the chasm between the two sides, leaving the outcome of the impending reinforcements uncertain. The soldiers of Tianren fought valiantly, each confronting 2 to 3 adversaries. One unfortunate soldier, struck by gunfire, fell victim to a relentless onslaught, his body perforated beyond recognition. The enemy displayed his severed head atop their weapons, rejoicing in their triumph, a sight that became painfully common. The once unified crimson-clad warriors, relying on their formidable individual prowess and strategic collaboration, had initially carved a path of destruction through the Rimic ranks. However, as the pressure mounted, the unit was ultimately scattered by the relentless tide of the enemy, forcing each soldier to engage in solitary combat. Wuxiang found himself drenched in blood, a mingling of both enemy and his own. He had long lost count of how many Limicans he had slain. The bodies at his feet had elevated the ground beneath him. Yet, one after another, the Limican soldiers continued to charge, an unending tide of foes. As one of the primary targets of the Limican soldiers, Wuxiang found his strength and magical energy severely depleted. Although most of these ordinary soldiers were no match for him, it was not inconceivable that he could be worn down by their relentless assault. At that moment, a laser short sword suddenly lunged toward him from an unexpected angle. Wuxiang barely managed to tilt his head aside, yet a deep gash was left on his cheek. The Limican who had launched the ambush froze for a moment upon recognizing Wuxiang's face. It was you. A roar of fury erupted, accompanied by a palpable hatred directed solely at Wuxiang. Narrowing his eyes slightly, Wuxiang finally remembered that this individual was the Limican lieutenant who, in a fit of madness, he had disarmed during a mission escorting a shipment of magic crystal ore. The name, however, had escaped his memory, having evaded capture last time. This man's arm was now replaced by a mechanical prosthetic. What a twist of fate! An old grudge and a fresh grievance would now be settled. The Limican lieutenant, Karuto, dismissed the soldiers beside Wuxiang and charged at him alone, intent on avenging his humiliation. Wuxiang welcomed the challenge, summoning his lightning spear to engage. In the ensuing fierce melee, the Limican grew increasingly astonished. Despite easily overpowering Wuxiang in their previous encounter, he now found himself at a disadvantage against the youth before him. Impossible. It cannot be. For an extended period, the humiliation and hatred had gradually eroded his rationality, causing his movements to become increasingly disordered. The cost of losing one's sanity is, indeed, the forfeiture of life. Wuxiang cleaved through Kuroto's neck with his spear, and their battle concluded with an abruptness that left the surrounding Limic soldiers unable to intervene in time. Suddenly, the victorious Wuxiang sensed a subtle tremor beneath his feet, which grew more pronounced as moments passed. Before long, both Limic and Tianren soldiers displayed expressions of bewilderment, casting furtive glances toward a particular direction. In the distance, a cloud of dust billowed skyward, and dense thickets collapsed in swathes, as an unknown colossal creature approached the Tianren headquarters with alarming speed. It was a judgment-class demon, the Bloodjade Spider Queen. Chapter 147. The struggle for judgment. As the unknown giant drew nearer, a perceptive observer finally recognized it. A massive spider, radiating an aura of murderous intent, emitted a chilling hiss, its body gleaming a pure white that exuded a jade-like luster. Each of its 8 razor-sharp legs extended over 100 meters, effortlessly slicing through the so-called impregnable defensive fortress surrounding the Tianren headquarters, leaving a colossal breach with an impeccably smooth cut. For rows of 8 green, glimmering eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty light, instilling a sense of despair in anyone who dared to gaze upon it from afar. How could the Blood Jade Spider Queen appear here? What has become of the Third Legion? Were they annihilated? Were they not tasked with guarding that crucial pathway? No, do not approach. Ah! The Blood Jade Spider Queen let out a piercing scream, unleashing a frenzied slaughter without a moment's hesitation. To it, humans appeared as insignificant as ants, utterly devoid of any power to resist as they succumbed to the embrace of death. Not only humans, but the plight of the Limerick soldiers was equally dire. The Blood Jade Spider Queen was in a state of unbridled fury, viewing both humans and Limerick men as indistinguishable, with no intention of sparing any living creature. The situation was already dire for the Celestial Blade, and the arrival of this judgment-level monster only exacerbated their plight. High above, the Limerick leader, Augustus, observed the scene with an expression devoid of surprise, as if he had anticipated this outcome. He then looked down upon Zoran with keen interest, eager to see how he would tackle this predicament. Zoran gazed towards the direction of the Blood Jade Spider Queen, feeling a sense of astonishment, yet lacking the intention to intervene personally. Colossal Divine Soldier. With Zoran's thunderous proclamation, the earth trembled violently, and the entire Celestial Blade headquarters began to shake without warning, throwing people off balance. What was happening? An earthquake? From the hills bordering the headquarters, countless boulders of various sizes cascaded down, and suddenly the mountains split open, rising up before the astonished eyes of onlookers. A towering rock giant, over 300 meters tall, emerged, rendering even the Blood Jade Spider Queen diminutive in comparison to its colossal form. What is that? A judgment-level monster, the Colossal Divine Soldier. I had heard legends of a judgment-level creature guarding the headquarters, but I never imagined it to be true. Wu Shang listened to the astonished discussions of the onlookers, his gaze slightly dazed as he looked up at the towering giant. He still recalled the day when Ing took him for special training. He had been dancing atop that very mountain. How exhilarating it was. The colossal statue slowly opened its eyes, emitting two perilous beams of red light. With a thunderous roar that shattered the silence, it awakened from its long slumber. The Blood Jade Spider Queen sensed an overwhelming threat and abandoned her slaughter of the feeble soldiers, redirecting her focus to the giant statue while issuing a series of menacing cries. Observing the giant's lack of reaction, the Blood Jade Spider Queen appeared to feel slighted, spitting a mass of webbing that adhered to the giant's face. The giant staggered, still dazed from awakening, but quickly wiped the web away and, in a fit of rage, brought its foot crashing down upon the head of the Blood Jade Spider Queen. In an instant, the earth trembled. The immense force of tens of thousands of tons caused the Blood Jade Spider Queen to spew forth copious amounts of viscous green blood, which dripped onto the ground, corroding it into a pockmarked terrain and forming toxic puddles. The vitality of a judgment-level monster is remarkably resilient. Although half of her head was crushed, the Blood Jade Spider Queen immediately extricated herself, her body shifting from a pearlescent white to a deep crimson, entering a frenzied state. Her injuries healed almost instantaneously, and her exoskeleton grew even more formidable. The giant statue raised its fist, delivering a cataclysmic blow toward the Blood Jade Spider Queen. Having learned from the encounter, she adeptly evaded while employing her sharp spider legs to viciously slash at the giant's back. The sharp, piercing sounds echoed incessantly, leaving a multitude of scratches on the back of the colossal war machine. Yet, in light of its immense and robust physique, these wounds were but a trifling nuisance. Suddenly, a rock spike emerged from beneath the abdomen of the Blood Jade Spider Queen, propelling her into the air, only to be sent flying over 1,000 meters by a mighty punch from the giant. Seizing the moment, the giant pressed its attack, but once again found itself ensnared by the spider's web. Just as it tore the web away, a deluge of toxic venom descended upon it, enveloping the giant in a cloud of swirling white smoke. While the giant was not intimidated by toxins, the venom of the Blood Jade Spider Queen had the capacity to corrode its stony shell. Nevertheless, the giant possessed a unique method to replenish the damage to its armor continuously. As the giant bore down upon the venom with relentless fury, the Blood Jade Spider Queen began to panic, frantically spewing silk to impede its movements. The silk was remarkably resilient, and despite the giant's terrifying strength in tearing it apart, it soon found itself increasingly ensnared, its movements severely restricted. Thus, the two colossal beasts found themselves locked in a stalemate. The Bloodjade Spider Queen was unable to inflict any significant harm upon the giant, while the giant, too, could not find a way to overcome the queen for the time being. My Lord Zoran, our forces are suffering devastating losses. We are on the verge of collapse. The energy shield of the Limbic starship is impenetrable, and our weapons have consistently failed to inflict any meaningful damage. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. I seek your guidance. A blood-soaked soldier from the command center approached to report. Shall we abandon the headquarters, or will we stand our ground and fight to the last? We await your command. Another warrior echoed in agreement. Zoran exhaled deeply, fully aware of the tense situation. Yet, whether to surrender or to fight to the death, neither choice seemed advantageous. He could only resort to the following plan. Terminate the energy supply to half of the war weapons and activate the quantum arcane fission artillery. Indeed, the command was issued. And as half of the headquarters weaponry gradually powered down, the pressure on the Tianran army intensified, placing them in a precarious position. Before long, the ground in front of the former headquarters building opened up, and a massive artillery piece slowly emerged from underground. Its 3-meter-wide muzzle aimed at the sky where the Limbic army's flagship hovered, preparing for launch. The imposing August Aston, who had been comfortably seated before the Limbic flagship, suddenly straightened and furrowed his brow. An instinct warned him that the contraption below was far from ordinary. After all, the Tianran had only unveiled such a device now, likely intending to stake everything on this final gambit. Go, capture that artillery. August Aston commanded his forces. The Limbic army, receiving the order, surged toward the artillery's location like a tidal wave. To be prudent, Zoran decided to personally assume the role of guardian for the artillery. However, as he prepared to act, he sensed a formidable presence locking onto him. Any movement on his part would undoubtedly provoke an immediate response from that individual. Without needing to speculate, he recognized it was August Aston, forcing Zoran to abandon his initiative. Chapter 148, Twists and Turns. The quantum arcane fission artillery began to gather energy, emanating a soft purple glow from its muzzle, as a terrifying force rapidly coalesced, instilling a sense of dread. A sturdy energy barrier was erected around the fortress to thwart the relentless destruction wrought by the Limricans. However, under the frenzied onslaught of the Limrican forces, the protective shield soon teetered on the brink of collapse. Within the control room, the operator anxiously monitored the energy accumulation displayed on the screen, frantically agitated like an ant on a hot skillet. After a desperate resistance from the Celestial Blade Army, the heavy artillery barely completed its charging just as the shield shattered. Reporting to the Supreme Commander, the operator announced, "The heavy artillery is fully charged. We request permission to fire." At this, Zoran felt a surge of renewed vigor. Fire. With the command issued, the energy being harnessed by the quantum arcane artillery surged exponentially, ready to unleash its formidable power, which the Celestial Blade had placed immense hope in Diana. Yet, at the critical moment of firing, the energy that had reached its zenith began to flicker and wane under the bewildered gazes of those present. Zoran furrowed his brow. What is happening? The control room quickly relayed the grim update. Report. Targeting system compromised. Unable to fire normally. Initiate manual targeting. Understood. Mere seconds later, before Zoran could fully process the situation, another urgent voice broke through. My lord, it's dire. The operator has been sniped. Damn it. Meanwhile, on the battlefield above, the Star Flame and the Lord of the Eastern Dominion had been locked in a fierce struggle for an extended period, neither side yielding an inch. Both having sustained considerable losses. While engaging in combat, Star Flame kept a wary eye on the activity below. Though eager to withdraw, the Lord of the West had no intention of granting her that reprieve. Human. Engaging me in battle, yet still having the audacity to contemplate other matters? Rather than pondering how to preserve my life under your command, I suggest we act decisively. Xingyan exhaled, disregarding the mockery from the Western Lord, and promptly activated the internal communication. All members of Crimson Red, heed my command. Protect the magical artillery at all costs and shield the heavy cannon's launch. Echoes of acknowledgement soon resonated from the others. After issuing the orders, Xingyan's gaze collided with that of the Western Lord. Both sought to expedite the conclusion of the battle. Yet the Western Lord's patience had already worn thin. At that moment, an unspoken consensus formed between the two adversaries. Suddenly, a shrill cry pierced the air as a pair of colossal black wings unfurled behind the Western Lord, his figure gradually vanishing, morphing into a menacing crow. A resounding phoenix cry erupted as flames encircled Xingyan, who manifested a pair of fiery wings forged from molten flames, painting half the sky crimson, transforming into a magnificent phoenix. Without hesitation, the two beings clashed fiercely under the watchful gaze of countless spectators. In an instant, the world dimmed, the winds howled in fury, and the heavens mourned. Waves of energy erupted in ripples, expanding outward. Even the high clouds above were not spared from the chaos. The epicenter of the conflict erupted with a thunderous explosion, sending both figures hurtling backward, each spitting blood. The outcome was mutual destruction. Meanwhile, Gigi, entangled in a struggle with the Eastern Lord, felt a sudden sharpness in his gaze. Phasing. The Eastern Lord's attack bizarrely passed through Gigi's form, as if striking nothing but air. What? The Eastern Lord gasped in shock, his eyes darting around. Yet Gigi had completely vanished from sight. On the other side, the wounded Western Lord, as he plummeted, desperately sought to adjust his condition, believing that given a moment more, he could rise to fight again. Suddenly, a chilling sensation coursed through him, an instinctive awareness of imminent peril. The enigmatic Gigi had appeared behind him, harboring a terrifying dark energy within his palm. A black hole, a sinister vortex materialized, forcefully drawing the Western Lord's body into its depths. Half of his form succumbed to the black hole, instantly robbing him of all sensation, and terror gripped his very soul as he fought against the inevitable. Eclipse. The star flame soared forth, as a radiant sun swiftly ascended behind it, emitting light and heat that rivaled the brilliance of the sun itself. From another direction, the Eastern Lord rushed in to confront Gigi. No, 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 no. The Western Lord screamed in desperation, as the dazzling light of the blazing sun expanded within his pupils, ultimately obliterating both the black hole and his assailant, vanishing entirely from this realm, leaving not even a trace of his remains. Meanwhile, Gigi struggled to maintain the existence of the black hole while fending off the Eastern Lord's ferocious assaults. At the very moment of the Western Lord's demise, a torrent of scorching blood erupted, as the Eastern Lord severed Gigi's arm at the shoulder. Seizing the opportunity, the Eastern Lord pressed the attack, intent on extinguishing Gigi's life, but was forcefully intercepted by the star flame. Are you all right? The star flame inquired, steadying Gigi. I am fine. As the silence deepened, Guei responded, blood streaming from his shoulder, a fleeting expression of pain crossing his face. With a swift motion of his remaining arm, the weapon that had fallen due to his severed limb soared back into his grasp. The Eastern Lord's countenance was fraught with distress. Not only had he suffered the loss of the Western Lord, but he had also allowed Guei to narrowly evade calamity. Although both adversaries before him bore wounds, he estimated that his odds in a 1 versus 2 scenario remained dishearteningly low. Below, the artillery position changed hands repeatedly in a mere span of time, the battle raging with ferocity. The members of the Crimson Squad struggled through the encircling forces of the Limic army from various directions, ultimately reaching the artillery's location. Wushang wielded a hand of wind, while controlling lightning with the other, nearly numb from the onslaught. Shadows danced through the enemy ranks, his movements noticeably slowed, with the blade in his hand devoid of its original luster. Steel wheels barreled through, crushing and annihilating foes with labored breaths. Suyu, armed with twin pistols, ensured that each bullet claimed the life of an enemy soldier, the flames spewing from the gun barrels relentless. Mi Yin deftly commanded numerous mechanical sentinels to fend off attackers, forming an unyielding line of steel. Avalon and Achilles stood back to back, unleashing searing lasers from their eyes in sweeping arcs. Tyke deftly manipulated puppet strings, each thread connecting to an enemy's body, inciting chaos through mutual slaughter. Vivian set numerous vine traps around the artillery and provided timely assistance to her comrades. Yendora did not engage in combat. Instead, upon her arrival, she promptly took residence in the control room, assuming the responsibilities that originally belonged to the operators. Please, everyone, buy me some time. Understood. Yendora activated the control panel, her face a portrait of seriousness and gravity. Her 10 fingers dancing across the interface with such speed that her movements were nearly imperceptible. The longer the delay, the slimmer the hope for victory for the Skyblade. She had to act swiftly, and even more swiftly. The only remaining force capable of defending the cannon platform was the Crimson Red Squad. The warriors from other units were either occupied or too exhausted to arrive. The pressure they all endured was palpable, akin to facing the onslaught of several Lemek generals. Chapter 149. The final gamble, is it not ready yet? Almost. Beads of sweat began to form on Yandora's forehead, a lock of hair sticking to her face as she concentrated intensely, her eyes gleaming with sharp determination. The adjustments for the launch had reached a critical juncture. 3 targeting reticles oscillated as they aimed at the Lemek mothership, and at one precise moment, through her meticulous manipulation, they finally converged. It's done. Everyone disperse. Upon hearing Yandora's voice, the others felt a surge of energy and promptly retreated to a safe distance to avoid the impending energy storm generated by the artillery fire. The remaining Sky Blade soldiers, though few in number, coordinated with the Crimson Red Squad, launching a desperate counterattack, fearlessly keeping the Lemeks at bay. The energy of the heavy artillery surged once more. They needed to hold out for just a few more seconds to complete their mission. Cough, cough. Is it finally coming to an end? A weary soldier lamented, blood staining his lips. Indeed, Suyu nodded, recalling a vague impression of the speaker. Seemingly an A-level officer from the military, though he was not well acquainted with him. An inexplicable sense of unease surrounded this individual, though he could not precisely articulate why. The brilliance emanating from the cannon reached its zenith, heralding a decisive strike that would determine victory or defeat. Something was amiss. In the next moment, Suyu appeared to have an epiphany, causing him to startle in alarm. However, a figure had already dashed towards the magical artillery without warning, and the potent explosives concealed beneath the tattered armor became glaringly apparent. It was none other than the very soldier who had just spoken with Suyu. Stop! The faces of the squad turned ashen, and they hastily attempted to seize the individual. Fools, come with me to hell. Long live Helenir. He laughed maniacally, igniting the explosives, which erupted with a deafening roar. The squad members arrived a moment too late, being violently hurled away by the tremendous explosion. The power rods supporting the cannon's elevation were shattered by the blast, causing the once skyward-facing muzzle to droop and redirect towards the battlefield below. In that instant, an unparalleled aura of annihilation enveloped the scene, leaving both the Lemekans and the Tianren soldiers paralyzed in terror, rendering them motionless. Inside the control room, Yandora was taken aback, swiftly severing the energy supply to the heavy artillery. Should this shot be fired, the Lemekans would undoubtedly suffer grievous losses, yet the headquarters of Tianren would also likely vanish, akin to digging their own grave. A brief lull descended upon the battlefield, the atmosphere laden with an indescribable tension. The Lemek forces erupted in thunderous cheers, their assault intensifying. In stark contrast, the Tianren army's morale plummeted, retreating in disarray, with some soldiers surrendering themselves to slaughter. Zoran's visage twitched, his heart tumultuous like a raging sea. Unable to find solace, he had never anticipated that humanity would not succumb to external foes, but rather to its own failings. The Tianren had been defeated, humanity had faltered, leaving no opportunity for redemption. Continuing the fight would only lead to total annihilation. Retreat merely delayed the inevitable demise that loomed near. What path should one take? Zoran found himself ensnared in confusion. Huff! Huff! Wushang gasped as he rose, surveying the desolate surroundings, his expression shadowed with unspoken thoughts. Could the cannons no longer be fired? It was both a question and a soliloquy. Yes, but it has become futile, Yandora replied weakly. Why? The power rod is damaged. The cannon cannot move an inch, rendering it akin to a scrap. Is it not possible to hoist the cannon back up with a crane? Yandora shook her head, a weary smile of despair gracing her lips. That would not work. The arcane artillery emits an immense corrosive force during operation. As you have just witnessed, even ordinary machinery would succumb to paralysis upon contact. Hence, specialized anti-corrosive materials and techniques were employed in the construction of the heavy artillery. Upon hearing this, Wushang suddenly inquired. In other words, as long as there is a way to elevate the cannon's body to aim it at the flagship of the Lemerkians, that would suffice, correct? Yandora furrowed her brow, puzzled by Wushang's inquiry, yet she provided a relatively affirmative response. Indeed, in theory, that is the case. The youth fell silent for a moment. Then, amidst the bewildered gazes of his companions, he gradually ascended the gun platform, bending down to place his hands beneath the cannon's body, and then exerted himself with all his might. What are you doing? Yandora was momentarily taken aback, and, recalling Wushang's previous words, she swiftly deduced his intention. No. The cannon's body weighs several tons. It is simply beyond your current capacity to bear. Wushang remained undeterred, gritting his teeth and howling towards the sky. Nothing is impossible. In the astonished eyes of the onlookers, the heavy cannon indeed began to tremble, gradually lifting. However, at that moment, Wuxiang was already spitting blood from his mouth and nose, with blood seeping from his eye sockets and ears as well, his condition utterly tragic, clearly a manifestation of pressure far exceeding his physical limits. Yendora trembled, covering her mouth, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. No, please don't continue. You will die? Even if you manage to lift it, the immense magical energy will surely obliterate you. Surrender. I implore you to give up. Tianren has already been defeated. You must flee, the farther the better, never to return. The team fell silent, the overwhelming oppression rendering them momentarily breathless. Yendora, do you know? I have escaped once, and have come to this place, where I have met all of you. Now, beneath my feet lies the foundation and hope of humanity. If I manage to flee once more, where else can I escape to next? Thus, this shall be my all-or-nothing struggle. Wuxiang spoke intermittently, his words laden with difficulty, yet he deliberately adopted a tone of feigned lightness at the end. Moreover, Yendora, how old are you now? Why do you still cry like a child? In the future, Taiko might even mock you for it. And you know, I have always been fortunate. Whether I live or die is still uncertain. Who cries for the dead before they have even passed? Wuxiang's consciousness gradually became hazy, yet he resolutely refused to let go. Just a little more. In that instant, it felt as though an invisible shackle had broken, and a surge of newfound power flowed into his body. Wuxiang let out a hoarse roar, every bone in his body lamenting in agony, and ultimately, amidst countless astonished gazes, he defiantly lifted the barrel of the magical artillery above his head. He had truly accomplished it. The members of the team exchanged glances, a shared determination glimmering in their eyes. The youngest among them was giving their all. How could these veterans stand idly by? With unwavering courage, they embraced life and death together. Do not come closer. Wuxiang discerned their intentions and immediately called out to halt them. Please, everyone, hold the line for me. Chapter 150. The counterattack. Wuxiang struggled to maintain his stance. Though his figure still appeared somewhat frail, he exuded an overwhelming might. Countless gazes were fixed upon the unyielding figure of the young man, as if their hearts were stirred by an indescribable force. A surge of emotions threatening to overflow from their chests, prompting them to once again seize their weapons. Even Zilong could not help but feel moved, clenching his fists in silent determination. Well done. Let me witness the miracles you can truly create. Augustus maintained a stoic expression. Despite the overwhelming advantage held by the Limic army, these humans resembled indomitable cockroaches, persistently defying death and rising from despair, which unsettled him. Continue the assault. With Augustus's command, the Limic forces intensified their offensive, yet the remnants of the Skyblade fought with a ferocity even greater than before, as if ignited by a final burst of light, disregarding life and death entirely. Yendora, hurry. I cannot hold on much longer. Wuxiang urged, his voice hoarse. I understand. Yendora wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and returned to the control panel, her gaze now devoid of warmth. Wuxiang, I will now utilize my abilities to establish a mental connection with you. For the connection to succeed, you must lower all defenses, harbor no conflicting thoughts, and adjust the cannon's position according to the mental cues I transmit. Can you do that? All right. Wuxiang acquiesced, feeling an invisible force beginning to penetrate his mind. He emptied himself as much as possible to embrace the connection, which unfolded with unexpected fluidity. In this extraordinary state, the innermost thoughts and emotions of both individuals were unveiled to one another without reservation, creating a profoundly enchanting experience. With unwavering focus, Wuxiang cast aside all distractions, diligently following Yendora's instructions for adjustment. Even a mere 1 centimeter deviation of the cannon's muzzle could result in a monumental impact on the final trajectory. Thus, no errors were permitted. The team encircled the artillery platform, forming an impenetrable barrier around Wuxiang, ensuring that any enemy attempting to approach was swiftly eliminated. Suddenly, a missile breached the defenses of Tianren and descended from the heavens, its trajectory unmistakably aimed at Wuxiang on the cannon. I shall intercept it. Steel will bellowed. Leaping into action, his dual heavy arm shields merging as one to collide fiercely with the incoming missile. A thunderous explosion ensued, the missile detonating midair, unleashing a torrent of smoke and flames, while shrapnel spiraled violently in all directions. A dark, charred mass plummeted to the ground, trailing smoke. As steel wheel, now covered in soot, struggled to rise, another missile hurtled towards him. I shall block it again. Once more, he employed the same strategy, taking a moment to gather himself before rising unsteadily. However, before he could regain his balance, a third missile followed swiftly. I will still defend. After a resounding blast, the missile was successfully thwarted yet again, a figure soaring in a parabolic arc over the heads of the onlookers, disappearing into the distance, its landing unknown. As time passed and preparations reached completion, the heavy artillery was poised to fire, marking the moment of life and death. As an endless torrent began to converge upon the cannon's mouth, the overwhelming power of erosion infiltrated Wu Xiang's very being. The indescribable agony compelled him to let out a howl, as if countless maggots were gnawing at his marrow and flesh from within, subjecting him to inhuman torment. Only through personal experience could one truly grasp the magnitude of such corrosive power. The terrifying weight of the mountains ultimately bent the youth's spine, and the vitality that once surged within him diminished at a visibly alarming rate, the once raised cannon now inevitably drooping. No wounds. Yandora's expression shifted repeatedly, prompting her to sever the energy output. No, it mustn't cease. Wu Xiang's consciousness teetered on the brink of obliteration, his lips instinctively parting to thwart Yandora's actions. He could not afford to lose. He could not afford to fall, even if it meant paying an exorbitant price. He would at least ensure that those scoundrels before him accompanied him to the grave. An unending fury and unwillingness ignited the youth's final resolve. Even the boiling blood within him surged uncontrollably. With a sudden motion, Wu Xiang raised his head, his pupils vanishing entirely at that moment. The armor around him shattering completely, and dark, ominous magical runes crawled across his skin. Miraculously, he stood upright once more. In that fleeting instant, he seemed to hear a faintly familiar voice echoing in his ear. "Brother, allow me to be your strength." The necklace upon his chest radiated a dazzling light, as an unseen silhouette of a girl coalesced behind Wu Xiang. The girl gently embraced the youth before raising her arms high, joining him in shouldering the impossible burden. Useless. Useless. Stop him. Stop him. As the ominous barrel of the cannon was aimed directly at him, the chilling breath of death enveloped Agabus, who had remained steadfast on the fishing platform. Yet, the deep crimson line of defense, forged from the lives of many, was not so easily breached. Moments later, the energy coalescing within the heavy artillery finally transcended its limits, and in an instant, the entire world was consumed by a singular radiance. A shot that gambled humanity's very existence was unleashed. It was as if a primordial torrent cleaved through the heavens and the earth, piercing the flagship of the Limek people with devastating force, continuing its trajectory into the vast cosmos, ultimately meeting its end in the unfathomable depths of oblivion. In that fleeting moment, the sky collapsed and the fabric of space fragmented, akin to the extinction of a star. An indescribable brilliance reflected in the eyes of the onlookers, leaving them at a loss for words. Aware only that they were witnessing a realm and power beyond human reach, realized only through a lifetime of striving. Wu Xiang knelt upon the ground, then fell with a thud, all his strength dissipating. He had fulfilled a mission that was never truly his, much like the completely dismantled arcane cannon, both treading the path toward oblivion. Meanwhile, the flagship of the Limek people, shrouded in black smoke, trembled and plummeted from the sky, causing the very earth to quake. Zoran trembled with excitement, raising his fist high and unleashing a deafening roar. Counterattack! His cry resonated across the battlefield, igniting an insatiable fighting spirit within all the soldiers of the Celestial Blades, who surged forward to launch a frenzied counteroffensive against the now terrified Limek people. Starflame gazed from afar at the young figure that had fallen, a single crystalline tear slipping from the corner of her eye. She was fully aware, yet she remained silent throughout, offering no intervention. Even now, she has yet to turn around. Instead, she unfurls her blazing wings, transforming into a dazzling streak of light, leading the charge against the remnants of the Limek forces. Chapter 151. The final battle. Zoran journeyed to the site of the Limek mothership's crash, where amidst the swirling dust, he discerned a disheveled figure. Agabus, you have been defeated. Defeated? Impossible. Agabus scrambled to his feet. He had narrowly escaped the cataclysm by abandoning ship just moments before the magical cannon fired, thus preserving his life. Even without the mothership, my subordinates still hold a significant numerical advantage. Vanquishing you will merely take a bit more effort. Zoran shook his head, an expression of incredulity crossing his face. "Open your eyes and see for yourself." What? Agabus's attention was involuntarily drawn to the battlefield ahead, and what he beheld was utterly at odds with his expectations. The Limic soldiers appeared dazed, retreating in disarray against the far fewer Celestial Blade warriors, a sight that left him almost incomprehensibly baffled. The Starfire led the charge. An unstoppable force, piercing deeply into the heart of the Limic army like an unparalleled blade. At that moment, the colossal divine soldiers, who had been entangled with the Blood Jade Spider Queen for far too long, seized the opportunity to forcefully snap two of her front legs. As the Blood Jade Spider Queen retreated in defeat, they entered the fray, becoming yet another terrifying weapon that would crush the Limic forces. After a prolonged wait, the long-anticipated reinforcements for the Celestial Blade began to arrive in succession, joining the counteroffensive against the Limicans. This influx of troops significantly equalized the forces on both sides, utterly shattering the last vestiges of advantage held by the Limicans. Sensing the precariousness of his situation, the Eastern Lord sought refuge after the devastating strike of the arcane artillery had obliterated the mothership, contemplating a discreet retreat. "Agabus, do not blame me for my lack of loyalty. The Limicans are finished. It has been proven that you are unworthy of leadership. Rather than sitting idly by as our forces are annihilated, it would be wiser for me to return and regroup, so that I may one day avenge you." Just as the Eastern Lord pondered these thoughts, a chilling voice unexpectedly pierced the air behind him. "Veil of Thorns." The Eastern Lord's body quivered violently as a pitch-black spear emerged from his back, piercing through his chest, rapidly eroding his very essence. "You, when did?" Guiji abruptly withdrew his weapon, casually discarding the blood from its tip. The Eastern Lord fell to the ground, his eyes wide open, unyielding in death. Only after confirming the Eastern Lord's demise did Guiji reveal a look of fatigue. His once proud posture now slightly hunched as he stepped over the lifeless body and departed slowly. "Now, it is time to settle our accounts," Zoran stated expressionlessly to Agabus. "You wretched insects. Weakly insignificant ants. You are utterly unworthy to challenge me." Agabus bellowed in a frenzied rage, his overwhelming hatred seeking any outlet. It is all due to that accursed human boy. Unbeknownst to him, a stroke of ill fortune had led him to such a dire predicament. With a furious gesture, Augustus summoned the remnants of the wrecked mothership, which began to stir under his command. In a matter of moments, the debris was swiftly disassembled and reconstituted into a towering colossus of steel, standing 100 meters tall. Augustus leaped into the giant, whose eyes blazed with intensity, and it unleashed a thunderous punch aimed at Zoran. "Die!" The earth-shattering impact resonated as Zoran crossed his arms to block, absorbing the tremendous force of the colossal fist, which proved no less formidable. With a powerful thrust, he forced the steel giant back several paces. Zoran then conjured a battle axe imbued with an overwhelming presence, clashing fiercely with the iron behemoth controlled by Augustus. The two combatants exchanged blows in a grand spectacle, leaving devastation in their wake, rendering the onlookers silent, too intimidated to intervene. With a sudden motion, Zoran splayed his fingers and struck the ground with ferocity, causing a violent tremor that split the vast earth beneath him. The steel giant, taken by surprise, plummeted into the chasm, its body caught in the relentless grip of the earth, leaving only its torso above ground. Yet, the giant swiftly regained its composure, extending its massive hands to grasp the edges of the widening fissure, prying it apart with terrifying ease. Heaven and earth trembled. Upon witnessing the scene, Zoran altered his technique, summoning stones and earth from all directions that swiftly converged above the iron giant, forming a monumental rock tombstone that descended with a cataclysmic force. The iron giant raised its arms to withstand the crushing weight of the rock tombstone, leading to a tense stalemate, as both forces engaged in a fierce struggle. At that moment, the iron giant suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of dark energy akin to a colossal cannon. Zoran was struck head-on, his body hurled thousands of meters into the air, shattering countless obstacles in his path before ultimately being buried beneath the ruins. The rock tombstone, bereft of Zoran's power, crumbled instantaneously, allowing the iron giant to break free and rise like an ancient titan reborn. Just as it prepared to pursue its advantage, its once nimble movements became sluggish. Its massive foot, once lifted, fell heavily, leaving profound imprints upon the ground. The debris, piled high like a small mountain, erupted violently as Zoran emerged anew, enveloped by an intangible force. His innate ability lay in the manipulation of earth, while controlling gravity was a derivative power, one of his formidable techniques. The battle raged on, with Zoran and Agabus employing their respective strategies, evenly matched and unable to determine a victor in the short term. However, with the subsequent entrance of Xingyin and Giji, the dynamics of the confrontation were irrevocably altered. Agabus found himself increasingly challenged, defending against three opponents. Zoran shifted his tactics to focus on suppression, while Xingyin and Giji launched relentless assaults. As he gazed at the blazing blade of flame descending upon him, Agabus possessed the capability to deflect it. However, his movements faltered at a crucial moment, resulting in the severance of one of the steel giant's arms. Once the chain reaction commenced, it spiraled beyond control. The essence of silence morphed into shadow, puncturing a hole in the steel giant's head. Zoran, sensing the opportune moment, identified Agabus's position and wielded his battle axe to carve into the left chest of the steel giant, propelling Agabus from within its metallic form. Deprived of Agabus's sustaining power, the steel giant ceased all movements, beginning to disintegrate gradually, ultimately transforming into a heap of scrap metal. Agabus rolled across the ground, uncertain of how many times he had tumbled, and when he finally lifted his head, he beheld Zoran advancing toward him with heavy steps. "You have lost." Those three simple words seemed to crush Agabus, serving as the final blow that frayed his last threads of sanity. "I have not." "No." Agabus hurled a dark energy blade in a desperate attempt to resist, only to have it extinguished effortlessly by Zoran. The glint of murder shone in Zoran's eyes. Devoid of any intention to engage in further dialogue with Agabus, raising his battle axe, he swung it down toward Agabus's head. Farewell to this world. Chapter 152. A sudden turn of events. Agabus forcibly met Zoran's battle axe with his palm, and in an instant he was driven to his knees, struggling to utter a few words through clenched teeth. "If I must die, at least I shall take someone with me." As Zoran's strength waned, the axe struck empty air, revealing that Agabus had dissipated into a pool of black mist. The dark mist coalesced behind Zoran, reshaping itself into a pitch-black drill that shot forth with unerring precision towards its target, the utterly defenseless Wuxiang. Along its path, the Celestial Blade soldiers attempted to intercept the drill, but their efforts proved futile as they were mercilessly pierced, blood spraying in all directions. "You shall not succeed." As Agabus drew ever closer to Wuxiang, the formidable Starflame appeared as if foreseen, delivering a devastating blow upon the drill. With a grunt, Agabus was sent flying, blood erupting from his wounds, his condition worsening to the point where he could no longer rise to fight. Without pause, Starflame, fueled by an insatiable thirst for blood, swung down with lethal intent. Should Agabus be struck, survival would be an impossibility. At that moment, an enigmatic object descended from the heavens, effortlessly blocking Starflame's assault and even forcing her back with tremendous force. The recoil sent Starflame sliding across the ground for dozens of meters until Zoran's hand made contact with her back, halting her movement just in time. As the swirling dust settled, a bone club stood embedded in the earth before Agabus. Zoran's gaze deepened. The weapon, crafted from the skull of a judgment-level true dragon, indicated that the newcomer was no ordinary individual. In the next instant, a figure landed with great force, shaking the ground beneath them. Casually picking up the club, they rested it upon their shoulder and regarded Starflame with an intrigued expression. "It is indeed rare," they remarked, "to encounter a woman among humans with such remarkable prowess." Quite impressive. The individual possessed a strikingly distinct blue skin, his upper body bare, while a simple skirt-like armor adorned his lower half. He stood at an imposing height of approximately 2 meters and 40 centimeters, his physique remarkably robust, with muscles developed to an extraordinary degree, exuding an explosive and terrifying strength. As one gazed upward, 2 sharp, crimson horns protruded from his forehead, and a mane of pure white hair billowed in the wind. "Urwin, ahem, why have you only now decided to intervene?" Agabus coughed violently, propping himself up, clearly dissatisfied as he confronted the newcomer. "Are you instructing me on how to act?" The newcomer cast a sidelong glance at Agabus, showing no hesitation as he delivered a powerful kick to Agabus's chest. Like a deflated ball, Agabus was sent flying, subsequently expelling a copious amount of blood, his frustration nearly causing him to grind his teeth in anger. However, having finally grasped the situation, he dared not utter another word. Might I inquire as to your identity? Zoran furrowed his brow and inquired in a deep voice. My apologies for neglecting to introduce myself. I am Cassius, the current strongest of the Uruans. Cassius flashed a casual smile and replied nonchalantly. I am aware of the Uruan's first warrior, but you do not seem to be him. Oh, you refer to that old fellow. The day before yesterday, I challenged him and, inadvertently, ended his life, thus taking his place as the current first warrior. Zoran nodded in understanding, then shifted the conversation. Pray tell, what brings you here? Upon hearing this, Cassius adopted a slightly troubled expression. Recently, Agabus relinquished a portion of his interests and reached certain agreements with our Lord of Ulu. As the newly appointed commander of the 1st Battalion, I must fulfill my duties. I cannot allow him to perish so easily. Do you understand? Xingyan stepped forward. What more is there to discuss? Eliminate him. With that, he charged towards Cassius with all his might. Intriguing. Cassius chuckled softly, immediately engaging in combat with Xingyan. The two clashed with incredible speed, their blades and explosive hammers creating a flurry of afterimages that dazzled the eyes and obscured clarity. Yet, within mere moments, Xingyan's disadvantage became apparent as he was struck and sent flying. At the instant Cassius forced Xingyan back, Gigi emerged silently behind him, launching a fierce stab with his gun. Just as the gun's tip barely penetrated the opponent's skin, a robust hand seized the barrel, rendering Gigi's efforts futile. He chuckled. You have managed to evoke pain. That is commendable. Cassius turned to regard Gigi. However, a cripple should refrain from meddling. With that, Cassius forcibly wrested the weapon from Gigi's grasp and flung it away. Gigi felt an overwhelming force, his expression shifting as he retreated swiftly. Yet, Cassius pursued him with a speed and ferocity that surpassed his own. In a moment of peril, Zoran leaped between the two, positioning the enormous wheel behind his armor before him. The mace struck the wheel, producing a resounding echo like the tolling of a grand bell, causing even those at a distance to suffer from bleeding ears. Zalong slipped away a considerable distance. Although he successfully thwarted his opponent's attack, he was still left reeling, his vital energy surging tumultuously within him. The grip of the giant, a colossal hand of earth spirit, surged from the ground, seizing Cassius in its palm. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the massive hand cracked and exploded. Cassius hovered majestically in the air, surrounded by an almost suffocating aura of terror. Initially reluctant to engage, he found the prospect of playfully sparring quite agreeable. Cassius let out a hearty laugh, his expression brimming with delight as he swung his club, rending the fabric of space and crashing down towards Zalong. Unflinching, Zalong raised his arm and gestured. Fire! In the next moment, a multitude of plasma cannons surrounding the base locked onto Cassius's form. Suspended in midair, Cassius became an unwitting target, bombarded by a torrential onslaught, ultimately plummeting to the ground and creating a profound crater upon impact. As the barrage diminished, he attempted to rise, only to be met with sudden darkness. A gigantic foot nearly crushed him into the earth's core. The towering deity relentlessly stomped down, exhibiting an unwavering determination to obliterate anything beneath him. Moments later, the ground erupted, and a figure soared skyward. Cassius's face contorted in anguish, dirt cascading from above, leaving him utterly mortified. Resorting to underhanded tactics and disregarding the principles of martial integrity. This is your domain, the realm of the celestial blade, which is decidedly unfavorable for me. I shall withdraw for today, to withstand such a crushing blow and emerge with merely minor injuries. Zalong gazed upward at Cassius's silhouette, his expression growing increasingly grave. However, I shall conveniently take Agabus with me. Rest assured, one day we shall meet again, ha ha ha. With that, Cassius turned and lifted the gravely injured Augustus, soaring off into the distance. Xingyan, filled with reluctance, yearned to pursue, but was halted by Zoran's outstretched hand. Do not chase after him. All three of us are wounded, and even in unison, we cannot detain him. Moreover, his strength is indeed formidable. Any one of us, even in peak condition, would find it difficult to contend with him alone. Sighing, Xingyan resigned to the inevitable, silently turning away to depart. Chapter 153. A victory without celebration. With Augustus's retreat from the battlefield, the Limic forces, having lost their final pillar of support, crumbled like a house of cards, soldiers scattering in panic. The 1st and 2nd Legions, along with the traitorous 3rd Legion, gradually returned to headquarters, joining the fray. Hours later, as the last Limic soldier fell, the conflict came to a definitive close. Under Zoran's stern command, not a single prisoner was taken. The ground was strewn with lifeless bodies. Zoran stood atop a high platform, surveying the ravaged battlefield, chest out and head held high. He proclaimed with resounding fervor, "We have triumphed." Unlike previous occasions, there were no cheers. The surviving souls were weary and numb, the air thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder mingled with blood, lingering heavily. The logistical troops subsequently entered the fray, commencing cleanup and finalization efforts, which would undoubtedly be a monumental undertaking. Zalong concealed himself and casually found a protruding rock to sit upon, his visage betraying a palpable sense of desolation, the taste of bitterness lingering upon his lips. Trembling, he reached into his breast pocket and retrieved a crumpled pack of cigarettes, igniting one with the flames that still flickered at his feet, and silently began to smoke. "Commander." A battle-scarred warrior approached, saluting Zalong. He was one of the commander's regular guards. "And the other two?" Zalong inquired. "They have both perished." "I see." Zalong inhaled deeply from his cigarette, pausing for an extended moment before continuing. "Please report on our losses." "Yes." The guard then proceeded to recount the grim news. The 7th and 8th Legions, originally tasked with safeguarding the base, had suffered catastrophic losses, nearly annihilated. Due to their proximity, the 5th, 9th, and 10th Legions, which had rushed back for support, fared slightly better, yet still endured over 60% casualties. The 1st and 2nd Legions, stationed at the pass against the Uru and Chigwe, faced significant obstacles, retreating with a 20% reduction in their ranks. Only the 4th and 6th Legions remained relatively intact, expected to return to headquarters in half a day's time, currently engaged in purging the residual forces of the Limek that had infiltrated. The 3rd Legion was now under the strict supervision of several officers, having been placed under close watch. Additionally, the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Legions sustained minor injuries, while the commanders of the 8th and 10th were severely wounded, and the commanders of the 5th, 7th, and 9th Legions were confirmed dead. The losses incurred from the warfare arsenal, including artillery, plasma cannons, laser guns, rocket launchers, tanks, armored vehicles, and fighter jets, have exceeded 50%. The drone divisions have suffered complete annihilation, and the damage to various other facilities is incalculable. Additionally, 30% of the logistics personnel perished due to an inability to seek refuge in time. This encapsulates the current state of affairs, although precise statistics require further compilation. Zoran, with a stoic expression, nodded slightly in acknowledgement. He issued orders to expedite the repair of the blue light barrier and other defensive structures at all costs. Forces were to be consolidated, reallocating personnel from the 12 divisions to safeguard headquarters. He reminded all officers to remain vigilant and to muster their utmost focus. Furthermore, he commanded the immediate dispatch of all available reconnaissance personnel to monitor the movements of the Uru and Chigwe, instructing that any suspicious activity be reported without delay. "That is all. You may leave now. I will inform you of any further matters." Acknowledged. The guardsman bowed once more and swiftly departed. Gigi, meanwhile, coughed incessantly, as if to expel his very lungs. "You are gravely injured," remarked a concerned blue-haired woman, equally wounded, as she stepped forward to assist him. "It is of no consequence," Gigi replied with a faint tone of refusal, propping himself upright with his weapon, even as blood continued to drip from his shoulder. As the armor enveloping Xingyan dissipated, a ghastly pallor crept across his face, and his steps grew increasingly unsteady as he anxiously traversed one lifeless body after another, ultimately arriving at the location of the Crimson Team. Shadow, Mayan, and Suyu leaned against a corner, intermittently coughing blood. Steel Wheel, grimy and weary, limped back with great difficulty. Avalon and Achilles' mechanical arms were severely damaged, exposing numerous wires, with intermittent sparks of electricity flickering from their foreheads. Taiko appeared utterly disheartened, on the verge of collapse. Wushang lay motionless at the center of the group. Were it not for the faint rise and fall of his chest, he would have been indistinguishable from a corpse. Though consciousness had fled, his features remained twisted in agony. His arms bore an unnatural purplish hue, the muscles completely atrophied, leaving only skin draped over bones, resembling a desiccated cadaver aged for years, a sight most macabre. From the shoulders connecting his arms to his body, a dense network of purplish threads emerged, visibly racing towards the brain and heart. Yendora knelt helplessly beside Wushang, while Vivian, drenched in sweat, exerted herself fully in an attempt to save him. "What is his condition?" Xingyan inquired hesitantly, instinctively softening his movements as if fearing the answer. "Captain, Wushang. He is not going to make it," Vivian replied, pain evident in her closed eyes. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent, their faces reflecting a profound sense of helpless sorrow, the atmosphere unbearably oppressive. A few minutes later, Vivian's already grave expression shifted dramatically. "What is happening?" "The team, the captain, and the heart of Wushang has ceased to beat." As the words fell, the air momentarily froze, and a closer inspection revealed that Wushang's chest had completely halted its rise and fall. "No, it cannot be." Xingyin was in disbelief, recalling the moment she first discovered Wushang, and hurriedly pressed her ear against his chest. Yet, to her dismay, after a long wait, she still heard nothing. Warm liquid uncontrollably streamed from her eyes. And despite the difficulty in accepting it, everyone had to concede to the heartbreaking truth of Wushang's demise. Perhaps it was out of compassion, perhaps guilt, or perhaps something else entirely. Xingyin refused to surrender. She grasped Wushang's hand and desperately sought to absorb the magical energy accumulating within him into her own being. "Captain, no." The magical energy within Wushang exceeds the limits of an ordinary person by hundreds of times. "Even you cannot bear it," Vivian exclaimed, her expression changing drastically as she rushed to dissuade her. Yet, Xingyin did not relent. Instead, Yandora followed suit, joining the fray. It was evident that due to her inferior strength compared to Xingyin, the purplish-red threads rapidly ascended her body from the point of contact with Wushang's hand. With determined eyes, Yandora disregarded the imminent danger, knowing that if she continued, her life would surely be forfeit. "I will join too. Count me in." And I, one by one. Everyone gathered around Wushang, willingly risking their own well-being to forcibly absorb his essence. As time passed, the immense magical energy accumulated within Wushang was rapidly distributed among the group. Yet the anticipated vitality ultimately failed to materialize. Chapter 154, Mobius. Time slipped away quietly, each second feeling particularly agonizing. One by one, individuals began to vomit blood and collapse. Though Xingyin was the last to succumb, she ultimately could not endure, clenching her fists in a deep-seated hatred of her helplessness. Meanwhile, Wushang's once warm body gradually turned frigid. Just as despair truly settled in among the crowd, an unexpected transformation occurred. "Captain, look!" They beheld Wushang's form suddenly enveloped in a thick layer of frost, encasing him entirely within mere seconds, transforming him into a lifelike ice sculpture, enigmatic and perplexing. "What is this?" "This." The onlookers widened their eyes, their minds filled with questions. The scene before them far exceeded their previous experiences. Xingyin cautiously placed her palm against the icy surface, only for a terrifying frost energy to swiftly crawl up her hand, as if it possessed a life of its own. Realizing the danger, she quickly withdrew her hand, relieved that the frost seemed devoid of any hostile intent. Otherwise, the fate of her hand might have been uncertain. The crowd exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. "Hee. Interesting." A sudden, light laugh echoed, startling the group, prompting them to collectively turn towards a certain direction. They saw a woman with flowing green hair approaching gracefully. The woman strolled leisurely, her hands tucked into the immaculate white coat she wore, appearing strikingly out of place amidst the desolate battlefield. "Mobius, what brings you here, under the starry flames?" Xingyin instinctively stepped forward, shielding Wushang behind her. "Oh dear, Captain Xingyin, what are you up to?" And to all present, please remain calm. I am merely a researcher devoid of combat prowess, so there is no need for excessive concern, Mobius replied nonchalantly, flicking a strand of hair behind her ear. Upon hearing this, Xingyin's brows furrowed even deeper, while the others steadfastly encircled Mobius, their demeanor signaling a readiness to engage at the slightest provocation. The head of the Blade Research Department was someone even the captain regarded with trepidation, leaving no room for complacency among the group. "What is it that you truly seek?" "Me? I simply happened to pass by and noticed you seemed to be in distress, so I thought I might lend a hand." "Could you genuinely be so benevolent?" "Oh, you've misjudged me. After all, Blade has provided me with ample research conditions. It is only natural for me to occasionally fulfill my duties in return." "Humph. I fear I may not be able to accept your kindness. Blade possesses the most advanced medical technology. We do not require your interference." With that, Xingyin turned to lead Wushang away, but Mobius's next words caused her to pause. "Are you truly so confident in Blade's medical technology?" "I would not be so certain." Mobius hesitated briefly, Rather than allowing that youth to remain in your custody awaiting his demise, it would be wiser to entrust him to me. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, the group's gazes sharpening as they realized the adversary's true intentions. Xingyan remained silent for a prolonged moment before making an unexpected decision. I agree. Captain, how could you? Yandora's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed. Indeed, as she stated, we are utterly powerless. Xingyan shook his head, casting a sidelong glance at Wushang. And with a somber tone he sighed, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Mobius. Do not rejoice too soon. Should anything happen to him, I shall spare no effort to ensure your obliteration. Excellent, a wise decision, Mobius replied with a smirk, her demeanor exuding an air of anticipation. Days passed in the blink of an eye. The ice encasing Wushang had melted away, leaving him motionless upon a laboratory table, appearing as if he were merely slumbering. Perhaps the term living dead would be more fitting. A young girl tended to him diligently, wiping his body, administering gentle massages, and occasionally dabbing at her tears. The members of the Crimson Brigade often visited Wushang, yet each time they departed with disappointment. Mobius sat leisurely in a chair, observing the scene with intrigue. The girl had insisted on following her after their chance encounter on the way back, trembling with fear, yet impossible to scare away. Finding the situation amusing, Mobius decided to bring her along, thinking she might assist in tidying the laboratory. Your actions are futile, Mobius remarked lazily, propping her chin on her hand. What should I do then? Aelin instinctively shuddered. Each time Mobius spoke, an unsettling anxiety gripped her, as if the green-haired elder sister's smile concealed unspoken dread. You wish to know? No, I do not. I have no desire to. Firstly, one must unfasten his trousers, then firmly sit upon him and commence a vigorous, continuous motion. This process should be repeated tirelessly, day and night, until one day, you may bestow upon him the precious gift of life's continuation, allowing him to depart without regrets. No, stop. Aelin's face was nearly crimson, shouting to halt Mobius. Ah, so you can comprehend. You? Shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Who praised you? The playful banter came to an end as Mobius rose and slowly approached Aelin. What do you intend to do? Aelin cautiously retreated 2 steps. I am about to commence the experiment. You must leave and refrain from any disturbances unless I command it. No, that is unacceptable. Who knows what mischief you are plotting? I must remain here to observe you. Aelin spread her arms, guarding the experiment table like a hen protecting her chicks. Leave. Mobius's tone shifted slightly. Very well. Aelin, as if suddenly bewitched, exhibited a vacant stare, her expression dulled, and obediently exited the laboratory. Once Aelin was dismissed, Mobius redirected his attention to Wushang, circling the experiment table while muttering to himself. Although devoid of vital signs, the cells inexplicably retain their vitality. It is truly peculiar. It appears there remains a faint flicker of cerebral activity, one that I nearly overlooked. Just in time, let me discern your thoughts. Mobius then lifted Wushang's eyelid, locking eyes with him at close range, his pupils glimmering with an eerie light. After an indeterminate period, the immobile Mobius suddenly let out a harrowing scream, clutching her eyes as she collapsed to the ground. When she removed her hands from her face, 2 streams of blood shockingly flowed from her eyes, indicating a backlash from her own abilities. Clearly, Wushang possessed neither psychic powers nor overwhelming strength. Yet, a fierce pain surged through her brain, relentlessly stimulating Mobius's nerves, akin to the punishment inflicted upon a lower being attempting to pry into the affairs of a higher one. But how could this be possible? Wushang's existence transcended Mobius's comprehension of the established world. Prior to this, all she had perceived was a chaotic void. Who exactly was this individual? Chapter 155. The Elder Conference. With no alternative, Mobius resigned herself to abandoning her quest to uncover Wushang's secrets. Subsequently, she retrieved a blood collection device and extracted a vial of blood from him. Gently swirling the test tube in her hand, the light filtered through, casting a crimson glow onto her face, her eyes shimmering with unparalleled obsession. After meticulously securing the blood sample, Mobius cast a meaningful glance at Wushang before exiting. In another room within the research department, a young man awaited in quiet anticipation. When the door creaked open, Gigi lifted his gaze, his expression as tranquil as a still pond. You are fortunate, Mobius remarked with a smile, for there have been numerous deaths lately, and by chance, we have found a suitable match for you. She then instructed her assistant to present a bloodied arm. "Thank you for your assistance," Gigi replied with a subtle nod. As the surgery commenced, Mobius meticulously extracted the primary nerve from the shoulder of Gigi, employing a unique technique to attach an arm severed from an unknown corpse to his body. Gigi endured excruciating pain, remaining silent throughout the procedure. Several hours later, the operation concluded. Gigi attempted to move his fingers, and surprisingly, there was a response. He gazed at the arm he had regained, his emotions slightly complicated. He was instructed not to move recklessly for half a month. Once healed, he would be able to use it normally, resolving all physiological concerns effortlessly. Should his adaptation be favorable, he might regain approximately 70 to 80% of the original functionality of his arm. If not, only about 30 to 40% would be restored. Upon hearing this, Gigi's gaze dimmed slightly. Was it truly limited to just 70 to 80%? That would suffice. "Thank you," he uttered simply before turning to leave. As he stepped outside, he encountered Ing, who had come to visit Wuxiang. The two brothers locked eyes, exchanging a silent understanding. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a striking resemblance between them. "Brother, After this exceedingly brief exchange, the two fell into silence once more. Had there been a third party present, the atmosphere would have been palpably awkward. Ing's gaze subtly shifted to Gigi's arm, a flicker of surprise crossing his features before he settled into a sense of reassurance. Gigi nodded silently in acknowledgement, and they proceeded to part ways, attending to their respective matters. Time passed once more. Exceeding a week since the great battle had concluded, the operations of Tianren had largely returned to normalcy. During the period of external deployment, the reconnaissance personnel frequently encountered spies sent by the Uru and Chigwe people. Fortunately, the swift response of the Heavenly Blade prevented them from seizing any opportunities to strike. From the outcomes of this war, it is evident that the Limic people mobilized their forces en masse, with 2/3 of their main army perishing at the headquarters of the Heavenly Blade. The eastern and western lords fell, and the remaining commanders suffered severe casualties, leaving the residual forces insufficiently formidable. It can be said that this was an unprecedented victory worthy of being recorded in history. The sole lament is that Agabas narrowly escaped calamity. Concurrently, the fervent zealots of Helenier, buried within the ranks of the Heavenly Blade, surfaced and were decisively eradicated under the leadership of Zoran's Thunder Operation. Even though some remnants may still linger, they exist merely among the ranks of ordinary soldiers, posing a limited threat. Thus, a significant menace has been eliminated. In light of the considerable ramifications of this sudden war, the upper echelons of the Heavenly Blade decided to convene the Triennial Elder Assembly ahead of schedule, imparting a sense of unusual anticipation among the populace. The composition of the Heavenly Blade at its inception was rather intricate, with the 5 elders representing the most significant factions. Zoran sat in his makeshift office, seemingly awaiting a visitor. Before long, the door opened, revealing Xingyin and Gigi arriving together. "Let us proceed," Zoran said, rising to lead the way, with Xingyin and Gigi following closely behind. The trio made their way to the venue of the Elder Assembly, where 5 imposing elders occupied the seats of honor. Zoran naturally took his place opposite the 5 elders, with the ministers from various departments of the Heavenly Blade, as well as Gigi and Xingyin, seated on either side. Aside from the minister of the Scientific Research Department, Mobius, all other attendees were present. Upon noticing Zalong's arrival, an elder discreetly signaled the remaining 4 elders and was the first to speak. The individuals present were all leaders of the Celestial Blade, wielding authority over its very essence, the significance of which requires no further elaboration. However, the old man was taken aback by the audacity of someone who could not comprehend their own standing. Daring to enter as merely a captain, was this not a blatant disregard for the Elder Council? Xingyan raised an eyebrow, incredulous. How bold to target her first. "Hey, you old fool, mind your language. Others may indulge you, but I certainly will not. Provoking me might just lead to your downfall." The elder momentarily froze, aware that Xingyan was fiercely loyal to Zalong and had intentionally sought to embarrass him. To his surprise, Xingyan's fierce response only fueled his delight. He now had a pretext for confrontation. "Zalong, is this how you discipline your subordinates?" Just when everyone anticipated that Zalong would concede and apologize for Xingyan's behavior, he instead responded calmly, "Esteemed elder, I believe there was nothing inappropriate in Xingyan's remarks." The atmosphere in the conference room became instantly tense. During Zalong's tenure as the Supreme Legion Commander, it was a tumultuous time for the Celestial Blade, and his performance, rather mediocre among his contemporaries, would have rendered him unworthy of his position had it not been for the strong endorsement of the previous Supreme Legion commander. In the eyes of the five elders, Zalon had always been a compliant figure, easily manipulated by them, only recently gaining the qualification to engage in dialogue as an equal. To their astonishment, he now displayed such radicalism. The elder who questioned Zalon was momentarily rendered speechless, while another elder, witnessing this, rose in anger. Zalon, let us set aside the previous offense for now. You must account for the tremendous losses inflicted upon Tianren due to your mismanagement in this war. Zalon smiled, adopting a nonchalant attitude. Account for? No, I do not intend to explain. Very well. It appears you have already confessed to your transgressions. Esteemed elders, please remain calm and do not become overly agitated. One tends to be susceptible to sudden demise when provoked in their advanced years. What do you imply? Tianren has suffered immense losses, nearly facing annihilation, which severely impacts the survival of all humanity. Should we not be agitated, merely watching Tianren perish under your command? Another elder joined the fray against Zalon, while the various ministers remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama. I find that hard to believe. Are you truly concerned for the survival of humanity, or are you more preoccupied with your own comfortable existence? I suspect only you know the answer to that. Zalon's tone gradually grew colder, shedding any pretense, engaging in a sharp exchange. Chapter 156. The Arbiter. Zalon's words subtly altered the expressions of the five elders, revealing a depth of intrigue in the underlying circumstances. Zalon, to our astonishment, you remain unrepentant. We had intended to grant you another opportunity, but it now appears to be unnecessary. The Council of Elders has officially resolved to dismiss you from your position as the Supreme Commander of the Blade of Heaven. As these words were spoken, the atmosphere became palpably tense, the gravity of the situation escalating considerably, with all eyes fixated on Zoran, awaiting his response. Zoran, seemingly prepared for this eventuality, calmly extracted a cigarette, ignited it, and began to exhale smoke nonchalantly, as though entirely unfazed by the proceedings. Zoran. The faces of the five elders turned nearly the color of liver in their fury. What are you shouting about? Is it merely your loud voice that matters? The roar, infused with formidable strength, resonated, immediately drowning out all other sounds. You may dismiss me at your leisure, but I shall continue my course. I am eager to see how you intend to unseat me. Are you truly willing to brazenly trample upon the rules of the Blade of Heaven? One elder stammered, pointing a trembling finger at Zoran. Nonsense. I am, at this moment, the Supreme Commander of the Blade of Heaven. The rules are decreed by me. He scoffed. Anyone who dares to challenge me is welcome to step forward. With that, disregarding the reactions of those present, Zoran rose from his seat and strode out with purpose, followed unhesitatingly by Xingyan and Giji. The remaining ministers exchanged glances, each harboring their own thoughts, before subsequently vacating the premises, leaving the five elders isolated in the vast, empty hall. Unprecedented. One elder, shaking with rage, slammed his fist upon the table, while the others were equally unable to contain their indignation. How detestable! How abhorrent! How dare he? That so-called Supreme Legion commander is merely a dog we have nurtured, and now he dares to bite the hand that feeds him. Should we orchestrate an accident to eliminate him? No, that would be unwise. Currently, Zorong is one of the 3 S-rank powerhouses of Tianren, and more importantly, the other 2 are also under his command. Such a plan is unfeasible. If we could somehow persuade Xingyan or Giji to serve our interests, it might be a possibility. Although the likelihood of success appears low, it seems we have irreparably torn our masks off. I have a strategy that could compel Zorong to relinquish his position without bloodshed. Pray, share your thoughts. Upon our return, we can instruct our younger generation to collectively resign. And then let us see how Zorong, a mere figurehead, will respond. This plan is indeed clever. Just as the elders were fervently discussing, one of them inadvertently caught sight of a figure quietly seated in the corner, causing him to gasp in shock. Giji, did you not leave? When did you return? Giji rose calmly, casting a glance at the group, and spoke in a measured tone. Esteemed elders, we are presently in a critical period. Commander Zorong would not wish to see any actions detrimental to the collective interests of Tianren, or we will be compelled to take certain measures. With that, Giji's figure gradually faded, disappearing silently before them. The expressions of the 5 elders shifted like a painter's palette, each feeling a chill run down their spines. On their way back, Zorong walked side by side with Xingyan. Xingyan gently patted Zhao Long's shoulder, exclaiming, "Well done, old man." Zhao Long cast her a sidelong glance, a hint of smugness evident on his face. "Of course, do you even need to ask who we are?" However, he pondered whether provoking them like this might lead to trouble. "No worries. I have long been prepared for this," he replied. "I have turned a blind eye to the despicable acts of those old fools in the past, but now that such a serious situation has arisen, they are more concerned with their own interests than overcoming the crisis together. They hastily seek excuses to dismiss me, hoping to elevate their own people into power. How laughable. Why didn't you take action earlier and wait until now?" Xingyan countered. "The timing was never right before. Most key positions were held by them. Over the years, I have quietly replaced many with my own, and they would hardly stir up much trouble. Moreover, the Heaven's Blade organization fundamentally values strength, and your and Guiji's presence are my greatest trump cards. Ah, you old fox. Too kind, too kind." As they arrived at a fork in the road, they parted ways. Xingyan intended to visit Wuxiang, while Zhao Long returned to attend to military affairs. "By the way, I heard about old Luo." Xingyan inquired cautiously. Fortunately, he was discovered in time and barely managed to save his life. "It's a stroke of luck amidst misfortune," Zhao Long replied candidly. "And what of that youth in your team named Wuxiang? How is he faring?" "Still no signs of improvement. He is a hero. Everyone in Heaven's Blade owes him an immense debt of gratitude." The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, and Zalong could discern that Xingyan was genuinely affected this time. He had initially intended to say more, but ultimately chose silence, hoping that Xingyan would find solace soon. Miracles are deemed miraculous precisely because they are unattainable. Whenever thoughts of Wuxiang crossed his mind, Zalong could not help but feel a wave of regret. After bidding farewell, Xingyan made his way to Mobius's laboratory, where he found her fiddling with a multitude of chaotic objects. Unable to comprehend her work, Xingyan decided to inquire about Wuxiang's condition, his expression darkening with each passing moment. "How is he faring now?" "Just as before." "Why has there been no improvement after all this time?" Xingyan questioned sharply. "What is the rush?" "At least there has been some progress," Mobius replied nonchalantly, then set aside her work and began to circle around Xingyan, her eyes glinting with an inscrutable light. "By the way, your little team member harbors many secrets unknown to others, secrets that perhaps even you, as his captain, are unaware of." "What do you mean?" Xingyan frowned, his voice cold. "If I told you that this boy named Wuxiang is not human, would you believe me?" "Nonsense. Don't be so quick to dismiss. Come and see this." Mobius led Xingyan to a unique computer and retrieved 2 genetic blueprints for comparison. Xingyan's attention shifted to the genetic charts, a fleeting look of surprise crossing his eyes. "I know you can understand this, correct? So what if I can?" "Essentially, he is undoubtedly human. However, there exist subtle differences between him and us." Mobius paused for a moment, feeling a flicker of excitement. "Yet, from an evolutionary perspective, he is not merely an ordinary mutation, but rather a life form that transcends humanity itself, a being of a higher order than we are." Chapter 157. The Secret of Wuxiang. This is an unprecedented and astonishing discovery. It may even herald a long-awaited evolution and rebirth for the frail human race. Xingyan fell silent for a brief moment before speaking, expressing indifference to the matter at hand, stating, "I only wish to know how to save him." Mobius, noticing Xingyan's lackluster response, revealed a look of disdain. "What a dull woman," he muttered under his breath before finally addressing the crux of the issue. In truth, the youth known as Wuxiang harbors not only an immense accumulation of corrosive power within him, but also 3 other mysterious forces intertwined within his being. Firstly, the first and most fundamental force resides deep within his blood and body, unique to him. He has been subconsciously driving this power to combat the corrosion. Secondly, the second force emanates from the necklace adorning his chest. This power is remarkably gentle and continuously flows into his body, perpetually aiding him in healing his wounds. As he spoke, Mobius instinctively reached toward Wuxiang's chest, only to be immediately thwarted by another hand. "Do not even think of laying a hand on it." The star flame menacingly threatened Mobius, who nonchalantly withdrew his hand without a hint of embarrassment. Ultimately, regarding the third possibility, although I have not identified the source of power, I can assert that it is undoubtedly linked to the profound frost that once enveloped him. It is this icy force that has thoroughly frozen his life, significantly decelerating the rate at which his vitality wanes, even to the point of near cessation, allowing him to persist until now. Upon hearing this, the star flame fell silent for a considerable time before slowly inquiring, "Does this imply that, with the passage of time, he might naturally awaken?" Mobius shook his head, stating, "Given the current circumstances, the probability stands at 0. Furthermore, once the energy that freezes his life is entirely depleted, he will instantly succumb to death." Wuxiang lay quietly on the experimental table, day after day, seemingly indifferent to the flux of the world around him, as if nothing pertained to him. "You possess a method to awaken him, do you not?" "Indeed, though I fear you may not dare to employ my approach." Mobius then turned away, unlocking the numerous safeguards from a concealed area within the laboratory, and solemnly presented a vial of verdant, unknown reagent to the star flame. "What is this?" Intuition told the star flame that whatever Mobius held was certainly not a benign substance. With a confident smile, Mobius introduced, "This is my latest research achievement. The HT-37 Proliferation Enhancement Reagent. What is its purpose? Its applications are manifold, such as transforming an utterly defenseless human into one imbued with the formidable strength to wrestle lions and tigers. The principle is rather simple, whether human or animal. Upon the injection of HT-37, the cells throughout the body undergo rapid growth, proliferation, and mutation. The effects are equally significant, even for a warrior of your caliber." Xingyan furrowed her brow. Immense power often comes with an equally daunting price. This so-called proliferation enhancement agent is undoubtedly more complex than it appears. It seems you've neglected to mention certain details, such as its side effects. Are there any? How could something I developed have side effects? Mobius smiled enigmatically. "You would do well to be forthcoming. How would I know if I have never used it? Do not feign ignorance, given your character. You must have conducted numerous unauthorized experiments in private." Captain Xingyan, your perceptiveness is indeed remarkable." With that, Mobius retracted the vial of the agent. "It is not necessarily a grave matter. Among the subjects I have handled, 80% succumbed to the effects of HT-37 and died on the spot. As for those who persevered, they acquired the coveted power, albeit with a slight degradation of their rationality." Upon hearing this, a fierce aura of murderous intent unconsciously radiated from Xingyan. She believed that the price of using such a substance would far exceed Mobius's account. "This is your method." Facing the overwhelming wave of chilling hostility, Mobius remained unfazed, as if entirely impervious to it. "Indeed. Moreover, you may find it hard to believe that a handful of subjects willingly participated in my experiments, expressing that they would rather endure any cost than continue to suffer weakness. The same sentiment prevails now. Is there a fate worse than death?" The two engaged in an invisible standoff, an oppressive tension enveloping the laboratory. "I shall never acquiesce," Starflame declared after a prolonged silence, casting a deep gaze at Wuxiang before turning to leave. Mobius stood still for a moment, then opened a hidden door from a corner of the lab and descended without hesitation. Navigating through a dimly lit, convoluted corridor, a spacious underground chamber suddenly came into view. The basement was teeming with densely packed culture tanks, each harboring grotesque, monstrous creatures that howled and writhed in agony. It felt as though one had traversed the threshold of hell. Most of these abominations were former subjects injected with HT-37 by her, and this chamber served as her meticulously crafted experimental haven. Mobius wandered through the room with an air of rapture, a dangerously sinister smile gracing her lips. "Before long, you will surely acquiesce, Wuxiang. I eagerly anticipate the surprises you will bring me." Upon returning to her dwelling, Starflame sat in silence for an extended period, her mind replaying Mobius's words, utterly distracted from her work. Ever since Wuxiang's incident, the atmosphere within the team had grown exceedingly somber. While some had noticed Starflame's unusual demeanor, each inquiry was met with her assurance that all was well. Thus, she remained in a state of indecision, unable to sleep at night, engaged in a tumultuous internal struggle that persisted for over half a month. However, at this juncture, Wuxiang's health condition exhibited a marked deterioration, and it became apparent that his state of living death could no longer be sustained, heightening the sense of urgency. Xingyan was compelled to make a choice. On this day, all members of the Crimson Red Squad were summoned, leaving them puzzled, yet sensing that something significant was about to unfold. As anticipated, Xingyan's subsequent words struck like thunder, unleashing a storm of emotions. "Listen to me," he began. "I have not called you here today to discuss work, but rather to announce a crucial decision." His tone was unusually grave, and the others remained silent, awaiting further information. Regarding Wuxiang's situation, I believe you all understand the gravity of it. Time is running out, so I have decided to adopt the method proposed by Mobius and take a gamble. What method? Yendora inquired eagerly. The method is to use the forbidden potion. Chapter 158. Unleashing Madness. No, I cannot agree. Yendora immediately protested with fervor. Indeed, Captain, as a healer, I comprehend the dangers of such forbidden substances even more acutely. They are absolutely untouchable, akin to forsaking one's humanity. Vivian hastily concurred, her anxiety palpable. The expressions of the gathered members varied, though none voiced their thoughts. Their inner turmoil was evident as the hall descended into an oppressive silence. Surely, there must be another way, mustn't there? A profound sense of unwillingness crossed Yendora's face, yet no one responded to her. Why are you all silent? Have you all lost your voices? Why do you not speak? As she shouted, tears began to well up in her eyes. Her once vibrant and lively spirit now diminished. Half an hour later, the entire team of Crimson Red set forth, their destination the laboratory where Wuxiang resided. Regardless of the outcome that awaited them, they felt compelled to witness it firsthand. Mobius, having just settled down, was leisurely sipping tea in the lab when she glanced up to find a large group blocking the entrance, appearing as though they were there to confront her. So, have you come to a decision? Mobius inquired lightly, her tone implying certainty. Yes, please proceed, Xingyan replied with an expressionless demeanor. Oh, how much better it would have been had you decided sooner, Mobius remarked as she rose from her seat to prepare for the injection and the processing of the reagents. The onlookers turned their attention to Wuxiang on the laboratory table, noticing that one of the two crimson threads had already ascended to his cheek, while the other was but a step away from his heart. The moment of truth had finally arrived. In stark contrast to the tension and rigidity of the others, Mobius displayed an expression of eager anticipation as she plunged the syringe containing HT-37 into Wuxiang's neck. Instinctively, the crowd held their breath, their hearts racing as the drug was gradually introduced into Wuxiang's body. Once the injection was complete, Mobius withdrew the needle and stepped aside. However, after an extended period of anticipation, Wuxiang remained utterly still and unresponsive. What could this possibly mean? Xingyan inquired, perplexed. Do not be hasty. His peculiar condition requires a moment to cultivate, Mobius replied, seemingly unfazed. No sooner had he spoken than Tycho suddenly cried out, Look, look, he is moving, he is moving. The attention of the crowd was instantly captivated, their eyes widening in astonishment as they fixated on Wuxiang. After over a month devoid of any signs of life, Wuxiang initially twitched a finger, and within mere seconds, this motion rapidly spread throughout his entire body. Rather than the groggy awakening of someone who had been in a prolonged stupor, it resembled the convulsions of an electric shock, causing the onlookers to gasp in alarm. I strongly advise you to restrain him at once, otherwise, haha, Mobius suddenly remarked. Upon hearing this, Xingyan signaled with his eyes, prompting Gang Luan and Su Yu to promptly secure Wuxiang, one on each side. Wuxiang emitted a piercing scream of agony. His features contorted as he struggled even more fiercely, leaving Gang Luan and Su Yu barely able to maintain their grip, their hearts heavy with concern. As time progressed, the veins on Wuxiang's body bulged ominously, as if he might explode at any moment. Yet, there was a glimmer of hope, for the purplish-red threads representing the corrosive force were visibly receding. Hold on. You must endure. Xingyan clenched his fists tightly, fervently praying within his heart. The journey that Wuxiang has endured is nothing short of a harrowing battle between life and death. If he can withstand until the encroaching darkness fully recedes, he may have a chance at recovery. Yet, should he falter before that moment, it would signify his utter demise. Steel Wheel's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had witnessed something utterly inconceivable. Wuxiang's body became adorned with a multitude of intricate black magical runes, coalescing into a bizarre pattern never before seen, emanating a terrifying power that instilled fear in all. No one understood what it truly represented. Only Mobius, positioned at the rear of the group, displayed an expression of profound obsession, trembling with uncontainable excitement. This is it. Suddenly, Wuxiang's eyes flew open, revealing an abyssal void devoid of pupils. A terrifying surge of magical energy erupted, forcefully hurling Steel Wheel and Su Yu aside. Wuxiang roared as he leaped down from the experimental platform, wreaking havoc upon everything within his reach. all the while frantically tearing at his own flesh, completely devoid of rationality. The laboratory and its surrounding area trembled violently, resonating with thunderous roars, plunging the entire Tianren research department into chaos. Those bewildered by the commotion sought refuge beneath tables or in corners, fearing an enemy assault. "Quick! Stop him!" Xingyan shouted urgently to the others, torn between intervening and fearing for Wuxiang's safety. "I will handle this," Steel Will bellowed, striding forward with heavy steps toward Wuxiang. Yet, as he approached, he was met with a devastating punch to his chest from Wuxiang. A dull thud echoed, and the steel wheel was violently propelled far away, crashing through several walls before finally coming to a halt. Just as Wuxiang's subconscious urged him to pursue, his movements faltered. In an instant, Taiko ensnared Wuxiang with all of her puppet threads, her face turning crimson from the exertion. "Hurry! His strength is overwhelmingly formidable. I cannot contain it." Avalon and Achilles quickly leaped to Wuxiang's side, each grasping one of his arms, while He Bao seized the opportunity to wrap around Wuxiang's waist. "Ah!" Wuxiang roared in fury, tossing the others about like mere trinkets. Nearby, Su Yu and Ing watched anxiously, unable to intervene. "Mayahiko, the chains!" Yendora suddenly called out to Mayahiko. "Understood." Mayahiko responded, retrieving the chains and hastily handing them to Yendora. With precision, Yendora hurled the chains, which wrapped tightly around Wuxiang's arms, the heavy links snapping taut under the vigorous pulls of the others. Indeed, Wuxiang was significantly restrained. However, as he exerted more force, the chains began to show signs of yielding. With a piercing clang, the chains, as thick as a bowl, were violently torn apart. Undeterred, Yendora continued her assault, throwing forth numerous chains that ensnared various parts of Wuxiang's body, each held tightly by a member of the team. Cage of 10,000 Woods. Vivian also employed her abilities, commanding the ground at Wuxiang's feet to sprout countless vines to bind him further. The movements of Wuxiang grew increasingly arduous, as he stood in place, desperately struggling yet unable to shift an inch. After a concerted effort from everyone involved, his violent outburst was finally quelled. Chapter 159, The Moment of Awakening. The beastly roars reverberated in every direction, akin to a haunting melody that pierced the ears. The onlookers shrank back, their faces betraying expressions of panic and dread, unable to reconcile the chilling, ferocious cries with humanity. The members of the team secured chains to the surrounding structures, resolutely binding Wuxiang in the center of the arena, regardless of his relentless thrashing. Though their hearts ached at the sight, they felt they had no alternative. Time trickled by. The deranged visage of Wuxiang, even to those who had shared his company daily, appeared strangely foreign. This ordeal persisted for several hours until Wuxiang, utterly exhausted, collapsed, reverting to his original state. Xingyan lifted Wuxiang's drooping head, glancing left and right, then pressed his ear closely to Wuxiang's chest. After a moment, an expression of unparalleled joy illuminated Xingyan's face. There was a pulse. There was a pulse. Yendora, equally incredulous, pressed her ear against Wuxiang's chest. Although the boy's heartbeat was slow and faint, it was undeniably real, nearly bringing her to tears of joy. The group finally exhaled in relief, feeling both fortunate and apprehensive. What was his current condition? Was there anything amiss? Would his body continue to deteriorate? When would he awaken? Xingyan pulled Mobius aside, bombarding him with questions. Indeed, it appears that all is well. The erosion has receded, and what remains shall mend itself in due course. As for the timing of awakening, it is uncertain, ranging from mere months to several years. After all, the dual trauma of body and spirit does not simply vanish without a trace. After a brief examination, Mobius offered this assessment. Although the outcome may fall short of expectations, it is evidently the most favorable news available to the gathering. The crowd hastily released Wuxiang from his chains and escorted him to the Tianren Rehabilitation Center for further care and recuperation. In a realm of bizarre and fantastical wonders, Wuxiang drifted aimlessly, akin to a rootless weed adrift in the boundless cosmos. He felt an ethereal lightness enveloping him, so profound that the weight of his own body seemed to dissipate entirely. He yearned to struggle, yet found himself utterly immobilized, merely floating along the currents toward an endless horizon. Time lost all significance. Perhaps a day had passed, a year, or even a century. It was impossible to discern. Finally, after exerting immense effort, Wuxiang managed to open his eyes. As his consciousness battled through a haze of confusion and uncertainty, His vision gradually sharpened, revealing a vast expanse of azure sky. He attempted to move, but his body remained devoid of strength. Yet beneath his head, he felt an exquisite softness, captivating and delicate. As he tilted his gaze upward, a face etched deeply into his soul, almost indelible, came into view. In a moment of profound shock, Wuxiang found himself momentarily paralyzed, his mind blank, even forgetting to respond, as if caught in a state of suspended animation. "Brother, you have awakened," said Wu Yu, her head bowed, a sweet smile gracing her lips, reminiscent of an angel, untouched by the passage of time, remaining as unchanged as ever. The mountains and fields were adorned with blossoms vying for attention, vibrant peach and plum trees thriving in exuberance. Amid this floral symphony lay a secluded, tranquil lake, a world apart, where the young man and woman gathered upon a small island at its heart. With delicate hands, the girl tenderly caressed the boy's face, her fingertips gliding gently through his hair, imbued with endless warmth and affection. The boy languidly rested his head upon her soft thigh, enveloped in a comfort so profound he felt he might drift into slumber, experiencing an unparalleled sense of tranquility and security. From a distance, it appeared as a serene portrait of time well spent. "Wu Yu, where's this place?" he inquired. "Brother, this is our paradise," she replied, and with a gentle wave of her hand, countless sparkling lights danced into the air. Petals swirled and blossomed in a magnificent display, forming a vibrant sea of flowers that swayed with the breeze. Wuxiang felt as though he were embraced by a gentle spring wind, the intoxicating fragrance of blooms filling his senses. Larks answered their call, circling the two in joyful flight, singing enchanting melodies. In the crystal-clear waters, koi leaped and frolicked, playfully darting into the girl's palm, mischievously kissing her cheek. Even a paradise on earth pales in comparison. Wuxiang felt his strength gradually returning, and thus sat up, gently enveloping Wu Yu in his embrace, savoring the unique fragrance that emanated from the young girl. Wu Yu obediently nestled against Wuxiang's broad chest, her delicate smile illuminating her features as she surrendered herself to his presence. The two remained in tranquil silence, attuned to each other's heartbeats, relishing this rare and precious moment of warmth. "Wu Yu, do you know? I had an extraordinarily long dream. I dreamt that you were slain by the Limikins, and I found myself utterly powerless, forced to watch you fade away before my very eyes like a mere bystander. I was terrified, afraid of losing you, afraid that I would never again be able to hold you as I do at this moment, a fear that nearly drove me to madness. Later, I joined the Celestial Blade and encountered companions worthy of my esteem, who aided me in growing stronger step by step. After enduring a long and arduous journey, I finally acquired the strength to stand face to face with my adversaries." Normally reticent, Wuxiang seemed to possess an unending torrent of words this time, yearning to share all his joys and sorrows with the one in his arms. Wu Yu listened quietly, never interrupting, until Wuxiang concluded, at which point she softly replied, "Brother, I know everything." Wuxiang tenderly stroked his sister's small head, his hand gliding through her smooth, flowing hair. "Wu Yu, we will never be apart again, will we?" The boy's tone carried a hint of trepidation, yet he awaited her response in vain, which caused a flicker of anxiety within him. "Without worry." She straightened her posture, locking eyes with Wuxiang. Her soft voice resonated clearly in his ears. "Brother, although I long to be with you forever, I cannot be so selfish. In reality, there are countless others who care for you, cherish you, and await your return. Their feelings for you mirror mine. They are all invaluable to you. Your journey is far from over, and your path must not end here." However, Wuxiang's expression grew anxious, eager to speak, yet was silenced by Wu Yu's gentle hand covering his mouth. "Brother, do not fret. I shall not go anywhere. I will wait for you right here. As for now, it is time for you to awaken." Chapter 160. Recovery to Wholeness 2 months later. In a ward of the rehabilitation center rebuilt by Tian Run, Wuxiang slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness still clouded. It took him quite a while to recall who he was. His memories lingered on the final moment of the magic artillery's launch, and he had no recollection of what followed. The only certainty he possessed was that he was still alive, seemingly in good health, with all limbs intact. Aside from a slight fatigue, he felt no discomfort. It seemed that Tian Run had achieved ultimate victory, rendering his desperate struggle worthwhile. How much time had passed? What were the others doing now? As Wuxiang slightly lifted his neck, he noticed a figure of a busy young girl in the room. Aylin faintly sensed a disturbance behind her, turning in confusion to meet Wuxiang's gaze, their figures momentarily frozen in time. Wuxiang offered a slight smile. It was undeniable that each time he awakened, the first person he beheld was Aylin, a peculiar twist of fate indeed. Aylin's large eyes glistened with unshed tears, and suddenly she lunged onto the bed, embracing Wuxiang as she sobbed uncontrollably. Wu, you have finally awakened. The doctor said you might become a vegetable, but I never believed it, Wu. As she cried, Aylin seemed to recall something, abruptly propping herself up to gaze at Wuxiang with a trembling expression. Wait, you haven't lost your memory, have you? Do you still remember who I am? Wuxiang struggled to keep pace with Aylin's train of thought, feeling a playful urge to tease her. Thus, he feigned ignorance, adopting an expression of unfamiliarity. May I ask who you are? What? You don't recognize me. You don't recognize me. Wu. Aylin's wails intensified at his words, her sorrow akin to a river bursting its banks, spiraling out of control. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Wuxiang quickly adopted a serious demeanor. All right, I remember you. I remember you. You are Aylin, right? Please stop crying. Wu, you big liar. You wicked villain. Wu, Aylin cried, her small fists clenched in indignation as she repeatedly pounded Wuxiang's chest, leaving him both amused and exasperated. After a considerable time, Aylin finally calmed down and sought out the doctor to examine Wuxiang's condition. The doctor conducted a thorough examination from head to toe, ultimately finding no abnormalities. Well, everything seems fine. Your recovery is progressing well. I apologize for the inconvenience. Not at all. It is no trouble whatsoever. You are now a distinguished VIP client at our hospital. After the doctor departed, Wuxiang reclined against the headboard, listening to Aylin engage in lively conversation, recounting the significant events and trivialities that have transpired since the Battle of Tianren. However, due to her social standing, Aylin's understanding was limited, leaving many matters only partially comprehended, necessitating Wuxiang to speculate and infer the specifics. Just as they were conversing, a sudden cacophony erupted from the doorway. Turning to glance, he saw Yin Duo La standing rigidly at the entrance like a statue, the fruits she had been carrying tumbling from her grasp and scattering across the floor. During the 3 months of Wuxiang's comatose state from severe injuries, Aylin had become acquainted with all the members of the Crimson Red. Her petite head darted back and forth between the two, and with a radiant smile, she exclaimed, "Oh, it's Sister Yin Duo La. You two continue your conversation. I shall step away for a moment." With that, she briskly exited the ward. Wuxiang and Yin Duo La exchanged a profound gaze, both reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. "So, you have come," Wuxiang said. Yin Duo La did not respond. Instead, she swiftly approached and enveloped Wuxiang in a tight embrace, burying her face in his chest. "Yin Duo La, you," he began, but she interrupted. "Shoo, just let your sister hold you for a moment." Before long, the room was filled with the sound of soft sobs. Wuxiang hesitated for a while before finally placing his hand gently on Yin Duo La's back, offering comfort with a light pat. "Why are you crying? This is not like you at all." "Humph. I am filled with joy and willingness. Is that not permissible?" As Yindora lifted her gaze once more, her demeanor returned to its usual cheerful self, although her eyes still bore a hint of redness. "Consider yourself fortunate this time. Should you dare to act recklessly again, I shall break every single one of your legs and bind you up. No, I shall suspend you." "That will not happen. It will not happen." Wuxiang managed a sheepish smile, hastily agreeing. "By the way, my sudden visit today has not disrupted your intimate moments with your little girlfriend, has it?" "Little girlfriend? What little girlfriend?" Wuxiang responded with a puzzled tone, only to realize after several seconds. "Oh, you mean Aylin? What are you thinking? We are merely good friends." Observing that Wuxiang's expression did not betray deceit, Yindora feigned seriousness and nodded. Yet, she felt a twinge of shame and guilt for her probing actions and wicked thoughts. Fortunately, Wuxiang's innocent nature failed to perceive her internal conflict. Several hours later, Wuxiang completed the discharge formalities and, amidst the warm send-off from the dean and Aylin, departed the hospital. As she stepped through the hospital gates, she encountered a familiar silhouette, seemingly waiting for quite some time. Clad in her signature trench coat, she exuded an aura of elegance that remained undiminished over the years. Xingyin turned to face Wuxiang, her eyes expressing a multitude of emotions: excitement, nostalgia, gratitude, and relief. "Captain, I have returned. Comrade Wuxiang, welcome back to the team." Unable to contain her joy, Xingyan stepped forward and enveloped Wuxiang in a warm embrace. Noticing a hint of discomfort on Wuxiang's face, she quickly released her and offered an explanation. This is a privilege that you can only enjoy after your recovery from a serious illness. Do not even think about it in the future. Upon hearing this, Wuxiang could only chuckle in disbelief. Accompanied by Yandora and Xingyan, the trio made their way back to Wuxiang's residence. As soon as they entered, Wuxiang was forcibly seated in a chair, while the two young ladies immediately began tidying up, making the bed, and bustling about with an air of urgency, not permitting him to intervene. Just as he reached for a glass of water, Yandora had already poured it and handed it to him, her service impeccable. Wuxiang awkwardly gazed at the cup in his hands, unable to suppress a faint smile, feeling somewhat overwhelmed by the attention. There is no need to go to such lengths. By the way, Wuxiang, we have never actually known when your birthday is. Xingyan suddenly broached the subject of birthdays. Birthdays? I am not sure myself. Wuxiang shook his head lightly, as his mother had passed away too early, leaving him devoid of any concept of a birthday in his memories. Upon realizing this, Xingyan understood immediately. How about this? Today marks the joyous occasion of your rebirth. We shall designate today as your birthday from now on, shall we? I agree. Yandora chimed in enthusiastically. Wuxiang pondered for a moment, stroking his chin, and ultimately nodded under the expectant gazes of the two young women. Very well then. Chapter 161. The birthday celebration. With the matter of his birthday settled, Wuxiang took some time to rest before heading to the Team S apartment, intending to reunite with everyone he had not seen for a while, as well as to report his well-being. As the trio approached the entrance of the apartment, Xingyan and Yanduola exchanged a glance and quietly retreated a step. Wuxiang gently pushed open the door, only to be met with an overwhelming darkness that left him momentarily perplexed. What is happening? Almost immediately, two voices emerged swiftly from the shadows. Since you have sincerely inquired, we shall generously enlighten you. 4. Bang, bang. With two dull thuds, two indistinguishable objects suddenly plummeted from the ceiling, landing at Wuxiang's feet. Avalon and Achilles scrambled to their feet, grinning awkwardly. Hey, Shadow. Isn't it rather shameful to launch a surprise attack without a word? Couldn't you allow us to finish our act? Ahem. Wuxiang, happy birthday. With that, Avalon and Achilles each produced a roll of confetti, which cascaded in a vibrant shower from above Wuxiang's head. Subsequently, they each took a stretchy tongue toy into their mouths and began to blow fervently, almost pressing the lengthy plastic tongues against Wuxiang's face. How about that? Surprised? Unexpected? At that moment, a spotlight, seemingly summoned from nowhere, illuminated the center of the hall. With the rhythmic beat of the music, Daxiong Heibao twirled his ample figure, wielding two glow sticks, dancing with an unprecedented fervor that was almost hypnotic. This. Wuxiang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Come. Step aside. The steel wheels of the procession, led by Su Yu, were suffused with an abundance of flowers, balloons, snacks, and more, flowing in one after another, followed closely by an autonomous robot bearing numerous boxes of beverages. Starflame and Yandora exchanged knowing smiles at the astonished expression of Wuxiang. The moment he had consented, the two had promptly disseminated the news of the impending birthday celebration to everyone. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The jubilant melody of the birthday song resonated as Vivian and Taiko emerged, pushing a meticulously prepared birthday cake on a small cart. Taiko, you didn't sneak a taste while baking, did you? Yandora teased casually. No, please don't wrong the innocent. I was helping Sister Vivian with the cake just now. Taiko hastily retorted, yet a guilty wipe at the corner of her mouth betrayed her. Initially, the crowd had paid little attention, but upon witnessing her gesture, they noticed the telltale traces of white cream at the corner of her lips, prompting a wave of laughter. Wuxiang surveyed the gathering, his gaze lingering on each face. The genuine blessings were unmistakable, stirring deep emotions within him, causing his eyes to well with unshed tears. It was the first time in his life that so many had gathered to celebrate his birthday. Taiko boldly stepped forward, standing on a small stool to place the birthday hat atop Wuxiang's head. Vivian then presented the cake before him with a smile. Make a wish and blow out the candles. As no one knew the actual date of Wuxiang's birth, they were uncertain whether he was turning 17 or 18. Thus, they simply decided at random, ultimately placing 18 candles atop the cake. The candle flickered softly, radiating a warm glow and heat, drawing everyone's gaze toward Wushang. Taking a deep breath, Wushang extinguished all the candles in one swift blow. He had never believed in the notion of wishes, yet at this moment, he harbored numerous hopes within his heart. All right, everyone, let us celebrate. With the chorus of cheers, the atmosphere reached a jubilant crescendo. On a whim, Gang Luan contemplated smearing cake on Wushang's face while he was unguarded. However, his mischievous intentions were swiftly thwarted as Xing Yin caught wind of his plan. Casting a fierce glare in Gang Luan's direction, the banquet was laid out, marking the official commencement of the birthday celebration. Ah, how fortuitous. At that moment, Zhuolong entered, dressed casually, followed closely by a young man. I happened to bring Guiji along on my way here. I hope it's all right to add 2 more to the gathering? No worries, today's guests are all friends. Xing Yin rose to affirm. Ah, how delightful. Zhuolong replied. Just put the expenses on my tab. Wushang also stood and nodded respectfully towards Zhuolong commander. Feeling gratified, Zhuolong patted Wushang on the shoulder, bursting into a hearty laugh. What a fine young man. No need for excessive formalities. Today, you are the star of the show. There are few young individuals who earn my admiration, and you are certainly among the most distinguished. Xing Yin, witnessing this, felt a twinge of discontent. Hey, old man, be gentle with your touch. He has only just recovered from his injuries. Can you take responsibility if you hurt him again? Hey, you are being overly protective, aren't you? I've never seen you so defensive on my behalf. Xing Yin crossed her arms and rolled her eyes at Zhuolong. Humph. May I inquire who you are? Guiji then formally extended his blessings, to which Wushang politely responded. The group sat together in harmonious revelry, laughter echoing as their drinks diminished at a visibly rapid pace. After several rounds, Gang Luan, having engaged in a fierce drinking contest with Zhuolong, succumbed and collapsed beneath the table. Hey, keep drinking. Weren't you boasting just a moment ago? Zhuolong, reeking of alcohol, yanked Gang Luan by his collar and hoisted him back up, then proceeded to force a bottle into Gang Luan's mouth. Ugh, no more. I can't take it. Ugh, ugh. Avalon and Achilles took on the role of the atmosphere enhancers, fanning the flames of excitement. Ha! That big fool is out of the game. When it comes to drinking, you must reckon with us brothers. Hee. Have you forgotten who once drank himself into a stupor and begged me to fix him the next day? Believe it or not, we could drink you under the table right now. Come on, we're not afraid of you. As the banquet approached its conclusion, Zhuolong, having claimed the top spot, laughed uproariously, having successfully outdrunk all the other male attendees with an astonishing consumption of nearly 2 cases of baijiu, thus earning the title of ultimate king of alcohol. Is there anyone else? Anyone else? Haraha. Wushang, possessing the unique privilege of amnesty, did not suffer as severely as the others, yet still felt a pleasant dizziness, as if walking on air. After all, none had relied on their prowess to withstand the alcohol. It was purely their drinking capacity that had sustained them. Whenever such moments arise, Wushang invariably retreats to the rooftop to embrace the gentle breeze, and this time is no exception. Alone, he gazes at the twinkling stars in the night sky, as if engaging in a dialogue with the air itself. Suddenly, he softly speaks, "You there, you?" After a considerable pause, just as Wushang begins to lose hope of receiving a response, the necklace at his chest emits a faint glow, and a familiar voice of a young girl echoes in his mind. "Brother, I am here." Chapter 162. The starry flame inebriated for a long time. An incredibly heavy burden has weighed upon Wushang, nearly suffocating him. The moment he clearly hears his sister's voice, an unprecedented sense of relief washes over him. He is uncertain whether he has slipped into madness or if the voice is merely a figment of his imagination. Yet his subconscious yearns to believe that Wuyo still exists by his side. What on earth is happening? Wushang retrieves the necklace from his bosom, cradling it in his palm. The soft, azure glow flickers gently, illuminating his face, prompting him to voice the question that has long lingered in his heart. Wuyo then recounts the truth with clarity. "Brother, do you remember? On the day of our escape, I tragically fell victim to the hands of the Limic people, my body disintegrated by dark energy. Just as I was about to vanish completely from this world, my soul was forcibly absorbed into the necklace, allowing me to persist in a state of consciousness. Alas, I cannot speak nor see. I am ensnared in a profound slumber. Until you mastered the use of magical energy and subsequently awakened your extraordinary abilities, I was able to gradually awaken due to the nurturing power bestowed upon me from the necklace you kept close to your heart. Is there any way to bring you back to life completely? Please tell me. I will make it happen. Wushang eagerly inquired. I do not know. Upon hearing such a response from Wu Yu, Wushang could not help but feel a deep sense of disappointment, yet he quickly consoled himself, recognizing that this situation was still a fortunate one amidst misfortune, and he should not be overly greedy. Brother, I am currently unable to maintain my awakened state for long. I can only converse with you occasionally, and soon I must fall into slumber once again. Wait, Wushang exclaimed hastily. Is it true that the stronger I become, the longer you can remain awake? In theory, that is indeed the case. Brother, take care of yourself. Wu Yu's voice grew increasingly faint, sounding profoundly weary, until it finally vanished completely. Yu Yu? Wushang called out twice more. But this time there was no response at all. Yu is still alive. Yu is still alive. Wushang repeated these words in his heart, seemingly to inspire himself. The Limbic people have mostly perished, and at last, vengeance has been served. He now focused solely on rapidly enhancing his strength while shouldering the responsibilities of a celestial blade warrior. For himself, for Yu, and for everyone. He would strive to carve out a beautiful future, expelling all invaders. Yu, wait for me. Wait for your brother. I am resolute in my quest to discover a means to resurrect you. No one shall separate us again. With my hands clasped behind my head, I gaze at the starry sky above, a flicker of hope illuminating my youthful eyes. Oh, what brings you back here again? Are you not content? A familiar voice resonates from behind. Not at all. I merely came to enjoy the breeze and sober up. Wushang turns to smile gently at Xingyan. I seem to have heard you conversing with someone. Where is the other person? It is merely me here. You must have misheard. Oh, that makes sense. Xingyan hiccups, swaying as she walks, her demeanor intoxicated, cheeks flushed, and eyes glazed, revealing a charmingly innocent and endearing side not seen in her usual self. Her tolerance for alcohol is evidently low. After all, during previous gatherings, she always substituted grape juice for wine. Today, however, she has indulged in the genuine article and is quite tipsy. Observing this, Wushang fears she might stumble and swiftly rises to support her, only to be unexpectedly embraced by her around the neck. Their gazes lock, mere inches apart, breaths palpable between them. Wushang cannot help but feel a rush of blood. Yet he notices Xingyan grinning mischievously at him. He. Captain, please don't do that. It frightens me. Frightened of what? Do you think this captain could devour you? Having said that, Xingyan playfully bites Wushang's chin. Hiss. Wushang was taken aback, feeling a sharp sting at his chin, and immediately raised his hand to push away Xingyan's head. Xingyan smacked her lips a couple of times, seemingly savoring the lingering flavor. Could it be that she was indeed indulging in the legendary revelry of drunkenness? Captain, you've had too much to drink. No, I haven't drunk too much. I could consume 10 more, 100 more, 1,000 more, even 10,000 more. Wushang, exasperated, rubbed his forehead, intending to escort Xingyan back to her residence. Otherwise, who could predict the unforeseen consequences of leaving her unchecked? However, Xingyan, in a fit of spirited defiance, refused to be escorted, clamoring for another round of battle. Eventually, Wushang, left with no other recourse, suddenly adopted a stern expression, causing Xingyan to shrink back, her bravado instantly diminished. What are you going to do? I warn you, I'm quite formidable. Wushang remained silent, slipping one arm under Xingyan's armpit while his other hand supported the bend of her leg, effortlessly lifting her horizontally. Put me down, put me down, Xingyan shouted, struggling fiercely. Be compliant. Wushang barked. Well, why so fierce? Xingyan's resistance indeed waned. Resembling a startled rabbit, her voice gradually diminishing. Seeing that Xingyan had been cowed, Wushang finally sighed in relief and began to descend the stairs with her in his arms. In the hall, only Zuolong remained, languidly seated atop the unconscious steel wheel, one foot resting on a wine crate, still pouring himself a drink. Ah, splendid wine, splendid wine. Upon witnessing Wushang descending the stairs with Xingyan in his arms, his eyes widened in astonishment, and a multitude of impending scenarios flashed through his mind. So much so that he failed to notice the cup slipping from his grasp and shattering on the floor. What a remarkable lad. So ambitious. Zorong raised a thumb in admiration towards Wushang, overwhelmed with respect. Wushang, on the verge of tears, attempted to explain, but was abruptly interrupted by Zorong. Enough. I comprehend everything. I have seen nothing today. Hurry and attend to your matters. Wushang carried Xingyan back to her residence, and midway through their journey, she had already succumbed to sleep in his embrace. Upon entering the room, just as he was about to lay Xingyan upon her bed, she suddenly stirred violently. A retching sound erupted as the combined contents of food and drink were expelled, splattering not only Wushang, but also herself in the process. Ah! Wushang froze, a profound weariness settling in his heart. Following this, another dilemma arose, troubling him further. He pondered whether it was inappropriate for a man of his stature to undress a defenseless woman. Yet, given her current state, he could not simply turn a blind eye. After a brief moment of hesitation, he resolved to take action, extending his hands towards Xingyan. With her attire already scant, removing the soiled outer garments revealed her delicate lingerie, showcasing her exquisite figure and smooth skin in full view. Wushang inhaled deeply, forcefully suppressing the turmoil within, striving to steady his mind. With one hand supporting the back of Xingyan and the other gently offering her half a cup of clear water, he then laid her down on the bed and tucked her in. Subsequently, he washed her clothes and hung them out to dry, while also diligently cleaning the floor. After over an hour of tireless effort, he finally completed his tasks. Sighing softly, he cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering Xingyan before quietly closing the door behind him and departing. Chapter 163. The Military Parade. Upon returning to his dwelling, he shed his clothes and climbed into bed. Perhaps due to having slept for several consecutive months, he found himself devoid of drowsiness. His mind was remarkably alert. Resolutely, he opened his eyes, settled into a cross-legged position, and entered a state of meditation. It had been a long time since he engaged in such introspective practice, and he was uncertain whether his powers had waned. He could not afford to fall behind. However, mere seconds later, his expression turned to one of astonishment, as if confronted with an incomprehensible phenomenon. At that moment, he was struck by the startling realization that the total amount of magical energy within him had amplified several-fold, with an acceleration that felt akin to soaring on a rocket. What could this mean? Could it be that the magical energy which invaded my body during the great battle was absorbed and assimilated while I lay unconscious? It could indeed be a blessing in disguise, a delightful surprise. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastily closed his eyes once more, immersing his consciousness into the depths of a mysterious realm. There, amidst the boundless expanse of the cosmos, 7 colossal celestial bodies hovered serenely, as if timeless, 3 of which were radiating resplendent brilliance. With a heart full of joy, Wushang remained uncertain about the true utility of these so-called fate stars. Yet he felt an undeniable significance in them, as his intuition suggested their importance. He spread his palm, and a fierce blue-violet lightning crackled and flickered, dazzling in its brilliance while concealing a perilous threat. A sleepless night ensued. The following day, Wushang arrived at the Team S apartment, brimming with vitality, only to find 4 figures sprawled across the living room floor. Who are they? Mayahiko stirred at the sound, groggily opening his eyes. You didn't stay out all night, did you? Wushang inquired with an unusual expression. As you can see, that appears to be the case. Gongluan muttered as he groggily sat up. How strange. Why does my back hurt so much? It feels as if I were trampled by a bull. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. No, you're not mistaken at all. As for Avalon and Achilles, they remain in a state of unconsciousness. The door swung open, and Xingyan, stretching lazily, stepped in, casually retrieving a can of cola from the refrigerator and sipping it with evident delight. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Xingyan sensed something peculiar in Wushang's gaze. What's wrong? It's as if you don't recognize me. No, it's nothing. Wushang quickly averted his eyes. By the way, Captain, did you sleep well last night? Quite well indeed. Oh, then it's nothing. Wait. Suddenly, Xingyan's expression shifted, as if recalling something significant, prompting Wushang to feel a surge of tension. Though some memories elude me, I cannot believe that. After consuming such an abundance of alcohol last night, I was still able to walk home unaided. Moreover, I even managed to wash my clothes. Oh, how impressive I am. Truly deserving of my own admiration. Wushang wiped the sweat from his brow, inwardly lamenting. Perhaps it is best not to remind her of this. Speaking of which, Captain, does our team have no recent missions? It seems Xingyan is still lost in recollections of last night. Seizing the opportunity, Wushang deftly shifted the topic. It should be none, right? Responded Xingyan, after a moment of contemplation, with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. What do you mean by should be none? Don't you have any awareness of the situation? Surely, Your position as captain was not merely purchased. At that moment, Yandora entered the room, arriving fashionably late. Ah, everyone is here so early. When Wushang met Yandora's playful gaze, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Little Shangshang, I believe I saw you with the team last night. Under the perplexed stares of the others, Wushang swiftly moved to cover Yandora's mouth. Silence, please. Using lip movements, Yandora blinked her lovely large eyes, feigning innocence. What are you two up to? Xingyan inquired, his expression one of suspicion. Nothing at all. We were just playing around. Haraha. Wushang chuckled awkwardly, forcibly dragging Yandora upstairs. Once they reached a secluded spot, he suddenly felt a slippery, moist sensation in his palm, causing him to instinctively release his grip in alarm. Yandora, with her delicate tongue poised, observed the startled expression on Wushang's face, amusement gleaming in her eyes. Yet, as her laughter subsided, a sorrowful countenance emerged, tears threatening to spill. Little Shangshang, she murmured, there's truly no need for you to be this way. Even if you were to betray me and engage in actions that would wound my heart alongside the captain, I would not bear a grudge. As long as you do not abandon them after igniting the flames of love. Dear sister, what on earth are you doing? Must you torment me so? To Wushang's surprise, Yandora preemptively countered, turning the tables on him, just as he was racking his brain to devise a strategy to outmaneuver her. An unexpected notification was received by the entire squad, himself included. Seizing the moment, Wushang made a hasty retreat after delivering a few idle threats. The notification, dispatched by the command center, indicated that a military parade would take place the following morning at 8 o'clock, urging all units to prepare in advance. Observing the indifferent reactions of his comrades, it appeared that he was the sole individual newly apprised of this information. Captain, do we not need to prepare for this? Of course we do, especially you. Me? Indeed. Here's what you need to remember. Eat well, drink plenty, dress neatly, and perhaps style your hair a bit more handsomely. That's all. Is that it? Precisely. The following morning, the headquarters of Tianren commenced its vigorous operations. The facilities, once ravaged by the Great War, had been restored to their former glory and even surpassed it. The headquarters edifice stands renewed and majestic, enveloped in a radiant blue light that casts its glow across the horizon. In a mere few months, the sheer magnitude of this undertaking, in terms of manpower, resources, and finances, is beyond comprehension. Such a feat would be unattainable by any other force, underscoring the absolute leadership position of Tianren among humanity. 300,000 fully armed elite soldiers are impeccably arranged in the training ground, while overhead, squadrons of fighter jets streak past, casting shadows as they soar. The ground forces march in formation, shaking the earth with their might, and the air resonates with the thunderous roar of countless artillery. Zorong stands with hands clasped behind him atop a high platform, surveying the entire scene before him. Below, the leaders and key members of Giji and Xingyan are orderly positioned. Wushang and his companions quietly stand behind Xingyan, enjoying a privileged vantage point with an unobstructed view. While the military department leads the parade, the forefront of the Grand Army is occupied by 6 figures, 5 men and 1 woman. Among them are the familiar faces of Kalongdo and Badar. Wushang observes this spectacle, pondering silently. Aside from the defector, the 3rd Legion commander Silyamyuj, it is likely that the other absent Legion commanders have perished on the battlefield. Although Tianren has achieved ultimate victory, the cost they have borne is anything but trivial. Chapter 164. The bestowal of honors as the blazing sun rises in the eastern sky. Its warm light reflects upon the resolute faces of the soldiers. The moment has arrived. The 6th seasoned Legion commanders exchange glances and formally commence their command duties. The mighty army surged forth, an overwhelming tide of darkness sweeping across the land, forging an indomitable wall of steel with their resolute bodies. Akin to a slumbering dragon awakening in this moment. The sound of the horn reverberated like thunder, a palpable aura of ferocity ascending to the heavens. As the inspection neared its conclusion and the soldiers returned to their original positions, the robust voice of Zwolong resonated, echoing in all directions. Excellent. I have witnessed the splendor of each one of you. As the supreme commander of the Heavenly Blade, my heart swells with pride. In the face of adversaries, even when cornered, we must muster an indomitable spirit to fight until the very end. I trust that the day you chose to join the Heavenly Blade, you were already aware of the irrevocable path you were embarking upon. Yet, You are not alone. The hopes and dreams of your families rest upon your shoulders. As you carry the collective aspirations of humanity, the blood and sweat you have shed mark the indelible will to fight within you. Reflecting on the past, it has been 328 years since the establishment of the heavenly blade and its subsequent evolution. Had we not tread upon the graves of countless heroes, we would not have the opportunity to stand here today. In the future, we may also become the stepping stones for those who follow, guiding them towards a more distant horizon. One day, we shall surely expel all invaders, standing atop the pinnacle of existence, reclaiming our rightful place as the sole masters of this land. Zwolong paused at an opportune moment, and the audience erupted into thunderous applause, signifying the conclusion of this segment of the speech. As the applause gradually subsided, the next phase of the proceedings commenced. Months prior, due to the emergence of treachery within the upper echelons of the Blade of Heaven, in collusion with the Limicans, the organization found itself ensnared in an unprecedented crisis, nearly facing annihilation. Upon hearing this, expressions of indignation flickered across the faces of the gathered, for far too many once close comrades had perished in that harrowing conflict, leaving wounds that time could not heal. Fortunately, through arduous and valiant struggle, the Blade of Heaven ultimately triumphed, decimating the main forces of the Limicans and achieving an immortal feat worthy of the annals of history. This victory, hard-won and remarkable, requires no further elaboration. It is a testament to the sacrifices made by all present and the valiant souls who laid down their lives. Zalon paused momentarily, his commanding gaze sweeping over the faces of the warriors, before continuing. Among them, there was a young soldier who had joined the Blade of Heaven less than 2 years prior, whose performance was particularly remarkable. His actions could scarcely be described as anything less than heroic. It was he who, in the face of despair, sacrificed himself. It was he who achieved a miraculous feat beyond human capability. It was he who, through sheer determination, secured a decisive turning point for the Blade of Heaven. As his words resonated, a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. The towering figure of the young soldier materialized in the minds of the onlookers, while those who had not witnessed the event firsthand quickly learned of its significance through the whispers of their peers. Though they knew not his name, the striking image of that moment had been indelibly etched into their hearts. A complex tapestry of respect, remembrance, and sorrow began to permeate the gathering. Observing the emotional ambience, Zalon suddenly shifted the direction of his discourse. Surely, you all believed he had long since perished, did you not? Initially, I too harbored such thoughts. However, I now declare that he is not only alive but stands among you in perfect health. Zoran's words detonated like a bomb within the crowd, inciting waves of disbelief as people began to glance around, searching. Comrade Wushang, belonging to the Crimson Division of the Celestial Blade Special Operations Force, please step forward. Wushang found himself in utter confusion, completely at a loss. He had merely intended to be a passive observer today, never anticipating that the spotlight would suddenly shift to him. Observing Wushang's bewildered expression, Zoran chuckled and urged him on. Come now, young man. What are you hesitating for? You appear as if you've lost your nerve. Where has that fierce spirit of yours gone? The one that could face a battleship with a cannon in hand. Yendora, standing behind Wushang, gave him a timely push. Go on, don't keep everyone waiting. Xingyan also offered Wushang an encouraging smile. Go on, that recognition is rightfully yours. Snapping back to reality, Wushang nodded at the two women before confidently ascending the platform, standing tall and proud before the gathered crowd. It is he. It truly is him. How can this be? Am I mistaken? Incredible Zoran waved his hand to silence the clamor among the soldiers. He then accepted a finely crafted medal from a servant and solemnly adorned Wushang's chest with it. Although Wushang was uncertain of the medal's significance, the envious glances from several high-ranking members of the Celestial Blade hinted at its considerable weight. In a momentous announcement, the Crimson Blade Special Operations Team's esteemed B-level member, Wushang, has been rigorously evaluated and found deserving of promotion to A-level status due to his indelible military achievements and outstanding record. Concurrently, I, Zalon, the current Supreme Commander of the Crimson Blade, bestow upon him the highest honor, the title of Blade of the Celestial Extinction. I implore everyone to extend their utmost respect to our hero. With these words, Zalon stepped back and led the salutation toward Wushang. The 30,000 troops simultaneously removed their helmets, cradling them in their hands, their gazes fixed in unison. The atmosphere was both solemn and serious. Wu Shang's heart raced fervently, overwhelmed by emotions he had never anticipated, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Throughout his journey, he had been propelled forward by the force of hatred, akin to a soulless automaton. Yet now, under the grand spirit of unity, the youth's mindset began to transform. The seed of a mission took root, sprouted, and flourished within him. Below the stage, Xingyan gazed up at Wu Shang, a natural expression of pride and contentment gracing her features, reminiscent of a devoted mother who, after much worry, finally witnesses her son's success, feeling a sense of shared glory. The army then departed from headquarters, heading towards the nearest city, Tianji City, to partake in the next phase of a public parade. Due to its unique geographical position and strategic significance, Tianji City, though never officially designated, is revered by the populace as a capital-like entity. Millions of people traveled great distances, flocking to the streets and alleys of Tianji City, eager to witness the grandeur of the Crimson Blade Army. The city gates swung wide open, the main thoroughfare cleared and prepared, as the army marched through, their presence resounding with formidable vigor. The relevant video materials swiftly permeated all cities within the realm of human influence, significantly alleviating the post-war confusion and restlessness of the populace. Chapter 165. Honorary title. After the parade concluded, the members of the squad followed the main force back to headquarters. Wu Shang opened his new identification card, gazing at the embossed golden letter A with a sense of nostalgia. He reflected on the journey, realizing he was no longer the weakest link in the team. He had finally caught up with his companions, a feat not easily achieved. So much had transpired during this period. What does the asterisk after this mean? Wu Shang inquired, pointing to his identification card in confusion. Yendora casually glanced at it and began to explain earnestly. The asterisk signifies a subdivision of rankings. It is not unusual for you to be unaware, as you have just been promoted to a rank today. There are no significant thresholds between D, C, and B ranks, but upon reaching a rank, the restrictions multiply, necessitating a detailed classification into 5 smaller levels, from 1 star to 5 stars. As you can see, you are currently classified as a 1-star A-rank warrior. Wu Shang nodded and then asked again, what about you? What ranks do the rest of you hold? Yendora pressed her fingertip against her alluringly full lips, appearing to ponder for a moment. If I recall correctly, Tycho, Vivian, Mexico, as well as Avalon and that fool Achilles, are all classified as 2-star A-rank warriors. Avalon, something's up. Achilles, who is calling us? The two brothers suddenly popped up with mischievous grins. Get lost. All right. With a flick of her wrist, Yendora shooed away 2 bothersome flies and continued speaking. As for Steel Wheel and Shadow, they were rated A-level 3 stars, while Suyu achieved the highest rating of A-level 4 stars. Wu Shang fell silent, realizing that he still could not escape the fate of being at the bottom. A long and arduous journey lay ahead. I must exert more effort, Yendora declared, clenching her small fists in a gesture of self-encouragement. Why the sudden surge of motivation? Wu Shang raised an eyebrow in curiosity. Alas, I cannot afford to be complacent. After all, you have already attained a 1-star rating while I languish at 2 stars, leaving only a single step between us. What if one day you surpass me and, in a fit of spite, choose to bully me mercilessly while I dare not retaliate, calling out to the heavens for aid that does not come? As Yendora spoke, her expression grew increasingly pitiful, drawing curious glances from those around them. So, little Shang, you might as well accept your fate. Only I shall ride atop you. There is no chance of you overpowering me. Wu Shang noticed the peculiar looks directed at him from the surrounding crowd, his recently established reputation crumbling to dust. He opened his mouth, racking his brain to conjure the most cutting words to vanquish the pink-haired girl before him, only to despairingly find himself at a loss for words. Hee, I relish your expression of wanting to defeat me, yet being utterly powerless to do so. Oh dear, it seems I accidentally blurted out a classic villain's line. Yendora narrowed her enchanting peach blossom eyes, a mischievous smile gracing her lips, like a poppy in full bloom. What are you two so happy about? Starflame approached with a face full of curiosity. Wu Shang, with his eyelids drooping, remained silent, conveying his discontent through his expression, which only served to amuse Starflame further, eliciting a series of giggles from her. Hey, you two, enough already, don't go too far. As Wu Shang's countenance darkened, Starflame, seemingly yielding, covered her mouth with her small hands, though the mirth in her eyes was impossible to conceal. All right. I won't tease you anymore. Wu Shang took a deep breath, suppressing his indignation, and resolved that one day he would teach them a lesson, making them understand the true meaning of cruelty. Captain, does the honorific title I received hold any special significance? Starflame pouted disdainfully. You little rascal, taking advantage and then acting coy. The honorific title is primarily a recognition and commendation given by the Blade of Heaven to its subordinate members for their achievements. Noteworthy titles, such as one against 1,000 and unmatched by thousands, are awarded to those who are truly exceptional. Generally, only S-rank warriors have the opportunity to obtain such titles. As for the title symbolizing the highest honor of the Blade of Heaven, Blade of Annihilation, it can only be bestowed upon those who have created immortal accomplishments. Throughout the several hundred years of the Blade's history, only a handful have received it, and I have never held it myself. With this title, you can stride confidently wherever you go. As long as you do not commit a significant error, no one holds the authority to reprimand you. Wushang suddenly exclaimed. Is it really that impressive? Starflame crossed her arms, contemplating. Certainly. It must be said that you are indeed exceptionally fortunate to be regarded as the weakest entity in the illustrious history of Blade of the Extinction. Without a shadow of a doubt. This need not be emphasized further. Do not lose heart. At least there is one aspect in which you surpass them all. How so? Because you are the sole human to have been bestowed with this title while still alive. The only alive? Wushang's expression momentarily faltered, but he swiftly grasped the significance of Xinyan's words. One cannot deny that he is truly quite fortunate. Upon returning to headquarters and after the team disbanded, Wushang intended to retire to his quarters for some rest. However, with every few steps he took, he found himself glancing back, seemingly on guard against someone. He soon discovered that two young ladies were closely trailing behind him. Why aren't you two returning home? Are you plotting some sort of conspiracy? Yandora replied. Does little Shang not know? Tonight, there is a grand celebration ball at headquarters, and our squad has been invited in full. All right, I understand. I shall arrive punctually. So you two may return, Wushang responded. No. Young man, it seems you are utterly oblivious. You must realize that you are now the face of Crimson Red, and we have a duty to help you refine your image, lest you appear disheveled and disgraceful. Half an hour later, Wushang found himself bewilderedly pressed into a chair, facing an enormous mirror. Please wait while I prepare the tools, Yandora said as she brought over an oversized backpack, quickly rummaging through its contents. Scissors, electric clippers, hair dryers, curling irons, hairspray, hair rollers, essence, face masks, lipsticks, eyebrow pencils, foundation, wigs, bows, tape, small whips, and so forth. Why does everything seem to grow increasingly peculiar towards the end? Observing the increasingly expressive smile of Yandora, a sense of alarm surged within Wushang. Little Shang, why not try this first? Yandora approached Wushang slowly, one hand holding a wig and the other a bow. I'm afraid I must decline, Wushang exclaimed, startled, rising abruptly with no room for negotiation. Alas, I had hoped that little Shang might awaken some new attributes through this, Yandora said with a hint of melancholy, a distinct look of disappointment crossing her face. Suddenly, Xingyan launched a surprise attack from behind, forcefully pushing Wushang back and firmly pinning him to the chair. Yandora, quickly. He is under my control. Yandora's spirit brightened upon witnessing this. Captain, well done. Little Shang, do not fear, it will soon be all right. Prepare to embrace a brand new self. Wushang's eyes widened in terror as he struggled desperately, only to helplessly watch Yandora's magical grasp loom larger in his vision. Chapter 166, Celebration Banquet Before Long. A stunning beauty with flowing hair, glimmering eyes, and a frosty countenance appeared before them. Xingyan and Yandora chuckled in delight, undeterred by the girl's lethal gaze. I knew that with little Shang's talent, the results would undoubtedly be remarkable. Don't wear such a serious expression, come on. Smile. 3, 2, 1, cheese. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the impeccably dressed Wushang entered the venue punctually. Standing tall and exuding an air of remarkable elegance, he presented a striking figure. Xingyan donned a wine-red evening gown, adorned with delicate black lace, captivating all with her radiant beauty and graceful demeanor. Yanduola, in a grapefruit-white evening gown, was elegantly draped in floral patterns of white silk around her arms and calves, her enchanting charm mesmerizing all with every smile and glance. Both women were stunningly beautiful, yet their distinct temperaments created a delightful contrast, forming a breathtaking tableau that drew the attention of onlookers. The young man caught between them garnered a wave of envious, jealous, and helpless gazes from his male peers. However, our seemingly enviable protagonist remained unperturbed, his demeanor as calm as an old dog, far from the bliss others imagined him to possess. The thought of having been compelled to endure the embarrassment of a humiliating photograph left him despondent, feeling as though life had turned bleak. He had never before faced such indignity. Had he not fiercely insisted that Yin Duo La delete the photo, the matter would have remained unresolved. Yin Duo La, I must share a little secret. I actually kept a backup of the photo, hee. Oh dear, don't be angry, just forgive me this once. Will you? Next time, I'll wear your clothes for another photo together with the captain, she coaxed, clinging to Wu Shang's arm with a playful tone. Wu Shang remained indifferent, casting her a look that suggested she could decipher his feelings. Ahem. I too am at fault. I should not have indulged in Yin Duo La's antics, Xing Yin interjected, stepping forward with a more humble demeanor. As Wu Shang witnessed the two women humbly admitting their mistakes, their pitiful demeanor made it seem as though he were the true villain forcing them into such a predicament, leaving him rather speechless. Despite being fully aware that they were merely acting, he ultimately relented. Humph, it shall not happen again. Shortly thereafter, the three of them temporarily parted ways, each engaging in their own leisurely pursuits. The ballroom was a vivid spectacle of lights and merriment, a strikingly rare scene in Tianren, where people had shed their uniforms and armor in favor of suits and gowns, mingling and exchanging playful banter in small groups. Wu Shang, once a nameless soldier, had abruptly transformed into a notable figure, with most attendees greeting him warmly. Regardless of whether they were acquainted or not, he endeavored to respond with a smile. Amidst the crowd, a particularly striking figure soon caught his eye. Taiko, clad in an adorable puffball dress, appeared as delicate as a porcelain doll, as if she had stepped out of a fairy tale. At that moment, she was poking her cheek with her tiny hand, gazing longingly at the delicacies on the table. Seemingly unable to move her feet, Wu Shang shook his head slightly, finding the situation amusing. He then reached beneath Taiko's arm and lifted her up. Taiko turned to him, casting a look that conveyed her appreciation for his understanding, before her attention shifted entirely to the food before her, her eyes sparkling with delight. With a large tray cradled in her arms, she was determined to pilfer at least one of every delicacy. This one, and that one. Move a little to the left, you silly. I can't reach it. Once the tray was filled to its capacity, Wu Shang set Taiko down, who proceeded to indulge in her feast, seemingly oblivious to her surroundings. Well then, I shall take my leave. Do hurry along, do hurry along. Do not linger here and delay my meal. In the midst of the crowd, Su Yu and Vivian strolled together, engaged in jovial banter, their demeanor radiating a sense of delight that seemed to harbor an unspoken significance. Avalon and Achilles, with their arms draped over each other's shoulders, bellowed boisterously, occasionally teasing passing women, which caused Wu Shang to hastily retreat, fearful of being ensnared by the antics of those two fools and tarnishing his esteemed reputation. Greetings. You must be Wu Shang. A sudden, unfamiliar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning around, Wu Shang encountered a striking young man with golden hair and azure eyes, a complete stranger. Hello, it is I, Wu Shang replied nonchalantly. Despite the youth's warm smile, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Pleasure to meet you. I am Fei Yin, the young man said, extending his hand. Pleasure to meet you. I am Wu Shang, he responded, shaking hands with the stranger. The moment their palms met, a subtle stir coursed through Wu Shang, though his expression remained impassive. Their hands clasped tightly, lingering in an embrace that felt reminiscent of long-lost friends reluctant to part. Yet no further gestures were made. I have long wished to make your acquaintance, yet opportunities have been scarce. Meeting you today is indeed extraordinary. Too kind, you flatter me. Wu Shang replied. With that, they parted ways. The smile faded from Fei Yin's face, while a chill flickered in Wu Shang's eyes. Hey, what are you pondering? Xing Yin asked, patting Wu Shang on the shoulder. Wu Shang recounted the circumstances of his encounter with Fei Yin, causing Xing Yin's expression to darken gradually. The individual known as Fei Yin had been parachuted from another location to the headquarters, where higher-ups intended for him to assume the role of the new commander of the 3rd Legion. However, Zoran had forcefully rejected this proposition, citing insufficient qualifications. Oh, I see. He is not a commendable character. Remember to keep your distance. Understood. Before long, Zoran finally made his appearance, performing a cursory presiding role. All that needed to be said has been addressed during the day. I shall refrain from further rambling. Just enjoy your evening. With that, Zoran swiftly exited the scene. Come on, let us follow him. Xing Yin smiled wryly, seizing Wu Shang's hand as they hurriedly trailed behind. Commander. Yes, all is well with you. Zoran hastily maneuvered through the crowd, occasionally glancing back, as if fleeing from some monstrous threat. Hey, old man, slow down, don't trip. Zoran pretended not to hear Xing Yin's words, quickening his pace instead, ultimately unable to escape the fate of being cornered. Ah, it's you, Xing Yin. What brings you to me? Zoran inquired nonchalantly. I must say, old man, our Wu Shang has accomplished a great feat this time. You wouldn't think to dismiss us with mere empty titles, would you? At the very least, a tangible reward would be appreciated. Xing Yin, with a cheeky demeanor, boldly spread her legs, only to realize belatedly that she was clad in an evening gown, prompting her to retract them. Wu Shang. Zhao Long's expression soured as he immediately resorted to a display of misery. My dear, you are well aware that the headquarters has been grappling with a financial deficit lately, and the expenditures are quite substantial. How could there be any surplus to offer as a reward? I can hardly afford to replace my undergarments, which have developed 2 holes. Please understand. Xing Yin nodded in agreement. I see now. I was mistaken in my assumptions. It's quite all right, as long as you comprehend the situation. Given this, why not use that as a means to settle the debt? That? What do you mean by that? Think carefully, you know what I'm referring to. No, absolutely not. You little brat, you shan't even think about it. The intense exchange between the two culminated in Zhao Long's defeat, leaving Xing Yin in high spirits. If Tianrun is experiencing financial strain, why then expend additional funds on hosting a gala? Isn't that a further extravagance? Wu Shang pondered this for a while before inquiring of Xing Yin. You may not grasp this, but during times of public despondency, such events hold their own significance and unique purpose, Xing Yin replied enthusiastically, reaching for a bottle of fine red wine from a nearby counter. Upon witnessing this, Wu Shang was instantly alarmed. Don't touch that. Noting the myriad of questions swirling in Xing Yan's mind, Wu Shang realized his words had been rather abrupt. He quickly thrust a glass of juice into her hand, adding, alcohol is harmful. Overindulgence is ill-advised. Here, drink this, it's delicious. Xing Yin furrowed her brow, displaying her discontent. What is this all about? Are you questioning my capacity for drink? I, the captain, am quite adept at consuming alcohol. Ah, indeed. It is precisely because I am acutely aware of your capacity for alcohol that I dare not allow you to indulge. Fortunately, in the end, Xing Yin graciously opted for juice, which brought a sigh of relief to Wu Shang. Chapter 167. The Celestial Dragon Halberd. The celebration hosted by Tianrun concluded without incident, devoid of any remarkable occurrences. The shadows of battle gradually dissipated with the passage of time, and at least it appeared that everything was progressing in a favorable direction. Wu Shang received an unexpected gift, precisely that which Xing Yin had previously requested from Zhao Yuan. Where are we heading? Wu Shang inquired, perplexed. You will know in due time, Xing Yin replied cryptically. Xing Yin led the way while Wu Shang followed, the two making their way through a labyrinth of turns until they arrived at the door of a dimly lit chamber within the subterranean research department of Tianrun. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan seemed to have been waiting for quite some time, his expression sour and drawn. However, Wu Shang's attention was immediately captivated by an object prominently displayed in the center of the room, rendering everything else irrelevant. What is that? Wu Shang whispered. It was originally a weapon prototype, now forged into a weapon, a halberd meticulously crafted for you, Xing Yin replied with a smile. The halberd's shaft gleamed in a dark green hue. Reportedly forged entirely from meteorite iron and precious gold, its side blades and tip shimmering with a bright silver radiance, embedded with indomitable celestial crystals. The entire weapon stretched nearly 3 meters in length, inscribed with a multitude of wind and thunder sigils, and even when lying still, it seemed to resonate with the roars of wind and thunder, exuding an aura of both oppressive power and lethal danger. Wu Xiang approached and gently caressed the spear, feeling a surge of excitement, and then gripped it firmly, attempting to lift it. However, to his embarrassment, he found himself unable to move it. If you can't lift it, just let it go. There's no need to strain yourself, Zorong remarked with irritation, his face betraying a painful expression. Ignoring Zorong's comment, Wu Xiang's demeanor shifted as he summoned all his strength, finally managing to budge the weapon. In an instant, thunder roared and a violent pressure surged forth. only to dissipate into nothingness moments later. How heavy? It must weigh no less than 3,000 kilograms. Wu Xiang felt a jolt of surprise and questioned his ability to wield it with ease given his current strength. This weapon was the pinnacle of craftsmanship and intelligence, its quality rivaling that of my own Jian meteor blade, the desolate killing spear, and the Elder's Rift war axe. It is now yours. Why not bestow upon it a name? Xingyan suggested with a tone of blessing. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Xiang found a name springing forth from his lips. Let it be called the Celestial Soaring Dragon Spear. On the training grounds, beneath the scorching sun, while others sought respite from the heat, a young boy persisted. Bare-chested and drenched in sweat, vigorously wielding the long spear. His movements appeared somewhat awkward, even slightly unsteady due to his shifting center of gravity. Yet with each swing of the spear, a darkened trail lingered in its wake, a phenomenon few recognized as the space itself struggling to withstand the force. Although he did not intentionally strike any particular objects, the ground around him was inevitably affected by the sharp radiance emitted from the spear, leaving behind countless striking fissures. Come on, you must be exhausted. Take a sip of water. The elfin girl radiated warmth with her beaming smile as she thoughtfully offered the boy a bottle of chilled water. You haven't added anything peculiar to this, have you? Like a laxative? The boy's expression shifted to one of caution upon seeing the water. Xiao Shangsong, how could you doubt my good intentions? Does your conscience not ache? All right, I shall drink it. Whether my conscience will ache, I cannot say, but I fear the pain in my stomach from the steel wheel will be unforgettable. Without hesitation, he stood the long spear upright beside him, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Once the chaotic atmosphere settled, he took the bottle with his free hand and lifted it to his lips, drinking deeply. Yendora observed the long spear in his grasp, curiosity and eagerness flickering in her eyes. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch his solid chest and playfully pinched it. What are you doing? He looked down at her small gesture, feeling somewhat speechless. Yendora retracted her hand, her face devoid of any embarrassment, instead commenting with a hint of appraisal. Not bad. Not bad. Quite firm and substantial. It was just a casual touch. No need to overreact. I'm sorry, but I must decline. Humph. Such a stingy man. If that is the case, I shall not take advantage of you. I will let you have a turn to pinch me back. As she spoke, Yendora made a bold display of her ample bosom, presenting herself as an enticing temptation. Hurry up, and once it's done, we'll be even. Wu Xiang turned away, choosing to disregard her. After all, one cannot simply grasp such a thing. Can one? Yet, Yendora was unwilling to let him depart. She darted in front of him, fluttering her large, crystalline eyes, seemingly with ulterior motives. What do you want now? Could I borrow your new weapon to play with? Good heavens. It appears she has exhausted her previous playthings and has now set her sights on his. Wu Xiang couldn't help but express his skepticism. It's quite heavy. Are you sure you can handle it? Yendora confidently patted her chest, asserting, You underestimate me. There is nothing in this world that I cannot manage. Then give it a try. But be careful. Yendora promptly grasped the halberd tightly with both hands and urged Wu Xiang to release his grip. However, the moment he eased his hold, she immediately staggered, nearly toppling over. It's so heavy, why is it so heavy? Rather than gripping the halberd, Yendora resembled more of an ornamental accessory, though she managed to stabilize herself. She was rendered almost immobile by its weight. Please help me. Yendora pleaded pitifully, her expression transforming from one of arrogance to one of vulnerability. Meanwhile, Wu Xiang leisurely gazed at the stars above, occasionally clearing his ears, as if he had heard nothing at all. As Yenduola was on the verge of collapsing, Wu Xiang swiftly caught her. Humph, this is no fun, not fun at all. It's far less thrilling than my daggers, throwing knives, and hidden darts. Yenduola remarked, rubbing her sore wrist while casting a forlorn glance at Wu Xiang. With a slight smile, Wu Xiang chose not to retort. Not far away, Xing Yin lounged lazily beneath the shade of a tree, sipping chilled watermelon juice while engrossed in a romantic novel, savoring the leisurely passage of time. Yenduola approached and settled opposite her, resting her chin in her hands, and sighed, Captain, you're being lazy again. Xiao Shang is working so hard. Don't you feel any pressure? Shouldn't you be training? Xing Yin remained undisturbed, merely lifting her gaze slightly. Who says I'm not training? I am putting in effort. It's just that you haven't seen it. What if one day Xiao Shang surpasses you in strength, steals your captaincy, and banishes you? Impossible. The title of the first genius in 100 years of our team, Tian Run, didn't come from mere wins. At that moment, a melodious ringtone suddenly echoed. Upon seeing the caller ID, Xing Yan's previously relaxed demeanor turned tense. Chapter 168. Special Mission. Xing Yan hurriedly rose, her gaze darting as she sought a secluded spot, pressing the answer key and whispering into the microphone. Yin Duola, intrigued, strained to eavesdrop. But the voices were too faint to comprehend. After a while, Xing Yan returned, moving with a despondent gait, akin to a fish that had suddenly lost its aspirations, slumping onto the chaise lounge. "Captain, what troubles you?" Yandora exclaimed, startled by Xing Yan's lifeless demeanor, shaking her shoulders while anxiously seeking an explanation. "It's over. All is lost." Xing Yan's eyes were vacant, her gaze blank, unresponsive to Yandora's frantic attempts to rouse her, only faint whispers escaping her lips. "What on earth has happened? Please don't frighten me." With great effort, Xing Yan lifted her head, as if finally emerging from a profound shock. "Actually, what is it?" Yandora pressed. "It's my mother calling. Could it be that Anne has passed away?" "Oh, spare me. Your mother is the one who has departed." "Then what is it?" "My mother wants me to return home." Yandora paused, momentarily taken aback, before she could not help but roll her eyes. "Captain, after hearing this jest of yours, I feel considerably relieved." "No, you don't comprehend. This is exceedingly serious." Yandora felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead, offering an awkward smile. "See, Captain, perhaps you should have a glass of watermelon juice to cool down and regain your composure." "How can I possibly remain calm at a time like this? I can hardly muster the will to drink." As she spoke, Xing Yan took the watermelon juice and drank nearly half of it before suddenly pausing. "No, this won't do. I cannot sit idly by. I must immediately issue an S-level emergency mission." No sooner had she spoken than, before Yandora could intervene, she dashed away in a flurry. "Don't be impulsive. Wait for me. Wait for me." Yandora sighed, covering her face, momentarily at a loss. She had no choice but to follow suit. In the Crimson Red Squad's apartment, all members, including Wuxiang, were present. The atmosphere inside was tense, the air thick with an unspoken anxiety, as each individual braced themselves psychologically for the impending calamity. "What do you suppose the captain is so hastily calling us for?" "I have no idea. I haven't heard a whisper of anything." It feels rather suspicious." "Never mind. Let us not speculate. The captain should be arriving shortly." To be honest, everyone was caught off guard by this sudden emergency mission. They promptly abandoned their tasks, some even hastily pulling up their pants after being interrupted mid-visit to the restroom. The door swung open, and Xing Yan entered, accompanied by Yandora, her expression fraught with concern. "Captain, is it the Eurylians attacking? Or perhaps the Chigorin? How far are they from headquarters?" "We shall strike and defeat them at once," Gongluan inquired, his face a mask of fury. "No, it's neither. The situation is far more dire." Xing Yan gently shook her head. "What? Could it be that the headquarters has initiated a self-destruct sequence and is on the verge of an explosion? Or perhaps a meteor shower will soon rain down upon us? Surely, it cannot be that the colossal divine soldier is simply constipated today." Some individuals immediately let their imaginations run wild, yet no matter how fervently they speculated, the truth of the matter remained elusive. Xing Yan displayed a mixture of hesitation and inner turmoil, repeatedly opening her mouth as if struggling to articulate something that weighed heavily on her heart, or perhaps there were unspoken concerns. "Captain, do hurry up and tell us. It's exasperating." Aye. Indeed, whatever transpires, we shall face it together." Under the relentless urging of the crowd, Xing Yan finally revealed the reality of the situation. "The truth is, I have not returned home in over 2 years, and my mother has insisted that I make a visit. During our last conversation, I had deceived her into believing that I was in a relationship, assuring her that everything was splendid and that she need not worry. Consequently, this time, my mother has demanded that I bring my boyfriend along to meet her. No matter how I pleaded with her, she remained resolute. Moreover, she even threatened, stating that if I dared to return alone or not at all, she would travel a great distance just to come and shower me with affection." Following a brief, tense silence in the hall, a wave of murmurs erupted, and the crowd felt as though their emotions had taken a roller coaster ride, with exhilarating highs and lows. "Is this it? Is this truly the situation? I initially thought something significant had occurred. Let us disperse, everyone." Steel Wheel, chattering incessantly, was the first to take his leave. However, in the blink of an eye, a searing blade was poised at his throat, mere inches from his flesh. the acrid scent of singed hair invading his nostrils. It appears you harbor a modicum of disdain and discontent towards your captain. Why not voice your thoughts? So that I may improve myself in the future? A chilling smile curled at the corners of Starflame's lips as he spoke with a cold laugh. Steel Wheel involuntarily swallowed hard, retreating to the sofa in small, hesitant steps. It is our duty to alleviate the captain's burdens. Who else wishes to depart? I shall not allow them to escape. With that, he hastily added with a servile grin, Captain, how does this seem to you? Starflame crossed his arms and nodded. Well, it is acceptable, albeit barely. Yendora cleared her throat twice, rising at an opportune moment to ease the palpable tension in the hall. Ahem. I trust everyone has a general understanding of our current predicament. To speak candidly, our captain has always treated us well, now that she is in distress. How can we stand idly by? I urge everyone to pool our ideas, row together, and unite in our efforts to help the captain through this trying time. Under duress, the crowd began a fervent discussion on how to resolve the issue of Starflame bringing her boyfriend home. Tico suggested, Captain, I believe you could tell your mother that you recently broke up with your boyfriend and have returned to being single. That won't do. The moment I arrive home, my mother will undoubtedly arrange a matchmaking session for me. Steel Wheel, I have an idea. Why not say that on the way back? My boyfriend accidentally got hit by a car, leaving no trace behind? That way, considering your feelings, you won't be forced into blind dates. It's a rather reasonable thought, except for its credibility being nearly non-existent. Only someone lacking common sense would conjure such a notion. Vivian, this matter, while seemingly simple, is not without its challenges. In truth, all we need is to find someone to impersonate the captain's boyfriend and handle it accordingly. Well, it does seem somewhat feasible. Starflame pondered for a moment, as if earnestly contemplating the practicality of this latest proposal. Her gaze wandered over the squad members before her, and she muttered softly to herself, But, who should we choose for this role? Chapter 169. The boyfriend selection. Just as Starflame was deep in thought regarding who to recruit for the performance, a commotion erupted. Haha, this task is simply meant for me. Uff, don't think too much about it. The captain is mine. Hey, little brother, let big brother take this one, will you? Why should I concede to you? Simply because I am charming and esteemed by the captain. Come on, enough with that. Just look at you. I'd be embarrassed to even wake you up with a splash of water. Since that's the case, to ensure fairness, why not let the captain choose from among us brothers? Come on, who is afraid of whom? Avalon and Achilles, who were on the verge of an intense rivalry, suddenly turned their earnest and sincere gazes toward Starflame, eagerly inquiring, Captain, choose wisely, for we, the two brothers, are truly inseparable in our merits. Whom do you truly favor? Xingyan flashed a radiant smile, playfully curling her finger. Only children make choices. Adults, of course, embrace all. The two brothers could not help but display bashful expressions. Captain, this seems inappropriate, does it not? Do not confine your thoughts. There is nothing wrong with it. With two resounding thuds akin to the cracking of skulls, the apartment windows swung open, and two unidentified objects soared out, embedding themselves into the garden's soil. Yendora, do remember to report to the Human Resources Department tomorrow and remove Avalon and Achilles from the records. Understood, Captain. Xingyan brushed off non-existent dust from her hands, instantly feeling a surge of elation. Excellent. Let us resume our previous discussion. May I invite the esteemed male guests to make their entrance? Xingyan Suyu? His appearance and character are commendable, a solid choice indeed. Yet unfortunately, my mother has encountered him before. No chance. Suyu, your words are astute, Captain. Xingyan. As for Mi Yin, he is shorter than I and lacks distinctiveness. I have no interest. Mi Yin. Captain, while I personally do not mind others' opinions, I would appreciate it if you could refrain from personal attacks. Xingyan. His personality is exceedingly dull. Even a fart from him would produce little sound. Xingyan. Gangluan. No way, no way. Gangluan. Why is it that others receive comments while I am dismissed outright? Captain, could you possibly say something positive, just a little? Starflame. Ah, how unfortunate. Being so young, if I take you out, people will surely criticize me for being an old bull courting tender grass. Wuxiangpum. As the situation seemed to reach a stalemate, Yendora leaned in to whisper to Starflame, Captain, what if we broaden the selection criteria? No way. If this embarrassing matter becomes widely known, how would I ever survive in the Heavenblade afterwards? Yendora sighed and then addressed the gathered crowd. Please, everyone, line up. The group promptly complied. Those who are interested in accompanying the captain back home for a visit, please step forward. Wuxiang lowered his gaze, pondering silently. Clearly, playing the role of Starflame's faux boyfriend was not only troublesome, but also utterly meaningless, a task that would yield no reward. It was best to avoid such entanglements. However, as Yendora's words fell, the crowd simultaneously took a step back, their movements synchronized, leaving Wuxiang standing there, bewildered. Coming to his senses, he turned to the group, his expression filled with confusion and disbelief. Me, you all. Evidently, he had not yet grasped the essence of the squad's cherished traditions, having joined too recently. His youth had shielded him from the harsh realities of life. Starflame rose, placing a reassuring hand on Wuxiang's shoulder, sighing deeply. I never expected that in the end. It would be you willing to step forward. Well, tender grass is still grass, and it suits my appetite. Clean yourself up well and wait for me. We shall depart tomorrow morning. The crowd immediately showered Wuxiang with congratulations and well wishes before dispersing, leaving him alone in contemplative silence for a prolonged moment. On the following day, Wuxiang arrived as promised, seated quietly on the sofa in the apartment, awaiting the moment. The essential everyday items for their outing had already been neatly packed into a storage wristband, leaving no burdensome luggage to manage. Sensing Wuxiang's restless demeanor, Suyu offered a gentle smile, poured a cup of tea, and pushed it towards Wuxiang. Do not overthink. Consider this as a rare journey. Wuxiang nodded lightly, accepting the teacup and absent-mindedly savoring its warmth. I will do my best. The two engaged in casual conversation while Vivian, ever attentive, refilled their cups whenever they ran empty. Yet, as the agreed time passed by more than an hour without a sign of Xingyan, Wuxiang contemplated making a phone call to inquire about her whereabouts. Just then, the front door creaked open, instantly capturing the attention of all three within the room. A young girl's silhouette transitioned from hazy to clear, clad in a delicate spaghetti-strap dress that accentuated her graceful figure. The translucent sleeves revealed glimpses of her smooth skin. Below her skirt, her long, lustrous legs shone, drawing the eye, while her charming little sandals complemented her ensemble perfectly. Her flowing long hair cascaded freely, adorned with a few playful braids and a simple headband, framing a face that radiated warmth and kindness. She stood elegantly, legs together and hands folded, slightly bowing as she spoke softly. I apologize for keeping you waiting. Wuxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. With a sudden burst, a mouthful of hot tea erupted uncontrollably. Although Suyu managed to maintain a semblance of composure, his trembling visage and muscles betrayed the turmoil that brewed beneath the surface. The young girl, witnessing the exaggerated reactions of those around her, felt her carefully maintained smile begin to fracture. In a moment of impulsive fervor, she rushed forward and seized Wuxiang by the collar, lifting him with fervent intensity. Hey, what do you mean by that? Do you find me amusing? Wuxiang, momentarily taken aback, quickly recognized the need to safeguard his own well-being and earnestly replied, No, not at all. Captain, you look truly exquisite today. This outfit suits you splendidly. I was just taken aback by the surprise, which made me rather animated. It seemed he had finally struck the right chord. Moments ago, he had almost thought that Xingyan had been possessed by another spirit. However, despite the dissonance of the situation, he spoke no falsehood regarding Xingyan's beauty. Meanwhile, Suyu kept his head bowed, striving to diminish his presence, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Humph, Xingyan huffed, observing that Wuxiang had somewhat regained his footing, and she released her grip on his collar, turning her head away in a haughty manner. Although she chose not to press the matter further, her annoyance was palpable, particularly since no one had come forth to appease her. Wuxiang felt a bit at a loss, standing there awkwardly, unsure of what words could remedy the situation. Ultimately, it was Vivian who came to the rescue, intervening with gentle persuasion. All right, Captain, there is nothing to feel awkward about. Our radiant beauty, Xingyan, should possess a greater sense of self-assurance. If you continue like this, who knows how many men would be driven to madness upon seeing you. Wuxiang has always held you in high esteem. Today's lapse was merely a momentary slip. Would you graciously forgive him this time? Xingyan remained silent, turning abruptly to exit. Noticing Wuxiang still standing motionless, she glanced back, her tone sharp. Hey, you lazy boy. Why are you not following? Do you expect me, your captain, to carry you? Oh, Wuxiang's anxious demeanor instantly calmed, and he hurriedly responded, quickening his pace to keep up. Chapter 170. An unexpected visitor. Wuxiang discreetly accompanied Xingyan as they departed, leaving no ripples within the headquarters of Tianren. From a distance, Yandora observed their retreating figures, her lips pouting in discontent. Her expression bore a hint of melancholy, lost in her own thoughts. Zoran seized a moment of respite, aimlessly wandering while contemplating work matters. Speaking of which, Xingyan's sudden and inexplicable leave of absence, with no clear explanation provided, was quite perplexing. Was the illustrious commander of the highest legion of Tianrin so indifferent to appearances? Perhaps it was best to grow accustomed to such whims at that moment. Zoran inadvertently caught sight of a familiar silhouette. Was that Wushang? Zoran's expression gradually turned peculiar. This young lad, appearing quite honest and unassuming, had unexpectedly become quite the charmer. In just a few days, he seemed to have entangled himself with a new beauty. Alas, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. It seems I, in my folly, have misjudged. Indeed, youth possesses its own charm. With this thought, Xiaolong called out, "Hey, what is the little scamp Wushang up to?" Upon hearing Xiaolong's resounding voice, Xingyan immediately shivered, akin to a mouse caught sight of a cat, filled with panic. Wushang opened his mouth to respond, but was abruptly pinched by Xingyan, who then seized his hand and hastened away. Oddly enough, they seemed to be running increasingly faster. Was it guilt that propelled them? Xiaolong furrowed his brow, intrigued and curious, and decided to follow. As the two darted left and right, Xiaolong pursued them with unwavering determination, ultimately cornering them. "Greetings, Commander." The atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Xiaolong's gaze swept over Wushang before settling on the young girl beside him. With her head bowed, her features remained obscured, and she had not uttered a single word, appearing quite shy. "And who might this be? Your new flame?" Wushang, flustered, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Xiaolong approached, inspecting the girl from various angles, while she persistently turned her head away, avoiding direct eye contact. This feeling was eerily familiar. He was certain he had seen her before, many times, yet could not recall where or when. Xiaolong scratched his head, muttering to himself as he delved into his memories. Suddenly, it seemed a revelation struck him, and his eyes widened in shock as if confronted by a specter, causing him to stumble back several steps. You are Xingyan. Apologies, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am Xinghua, the sister of Xingyan." As she spoke, the young girl lifted her head and offered a polite smile to Zoran. Although her face bore no expression, the spectator in her, Wushang, was thoroughly entertained and suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Realizing the situation, he quickly moved to provide cover. "Indeed, Miss Xinghua has recently come to visit our captain, who is currently occupied and lacks the time to attend to her, so I was entrusted with escorting her home." Zoran, bewildered in his thoughts in disarray, responded with skepticism. "Is this truly the case? It seems too coincidental. You bear an uncanny resemblance. And I recall that Xingyan is supposed to be an only child." Unfazed by Zoran's doubts, the girl maintained her smile and spoke with confidence. "The truth is, my sister and I are actually identical twins, which is why we look so alike. As for your lack of knowledge, it is likely that my sister simply forgot to mention it." Wushang initially assumed such a flimsy excuse would not convince Zoran, yet to his surprise, Zoran accepted the explanation without hesitation, stroking his beard in an expression of realization. Upon recognizing that he was in the presence of Xingyan's sister, Zoran became quite amiable. "You are indeed called Xinghua, correct? Upon closer inspection, you and Xingyan actually differ in some ways. At the very least, you are far more charming than your sister. That girl has a particularly foul mouth, a bad temper, and a blatant disregard for authority. She is undisciplined, reckless, loves to take advantage of others, and has a penchant for stirring up trouble. Your sister could certainly learn a thing or two from you." Wushang observed the young girl's smile becoming increasingly strained and felt alarm bells ringing in his mind, realizing the precariousness of the situation. "See, Captain, our journey is rather hurried, so we shall not engage in conversation for now." Xiaolong spoke with an unceasing flow, and even when interrupted, he felt a lingering desire to continue, expressing his regrets. "Very well, I wish you a safe journey." With that, he turned and departed with his hands clasped behind him. Just as Xiaolong turned, not having taken more than a few steps, Xingyan suddenly lifted her head, her eyes ablaze with crimson fury, and without hesitation, she grasped the Jin Yundao tightly, aiming a deadly strike at the back of Xiaolong's head. It was a stance of unyielding determination. Wushang was nearly paralyzed with fear at her actions, rushing forward to embrace Xingyan from behind desperately, trying to restrain her. "Captain, stay calm. Please, do not act impulsively. Let go of me." Let go. Calm down, you fool. This old man has shown blatant disregard. Now that he has seen me, it is only a matter of time before he uncovers the truth. I have no choice but to eliminate him. Xiaolong shivered, a chill coursing from his feet to the crown of his head, sensing an imminent, lethal danger. However, when he turned around, there was nothing behind him, only a gentle breeze brushing past. These two moved quite swiftly. Xiaolong continued his stroll as if nothing were amiss, and upon arriving at a secluded spot, he surveyed his surroundings to ensure no one was present. At that moment, the facade of composure crumbled, and a broad grin spread across his face, his skin twitching uncontrollably. Ha 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 ha. What a relief. I feel utterly exhilarated. I long to share this with someone. I wish I could run wild. Years later, countless members of the Tianren faction would vividly recall the day their typically stern supreme commander, seemingly stricken by an inexplicable blow, galloped wildly through the corridors of headquarters as if possessed. Wu Shang gazed at the deep bite marks on his wrist, which were alarmingly close to the bone, and sighed in resignation. Truly, as an S-rank warrior, she possessed a ferocity that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Her bites were nothing short of ferocious. Xingyan, with a playful glint in her eyes, whistled nonchalantly, as though the events unfolding bore no weight upon her conscience. Serves him right. After all, who was he to obstruct her from taking down that old coot? Captain, what shall we do next? Are we not taking the fighter jet or the Tianren Express? The fighter jet is too conspicuous. We shall not take it. I intend to board a commercial train. It won't cause us much delay. All right. Before long, the two arrived at the commercial station in Tianji City. The station staff, upon seeing Wu Shang in his Tianren uniform, mistakenly believed there was an emergency and hurried over to assist. Wu Shang quickly clarified the misunderstanding, allowing both him and Xingyan to board smoothly, where they were even granted the finest first-class business seats. As the train set in motion, the duo finally embarked on Xingyan's journey home. Chapter 171. Xingyan returns home. Within the first-class cabin of the train, the young man and woman sat side by side, giving the impression of a couple at first glance. The temperature in the cabin was pleasantly comfortable, and the environment was delightful. A plethora of electronic devices and entertainment facilities were at their disposal, with dining services available around the clock. The staff exhibited a commendable attitude, and should they grow weary, they could retreat to their private quarters for rest. Passengers who can avail themselves of these services are almost invariably of noble or affluent stature. Some are captivated by the enchanting demeanor exuded casually by Xingyan, feeling emboldened by their own favorable circumstances to approach her. Yet, the moment they catch sight of the stoic figure of Wu Shang, standing guard like a sentinel beside her, they are compelled to abandon their intentions. Xingyan rests her chin on one hand, gazing out of the window. Although she vocally expresses her disdain for returning home, her demeanor suggests a rather pleasant mood. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wu Shang joins her in admiring the scenery outside. The train weaves through majestic mountains, and occasionally, the fleeting shadows of magical creatures can be glimpsed, as it is quite normal given the absence of protective barriers beyond the city limits. Special interference devices are installed along the tracks, emitting signals that effectively disperse lesser magical beings, and monitoring outposts are established at intervals to ensure safety, alleviating any excessive concerns. A few wisps of smoke drift by, revealing the outlines of quaint villages that appear and disappear like fleeting dreams. Wu Shang's thoughts drift away with the wind, reminiscing about the past when his mother had brought him along, and he in turn had taken his sister to such idyllic places. Sensing a shift in Wu Shang's mood, Xingyan curiously blinked, extending a delicate finger to gently poke his cheek, her voice soft as she inquired, "What is the matter? Are you feeling down?" Wu Shang, roused from his reverie, merely shook his head. "No, it's nothing." A peculiar thought had suddenly crossed his mind, an inclination to seek out the place where his mother had been laid to rest and to reinter her remains. Alas, he was far too young at that time, and his memories had become hazy. Whether he could even locate it remains uncertain. Moreover, even if the location were indeed discovered, no one could predict what might transpire over the course of a decade. Perhaps the remains of my mother have long since returned to dust, or perhaps they have been mercilessly devoured by passing monsters. The loss of my mother is an everlasting anguish and regret within my heart. I lack the courage to unearth the truth. Alas, once a person has departed, any actions taken thereafter lose all significance. No one can alter the irrevocable facts of fate. No one. Captain, how do you perceive my aunt in your heart? What prompted this sudden inquiry? Oh, it is nothing, just a casual question. I see. Very well. Xingyan pondered for a moment, seemingly at a loss for words, and replied casually. My mother, she is quite amiable, yet when faced with certain matters, she can be particularly earnest, and at times, she enjoys lecturing, especially towards me. After approximately a day and a half of travel, the two arrived at their destination, Linhai City, on the morning of the following day. Nestled amidst mountains and rivers, Linhai City boasts a well-connected transportation system. Furthermore, situated deep within the heart of human territory and seldom affected by the ravages of war, it has garnered a reputation as a sanctuary for leisure and retirement. Xingyan is not a native of this place. Circumstances led her to decide to relocate here, having only returned to this locale twice prior, which hardly qualifies her as familiar. Wushang initially believed that Xingyan differed from Yandora, yet in certain respects, women often share common traits, as evidenced in this moment. In an effort to remain inconspicuous, Wushang complied with Xingyan's request to shed his Tianren uniform and don casual attire, only to find that Xingyan was even more displeased. You intend to meet my mother dressed like this? Xingyan remarked, arms crossed and brow furrowed. What's wrong? Wushang ventured cautiously. Aside from your face, which is barely presentable, you look like a beggar. What will others think? That I've been abducted by you. This sentiment struck a familiar chord. I suppose it could be salvaged. And nothing. I'll just follow the captain's orders. The two then entered a large clothing boutique in the city center, making their way directly to the men's apparel section. Before long, Wushang emerged clad in a suit, complete with a tie, exuding the aura of a successful individual. Yet, Xingyan shook his head in discontent. No, too mature, too aged, change it. After another while, Wushang donned a hooded sweatshirt and denim jeans, instilling a sense of youthful vigor. Once again, Xingyan shook his head. No, too juvenile, change it. Patiently, Wushang tried on various outfits for an extended period until, at last, Xingyan benevolently settled on a final choice. Wushang wore a white t-shirt that subtly revealed his well-defined musculature, layered with a blue casual shirt that complemented his look splendidly, further enhanced by the carefully selected sneakers and athletic pants chosen by Xingyan, which accentuated his tall and confident stature. With his hands naturally tucked into his pockets and a serene expression on his face, his deep, contemplative gaze exuded a melancholic yet extraordinary charm. Finally, he had won Xingyan's approval. Will my appearance seem too informal when visiting my aunt? It's all right. My mother won't mind. If she doesn't care, then what is the purpose of bringing me here? She would never admit to being one who judges by looks. Without further ado, Xingyan paid the bill, leaving Wushang with an overwhelming sensation of being sponsored, especially as the gazes of passers-by seemed to affirm his thoughts. Times have changed. In stark contrast to his previous state of poverty, Wushang now possesses a considerable sum of savings. Over the past 2 years, he has undertaken numerous tasks, particularly private commissions that have yielded substantial rewards. With little to spend on, he has saved his earnings. As long as he refrains from extravagant spending, that sum could comfortably sustain an ordinary family for a lifetime. As it is my first visit, should I not bring some gifts? I wonder what my aunt likes. Oh, you've learned to think critically. That's quite an improvement. Although my mother doesn't require much, it's still a nice gesture to buy a few items. Thus, Wushang grasped a large bag of skincare products and nutritional supplements in one hand, while holding another bag filled with an assortment of fresh fruits in the other. And together with Xingyan, they hailed a taxi. Where to? Handsome and beautiful. To number 208, South City Manor. Got it. The driver maneuvered the vehicle out of the city center, taking a somewhat secluded route, ultimately halting before a quaint manor. Wushang glanced around. The estate was modest in size, devoid of visible inhabitants, yet it was impeccably maintained, albeit a touch desolate. Your home is quite spacious and affluent. Isn't this quite normal? Money holds little significance for individuals like us. Earning it is effortless, yet some may not have the fortune to spend it. The two stood at the entrance, hesitating to step inside. Xingyan gently beckoned to Wushang, who understood and leaned closer to her ear. I must reiterate, my mother has always believed that I work at Tianren, unaware of the true nature of my profession. Therefore, regardless of her inquiries, be clever and adaptable, and remember to act according to my cues. Should you dare to reveal the truth, do not blame me for making your existence unbearable. As she spoke, Xingyan clenched her small fist, shaking it before Wushang as a gesture of threat. Understood, Wushang nodded slightly. With the instructions given, Xing Yin promptly approached and rang the doorbell of the manor. Chapter 172. Meeting the mother-in-law before long, there was movement in the yard, and a man who appeared to be in his 50s opened the door and peered out. Seeing a young couple at the entrance, a look of confusion crossed his face. After a moment, as if recalling something, he cautiously inquired, "Are you the young lady?" Although the manor typically had only the mistress as its owner, nearly everything within had been arranged under the young lady's name. However, she seldom returned home, which is why the doorman momentarily failed to recognize his nominal employer. "Yes, it is I," Xing Yin replied with a calm nod. Upon receiving confirmation, the man's face broke into a joyful smile. "Young lady, you have finally returned. In recent days, the lady has remained at home, eagerly anticipating your swift return." As he spoke, the man ushered Xing Yin and Wushang inside, leading the way while energetically calling out, "Everyone, come out. The young lady has returned, and she has brought her husband with her." Xing Yin, who had been walking steadily, stumbled momentarily and cast an annoyed glance at the man. However, he was facing away from her, oblivious to her gaze. Wushang, noticing this, couldn't help but chuckle softly, but quickly suppressed his laughter when he saw Xing Yin turn her attention towards him. Before long, four individuals emerged from various corners of the estate, presumably the driver and bodyguard, the cook, and two maids, making a total of 5. "Good day, miss," they exclaimed in unison, their eyes instinctively drifting towards Wushang, who stood beside Xing Yin. Xing Yin nodded in acknowledgement and walked directly toward the interior of the house, with Wushang in tow. "Is that the husband? How handsome," one murmured. "It must be. He appears quite youthful," another added. "What are you saying? The young lady is quite young herself." Upon entering the parlor, Wushang beheld a woman seated on the sofa, quietly savoring her tea. This was none other than the lady of the house, Xing Yin's mother. By Xing Yin's age, one would expect her mother to be in her 50s, yet the woman appeared to be in her early 40s at most, her features delicate and her allure still evident. Not a single strand of white hair could be seen amidst her flowing black locks, suggesting that in her youth, she must have been a much-admired beauty. Upon hearing the commotion, she turned her gaze toward the entrance, her eyes immediately locking onto a familiar silhouette. She sprang to her feet and hurriedly approached, grasping Xing Yin's hand tightly, overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "You've returned. My child has finally come back." In that moment, Xing Yin was equally moved and, attempting to lighten the atmosphere, jested, "Mom, what are you doing? It feels as though we are parting for eternity." "How can you say that?" the woman retorted, her words laced with reproach, yet they could not disguise the underlying concern. "You haven't thought to come home for years. Perhaps you've become so wild out there that you've completely forgotten your mother, haven't you? Is this not akin to a life-and-death separation?" Feeling somewhat guilty, Xing Yin blinked, at a loss for words to counter her mother's accusations. The woman gently caressed Xing Yin's cheek and hair, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. "Look how much you've grown. Indeed, you finally resemble a proper young lady." Xing Yin longed to protest her mother's assertion that she lacked femininity, but ultimately decided against it. After a moment, her mother turned her attention to Wushang, smiling as she inquired, "Who is this young man? You should introduce him to your mother." "This is the boyfriend I mentioned to you," Xing Yin replied, her cheeks flushing slightly as she clasped her hands behind her back, feeling somewhat awkward. Wushang smiled warmly and interjected, "Hello, Auntie. My name is Wushang. I apologize for intruding. I hope you do not mind." The woman nodded, quickly appraising Wushang from head to toe. "Not at all. Not at all. Good boy. Please set down your things and come sit over here." Xing Yin and Wushang sat side by side on the sofa, their shoulders touching and legs brushing against one another, both appearing somewhat awkward, resembling a pair of love-struck individuals in the early stages of romance. Xing Yin's mother sat opposite them, perceiving their tension as mere nervousness in her presence. The longer she observed, the more she felt that the two were an ideal match, a perfect blend of talent and beauty. "Wushang, how long have you two been seeing each other? How did you come to know our little Qing?" Wushang opened his mouth, poised to respond according to the rehearsed script. However, the unfamiliar name that escaped her lips caused him to momentarily freeze. "Little Qing." Xing Yan's heart sank, and her body tensed abruptly. How could she have forgotten to mention such a significant detail? To prevent her mother from noticing Wushang's discomposure, Xing Yin swiftly reached out and gave a firm squeeze to the inner thigh of Wushang. His expression briefly faltered but quickly returned to normal. Fortunately, the coffee table concealed their actions from Xing Yin's mother. Xing Yin seized the opportunity to speak. We are colleagues at the same organization, and our relationship blossomed from working together frequently. We have been dating for over 2 years now. The woman nodded, suppressing the suspicion in her eyes. How old are you this year? You seem quite a bit younger than little Qing. He's 24. Xing Yin interjected again. The woman slightly furrowed her brows at the response. Only 24. That has quite a difference. Xing Yin averted her gaze, feeling a twinge of insecurity. The figure of 24 was the result of her careful consideration. The thought of revealing Wuxiang's true age was too daunting to contemplate. Where do you live? How many people are in your family? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. Please don't mind my inquisitiveness. I just want to be assured before entrusting Xiaoqing to you. Before Wuxiang could respond, Xing Yin continued, his family, silence. Xing Yin was startled into silence. I am speaking with Wuxiang. Why do you keep interrupting? How inconsiderate. Mom. I. Xing Yin pouted, feeling wronged. Ma'am, the truth is, my parents sacrificed their lives in the line of duty, leaving me as the sole member of my family. I usually reside at the Tianren headquarters, Wuxiang explained. I see. The woman sighed, her heart aching for the poor child. It must be very difficult for you to be all alone. Actually, it's not too bad. Wuxiang replied after a brief pause. When I first met Xiaoqing, it was her beauty that drew me near. Yet, as time passed, I found myself utterly captivated by her every smile and gesture, unable to extricate myself from her charm. Perhaps I am a bit younger and not fully mature, but I promise to love her wholeheartedly and protect her from any harm. I have come here today in hopes of earning your approval and blessing. As he spoke, Wuxiang's expression was earnest, moving Xing Yin deeply. Their fingers entwined, they gazed into each other's eyes, as if the world around them had faded away. The woman sighed, left momentarily speechless. Well, I suppose I don't want to come across as the villain who would tear you apart. In that case, what happens next is entirely a matter for the two of you young ones. As an elder, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene. Thank you, Mom. I shall go wash some fruits. You two can continue your conversation. Once the mother of Xing Yin departed, the smiles of the two faded, and the deep affection on their faces vanished in an instant, as if even a chameleon would feel ashamed in comparison. Chapter 173. Feeling wronged by the way. I still do not know what to call your mother. Why ask such a question? It feels somewhat inappropriate for a son-in-law not to know his mother-in-law's name. TSK. I didn't expect you to be so earnest. Very well. My mother's name is Bai Yun, and others usually refer to her as Madam Bai or Teacher Bai. I'll remember that. Wuxiang paused for a moment and then continued, Captain, it seems you still owe me an explanation. Xing Yin crossed her arms and turned her head away. What is there to explain? Xiaoqing. Xing Yin involuntarily shivered. Xiaoqing. A chill ran down Xing Yin's spine. All right. No more calling out. I said it's not possible. In truth, my real name is Qingyao. Xing Yin is merely a pseudonym I use in Tianren. Wuxiang found himself at a loss for words. He was truly exasperated. How could you not mention such an important matter earlier? Xing Yin felt a bit embarrassed as well. It's just that no one has called me by my real name for so long that I nearly forgot it myself. It was a momentary oversight, nothing significant. Why must you use a pseudonym? I actually think the name Qingyao is rather charming. Charming? Where's the charm in that? I have no desire to appear cute. It is decidedly not imposing and does not align with my style. It utterly undermines my authority as captain. Wuxiang chuckled softly, unable to deny that Xing Yin's flustered demeanor always amused him immensely. Ah yes, indeed, you are absolutely right. Xing Yin narrowed his eyes, casting a malevolent glare at Wuxiang. Hey, why do I feel as though you are merely humoring me? Not at all. I am quite sincere. Our little Qing is the most adorable. Oh, you cheeky little rascal. Have your wings grown strong, and your courage swollen? Now you dare to mock me openly? Prepare to face the consequences. Xing Yin rose in indignation, seizing a cushion from the sofa and hurling it at Wuxiang, who instinctively raised a hand to shield himself. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by Madame Bai upon her return. Cease at once. Xing Yin's movement abruptly halted. Qing, what on earth are you doing? Xing Yin sheepishly replaced the cushion and explained, Mother, I was merely playfully teasing Wuxiang. It is not as you might think. Wuxiang quickly chimed in. Indeed, Auntie, it was my fault entirely. Please do not hold it against Qing. Xing Yin's eyes widened, and then he shot a fierce glare at Wuxiang, exclaiming, Good gracious! What treachery! Wuxiang waved his hand innocently. Madame Bai's gaze swept over the two, her voice turning slightly cold. Wuxiang, do not indulge her. I wish to see how she can contend with you while I am present. At this, Xing Yin grew anxious. Mother, am I not your own daughter? So what if you are? So what if you are not? I have always favored reason over kinship. Xingyan felt truly aggrieved at this moment. Wu Shang, perceiving the situation, swiftly set about comforting the mother and daughter. Time passed quietly amidst their pleasant conversation, and Mrs. Bai glanced up at the sky, noting that evening was approaching. It's getting late. You must be hungry. I shall instruct the staff to prepare dinner. Wu Shang stood up and announced. Aunt, please rest. I will take care of dinner, he offered. You can actually cook? Mrs. Bai replied, astonished. Just a little. Wu Shang affirmed with a nod. However, isn't that inappropriate? After all, you are a guest, she said hesitantly. It's quite all right, and I must admit, I have a personal desire to impress you, he replied. In truth, he aimed to speak less and find an excuse to slip away. Very well. Then I shall leave it to you. As they watched Wu Shang busily moving about in the kitchen from a distance, the mother and daughter exchanged glances, and Mrs. Bai's expression gradually darkened. Xiaoqing, what on earth is the matter with you? Xingyan felt a surge of panic upon hearing her mother's tone. Mom, although Wu Shang is a bit younger and lacks a higher education, stop right there. I am not talking about Wu Shang. I am addressing you. Me? Xingyan blinked in confusion, pointing to herself for confirmation. Who else could I mean? Mrs. Bai continued. Do you remember how I raised you? As a woman, it is essential not to be excessively subservient to men, yet qualities such as gentleness, thoughtfulness, and domestic skills are indispensable. Just look at how you measure up in any of these aspects. In the past, I feared that your temperament would leave you unmarried for life, but at last, a man has stepped forward to accept you. It is evident that Wu Shang is a sincere, honest, and composed young man, willing to accommodate and embrace you. However, these attributes do not grant you the privilege to act capriciously. He is merely 24, in the prime of his youth, while you, at 30, still consider yourself a tender shoot of cabbage. It is already fortunate for you to be desired at all. Young women of your age in the neighborhood have children who are already in elementary school. Confronted with her mother's blatant mockery and harsh criticism, Xingyan found herself at a loss for words, ultimately murmuring in defiance, I'm not as bad as you say. Lady Bai cast her a disdainful glance, urging her to reflect on her own words. Meanwhile, Wu Shang, busily chopping vegetables in the kitchen, couldn't he help but smirk slightly. As the mother-daughter exchange fell distinctly within his hearing, he had no intention of eavesdropping. Indeed, having keen hearing can be a burden in its own right. An hour later, the meal was prepared, a standard quartet of dishes accompanied by a soup, appearing rather ordinary, yet exuding an enticing aroma. With skepticism, Xingyan picked up a piece of meat and placed it in her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. Is it truly that unpalatable? No, I must try again. With that, she took another piece of meat and savored it delightfully. Very well, I have decided that you shall be responsible for my meals from now on. Wasn't it supposed to be rather distasteful? Wu Shang teased. Humph, you're so talkative. Lady Bai joined in the laughter, increasingly pleased with her son-in-law. After dinner, several individuals strolled through the garden, enjoying the gentle breeze as a means of aiding digestion. Lady Bai addressed Xingyan and Wu Shang, remarking that it was getting late and suggesting they retire early after their arduous journey. All right, mother, you too should rest early. Xingyan replied, leading Wu Shang to the second floor and indicating a door. You shall sleep here tonight. Wu Shang nodded, grasping the doorknob, yet found it unyielding. The door was locked. That shouldn't be. Xingyan approached to verify, and indeed, it was locked, contrary to her recollection of it being open earlier in the afternoon. There's no need to try. I've used this room for storage, Lady Bai interjected suddenly. But don't we have a storage room? Xingyan inquired. There's too much clutter. It's simply one to accommodate everything, she replied, leaving Xingyan with no choice but to turn to the adjacent door, only to discover it was locked as well. What about this one? She questioned. Oh, that room is where I keep textbooks and other educational materials, Lady Bai explained. Undeterred, Xingyan pointed to the last room. And that one? Surely it must be available? Lady Bai shook her head solemnly. That room is even more problematic. It is affected by an extraordinarily rare geophysical phenomenon and magnetic field, which can induce nausea and vomiting, and in severe cases, fainting. For everyone's safety, I had no choice but to seal it off. Xingyan's composure shattered, and she nearly lost her mind, pointing an accusing finger at Wu Shang in exasperation. Then pray tell, where is he to sleep tonight? Silent and unresponsive, Wu Shang awkwardly scratched his head. Isn't there still your room? But that is my room. Lady Bai suddenly squinted her eyes, locking onto Xingyan with a scrutinizing gaze, her tone shifting. Wait a moment. Since you two have been together for so long, you Haven T shared the same bed, have you? Chapter 174. Sharing a bed. Xingyan's expression froze, a sense of impending doom washing over him. He hadn't anticipated his mother's astuteness. He quickly forced a smile and stammered, how could that be? Let alone sharing a bed. I can even count the few hairs on his body. We're just heading back to sleep now. Mom, you should also rest early. With that, Xingyan seized Wuxiang's hand and hastily retreated into his room. The room was dimly lit, devoid of illumination. However, such darkness posed no hindrance to Wuxiang. Leaning against the door, Xingyan pressed his hand against his heaving chest, his breath coming in heavy gasps. The two exchanged glances, both taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, and could only play along. You, turn around, I need to change. Xingyan pointed towards the corner, issuing the command. Wuxiang complied without objection. Back up. Stand further away. All right. Sounds of rustling emerged from behind, sparking an array of thoughts given their surroundings. Okay, you can turn back now. Wuxiang turned to see Xingyan completely cocooned in the blanket, leaving only her small head exposed, which appeared rather amusing. Is hiding so thoroughly really effective? He had certainly seen it before. Xingyan extended a delicate arm and pointed towards the cabinet. Inside lay a mat. Tonight, you shall sleep on the floor. I trust you have no objections? Wuxiang exhibited no inclination to refute her, promptly opened the cabinet, laid out the bedding, and swiftly disrobed before reclining upon it. The two of them occupied opposite ends of the room, separated by a considerable expanse of empty space, which appeared rather discordant. Xingyan's voice resonated once more. Hey, you little brat. I warn you in advance, do not approach my bed within a 3-meter radius. And under no circumstances should you attempt a midnight ambush while I am asleep. Understood? Understood. I assure you that I will not attempt a midnight ambush. Although he received an affirmative reply, Xingyan inexplicably found the response somewhat unsettling, and without hesitation, she seized a pillow from the bedside and hurled it at Wuxiang's face. What? Is the captain not worthy of a midnight ambush from you? So, should he indeed launch a nocturnal assault or refrain from doing so? Women truly are peculiar creatures. At that moment, subtle footsteps echoed in their ears, instantly heightening their alertness. Xingyan promptly threw off the covers and exclaimed, Oh no, my mother is here to check up on us. Quickly get in. Without a moment's hesitation, Wuxiang transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting onto the bed, while simultaneously directing a gust of force that swept the mat and bedding beneath the cabinet. Lady Bai stood cautiously outside the door, puzzled by the absence of any sound, and gently rapped on the door. Xiaoqing, are you both asleep? Just lay down, what's the matter? Came Xingyan's slightly languid reply from within the room. Oh, mother has come to bring you both 2 cups of milk. May I enter now? Come in. Madame Bai gently pushed the door open just a crack, and upon confirming that the two were indeed nestled together in the same bed, her worries dissipated, and she felt relieved. It is well known that her daughter is quite assertive. When she is unwilling, no one can compel her otherwise. It seemed she had truly found the right person. I'll leave the milk at the door. You both remember to drink it. By the way, do you need anything else? Mom, please go out now. Xingyan shyly interjected. All right. I shall leave at once and not disturb you too. As the door closed, tranquility returned to the room. Wuxiang propped himself up, and he and Xingyan locked eyes, their postures undeniably intimate. Before the peculiar atmosphere could further ferment, Wuxiang belatedly realized that his palm was seemingly resting upon an exceedingly soft object. The exquisite and delightful sensation instinctively compelled him to squeeze it gently. Xingyan involuntarily emitted a soul-stirring sound, and upon regaining her composure, her cheeks rapidly flushed with a rosy hue. She cast a glance at Wuxiang, her beautiful eyes now brimming with an infinite wrath. I didn't mean to. Wuxiang's heart raced, and he hastily withdrew his hand. However, due to his overwhelming anxiety, his body did not obey him, and instead, he found himself plunging into the depths of the young girl's ample bosom. Die! The young girl forcefully kicked the boy away, then lifted the blanket and leaped off the bed, mounting the boy and unleashing a tempest of attacks upon him. Mrs. Bai, who had just descended the stairs, paused momentarily upon hearing the raucous commotion from above, her expression gradually morphing into one of bemusement. Glancing upward, she realized that the entire ceiling was shaking. The noise generated by today's youth during slumber seemed excessively loud, akin to the destruction of a home. How would they cope with the aftermath? Nevertheless, it appeared that it was time to ponder a name for the child. What should it be? No. At least 2 names should be prepared, suitable for either a boy or a girl. In the latter half of the night, Wu Xiang, leaning against the wall, trembled as he crawled back to his makeshift bed, his body feeling as though it would fall apart, emitting a lament of overwhelming burden. Fortunately, during the recent altercation, he had desperately shielded his face. Otherwise, he would be at a loss on how to explain any visible marks come morning. Xing Yin had already succumbed to a deep slumber, her posture remarkably graceful. Wu Xiang quietly gazed at the ceiling, yet sleep eluded him. He raised his hand, turning it over to inspect, then clenched it a few times, lost in thought. A brief glimmer flickered across the necklace resting on his chest. "Brother, what are you doing? You woke up, you?" Wu Xiang exclaimed, a mix of surprise and an unexplainable sense of guilt washing over him. "It seems my brother is not particularly welcoming." "Not at all. I have been eagerly awaiting to hear you use voice every day." "Humph. You've changed, you naughty brother. You've become corrupt, no longer innocent." "That's not true at all. Pray tell, why did you find yourself sharing a chamber with Sister Xingyan? Is there not a flicker of ulterior motive lurking within your thoughts?" "Nay, it is not as you perceive. I merely assisted her in fulfilling a task. I was reluctant, compelled against my will." Wu Xiang hastily defended himself, yet his words only served to amplify his helplessness. At that moment, Wu You's emotions were a tangled web of complexity and contradiction. She yearned for Wu Xiang to remain her brother, exclusively hers, yet feared the solitude that might beset him. The following dawn, Wu Xiang donned his attire and opened the door, only to collide with 2 maids who offered him a respectful bow. "Good day, son-in-law." "Why, yes, good day to you too," Wu Xiang replied, nodding in acknowledgement, feeling an awkward prickling at the back of his neck. Xingyan followed closely behind, casting a fierce glare at Wu Xiang as she passed, descending the stairs ahead of him. Seated on the sofa with her head bowed, she was enveloped in anxiety and trepidation. For the previous night's ruckus could not escape the scrutiny of her mother. Yet, when Lady Bai arrived, she merely smiled at Xingyan, her radiant grin rendering comprehension elusive, seemingly devoid of any intent to interrogate. At that moment, the cook approached, presenting a steaming clay pot before her. "Here, Xiaoqing, this is chicken soup brewed with old ginseng. Do partake generously for your nourishment." Xingyan. Chapter 175. Basic information of some characters appearing in this chapter. This chapter serves as an interlude, unrelated to the main narrative, with the timeline commencing from the protagonist's induction into Tianren, provided solely for reference. Name: Wu Xiang. Age: 16 to 18 years. Height: 172 centimeters to 185 centimeters. Weight: 52 kilograms to 84 kilograms. Level: C to B to A. Abilities: Elemental System: Manipulation of Wind and Lightning, Demonic Transformation Weapon, Celestial Soaring Dragon Spear, Nameless Bracers Armor, Tiandao 6th Generation Balancer Series Armor. Introduction. The protagonist of this narrative, shrouded in mystery regarding his origins. Name: Wu You. Age: 12 years. Height: 145 centimeters. Weight: 39 kilograms. Level: Abilities: Weapon, Armor. Introduction. Wu Xiang's non-blood-related sister. Raised by him, her background remains unknown. Name: Xingyan. Birth name: Qingyao. Age: 28 years. Height: 174 centimeters. Weight: 58 kilograms. Level: S. Abilities: Elemental System: Manipulation of Fire. Derivative Ability: Thermal Energy Control Weapon, Calamity Flame Falling Blade Armor, Tiandao 7th Generation Godslaying Armor, Calamity Extinction Knight, Flame Emperor. Introduction. The leader of the Tiandao Special Operations Team. Crimson Red, the youngest S-level warrior in history and the soul of the team. Possessing formidable strength, she is characterized by her boisterous and carefree nature, unconcerned with trivialities. Serving as both mentor and friend to Wu Xiang. Name: Yindora. Age: 24. Height: 168 centimeters. Weight: 55 kilograms. Level: A. Abilities: Psychic, Mind Suggestion Weapons, Throwing Knives, Daggers, Wrist-Mounted Darts, and various concealed weapons. Armor: 6th Generation Stealth Armor from the Heavenly Blade Series Profile. A stealth operative draped in deep crimson, tasked with intelligence gathering, espionage, and external negotiations. Possessing average capabilities in direct combat. Her personality is whimsical and mischievous, with a suspected special affection for Wu Xiang. Name: Vivian. Age: 26. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 60 kilograms. Level: A abilities: plant manipulation, healing, derived ability. Universal resonance weapons. None armor. 6th generation guardian armor from the Heavenly Blade series profile. The healer cloaked in deep crimson, who typically refrains from direct combat, yet possesses exceptional supportive and restraining abilities. She is gentle, tranquil, and moves with grace. Name: Tycho. Age: 22. Height: 142 centimeters. Weight: 38 kilograms. Level: A. Abilities: psychokinesis, puppetry, companionity. Black gem weapons. Gauntlets armor. Custom-designed child armor from the Heavenly Blade series profile. A puppeteer shrouded in deep crimson. Adept at manipulating puppet strings to control adversaries or collaborating with Black Gem in battle. She despises being perceived as a mere child, yet remains a lovable and fiercely spirited legal lowly with a penchant for snacks. Name: Suyu. Age: 29. Height: 188 centimeters. Weight: 82 kilograms. Level: A. Abilities: superpower system. Metal creation weapons. Sniper rifle. Dual handguns armor. 6th generation Dominator series armor of Tianren description. A sniper clad in deep crimson, wielding unique ammunition exclusive to Tianren, whose terrifying single-target lethality rivals that of S-class warriors. He is typically low-key, possessing handsome features and squinting eyes, with a gentle temperament and a privileged background. Name: Shadow. Age: 27. Height: 183 centimeters. Weight: 76 kilograms. Level: A. Abilities: superpower system. Life elimination weapons. Twin blades armor. 6th generation assassin series armor of Tianren description. An assassin draped in deep crimson, possessing average physical qualities, yet exhibiting formidable offensive and stealth capabilities. He is aloof, taciturn, and profoundly inept at expressing himself. Name: Steel Wheel. Born Wang Dashin. Age: 38. Height: 192 centimeters. Weight: 120 kilograms. Level: A. Abilities: none weapons. Arm shield armor. 6th generation Charger series heavy armor of Tianren description. A charger in deep crimson, tasked with direct confrontations, endowed with immense physical strength. He has a quick temper, yet is not impulsive, characterized by his honest and simple-minded nature. Name: Yahiko. Age: 28 years. Height: 172 centimeters. Weight: 64 kilograms. Level: A. Ability: none weapons. Various models of unmanned machines armor. Custom-made multi-functional flight armor by Tianren introduction. A mechanic draped in deep crimson. Yahiko is responsible for logistics and support. Possessing a keen intellect, he devotes much of his energy to research and development. As a quintessential workaholic, he can manipulate a multitude of unmanned machinery and serves as one of the technical advisors for the Tianren unmanned mech forces. Name: Avalon. Achilles' brothers. Age: 23 years. Height: 175 centimeters. Weight: 116 kilograms, including modifications. Level: A. Ability: none weapons, mechanical arms. Laser eyes armor. None introduction. Infamous within the Deep Crimson faction, this notorious duo is inseparable and often engages in idleness. Both brothers are semi-cybernetic beings, with at least 1/3 of their bodies composed of machinery. Name: Gigi. Birth name: G. Age: 36 years. Height: 184 centimeters. Weight: 78 kilograms. Level: S. Ability: elemental manipulation. Dark control. Derived abilities include shadow evasion and phasing weapons. Spear of destruction armor. 7th generation God-slaying armor by Tianren. Dark Knight. Hades. Introduction. The head of the Tianren's Dark Division. Gigi is decisive in his actions, possessing formidable strength, and is known for his cold and ruthless demeanor, earning a fearsome reputation. He is the biological brother of Aang. Name: Zhuolong. Age: 62 years. Height: 198 centimeters. Weight: 128 kilograms. Rank: S. Abilities: elemental manipulation, control over Earth, derivative ability. Gravity weapon. Rift Abyss battle axe armor. 7th generation God-slaying armor of the Heavenly Blade. 8 Desolations Night Barrier Emperor. Introduction. Supreme Commander of the Heavenly Blade military. Currently serving as the highest leader. He appears composed and serious in public, while revealing his true nature in private, particularly enjoying fine spirits. Chapter 176. Tales of the leisurely hours spent at home are always filled with ease and delight. The young girl reclined languidly in a chaise longue, swinging her smooth, radiant leg while indulging in a drama, sipping on a fizzy drink and munching on French fries, reveling in the pleasures of life. Lady Bai chuckled helplessly. Her daughter had only been well-behaved for a couple of days before reverting to her true self. Wuxiang, would you mind accompanying your aunt for a stroll in the garden? Certainly. Thus, the two ventured outdoors, with Lady Bai strolling slowly ahead while Wuxiang trailed a step behind in silent companionship. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it the refreshing scent of blooming flowers, momentarily cleansing their spirits. Wuxiang, could you share with me your thoughts on Xiaoqing? Lady Bai inquired casually. Aunt, I am not quite sure I understand your meaning. Wuxiang responded, lowering his gaze slightly. Do not be anxious. I am merely asking out of curiosity. Speak freely. The young man pondered for a considerable time before ultimately providing a rather balanced yet ambiguous response. During my most challenging times, she guided me out of the depths of despair. At times, she resembled a mature and wise elder sister, while at other moments, she embodied the whimsical spirit of a child. She possesses a unique charm that captivates both in appearance and essence. I hold her in great esteem and cherish her deeply. Lady Bai gently nodded, her expression inscrutable. Is that so? She mused, before suddenly breaking into a smile. Then, would you be interested in hearing Xiaoqing's story? Wuxiang has never been particularly intrigued by the gossip and trivial news of others, yet he confesses that his curiosity is piqued when it comes to Xingyan. Of course, I would be eager to learn more. Unbeknownst to us, decades have slipped by, and looking back feels like just yesterday. In my youth, I was a teacher, and Xiaoqing's father was a researcher. We met at a grand academic seminar organized by an official body, and even now, recalling that moment brings a sense of awkwardness. I vividly remember that day during lunch when, clad in high heels and hurrying to eat, I stumbled and fell. He happened to be walking towards me and instinctively reached out to assist. However, not only did he fail to help, but he also ended up with my discarded plate splattered across his face, an utterly comical sight. I felt a mix of embarrassment and uncontrollable laughter, while he scratched his head sheepishly, joining in my amusement. Xiaoqing's father is somewhat reserved, yet when he finds himself in his area of expertise, he becomes quite loquacious. Subsequently, we exchanged contact information, and I must admit, it was rather embarrassing that I was the one to pursue him back then. Our journey began with a chance encounter, blossomed into a deep acquaintance, evolved into a tender romance, and ultimately culminated in a blissful union of marriage. 2 years later, our precious baby was born, adding a vibrant spark to our joyful little family. However, upon her arrival, little Qing startled us with her striking red hair and golden eyes, looking rather unconventional. We even feared we had received the wrong child. Yet, when her father held her for the first time in the delivery room, she singed his eyebrows with a fiery grin instead of crying. It was then we realized that little Qing possessed an exceedingly rare innate ability, and her unusual appearance was intricately linked to her special powers. Husband, have you thought of a name for the child? How about Fire Phoenix? No what? Red Rose. Not possible. Then what about Red Rosebud? Shaw, what dreadful names you come up with. Why must they all revolve around fire or red? I merely thought these names aptly reflected her traits and carried deeper meanings. Huh, I am truly impressed. Wife? Then what do you suggest we name her? Let's call her Qing Yao, the Song of Sunny Days. Qing Yao. It does seem more melodious than I initially imagined. This shall be her name. Dear daughter, do you hear? Your name is Qing Yao. I am your father, and that is your mother. Our little Qing must grow up quickly to call her father. Of course, it would be even better if she refrained from singeing his eyebrows, mustaches, or hair. We are uncertain whether this innate ability is a blessing or a curse for a child. We merely wish for her to lead a life of tranquility and safety. Thus, we have instilled in her from a young age the importance of concealing her flames from outsiders. Remarkably, she has adhered to this guidance, sparing us from undue worry. Dear daughter, heed your father's words. Never play with fire in front of strangers. Qing Yao, this fire is mine. I shall play with it as I please, and no one can dictate otherwise. Playing with fire could attract the attention of human traffickers. Qing Yao, what happens if they capture me? You would be subjected to severe torture, mercilessly beaten, and deprived of food. Qing Yao, boo-hoo. I don't believe you. You're lying, Daddy. Darling, what nonsense are you telling little Qing? Qing Yao, Mommy. You arrived just in time. Daddy is bullying me. Please help me teach him a lesson. If captured by traffickers, one would first be dissected with a knife, and once deemed of no further use, would ultimately be turned into a human specimen. Qing Yao. Speaking of which, it remains a mystery whose temperament our little Qing has inherited, as she has always possessed an uncanny knack for trouble. Even in elementary school, she had bested every boy in her class. Her father and I often found ourselves summoned to the school for reprimands, and I sometimes suspect that she was meant to be a boy but mistakenly ended up in a girlesque form. Thus, day by day, Xiaoqing blossomed from a tiny child into a beautiful young woman. I aspired for her to follow in my footsteps and become a teacher, while her father envisioned her inheriting his legacy in scientific research. Fortunately, with our combined encouragement, Xiaoqing's academic performance remained relatively satisfactory. And even though she lacked enthusiasm for any particular path, securing a stable position in a public institution would not pose a challenge. However, an unforeseen calamity shattered our once happy family. Xiaoqing's father became embroiled in a scientific accident that resulted in significant casualties, leading to his imprisonment. He fell ill with worry, unattended, and within half a year, succumbed in his cell. Our family became a target of public scorn. That year, Xiaoqing turned 18, and from that moment on, she transformed completely, her face no longer graced by the smiles of yesteryears. One day, she left home, leaving behind a note instructing me not to search for her. And thereafter, she vanished without a trace. I spent my days in tears, finding solace only in the letters that mysteriously arrived every 6 months, serving as my only proof that my daughter still existed somewhere in this world. Years later, Xiaoqing returned, weary yet resolute, accompanied by a group of unfamiliar individuals, even commanding the respect of high-ranking officials. She uncovered the truth of that fateful incident, proving her father's innocence and ensuring that all those complicit in the wrongdoing faced their just consequences. As for me, I was posthumously honored as the so-called widow of a martyr. We have permanently departed from that place which once nurtured hope, yet also brought sorrow and disappointment. In this unfamiliar city, we have settled into a new home. Chapter 177. Shopping as Lady Bai recounted her past. Her face was suffused with nostalgia. However, Wu Shang could discern a trace of unmasked sorrow deep within her eyes. Wu Shang, do you believe a home can still be called a home if it belongs to but one person? I do not know. Wu Shang hesitated. Offering such a reply, Lady Bai, seemingly indifferent to the nature of his answer, continued, since we moved to our new home, Xiaoqing has only returned twice. She often claims to be busy with work, yet I remain utterly unaware of what occupies her time. For reasons unknown, I feel that Xiaoqing is drifting further away from me, not merely in physical distance, but as if there exists a chasm of the soul, vast enough to render us inhabitants of entirely different worlds. Only during her brief returns do I truly sense her presence, granting me a modicum of peace. Wu Shang felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart and was at a loss for words to console her, ultimately managing to say, "Aunt, please do not overthink it. In truth, Qing Yao harbors profound love for you, though she may find it difficult to express." At these words, Lady Bai's face brightened with a gentle, kind smile, her gaze imbued with warmth and goodwill. "Addressing you as Wu Shang feels overly formal. If you don't mind, I shall henceforth call you Xiao Shang. Today, I am grateful that you have been willing to listen to my ramblings for such a long time. I can only imagine that you usually exhibit even more patience with Xiaoqing. I have grown old, merely an ordinary woman, unable to ascend to greater heights. Yet you are different. You and Xiaoqing are still young, endowed with the capability to forge ahead, with a long journey before you. I can perceive the intricate bond that exists between you and Xiaoqing, whether it is mere indifference or a genuine connection. As a mother, I simply hope that you both will be well in the future." Wu Shang was momentarily taken aback, and then, with sincerity and earnestness, he replied, "Yes, it certainly will be." Upon returning, Xingyan noticed that Wu Shang's gaze seemed to have transformed, imbued with a hint of affection. What on earth? This characterization is evidently amiss. Could it be that my mother has just secretly revealed my secrets? Or perhaps disclosed some of my more embarrassing moments? Ahem. Xiaoqing, why do you always remain cooped up at home day after day? Young people should venture out more often. Madame Bai interjected. I have only just returned. Of course, I want to take some time to rest. But what about you, mother? Don't you have work to attend to? Xingyan retorted. Since my daughter and son-in-law have returned, I have certainly taken a leave of absence. You silly child. Ah, that does seem reasonable. Madame Bai contemplated inwardly, realizing that the best way for young people to cultivate their relationship is through solitude. However, it appeared that these two were rather oblivious, and she would have to take matters into her own hands. Xiaoqing, today I wish to go to the city to purchase some items. Why not have the driver fetch them instead? However, I wish to go personally. Surely, You cannot bear the thought of me venturing out alone, dear mother. Then let the driver escort you. Quickly get up. Yes, yes. Please ensure that your daughter accompanies you for protection. Lady Bai nodded in satisfaction, wishing it had been this way from the start. Some individuals simply do not respond well to subtlety. Wu Shang observed with delight as Xing Yin found herself in an awkward predicament, only to notice Lady Bai's gaze shift towards him. That look unmistakably conveyed the message. Since we are all going out, are you not joining us? Aunt, I actually wish to accompany you on your outing as well. Perfect. It is a rare opportunity for our family to venture out together. After changing into appropriate attire, the driver took the three of them from the estate to the heart of the city. You may stop here. You can return now. Madam, Miss, and son-in-law, please take care, and feel free to call me if needed. The street was bustling with life, alive with the sounds of traffic. Wu Shang rarely ventured out. And as for Xing Yan, it was her first time exploring due to infrequent visits home. Lady Bai frowned at the considerable distance between the two of them. This simply would not do. She leaned in to whisper to Xing Yan. Xiaoqing, why are you and Xiao Shang walking so far apart? Xing Yan looked perplexed. Is there a problem? Of course there is. Couples ought to hold hands while walking together. Otherwise, how are they any different from strangers? Oh, that seems a bit inappropriate. Inappropriate? Such a commonplace gesture between couples. Have you truly never? No. We merely wish to maintain a respectful distance, fearing you might perceive us as frivolous. Madam Bai sighed deeply. To cultivate a loving and harmonious life, it is essential for a woman to occasionally exhibit her vulnerability, thus igniting a man's protective instincts. This is an indispensable lesson for every woman. In the past, your father was rather simple-minded, yet I managed to conquer him effortlessly. It seems you are quite oblivious. Go, take his arm and bury your face in his embrace. Trust your mother. You cannot go wrong. Hurry now. Reluctantly, Xing Yan complied and edged closer to Wu Shang, her demeanor betraying her inner turmoil. As though she were on the verge of tears, feeling utterly humiliated for a woman of her stature as a Tier S celestial blade warrior. Observing Xing Yan's hesitance, Madame Bai grew anxious and lamented the misfortune of having such a disappointing daughter, prompting her to give a firm push. Caught off guard, Xing Yan stumbled into Wu Shang's arms. He was startled. While it was conceivable for other women to embrace him, the notion of Xing Yan doing so was unfathomable. Surely, she must have twisted her ankle. What's going on? Don't ask. Darn it. I'm going all in. This little rascal will benefit again. Xing Yan gritted her teeth, her cheeks aflame, as she wrapped her arm around Wu Shang's. The varied gazes of passers-by rendered her too ashamed to lift her head. Although Wu Shang appeared unfazed on the surface, his muscles were taut as iron, for he was being pressed against by a soft, warm figure, a sensation both blissful and torturous. As the weather was quite warm, the weary group decided to seek respite in a nearby pavilion. I shall fetch us some drinks, one of them offered. Wu Xiang hastily concocted an excuse to extricate himself from the predicament. Soon after, just as Xing Yan was about to twist open her drink for a hearty gulp, she was inexplicably halted by her mother. Madame Bai immediately leaned in to whisper to her, causing Xing Yan's expression to grow increasingly uncomfortable. Ultimately, unable to resist her mother's insistence, Xing Yan approached Wu Xiang with a demeanor reminiscent of one bravely facing imminent demise, while Madame Bai stepped back, graciously granting them space. Xing Yan opened her mouth, but words caught in her throat. She contemplated retreating, yet a glance back revealed her mother's encouraging gaze and gestures of support. Taking a deep breath, she finally managed to articulate her thoughts. This bottle's cap is so tight, I can't seem to open it. Could you please assist me? Wu Xiang choked in disbelief, staring at Xing Yan incredulously. Captain, are you all right? He inquired, raising his palm to lightly touch her forehead, murmuring in confusion, strange. There's no fever. As he sensed the mounting tension emanating from Xing Yan, Wu Xiang grew increasingly anxious and hastily fabricated another excuse to make his escape. Observing his hasty retreat, one could surmise he had been thoroughly frightened. Moments later, Madame Bai returned, only to find Wu Xiang absent. Tentatively, she inquired, "My dear daughter, how did it go?" A vein throbbed on Xing Yan's forehead as she uncontrollably crushed the drink in her hand. "Mother, I shall never trust your misguided schemes again." Chapter 178. An unexpected encounter. After venting her frustration, Xing Yan suddenly came to a realization. Wait a moment. She and Wu Xiang were not truly a couple. Why was she so upset? Honestly, she had been led astray by her mother's influence. The young man is also at fault. a fool devoid of sensitivity. Wuxiang felt both frustrated and innocent, occasionally receiving piercing glares from Xingyan. Yet, this matter could not solely be attributed to him. The impact of that phrase and the tone in which it was uttered from Xingyan's lips was overwhelmingly powerful, rendering even his usual composure utterly futile. As the three continued their stroll, a figure with striking aquamarine hair approached from afar. The woman exchanged a startled glance with Xingyan, both momentarily taken aback. Just as the woman was about to call out, Xingyan swiftly interrupted her with a gesture for silence. "Mother, I have encountered an acquaintance. Please excuse me for a moment, and let Wuxiang accompany you for a while." With that, he hurriedly dashed away. Wuxiang maintained a calm exterior, though internally he was astonished. If he was not mistaken, the individual should be Lan Yu, the commander of the 8th Army. He turned to Lady Bai and smiled. "Aunt, it seems quite lively over there. Perhaps we should check it out." "Very well," Lady Bai replied, though her curiosity lingered unasked. "Good heavens, what brings you to Linhai City?" Xingyan inquired with surprise. "Don't overthink it. I'm merely here for a vacation." "Look at how startled you are," Lan Yu waved dismissively. "The commander of an entire army actually finds time for a holiday? Is there any way to address this? The 8th Legion suffered complete annihilation in the last battle and is currently in the process of reorganization. I am merely a figurehead with a rank." Lan Yu spoke lightly, yet a closer inspection would reveal the sorrow hidden within her eyes. "I apologize for bringing up painful memories. It's all right. I have long since ceased to care." With that, Lan Yu cast a playful glance at Xingyan. Secretly intrigued, her smile gradually transforming into something more sinister. "Speaking of which, how is it that, after just a few days apart, you have suddenly adopted a more seductive and mature demeanor? You nearly left me unrecognizable. Are you perhaps yearning for a man?" Xingyan scoffed, crossing her arms. "Huh, yearning for a man. I believe it is you who harbors such desires." "Indeed, I do long for a man." Xingyan was taken aback by Lan Yu's candid admission, leaving her speechless and snatching away the retort she had meticulously prepared in her mind. "So, who is this person? You know him? Guiji? MMM. Xingyan furrowed her brows, struggling to comprehend. "What is it about that unpleasant and tedious fellow that attracts you?" And despite his youthful appearance, he is, in truth, a middle-aged man. There was an undeniable hint of melancholy in Lan Yu's tone. "Although I am pursued by many, I find solace in solitude. Is there any remedy for this? Moreover, if memory serves me right, Guiji is 8 years my senior, while I am 4 years older than you. Thus, the age difference between Guiji and myself is merely 4 years. We are, in fact, contemporaries, both serving at the headquarters. Do you not find this rather fitting?" Xingyan's lips curled in a smirk, followed by a sigh of resignation. "Very well, I comprehend your stance. You have utterly lost your way. You have yet to embark on this journey, yet you are already defending one another. It is no wonder you remain an unmarried woman of advanced years." Lan Yu chuckled lightly, unperturbed by the remark. "Well, Xingyan, I wish to request a favor from you." "I decline." "Hey, I haven't even spoken yet. There is no need to elaborate. It is undoubtedly something unwholesome. Could it be that our years of sisterhood do not merit a simple request?" Sniffles. "Oh dear. I am at my wit's end. Just spit it out." Lan Yu, having achieved her objective, adopted a serious demeanor. "I recall that when you first joined Tianren, you were under Guiji's command, and later ventured out on your own. Am I correct?" "Indeed. Since you are somewhat familiar with him, could you possibly inquire about the type of girl he prefers?" "Huh!" Xingyan exclaimed in astonishment. "The reason I chose to venture out independently and establish Shinhong Jiqi was not only due to my unwillingness to remain in a subordinate position, but also because our philosophies were at odds. My relationship with Guiji is strictly professional, confined to combat and missions. Our personal rapport is rather ordinary. It is quite remarkable that you would ask me such an outrageous question." Seeing the situation take a turn for the worse, Lan Yu quickly offered a conciliatory smile. "Oh dear. Do not be angry. It is entirely my fault. Let us not dwell on it any longer. Will you forgive me?" "Humph. That is much better." Lan Yu initially approached this with a trial-and-error mindset, hence she is not particularly disappointed. Instead of focusing solely on my shortcomings, why not share what is truly going on with you? "Me? I am perfectly fine. TSK. Silently. You have progressed to the stage of bringing your boyfriend home to meet your parents. What a clever maneuver. Our Captain Xing Yin has finally blossomed, indeed." Upon hearing this, Xing Yin felt a wave of panic and instinctively glanced around nervously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" I merely wish to avoid being forced into a blind date. It is merely a tactic to appease my mother. Lan Yu feigned ignorance and continued to tease. There is no need to worry. I can understand. After all, the headquarters is filled with burly men, and to finally encounter a dashing young lad under your command is a rare opportunity that must be seized. No, I do not. Judging by his appearance, he seems barely of age. Is this tender grass not a tad too young? Xing Yin was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with Lan Yu's train of thought, completely oblivious to the fact that he was being led by the nose. He is of age. Noting Lan Yu's skepticism, he hastily added, he truly is of age. He just turned of age not long ago. I am not lying to you. Unable to contain herself, Lan Yu burst into laughter. It turns out that our captain Xing Yin is particularly concerned about his coming of age. Indeed, it is said that a husband should be nurtured from a young age for a sense of security. Xing Yin discerned the implications behind the other S words and finally grasped the situation. Ah, you have deliberately set a trap for me. I shall make you laugh. And laugh to your heart's content. The two young girls began to tussle with one another, creating a vivid spectacle. Their laughter, akin to the sound of silver bells, resonated in the air, drawing the attention of passers-by who wished to join in the merriment. I know I was wrong. Please spare me. After a considerable time, Lan Yu, nearly breathless from laughter, pleaded for mercy. Seeing the other relent, Xing Yin finally loosened her grip. Humph. I won't play with you anymore. My mother is waiting for me. All right. Go accompany your little lover then. It seems you haven't had enough of hardship yet. Xing Yin narrowed her eyes, her tone hinting at mischief once more. Aha. I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. Lan Yu chuckled awkwardly as she retreated in haste. By the way, where do you live? South City Hotel. Let's go shopping together another day. Okay, let us not miss each other. After making their plans, the two parted ways. Chapter 179, The Jewelry Store Mom. I'm back. Xing Yin waved her hand from afar. Where's that friend of yours? She had something to do and left. You should invite her over another time. All right, I'll ask her then. The three wandered aimlessly and happened to pass by the commercial building, so they decided to go in and explore. Women shopping in malls are invariably engaged in the pursuit of purchases, a phenomenon that transcends age, with even the esteemed Madame White reveling in the experience. Upon ascending to the fourth floor, one is greeted by a dazzling display of opulence, as this particular level is dedicated to the business of jewelry and gemstones. Wu Shang observed numerous men accompanying their partners in selecting adornments, including custom wedding rings. Suddenly, he recalled that he had been under the attentive care of Xing Yin, yet he had never bestowed upon her any gifts. Perhaps he should consider selecting something special for her? Yet, would such an act appear too mundane? Wu Shang turned to Xing Yin and tentatively inquired, Xiaoqing, do you have an affinity for jewelry? Xing Yan's expression was neutral, neither enthusiastic nor disapproving. Well, it's just SOSO. Shall we take a look then? He proposed. Sure, she replied. The trio entered a boutique that, based on its scale and decor, undoubtedly belonged to a prestigious brand. However, Wu Shang was oblivious to any brand names. A charming female attendant approached to assist them, providing detailed introductions to the offerings. Wu Shang's gaze wandered over the myriad of exquisite items displayed in the counters, ultimately settling on a stunning amethyst necklace showcased in the window. Could I possibly see that piece? He requested. The attendant followed the direction of his finger, her expression shifting to one of mild surprise. Sir, you possess an exceptional eye. That necklace is one of our signature pieces, crafted from the exceedingly rare purple spirit quartz, and is extraordinarily valuable. How much is it? He inquired. 800,000. As the shop assistant spoke, she keenly observed the subtle shifts in Wu Xiang's expression, noticing that there was no flicker of emotion on his face upon hearing the price. She surmised that this patron was indeed capable of affording such an item, and thus she eagerly went to retrieve the necklace. Throughout the exchange, Xing Yin remained silent, while Madame Bai gently prodded Wu Xiang and whispered, Little Xiang, this item is quite pricey. When she brings it over, feel free to take a look, but perhaps refrain from purchasing. After all, it's not easy for young people to earn money. Wu Xiang offered a reassuring smile, responding, No need to worry, Annie. In truth, my salary is rather substantial. Before long, the necklace was presented, and the shop assistant launched into an elaborate monologue about its origins, the materials sourced from afar, and the master craftsman who had meticulously carved it, essentially extolling the necklace's rarity and value. Wu Xiang gently caressed the lustrous purple gemstones, feeling a comforting warmth, which suggested authenticity. Xiaoqing, what do you think of this? He inquired, glancing towards her. It's just barely acceptable, she replied. Turning to the shop assistant, Wu Xiang instructed, please wrap this up for me. The assistant was instantly elated. Such straightforward transactions from significant clients were a rarity. Sir, please hold on. Will you be paying in cash or by card? By card, Wu Xiang replied. Just as he completed the transaction, a high-pitched, melodious voice suddenly chimed in. Darling, that necklace is exquisite. I want it too, all right. My dear, whatever you wish, came the response. Wu Xiang turned to see a couple approaching, engrossed in their flirtation, seemingly oblivious to his presence. The man, with his slicked-back hair and delicate features, bore an air of weakness. The woman, resembling a fragile being, nestled in his embrace. Clad in audaciously revealing attire, her neckline so low it was nearly indistinguishable from nudity. The shop attendant, evidently familiar with the newcomer, promptly offered a contrite smile. My apologies. Mr. Yamada, the necklace has already been purchased by this gentleman. Perhaps you would like to consider something else? Upon hearing this, the scantily clad woman immediately protested. No, I want that one. The man's expression darkened instantly as he pointed at Wu Xiang, inquiring of the attendant, how much did he pay for it? 800,000. I'll offer 1 million. The item is mine. The man then turned to Wu Xiang, who remained unfazed, a provocative glint in his eyes. Hey kid, why don't you step aside? What's the matter? Not willing to concede? If you have a higher bid, let us hear it. If you're broke, perhaps you shouldn't embarrass yourself. His laughter echoed, brimming with arrogance. It was only then that he noticed Xing Yan standing not far from Wu Xiang, cradling herself in an alluring pose, and his eyes lit up with a lascivious gleam as he playfully tousled his hair. That beauty over there. Your companion seems rather lacking. How about I purchase this necklace and present it to you as a token of friendship? The scantily clad woman seethed with indignation at her partner's fickleness, her expression growing increasingly discomfort. Just moments ago, he had promised to gift it to her, yet in the blink of an eye, he was offering it to another woman. Jealousy consumed her, even as Xing Yan's beauty and grace rendered her almost ashamed. Xing Yan remained silent, merely offering a disdainful smile. Had this been in the past, one would not dare to speak to her in such a manner. The grass atop their graves would have flourished 3 meters high by now. However, in the present circumstances, she harbored no desire to teach such a person a lesson. The shop assistant found herself in a dilemma. In order to avoid offending a valued customer, she ultimately expressed her apologies to Wu Xiang, saying, Sir, I sincerely apologize, but Mr. Yamada is willing to offer a higher price for this necklace. We will refund your payment in full shortly. Perhaps you would like to consider selecting another item? To convey our regret, your next purchase will enjoy a 20% discount. And we hope for your understanding. Wu Xiang appeared utterly unfazed and calmly inquired. The listed price is 800,000, correct? The shop assistant, somewhat perplexed by Wu Xiang's demeanor, nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed. I have already completed the payment, have I not? Yes. Then please hand over my item. Of course. Despite the shop assistant's certainty that Wu Xiang had been conversing with her in a calm and composed manner, an inexplicable reluctance to defy her instincts took hold, and she obediently presented the item to Wu Xiang with both hands. Wu Xiang took the necklace and turned to leave, bestowing not a single glance upon the ostentatiously adorned man. Hey you, what do you mean by this? Who gave you permission to leave? I am speaking to you. Are you deaf? Did you not hear me? The man, realizing he had been ignored throughout, seethed with rage and, in a fit of humiliation, stepped forward to place his hand on Wu Xiang's shoulder. Wu Xiang abruptly turned, their gazes locking in a tense confrontation. The latent, terrifying murderous intent that had been concealed in the mundane suddenly erupted, piercing through the man's eyes and striking deep into his soul. In that instant, he felt as though he were ensconced in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, struggling in agony at the very depths of hell, teetering on the brink of collapse and suffocation. The profound essence cultivated through countless brushes with death far exceeded the mental endurance of this ordinary individual. He staggered back several paces, his legs trembling, before collapsing onto the ground, his body convulsing uncontrollably, mouth agape yet unable to emit a sound. Husband, what is wrong with you? The exposed woman was taken aback by the man's appearance, kneeling beside him and vigorously shaking his shoulders, but he remained oblivious to her presence. Suddenly, her brow furrowed as an unpleasant odor wafted into her nostrils. Looking down, she was dismayed to discover that the man's crotch was damp. prompting her to hastily withdraw her hands in disgust. The shop descended into chaos due to this unforeseen incident, while Wu Shang and his companions had already departed. Lady Bai occasionally glanced back, her heart filled with both curiosity and concern. What could have happened to that man? Why did Xiao Shang react so dramatically upon merely gazing at him? Surely, we cannot be entangled in some trouble. Xing Yan, linking her arm with her mother's, smiled reassuringly. It's nothing, mother. Do not worry. That man likely suffered a sudden seizure. It has nothing to do with us. Chapter 180, A Gangster's Ambush. Time swiftly passed, and by afternoon, after leaving the commercial building, the three sought refuge in a restaurant to satiate their hunger. Having been momentarily disturbed by some riffraff, they now found solace, and Wu Shang took the opportunity to retrieve a necklace while awaiting their meal. He offered a gentle smile and spoke softly. Xiaoqing, shall we give it a try? Xing Yan glanced at Wu Shang's smiling face, momentarily taken aback, silently lamenting how much this lad had changed, now even attempting to flirt with her. Very well. May I adorn you myself? Xing Yan swept her hair aside, revealing her swan-like neck. Wu Shang felt an inexplicable surge of nervousness as he carefully wrapped the necklace around her neck and secured the clasp. Is it done? Yes. Xing Yan gently lifted the pendant that hung before her chest, beaming with joy as she stood and twirled around, her eyes brimming with anticipation, yet feigning nonchalance as she inquired. How does it look? It is beautiful. Wu Shang nodded truthfully. Humph. This time, I shall let you pass. Madame Bai observed their exchange with a knowing smile. The surrounding diners gazed at this pair of celestial lovers, their faces reflecting envy. After nearly a whole day out, the three prepared to return home, embarking on their journey back. However, as they passed a certain stretch of road, Wu Shang and Xing Yan abruptly came to a halt in unison. What is the matter? Madame Bai asked, puzzled. In the next moment, four unfamiliar men emerged from the alley, obstructing their path. Where are you in such a hurry to go? The leader, a scarred man, grinned with malicious intent. Who are these people? Xiaoqing, Wu Shang, could it be that we have encountered gangsters? Perhaps we should quickly call the police. And I will also summon the driver. As an ordinary woman, Madame Bai could not help but feel a wave of panic. Useless. These individuals are not something mere police and drivers can handle, Xing Yan remarked, halting her mother's movements. What should we do then? Nothing to fret about. There are always some oblivious fools who enjoy engaging in foolish antics. Let me take care of them. A cruel smile graced Xing Yan's face as she rolled up her sleeves and prepared to act, only to be met with a fierce glare from her mother. Very well. I shall embody the grace of a lady and be gentle. Xing Yan's expression shifted dramatically. Suddenly, she clung to Wu Shang's arm, shaking it playfully and pouting. Wu Shang, I'm so scared. You will protect me, won't you? Wu Shang's body tensed, a shiver running from head to toe, and he forced himself to respond with a reluctant yes. At that moment, another figure emerged from the shadows. Upon closer inspection, it was the previously paralyzed, slick-haired man, who had now somewhat recovered, albeit appearing far more disheveled than earlier. With a face full of malice, the man pointed a trembling finger at Wu Shang, gasping, Scar, brother. It's him. This brat must have used some wicked sorcery to harm me. Scar-faced man's gaze fixated on Wu Shang. Hey kid, are you the one who bullied my little brother? Wu Shang calmly retorted, and what of it? Oh, so you possess quite the backbone. No one in Linhai City has ever dared to disregard my authority. You shall be the first, and certainly the last. You shall see whether you can maintain such bravado when your bones are shattered. Deep down, the old Scar bore little concern for his subordinate's plight. However, this young man had been quite generous, bestowing upon him numerous gifts, including women. It was only fitting that he reciprocate in some manner. Moreover, that lad was indeed fortunate. After this endeavor, he would also acquire a delicate beauty. Just look at her visage, her bosom, her legs. One could indulge in her charms for an entire year without ever growing weary. It was truly a delightful surprise. As for the woman beside her, despite her advancing years, she had been well preserved in all respects. They appeared to be mother and daughter, and the mere thought of having both together. Oh, the anticipation was exhilarating. Why not seize the opportunity? Bring it on. Break this young man's limbs. A fleeting expression of reluctance crossed the faces of his three subordinates. Yet after a brief moment of hesitation, they chose to obey the command and swiftly charged towards Wu Shang. Mrs. Bai was in a state of panic as she observed their aggressive advance. Xing, they are coming. Xing Yan promptly assisted her mother to retreat to the side, unhesitatingly sacrificing her boyfriend. It's all right. Wuxiang possesses some skills. He can handle this. But didn't you say that Wuxiang is a desk worker? Well, he does work at Tianren, so it's quite normal for a desk worker to have some martial prowess. Wuxiang deftly evaded the first assailant's punch, sidestepped the second's sweeping kick, and retreated a step to avoid the third's grappling maneuver. The three men found themselves striking nothing but air, realizing that Wuxiang was no ordinary opponent. In an astonishing display of skill, he effortlessly neutralized the attacks of the three assailants with minimal movement, a rarity that demanded their utmost caution. The trio exchanged glances, regrouping and encircling him from three distinct directions, securing a position that allowed for both offense and defense. A slight furrow appeared on his brow. Despite the brevity of their encounter, he had discerned too many familiar patterns in the actions of these strangers. "You are from Tianren," he asserted, not as a question but as a certainty. The three men were taken aback, their expressions clouding with ambiguity, neither confirming nor denying his claim. Without hesitation, they launched a renewed assault. He resolved not to squander any more time, and with a swift punch, he collided with one of them, producing a sharp crack that resonated through the air. The one who struck first was sent hurtling backward, his arm rendered limp. In a fluid motion, he delivered a kick to the head of the second assailant, sending him spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground, unconscious. A gust of wind rushed from behind, yet he did not turn. With a casual elbow strike, he ended the confrontation. In the blink of an eye, all three suspected Tianren soldiers had lost their combat capabilities, the entire exchange taking less than 3 seconds. In the face of such an overwhelming disparity in strength, his every attack was akin to the lightning above, visible, palpable, yet utterly insurmountable. "Is Xiaoshang truly this formidable?" Lady Bai exclaimed in astonishment, turning to her daughter. "Well, it's not too bad," Xingyan replied sheepishly, scratching her head. On the other side, Old Scar was equally astonished and infuriated. He questioned how it could be possible to effortlessly eliminate 3 individuals. The martial prowess of Wuxiang was indeed unparalleled. Alas, fate had dealt him a poor hand, and he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, he remained unperturbed, even feeling a tinge of amusement. He still possessed an unbeatable trump card that had yet to be revealed. After all, martial arts were merely a lesser form of combat. "Young man, I must admit you have truly astonished me, but that is all there is to it. Soon, you shall witness what it means to be a true warrior." Chapter 181. Wuxiang captured Old Scar inhaled deeply, his mouth agape, as if he were a whale consuming a massive meal, his belly ominously swelling. "Prepare to receive my energy blast." After a brief moment of concentration, an invisible energy sphere erupted from Old Scar's mouth, hurtling towards Wuxiang. As the sphere traversed its path, it generated ripples, warping the very fabric of vision itself. Out of curiosity regarding the potency of this energy blast, Wuxiang slightly shifted his body to evade it. With a sharp explosion, a crater, roughly the size of a basketball, appeared in the wall of a nearby street. Seeing this, Old Scar mistakenly believed that Wuxiang was too fearful to confront him, and he erupted into a triumphant laugh. "Are you scared, boy? Alas, it is too late to realize your fear now." With renewed confidence, he charged up an even larger energy sphere and launched it forth. Wuxiang, however, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, showing no inclination to evade, seemingly surrendering to fate. Old Scar felt a surge of confusion, but the ensuing elation and exhilaration consumed his heart. If you seek death, then you have only yourself to blame. As the energy blast was poised to strike the unscathed youth, the Old Scar envisioned the gruesome scene of the boy's head being obliterated. Yet, the anticipated energy orb inexplicably dissipated, failing to even ruffle the youth's bangs. "What on earth is happening?" The Old Scar was taken aback. "Is that all?" The youth scoffed lightly. "Allow me to impart upon you the art of fortune." Slowly, he raised his hand, splaying his fingers, and an unparalleled, violent suction emanated from his palm. The Old Scar's body was uncontrollably drawn toward the youth, all resistance proving futile. Before being seized by the throat and lifted into the air, the Old Scar flailed desperately, akin to a drowning man, his face turning a deep shade of purple, eyes betraying unmasked terror. Why? He could not comprehend, nor did he have the luxury of time to ponder. The youth hurled the Old Scar to the ground with the casual disdain one might reserve for refuse. The impact with the earth jolted his innards, and blood erupted uncontrollably from his mouth. He struggled to utter a few indistinct words, perhaps pleading for mercy, or something else entirely. Yet, the youth had no intention of letting him off so easily. He clenched his fist and brought it crashing down. How dare this scoundrel covet my woman? Oh wait, I misspoke. How dare he covet my captain? Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Were it not for their formidable strength, had they been an ordinary family, they would have surely met a dire fate today. The ground collapsed instantaneously, and spiderweb-like fissures radiated outward in all directions. The fist halted a mere inch before the forehead of the old scarred man, yet the explosive force of the wind pressure forcibly embedded him into the ground. Blood gushed from his 7 orifices, his eyelids turned inside out, and he appeared utterly wretched, teetering on the brink of death. Is this truly martial arts? Lady Bai exclaimed, utterly bewildered by the scene before her. Was it her ignorance or a misinterpretation of the essence of martial arts? Has the practice of combat evolved to such an extent? Ah, ha ha. Indeed, this is martial arts. Xingyan feigned a sense of inevitability, attempting to rationalize the occurrence. It is over. Wu Xiang straightened up and turned his gaze to the only remaining man with oiled hair and a painted face, if memory serves. Named Yamamoto, correct? What a ludicrously deserving name. Yamamoto, terrified to his core, crumpled to his knees, his legs giving way. Please, do not kill me. I was wrong. I truly realize my mistakes. Money, or women, just name your price. I can offer you anything I possess. I beg you, grant me a chance to live, spare me. I implore you. He fervently knocked his head against the ground, not daring to relax in the slightest, as the stench of excrement flowed freely beneath him. At that moment, the distant wail of police sirens drew near. The authorities had finally arrived, albeit belatedly. The commotion had indeed been significant, making it impossible to avoid alerting the police. A battalion of city patrol officers emerged from police cars, surrounding Wu Xiang and aiming their firearms directly at him. The police chief's gaze swept over the scene, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably as he wiped the cold sweat from his brow in trepidation. Faced with an entity capable of such devastation, even holding a gun instills a sense of panic. He picked up a loudspeaker, striving to maintain his composure, and shouted, "Those inside, lay down your weapons and do not resist. Please cooperate with our investigation." A nearby officer scratched his head in confusion. "Chief, it seems he isn't holding any weapon," he remarked. "Damn it, mind your own business. I'm not blind, I don't need your reminders." "Oh, very well," Wu Xiang replied with a hint of indifference, indicating his willingness to cooperate. Observing from the periphery, Lady Bai grew anxious, eager to step forward and clarify the situation. "Officer, yet Xingyan obstructed her, shaking his head. A police officer approached Wu Xiang cautiously with handcuffs, only to be deterred by a mere glance from Wu Xiang. After considerable hesitation, he ultimately decided against it. Wu Xiang moved towards the police car, and all the guns shifted in unison with his movements. He paused before the car door, turning back to Xingyan with a relaxed smile. "Wait for me to come home and cook." Xingyan nodded gently, waving his hand. "Yes, the earlier you go, the sooner you return." Bystanders, the crowd, and officers. The incident concluded, with the suspect known as Old Scar being rushed for emergency medical attention, while Wu Xiang was escorted to the police station. Inside the vehicle, Wu Xiang sat silently in the rear seat for a while before suddenly reaching into his bosom. The surrounding officers immediately tensed up. A young officer promptly aimed his firearm at Wu Xiang's head, attempting to sound authoritative as he shouted, "No, don't move. Stay still." However, Wu Xiang appeared oblivious, continuing with his own course of action. "Have I not made myself clear? Do not move." The young officer's hands trembled increasingly as he gripped his weapon, the tension causing him to inadvertently pull the trigger. "Stop!" the chief shouted in a desperate attempt to intervene, but it was too late. The bullet had already been discharged. In the aftermath of the gunfire, an eerie silence enveloped the scene, yet an even more harrowing revelation awaited. Contrary to expectations, there was no bloodshed. Wu Xiang slowly opened his palm to reveal an unmistakable bullet held delicately between his fingers. As the projectile clattered to the ground, it resonated with a crisp sound, akin to a solemn tolling bell echoing in the hearts of those present. The officers inside the vehicle wore expressions of sheer disbelief. Wu Xiang retrieved a slender booklet from his pocket and handed it to the police chief. The chief, trembling, accepted it without hesitation and hastily skimmed through its contents. Initially taken aback, his countenance soon transformed into one of profound astonishment. After a brief moment, the chief closed the booklet with reverence and returned it to Wu Xiang. My apologies, sir. We have failed in our duties and may have offended you. May I inquire if you have any directives? Take me to the Tianren division in Linhai City, Wu Shang replied, reclining in the back seat and closing his eyes, signaling the end of further conversation. Chapter 182. Linhai Division. The police vehicle's route grew increasingly obscure until it finally halted on the outskirts of the city. As the door swung open, Wu Shang stepped out, turning to address the police chief. You understand what should and should not be said, do you not? The chief nodded vigorously. I understand. Please take care, sir. With that, Wu Shang entered the perimeter of the Linhai City Tianren Division, unashamedly revealing his presence. Before long, a patrol squad approached with purpose. In this military stronghold, unauthorized personnel were strictly prohibited from approaching. Leave immediately, commanded an officer. Wu Shang nonchalantly produced his identification and tossed it forward. The squad leader, a B-grade officer, received the document, opened it, and scrutinized Wu Shang's face with a look of bewilderment. Is your department head available? He inquired. Yes, he is currently stationed in the command center. Take me to him. Certainly, sir. Please follow me. As they traversed the department, they attracted the attention of numerous soldiers. For the sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face naturally sparked curiosity. Wu Shang remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the myriad gazes directed at him. The squad leader eventually halted before a door and announced, "This is our director's office." "Thank you," Wu Shang replied, stepping through the door without hesitation, while the squad leader took it upon himself to stand guard outside. Inside, there was a prolonged silence, and it was unclear what transpired within. During this time, a somewhat portly middle-aged man rushed up, eager to enter, but was intercepted by the squad leader. "Hey, what are you doing? Why are you stopping me?" The man shouted in frustration. "The director is currently in a critical discussion with a distinguished guest and cannot be disturbed," the squad leader firmly explained. "But I have important matters to report as well." The man retorted. "Humph. What pressing matters could a ne'er-do-well like you possibly have? The minister's nephew has been beaten, and his life hangs in the balance. Is this not a matter of great significance? It turns out that the scoundrel has encountered trouble, and this is indeed a source of great satisfaction. Do you dare to say such things in front of the minister?" I would speak the same words even before the minister. Just as the two were embroiled in their dispute, the door swung open, and Wu Shang emerged slowly. He cast a casual glance at the rotund man, said nothing, and strode away. The stout man, perplexed, dismissed it from his mind and shot a defiant look at the squad leader before swaggering into the office. A middle-aged man sat across the desk, drenched in sweat and with a grim expression. It was evident that he was the minister of the Tianren branch in Linhai City. The atmosphere felt decidedly off. "Master, what troubles you?" The stout man ventured cautiously. The minister remained silent. "Is it because of the person who just left?" The minister apathetically nodded. "Who is he?" "An A-class warrior from headquarters." "A-class? How formidable. Does that not mean he is your equal? Why fear him? This is our territory, and with over 1,000 personnel in our branch, dealing with him should be an effortless task." Suddenly, the minister erupted in fury, delivering a resounding slap to the stout man. "Fool! You imbecile!" The stout man cried out in pain, yet the minister, still unsatisfied, continued to berate him while kicking him mercilessly. "You dare to acknowledge that he is my equal? Engaging in conflict with any A-class warrior is an exceedingly unwise choice. Moreover, he is not alone. Behind him stands a figure of immense influence. How dare you provoke me here? What is your true intention? Are you plotting a rebellion?" After venting his frustrations for a while, the minister felt considerably relieved. Meanwhile, the rotund man lay on the ground, his face swollen like that of a pig, groaning softly. "I ask you, did I not issue a directive previously, stating that within our jurisdiction resides a family member of a high-ranking official from headquarters, whom we must protect with utmost diligence and care?" The portly man pondered for a moment, noticing the minister's dwindling patience and the imminent threat of further violence. He hastily replied, "Yes, there seems to be such a matter, but nothing has ever occurred, and my colleagues have nearly forgotten." The minister sighed, understanding that this incident was merely a catalyst, ultimately stemming from his own inadequate leadership. Glancing at the rotund man, his irritation grew. How could he have once entrusted such a useless individual? The rotund man had never felt as wronged as he did today, receiving an unwarranted beating while being unable to voice his grievances. He had always been a favored aide to the minister, yet he found himself in such a predicament. "Do you have anything else to say? If not, begone. Do not linger here and be an eyesore." It was only upon this reminder that the rotund man recalled his original purpose for being there. Minister, your nephew has been assaulted and is currently in the hospital fighting for his life. Upon hearing this, the minister exhaled deeply. This wretched being possesses remarkable audacity, daring to provoke and obstruct anyone in their path. The rotund man initially anticipated that the minister would be even more infuriated upon hearing this news. Yet the minister's reaction indicated that he was already well aware of the situation. The man had intended to inquire whether he should gather some allies for vengeance. But the minister's chilling tone rendered him mute, and fortunately, he refrained from speaking. Bring the beast back to me. No, forget it. I shall personally put an end to him. As the words fell from his lips, a faint aura of murderous intent permeated the air. Following Wuxiang's departure, the Tianren Linhai City branch experienced a seismic upheaval from top to bottom, with numerous key officials and political magnates being dismissed and investigated. All of this transpired silently, unnoticed by the oblivious masses. Meanwhile, our protagonist, the one who orchestrates the tides of fate, found himself in a quandary at a desolate crossroads. This place is exceedingly remote. Hours had passed without the sight of a single soul, making it difficult to hail a cab for his return. Suddenly, Wuxiang appeared to have an epiphany. After ensuring that no one was around, he concentrated his thoughts. Wings of the wind. A magnificent pair of wings unfurled from his back. An array of semi-transparent feathers cascading gracefully, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens, noble and imposing. At last, he could soar through the skies. A reward for his arduous training. When he returned, he would undoubtedly boast to Yandora. Given her nature, she would surely beg him to take her on a flight. He could then feign compliance, and, when they were high above, unceremoniously toss her from the sky. As she awaited the descent, the notion of lifting her up again, only to cast her down once more, lingered in his mind. The intent was clear, to frighten the girl into tears, begging for mercy and acknowledging her faults. But wait, why did such odd, tedious, and wicked thoughts cross my mind? Wuxiang dismissed the errant thoughts swirling in his head, attempted to flap his wings a couple of times, and soon wore a satisfied smile. Not bad at all. Thus, he soared upwards. The fierce winds danced around him as the young man surged into the heavens, swiftly transforming into a mere speck of light that vanished amidst the layers of clouds. Chapter 183. Starflame in the kitchen at home. Starflame reclined on the sofa, her long legs elegantly stretched out, her graceful figure radiating an alluring charm. She leisurely perused a novel, occasionally plucking a piece of cut fruit with a toothpick and popping it into her mouth, betraying no hint of anxiety, instead relishing the moment. Meanwhile, Mrs. White paced anxiously in the living room, sighing incessantly. Upon catching sight of her daughter's carefree demeanor, her blood pressure surged even higher. Your man has been taken away. How can you remain so unconcerned? With that, Mrs. White stepped forward and seized the fruit platter. Starflame blinked innocently, revealing a hint of naive charm. In truth, I am quite anxious as well. I'm merely channeling my frustration into my appetite. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. How did I end up with such an unworthy child? Seeing her mother's furious expression, Starflame pouted, too afraid to retort. Mother, you have changed. Ever since Wuxiang came to our home, I am no longer the cherished princess of the household. I'll make sure to deliver a swift combination of blows to that insufferable boy, forcing him to kneel and call me father. Wait, that's not right. He should call me mother. It seems rather amiss. Perhaps it is better to call you sister. Just then, the door swung open, and Wuxiang entered nonchalantly. Xingyan turned and smiled. Ah, you're back. Indeed, came the reply. Was everything smooth? Yes, it has all been settled. Lady Bai, listening nearby, was utterly befuddled, unable to comprehend the exchange between the two. Her expression turned anxious as she circled Wuxiang twice, inquiring with concern, Little Shang, you returned so swiftly? Are you feeling unwell? Wuxiang chuckled gently. Aunt, please do not worry. I am perfectly fine. Did they mistreat you in any way? Like with electric shocks or the torture chair? No. Please do not overthink it. It was merely a straightforward record. Finally, Lady Bai felt a wave of relief wash over her as she sighed. As long as you are well, that is all that matters. Suddenly, an inappropriate burst of laughter rang out, and turning to look, they found Xingyan sprawled on the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. Electric shocks? Torture chair? Mom, how have I never noticed your imagination is so vivid? Perhaps you should add a whip, clamps, or a wooden donkey to the mix. Lady Bai shot a dangerous glare at Xingyan. her tone sharp as she reprimanded. What are you laughing about? If you have so much time on your hands, why not go prepare dinner? Xingyan was taken aback, the laughter abruptly ceasing. Was it not agreed that Wushang would cook dinner? What? Are you exhausted from preparing a meal for your husband? Xingyan attempted to protest further. Yet, we have a chef employed at home. Observe how the kitchen staff has been idling these past few days. Even the donkeys of the production team have not rested so much. Chef, I feel somewhat offended. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Will you attend or not? Very well. I shall go. Under the pressing influence of her mother, Xingyan reluctantly resigned herself to the kitchen. Wushang, witnessing this, wished to lend a helping hand. Yet Xingyan barred him from entry. There is no need for your assistance. I can manage on my own. With that, Xingyan emphatically shut the kitchen door. Wushang, standing outside, couldn't help but sigh. It wasn't that he was overly eager to assist, but rather he feared she might inadvertently turn the kitchen into a disaster. An hour later, fortunately, Wushang's concerns proved unfounded. After much toil and tribulation, Xingyan ultimately presented the meal at the table, smiling brightly as she announced, the appearance may be somewhat lacking, yet the flavor should be assured. Please, do indulge. Wushang swallowed hard, sensing an invisible yet perilously lethal miasma hovering over the dishes before him. He tentatively picked up a chunk of indeterminate black substance from the first plate. What is this? Braised pork. He then lifted a stick-like black object from the second plate. And this? Fried potato strips. Lastly, he reached for a slice of black matter from the third plate. What about this one? A fried egg. How did you manage to transform 3 entirely distinct dishes into one uniform appearance? My dear, why aren't you eating? Xingyan gently inquired, her face radiating the eager anticipation of a wife hoping for her husband's praise. I am not hungry yet. May I abstain from eating? Wushang cautiously proposed. Oh, are you certain? Seeing Wushang hesitating to take a bite, Xingyan chuckled once more. My dear husband, are you perhaps afraid of the heat? Would you allow me to feed you? With that, Xingyan personally picked up a piece of braised pork, gently blew on it, and then brought it to Wushang's lips. It's no longer hot. Go on, eat. Please do hurry. Wushang gazed at the dark, indistinct object so close before him, his hair standing on end, cold sweat beading on his forehead, every cell in his body screaming in protest. Yet, he felt he had no grounds to refuse. Perhaps he had become overly fastidious. In the past, when conditions were dire, he had even eaten dirt. Could this dish truly be more repugnant? His resolve began to solidify, tinged with a sense of determination. Finally, he opened his mouth wide and devoured the morsel with a ferocity that snapped the chopsticks in two. A jarring sensation akin to swallowing a blade surged through his taste buds, radiating out to every nerve in his body, followed by an unbearable bitterness, culminating in an overwhelmingly cloying sweetness. Observing Wushang's almost transcendental expression, Xingyan could hardly contain her laughter, relishing in his predicament. Wushang, thoroughly provoked, reached a breaking point. In that moment, he could hardly fathom his thoughts. Impulse triumphed over reason, and he suddenly cupped Xingyan's face, transferring the morsel from his mouth to hers. The air became thick with tension. Star Flame's eyes widened in shock, her mind momentarily paralyzed in a void, only to be forcibly revived by the intolerable taste in her mouth. The two parted abruptly, each clutching a trash can, retching uncontrollably. Upon realizing the gravity of her shocking actions, Wushang thought calamity had befallen her, and without pausing to savor the recent extraordinary sensation, she fled through the door. Stop! You scoundrel, come back! Star Flame exclaimed in fury, her chest heaving violently. Whether from embarrassment, anger, or nausea, tears shimmered in her eyes as she pursued him with a fierce determination. Oh dear, these two children are truly something. Lady Bai shook her head in a blend of exasperation and amusement, glancing at the untouched spread of dishes before her, silently grateful she had refrained from eating. She then mused to herself, is it possible that the inability to cook is hereditary? Yet, it seems Xiaoqing's culinary skills surpass my own. I suppose I shall simply order takeout for the evening. Should I get some for them as well? Perhaps not, judging by their current state. They likely won't require my concern. Chapter 184. The holiday concludes. The evening breeze gently wafted, bringing a refreshing chill, while the enormous, luminous full moon hung high in the sky. On a distant rooftop, the silhouettes of a young couple could be discerned, seemingly engaged in some indescribable activity. Faster! Are you even capable? The girl urged. I am already moving as swiftly as I can. Such matters cannot be rushed, the boy replied. I warn you, if you do not satisfy me tonight, you shall not see the sun rise tomorrow. Man, rest assured, you needn't move. Simply await the pleasure of your meal. The youth, with a face devoid of hope, diligently tended to the skewers on the grill, fearful of any lapse in his duty. Soon, as the moment arrived, he hastily plated the grilled skewers and presented them to the young lady, forcing a rather unappealing smile. Sister, your skewers are ready. Please enjoy. The young lady, her expression frosty, perched herself on a small stool, seized the skewers, and devoured them voraciously, casting a sidelong glance at the boy. What are you standing there for? Hurry and continue grilling. Are you waiting for me to urge you with a little whip? Why, yes. I shall attend to it at once. The boy hurried back to his station, preparing the next batch of ingredients. Upon closer inspection, the bruised and battered youth bore a striking resemblance to someone familiar. Who else could it be but Wu Xiang? As for the girl devouring the skewers, she was none other than Xingyan. The two had ventured onto the rooftop for a midnight feast. Wu Xiang sighed in frustration. After all, he had just committed an act of insubordination, which resulted not only in a sound thrashing but also in the necessity of ensuring her satisfaction. It was indeed his lack of strength that rendered him vulnerable to her whims. He mused that perhaps a day would come when his power exceeded hers, and then the tables might turn. He found himself nostalgic for the days when Xingyan would be inebriated, obedient, and compliant, at his beck and call. Should he procure some beer now and induce her into a stupor? Hey, what are you thinking? If you burn my skewers, I'll roast you over the fire tonight. Oh. Wu Xiang was immediately startled back to reality, focusing intently on grilling, deterred from entertaining any further thoughts. As Xingyan savored the skewers with great delight, she occasionally cast furtive glances at Wu Xiang, seemingly recalling something that caused a suspicious blush to sweep across her cheeks. The night sky, akin to a deep indigo curtain, was adorned with twinkling stars, captivating one's soul and rendering time a mere illusion. At this moment, both the youth and the maiden remained oblivious, perhaps unwilling to acknowledge that an unspoken sentiment had quietly burgeoned between them, transcending the boundaries of hierarchy. This delicate emotion, as time unfurled, would either take root and flourish or fade into oblivion, perhaps blossoming into something profound on a distant day. In the stillness of the late night, as the world succumbed to slumber, Xingyan suddenly opened her eyes, abruptly sitting up in bed and grasping the communicator to press the answer button. Wu Xiang, too, sensed the commotion and opened his eyes, the fog of sleep dissipating instantly to clarity as he rose to sit beside Xingyan. Hey, old man, messaging at this hour? Are you out of your mind? The unmistakable voice of Zhao Yuang resonated from the other end. Where are you? I have a task to entrust to you. At home. If there's something to say, hurry up. I wish to return to my slumber. Zhao Yuang's expression subtly shifted to one of peculiarity. At home. Could it be that this girl has taken her teammates home for a honeymoon? Impressive. Ahem. It is as follows. In light of the aftermath of our last great battle, while most disturbances have settled, certain regions have seen conditions escalate. Numerous anomalies bear signs of human intervention, and riots could erupt at any moment. I hope you can proceed to manage the situation appropriately. When shall we depart? The sooner, the better. I will send you the specific coordinates shortly. Upon the conclusion of their conversation, the two individuals in the room exchanged glances. In that case, when shall we set off? Wu Xiang inquired. Let us do so tomorrow. This matter should not be delayed. After a brief contemplation, Xingyan responded. They were in close proximity, their breaths audible to one another, when suddenly, Xingyan realized and felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, impulsively giving Wu Xiang a swift kick that sent him tumbling off the bed. What are you doing so close, you little rascal? Get off my bed. Wu Xiang, caught off guard, landed on the floor in a most undignified manner, face first. The following morning, Madame Bai, in high spirits after completing her daily exercises, knocked on Xingyan's door. Xiaoqing Xiaoshang. Rise and shine. The sun is already up. The door swung open, revealing Xingyan and Wu Xiang. Mother has a splendid idea today. How about our family goes hiking? Xingyan, unable to meet her mother's radiant smile, averted her gaze, reluctant to dampen her cheerful mood. Observing this, Wu Xiang promptly spoke up on Xingyan's behalf. I apologize, Auntie, but we have received an urgent summons from our unit, and we may not be able to accompany you. The smile on Madame Bai's face visibly waned, though she did not exhibit any intense emotions nor attempted to persuade them to stay. Ultimately, she forced a smile and said, Oh, I see. Actually, I can manage climbing the mountain alone quite well. It saves you both from being a bother in front of me. Indeed, I shall summon the cook to prepare breakfast." With those words, I hastily descended the stairs. The atmosphere at the dining table was rather somber, a stark contrast to the previous days. No one uttered a word. After the meal, Xingyin and Wushang began to gather their belongings in preparation for departure, while Lady Bai remained steadfastly by their side, silently observing, fearful that someone might suddenly vanish. Regardless of the sentiments nestled within their hearts, every gathering must eventually conclude, and the moment of parting is inevitable. As Xingyin and Wushang stepped beyond the gates of the manor, all the inhabitants emerged to bid them farewell. "Miss, young master, travel safely." Xingyin replied, then turned to her mother. "Mother, please return. The sun is quite intense outside." Lady Bai shook her head. "No, let me at least see you off." Thus, the three continued along the path. Yet even after traversing over a mile, Lady Bai showed no signs of halting. "Mother, this is sufficient. Let us stop here." Lady Bai's expression stiffened, and she finally ceased her steps, her voice involuntarily quivering. "Xiaoqing, mother, please, remember to visit home often." The mother and daughter embraced, and for once, moisture glistened in Xingyin's eyes. Lady Bai then turned to Wushang. "Xiaoshang, please, take good care of her." Wushang nodded earnestly. "Certainly." The three parted ways. Yet the mere distance of a few dozen steps felt as though they spanned the ends of the earth. Suddenly, Lady Bai called out once more from afar, "Xiaoqing, remember to bring my grandchild with you next time." At those words, Xingyin stumbled slightly, and without a backward glance, she hurriedly pulled Wushang away. As time passed, and the figures within her sight completely vanished, Baiyun felt an overwhelming sense of loss, as if she had aged considerably in an instant, her body becoming slightly stooped. She slowly made her way to the roadside, seeking a stone upon which to sit, gazing blankly in the direction the two had departed for an extended period. "My dear husband, did you see? Our little Qing has grown up. She no longer requires our constant worry. One day, she too shall have her own husband, her own children, her own home." Chapter 185. Three's company. As the sun rose high in the sky, the drowsy Lan Yu sat up from the lavish hotel bed, stifling a yawn. "Oh dear, how utterly dull. I haven't even begun my day and already feel bored. What should I do today?" She sighed, dismissing her thoughts, and decided to freshen up first. She meandered into the bathroom, resembling a woman recovering from a night of indulgence. As she brushed her teeth in a hazy state, an unusual sound suddenly reached her ears. Though the likelihood of danger here was minimal, her long-standing professional instincts kicked in, making her alert in an instant. Magic energy quietly brewed within her palm, poised for action. Cautiously pushing open the bathroom door, she was met with the sight of a man and a woman comfortably seated on the hotel sofa. Who might this be? What sudden surprise is this? Lan Yu relaxed, leaning gently against the bathroom doorframe. Her silk nightgown hung loosely upon her, half open, revealing her delicate shoulder and exuding an air of mature femininity. Starflame shot her a disapproving glance. "Hey, please pay attention to your appearance. Who are you trying to impress with such antics?" In the face of Lan Yu's allure, Wushang's previously tranquil expression remained utterly unperturbed as he stood and walked directly toward the door. I averted my gaze. Observing this, Lan Yu chuckled softly, adjusting her attire and teasingly remarked, "Oh, the little one is quite well-mannered. You need not be overly concerned. After all, I am nearly old enough to be your mother." Xingyin furrowed her brows, inexplicably displeased, wondering why Lan Yu's words seemed to carry a veiled implication. "By the way, Xingyin, when did your team start recruiting such serious men? This is quite contrary to your usual team-building style." "What? You are the one who is not serious. Your entire family is not serious." After waiting outside for a while, Wushang re-entered the room to find Lan Yu already dressed impeccably. Lan Yu then extended her hand toward Wushang in a friendly manner. "Hello, I am Lan Yu. I have often heard Xingyin speak of you. I have long admired your reputation, and today I finally have the opportunity to meet you properly." Wushang reciprocated with a gentle handshake. "Hello, I am Wushang. Captain Lan Yu, you flatter me. I am merely an unremarkable individual. I hope to learn much from you in the future." After their formal introductions, Lan Yu's gaze toward Wushang began to take on a playful quality. "By the way, little one, you just took a good look at me. Don't you think an explanation is in order? But fret not, I do not intend to accuse you. I am merely curious. Who do you think has the better physique, me or your team captain?" Xingyin initially intended to admonish Lan Yu for teasing her team member. Yet upon hearing the question, She could not help but be intrigued by the response Wuxiang might offer. Wuxiang was momentarily taken aback. How should one even respond to such a query? Who could provide him with guidance? Anxiously awaiting an answer, the two women fixed their gaze upon him, closing in with an air of intense interrogation. Adhering to the principle of minimal cost, Wuxiang was compelled to make a difficult choice. I believe my captain possesses a slightly superior physique. After all, offending Lan Yu was trivial compared to incurring Xingyan's wrath. Ah, so we have reached this point. And yet you dare to claim there is no illicit relationship between you two? Lan Yu exclaimed, astonished. And what if there is indeed something between us? Does it concern you? Xingyan understood all too well that she could not allow herself to be led by the nose. She chose instead to embrace the chaos. Lan Yu sighed and deliberately cast a mournful glance at Wuxiang. I wondered why this little one has treated me with such indifference since entering. It seems your captain has already ensured you are well fed. Upon hearing this, Xingyan shot Lan Yu a fierce glare. Hey, are you trying to imply something inappropriate? Wuxiang, slightly puzzled, wondered what being well fed had to do with their previous topic of discussion, and then earnestly clarified, my captain does not feed me well. It is I who is responsible for ensuring she is well fed. Lan Yu. Xingyan. Immediately, Lan Yu pulled Xingyan aside for a whispered conversation. Hee. This little team member is rather intriguing. I now suspect whether he is genuinely oblivious or simply a seasoned player. In that moment, Xingyan found himself at a loss for words. Wuxiang noticed the two women deliberately avoiding him, whispering to each other, causing him to furrow his brow, pondering if he had perhaps misspoken. Yet, he had indeed prepared all the meals lately. Was there any issue with claiming he had satisfied Xingyan's appetite? Certainly not. Women are truly enigmatic creatures, and the complexity only multiplies when two gather together. Ahem, let us return to the matter at hand. Xingyan cleared his throat lightly to dispel the awkwardness and redirected the conversation. Lan Yu, you have been rather idle lately, haven't you? What is the matter? My stunning Xingyan? Last night, the old man assigned me a new task. It is simple and well-paying, and I thought of you immediately. Absolutely not. What? You said you would be more than willing. I said I do not want to. What? You mentioned setting off right away. Lan Yu reclined backward, lying flat on the bed. What now? Is refusal not an option? Xingyan smiled radiantly. Do not act this way. I have always preferred to persuade with reason, never to coerce. Lan Yu felt a mix of emotions, knowing full well that nothing good was in store. Yet, the formidable presence before her made her feel utterly outmatched. Even as a leader of a legion, she found herself at a disadvantage. Before long, the trio descended the stairs together, and Lan Yu approached the front desk to check out of their room. Initially, the clerk paid little attention, but soon his eyes widened in disbelief. He distinctly recalled that room accommodating only one person. How was it that three had now come down? When had they gone up? Moreover, this fellow is truly remarkable. Encountering such an extraordinary woman is a rarity, yet he manages to charm two at once. Is there no consideration for others? Being handsome is indeed impressive. How can modern women be so superficial? Wuxiang initially intended to disregard the resentful gaze of the receptionist, but the intensity of her envy was impossible to overlook. The emotions of admiration, jealousy, and helplessness in her eyes were almost palpable, reminiscent of a vendetta over familial betrayal. Wuxiang found himself utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Upon exiting the hotel, Lan Yu felt increasingly despondent, realizing she had boarded a ship of ill fate. Xingyan, with a hearty pat on her shoulder, exclaimed, "Oh, do not be disheartened. As a consolation, I shall inquire about the type of girl Guiji favors whenever I have the opportunity." Really? Truly? A spark ignited in Lan Yu's eyes, instantly revitalizing her spirit. What are we waiting for? Let us set forth. My sword is already eager for action. Chapter 186. Sand City in a remote, dilapidated border town known as Sand City. The conditions of construction are evidently inferior when compared to those of modern metropolises. The city's architecture resembles that of humanity's early industrial revolution. The streets are filthy and chaotic, winding haphazardly, with the city's center dominated by peeling, crooked two- and three-story dilapidated buildings. It is not merely in disarray. It embodies a trifecta of filth, chaos, and decay. The sky is overcast, and the ground appears dreary. A multitude of residents meander about like the living dead, their gaunt figures and sallow complexions suggesting a prolonged illness. With vacant eyes devoid of light, he appeared utterly hopeless. The Pope is about to deliver a speech. The Pope is set to distribute the holy medicine. Everyone hurry. If you arrive late, it will be gone. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd, piercing through the calmness like a tempest, igniting a fervor among the masses. The faces of the people instantly transformed, reflecting unparalleled zeal as they jostled, clawed, and cursed, rushing madly towards a certain direction, leaving the entire street desolate in an instant. Once the crowd had dissipated, three enigmatic figures clad in burlap robes and dark cloaks emerged from the shadows, exchanging glances. What should we do now? Let us follow them and see. Very well, I am curious to discover what kind of person this so-called Pope is. In the heart of the city, a grand and resplendent cathedral loomed majestically, sprawling across a vast area. It stood as the tallest and most magnificent structure in the entire Sand City. Yet, just months prior, this site had been an ordinary, dilapidated residential neighborhood. At this moment, the square before the cathedral was teeming with thousands of people, all packed together. A middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, donned opulent attire, adorned with a crown, and wielded a golden scepter as he stood atop a high platform, receiving worship from all directions. Thank you for your compassion, Holy Father. Holy Father, please save us. Yes, Holy Father. My family is waiting for me to bring back the holy medicine. The man known as the Pope remained unmoved, resembling an ancient monk in deep meditation, beseeching the heavens for divine wisdom. Meanwhile, a contingent of several hundred soldiers from the Heavenly Blade finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, their expressions turned grim. The commanding officer seized a megaphone and shouted to the crowd, "Large gatherings are prohibited during the epidemic. In order to prevent cross-infection, please disperse immediately. For the health of you and your families, we kindly ask for your cooperation." However, his voice was swiftly drowned out, as the people, far from complying, grew increasingly agitated. It is a rare occasion for His Holiness to distribute sacred medicine, and you, wretched soldiers, dare to ask us to leave? What ulterior motives do you harbor? Drive them away. Drive them away. Drive them away. The clamor intensified, and the officer, desperate to explain, found no opportunity to defend himself. As all peacekeeping soldiers were forcibly expelled from the square, a flicker of disdain crossed the Pope's eyes before he finally spoke. Silence. In an instant, the previously raucous square fell into utter quietude, with thousands of gazes fixed upon the elevated platform. Moments ago, I received a divine revelation. The deity spoke. Humans are born with sin. Life is but a process of atonement. War, famine, plague, and death are trials that every individual must endure, an inescapable destiny. In the benevolence of the divine, the Almighty could not bear to witness the suffering of humanity. Thus, He unreservedly employed His celestial power to bestow upon you the sacred elixir, alleviating your afflictions. The populace, engulfed in a haze of confusion regarding the Pope's proclamations, could only grasp the notion that salvation was within their reach, and thus they erupted in fervent excitement. Amidst the throng, an individual hastily inquired, "Holy Father, how might we procure this sacred elixir?" The Pope, with a gentle smile that radiated compassion, replied, "Offer that which you hold dear, and manifest your sincerity before the Almighty, and the sacred elixir shall be yours. Are you willing?" "We are willing. We are willing." The crowd responded with fervor. The Pope nodded in satisfaction and discreetly signaled to the congregation behind him. Following his cue, the faithful swiftly emerged from the church bearing a series of heavy chests. Upon opening the chests, they revealed an array of small glass vials containing an enigmatic green liquid. The robust devotees responsible for transporting the vials were so formidable that even the most audacious among those contemplating seizing the elixir were deterred. Just as the sacred elixir was poised for distribution, the previously mentioned captain once again stepped forward to intervene, fervently declaring, "Do not be deceived. This potion lacks any scientific foundation and its origins are dubious. It must not be used recklessly. Our organization, the Heavenly Blade, has already established a comprehensive epidemic response initiative, and a myriad of medical resources are being relentlessly dispatched to Sand City. Please, I implore you, utilize the proper channels." As his words began to resonate, a flicker of hesitation appeared on the faces of some. However, scarcely had he finished speaking when a man emerged from the crowd to confront him. "We do not place our trust in the Holy Father. Should we then place our faith in you? What utter nonsense regarding legitimate channels. My brother was taken by your ilk a month ago, and to this day, there has been no word from him." Perhaps his remains have long since been disposed of by your hands. The tormented populace, having endured prolonged suffering, was easily incited to turn against the captain. Indeed, I can attest to this. They are nothing but ravenous devils. The blade of heaven is a place that devours souls without a trace. Begone from Sand City. Begone from Sand City. As the crowd hurled insults, they seized any objects at hand to hurl at the captain. In that moment, the captain found himself at a loss for words and had no choice but to retreat, wounded. The soldiers of the blade of heaven, seething with rage yet restrained from action, were compelled to flee in disarray. Witnessing the chaos, the Holy Father finally intervened to restore order. The troublemakers had been vanquished. It was now time to distribute the holy remedy. A rotund man desperately pushed his way to the forefront, clutching a piece of gold in his palm while shouting loudly, "Holy Father, I am willing to exchange gold." The Holy Father smiled at him. "Excellent. My God perceives your sincerity. Grant him the remedy." The man, elated, received the medicine. And soon after, the next individual produced a precious gemstone. The ritual proceeded with meticulous order, as people exhausted every means at their disposal, bartering at any cost. Until a woman appeared, cradling a child. Her eyes were sunken, her brow darkened, and her visage bore a haunting semblance, clearly a manifestation of illness. The surrounding crowd, realizing her condition, recoiled in terror and fled to a safe distance. "Revered Pope, I am willing to offer my daughter." The woman spoke, gently placing her child down. The Pope maintained his smile and nodded at her. "Very well, your daughter shall receive the blessings of our God. Her fate will thus be transformed. Grant her the elixir." The girl was taken away by the disciples, while her mother, having secured the potion, turned her back on her child, fear reflected in her large, expressive eyes. As the farce came to an end, it seemed unnecessary to linger any longer. "Let us depart." A voice, indistinguishable in gender, murmured softly. Unnoticed, three unremarkable figures detached themselves from the throng and quietly slipped away. Chapter 187. Capturing the thief. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed. Some returned with bountiful treasures, while others were left lamenting their misfortunes. In a secluded alley, three figures converged from different directions, removing their hoods to reveal heads adorned in red, blue, and black. Starflame leaned against the wall, his demeanor noticeably serious. "The situation here appears to be far more dire than we previously anticipated." Lanyu nodded in agreement. "That so-called church and the Pope are undoubtedly involved in something sinister." Wuxian spoke up. "What course of action should we take next?" "Let us split up for a while," suggested Starflame. "We should observe and gather more information regarding the situation in Sand City, then reconvene to devise our plan." With that, the trio separated, blending once more into the bustling crowd. The young boy, clad in coarse linen and smeared with dust, appeared a far cry from his usual self, aimlessly weaving through the streets and alleys. However, due to the influences of soil, climate, and geography, the native inhabitants of Shacheng are generally of short stature. Coupled with the recent outbreak of diseases, they have become increasingly emaciated. Thus, it is inevitable that Wuxiang, with his tall, robust physique and strikingly handsome features, stands out conspicuously in the crowd, inevitably drawing many curious glances. Approaching a construction site, the workers are either lifting cement, pulling ropes, or laying bricks. Their expressions are numb, their labor mechanical, and any conversations that do occur are predominantly centered around the topic of the sacred medicine. A child approaches, brushing past Wuxiang, which on the surface appears to be nothing more than an ordinary encounter. Yet, Wuxiang suddenly halts, narrowing his eyes, and glances back at the departing child. Little did he anticipate that one day he would fall victim to a pickpocket, and that a child would deftly swipe his wallet. Fortunately, the more valuable items are stored within his storage bracelet. The wallet itself is merely ornamental, containing little more than a few coins. The child, now clutching the stolen wallet, is a mix of anxiety and exhilaration, suppressing his excitement as he pretends to act nonchalant. Once around the corner, he dashes away. He swiftly descends the rickety stairs of the construction site, then leaps to grasp a zip line, gliding down with remarkable agility and landing flawlessly. Phew, so simple. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the child looks up only to be momentarily stunned, realizing that the individual from whom he just pilfered the wallet is standing expressionlessly atop the building, gazing down at him. Caught. Although he had lost his stuffing, he remained unfazed, even taking the time to pull back his eyelids and stick out his tongue in a playful grimace, exuding an air of unshakable confidence. Infuriating. "I sent it." One must recognize that by the time Wushang descended, he had long since fled, capturing him only if one were to leap directly from the rooftop of the construction site. But could such a feat ever be accomplished? It was utterly impossible. With that thought, the child mustered all his strength and turned to flee, only to suddenly crash into an unyielding wall, landing squarely on his backside. Ouch! What on earth is this hard thing? It hurt so much as he rubbed his reddened nose while clutching his rear, he hastily scrambled to his feet. Upon closer inspection, what he had thought was a wall was, in fact, a living person. The child's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost. Instinctively glancing back at the rooftop, which was now devoid of any presence, his gaze darted between the rooftop and Wushang. Feeling an overwhelming sense of disbelief, his speech faltering. "Why you? How did you come down?" Wushang offered no reply, merely extending his hand. The implication was unmistakable. "Hand over what you have." The child gritted his teeth, his brow furrowing in determination. He could no longer afford to hesitate. Grabbing a nearby stone, he hurled it at Wushang and bolted in the opposite direction. As he ran, he glanced back at Wushang, who stood utterly still, gazing intently at him. This only deepened his confusion, prompting him to silently criticize the situation. What a disastrous start, truly an odd individual. No, could he be a fool? Alas, what a misfortune. After running for an indeterminate amount of time, the child, realizing that no one was pursuing him from behind, finally came to a halt, leaning against the wall, gasping for breath. However, just as he began to relax, a calm yet unexpected voice echoed from above. "Little thief, why did you steal?" The child abruptly looked up, his eyes widening in sheer terror as he beheld Wushang, composed and unfazed, sitting in the corner as if he had been waiting for quite some time. "Holy cow, are you human or ghost?" the child exclaimed, his youthful voice trembling as he pointed a shaking finger at Wushang. Without waiting for a response, he scrambled, using both hands and feet in a frantic bid to climb over to the opposite wall, desperate to escape. Yet, in a moment of embarrassment, as he attempted to leap down, a protruding rebar snagged his pants, leaving him suspended in midair like a mere ornament. Unable to free himself no matter how hard he struggled. "It's over." The child despondently let his limbs fall, his face ashen. Observing this, Wushang shook his head, covering his face in disbelief, and ultimately decided to lend a helping hand, lifting the child by the collar and bringing him down. With a sudden rip, the child's pants were torn by the forceful tug, exposing his bare backside. The child froze, feeling a sudden chill, and then let out a startled scream. Hastily covering himself with both hands, his face turning crimson, Wushang, taken aback, had initially assumed the little thief was a boy, only to discover that she was, in fact, a girl. How embarrassing. After being set down, the young girl squatted on the ground, her legs tightly pressed together, gazing up at Wushang with tear-filled eyes, lamenting with a sense of injustice. You bullied me." Wushang quickly glanced around, relieved to find no one else in sight. He would be in trouble if mistaken for a pervert. "Wait here, I'll fetch you a pair of pants." With that, he vanished before the girl's eyes. After a short while, Wushang returned with a new pair of pants, handing them to the girl before turning his back to keep watch. The girl, feeling bashful, cautiously changed her pants. However, at that moment, her stomach audibly protested, her already flushed cheeks reddening further. "I'm hungry." Seeing her rub her little belly and gaze at him with expectation, Wushang sighed. Initially, he had been the victim of the incident, yet now he found himself catering to this unexpected little girl. What a peculiar turn of events. Half an hour later, the duo sat side by side on a worn wooden plank by the street, munching on freshly cooked chestnut pancakes. The little girl savored the treat, her head bobbing joyfully, completely having cast aside the earlier unpleasantness. "Is it delicious?" Wushang asked, somewhat incredulous. "It's so good. You truly are a wonderful person." Chapter 188. Little 7 Wushang reached out to gently pat the girl's head, speaking earnestly. "So why did you choose to be a thief? This is not a habit befitting a good child." The little girl pouted, her voice tinged with guilt as she softly murmured, "Wow, I know I was wrong. But I'm so hungry, and I have no money." With that, the shadow on her face vanished, and she stood up, feigning maturity as she patted Wushang's shoulder. "Hey, we're all friends here. Let us not dwell on the trivial matters." Wushang chuckled in silent amusement. "I am quite curious. Why did you choose me from the crowd to target?" The little girl wrapped her arms around Wushang's, measuring her head against his arm. "Look at this. Your arm is almost as thick as my head. You're so robust. You must eat well and live luxuriously. Surely you have plenty of money. If not you, then who else would I steal from? Wuxiang, scratching his nose, replied nonchalantly, all my money comes from hard work. I earn it by moving bricks. And it's quite arduous. I lift at least 20,000 every day. Really? Is that true? The little girl exclaimed in surprise. Indeed. Wow. So that is how it is. I'm sorry. I've made up my mind. I will grow up quickly and work hard to earn a lot of money. Suddenly, the little girl was filled with determination, leaving Wuxiang feeling an unexpected pang of guilt. I'm called Xiaoqi, and what is your name? I am. Wuxiang hesitated for a moment. I am Wang Dashan. Xiaoqi, without a hint of suspicion, clapped her hands joyfully. Then I shall call you Brother Dashan from now on. Is that all right? That is fine. After they chatted a little longer, Wuxiang stood up to leave and turned back to say, I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Be sure to return home early. Xiaoqi readily agreed, her eyes darting with thoughts unknown to anyone. After Wuxiang departed, she stealthily followed, like a little tail trailing behind. Upon reaching a certain corner, she saw Wuxiang slip into an alleyway. Xiaoqi hurriedly pursued, only to discover the alley was utterly deserted. Frustrated, she tugged at her hair and muttered, darn it. I've lost track of him. Moments later, history repeated itself as Wuxiang silently reappeared behind her, his tone now tinged with a hint of severity. Why are you still following me? Shouldn't you hurry home? Don't your parents worry? Embarrassment washed over her. She had been caught. Xiaoqi shivered slightly, taking small steps to turn and face Wuxiang, lowering her head. I don't have parents. No parents, you say. Yet, Xiaoqi had her sister Huizi. Mentioning her sister brought an immediate brightness to the little girl's face. Sister Huizi is wonderful. She's beautiful, kind-hearted, and has a lovely voice. All of us homeless children owe our survival to her kindness. Wuxiang found himself momentarily at a loss for words, and casually remarked, it seems you must really cherish your sister Huizi. She is my absolute favorite. Xiaoqi exclaimed, wrapping her arms around Wuxiang's leg, eager to flatter him. Of course, I also like Brother Dashan. Wuxiang bent down and playfully ruffled the little girl's hair. You little rascal, a single chestnut cake has won you over so easily. How unambitious of you. The girl vigorously shook her head and held up 2 fingers, emphasizing her point. No, Xiaoqi has not been bought off. She still cherishes sister Huizi the most, while Brother Dashan occupies the second place in her heart. This time, I am truly leaving, and you must not follow me. Do you understand? However, Xiaoqi is reluctant to see Brother Dashan depart. She wishes for him to visit my home. The young girl pleaded pitifully. Wuxiang initially intended to decline outright, but upon reflection, he realized that his original aim was to gather and investigate the livelihood information of the people in Shaching. This unexpected request provided him with a legitimate reason to proceed, potentially offering deeper insights into the common populace's sentiments towards the current church and the heavenly blade. Thus, he reluctantly acquiesced. Very well then. Upon receiving Wuxiang's consent, Xiaoqi joyfully leaped up. Hooray! Let's go. Off we set. In a certain area on the outskirts of the city, a young girl adorned with a blue floral headscarf hurried along. The girl possessed an attractive visage and a well-proportioned figure. Although she was not a breathtaking beauty, she exuded a charm that was quite pleasing to the eye, making her a notable beauty in this small town. Upon returning home, she opened the courtyard gate and glanced back nervously, noticing the absence of anyone nearby. She cautiously closed the gate. Hearing the commotion, 5 or 6 children of various appearances rushed out from within the house. There were both boys and girls. The eldest around 12 or 13 years old, and the youngest merely 4 or 5, all chattering excitedly and calling her sister. Are you all being good at home? She inquired. We are all very well behaved. However, Xiaoqi has gone out and has not returned yet, a little girl replied truthfully. Oh, this little Qi never ceases to be a source of concern. The young girl responded softly and walked directly into the inner room, where she unlocked the door to a chamber at the back. Inside, a frail little boy lay quietly on the bed. The other children attempted to crowd in after her, but the girl firmly and sternly barred them from entry. She gently helped the boy sitting on the bed, softly shaking him while murmuring, Sure to. Wake up. It's time for your medicine. The boy, still groggy, opened his eyes. Sister Huizi, I feel so unwell. Be good, you will feel better after taking your medicine, she reassured him, producing a vial of green, unidentifiable liquid from her bosom and administering it to the boy. After consuming the medicine, he slipped back into a deep slumber. Huizi sat beside the bed, letting out a sigh as a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed her face. In her childhood, she too had been a helpless orphan, and as she matured, she took in these homeless children out of empathy. Aside from her own efforts, she was also indebted to the support of the neighbors. Recently, a group had approached her privately, inviting her to join their church. Wheezy felt an unsettling sense about it, fearing deception, and thus declined. On another note, although the Heavenly Blade had announced the provision of free treatment, she remained skeptical of their intentions. Life was becoming increasingly difficult. The children struggled even to fill their bellies each day. What would the future hold for them? "Sister Wheezy, I'm back." Just as Wheezy was lost in her thoughts, a familiar voice rang out from outside the courtyard. As Wheezy stepped outside, the first figure to catch her eye was a tall, unfamiliar man, startling her momentarily. Further down, she spotted the cheerful Xiaoqi, waving her hands enthusiastically. Wheezy quickly pulled Xiaoqi behind her, her gaze fixed warily upon Wuxiang. Unfazed, Xiaoqi began to chatter excitedly. "Sister Wheezy, this is Brother Dashan, a truly good person. Today, while I was out playing, I unexpectedly encountered a villain who abducts children, and it was Brother Dashan who saved me. So I invited him back to our home as a guest." As the little girl spoke, her eyes darted nervously towards Wuxiang, who merely glanced back at her without exposing her fib, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Wuxiang cooperatively nodded towards Wheezy, acknowledging her presence. "My apologies for the intrusion." Upon learning the circumstances, Wheezy's apprehension eased slightly, and she turned to Wuxiang, saying, "I see. In that case, please do come inside and make yourself comfortable." Chapter 189. Wheezy. Once Wuxiang entered the house, Wheezy swiftly ushered Xiaoqi into a corner. "Xiaoqi, how could you bring a stranger home? If he turns out to be a bad person, we want he be able to escape." Xiaoqi, unfazed, earnestly replied, "Don't worry. Sister Wheezy, I have verified that Brother Dashan is a good person. Moreover, the true reason I brought him back is all for you." "For me?" Wheezy exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at herself for confirmation. "Indeed, you must have noticed that Brother Dashan is not only robust, but also possesses an appealing appearance. Little Chi has gone to great lengths to persuade this gullible fellow to return. You must seize the opportunity later, using your charm to entice him, manipulate him, and ultimately conquer him." Upon hearing this, Wheezy irritably tugged at Little Chi's cheek. "Go away. These are matters for adults, not for children." Little Chi desperately saved her own face and immediately retorted in a tone reminiscent of a miniature adult. "Humph, you're nearly 30, yet you're surrounded by a gaggle of children. Which man would dare to take you? How can I not be concerned? If you were to marry Brother Dashan, wouldn't it be easier to share the burdens of life together? You must know he is exceptionally strong. He can move over 20,000 bricks in a single day." "Over 20,000. Is that true?" Wheezy exclaimed, then quickly realized her mistake and momentarily froze. "Wait, this little brat is leading me astray." After entering the room, Wuxiang obediently sat on the stool, casting an ostensibly casual glance in a certain direction, his gaze seemingly penetrating, flickering with an inscrutable meaning. Outside the door, several small heads were stacked on top of one another, secretly watching him, their faces a mix of fear and curiosity. Shortly after, Wheezy entered, placing a cup of chrysanthemum tea before Wuxiang. "I apologize, we don't have much to offer." Wuxiang waved his hand dismissively. "No worries, it is I who have overstepped. May I ask your esteemed surname?" "My surname is Wang, and my given name is Dashan." Mr. Wang does not appear to be a native of Shaqing. "Indeed, I am not a local resident. Recently, due to the turmoil in various regions, I traversed many hardships before settling here. I am deeply grateful to you for rescuing Xiaoqi. Otherwise, I truly would not have known how to proceed. It was but a trifling matter, a mere act of kindness." Wuxiang seemed to recall something and retrieved a bag of candies from his pocket, placing it on the table. "By the way, I am unsure if the children would like these, but I thought to bring them along." The children, who had been peeking from outside, suddenly lit up with excitement. Their courage bolstered as they emerged one by one. One child cautiously pointed at the candies on the table and asked, "Are these really for us?" With a smile, Wuxiang replied, "Of course." Upon receiving this affirmative response, the children eagerly rushed forward, stuffing the candies into their mouths, relishing every moment. Wheezy could not help but shoot them a disapproving glance. "How impolite. You haven't even thanked your elder brother yet." The children, having tasted the sweetness, exuberantly showered praise without restraint. "Thank you, brother. You are the greatest person in the world. You're the most handsome and formidable. You will be my idol from now on." Wheezy offered an apologetic smile to Wuxiang. "I am sorry for the trouble." "Not at all. It pleases me to see the children happy. Soon, the children were all around Wushang, bombarding him with questions ceaselessly. Xiaoqi, watching from the side, felt anxious and thought to herself how these children were so oblivious. They ought to allow the two to enjoy some privacy. Sister Huizi is also quite disappointing. It is truly a waste of her heartfelt efforts. Wushang found himself somewhat flustered, yet he exhibited gentleness and patience towards the children, which eased Huizi's worries considerably. She couldn't help but fantasize in her mind. Simply if, I were to establish a family with such a man, what kind of life would that be like? A hint of crimson crept onto Huizi's cheeks, and fearing discovery, she hastily sought an excuse to step outside for a breath of fresh air. In the dilapidated courtyard, there existed a modest vegetable garden, where the plants appeared generally withered and yellowed, clearly suffering from a lack of water. The arid climate of Sha City, characterized by its scarcity of rainfall, rendered this situation unavoidable. In one corner of the yard stood a large water tank alongside several wooden barrels, intended for rainwater collection. Huizi also poured some wastewater into the tank for secondary use in watering the garden, as having something was certainly better than having nothing at all. She struggled to draw a full bucket of water from the tank, her petite and frail figure making the task quite arduous. At that moment, a shadow suddenly enveloped her, and a strong, powerful hand firmly grasped the handle of the bucket. "Allow me," Wushang said, and amidst Huizi's bewildered gaze, he poured the water back into the tank, then effortlessly lifted the large tank, transporting it into the garden without so much as a flush of his cheeks or a hint of breathlessness. Huizi's confusion gradually transformed into wide-eyed astonishment, her silly expression lending her an air of endearing charm. It is important to note that the tank, when filled with water, weighed over 1,000 pounds. Could this be the legendary strength capable of moving 20,000 bricks in a single day? To Wushang, the weight of a large vat is scarcely different from that of a bottle of mineral water. Both are effortlessly manageable. He mused that even an average person of considerable strength could lift them with ease. Meanwhile, Huizi was watering the vegetable garden, engaging in light conversation with Wushang, her smile gradually blossoming. Although this young man spoke little, his presence was a rare source of comfort for her, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Suddenly, a violent cough shattered the tranquility between them. Huizi's demeanor changed instantly, and she hurriedly abandoned her task to rush indoors. She unlocked the innermost door and sat at the bedside, carefully patting the small boy lying there to ease his breathing. Once the child's breath steadied, a calm voice startled her with its gravity. "Why not take him to the hospital? If things continue like this, his condition will only worsen." Wushang paused before continuing. "Moreover, I noticed that one of the children outside seemed to be showing early signs of illness. It may not be too late to take precautions now." Huizi's expression darkened, leaving her speechless. Wushang refrained from pressing further. Excessive persuasion might seem suspicious and ulterior. In the evening, as Wushang departed from the small courtyard, Xiaoqi and the children stood at the gate, bidding him a warm farewell. "Big brother Dashin, do come to visit us often." Once Wushang had walked away, Xiaoqi, wearing a mischievous grin, took Huizi's hand and eagerly inquired, "Sister Huizi, what do you think of Big brother Dashin?" The other children, intrigued by her response, leaned in with anticipation, eager to hear her thoughts. However, Huizi merely sighed and silently returned to her room, her unusual demeanor leaving them utterly perplexed. Chapter 190. The Old Fisherman. Wuxiang meandered through the night, his figure gradually fading into the shadows. He paused at a certain spot, quietly awaiting, as if he were a mere figment of imagination. Before long, two figures approached from different directions, Xingyin and Lan Yu, resulting in their reunion. "How are you both faring?" Lan Yu inquired first. Xingyin sat down on the ground, his expression one of irritation, clearly displeased. "Don't even mention it. Initially, everything was fine. But then I encountered a mad old man who insisted I was his long-lost daughter-in-law and relentlessly chased me for 3 whole streets." Lan Yu stifled a laugh and offered some words of comfort. "Well, at least that's better than my experience. Today, I met a middle-aged woman who, upon our first meeting, was overly enthusiastic about offering me a job, assuring me that with my qualifications, I would undoubtedly thrive and effortlessly earn a fortune. The nature of the job was, of course, self-evident. You rascal. And what about you? Did you gain anything?" Wuxiang nodded. "Today, a child stole my wallet, and then ha. This is too amusing. How old are you? Yet you can't even keep track of your wallet. Forget it. There's no point in discussing it further. The conversation has reached an impasse." The three exchanged glances, each feeling quite speechless, having toiled for a considerable time, as if they had accomplished much, yet seemingly achieved nothing. Xiaoqing, what are our plans moving forward? Xingyan pondered briefly before speaking. Since there has been little progress, let us pay a visit to the minister of the Tianren Sand City branch. Wait, what did you just call me? Wu Xiang's expression remained unchanged as he replied nonchalantly. I naturally called you the captain. Xingyan, somewhat skeptical, turned her gaze to Lan Yu for confirmation. Is that truly the case? Lan Yu nodded earnestly, her gaze sincere and serious. Indeed. Xiaoqing, hasn't Wu Xiang always referred to you as captain? Is there a problem? Xingyan scratched her head, feeling an inexplicable oddity that she could not quite place at the Tianren Sand City branch. The morale among the soldiers was notably dismal. Or perhaps it would be more fitting to say that discontent reigned. In terms of their attitude towards the ordinary populace, some advocated for peaceful resolutions, while others favored a show of force, and yet some believed it best to simply ignore the situation altogether, leading to a cacophony of discord. The branch had just welcomed 3 mysterious guests. With a determined stride, Xingyan headed straight for the command room. The current state of affairs rested squarely on the shoulders of the Sand City branch minister. Today, regardless of who came, she intended to unleash her frustrations upon them. The command room was rather sparsely decorated. Upon entering, they found an individual seated with their back to them at the desk. Hearing the commotion, the person turned around, revealing an unremarkable old man. Could this be the minister of the Tianren Sand City branch? Just as Xingyan had steeled herself to unleash a torrent of complaints, she was taken aback upon seeing the elderly gentleman. Old you, what brings you here? The old man greeted them with a warm and benevolent smile. Starflame, it has been quite some time. Am I mistaken, or are you truly alive? I had presumed you had long since perished. I even paid my respects to you. The old fisherman twitched his lips, and the smile on his face vanished at an observable pace. Misplaced affection, ultimately, was in vain. All my emotions were wasted. Starflame, unfazed, entirely forgot her original intention and continued her inquiry. Why aren't you at headquarters, behaving yourself? How did you end up in such a remote place? Surely, you weren't caught peering into the women's bathhouse and subsequently demoted? The old fisherman's face flushed crimson, his anger palpable as he puffed his cheeks and glared. Hey, how can your tongue still be so sharp? You spout nonsense without restraint. Meanwhile, Lan Yu, who had been silent since her arrival, finally offered a half-hearted apology. Indeed, my apologies. May I inquire after your well-being, esteemed elder? Humph. Your lack of sincerity is evident. I shall not engage in conversation with 2 troublesome young ladies. The old fisherman retorted, turning his gaze toward Wu Xiang. This young lad appears somewhat unfamiliar. Could he be a paramour of either of you? Wu Xiang scratched his nose. Remaining silent, Lan Yu promptly pointed at Starflame and exclaimed, It's her. Starflame quickly countered, No, it's not. Is it not yours, then? Is it mine? Neither is it yours. Then it must belong to you. Starflame then seized the old fisherman's beard, her expression fierce as she threatened, You old rogue. Are you itching for a beating again? The old fisherman did not struggle. Instead, his wrinkled face bore an expression tinged with sorrow and reminiscence. Child, go ahead, for I have little time left to live. Perhaps there will be no opportunity in the future. In a way, this is quite acceptable. Upon hearing this, Xingyan gradually relaxed her grip. I'm sorry, Haha, you fell for that. How foolish. Bang. This is outrageous. Inhumane. A young woman is publicly assaulting an octogenarian. The truth of this entire situation raises profound questions about the decline of morality and the distortion of humanity. Bang. The old fisherman, with 2 large lumps on his head, maintained a serious demeanor, as if the ruckus just moments ago had no bearing on him whatsoever. Ahem, let us discuss serious matters. In truth, I am originally from Xiaoqing. In my youth, I ventured out to strive for success, spending the better part of my life as a soldier. Now, in my old age, compounded by lingering injuries from my youth, I find myself increasingly unable to cope. So I have returned home to enjoy my twilight years. You are all aware of the current state of affairs in Xiaoqing. Feel free to ask any questions directly. Xingyan pondered briefly before speaking. First, why have the members of the Sky Blade reached such a tense standoff with the populace? Second, what is the nature of that abhorrent church? The old fisherman sighed, and then began to recount the circumstances to the 3. This matter relates to the war between the Sky Blade and the Limikins several months ago. At that time, the Limikins launched a surprise attack, fully invading our territory. Although the main battlefield was at headquarters, several other regions suffered significantly as well, and Shacheng was among them. To speak candidly, the defenses of Sand City were indeed relatively feeble. A band of nearly 1,000 Limerick troops invaded the city, mercilessly slaughtering innocent residents. I even had to urgently borrow soldiers from other regions, and after a grueling day and night of fierce combat, I barely secured a victory. Though victorious, it was a Pyrrhic triumph. Amidst the wails and cries of despair, the prestige of the heavenly blade plummeted in the eyes of the populace. In the aftermath, as the tumult subsided, Sand City gradually embarked on the path of reconstruction. Yet, during this arduous period, an unforeseen epidemic erupted suddenly, without warning or reason, as if it had materialized from thin air. Although we promptly implemented relevant measures, the results were dismal. Not only could we not heal the afflicted, but we also could not trace the origin of the illness. As the number of the fallen increased, rumors spread among the people, suggesting that this was divine retribution for the inaction of the heavenly blade, a group deemed to be failures.